Walking through the vegetable market, a few street punks with dyed yellow hair came looking for trouble again. In the past, I often set up a stall here to sell braised eggs to earn living expenses, and they would always take the eggs without paying, calling it protection money. But now, I wasn't about to indulge them anymore. I dropped my backpack and strode straight toward them. The leader of the punks rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach me a lesson. With a single punch, I shattered his bones, then followed up with a flurry of strikes from Tongbei Quan, leaving him bleeding from all orifices and unconscious. I swept a cold glance at the other two and told them to steer clear of me from now on before picking up my bag and leaving. I was jolted awake by a violent tremor, my eyes snapping open to find myself slumped over my desk, my head heavy and groggy. Damn, what is this feeling? Did I get electrocuted? I lifted my head and looked around, noticing nothing unusual except a faint burnt smell lingering in the air. Where am I? Just now, wasn't I right? I got hit by a reckless dump truck driver. It hit me instantly. Had I traveled through time? A wave of horror and dread surged through me. But soon, excitement took over. The heavens had given me a second chance, transporting me to a parallel world, one where high-level martial arts existed. I rushed to the mirror, eager to see my appearance in this life. Thankfully, I still looked approachable, just a tad more handsome than Andy Lau. Phew, that's a relief. Being too handsome would be unbearable. Half of my worries vanished. But the other half lingered. Had the system loaded successfully during the transition? System? System, are you there? Ding if you can hear me. I called out eagerly, but after a long silence, there was no response. My expression gradually darkened. No system? There was no system? Impossible. This defied all logic. Dejected, I trudged back to my room and slumped into my chair. My gaze inadvertently fell on the pet snake in the glass tank, a golden python, non-venomous, adorned with golden patterns, about half a meter long. I remembered finding it near the river by the flower and bird market, barely alive at the time. Out of pity, I had taken it home and raised it. Grateful for my rescue, it had always been docile and affectionate toward me. Now, I noticed its beady eyes fixed intently on me. Suddenly, something felt off in my consciousness. I realized my visual senses were processing two images simultaneously, one from my own eyes, focused on the snake in the tank, and another extending outward from the other side of the glass, centered on my own devilishly handsome face. Holy, what the is this? After a moment of shock, it dawned on me the second visual feed belonged to the golden python in the tank. Unbelievable, am I sharing senses with my pet snake? Is this my cheat ability? I was both stunned and underwhelmed. This golden finger seemed a bit underwhelming. Curious, I closed my eyes and focused entirely on the second image in my mind. Gradually, my physical sensations faded, replaced by an entirely unfamiliar feeling. This icy, sinuous sensation. Has my consciousness entered the snake's body? I opened my eyes again, both awed and intrigued. It was as if I had fully transformed into the golden python. In the snake's peculiar vision, my original body still sat in the chair, eyes closed. I thought snakes had terrible eyesight, so why is this python's vision so sharp? I mused inwardly. Then, it twisted its supple body, slithering slowly over the pebbles in the tank. This strange sensation was oddly fascinating, but soon, I sighed again in frustration. Through memory, I knew this was a high martial world filled with terrifying creatures. Even if I could share senses with a pet snake, it didn't seem particularly useful. Could I use this ability to attract some eccentric, wealthy beauties or top-tier campus belles for double the pleasure? Just then, a crisp ding echoed in my mind. Your dual soul fusion has awakened the power of past life wisdom. The heaven-defying comprehension system has loaded successfully. First-time system activation reward, 200 comprehension points. What? The system is here. I was so excited I nearly jumped up. Overjoyed, I wriggled my snake body eagerly and asked the system in my mind, quick, tell me, what abilities do you have? Ding. With this system's enhancement, both the host and their avatar can perceive the truths of the universe from their surroundings. Minor insights may lead to the creation of ancient martial techniques or transformation arts, while major epiphanies can unlock the power of countless natural laws and the might of the great Tao. Is that powerful? I gasped, flicking my tongue rapidly. Then how do I gain these insights? The host must explore independently. Fine. I nodded my head and began pondering how to activate the system's abilities. At that moment, I suddenly felt a hollow emptiness in my belly. Seems like I haven't fed little gold in a while. I realized my golden python avatar was hungry. I tried withdrawing my consciousness from the python's body and returning to my own. After a strange sensation of separation, I opened my eyes in my chair and stretched. I'm back. This is incredible. Indeed, my consciousness can freely shift between my avatar and my main body. Of course, I wasn't skilled at it yet. Once I mastered it, I'd likely switch instantly or even control both bodies simultaneously. I stood up, walked to the drawer beside the glass tank, and took out a dead white mouse. These lab-bred mice were specifically raised to feed pet snakes and weren't expensive. Ugh. Can I really eat this? Staring at the mouse, the thought of consuming it through my avatar made me queasy. Still, I placed the mouse in the tank and switched my primary perspective back to the golden python. Instantly, the mouse looked different, no longer disgusting but oddly enticing. Slowly slithering over, I opened my jaws and swallowed it whole. Not bad. One gulp, and the texture was decent. Ding! While feeding, your heaven-defying comprehension triggers repeated epiphanies. You've unlocked the S-grade devouring art, Python S blood devouring technique. Consume 50 comprehension points to learn? The next moment, a flood of profound knowledge surged into my mind. Python S blood devouring technique, a powerful devouring art that perfectly extracts blood essence and nutrients from food to accelerate cultivation. Blood essence growth was essential for becoming a martial artist. Only with abundant blood essence could one transcend the mundane. So this is the power of heaven-defying comprehension. An S-grade technique just from eating a mouse? I immediately thought, learn. 50 comprehension points deducted. You've mastered Python S blood devouring technique. The intricate principles gradually clarified in my mind, swiftly mastered. The mouse ID just swallowed was refined by the devouring art into pure energy, absorbed by my serpentine body. My length visibly increased by a centimeter, and my blood essence value rose. Then, the Golden Python S status panel appeared in my vision. Avatar, Golden Python Juvenile Bloodline, None Dormant High Tier Beast Bloodline Strength, 5 Speed, 6 Endurance, for Spirit, 18 Blood Essence, 121 plus 1 rank, Mortal Juvenile Unranked Technique, Python S Blood Devouring Technique LV1. It actually gave me plus 1 Blood Essence. I was stunned. Just by using Python S blood devouring technique on a mouse, ID achieved what wealthy heirs could only accomplish by feasting on rare beast meat. The S-rank technique is truly terrifying. I twisted my serpentine body, feeling greater strength and agility. Although 1 point of blood chi couldn't bring about a qualitative change, the difference was still noticeable. My heart swelled with excitement, and the panel indicated that the clone seemed to harbor an unawakened high-level beast bloodline. This little guy's origins were far from ordinary. What made me even more eager was that the serpent-devouring blood art, comprehended by the golden python, could also be used by my main body. I could refine food according to the technique while eating. A top-tier technique like this, if revealed, would surely spark a frenzy among the wealthy and even draw the attention of the upper echelons of the Longsha Federation. So, I must keep it secret, I silently vowed, at least until I'm strong enough. With that thought, I shifted my consciousness back to my main body. According to the technique's key insights, the more blood-rich the food, the better the absorption effect of the serpent-devouring blood art, preferably high-grade beast ingredients. But beast meat was absurdly expensive, with a single pound of first-tier beast meat costing over 1,000 credits, and higher quality cuts could easily run into the thousands, if they were even available. I was an orphan living in a federal low-rent apartment, with a younger sister hospitalized for cancer to care for. Even with subsidies, life was a constant struggle, and our home barely had any furniture. Normally, I had to think twice before buying cheap pork or chicken, most of which had to be sent to my sister, Su Lianxi. Expensive beast ingredients were completely out of the question. I need to find a way to make money fast, I strategized. To earn money, I first needed to boost my own and the golden python's strength, creating a positive cycle. Gritting my teeth, I dug out my last 500 plus credits and headed to the supermarket for chicken breast, cheaper than other meats and cost-effective, with 100 credits buying a decent amount. Soon, I returned home with several bags of chicken breast and boiled the meat in the kitchen. Plain water and meat, seasoned with just a pinch of salt. I didn't mind. After cooking, I prepared to try it with some chili sauce. Serpent devouring blood art, let us see what you can do. I took a big bite of chicken breast, forcing it down with the sauce, and guided the thin blood chi in my body toward my stomach along the technique's pathways. Even ordinary meat contained trace amounts of blood chi. The average person's blood chi hovered around the baseline of 100, and becoming a martial artist required relentless tempering of blood chi. Soon, I felt a warm current spreading from my stomach to every limb. My stomach felt like a bottomless pit. The chicken breast was quickly digested, with all its nutrients and blood chi absorbed. To my delight, less than 5 pounds of chicken breast had increased my blood chi by 5 points. The human body was larger than the golden python S, making blood chi gains harder. Previously, it would have taken me over a month of intense training to achieve this. Now, just 2 pounds of chicken breast had done it? Shocked and exhilarated, I clenched my fists, boiled the remaining chicken breast, and devoured it while circulating the serpent-devouring blood art. By late afternoon, my blood chi had surged by 50 points, reaching 192, more than I'd gained in 3 years of high school. This is insane. Even the most talented students at school have never heard of such speed. The next morning, as I stepped out, my neighbor's door opened too. Sister Lu Ruyan, clad in black stockings and a strappy dress, emerged with a little girl under 10. A single mother, she worked as a hostess at a nightclub after her husband left her for another woman. Still, she'd always been kind to me, often inviting me over for meals. I greeted her with a smile. "Morning, Sister Lu." "Oh, it's you, Chen," she replied. "Off to school?" I nodded. "Yeah. Don't be late," she said with a playful smile. "Come over tonight, I'll treat you to dumplings." Then she led the little girl downstairs. Sure thing. I called after her. As I cut through the pungent-smelling market, a mocking voice rang out, well, if it isn't Suchen? Why aren't you selling eggs at the stall today? We were waiting for you to treat us, bro. I turned my head and saw a few street punks with dyed yellow hair. Back when I needed to earn a living, I often set up a stall at the market to sell spiced eggs, and these guys would always take my eggs without paying, calling it protection fees. My gaze swept over them coldly. If you don't want to die, get lost. I wouldn't be selling eggs at a stall anymore, it was too slow and barely made any money. The leader of the punks, Jiao, sneered arrogantly, oh? Getting bold now? A stinking egg seller dares to act tough in front of us? Don't you think we should teach him a lesson, boys? The two lackeys behind him chimed in, haha, yeah, Jiao. Isn't this street yours to rule? I didn't bother wasting words. Dropping my backpack, I walked toward them calmly and coldly. Don't waste time. If you want to fight, bring it. Seeing me approach, Jiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to slap me around. The nearby shoppers backed away, murmuring among themselves, why bother? Just endure these punks and they'll leave you alone. Yeah, isn't he just asking for a beating? You don't know this kid often sells eggs here and gets extorted by these guys, no wonder their gazes were full of pity and sympathy, certain I was about to get hurt. But I just watched Jiao coldly as he came at me, my fists clenched, an aura of power radiating from me. When he swung, I merely threw a casual punch crack. The crisp sound of breaking bone echoed in the air. Ignoring the terror that replaced Biao's smirk, I struck him precisely chest, face, jaw with the Tongbei fist technique. Bang! 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 9 strikes in total. Jiao collapsed backward, blood streaming from his orifices, his face bruised and unconscious. Gasps erupted from the crowd. I glanced coldly at the 2 trembling punks behind him and tossed out, from now on, when you see me, walk the other way. Understood? Then I picked up my bag and walked calmly out of the market. Behind me, whispers spread, ancient martial arts, he knows ancient martial arts. Is he that genius student from Luocheng High? To execute ancient techniques so flawlessly. Wait, I've been selling here for years, I remember this kid as an orphan? Even more impressive. Mastering ancient martial arts before 18? He must be a prodigy bound for Ivy League Martial Arts University. I didn't have time for their chatter, I was almost late. I had to hurry to Luocheng High.
Chapter 3, Ancient Martial Arts, Tongbei Quan.
Ding, you have used the anaconda devouring blood technique 10 times, your experience value has increased by 10 points, upgrading to LV2. Hearing the prompt from the system, Su Chen once again clenched his fist in excitement. After upgrading, the python devouring blood method was able to absorb higher quality ingredients, such as the meat of ferocious beasts that had entered the grade. However, it was impossible for the current him to have the strength to obtain that high-end ferocious beast meat.
Host, Su Chen. Power, 26. Speed, 28. Endurance, 27. Spirit, 18. Blood and gas value, 192. Level, mortal rank unranked. Technique, python devouring blood technique LV2. As his blood value soared, Su Chen's physical strength surged, wanting to test his current strength. So he came to a clearing, huffed and puffed the wind into the air, and punched a set of unstructured Wang Bao Quan. The abundant power in his body made him feel a strength that did not belong to his own body. Because his chi and blood were sufficiently about a quarter higher than before, now when he threw a punch, it was estimated that he could directly hammer a dent out of a sandbag. Although, right now, his body still looked relatively thin. But the power supported by blood chi was not something to be reckoned with. This was why the blood chi value was so important to a martial artist. Ding, you have performed a set of King's Fists, and due to a counterintuitive enlightenment, you have comprehended the Class B ancient martial art, Tongbei Fist. Will you spend 2 enlightenment points to learn it? Holy, you can actually comprehend boxing techniques even by punching a set of wanker punches? Su Chen was shocked and immediately nodded his head frantically. Study.
He was now in great need of a proper martial art that he could cultivate. In the next instant, countless boxing axioms appeared in his mind as if they were enlightened. Those complex boxing moves were as if they had been performed 1,000 times, branded in his memory. Su Chen followed the moves in his mind and quickly started practicing on his hands. The first time was still very raw. However, by the 5th time, it was as if the muscles in his entire body had memorized it, and he was able to perform it with ease.
Soon, less than an incense stick of time,
Su Chen's every movement became incomparably skillful, possessing a trace of invisible divine intent. His hands had transformed into remnants of shadows, and it was clear that his speed wasn't fast, but it gave off an intricate sense of wearing flowers like butterflies.
Bang, bang, bang. The air was actually struck out of thin air.
1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings.
Until 9 rings. After hitting the 9th ring, Su Chen's movements violently stalled.
Like a stone statue, he stayed in place, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a mouthful of breath.
Is this the Tongbei Fist?
Su Chen's heart was filled with shock. The ancient martial art was a new art created by the Long Xia people in accordance with various ancient martial arts after the advent of the high martial era. These ancient martial arts in the hands of mortals may be very common power, but once into the martial artist, ancient martial arts with the body source power to perform, will play an unparalleled power. Powerful people can even tear aircraft carriers with their hands and throw stones at ships. Su Chen's memories had no shortage of such news and examples, so he knew how precious the ancient martial arts were. Now, I have also mastered the ancient martial arts. When I wait for tomorrow's martial arts class, I guess I can give everyone a not-so-small surprise.
The following day, Monday.
Ding, the host is currently in the mortal stage, and naturally grows 2 enlightenment points per day.
Your current enlightenment points are 150.
Su Chen had just opened his eyes when he heard the voice coming from the system. So that's how it is, enlightenment points grow naturally every day, and the higher one's martial arts level is, the faster it grows. At the mortal stage, one could only grow 2 enlightenment points per day, whereas once one reached martial artist, it would multiply tenfold.
Looks like I have to become a martial artist as soon as possible.
Su Chen recited silently in his heart.
Around 8 o'clock, Su Chen packed his book bag and prepared to go to school.
Just as he opened the door, he realized that the opposite door had also been opened. Emerging from inside was a mature young woman in black stockings and a long halter dress, pulling a little girl of less than 10 years old.
Good morning, Sister Willow. Oh, it's Chun. Are you getting ready to go to school too? Aha! Go on, don't be late.
Why don't you come to my house tonight? I'll treat you to dumplings. The single young woman smiled charmingly at Su Chen, then hurriedly pulled the little girl downstairs.
Okay.
Su Chen answered behind him, his face smiling. Lu Ruyan is a single young woman, her husband looking for a mistress divorced, usually work in some of the sound and color of the place, do some accompanying drinks to send things to earn some money. But usually she is not bad for Su Chen, may know that Su Chen's family is more difficult, so often will call him to go to their own home to eat a meal. And naturally, Su Chen had no reason to refuse. Such a superb young woman invited him to her home for dinner, why not? Su Chen walked through the cluttered alleyways of the urban village, passing through the vegetable market that was filled with all kinds of fishy odors. At this time, there was suddenly a dangling voice coming from the side.
Yo, isn't this Su Chen?
Why didn't you set up a stall to sell eggs today? I'm still waiting for you to honor our brothers. Su Chen twisted his head to look and found that the comers were a few street skaters with dyed yellow hair. These few people were delinquents that specialized in loitering around the vegetable market. In the past, in order to earn a living, Su Chen would often come to the vegetable market to set up a stall to sell marinated chicken eggs. These guys, however, would often take his marinated eggs and not pay for them, euphemistically called protection money. Su Chen's eyes coldly scratched back and forth on the several people. If you don't want to die, get lost. In the future, he was never going to be able to set up a stall to sell eggs in the morning again, earning too little and too slowly. Yo-ho, still crazy? A rotten egg seller, how dare you go crazy in front of your buddies? Don't you think we should teach him a lesson? The leader of the street skaters twisted his head and said openly towards the two minions behind him. Ha ha ha, yeah brother Bill. Isn't this street still up to brother? Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly left his book bag behind. With an indifferent and cold face, he walked towards the three people. Don't waste any time, if you want to fight, come on. Yoo-hoo, come to die. Seeing that Su Chen actually took the initiative to walk towards him, the boss of the street sneaks instantly rolled up his sleeves. He was ready to give him 2 slaps and teach this kid who didn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. The surrounding people passing by to buy food saw this scene and avoided it from afar. Alas, why bother, this kind of street skulk will pass after enduring it. Yeah, going up is not looking for a fight? Hey, you do not know, this student often sell eggs here, but also buy these guys blackmail. No wonder. All the whispering passers-by looked at Su Chen with a hint of pity and sympathy, thinking that he was definitely going to suffer today. And Su Chen's gaze was just calm and indifferent as he looked at the yellow-haired ruffian who was coming towards him, and then he clenched his hands into fists, and his aura was self-generated around him. It was as if there was an invisible divine intent enveloping Su Chen's body, making his every action seem to have a mood. And at that moment, the yellow-haired ruffian also hit Su Chen head-on. And with Su Chen's mere casual punch, a crisp ringing sound came from the air. Ka-ching! It was the sound of bones breaking. Afterwards, without caring about the bad smile on the yellow-haired gangster's face that instantly changed into a look of horror, Su Chen's seemingly slow back fist hit his chest, face, and cheeks one after another accurately and precisely. Bang bang bang. Bang. 9 whole bangs. Only to see the yellow-haired ruffian bleeding from all 5 orifices, his face bruised and unconscious. The whole person fell straight backward. The surrounding crowd let out a gasp of shock. When you see me in the future, go around the path, understand? Su Chen's cold eyes swept a glance at the 2 street skaters in the back who were already shaking like chaff and threw down a sentence. Then picking up the satchel on the ground, he calmly and incomparably walked towards the outside of the food market. Ancient martial arts statecraft. He actually knows ancient martial arts. It was only after Su Chen left that the surrounding crowd once again erupted into heated discussions. Is this the genius student of Luocheng High School? To actually perform the ancient martial arts so well? That's not right, I've been selling vegetables here for a long time, I remember this little doll is an orphan. Orphan? That's even more genius, to be able to learn ancient martial arts at less than 18 years old, must be a seed student of the Ivy League Martial Arts University. However, Su Chen was unaware of the crowd's comments behind him, as it was about to be late. He hurriedly ran towards Luocheng High School, which was not far away. Chapter 4 Enrollment in Martial Arts. When he came to the school, the morning study had already finished. Because he had talked to the class teacher, who also knew about his family's situation, he agreed that he could skip morning study. Just as he entered senior class 5, he heard the students in his class chattering away. Today is the day to apply for Budo, I wonder how many people in our class will apply. Alas, today my chi and blood value is only 178, just 2 points short of 1.8 ah. Ha, I'm going to enroll. I just broke through 180 last night. You're too lucky, aren't you? Say, did your parents buy you a chi and blood tonic? TSK, that stuff is expensive, a single one is estimated to cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Su Chen was suddenly dazed. It turned out that today was the day to apply for the martial arts examination. Su Chen clenched his fists and felt the abundant chi and blood power in his body, and said in his heart, fortunately, my chi and blood value yesterday reached 192, exceeding 180 points. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to enroll in the martial arts section today. Only by enrolling in the martial arts section could one enter the martial arts university to cultivate martial arts. And martial artists were the ones who truly stood at the tip of the pyramid in this world. If you don't become a martial artist, you're just a mortal after all. Even if you have more money, you are always inferior. Therefore, Su Chen must enroll in the martial arts department. Alas, Su Chen, it seems that the two of us can only enroll in the liberal arts and have no chance with the martial arts. Just after coming to his seat, his tablemate, Pingon Shen, sighed and said with his head hanging down, leaning on his head with his arm. Who said that? I'm going to enroll in the martial arts department. Su Chen said with a calm look at him. Ah? Did I hear you right, you're actually going to apply for the martial arts department? Pingon Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. But your chi and blood value, it shouldn't meet the requirements. Pingon Chen's chi and blood value was only 163, Su Chen's chi and blood value should be even lower than his.
Su Chen, you actually want to enroll in the martial arts department? Don't be presumptuous.
In front, a boy twisted his head around and gave Su Chen a disdainful look, mocking.
Su Chen looked towards him and quickly found his name in his memory.
Huang Ziming, rich second generation, his family had a bit of money. It was rumored that his father was a top executive of a company. Anyway, every day he could eat real ferocious beast meat. And this goods also often brag about their frequent medicinal baths, using some precious herbs for dietary supplementation. And so on. And his chi and blood value, as early as a week ago in the test, had already exceeded 200 points, and was one of the several people with the strongest chi and blood in senior class 5.
Huang Ziming, we're not talking to you, you'd better mind your own business.
Pingon Shen said in favor of Su Chen. Usually when faced with Huang Ziming's provocations, Su Chen usually didn't dare to return the favor. However, today's Su Chen was acting a bit strange, although he didn't pay any attention to Huang Ziming either. But the implication that came out of his eyes was one of disdain, rather than the cowering of the past. It was as if it was filled with a powerful confidence. Seeing that Su Chen didn't reply as usual, Huang Ziming just assumed that he was afraid and shrugged his shoulders. Even if you enroll in the martial arts department, you're just making a fool of yourself. The first hurdle of the test will brush you off. With that, the other turned his head. It was at this moment that the class bell rang and the homeroom teacher walked in from outside the classroom. This was a language class, and most of the students weren't listening attentively, either catching up on homework from other subjects or sleeping behind their books. And Su Chen wasn't listening to the class either. Sitting in the last row with his eyes closed, he was actually constantly trying to skillfully control his spirit to switch between his own body and the golden python. It seems that this switching of spirits does not have a delay due to the increase in distance between the two. And there are no connection interruptions either, at least not yet. That means the limit distance of the connection between me and my doppelganger is much more than the distance between home and school. Su Chen carried out the comfortable switching while summarizing the conditions for controlling the doppelganger. As his control of the doppelganger became more and more skillful, he was gradually able to switch his perspective and perception back and forth between the two without any trace. In this kind of training, a session soon passed. When the bell rang for the end of the class, the last words of the class teacher made all the students get pumped up. The second class will be the registration for the martial arts test. Students who need to register go and gather downstairs and go to the school's martial arts practicing hall for the test of application conditions. Finally, hearing the class teacher's words, the whole class resounded with buzzing discussions. And Su Chen also opened his eyes, switching his spirit back from the golden python's doppelganger. Classmates, don't get excited first. Applying for the examination needs to reach the condition of 180 points of chi blood value, so the ones in our class who have the qualification to apply for the examination are less than 10 people, right? The homeroom teacher had also counted the situation of his class in last week's chi blood test. Knowing which students were qualified to apply for the martial arts test, his gaze swept over those students with encouragement. And at that moment, Huang Ziming and a few other students who were swept by the homeroom teacher's gaze, knowing that they became the center of attention of the class at this very moment, held their heads high. I'm here to cheer everyone on. Class president, it's up to you to lead our class down to test together. Class president Xia Shui stood up and nodded to the class teacher. Roger that, teacher. After the homeroom teacher walked out of the classroom, Xia Shui came to the podium. All right, everyone, don't argue. Students whose chi and blood values have reached 180 points gather at the entrance and will go down together for the test. 8 or 9 students stood up from their seats in the classroom and walked out of the class with their heads held high to meet at the entrance. The gazes of the rest of the class also looked at them with incomparable envy, with many of them showing a few moments of jealousy. Alas, that boy Zhouhao's luck is too good, isn't it? He actually broke through the 180-point blood value threshold last night and has the qualifications to enroll in the martial arts section. It seems like his dad has put in the blood money. Alas, I also want a chi and blood tonic, but it's a pity that my dad can't afford to pay for it. You guys see how Su Chen went out as well? He went out to use the restroom, I think. Yeah, how could he have met the entry requirements? However, when everyone realized that Su Chen was standing in the doorway and not moving, their gazes got a little strange. Huang Ziming was filled with an odd expression as he looked at Su Chen and said, "It can't be? Su Chen, you still really want to enroll in the martial arts department?" Class president Xia Shui also had some strangeness in her gaze. Classmate Su Chen, you shouldn't be able to reach the requirement of 180 chi blood value, right? When I tested last week, I remember that your chi blood value was just under 150. I measured it wrong last week. I didn't exert myself when I measured it. Su Chen said with a bland expression. At those words, not only Xia Shui, everyone's gazes were a bit dumbfounded. Didn't make an effort? What kind of excuse is that? Pingon Shen, who was sitting in his seat, rolled his eyes and was somewhat speechless. You didn't exert yourself? I clearly saw you even exerting yourself last week on the chi and blood tester. Xiaoshui was also choking a bit at the moment and didn't know what to say, so she could only nod her head and said,
Alright, then Suchen student, you come with us.
but if the chi and blood value is not enough, you still can't enroll in the martial arts department.
Suchen nodded, I'm clear about the requirements.
On the side, Huang Ziming gave a cut, looked Suchen up and down, and shook his head. I didn't expect that there are really people who like to make a fool of themselves. Do you think that if a chi blood value of just over 150 suddenly appears in our class during the test, where will the other's face go? The face of senior class 5 is going to be disgraced. The class president frowned at his words. Classmate Huang Ziming, stop saying that. Any student is qualified for the test. There's no such thing as losing face. That's right. What a Suchen he really broke through. On the side, Jiao, who had just broken through 180 points of blood value by fluke last night, similarly stood out to oppose.
Alright, if no one wants to continue with the application test, let's go.
After saying that, Xiaoshui, who had a ponytail, led the students of senior class 5 downstairs together to the school's martial arts center.
Chapter 5, Blood and Gas Values Over the Top. Inside the Martial Arts Center. Martial Arts Enrollment Test, now open.
With the instructional director's command, all the senior year enrollment students began to line up in front of the chi and blood tester in an organized manner to take the test. Senior Class 1, Zhang Zizi, Chi and blood value 182 points, pass. Senior Class 1, Chen Xiaoyu, Chi and blood value 184 points, pass. Senior Class 3, Lin Majing, Chi and blood value 286 points, excellent. On the chi and blood tester, a wonderful young girl with waist-length hair, green silk like a waterfall, snowy skin, and a jade-like face walked down with a light step. She was the school beauty of Luo High No. 7 Middle School, and likewise a martial arts genius girl, Lin Mo-yen. Wow, last week Goddess Lin's chi blood value just broke through 270 points. I didn't expect that after a week had passed, it had increased by another 13 points? Too terrifying. This rate of chi and blood growth is simply terrifying as hell. Worthy of being a genius of our Luo High 7th Middle School. I'm afraid that this year's top martial arts scholar in Luo High City, Lin Majin, has a chance to compete for it.
Our Luo High 7th Middle School is actually going to produce a martial arts scholar?
As Lin Mo-yan's test ended, the buzz of all the students' comments filled the entire martial arts hall. The instructor of the test and the director of instruction standing aside also had a satisfied smile on their faces, looking at Lin Moi's immaculate face as if they were looking at a rare treasure. To be able to reach 286 points of chi and blood value before he's even 18 years old, I'm guessing he's already completed a bone-hardening Once he steps into the martial arts path, his achievements will be unlimited. At this time, Lin Mo-yan's eyes suddenly saw Su Chun from amongst the crowd, froze for a moment, and actually immediately walked over in the direction of senior class 5.
Goddess Lin actually walked over in the direction of our class?
Huang Ziming, who was standing in the crowd, had a look of surprise on his face and immediately straightened his spine, trying to strike the most handsome pose for the goddess to see him. Unfortunately, Lin Majing's eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, didn't even stay on him for a second, and her 3,000 green silks swept past him with a gust of wind.
Su Chen, why are you here as well?
I remember the last time you tested your chi and blood values, it seems you didn't meet the requirements.
Su Chen looked at Lin Majing's somewhat surprised expression and said strangely, what's it got to do with you? Hey, how are you talking to Goddess Lin?
Huang Ziming, who was on the side, realized that Lin Majing actually came to look for Su Chen, and immediately became a bit furious.
Jiao was also at the side, whispering with some envy. The treatment of a childhood friend is different. A childhood friend? What childhood friend? Su Chen searched through his memory and finally recalled it.
It turned out that Lin Mo-yan was actually in the same class as himself in elementary school come junior high school, and both of them also went to the same high school. The relationship between the two people in elementary school is still quite good, only gradually older, only rusty up. And due to their family background and talent, the distance was also pulled further and further apart. However, Lin Majin seemed to have always cared about Su Chen, and several times he wanted to offer him help, but he was rejected by Su Chen.
At this moment, upon hearing Su Chen's reply, a trace of despondency also appeared on Lin Majing's exquisite pretty face. Alright, then you cheer up. I believe that you will definitely be able to pass the test.
Even though she didn't believe that Su Chen could really break through 180 points of chi blood value within a week. But what if? After saying that, Lin Mo-yan turned her head in the direction of her own class and walked away, leaving behind countless boys glaring angrily at Su Chen. Soon the test was the turn of the Senior 5 class. Senior Class 5, Xiaoshui, Chi blood value 192 points, pass. Senior Class 5, Huang Ziming, Chi and blood value 205 points, good. Jiao of Senior Class 5, with a blood value of 180 points, pass. Oi, I can participate in the martial arts section. Jiao stepped down from the chi and blood tester with a face of excitement and thrill. He had just broken through 1.8 yesterday, and today, his greatest fear was to misplay. Luckily, he played normally and didn't let the family's money go to waste. Next, Su Chen.
Hearing the coach call his name, Su Chen walked towards the chi tester with a bland face. Hee, don't even reach 150 this time. Huang Ziming mocked as Su Chen walked by, still angry in his heart for not being able to please Lin Moyen just now. Go Su Chen, I believe you can play well. Zhou Hao was big-hearted and encouraged Su Chen as he returned to the team and passed by him. In fact, he didn't believe that Su Chen would be able to fulfill the requirements. After all, he himself had worked hard for a week and had taken many dietary herbs and a precious chi and blood tonic before he managed to pull hard from 172 points to 180 points. And Su Chen's family situation, he knew, there was no money to buy supplements, and how could he reach 180 points from over 140 points in just a week's time? Su Chen came to the mechanical tester and lay down, placed his hands on the pull bar above and began to gradually make force. The tester would comprehensively determine the strength of one's chi and blood values based on one's weight and strength condition, and such a determination would also be more accurate than a simple strength determination. Su Chen also used his full strength without reservation this time, only to see the numbers on the display of the machine meter, which also began to slowly jump. It soon came to 180 and then continued to rise, directly reaching 192 before slowly stopping. What? How is 192 points possible? Huang Ziming was shocked, looking at the numbers on the display with a face full of incredulity. Zhou Hao also opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "It's too fake, isn't it? Su Chen's chi blood value is actually still higher than mine." He had gone through a lot of trouble to spend a week raising his chi blood value to 180. And Su Chen's chi blood value test last week was clearly only 142 points. A 50-point increase in chi and blood value in a week's time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a genius like Lin Majin couldn't do it. Can it be that he really didn't use any force at all in the last test, as Su Chen said? But this is too fake, isn't it? But facts are facts. There was no way the numbers shown by the chi and blood tester could be false. If Su Chen's figures were fake, then wouldn't the test figures of the people in front of him all be wrong? Senior Class 5 Su Chen, chi blood value 192 points, pass. Hearing the results reported out by the coach, quite a few people who knew Su Chen's true condition stared in disbelief, including Lin Moyen. Su Chen, you actually really met the requirements. The slightest hint of surprise flashed across Lin Moyen's immaculate and stunningly beautiful pretty face. I didn't expect Su Chen to really do it. He could also enroll in the martial arts section with himself. Chapter 6 Chaotic Seed Lotus, Perishing Red Lotus, Glazed Pure Lotus. As two people who went to the same school since childhood, Lin Moyen hoped to go to the same place as Su Chen in college as well. She was well aware of what Su Chen's gradual estrangement from herself after high school was due to. If she could, she naturally hoped that the other party would have the same outstanding talent as herself, so that the two could be together in name only. After the test was completed, Su Chen walked down calmly from the chi and blood tester, as if he was not the least bit surprised by the result. After returning to the team, the class president's gaze also looked over with a curious scrutiny. Congratulations, student Su Chen. Regardless of how you did it, in any case, our class now has another student who can enroll in the martial arts department. This is the honor of the class. Well, thanks a lot. Su Chen nodded and didn't care about everyone's gazes as he continued to wait for the test to hurry up and finish. After the test for all the enrolled students was over, those who didn't pass and were brushed down left one by one, while the rest stood in line according to their classes. Immediately afterward, the director of instruction, who had a few thinning strands of hair flowing from his head, came to the very front and held up a microphone to all the students. Congratulations to all the second middle school students left behind who have the qualifications to apply for this year's martial arts examination. For the next period of time, the school will organize special training for the martial arts exams for all students, led by the outstanding graduates of the previous years invited by the school from the Haidu Martial Arts University. I hope that all students will work hard to advance and live up to the high hopes of the school and parents. Next, please welcome your senior sister Shulei. At those words, a sighing discussion immediately erupted from the stage. Could it be that school's celebrity list senior sister Shulei? It's rumored that he was admitted to Haidu Wushu University with the city's martial arts scouting score in the last session. Again, a proud daughter of the heavens. And that photo is really gorgeous, eyeballing D. Shu. Keep your voice down, Sister Shulei is on stage. Only to see that the director of instruction on the stage had already walked down, and a mature school sister wearing a long black lace dress, with naturally curly black hair, a fiery figure, and a beautiful face came step by step to the podium of the martial arts hall. Hello everyone, I am your Shulei school sister. The moment they saw the school sister's true appearance, the diamond male high schoolers on stage went crazy. Hello school sister? So big. The boys' eyes, at this point, were a bit reckless. Some of the ones with good eyesight were even able to notice that when Shulei was on stage, the sizable huge thing under the lace was actually shaking. Simply shaking a crowd of male compatriots Daoshin unsteady. Seemingly noticing the eyes of quite a few boys, the school sister on stage, whose face carried a bit of maturity, also had a playful expression. Hee hee, the schoolmates of this term are all very enthusiastic. Since that's the case, how about schoolmates giving you guys a meet and greet gift? Good.
Hearing senior sister Shulei's seductive voice, the boys under the stage were more than a little unable to stand it. However, at the next moment, Shulei's expression suddenly changed, and a murderous aura spread out towards the entire martial arts center. Under the intimidation of this murderous aura, all the students almost instantly held their breaths, and even the temperature around them seemed to have violently dropped a few degrees. This was a murderous aura that could only be emitted by a strong martial arts practitioner.
Good. Good, strong senior sister.
It's impossible for a low-ranked martial artist to have such a powerful aura. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the boys below the stage become cautious and awe-inspiring, only then did Sister Shulei nod her head in satisfaction and continue.
Now reacquaint yourself.
I'm Shulei, a previous graduate of Luo High Second Middle School, currently a junior and a fourth-ranked martial artist. Upon hearing this, another burst of exclamations passed out from the stage. Actually a fourth-ranked martial artist.
No wonder there is such a strong killing aura. Senior sister is too awesome.
A fourth-ranked martial artist, that was one who had crossed the threshold of a low-ranked martial artist and entered a middle-ranked martial artist. Even if a fourth-order martial artist went to work as a private bodyguard, his monthly income would still be $100,000.
Alright, everyone be quiet. I've been invited by the school to come and fill in the gaps for all you underclassmen. At this time, Shulei's tone also calmed down and continued with a proper face. First of all, I want to tell you all what a martial artist is. A martial artist is actually short for a Yuan Wu artist.
The so-called Yuan Wu is to transform the Yuan power between heaven and earth, boil one's essence, qi, and spirit, and break through the limits of one's spirit and physique. Since the appearance of the spatial rift in the sky and the frequent occurrence of strange beasts in the earth's cave, the energy between heaven and earth has also changed, and humans can also rely on their bodies to absorb Yuan energy and become powerful.
But if you want to become strong, you will first need to toughen yourself in 3 ways. These 3 aspects are essence, qi, and God.
The so-called essence is the essence spirit, which is your own physical body. Qi is also qi and blood, and what ancient martial arts call practicing qi and transforming essence means boiling your own qi and blood to make your physique stronger. And Shin refers to the divine mind, or spirit. Only if your spirit is strong enough, your nerve reaction speed can keep up, and you can make all sorts of incredible reactions that go beyond the limits.
Hearing Shulei's introduction, the students on stage who had a half understanding of martial artists all came to a realization. Su Chen also secretly nodded his head.
So that's how it is. If you want to step into the threshold of a martial artist, you have to improve your strength from the 3 aspects of essence and spirit. At this point, school sister Shulei's voice hadn't ended yet. Everyone has just gone through the qi and blood value test, and all of your qi and blood values are up to standard, but that's not enough. If you want to pass the martial arts exam and enter an ideal school, besides the requirements of qi and blood values, there are also physical and spiritual requirements. The physical aspect refers to various fighting techniques and ancient martial arts. And the mental aspect refers to nerve reaction speed and visualization power. And today, I'm going to bring you a preliminary understanding of what is meant by contemplation.
Everyone follow me.
After saying that, Shulei brought all the seniors in the Budokan together to the classroom where they were training for meditation. Shulei stood on the podium, told everyone to get on their knees and took out a scroll. Immediately afterward, she opened the scrolls and hung them on the blackboard at the front of the classroom.
This is a beginner's Kenjutsu picture, the 9-leaf lotus flower Kenjutsu picture.
This contemplation picture is one of the 3 primary contemplation pictures of the Haidu Wudu, neutral and peaceful, most suitable for novice contemplation. Now all of you gather your consciousness, abandon your concentration, and try to observe every millimeter of detail of this pattern and sketch it out in your mind. Hearing the voice of the senior sister, everyone subconsciously began to gather their consciousness. The eyes of all the students gazed at the visualization picture with the 9-petaled lotus flower painted on it, trying to sketch it out in their minds.
Su Chen's eyes, too, converged on that pattern and began to try to visualize it.
You have observed the 9-leaf lotus flower contemplation diagram, and due to your outstanding enlightenment, you have had a series of epiphanies and have comprehended 3 very high-level contemplation diagrams. They are the chaotic seed lotus contemplation diagram, the red lotus contemplation diagram of extinction, and the glazed pure lotus contemplation diagram. Chaos seed lotus concept, extremely powerful essence of the prana conceptualization of the art, so that their own body is the chaos of the wheel of the sea planted green lotus, endless majestic vitality, qi, and blood boiling like a river without end. World extinguishing red lotus contemplation, to generate an extinguishing lotus demon flame within one's own divine idea, it is the art of attacking and killing, capable of burning everything, blotting out the spirit, and it is the divine fire in the world.
Glazed pure lotus concept. The concept can wash away one's own dirt and impurities, transforming one's body into an immaculate glazed body that is invulnerable to all laws and poisons, so that natural inaction will be in line with Taoism and lawfulness, and one's cultivation progress will be very fast. Each of these concepts costs 100 enlightenment points to learn. Chapter 7, The 3 Top Contemplation Charts. actually had a direct epiphany of the 3 top-level contemplation diagrams?
Su Chen was inwardly shocked and surprised after looking at the 3 types of conceptualization diagrams generated by the reversed Enlightenment system that could be described as having heaven-defying effects.
The system. Oh no, he himself is too powerful. Actually looked at a few eyes of the lowest level of visualization diagrams and realized 3 kinds of god-level visualization diagrams?
Even the python devouring blood technique that could refine food to increase chi and blood values only required 10 enlightenment points to learn. And the 3 major conception diagrams that he was now sensing required 100 enlightenment points each, so it could be seen that they were strong. However, Su Chen only had 140 enlightenment points right now and could only learn 1 of them. The remaining 2 guanyin diagrams would not disappear but would be stored in the enlightenment store, and when he had enough enlightenment points, he would still have the opportunity to come and continue to exchange them for learning. Of course, these 3 contemplation diagrams, Su Chen did not want to give up a single one.
After all 3 contemplation diagrams were very powerful. So, which one should be chosen first?
The chaotic seed lotus viewing thoughts would allow him to obtain an incomparably powerful body and chi and blood power. World extinguishing red lotus viewing method, which would allow him to quickly acquire a powerful attacking and killing technique, the extinguishing lotus demon flame. The glazed pure lotus conceptualization, on the other hand, would allow him to acquire an immaculate glazed body, invulnerable to all poisons, and the power of comprehension of the martial arts path would become incomparably strong, progressing at a rapid pace.
Su Chen hesitated for a moment and made up his mind with difficulty. Then let's exchange the extinction red lotus viewing thoughts first.
Right now, what he lacked the most was a crushing bottom card, an attacking and killing technique that could make him stronger quickly. As for the other 2 contemplation arts, they were both slow to take effect, not enough to allow him to instantly have a powerful base card.
But the extinguishing lotus demon flame was able to do so.
System, spend 100 enlightenment points to learn the extinguishing red lotus observation method. In an instant, the pattern depicting the world-ending red lotus viewing thoughts was reflected into the depths of his mind. It was a red lotus that was as demonic as fire, rooted in the underworld, its unfurling petals blooming with endless streams of fire, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. It was clearly a visualization picture, but it was like a living thing, constantly leaping and changing forms in his mind. Those millions of layers of petals, each petal seemed like a bundle of fire gathered together, forming the endless extinguishing lotus demon flame that contained terrifying energy.
Sure enough, I actually succeeded in visualizing it in an instant.
An extremely high-level visualization diagram like the world-destroying red lotus visualization diagram. Even for those who have reached the martial god rank of powerhouse. Viewing it would take a lot of effort before it could be thoroughly mirrored within the inner landscape of the soul. As for Su Chen, in just a few moments, he had already thoroughly grasped this contemplation diagram, allowing it to be thoroughly inscribed in his mind. Moreover, he could feel this extinction red lotus contemplation diagram that existed within his spirit. At any time, it could be guided by his own spirit and strip out the demonic flame of the extinguishing lotus for him to drive.
Today's extinguishing lotus demon flame would scorch even martial artists who had reached the rank of martial general. Moreover, its power would also increase and evolve as Su Chen's strength increased. It was considered to be Su Chen's current bottom of the barrel killing weapon means. I didn't expect that after only observing an ordinary 9-leaf lotus flower observation diagram, the harvest would actually be so great. Su Chen exhaled a breath and opened his eyes.
Although he had not succeeded in visualizing the 9-leaf lotus, he had visualized the red lotus of extinction, which was unknown how many ranks higher than it. Just in time, the dismissal bell rang at that moment.
Okay, everyone, open your eyes.
At this moment, Shulei, who was also sitting cross-legged at the very front of the crowd, stood up. She gently clapped her hands, causing all the students to come back to their senses from their visualization.
All of you tell us how many lotus leaves you visualized. Are there any with more than 3 lotus leaves?
Upon hearing this, only 4 or 5 students raised their hands, and among them, Lin Mo Yen was included. Senior sister, I visualized the 3-leaf green lotus.
Huang Ziming was the first to grab it and said.
After saying this, he also wore a smug look and quietly glanced at Lin Mo Yen. However, when he realized that the other party didn't care about him at all, a flash of loss and unwillingness appeared in the depths of his eyes. I visualized the 4-leaf green lotus.
Another boy said. I'm also a 4-leaf.
In the end, everyone looked at Lin Mo Yen. Senior sister, I visualized the 7-leaf green lotus. Hearing Lin Mo Yan's voice that was as cool as crushed jade, everyone in the classroom once again let out a sigh of amazement.
Worthy of being Goddess Lin, even her spiritual talent is so high.
To actually visualize the 7-leaf green lotus in one go. Too powerful, this is already a solid seed for the top martial arts academy. Sister Shulei's gaze took on a few moments of appreciation as she looked at this schoolmate whose face and figure were not inferior to her own. Although the other party's temperament was very different from her own, both of them were definitely top-notch in terms of their talent for martial arts. Not bad, to be able to visualize the 7-leaf green lotus on the first try, even when you reach the martial arts university, you're still one of the best.
Academic Sister Lin, welcome to enroll in Haidu Martial University. Lin Moyan still looked cool and nonchalant as she nodded. Senior sister, I'll think about it. After saying that, his eyes actually glanced at the right rear of the classroom without a trace. There was exactly where Su Chen was. Alright, next, please raise your hand if you haven't even viewed a single lotus leaf. Right away, a nervous look appeared on the faces of several students, including Jiao. Jiao scratched his head and was about to raise his hand, but realized that no one had raised it at all, so he was too embarrassed to raise it himself first. It was true that he hadn't even visualized a single lotus leaf, and had merely visualized only half a lotus leaf. At this time, the students in front of him all twisted their heads, all wanting to see who actually had the worst spiritual talent as well. Suddenly, a person at the back of the classroom raised his hand, and everyone's gazes instantly converged towards him. Ha, I knew it, it's true that Su Chen didn't even visualize a single lotus leaf, his mental talent sucks. Huang Ziming was the first to open his mouth to mock when he saw that it was actually Su Chen who raised his hand. Lin Majing's special attention made him, a goddess-licking dog, very unhappy. Seeing a needle in the eye, he tried to antagonize Su Chen. Upon hearing this, the rest of the students nodded their heads in deep thought, all casting gazes at him with a hint of contempt. Those students who, like Su Chen, had not observed a single lotus leaf, were even more afraid to raise their hands at this moment. It seems that Su Chen's mental power talent really isn't very good. Should I secretly send him some spiritual pills and herbal supplements for mental power? Alas, he definitely won't accept my good intentions, right? Lin Majing saw Su Chen's raised hand, her willow brows gently knit up, a little fretful. It seems that just one student didn't visualize the green lotus? Xu Lei looked around the classroom again, and after realizing that Su Chen was really the only one who had raised his hand, she reassured. Well, there's no need for you to worry too much, schoolmate. Not observing it for the first time isn't a determining factor for spiritual talent. On the contrary, the contemplation diagram was originally created for the purpose of exercising spiritual power. As long as you frequently visualize in the future, your mental strength will naturally increase. In the future, this 9-leaf lotus flower diagram will be hung in the visualization room, and students can come and perform visualization when they have time until they have completely copied the 9-leaf lotus flower in their minds. Okay, senior sister, I know. Su Chen nodded and lowered his arm with a bland face. It seemed that he simply ignored all the mocking and contemptuous glances of the surrounding students, especially Huang Ziming. Seeing his appearance, a trace of appreciation flashed in the depths of schoolmate Xu Lei's eyes. Honest and light-hearted, not surprised by changes, this schoolmate has a good heart. Even if the spirit-type talent isn't that good, it won't necessarily die out in the future. The students around them obviously didn't see it that way. For them, being able to visualize more lotus leaves on the first try was the sign of success. As for those who couldn't visualize even a single lotus leaf, even if they could participate in the martial arts exam, their results would definitely be the worst of the bunch. Su Chen, on the other hand, was not at all concerned about the gazes of the people around him. It was true that he hadn't even visualized a single leaf of the green lotus, however, in his mind, he had already planted one that was unknown how many ranks higher than the 9-leaf green lotus, the Red Lotus of Extinction. Chapter 8 Ancient Martial Warfare Military Body. Alright, everyone rest for a while. When the next class is in session, we'll still gather at the Budokan. I'm going to take a look at everyone's fighting fundamentals. After Xu Lei finished speaking, she walked out of the observation room. Su Chen, on the other hand, stood up and moved around for a bit before preparing to go to the martial arts center. Su Chen, wait a moment. A delicate figure chased after him from behind him, in the corridor, walking alongside him. This scene, again, made many boys' eyes glaze over with envy. This was a scene that how many of Lin Majin's licking dogs wanted to dream about. But that low pussy Su Chen actually dared to ignore the Lin goddess everywhere, simply a flower stuck in cow dung also smacked the flower flavor rushing. Infuriating, detestable, hateful. Something wrong? Seeing the pure schoolgirl who was catching up, as expected by everyone, Su Chen just turned his head and faintly said, and then walked towards the front with undiminished speed. Lin Moyan had to follow him closely, saying as he walked, Su Chen, I have some potions at home to improve my spiritual power, why don't I get you some tomorrow? Su Chen calmly shook his head, no need, I don't take favors from people for no reason. Hearing this, Lin Moyan was so angry that she just wanted to stomp her feet, a pair of beautiful eyes with anger, glaring at Su Chen. What do you mean by plain and simple? Between me and you, it's now plain and simple, isn't it? At those words, Su Chen gave her a somewhat helpless look. This was indeed a goddess face that could make all men's hearts flutter. But the current Su Chen did not want to fall in love. He wanted to spend all his time improving his strength. He also knew that Lin Majing meant well, but he had to make himself worthy of the other party first before he could do what a man should do. Thus, Su Chen remained calm and refused. I know you mean well. But thanks, no need. I'll rely on my own ability to get into the same WU as you. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Moyan's face was somewhat stunned for a moment. Her footsteps abruptly stopped in place, just as a breeze came to her face, causing her heart to suddenly beat a few points faster.
Looking at Su Chen's departing back, she muttered.
Just now, did Su Chen say that he wants to go to the same university as me?
This normally as cool as an iceberg beauty schoolgirl, the corner of her mouth actually swung up a rare smile. At this moment, as if the iceberg melted, the snow lotus bloomed, a crowd of licking dogs once again stagnant speechless.
Soon, the bell rang for second period.
All the seniors who had enrolled in the martial arts department also came from the observation room into the martial arts dojo once again. At this time, Xu Lei had actually changed into a dry set of women's martial arts clothes. The tight fabric, wrapping every inch of her body, made the very hottest-shaped figure stand out more and more clearly.
Okay, everyone come over here and gather.
Xu Lei clapped her hands as she walked to the center of the field. Unbeknownst to her, the gazes of all the boys had now converged straight on her. First of all, I'm going to test and teach you all just how good you are at fighting.
Let's adopt a two-player competition mode, just point to point. Which student would like to come up and be the first to try?
A figure had already stood up impatiently the moment the words fell. Senior sister, I want to try first. It was none other than Huang Ziming. Because of his daily medicinal baths at home, his physical fitness was extraordinarily good, and fighting arts were also his strong point.
Okay, you come up.
Xu Lei nodded, and Huang Ziming then strutted to the center of everyone while the other students sat around the field.
So is there anyone who wants to be the schoolmate's opponent?
I'll do it. At this moment, an indifferent and cool voice rang out first, causing everyone's gazes to cast over.
It's Su Chen?
Zhou Hao's gaze was surprised.
Su Chen was actually going to take the initiative to challenge Huang Ziming?
Having been in the same class for so long, he knew that Su Chen's physical fitness had never been very good. Fighting arts had to be supported by a strong physique, just having chi and blood was not enough.
What's more, in terms of chi and blood, Su Chen couldn't compare to Huang Ziming. Yoho, actually dare to take the initiative to challenge me?
Huang Ziming was actually thinking of teaching Su Chen a good lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party actually came to give away his head on his own. Finally, he could defeat Su Chen in a fair and square manner, letting Lin Moyan take a good look at what kind of a waist she liked. Perhaps if Lin Moyan sees her defeat of Su Chen, she will have a secret love for her.
Thinking of this, a fancifully demented smile appeared on this inquisitive licking dog's face.
On the other side, when Lin Moyan saw the scene, he just wanted to say something.
But after hesitating for a moment, she gave up.
She thought of what Su Chen had just said to her, and felt that Su Chen, in certain aspects, was indeed somewhat different from before. Perhaps
he really has the certainty to defeat his opponent? Good, there is ambition.
Senior brother Su Chen, right, come over here. Xu Lei waved towards Su Chen. Thus, Su Chen also came to the center of the field where the crowd was sitting around, and stood opposite to Huang Ziming, 5 or 6 meters apart.
Fighting is on point, no one is allowed to continue fighting after I blow the whistle, understand? Got it.
Both of them nodded, but a contempt flashed in the depths of Huang Ziming's pupils.
Good, now begin. Xu Rei blew the whistle.
Just as the whistle fell, Huang Ziming could not wait to rush towards Su Chen.
It seemed reckless, but in reality, there was considerable skill between the movements.
This was a military fighting art, and it was the military fighting instructor that their family had hired to specifically train him. He had been training in this fighting art for more than a year, and had long since perfected it. Modern fighting arts, which emphasized on fast, accurate, and ruthless, and one-strike victory, did not need any luck at all. That's why Huang Ziming rushed so fast, not wanting to give Su Chen a chance to react. As for Su Chen's body, at this moment, it had also long since moved in a seemingly slow, but actually subtle manner. His feet were still standing in the same place, but he had already assumed the stance of the B-grade ancient martial arts Tongbei fist. His knees were slightly bent, just like a crouching rabbit wanting to rise, while his arms were crossed in front of his chest, seemingly without much force, but the blood chi around his body had already surged and flowed under the stance of Tongbei Quan. A kind of condensed and spontaneous aura escaped from his surroundings, causing Xu Lei, who was observing from the side, to instantly look condensed.
This kind of aura is difficult too.
She had a guess in her mind, but couldn't believe it herself.
In a flash, Huang Ziming had already rushed to less than half a meter away from Su Chen.
Immediately, he executed his military body fighting technique, wanting to wrap Su Chen's arms around him. As long as he was entangled, he had several ways to make Su Chen instantly unable to move, or even directly remove his arm joints directly. You lose. Just when Huang Ziming thought he was already going to win, Su Chen's arms, however, were like 2 flower-piercing butterflies, instantly transforming into remnants. His movements abruptly fell short. The next moment, intense pain came from his chest. That seemingly forceless fist, but with a powerful force that tore through the air, condensed in one place and struck him in front of his chest.
Bang! Bang, 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 bang. A series of popping sounds, not the sound of fists hitting flesh.
Rather, it was the explosive sound made by the whirlwind brought up by the fists, slicing through the air.
Huang Ziming's body flew directly backwards.
Chapter 9, New Technique of Enlightenment, 100 Beasts Striving for Heaven Record. Su Chen's set of movements flowed in a cloudy stream, and after striking 9 rings, he slowly withdrew his momentum, exhaled his breath and opened his eyes, not moving like a mountain. Coupled with his handsome face, for a while, many girls on the field looked at him with different colors in their eyes. As for Xu Lei, who was on the side, her shocked eyes could no longer be hidden completely.
This is surprisingly really an ancient martial art. And it's still a rather not weak ancient martial art.
Moreover, Su Chen has already cultivated it to a rather pure realm. To be able to master a complete set of ancient martial arts and utilize them.
Even some of the senior students in the martial arts university might not be able to do that.
Of course. Su Chen's ancient martial fist technique didn't include yuan power, so the power it exerted wasn't as terrifying as that of a martial artist. However, once when Su Chen became a martial artist, and this ancient martial art of his was executed again, each punch was estimated to be able to erupt with a power that was enough to crack rocks and shatter gold. This was the strength of the ancient martial arts. Lin Maozheng's beautiful eyes were equally shocked. She was from an extraordinary family, and she likewise saw that this set of fighting techniques that Su Chen had performed had a great origin. It wasn't that kind of superficial imitation of ancient martial arts, but an ancient martial true art that had been inherited from the ancient times. After becoming a true martial artist, the ancient martial arts would undergo a qualitative change, exerting a power comparable to that of a gun, or even far beyond it. But it is also quite difficult to learn.
Su Chen, you actually have so many things to hide from me, humph.
Lin Moyan hummed slightly in her heart, looking somewhat angrily at the upright pine-like figure in the center of the field. But more than that, there was an unhidden delight in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, Huang Ziming was lying on the ground on all fours, and was inwardly confused amidst the severe pain.
Damn it! How could Su Chen be so strong? What kind of fighting technique did he use? Why did he see a blur before his eyes, and in the next moment, he flew backwards with severe pain all over his body? Without even seeing his opponent's movements, he was defeated so completely. The military fighting techniques he had practiced diligently for over a year had not come in handy in the slightest. In front of the other party, it was as if he had been suppressed by the superior. And at that moment, Xu Lei also finally reacted that she had actually forgotten to call a halt. It was really an ordinary senior high school teenager who actually knew a whole set of ancient martial arts, which made her a little too shocked, and her large breast shook gently. Student Huang Ziming, are you alright? Cough cough. No, it's fine.
In full view of everyone, Huang Ziming barely stood up from the ground even with a nosebleed. Then he slipped into the crowd of senior class 5 in ashes.
Today is really a big disgrace.
Trying to teach Su Chen a lesson, he didn't expect to be backhandedly educated by the other party. The force on Su Chen's hand was well controlled, and he didn't lay a deadly hand on him. He just let this bastard learn a long lesson, so that he would not be so cheap in the future. After he was done, he bashfully nodded towards Xu Lei and prepared to leave the stage as well.
Student Su Chen, wait. What you performed just now, was it a complete set of ancient martial arts?
Su Chen's figure paused and nodded lightly. That's right, it is indeed an ancient martial art.
Upon hearing this, all the students in the surroundings, too, sighed.
No wonder it was able to instantly defeat Huang Ziming, who was proficient in fighting arts, and even left him without the power to fight back.
It turns out to be an ancient martial art. Our senior class is really hiding crouching tigers. But when did Su Chen actually know ancient martial arts?
The students below were shocked and admiring, while some who knew Su Chen produced strong doubts.
However, Su Chen didn't bother with any of these.
Nor did he care to explain. On Xu Lei's gorgeous face, the same appreciative smile appeared. School brother is very good. This time our Luo High No. 2 Middle School's martial arts exam is expected. The school's leaders will probably be very happy as well. First, there was a schoolmate whose chi and blood value and spirit power were both unbelievable, and now there was a schoolmate who knew ancient martial arts. This senior year, it was estimated that a few more top martial arts university seeds would come out. What followed was an entire class of double fighting, with occasional laughter from the students echoing through the gym. Soon, the class passed. Su Chen next didn't even bother to look at the competition in the venue. He just sat in place with his knees crossed, observing over and over again the perishable red lotus contemplation diagram that was rooted and reflected in the depths of his mind. In addition to the offensive and killing technique, extinguishing lotus demon flame, that could bring him extreme strength, this visualization picture, it is likewise capable of sharpening one's spiritual power, letting his spiritual energy grow thicker and stronger with each passing day. His nerve reaction speed would naturally increase geometrically. Soon, it was nearing evening. The bouts of all the students had ended, and Xu Lei had a certain understanding of the fighting level of this group of students in her mind. She clapped her hands to silence all the students. Okay, now that I've gotten an idea of everyone's fighting level. Honestly speaking, with the exception of a few individual students, with your current fighting level going for the martial arts exam 2 months from now, the probability is that you will be brushed off. The martial arts exam, it's not that simple to muddle through. So today, I will also teach you all an ancient martial art. At those words, the students below let out a gasp of surprise and gathered their attention. This set of ancient martial arts is a set of basic ancient martial arts that is very widely circulated amongst the martial arts universities, suitable for novices to boil their chi and blood and strengthen their body. It is an ancient martial art that favors the direction of health maintenance and is called 5 animal play. Next, everyone observe my movements well. It's unlikely to learn it all over again, but as much as possible, first memorize the essentials of the movements and slowly practice them later. In the long run, you will naturally be able to improve day by day, and it will be greatly beneficial to the martial arts exam. After saying that, Xu Lei stood in the center of the field and began to perform the ancient martial arts 5 animal play. Only to see her enchanting and mature body posture, as if injected with some kind of rhythm, began to become subtle. The movements sometimes turned into an ape, sometimes as a tiger, in the center of the field pouncing and jumping, to achieve the natural. Su Chen opened his eyes and carefully observed Xu Lei's movements. You have observed the 5 animal play, and due to your unbelievable enlightenment, you have had a series of epiphanies, improving this incomplete ancient martial art and sublimating it. You've enlisted in the growth type ancient martial art, 100 beasts fighting for heaven record. Current rank, D. An ancient martial art that allows you to sublimate your own martial arts skills by constantly observing the fighting skills of ferocious beasts. Currently you have observed 5, white tiger, antelope deer, black bear, Tarzan ape, and eagle falcon. Will you spend 10 enlightenment points to learn the beasts of war? After observing a health-supporting ancient martial art, he once again had an epiphany of a powerful ancient martial art that possessed growth. How could Su Chen not learn it? Although the grade of this ancient martial art is only D, but in the future, as long as he observes more ferocious beasts battles and turns them into his own, he will be able to learn it. The 100 beasts battle for heaven record would be able to evolve and grow, and eventually become an S-grade ancient martial art. Yes. Instantly, the mysteries of the 100 beasts contesting for heaven record transformed into pure knowledge in Su Chen's mind, which he grasped as much as he could. In the martial arts dojo, Su Lei, who had performed a whole set of 5 birds of prey, returned to Chi Unity and opened her eyes. And then, turned her head to look at the students below. Alright, that's all the movements of this ancient martial art, the 5 animal play. Below, let me explain the essentials of the movements in it in steps. And at this time, Su Chen had long been traveling beyond 1,000 mountains, immersed in the new art mastered in his mind, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 10 Underground Martial Arts Fight, Blood Chi Rises Again. Evening. After school, Su Chen ruthlessly bought a few pounds of raw beef on his way home, preparing to feed the golden python. The better the food the golden python ate in the process of evolution, the more energy it would ingest, and the faster it would evolve. As his second doppelganger, although the golden python wasn't strong now, it would definitely be of great use in the future. In his previous life, Su Chen had read a novel in which the protagonist had a golden horned beast's doppelganger that crisscrossed the universe, devouring the stars, and was terrifying. Would his golden python be able to evolve to be that powerful one day? Su Chen was very expectant in his heart. It was just that currently, he was too shy to buy better ferocious beast ingredients than ordinary meat. It seems that the work of making money will have to start taking place tonight. Su Chen muttered in his heart. Returning home, he immediately came to the front of the breeding glass cabinet and saw that the golden python was resting with its eyes closed. So he switched his spirit into the golden python's body. In the next instant, the golden python opened its eyes, and its eyes were filled with an intelligent spirituality. Su Chen had dropped the raw beef cut into small pieces into the glass cabinet beforehand, and now he only needed to maneuver the golden python to swallow the food and then run the food refining technique. You have performed the python devouring blood technique. Your chi and blood value has increased by 0.5, and your body length has increased by 0.1 centimeters. You have performed the python devouring blood technique. Your blood value has increased by 0.5 and your body length has increased by 0.1 centimeter. You have cast the anaconda devouring blood technique, increasing your blood value by 0.5 and your body length by 0.1 centimeters. Eventually, after feeding the entire raw beef, the golden python's blood value actually directly increased by 7 points, and its body length also increased by nearly 2 centimeters. Split, golden python juvenile. Bloodline, none at the moment hidden unawakened high beast bloodline. Strength, 6. Speed, 7. Endurance, 5. Spirit, 22. Blood and gas value, 180. Level, mortal rank hatchling unranked. Technique, anaconda devouring blood technique LV1, 100 beasts struggle for heaven records. Because the golden python belonged to a beast body, the 100 beasts striving for heaven record, an ancient martial art, the golden python's original body was actually able to use it as well. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Feeling that the golden python's abdomen had begun to be a bit overwhelmed, the energy in its body also needed a moment of time to be more thoroughly digested. And so it shifted its consciousness once again from the golden python's body back to itself. The rest of the uneaten beef was naturally a treat for himself. Thus, Su Chen sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy the hard-won delicacies, while his main body also operated the python devouring blood law to digest it. You have executed the Python devouring blood technique, your chi and blood value has increased by 0.5 points. You have cast the anaconda devouring blood technique. Your blood value has increased by 0.5 points. You cast the anaconda devouring blood technique, increasing your blood value by 0.5 points. After eating the rest of the beef, his chi blood value also came from 192 to 214. The human body's chi and blood value growth is definitely a bit slower than that of a golden python. But a few pounds of beef could be exchanged for an 18-point increase in chi and blood values. This kind of horrifying speed, if it was told out, it would piss off all the students in the school. Hiccup, I'm full. Yes. Feeling his body filled to the brim with energy, Su Chen patted his stomach and stood up with satisfaction. The next step is to find a way to get money. He simply cleaned up and was ready to go out again. After thinking about it, he set his destination as the red light district in the old city. It was the most chaotic and lively there, so there were the most ways to make money. Taking the hovering spirit rail car, soon, Su Chen arrived at the red light district of Luohai City. Just as he got off the bus, dense and cluttered crowds of people and neon billboards of various colors came on him all together in the gorgeous night color. This was the most chaotic area of Luohai City, belonging to the unregulated zone. All sorts of dark deals and underground markets take place here. The streets are lined with casinos, greenhouses, KTVs, open bars, and some forbidden martial arts gyms, among others. And Su Chen's target was the underground martial arts arena, located in the center of the red light district. He walked into the building, entered the elevator, and came to the negative 10th floor. Just as he exited the elevator, his ears were filled with all kinds of screams and shouts. Only at the end of the corridor was a huge space. The huge spectator arena that was recessed downwards was filled with all kinds of crazy people. And at the bottom, right in the center of the crowd, was a ring. Instead of a ring, it was more like it was a martial arts octagon. In the cage, there were two burly, muscular men fighting each other at the moment. The fist-to-flesh fight made the audience under the stage more and more crazy and excited, screaming and shouting non-stop. This was the lowest specification martial arts match that the underground martial arts arena usually conducted. Anyone could participate, but once they did, they had to fight until a winner was decided. Because of the low level, those who participated in the tournament were basically ordinary people with strong hands, and there were no martial artists involved. Some of these ordinary people who exercised regularly had mastered more powerful fighting techniques, while others were naturally lanky in body type. And those who won consecutive victories could then advance and go on to compete in higher-profile martial arts tournaments to become true fighters. Su Chen took out the rabbit head mask he had prepared long ago and put it on his head, then followed the staff and came backstage. May I ask how much commission is there for participating in a fighting match? Su Chen asked to the manager standing behind the counter. There's a guarantee of 2,000 credits just for participating, and 5,000 credits for winning a game. Martial arts fights were dangerous, injuries and bloodshed were rare, and it was not uncommon for people to be knocked into the ICU. But the only way to inspire the audience is to fight with real blood. That's why there's a guarantee of 2,000 credits just for participating in a martial arts fight. Little brother. You don't think you want to participate, do you? The manager's somewhat fatuous face cast a skeptical look. Su Chen directly nodded, his face hidden behind a rabbit head mask, and said in a deliberately lowered voice. That's right, I want to participate in tonight's fighting match. What? You're not kidding, are you? Although anyone can participate in a martial arts tournament, you might get killed if you go to fight. With this physique. The manager glanced up and down at Su Chen's physique and shook his head, seeing that he did not want him to compete. You can send someone to try my hands first, if it's okay, I'll participate. Although the manager didn't want to agree to that. But seeing that the kid was still standing still, he had no choice but to casually wave one of the fighters who had just won the match over to this side. Han, come over and try how this little brother's hands are. Holler. The boxer with the bulging muscles immediately trotted over. However, when he saw his opponent, the expression on his face froze. Little brother, you're kidding, right? With a physique like yours, you still dare to come to an underground fighting tournament? Although for martial artists, one could not judge a person's strength by their physique. But he didn't believe that this young-looking teenager could reach the level of a martial artist. For ordinary people, having a big physique meant having a lot of strength, which meant having an absolute advantage. Let's fight first. An emotionless response came from behind the rabbit head mask. Subsequently, Su Chen directly opened his stance, posing with the very ancient martial art that he had just comprehended today, the 100 beasts striving for heaven record. His hands took on the posture of a tiger's claw, but his body was like a ghostly and flexible ape, instantly winding his way towards his opponent's near front. Not good. Before Han had time to react, he saw a figure flashing close to him, and instantly his heart went cold, knowing that he had misjudged his opponent's strength. And the next moment, Su Chen had already appeared behind him. Su Chen's 5 fingers pinched the man's vitals, causing Han to feel numb all over. He was appalled in his heart. Before he even had time to make any movements, this kid actually came behind him and grabbed the vitals?
This kid, can it be that he is a student of the Yin Yang Martial Arts School? Yin Yang Martial School, that was one of the world's top 3 martial arts schools. Only the students who came out from that side could have such strength before they became martial artists. The manager was also someone with eyesight. Seeing this scene, he was instantly and equally shocked. This is an ancient martial art? At a young age, you actually know ancient martial arts? Chapter 11. All shocked, the might of ancient martial arts. Su Chen let go of Ahan's vitals, and his gaze under the mask redirected to the manager. Now, am I qualified? Can, I'll enroll you now. May I ask your name, or code name? Bunny. Su Chen thought casually and replied indifferently. Soon. The manager placed his information into the next martial arts fight, and in 2 more fights, it would be his turn to go to the ring. Su Chen also directly received a guarantee of 2,000 credits. As long as he won a match, he would still have 5,000 credits to get. This is the commission card for our underground martial arts arena, take it. Any commission you receive will be deposited into this card and can be withdrawn at any bank. At this point, the manager no longer dared to underestimate the seemingly thin teenager in front of him, smilingly handing Su Chen a magnetic card with a black texture. Su Chen reached out and took it, nodding slightly. Aha! Although the words were forced to hold back his emotions, there was indeed some excitement in his heart at the moment. How many tea eggs did he have to sell in the past to earn $2,000? And now it's just a matter of attending a fighting match. It's just so easy to come by money when you have power. Su Chen came to the waiting room and waited, while doing some warm-up exercises. He was confident that with the ancient martial arts he had mastered now, any fighting technique would be unbeatable in front of him. The only ancient martial arts that could be fought against ancient martial arts. And among the ordinary people who had not become martial artists, there were very few who could master an ancient martial art. So Su Chen had absolute confidence and certainty about winning the match. Soon, another match ended and it was Su Chen's turn to take the court. On the stage was a fighter who had already won 2 matches in a row, and with the referee and the entire crowd shouting in excitement, decided to continue with the 3rd fighting bout. Very good, very good. Our Red Dragon fighter has chosen to continue with the 3rd fight. He has now earned a prize of 10,000 credits. If he wins the 3rd fight, the prize money will be doubled to 20,000. Are you ready? Okay, let's see who's up next. The greasy-haired host shouted from the stage with a microphone, glancing at the display he was holding as he did so. Immediately afterward, his voice became more excited. Oh gosh, the next one up is actually a teenager who has mastered an ancient martial art. Is this possible? A teenager has actually mastered a powerful ancient martial art. Or is this just a gimmick, a scam? The answer will be revealed soon. Please welcome the bunny contestants. Under the loud chants of the entire arena, Su Chen, wearing a rabbit head mask, took 2 steps up to the ring's octagonal cage. However, after everyone saw his thin physique, the chants changed to a boo. No one seemed to believe that this teenager, who looked like he was still in middle school, could master a complete ancient martial art. Even some seed students of martial arts universities may not all be able to master a handful of ancient martial arts. What's more, most of the ones who have mastered it are still ancient martial arts of the permaculture lineage. Ancient martial arts with a killing nature are not only rare, but also difficult to learn. Even among the senior students of my Yin Yang Martial School, not many of them have mastered a complete ancient martial art. In the corner of the stage, a middle-aged man shook his head and said to a young and enchanting female beside him. Taking a closer look at the woman's appearance, it was none other than Xu Lei from Haidu Wushu University, whom Su Chen had seen in class today. Maybe it's just a made-up front. Even if you really have that kind of strength, why would you need to come to an underground boxing ring, go to any martial arts school and be able to be registered as a senior student? Xu Lei's face carried a beautiful and enchanting look, hiding her fiery figure underneath a loose black outfit. She also raised her head and looked towards the ring below. Both of them were personnel of the Yin Yang Martial Arts Center in the old part of Luo High City, so naturally, they knew more about ancient martial arts than other ordinary people. They also knew how difficult it was to master a complete ancient martial art. Many martial artists who were just starting out would not necessarily be able to do so. That said, I did see a few good seedlings today when I was at Luo High No. 2 Middle School with my senior year's underclassmen. One of them has really mastered an ancient martial arts fist technique, and it's quite not weak. Oh? Is it a student from our martial arts school? Doesn't seem to be. You can master an ancient martial art at a young age. You can bring him to our Yin Yang Martial Arts Center sometime. I'll take a look at his qualifications. Good. Xu Lei smiled and said to the vice master of the Yin Yang Martial Arts Center beside her. Originally, when Xu Lei was in high school, she was also a senior student of the Yin Yang Martial School, and she was extremely familiar with this vice pavilion master as well. And this time, when she came back, she specifically came to pay a visit. The two of them had nothing to do, so they came here to the underground fighting arena for a pastime. At this point, the battle on the stage had already begun, and the audience under the stage didn't think much of Su Chen, but instead cheered and applauded for Red Dragon. only to see the burly man with a red dragon tattooed on his muscles. With a loud roar, he pounced towards Su Chen. Even though his opponent was just a weak-looking teenager, he didn't take it lightly, but instead used his full strength as soon as he came up. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Su Chen also realized that his opponent's fighting technique was the same as the one Huang Ziming had used in the morning, only his movements were more sophisticated. In fact, Red Dragon himself was a veteran of the army and had been drilling military fighting techniques for many years. It had long been perfected, and was many times stronger than Huang Ziming, who had never participated in actual combat. However, Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. Looking at the swift silhouette that rushed over, he directly executed the 100 beasts contesting heaven record. A part. His figure was suddenly like a nimble ape, prancing from side to side in the octagonal cage, instantly jumping to the iron net above him and propping himself up on it backhandedly like a spider. Hoo-hoo! It seemed that all the spectators did not expect this scene, and a lot of surprised voices came to mind in the arena when they saw Su Chen's wonderful dodge. While Su Chen's movements did not stop. After dodging the opponent's attack, surprisingly, he immediately drew his body closer. Both fists were already changing positions in the air, as if they were butterflies wearing flowers, hitting the air with 3 explosions. Tongbei fist. Not good. What kind of fist is this? Although Red Dragon had tried his best to dodge, yet his face was still struck by the shadow of his completely elusive fist. With a miserable cry, he flew backwards. Chapter 12, The Iron King makes his appearance, the king of fighting. In the first match, Su Chen won with an absolute advantage. The fight that ended very quickly made the audience and the referee under the stage not react yet. But soon the referee came to the Red Dragon lying on the ground and started counting down, 10, 9, 8, 1. After waiting for the referee to count down to 10, Red Dragon still couldn't get up. Oh my god, I can't believe it. He really beat Red Dragon. This is an ancient martial art. This must be the power of an ancient martial art. This teenager really mastered the ancient martial arts. It's awesome. At this moment, everyone finally realized that this seemingly weak teenager in front of them was really mastering some kind of powerful ancient martial art. Rabbit! 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 The room erupted into a loud cheer. And at that moment, Shulei, who was sitting in the corner, also stared wide-eyed. The ancient martial art that the figure on the stage was performing quickly reminded her of something. So carefully, she began to recognize the figure wearing a rabbit head mask. He's actually... Can't go wrong. Although he hadn't looked closely just now, once he carefully recognized it, he realized that the other party's height and figure were almost identical to the student named Su Chen this morning. Sitting beside him, the vice master of the Yin-Yang Martial School, Zhang Han, was also shocked. Ray, I didn't realize that this teenager really mastered an ancient martial art, and it seems like there's more than one. That kind of footwork ancient martial art that can instantly and flexibly rotate and vacillate, and that kind of boxing ancient martial art that punches out bursts of sound in the air. This teenager is not ordinary. I wonder which martial arts school's talented student. Shulei heard Zhang Heng's admiration and also forced down her inner shock and said, Vice Pavilion Master, this teenager seems to be the one I just told you about, the senior student from Luo High Middle School who knows ancient martial arts. Zhang Heng turned his head in some surprise and looked at Shulei, who was at the side. Is it really him? Well, yes, I'm sure. What a hero. But at a young age, why would he come to an underground boxing match? It should be known that this kind of talented youngsters, whose time is precious, usually won't waste their cultivation time to participate in this kind of meaningless competition. Possibly, he is very short of money? Shulei uttered the words, a little unconvinced herself. A teenage genius who knew ancient martial arts, no matter which martial arts school he went to, he would be the object of competition. And a senior student of a regular martial arts school would receive a monthly subsidy from the Ministry of Education. Not to mention a genius like him, as long as he helped bring new students to the martial arts school every month, it wouldn't be easy to casually get a small tens of thousands of dollars. At this point, in the fighting ring, the oily referee raised the microphone once again. Brilliant, that was shocking. I didn't realize that the Red Dragon player, who won 3 matches in a row, didn't even last a single round under the Rabbit player. I declare the winner of this match, the Rabbit. The referee raised Su Chen's hand high and announced the winner of this victory. Then quickly, he once again turned his head to look at Su Chen. Then may I ask Rabbit, do you intend to participate in the next match? Participate. 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 The shouts from the stands grew more and more enthusiastic, and the crowd seemed to have been rekindled, all hoping to see this talented youngster fight a few more times. And Su Chen didn't fail to live up to the crowd's enthusiasm, and in the midst of the screams from the entire arena, he bashfully nodded his head. I'll participate in the next fight. Originally, he hadn't intended to close out a fight. Now that he was here, it was only natural to make enough money. Good, very good. Now, please welcome the next challenger to the stage. In the next few competition arenas, Su Chen was simply unstoppable.
In less than an incense burner's time, he won 3 players in a row and directly fought his way to the 4th match of the ring. His 2 ancient martial arts were also in the midst of the actual battle, and he became more and more skillful in performing them.
Good. Rabbit, now you have won 4 matches in a row. If you win the last one again, you'll get a ticket to the King of Fighters. But for the 5th match, there will be a real fighter to test your strength. And the total prize money for winning the 5th fight will be 100,000 credits. May I ask, do you still insist on participating in the 5th fight? Su Chen had planned to give up.
Winning 4 games in a row was already not a small windfall, and he was afraid that if he won too much at once, there would be certain eyes in the shadows that would stare at him. However, after hearing the reward of 100,000 credits, he hesitated for only a moment before changing his mind. Straight away, he nodded, "I'll participate."
He needed money now, lots of it.
So, for this last fight, he still decided to win first.
Good, then it's time to start and enter the final fight mode.
The lights on the entire arena suddenly dimmed. A depressing atmosphere filled the surroundings. And in the midst of this depression, all the crowds became even more frenzied and they were all shouting a name.
Iron King. The Iron King. Iron King. At that moment, at the entrance to the octagonal cage,
on the entranceway, a strong man with a muscular body came forward. He wore an iron mask on his face, forming a pattern of a stern, green-faced, fanged ghost that. His naked upper body was almost covered in tattoos of various ferocious beasts. To the shouting crowd around him, he raised his arm and let out a roar.
Su Chen's eyes under his mask stared.
He could feel that the power of chi and blood in this opponent was not ordinary, and he was afraid that he would surpass himself by a lot.
It's a formidable opponent. Su Chen calmed down.
In the next moment, amidst the shouts of the entire crowd, Iron King directly actually jumped straight up from below, leaping over the iron cage above and into the fighting ring. The Iron King is the keeper of the 5th fight, and only after passing him will you be qualified to be called a true fighter.
Now, the match begins.
As the host quickly retreated, the iron cage around them closed up tightly.
The atmosphere of the entire arena instantly reached the highest heat. I didn't expect to see the final duel tonight, it's just great. I'd like to see the caliber of this teenager, just how good is he? His power of chi and blood is obviously inferior to the opposite Iron King. I'm afraid the fight will be extraordinarily tough. Xu Lei and Zhang Heng beside her also talked, their eyes looking somewhat worried. But if his ancient martial arts are pure enough, even if his blood chi isn't as good as the opposite side, he won't necessarily be unable to defeat them. The words are so. But the district is a teenager, the level of ancient martial arts, even if it is stronger, how strong can it be? Zhang Heng was still not optimistic about Su Chen in his heart. Quite simply, for an ancient martial art to reach perfection, it required a lot of time to practice and even actual combat. A teenager obviously didn't have that much time and opportunity to practice in real combat.
And the guy on the opposite side, not only was he big and had high chi and blood, but to be able to serve as a ring keeper, his grappling skills, even if not as good as ancient martial arts, were certainly not weak. What's more, age itself was a kind of experience. Therefore, Su Chen's chances of winning were very slim. However, if Su Chen knew what Zhang Heng was thinking, he would probably only scoff.
Was ancient martial arts difficult? I'm sorry, that's because you're not hanging.
However, despite the certainty of victory, Su Chen still didn't take it lightly. The opponents in the previous matches though also had tough muscles and great strength on their bodies. But they were all still in the realm of ordinary people. But this fighter named Iron King was beyond that. Although he had not yet reached the level of a martial artist. But the blood chi value can already be called a quasi-martial artist.
Moreover, what he didn't know was,
the Iron King had already practiced a set of fighting techniques specifically for the ring in his long time of fighting.
Trapped beast fighting technique.
There were few opponents in previous ring fights. I hope you'll give the old man all the fun he can handle. The Iron King looked at the rabbit-headed teenager across from him, and there wasn't the slightest hint of contempt in his eyes as he said in a low voice. He knew that he couldn't judge a person's strength by their appearance, especially when the other party was a guy who had won 4 rings in a row.
Let's try it then.
Su Chen was also not afraid in the slightest, having absolute confidence in his own strength. Back up a million steps, even if the ancient martial arts cannot help each other. The extinguishing lotus demon flame, rooted in his sea of consciousness, would be enough to burn the opposite party cleanly by offering just one strand. However, it was obvious that for a competition of this level, taking out the extinguishing lotus demon flame was purely a trivial use.
Fine, let's try it then.
At this moment, it seemed that the tower-like strong man on the opposite side was inspired to fight, and immediately let out a low roar and rushed towards him.
Chapter 13, surprisingly, it's a great ancient martial art. Shocked Vice Pavilion Master Hung.
The Iron King's obviously very sturdy body was surprisingly incomparably flexible as well, attacking along the iron cage towards Su Chen's side. Very fast. But my punches are even faster. Su Chen stood still, immobile as a mountain, his hands punched out flower-piercing residual shadows, once again making explosive sounds in the air.
Bang 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 bang. 9 explosions in a row. No good, it's an ancient martial arts fist technique. Iron King's reflexes were amazing enough to.
At the time of the attack, he had already felt the kind of overbearing power in Su Chen's fist wind. His body instantly catapulted out and, not letting a single minute of the fist fall on him. Although his physique was strong enough, he wouldn't take a hard set of skills from the opposite side.
Sure enough,
this opponent is too different from the previous ones in terms of both reflexes and speed.
Is this a professional fighter?
Su Chen muttered to himself in his heart, then the corner of his mouth coldly hooked.
But, it's not enough. His eyes turned cold as he once again executed the 100 Beast Striving for Heaven technique. Body technique Eagle's Blast. Almost instantaneously. He then perched himself backwards towards his opponent, and their figures intersected as they moved. And in Su Chen's hands, he once again performed a complete set of Tongbei Fist. Bang 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 bang.
13 sounds in a row, and they were 2 sets of ancient martial arts executed in conjunction with each other. What kind of speed is this? The Iron King couldn't see the shadow of the punch clearly at all, and could only use his arms to protect his head in spite of it, protecting the important parts. However, there were still a few punches that smashed raw into his chest. That kind of overbearing strength actually made it difficult for his quasi-martial artist's body to withstand it.
This ancient martial fist technique is at least grade B.
The Iron King was horrified in his heart. This was actually a set of ancient martial arts above B rank.
As we all know,
every set of ancient martial arts above D rank was precious and was a secret that was not passed down by the various forces. An AB grade ancient martial art was enough to be used as a medium-sized force or a strong martial general level practitioner's pressure tactic.
It's hard to believe that there's actually a martial general level powerhouse behind this kid? Who is it? His parents? Endless speculations instantly surged in the Iron King's heart. If he wasn't the direct descendant of a strong martial general, how could he have mastered AB class ancient martial arts so skillfully at such a young age? He didn't wait for him to continue thinking more.
The force in Su Chen's hand changed once again, turning into a tiger's palm and slapping at the Iron King's chest. The force of the Tongbei Fist, together with the tiger palm strike, made the Iron King's throat sweet, and his burly body slammed down hard on the iron cage at the back. In this scene, all the spectators below were dumbfounded.
How is it possible? The Iron King was actually defeated by. Just like that?
The Iron King has held the ring 9 times, how come this time he was actually dominated by an unheard of kid? But I have to say, that teenager's stance is really something. It's so fast, it's impossible to see his punches and movements. Even more shocked than the crowd was Zhang Hong, who was sitting in the corner. As a high-ranked martial artist, when Su Chen exerted the true power of the Tongbei Fist, he immediately saw the extraordinary nature of the art. Xiaolei, the ancient martial arts fist technique that this kid is performing is not an ordinary ancient martial arts.
This kind of fist art is an ancient martial art that has reached at least B rank. Which family lineage in Luo High City is he an heir to?
Zhang Heng carefully recognized Su Chen's movements on the stage, trying to compare them with the various boxing styles in his memory, but none of them were similar. Xu Lei's beautiful eyes were also overflowing with shock, and when she heard the question from the vice master of the Yin Yang martial arts school next to her, she shook her jade neck in a somewhat stunned manner. I don't know, it's also the first time I've seen him perform this ancient martial art at full strength. When I saw it at school, I thought it was just an ordinary F-grade ancient martial art, but I didn't realize it was actually B-grade.
AB rank ancient martial art. What does that mean?
In Haiti University, the worst B-grade ancient martial arts all had to be exchanged for at least 50 credits for one.
A whole 50 credits.
Even for myself, who had already made 2 trips to the Abyssal cave, I had only saved up about 30 credits.
And this student named Su Chen.
He hadn't even gone to the martial arts university yet, but he had already mastered AB-ranked ancient martial arts fist technique and had reached such a pure level of proficiency? Xu Lei did not know whether to be envious or jealous in her heart for a moment. Inwardly, she was also speculating, what kind of existence is behind the other party? Like this, Xiaolei. In a moment, let's go find this Su Chen student and see if he is willing to join our Yin Yang martial school. Zhang Heng pressed down his emotions and said to Xu Lei.
Well, I'll take you to him a bit later when he's off the field. As for whether he wants to or not, it's up to him. Fighting ring.
The Iron King crashes into the iron mesh at the edge of the ring, and to his surprise, actually makes a trip straight towards the ground, looking like he'll never be able to get up again. Although the referee was a bit confused, he quickly came to the Iron King's side and began to report the count. 10, 9, 8, 7. In fact, the Iron King still had some strength left, but was no longer interested in fighting.
What was the point for him to continue fighting?
A talented young man who had mastered more than one ancient martial art and had reached the realm of pure proficiency, it would be difficult for him to fight to a draw even if he used his full strength. What's more, in case you hurt the other party directly behind the face of a strong martial arts general level to find their own.
Iron King think about the heart are trembling.
A strong martial arts general level That was a figure that ordinary people could not reach and should never mess with. Even if he was a quasi-martial artist, in front of a martial general, he would probably be reduced to slag in an instant. Therefore, he didn't want to do this kind of thankless thing, so he might as well send a favor and admit defeat in disguise. 3, 2, 1. The referee watched as the countdown ended and the Iron King still hadn't gotten to his feet, so he could only stand up somewhat helplessly. Unexpectedly, this match actually ended again after only less than 3 rounds of exchanges. So he went forward and raised Su Chen's arm, holding the microphone and shouting towards the whole arena. Let's congratulate contestant Bunny for winning 5 matches in a row and qualifying for the King of Fighters challenge, as well as receiving a reward of 100,000 credits. Hearing the referee's voice, the entire room once again erupted in thunderous cheers. Su Chen didn't care about the King of Fighters challenge. However, when he heard that there were 100,000 credits to be taken, there was still a hint of a smile under the mask. Making 100,000 in one night. This is the charm of the strong. Since he had won the match, there was no need for him to linger on. He directly walked out of the ring and came backstage. At this point, the manager backstage seemed to have been waiting with bated breath for a long time as well. On his face, he could no longer see any contempt, but instead piled up a thick smile. Heroes come out of youths, Mr. Rabbit. I didn't expect that after only using such a short period of time, you've actually directly fought through 5 fighting matches and advanced to the King of Fighters challenge. On the side, a Han who was resting once again saw the figure of this teenager. Just now, fortunately, the other party did not lay a deadly hand on him, or else he would not even know how he died. Su Chen didn't care about the manager's compliments and only responded lightly. Overrated. Then, taking out his black card, he asked, has the money been credited to this card? Well, don't worry, our reputation is guaranteed. The 100,000 reward money plus 5 games totaling 10,000 credits of guarantee money, all of it has been credited to this card. That's good. Su Chen nodded, then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Please wait a moment. Mr. Rabbit, you have already obtained the qualification for the King of Fighters challenge on the weekend. May I ask if you will come to compete? If you win one match, there will be a reward money of $100,000. There's even a $1 million championship fund if you win the King of Tournament Fighting. Su Chen heard the manager say this and was a bit moved inside, but still didn't give a definite answer, just said, I know, if I have time, I will come over. Okay, if you want to come and compete, please contact me in advance. My contact information is on the black card. Got it. Anything else? That's all, have a nice evening. The manager smiled and bowed towards Su Chen. After saying that, Su Chen loaded his black card and walked towards the elevator of the underground fighting arena. Chapter 14, Joining the Yin Yang Martial Arts School. Su Chen re-entered the first floor and prepared to leave the building. At the exit of the building, there were 2 silhouettes standing in his path of necessity. Seeing his appearance, both of their gazes were directed towards him. Su Chen also swept a glance towards them and actually saw a familiar face. It was Xu Lei who had taught him the meditation technique and 5 animal play in today's martial arts class. Ha! Why is she here? Su Chen frowned lightly. Hi, Su Chen student, it's you, isn't it? Xu Lei smiled coquettishly, with a mature politeness on her delicate face, and spoke first. Su Chen only had to pause in his steps. It couldn't be helped, the opposite party had already recognized him, so if he pretended not to recognize him now and walked away, it would be too much of a disrespect to this schoolmate. So, Su Chen simply did not pretend, directly removed the mask on his face, pretending to look at Xu Lei Dao with a look of surprise. Ha! How come senior sister Xu Lei is here? What a coincidence, right? Xu Lei laughed. I'm even more curious. When I saw school brother Su Chen in class today, I only thought that the boxing skills surprised me, but after just seeing school brother's performance in the ring, it shocked school sister to no end. Before even attending the martial arts university, you have mastered the B-level ancient martial arts and have already cultivated the ancient martial arts to such a realm. School brother, you are hiding very deeply. Xu Lei clasped her hands on her chest, her tone carrying a test if nothing else. Where, it's all just a fluke. Su Chen deliberately scratched his head as if he was pretending to be shy. Forget it, this is your secret, I won't ask too much, this time it's this one next to me who wants to find you with something to say. Xu Lei's pretty face nodded gently towards the side. At this time, another middle-aged man stepped forward and smiled at Su Chen. Hello fellow student Su, I am the deputy head of the Luo City District Yin Yang Martial Arts Center, Zheng Heng. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was inwardly a little surprised. Through his memories, he knew exactly what status the Yin Yang Martial Arts School had in Longxia. Greetings. Zheng Heng nodded and looked at Su Chen with an appreciative gaze as he continued. Today, I also had nothing to do and wandered around the underground ring with Xiao Lei for a pastime, but I didn't expect to see the scene of Su's classmate fighting in the ring. Classmate Su hasn't even reached martial artist yet, but he's actually already able to execute a great ancient martial art so purely, truly a hero comes out of a young man. Pavilion Master is flattering. Su Chen's face was bland, only when he saw the slightly searching expression on this Pavilion Master Zhang's face, he knew it wasn't that simple.
Sure enough, immediately the other party asked again, I don't know which of Luo High City's martial arts generals is Su's honorary father? Or perhaps, not in Luo High?
Zhang Hong was almost certain inwardly that being able to let his son practice a great ancient martial art before becoming a martial artist, Su Chen's parents were bound to be no ordinary martial artists. In this regard, Su Chen had long since thought of a foolproof plan. So he replied without the slightest bit of panic, I'm actually an orphan. Upon hearing this, both Xu Lei and Zhang Heng's gazes froze. Immediately, however, Su Chen continued, I was able to acquire the ancient martial arts all because I befriended a mysterious old-timer when I was young. The ancient martial arts that I have mastered were all given to me at the whim of that senior. However, that old senior likes to be quiet by nature and is often seen as a dragon, so it's not convenient to disclose his identity. Instead of saying that he had relied on his own sense of ancient martial arts by relying on his heaven-defying enlightenment, it would be better to say that a mysterious old-timer was the one who had given it to him, or at least that would be more reasonable. And it couldn't be disproved either. As expected, listening to these words, although Zhang Hong and Xu Lei were subconsciously somewhat unable to believe it, they could not find any doubt. A mysterious old-timer could actually casually pass a great ancient martial art to a child. Then his level was definitely not something that Zhang Hong and Xu Lei could surreptitiously speculate about.
Martial general level is just the bottom line.
Thinking of this, even Zhang Heng's gaze toward Su Chen changed a little.
I see.
Student Su was really a martial arts wizard. To be valued by that kind of old senior, I think he must be a person with excessive talent. To be able to skillfully master a B-rank ancient martial art at this age already speaks for itself. What's more, the other party seemed to be harboring more than one ancient martial art.
I don't dare to do so. Su Chen humbled himself, then said with a frank face, if this is all Pavilion Master Zhang wants to ask, then can I leave now? There is actually one more thing. May I ask if young friend Su can join any martial arts school now? That's not true.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes seemed to brighten for a moment before he asked, then is it
possible that you have thought about joining a martial arts school to try it out?
But after asking, Zhang Hong felt a bit foolish again. The opposite party was secretly guided by a mysterious senior who was at least at the level of martial general, and even had a high probability of surpassing the level of martial general. Wasn't it 1,000 times stronger than joining any martial arts school?
But Su Chen said thoughtfully,
I did consider this problem. After all, that old senior is often a dragon, and I also need a more professional venue for some training.
But I'm just an ordinary person. I usually have to go to school, so I don't have much time to make money.
And martial arts school tuition is quite expensive, so usually I can only find a place where no one is alone to train. Hearing this, Xu Lei on the side couldn't help but speak up, can't that old timer
just help you out with your life as you go along?
After all, a strong person who was at least at the level of martial general, casually throwing out a card, it was estimated to be a deposit of millions, right?
Slaughtering high-ranked ferocious beasts was a quick way to make money.
Alas, the old senior thought that I didn't lack money, and I was too embarrassed to ask him for it. After all, he had already passed on many higher martial arts to me, so how could I have the face to ask for money again? Su Chen scratched his head and pretended to look a little ashamed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong, however, felt that his chance had come, so he hurriedly said, then why don't you, little friend Su, come to our Yin-Yang martial arts school? I can directly exempt you from any fees, and directly register you as a senior student of the Yin-Yang martial arts school. As you know, the Yin-Yang martial school is one of the 3 major martial arts schools in Longxia, and it naturally possesses various advantages, such as being able to qualify you to participate in the martial arts examination before you set foot in the university. And by becoming a senior student of the martial arts school, even if you just bring along low intermediate students within the martial arts school, you'll have quite a bit of remuneration to take every month, so there's absolutely no need to waste time participating in such dangerous underground fighting matches.
And if you become a senior student?
Su Chen silently listened to Zhang Heng's gushing introduction, and in his heart, he had actually already hooked the corners of his mouth. Of course he knew the benefits of joining the Yin-Yang martial school and becoming a senior student. This in itself was equivalent to a diploma. As long as you were a senior trainee of the Yin-Yang martial arts school, even if you went out to work as a bodyguard, you would be able to double your salary compared to others. This was the reputation of the 3 major martial arts schools in Longxia. Since you've said so, Pavilion Master Zhang, then I'll respectfully follow your order. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong, who was still a little apprehensive inside, instantly had a gleam in his eyes.
So, little friend Su, you've agreed? Well, I'm willing to become a student of the Yin-Yang martial school.
Then, will that senior behind you?
It won't be,
don't worry, there's no conflict between that old senior and the Yin-Yang Martial Arts Center.
Good, that's good. Then it's a deal.
Zhang Hong, as if he was afraid that Su Chen would refuse again, directly asked for his ID number, and on the spot, he used his cell phone registration code to directly help Su Chen register as a student of the Yin-Yang Martial Arts School. The certification of senior student should be processed tomorrow. Little friend Su, welcome to come to the Luo City District Yin-Yang Martial Arts Hall tomorrow. I can introduce you to the owner to get to know you.
Good, I'll make a trip there if I have the time.
After Su Chen finished speaking, he bid farewell to Zhang Hong and senior sister Shu Lei and left the old city red light district.
Chapter 15 Epiphany Grade S, Nirvana Bone Tempering Method. Before going home, Su Chen casually found a bank's 24-hour ATM.
Then he inserted his black card into the slot and checked the balance.
Sure enough, 110,000 credits have been deposited. A whole 110,000.
Su Chen looked at the wonderful string of numbers displayed on his bank card and felt that he had never been so rich. He first went online to handle the bank card binding business. Then he went to a seafood market with a spring-like smile on his face. Since it was already late at night, most of the stores in the seafood market had already closed, with only one still lit up, but it looked like it was about to close. Su Chen hurriedly entered that store and directly waved his hand, buying a dozen pounds of seafood. Now that he had money, he naturally had to buy more good stuff to make up for it first. Although ferocious beast-grade meat was something he couldn't afford to consume right now.
But some ordinary seafood was still affordable. Ha! Boss, how much is that eel?
The boss glanced in the direction Su Chen pointed and said, 2,600.
What? An eel for 2,600?
Young man, that's not an ordinary eel, it's a mutant eel. 2,600 is the price I quoted you because you're the last customer today. If it's during the day, it's not for sale for less than 3,000. Mutant creatures, that is, creatures that are already close to first-order ferocious beasts, but have not yet reached the ferocious beast level. The meat of such creatures tended to be more nutritious than normal creatures, and had significant benefits for the enhancement of blood qi. And since it wasn't particularly expensive, it was affordable for the average middle class.
If it was in the past, Su Chen wouldn't even dare to look at this kind of high-quality meat.
But today was different.
Boss, is it for sale for $2,000? 2,000?
No, at least 2,500.
After some bargaining, Su Chen finally took the mutant eel for 2,300.
Together with the other big bags of seafood, a full 20 to 30 pounds, all of them were taken. Only then was he satisfied with carrying all the things and returned to his low-cost room.
Make up another seafood dinner tonight.
After a night of fighting, Su Chen also felt hungry now. Immediately, he boiled water to cook seafood. In less than half an hour, all the seafood was all ready.
Served with a bought seafood dipping sauce, ready for a feast. Placed in the center of the table was the mutant eel that was a full half-meter long.
Let's eat this 2,000-plus eel of yours first and see if it's a good deal or not. There's no telling how much a mutated creature's meat can add to one's qi blood. Thus, Su Chen first picked up a piece of mutant eel's meat and directly stuffed it into his mouth. When the fish meat was in his stomach, he immediately operated the python-devouring blood law and began to digest the blood energy contained in the universe, integrating it into himself. You have operated the python-devouring blood technique, absorbing the blood energy of the mutated meat. Your own blood energy is 1.2 points. You've activated the python-devouring blood technique, absorbing the blood qi of mutated meat, 1.2 points of your own blood qi. You've activated the python-devouring blood technique, absorbing the blood qi of mutated meat, 1.2 points of your own blood qi. Attention, your blood and qi values have increased today and have reached the upper limit of what your body can withstand. After the majority of the mutant eel was consumed, Su Chen's blood qi value rose wildly by 27 points once again, reaching 241 points.
But right at this moment.
Instead, the system reminded him that the growth of his body's blood qi value had reached its upper limit and he couldn't get more through food. Feeling the pure energy in his abdomen and the powerful blood qi flowing to his limbs and bones, Su Chen felt that his body was filled with power.
However, right at this moment,
he suddenly felt that his bones all over his body began to feel a little hot and itchy, as if there were thousands of bugs gnawing at them.
This is bone quenching. Am I going to start my first bone quenching already?
Su Chen was pleasantly surprised beyond words. So he immediately sat down on the spot on his knees and began to focus on the changes within his body. When the blood qi value reached around 240 points, the human body would begin to experience its first bone quenching. The abundant blood qi in the body would reshape the bones of the human body, making them tougher and more tolerant.
After experiencing bone tempering, the upper limit of one's physical ability would be further increased, whether it was speed, endurance or strength, it would be greatly enhanced.
You are undergoing bone quenching, and due to your unbelievable enlightenment, you have had a series of epiphanies and have realized the S-rank bone quenching method, the Nirvana bone quenching method. Nirvana bone tempering method. By tempering your bones over and over again, you will eventually turn your bones into bronze, gold, or even jade bones, with infinite potential, so strong that you can shake mountains and tear apart a battleship in the universe. You still have 30 enlightenment points left. Do you want to spend 10 enlightenment points to learn the Nirvana bone tempering method? I actually realized another S-ranked bone hardening method. Su Chen snapped his eyes open, and within his eyes was endless surprise. The bone quenching process for ordinary people actually only required enduring all the pain during bone quenching, and when the bone quenching was completed, metamorphosis would naturally occur. But bone quenching is actually assisted by various feats. These gong methods were able to better guide the quenching of the bones, allowing the body's potential to be further developed and its future potential to be higher. However, these bone quenching techniques were often monopolized in the hands of major powers and strong men, and were simply unavailable to ordinary people. And Su Chen actually had an epiphany of an S-ranked bone tempering law just by tempering his bones for the first time. Learn. Although he didn't have many enlightenment points left, exchanging an S-ranked bone hardening law was definitely the most important thing he needed at the moment. In the next instant, countless mysteries about the Nirvana bone tempering method surged into Su Chen's mind like an enlightenment.
The operating veins of various blood chi, the way to stimulate bone nirvana regeneration, and various cultivation diagrams were all instantly grasped by Su Chen.
So this is the Nirvana bone tempering method. Su Chen was shocked beyond words after truly understanding the purpose of this bone tempering law. The Nirvana bone tempering method, as its name implied, was to break all the bones of the body one at a time and then let them be reborn as nirvana. Each time you reorganize your bones, you will enhance your potential several times, or even dozens of times more than the previous time. The bones would also undergo a complete qualitative change when nirvana reached the 9th, 18th, and 27th levels,
transforming into copper drums, golden bones, and even jade bones. Even this is not the limit of nirvana quenching bones.
S-class bone tempering technique, the effect is truly unbelievable. After understanding the heaven-defying effects of this technique, Su Chen immediately began to follow the various mysteries of the Nirvana bone tempering technique, guiding the operation of the blood chi around his body.
Performing the first quenching of the bones.
The first thing he had to do was to condense his entire body's blood chi into a tough chi silk, stabbing all the bones in his body with the chi silk into the smallest particles. This process was extremely painful, but Su Chen still gritted his teeth.
Nirvana was to live towards death.
Only by breaking the originally fragile bones could one mold a tougher root bone. Follow the bone hardening technique to endure the severe pain and run on.
In just half an hour, Su Chen completed the process.
At this moment, he looked like his face was all twisted together, and his body was even as if he was paralyzed. The bones of his body were shattered, so he only relied on his muscles and flesh to support the shape of his body.
Then, there is the Nirvana reorganization of the bones.
Su Chen began to follow the guidelines of the Nirvana crisp bone tempering technique, refining his body's blood chi in a completely different set of ways, turning it into an incomparably nourishing growth gel, bonding his bones together. Under the effect of the blood chi catalyzed by the gong method, Su Chen felt that the bones of his body were being formed into nirvana again at a terrifying speed. In another half an hour, the look of pain on Su Chen's face had disappeared, and his body seemed to have lost more than a circle of weight again, but his entire person looked even taller. His bones all over his body were finally reorganized.
First Nirvana bone tempering, successful. Chapter 16 Golden Python Evolution. Golden Spirit Python. Talent Awakening.
Su Chen snapped his eyes open, feeling that within the bones of his body, he seemed to be filled with inexhaustible power. He stood up and went to the mirror, realizing that he had actually grown a few centimeters taller than before. Skeletal Nirvana rebirth has not only made my bones tougher, but they've also grown quite a bit more than they originally were.
Then looked at his panel. Host, Su Chen. Power, 50. Speed, 62. Endurance, 44. Spirit, 28. Blood and gas value, 243 points. Level, Apprentice.
Techniques: Anaconda Devouring Blood Technique LV2, Tongbei Fist LV1, 100 Beast Struggle for Heaven Record LV1, Perishable Red Lotus Observation Technique LV1, Nirvana Bone Hardening Technique LV1.
Special, Demon Flame of Extinguishing Lotus LV1.
The reason most of his feats are LV1 today is because right now he hasn't become a martial artist yet and can't convert the blood chi in his body into yuan power. So even if the mastered feats were more skillful, they were just in vain and could not bring out their true power. Moreover, each merit law also had a display that could be tapped on. Su Chen casually tapped on the Nirvana Bone Tempering Law to check it out. Nirvana Bone Quenching Technique S-Class Technique, Rank LV1, Number of Bone Quenching Weights, 1, Bone Metamorphosis, none at the moment.
At that moment, Su Chen's stomach let out a long reverberating sound. Goo. So hungry.
Obviously, he had just finished eating most of the mutant eel, but Su Chen became very hungry once again. The body quenching just now had consumed too much of his blood chi, so his body was now severely lacking in energy. Fortunately, there were still a dozen pounds of well-done seafood and a small half of mutant eel on the table, enough for him to have another full meal. Thus, Su Chen immediately gulped down the seafood on the table and sent it to his mouth. You have run the Anaconda Devouring Blood Technique and gained 0.2 points of blood chi value. You have performed the Anaconda Devouring Blood Technique and have gained 0.2 points of blood chi.
Ha! Isn't it already at the upper limit? It's actually possible to gain blood chi? Su Chen instantly understood.
His body had brought about an increase in the upper limit of his potential due to the success of his Nirvana Bone Tempering, causing him to break through the upper limit of the daily blood chi value gain. Only, this time, the growth rate was much slower. This was because most of the blood chi was actually used to replenish the blood chi that one had just used up.
When it was full again, Su Chen realized that his blood chi value had risen by 2 points once again. It reached 264 points. Anaconda devouring blood law, it's too powerful. No, I should say that my enlightenment can be really powerful.
The gong method only plays a trivial supporting role.
Su Chen patted his stomach and let out a long sigh.
After eating and drinking enough, Su Chen looked at the seafood left on the table and prepared to feed it all to Little Gold. So once again, he came to the glass tank. By this time the golden python was resting on the gravel. It seemed as if the Little Gold was hibernating when it wasn't being manipulated by its own consciousness.
Su Chen dropped all the seafood into the glass tank, then switched his consciousness into the golden python once again.
I also don't know how much the golden python's daily blood chi value growth limit is. Su Chen realized that the python's stomach was like a bottomless pit. As long as it swallowed food, it was able to grow its blood chi, as if there was no bottleneck.
Could it be that this golden python's physical talent is much superior to mine?
Su Chen couldn't help but recall that on the panel of the golden python, the column of bloodline showed that there was an unawakened higher bloodline. Thinking so, he maneuvered himself to open his big mouth, pushing the seafood in front of him, all the way into his stomach. Then, it began to operate the python devouring blood law. Because of the fit of the technique, the food was digested much more rapidly within the golden python. You run the python devouring blood technique, gaining 1 point of blood chi value and growing in body length by 1 centimeter. You perform the python's blood devouring technique, gaining 1 point of blood energy and 1 centimeter in body length. When he finished devouring all the seafood, Su Chen still hadn't received the reminder of the golden python's blood chi ceiling.
So unbelievingly, he went downstairs again to the 24-hour supermarket and bought a lot of beef.
Up directly cut the raw beef into small pieces and once again fed it to the doppelganger to eat down. You run the anaconda devouring blood technique, gaining 1 point of blood chi value and growing in body length by 1 centimeter. You perform the python's blood devouring technique, gaining 1 point of blood energy and 1 centimeter in body length. The golden python's blood and chi value reaches 300 points, entering the growing body stage, metamorphosis begins. At this instant, Su Chen suddenly felt a fire-like swelling sensation flowing within his snake body. It was as if the scales of his epidermis had become a kind of bondage, making him unconsciously want to twist his body to break free. No, the glass tank is too small, I have to climb out. Su Chen struggled to twist his body and climbed out of the glass cylinder that was already about to fit its body. At once, the golden python, which was now close to 3 meters in length, came to the ground.
However, Su Chen didn't stop twisting,
because that feeling of bondage was getting heavier and heavier.
And that's when he knew what he had to do. Molting. After writhing for close to half an hour, half of Su Chen's snake body had already molted out of a layer of golden python skin. Another quarter of an hour passed, and his entire body finally completely molted out of the python skin. Successful metamorphosis, you have gained a new talent, all stats have been greatly increased. Once it wasn't bound by the old skin, the golden python snake body instantly began to skyrocket, reaching over 5 meters in length in no time. And the thickness was also double the original, looking like a behemoth that was strong enough to strangle lions and tigers. Split, golden spirit python grown body. Bloodline, unawakened high-level beast bloodline. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV1. Strength, 36. Speed, 48. Endurance, 60. Spirit, 28. Blood and gas value, 300 points. Strength level, quasi first order mutant beast. The golden python has actually metamorphosed into a golden spirit python and awakened a talent. Although the bloodline was still not awakened, a talent called golden spirit snake pupil was awakened. Su Chen tapped on the talent to view it.
Golden Spirit Snake Pupil, Ability 1, converge the power of the Golden Spirit into the pupil, releasing an obsidian ray that penetrates the enemy at the focus. 2, has the ability to identify treasures, can observe the treasure light emitted by rare items within 100 meters. There are actually 2 abilities, one is a means of attack and the other is an auxiliary treasure appreciation ability. Su Chen was secretly delighted, both abilities he felt were very good, especially the second one. Having the treasure appraisal ability meant that the Golden Spirit Python could help Su Chen explore all kinds of rare treasures in the less traveled waters. After the world changed and high martial arts descended, the oceans became a difficult place for humans to set foot in. The endless powerful beasts in it deterred humans from approaching the deep waters. But as we all know, the bottom of the sea contains all kinds of ocean spirits, grass and tree spirits, all of which are hundreds or even thousands of times more than those on land. These precious and incomparable, Type 7 life, often contained very rich yuan power and even possessed certain special effects. It made all martial artists, even strong martial generals, rush for them. However, few people were able to go deep into the waters and obtain these treasures. Now that Su Chen had a second incarnation, but he could try to manipulate the Golden Spirit Python to continuously go deeper and deeper into the sea to find these treasures for himself. Thinking of this, Su Chen seems to see the door to a path of wealth being opened towards himself. Nowadays, Xiao Jin's size is already too big, and it's almost impossible to fit it in the house. Why don't we maneuver little gold into the water tonight, and from now on, we'll hunt and survive in the middle of the river and sea while searching for treasure. When Su Chen thought of this, he made an instant decision. Chapter 17 9-Leaf Blood Spirit Algae. Yuan Chen practicing blood skill. Su Chen returned his consciousness back into his own body, opened the door to his home, and then lay down on the bed. After doing all this, he once again shifted his consciousness and entered the golden spirit python's body. When the consciousness was not within his body, it was as if his body was in a false sleep and would enter the deepest level of sleep. Su Chen, who had transformed into a golden spirit python, immediately entered the stairwell along the doorway, and after casually bringing the door with his tail, he snaked down the stairs. If any house or household happens to open the door now, it would be met with a golden python, several meters long, wriggling its way down the stairs. This scene is expected to instantly scare people into screaming at thousands of decibels. However, Su Chen was also very cautious and didn't make any noise when he descended the stairs, and didn't even light up the sensor light. Soon, he blended into the dark night, quickly snaking along a certain direction. The place where Su Chen lives is not far from the river, and Luo Hai City is then at the mouth of the Huang River. As long as the golden spirit python entered the Yellow River, it would be able to go straight to the sea without any problems. Soon, after passing through an overgrown forest, the dam was close at hand. A bucket-thick, 5-meter-long gold-spotted python, taking advantage of the dark clouds covering the moon at night, quickly swam across the dam and plunged into the Yellow River. The golden spirit python is still relatively good at water. Su Chen thought like this and sank directly to the bottom of the river. Sure enough, there was no discomfort coming from his body, and he even had a feeling of being as free as a fish in water. So he quickly swung his body and swam towards the center of the river. In the slightly turbid water around him, many ordinary fish could be seen. When they saw the golden spirit python, they scattered and fled. Occasionally, some mutated creatures could be seen, but most of them were not strong. This was because the strong mutated ferocious beasts in the Yellow River had long been killed off in the Great Purge a decade or so ago. Moreover, every few years, there would be military martial artists that would conduct a routine sweep of the Yellow River. Su Chen held a hint of luck and opened his golden spirit snake pupil when he entered the middle of the Yellow River. While swimming, he looked around at the bottom of the river. Ha! What's that? Suddenly, not far ahead, a white hazy glow caught his attention. This is the precious light observed by the golden spirit snake pupil. The precious light was not strong, as if it was shrouded in a faint white mist. But this undoubtedly indicated that there were treasures in that direction. So Su Chen maneuvered the snake's body to swim and spit his letter towards there. Close. It was discovered that it was actually a seaweed that emitted a faint red luminescence. The seaweed stems and leaves fluttered with the current as if dancing, and there were a total of 9 of them, each of which had a bright red coloration on its surface. It's blood spirit algae. As soon as Su Chen took a look at the appearance of this precious medicine, he immediately associated it with the introduction he had read in the book. Blood spirit algae, a precious spirit medicine. It was known as the blood chi scattering that grew in the sea, and was also the main ingredient in the higher blood chi tonic. A single 3-leafed blood spirit bath could fetch a high price of tens of thousands of dollars. Each additional leaf meant that the higher the vintage of the blood spirit algae, the higher the value. The 9-leafed blood spirit algae in front of him now was estimated to have been growing for at least 10 years. If it could be picked intact, it was estimated that it could be sold for at least $100,000. Su Chen was a little excited in his heart. I didn't expect to actually find such a good thing just after going down the river. It could be that this blood execution spirit algae grows in a relatively remote location. So in the past, when the military martial artists conducted routine sweeps, they actually didn't find it. However, precious treasures like those at the bottom of the sea were usually surrounded by ferocious beasts. Sure enough, Su Chen took a look towards the side. A blue crab with a 1.5-meter long carapace alone was perched next to the blood spirit algae and was faking sleep. As the golden spirit python approached, the blue crab seemed to have sensed the fluctuation of the water flow, and its 6 legs instantly flared up. A pair of large crab pincers, aimed in Su Chen's direction, seemed to be warning. But Su Chen wasn't afraid. Through the golden spirit snake pupil, he could feel that the other party was not as strong as himself and could not be his opponent. Only seeing the golden spirit python's pupils emitting a faint golden halo in the dark ocean floor, while continuing to approach the blood spirit algae's position, while getting ready for battle. Seeing that the other party ignored his warning, the phantom blue crab seemed to be enraged as well, and its huge crab pincers swung over towards the golden spirit python like a mallet. Just one crab pincer alone was more than a meter long. The surface flickered with a faint blue light, very extraordinary. However, Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest, and the speed of the procession accelerated once again. With the body of the golden spirit python, he executed the 100 beasts contesting for heaven record. Body technique Eagle's Blast. In a flash, his huge body bypassed the crab pincers to approach the crab's body and directly wrapped around it.
Python technique, Python entanglement. A powerful oppressive force instantly came from all directions.
It caused the armor of the phantom blue crab to rapidly produce cracks.
Purely in terms of power level, the golden spirit python was already very close to a first-order ferocious beast.
It had even reached the level of some of the weaker ferocious beasts of the first rank.
Therefore, how could a mere mutated crab be his opponent?
Soon, the crab's body was torn apart under the tremendous strangulation force, and the crab meat and crab yolk were exposed.
Su Chen naturally wouldn't be polite and directly swallowed the half-dead crab into his stomach with one bite.
Then he revolved the python devouring blood law. You have devoured the mutant beast and gained 5.8 points of blood value through digestion. Not bad, gained another 5.8 points of blood chi value. At this rate of growth, he would soon be able to reach the true first-rank fierce beast level in all aspects.
After digestion was complete,
only then did Su Chen look at the loot he had gotten from plundering.
9-leaf blood spirit algae.
If this blood spirit algae was picked and taken to the spirit medicine exchange in the downtown area tomorrow to be sold, it would be able to gain at least over $100,000.
But then Su Chen didn't do that.
He was going to directly use the golden spirit python's body to devour this blood spirit algae, absorbing the blood energy within it to strengthen himself. This was because he wanted to make his doppelganger's strength reach the first-rank fierce beast level as soon as possible. In this way, when going to the endless and perilous ocean, he would be able to have a better ability to defend himself. He firmly believed that in the oceans where mortals were not to be approached, there were all sorts of treasures that were 1,000 times better than the blood spirit algae.
As long as one's strength was sufficient, then the treasures one stumbled upon in the future would not be at one's disposal to plunder.
Thus, Su Chen directly opened his python's mouth and swallowed this precious 9-leaf blood spirit algae whole. Once again, he revolved the python devouring blood law. Immediately, an incomparably large yet incomparably pure blood energy erupted from that tiny plant, filling every meridian in the golden spirit python's body. You have devoured the 9-leaf blood spirit algae and gained a large amount of blood chi. You have successfully absorbed 10 points of blood energy. You have absorbed 10 points of blood energy. You have absorbed 10 points of blood energy. Your bilocation golden spirit python has exceeded the blood value of 500, reaching the standard of a first-rank beast, and has begun to condense cosmic energy. Due to your extraordinary understanding, you had a series of epiphanies and realized how to convert blood energy into cosmic energy with the highest efficiency, and you realized the S-rank technique, Yuan Shen's blood refining technique.
Chapter 18, S-rank soul cultivation technique, soul thought distraction technique. Does it cost 10 enlightenment points to learn the Yuan Shen blood refining decision? Learn it immediately. Su Chen nodded his head in a hurry. It was actually another S-rank technique, and it was a precious technique that specialized in transforming blood chi into cosmic Yuan energy. How could Su Chen not learn it?
Consuming 10 enlightenment points, you have obtained the Yuan Shen blood training technique and currently have 10 enlightenment points remaining. Immediately, all the mysteries of the Yuan Shen blood training decree appeared in Su Chen's mind as if they were enlightened.
So that's how it is. Wonderful, too wonderful. Su Chen opened his snake eyes in surprise after comprehending the essence of this Gong method.
In fact, as long as the blood chi value reached 500 points, without the need for any Gong method, the blood chi in the body would automatically compress and transform towards Yuan power in an incomparably abundant condition.
Yuan power was another way of saying cosmic Yuan energy.
However, the meta-energy conversion rate was ridiculously low, and it could be months or even years before a strand of meta-energy could be converted.
Only by joining some large forces or relevant departments, or by getting admitted to the Wu University, could one learn the true cosmic Yuan energy cultivation method.
However, ordinary people with no background or status, even if they joined some organizations or departments, or got admitted to the Wu University, the Yuan energy cultivation method they learned would not be higher than C grade. The only people who had access to Yuan energy cultivation methods above C grade were those who had backers behind them, or were the core personnel of certain organizations. As for Su Chen, he merely relied on his own heaven-defying enlightenment, and his blood chi value had just reached the standard, and he had realized an S-grade Yuan energy cultivation method. Even because the body structure of the doppelganger was different from that of a human, this Yuan Shen blood refining decree actually had two completely different sets of meridian running circuits, which were completely adapted to his main body in doppelganger. This way, there was no need to worry about the Gong method not adapting to the meridians in the python's body.
And so,
after all the mysteries were all skillfully grasped by Su Chen, he began to run this S-rank Yuan energy cultivation method without any hesitation.
Only to see
the snake body of the golden spirit python, coiled into a spiral at the bottom of the sea, with its agitated blood chi constantly traveling through the incomparably complex specific blood veins. These wandering blood chi meridians were like a mysterious totem, attracting the Yuan factor that was free in the void, constantly combining with its own blood chi.
It was transformed into drop after drop of incomparably pure cosmic Yuan energy. The Yuan Shen blood refining decision was to use one's own meridians to construct a totem called the Yuan Shen Zhou Tian diagram.
This meridian totem could sense the stars in the circumference of the sky, and in doing so, attract the wandering Yuan factor in the void. The Yuan factor was then fully combined with one's own blood qi to form cosmic Yuan energy.
Cosmic Yuan energy, also known as Yuan power, was an energy that was many times more powerful than blood qi. Theoretically, as long as a strand of Yuan power could be born in the body, it was considered to have transcended the realm of mortals.
One has become a true martial artist. In the standards of other creatures, it was to reach the level of a first-order ferocious beast. And the conversion of this first strand of Yuan power was often the most difficult. Some quasi-martial artists who did not have the Yuan energy cultivation method to add to their cultivation, sometimes cultivating for 10 or 8 years, might not be able to convert it. However, at this moment, within the golden spirit python's body, the Yuan energy refined by the Yuan Shen blood training technique possessed dozens of strands in less than an hour. These Yuan power was like an incomparably condensed wandering silk, constantly traveling through his meridians. At this time, Su Chen suddenly felt that his mouth was a little itchy.
It seemed like something was about to break through the flesh. Is this going to evolve again? The moment he practiced cosmic elemental energy and became a first-order fierce beast.
The golden spirit python's flesh, also stimulated by the cosmic Yuan energy, began to evolve once again.
Only to see its figure begin to skyrocket, unexpectedly doubling directly to over 10 meters. And the body also became thicker.
2 sharp fangs grew out from both sides of the python's mouth. An incomparably powerful sense of strength increased all over his body. And the panel data of the doppelganger also changed greatly. Split, golden spirit python grown body.
Bloodline, unawakened high-level beast bloodline. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV1, venomous fawn LV1. Strength, 56. Speed, 68. Endurance, 70. Spirit, 31. Blood and gas value, 500 points. Level of strength, first order fierce beast.
My doppelganger, finally, has truly reached the first-ranked ferocious beast level.
It's also equivalent to a human martial artist.
Su Chen felt the powerful strength that surged within his bilocation. If he were to run into a phantom blue crab again now, he estimated that with a sweep of his tail, he would be able to directly slap the other party to pieces.
And there was one more new skill, Poison Fang.
The golden spirit python now had more means of attack as well. Not only could it use its huge body to strangle its enemies, it was also able to inject its opponents with venom to hasten their deaths.
Moreover, there was no need to eat things in one mouthful at a time. That's a good thing.
Because when he had just eaten the crab meat, Su Chen had no choice but to swallow it with its shell and meat because he didn't have any teeth. Moreover, there wasn't much nutrition in these shells at all, and they were also difficult to digest. Now that we have teeth, we won't have to go through so much trouble in the future. The golden spirit python, which had already become a first-ranked ferocious beast, allowed Su Chen to enter the ocean with more confidence as well.
Still, one should not be overly arrogant.
Although I've reached the first rank of ferocious beasts, in the midst of a sea ringed by ferocious beasts, I'm merely the weakest of the class. He decided to stay in a safer area in the ocean for the time being. When he became stronger, he would go to the deep sea to look for treasures.
Counting the time, several hours had passed.
It should be almost dawn by now. It seems that my consciousness, too, needs to return to my body as soon as possible. However, after the consciousness returned to the main body, the golden spirit python could only hibernate in the river. This was because he wouldn't be able to manipulate one body while manipulating another at the moment.
Ugh, if only I could split my mind into two. Su Chen lamented a little.
If he was able to manipulate both his body and his doppelganger at the same time, he would be able to make both his body and his doppelganger stronger at the same time.
Double the opening, double the efficiency. How about trying it? Su Chen had a sudden thought.
He had the reverse gnosis system, so perhaps if he tried to use two minds at once, he would be able to realize a technique that would allow him to cultivate this path.
Thinking of this,
Su Chen's snake head looked like a light bulb had popped up, and he was immediately ready to start trying. He first tried to return part of his consciousness to his own body, and the other part stayed in the golden spirit python's body. But this was too difficult to do. Tried it a couple times and it never worked. It wasn't that he opened his eyes from the bed and returned to his body completely. It was that he came to the world under the river again and felt himself transform into the body of a python. No, can't do it at all, it's too hard to split the mind into two. Dang, the host attempted to split his mind into two uses, and due to an unbelievable level of enlightenment, you have realized an S-rank technique that specializes in soul-type cultivation, the soul thought-splitting technique.
Do you want to spend 10 enlightenment points to learn it? Note that you only have 10 enlightenment points left. It really worked? Chapter 19, Becoming a Spiritual Nemesis. Seal of Essence Blood. Really succeeded and realized a technique that can do the mind split into two. Su Chen was so excited that he directly nodded his head frantically. Learn. Deduct 10 enlightenment points, you have learned the soul-splitting technique.
In the next moment, the infinite mysteries about the soul thought distraction arc poured into Su Chen's mind, causing his spirit to be shaken.
It felt like the door to a new world had been opened once again.
Spiritual cultivation methods were one of the most precious types of feats. All the major powers, if they were able to possess a spiritual cultivation method, would treat it as a treasure and never allow anyone outside of their direct lineage to get their hands on it. After all, spiritual power was the attribute that was the most difficult to achieve results through exercise. Aside from the spiritual cultivation method, it can only be improved by a negligible amount through day after day of meditation through the observation chart. And in this world, there were some people who were born with a strong spiritual power or numinous attribute. This kind of person would truly be invincible at the same level if they were to obtain another spiritual cultivation method. This kind of person had always been an important talent that the major powers and various martial arts schools competed for. Therefore, the preciousness of an S-class spiritual cultivation method was even more needless to say. If those spiritual masters who were born with strong spiritual power knew about it, they would surely stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Soon, Su Chen completely comprehended the soul thought distraction technique.
The most necessary thing to cultivate this technique was to have a split body. Through blood chi combined with spiritual power in a special way, constructing a soul thought split chain, allowing the consciousness to remain in two bodies at the same time, simultaneously manipulating the actions of the two bodies. Initially, when one cultivated the technique, there would be a difference between the main consciousness and the split consciousness. The body manipulated by the main consciousness was capable of performing various complex activities, such as cultivation and martial arts fighting. The non-consciousness controlled body can only follow some conscious instincts to carry out activities. When the gong method became more and more skillful, and the ego's spiritual power became more and more powerful, the subconsciousness would also become stronger and stronger, and one would be able to manipulate two doppelgangers at the same time to fight, cultivate, and become stronger. Of course, an S-ranked spiritual cultivation method couldn't possibly have only this one use. The most unorthodox use of the spirit-mind distraction technique was that it could allow people without spiritual talents to become spiritual luminaries. That was the most terrifying point of this technique. As long as one followed the cultivation method of the soul thought splitting technique, using the conceptualization diagram as a supplement, one would continuously condense the seal of blood essence. It would be possible to constantly transform one's own blood essence into spirit thought power. This meant that as long as one practiced diligently, there was no upper limit to the growth of Su Chen's spiritual thought power. As long as he had enough blood chi, he would be able to match the most powerful spirit numinous masters.
This kind of temptation was something no one could resist. Even a war god level powerhouse. Who wouldn't want to become an unrivaled spiritual nihilist of the same rank?
As long as one learns the soul numinous distraction technique, plus possessing a pair of advanced contemplation diagrams, one would be able to nurture the spirit of oneself and possess a powerful spiritual nimbus.
This temptation was self-evident.
After understanding this, Su Chen also felt as if he had gained a treasure. However, he quickly calmed down his excited heart and began to cultivate this technique. It was already almost dawn, and he had to cultivate this gong method to the point of initiation before he went to school. For him who possessed heaven-defying enlightenment, this was not a difficult task.
Su Chen first transferred his intention into his main body.
While silently reciting the mantra, he ran the gong method and soon, the first seal of blood essence was condensed within the body. From this peculiar seal, a soul thought split chain could be born, separating one's subconsciousness. Alright, the subconsciousness has been separated.
Soon, Su Chen did this.
Immediately afterward, he maneuvered his main consciousness into the body of the golden spirit python, and his subconsciousness stayed in his main body, continuing to operate the seal of blood essence. Soon, he also condensed a seal of blood essence in the golden spirit python's body, establishing another soul numinous divine chain.
Now, connect.
The divine chains, birthed from the same consciousness, soon connected under the pull of the underworld. He immediately sensed that although his main consciousness was now in a split body, he was still able to manipulate his main body to perform some simple acts. For example, walking, getting up, eating, and so on, basic and simple things. He tried his hand at singing and dancing rap again. Found that he could do both except for the rap singing, which was a bit tongue-twisting. Right now my subconsciousness is still too weak to manipulate another body to do anything too complicated. But being able to do this, he was already satisfied. It was better than not moving at all. Then, Su Chen swapped consciousnesses again, entering the main consciousness into the main body and leaving the subconsciousness in the golden spirit python. He manipulated the golden spirit python to continue traveling slowly in the direction of the sea. As long as any danger was encountered in the surroundings, Su Chen's main consciousness could instantly sense it. In this way, he was much more at ease. The day has dawned and a new day has arrived. Based on the combined achievements of the host's main body and bilocation, your enlightenment points now naturally increase by 30 points per day, 10 points for the main body and 20 points for the bilocation.
You have 30 enlightenment points remaining.
At that moment, the system also heard the sound of Gnosis points arriving.
Now the daily Enlightenment points can actually go up to 30 points?
Su Chen was also a bit surprised. Thinking roughly, it should be that reaching the quasi-martial artist stage could increase by 10 points per day, and reaching the martial artist, which was a first-order ferocious beast, would be 20 points.
So the main body and the doppelganger add up to a total of 30 points.
Still, it's a bit of a shortfall compared to what I'm consuming. Su Chen sighed in his heart.
It was still necessary to enhance his strength quickly.
Within the system mall, there were still 2 more conceptual maps worth 200 Enlightenment points that had yet to be exchanged. Simply cleaned up and casually ate some breakfast.
Su Chen walked towards the school.
After finishing the morning's general studies class, an entire afternoon was devoted to martial arts classes. However, only those students who passed the martial arts test would participate, while the rest of the students continued to study languages, mathematics, and foreign languages. Once again arriving at the martial arts hall, all of them practiced fighting and meditation under the leadership of Lei. Now that Su Chen's chi and blood value had reached 264 points and had completed his first bone hardening, his strength was already completely different from the surrounding students.
And it's only been 2 days.
But he couldn't show it too obviously. After all, this rate of progress was a bit too shocking. He didn't want to be taken as a slice to study before he could grow up. Okay, next everyone performs the 5 birds of prey exercise to see how well they mastered it yesterday. As soon as Lei's words fell, the students below began to dance in a group. Learning ancient martial arts is not a momentary endeavor, and teaching for a day will definitely not be learned. Lei seemed to have expected this situation and did not accuse anything, but came to each of the students and instructed the exercises.
No, the ape shape is not like this, you are a monkey. Movement, what is the hurry, slow down. This is a falcon?
Why don't you just learn sparrow? Well, the tiger form isn't bad, but the blood chi running hasn't kept up, and the form is even a little bit absent. Su Chen suppressed his chi and blood value to around 190 points and followed the surrounding students in an incomparably clumsy imitation. Having already mastered the 100 beasts contending for heaven record, he naturally had his hands full with this kind of health-supporting ancient martial arts like the 5 animal opera, but he couldn't perform it too much like it, so as not to attract too much attention. However, because practice makes perfect, so even though he had done his best to act like he was pulling across, the incomparably penetrating divine intent in his movements couldn't be concealed very well. At that moment, Lei, who was dressed in a tight black martial arts outfit, paced in front of him. Chapter 20 Spiritual Thoughts, Hunting Team, Dark Enemy. Watching Su Chen's movements as he struck the 5 birds of prey, although raw, actually captured the intangible divine intent within the various movements, Lei could not help but secretly nod her head. Worthy of being a martial arts wizard, although the movements are still a bit raw, he has obviously comprehended the form and meaning of them, and this is the key to whether or not one can practice the ancient martial arts well. Movement was the best thing to learn amongst the ancient martial arts. However, if you do not learn the inner form and intent, you will not be able to control the blood chi yuan power running veins well enough to utilize the true power of the martial arts. If an average person wants to realize the form and meaning of an ancient martial art, I am afraid that it will take thousands of repetitions and hundreds of times of practice. But Su Chen was the first to understand the essence of the gongfu with his amazing observation power before he failed to master the movements. Training in the future would only lead to twice the result with half the effort. It is estimated that before the martial arts exam, Su Chen will be able to completely practice the 5 animal play-off. The extent of his genius is still above me. Thinking of this, Lei didn't know whether she was appreciating or envying in her heart. Of course, what she absolutely could not have imagined was Su Chen wasn't even using his mind on practicing it this time. His consciousness, which had already sunk into the depths of his mind, condensed the seal of blood essence while observing the extinction red lotus observation thoughts. He operated the soul numinous distraction technique as a means of transforming his own blood chi into spiritual thoughts. You activate the seal of blood essence, gathering spiritual energy plus 0.1, consuming 5 points of blood chi. You run the seal of blood essence and gather spiritual energy plus 0.1, consuming 5 points of blood energy. You run the seal of blood essence and gather spiritual energy plus 0.1, consuming 5 points of blood energy. Gathering thoughts would consume the blood chi value, which meant that Su Chen's blood chi might have a temporary regression. But it didn't matter because regathering blood chi was much simpler than increasing it, and it was even simpler for Su Chen. Su Chen, you've practiced well, the movements aren't quite standard yet, but you're already primed to have the form. Upon hearing this, quite a few of the students who were contacting the 5 animal sports, their gazes all looked towards Su Chen. Huang Ziming also looked in this direction. Seeing Su Chen's movements that were not standard at all, he could not help but spit in his heart. Che, where are his movements crooked to, and this is still called good? Yesterday, my dad invited a teacher who specializes in teaching the 5 animal folklore to give me a lecture, and my movements are the most standard of all. However, the other party was being praised by his schoolmates at the moment, attracting the attention of the whole room, which made him feel bad for a while. Last night, he had practiced like crazy just to be the center of attention in the martial arts class today, to wash away the former shame of yesterday's crushing defeat by Su Chen. However, today, one's limelight was stolen by Su Chen again. Huang Ziming gritted his teeth a bit. Did he give a gift to his school sister? Looks like I should also talk to my dad about sending some souvenirs to my schoolmate. Thanks, school sister, I'll continue to work hard. Su Chen pulled his consciousness out of his visualization and cultivation for the time being and casually responded. Then, without even caring about the gazes of the other students who were either envious or puzzled, he continued to immerse himself in the joy of raising his numinous power. Immediately afterward, Xu Lei paced in front of Huang Ziming. Looking at the other party's head held high in incomparably standardized movements, he also nodded slightly, but it was obvious that the look was perfunctory. Well, your movements are also well practiced, but they are too stereotypical. Still need to experience it more and learn from Su Chen's classmates. Hearing this, Huang Ziming's mental gap became even greater. Obviously, he had already done his best, but the comment he received was actually inferior to that Su Chen? And he even told himself to learn from him. Huang Ziming couldn't help but feel a stronger jealousy within himself. It was also mixed with a hint of hatred. A poor boy with no father and no mother, actually opposing me at every turn. Sooner or later, I'm going to clean you up. But by this time, Xu Lei had already skipped over him and continued to teach others. When she came to another girl, Xu Lei's eyes lit up. It's true that I'm worthy of being the first talented girl in the second middle school, actually already practicing the 5 animal play to such a degree. The young girl in front of her was none other than Lin Mo Yen. Her clear and flawless face did not slant her eyes, and the movements between her hands and feet were both standard and full of divinity, and she had already finished doing a set of ape-shaped theater in the space of a breath. I guess she has long been exposed to this ancient martial art, right? It's too pure, it feels no less than me. Xu Lei commented twice in her heart. There was no need to instruct anything to this kind of genius, nodding her head and walking away. As for Lin Mahjong's pair of beautiful eyes, it was only then that she inadvertently glanced at Su Chen in the corner. Looking at the other party's closed-eyed messy fighting appearance, she murmured in her heart. There's something different about Ah Chen these 2 days. In the evening, after class. With Xu Lei's reminder, Su Chen then headed directly towards the Yinyang Martial Arts Center in Luocheng District. Since the martial arts center was not far from the school, there was no need to hitchhike. It's a 20-minute walk. Huang Ziming was also walking in this direction. He was also a Yinyang Martial Arts School student. When he saw that Su Chen had been walking in front of him, he felt that the other party was an incomparable eyesore, and at the same time, he was a bit puzzled. This guy happens to be on my way? Is he also going to the Yinyang Martial Arts Center? How could that be? The tuition fee of the Yinyang Martial Arts School was more than tens of thousands of dollars a year. How could a poor man like him afford it? However, when he reached the entrance of the Yinyang Martial Arts Center, Su Chen directly turned in. Huang Ziming was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was really going to the Yinyang Martial Arts Center. Did Su Chen take out a loan? Huang Ziming was puzzled as he thought of the amazing changes in Su Chen over these days in his mind. He has progressed so fast these days, has he gained some kind of chance? How else could he have gone from a sickly fellow to this? Thinking of this, Huang Ziming gave a cold grunt in his heart. No matter what, he's nothing more than a poor man without a father or a mother. Dare to get in my way everywhere. So what if you have a little chance? Huang Ziming couldn't help but think of all the times Su Chen had gone against him in these days. His heart grew angry, so he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Brother, aren't you going back to the city today? Can you come to the Yinyang Martial Arts Center? What? You're being bullied at school? Okay, I'll go over right away. Huang Zitao hung up the phone, unloaded the magazine of the RT-5 type laser gun in his hand, and snorted coldly. Brother Tao, what's wrong? Beside him, a yellow hair in armor turned his head and asked. My brother was bullied at school, and now he's going to make a trip to the Yinyang Martial Arts Center. You guys can just go exchange the loot from today's trip out of town, and the split will be credited to my account. After saying that, Huang Zitao directly jumped off the armored car. He had just returned from following the squad hunting sea beasts outside the city when he received a call from his brother. Being a devil of a brother supporter, he grew up doting on his only brother. I'd like to see who's so bold as to bully someone from my Huang family. Chapter 21 Senior Cadets Challenge, Savage Bear Earth Shaking Skill. The moment Su Chen stepped into the Yinyang Martial Hall, he was shocked by the sight before him. It's so big. The Yinyang Martial Hall was more than twice the size of their school's martial arts hall, and that was just the first floor. There were 4 floors in the martial arts hall, and each floor corresponded to a different level of martial artist. And this first floor is where the students of the martial arts center train on a daily basis. In the large space, all kinds of training equipment were placed. Whether it is practicing chest, back, legs, or explosive power, there is simply everything. Classmate Su Chen, you're finally here. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing a martial arts uniform walked over. The trainees next to him bowed in greeting. Vice Pavilion Master.
Good day, Pavilion Master Zhang.
The visitor was none other than Zhang Hong, who had invited Su Chen to join the Yin Yang Martial Hall yesterday.
Pavilion Master Zhang.
Su Chen also bowed slightly towards him.
There's no need to be polite, quickly come over.
Zhang Hong wore a smile and greeted Su Chen to his side, then said towards the surrounding trainees. Introducing to everyone, this is our martial arts school's new senior trainee, Su Chen. At that moment, everyone stopped their hands and looked over with surprised eyes.
A new senior cadet?
I remember that there are only 4 existing senior trainees in our martial arts school. I didn't expect that there would be one more today. But I don't think I've seen him training at our martial arts center in the past. Zhang Hong continued, Mr. Su Chen is a senior student of Luo High No. 2 Middle School, and it's true that he hasn't come to train at our martial arts center in the past, but his strength is not to be underestimated. His strength is definitely number 1 amongst the several senior students of our martial arts school. At those words, the surrounding trainees were completely surprised.
Their gazes couldn't help but look towards another direction.
There was a tall and majestic white-backed boy practicing boxing against a sandbag.
Hearing Zhang Heng's introduction, he seemed to finally react and glance this way. Vice Pavilion Master, is he really that strong?
Zhou Yunqiao picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his face, striding his muscular thighs as he walked this way. Nearby, he looked at Su Chen with a hint of hostility in his eyes.
Hello, I'm Zhou Yunqiao, from Luochang No. 1 Middle School, also a senior.
Then, he performed a cupped fist salute towards him before a martial arts match.
Student Su Chen, can you fight with me?
Zhang Hong frowned slightly and said to Zhou Yunqiao, student Su Chen just joined the martial arts school. Coach Zhang, I want to find Su Chen to fight. It's of course fine if he doesn't agree, but I won't admit that he's better than me.
Zhang Heng's expression was somewhat helpless.
This Zhou Yunqiao was a militant, and both of his parents were ranked high-level martial artists in Luo High City.
The family had even produced a strong martial arts general.
Therefore, even though Zhang Han was the deputy head of the martial arts school, he couldn't suppress him too much.
Fine, I can fight you. Su Chen was indifferent, but added, but I don't do meaningless things. What meaning? Is fighting me a meaningless thing?
Zhou Yunqiao frowned, feeling that this Su Chen was a bit too arrogant. Let's do it this way, let's bet 2,000 credits, if whoever loses, transfer the money to the other party, fight if you promise.
Su Chen's purpose was clear. He fought only when there was money to be made. No money? I'm not in the mood to abuse weaklings.
He believed that those who were able to enter the Yin Yang Martial Arts Center to practice martial arts should not be short of these 2,000 credits.
Sure enough, Zhou Yunqiao nodded without hesitation. Alright, come and fight, let's see who is the strongest in the martial arts school.
Looking at the other party putting up a fight with a slightly middle-aged look, Su Chen helplessly skimmed his mouth.
In his heart, however, he was already pondering. Should we knock him down with one move, or let him last a little longer? Forget it. Since we're paying, let's give him some face.
The two came to the open space of the martial arts center. The surrounding area was filled with low and intermediate level students, all of whom looked like they were watching the battle with immense anticipation. This guy had just arrived and was actually crowned by the Vice Pavilion Master as the strongest senior trainee.
Then compared to Zhou Yunqiao, what exactly was the level? In fact, most of the trainees didn't believe that Su Chen could beat it. After all,
Zhou Yunqiao's formidable strength had long been deeply rooted amongst the martial arts school students. Just by looking at his majestic physique with a visually stunning effect, one could tell that his blood chi value must be extraordinary. This was indeed the case.
As the strongest martial arts student in LA No. 1 high school,
Zhou Yunqiao's blood chi value had now surpassed 271 points, making him a proud son of heaven on the same level as Lin Mahjong. However, Su Chen's blood chi value had also reached 264 points, not much weaker than Zhou Yunqiao.
What's more, with the various S-rank techniques that he had mastered, it was estimated that even 10 Zhou Yunqiao would not be his opponent. Therefore, Su Chen also did not treat him as an opponent at all. Make your move.
Su Chen casually stood in place and blandly said to Zhou Yunqiao. On the side, Huang Ziming, who had just entered the martial arts school, spat in his heart when he saw that Su Chen was going to challenge Zhou Yunqiao.
This guy was actually so unself-conscious?
He even dared to challenge the strongest martial arts practitioner in Luochang First High School.
Has he eaten the guts of a bear? Even if he has mastered an ancient martial art, so what? It's probably nothing more than a piece of luck, picking up the lowest-ranked ancient martial art from somewhere, right?
Zhou Yunqiao's family, on the other hand, had a truly powerful ancient martial arts heritage.
At this point, Zhou Yunqiao didn't hesitate. With his sturdy and huge body, his figure flashed and rushed up towards Su Chen. Wow, so fast. I can't believe I can only see the remnants of Senior Yunqiao's shadow. The surrounding trainees all exclaimed when they saw Zhou Yunqiao's instantaneous starting speed. Worthy of being a genius character with a blood chi value of 270 points or more. At the beginning of the engagement, Zhou Yunqiao had saved a few moments to test the waters. He didn't use his strongest strength right away.
Instead, he used a simple set of fighting techniques, wanting to test how strong Su Chen really was. However, the moment he had just approached Su Chen's body, the other party's palm, however, was only lightly raised, and an invisible force converged on it.
100 Beasts Struggle for Heaven Record Crane Palm.
Su Chen's hands were like white cranes shining their wings, unfolding from the center towards the left and right, while Zhou Yunchao's body had just touched the force of the outward thrust of his palms when he was jerked out with an unresistible force.
What a subtle method of utilizing blood qi. This is an ancient martial art. And the concentration of the other party's blood qi is actually on par with mine. This was a formidable enemy. Zhou Yunchao flipped in the air and stood 5 meters away with a thud.
In his eyes as he looked at Su Chen, he could no longer help but pay a few more points of attention. The other party actually mastered the same ancient martial arts as himself.
Is he also an heir of some great family?
At this moment, Zhang Heng's eyes on the side but narrowed, surprise flickering within. What Su Chen has performed this time is not that great ancient martial fist technique, but a palm technique? This palm technique, although its power was not as high as that fist technique, but without a doubt, it was another new ancient martial art.
This kid is only a few years old nowadays. Has he actually skillfully mastered so many ancient martial arts?
Indeed, he is a martial arts wizard.
Zhang Heng's heart was slightly agitated as he thought of this. Is their Luo City District Yinyang Martial Arts School finally going to produce a real genius as well?
Show your true strength, or you won't have a chance,
Su Chen said casually as he yawned with some boredom.
Good. Zhou Yunchao could also see that the other party's strength was indeed not below his own. Thus, the muscles in his body suddenly bulged like an angry bear, emitting an oppressive aura. Senior Yunchao is actually going to execute his family's ancient martial arts. It's the Zhou clan's barbarian bear earthshaking technique.
It's a C-rank ancient martial art.
The surrounding trainees got excited, seeing that Zhou Yunchao was about to show his true strength. They all whispered excitedly at once. Their eyes were even staring intently at the duo in the arena.
And it was at this time
a figure dashed in unobtrusively from the front door of the martial arts center. Zhang Heng naturally detected the visitor and swept his gaze away, and after seeing who the other party was, he was somewhat surprised.
Huang Zitao? What's he doing here? Is he here to see his brother?
Huang Zitao was a former student of the Yin Yang Martial Arts School, so Zhang Heng knew him. However, nowadays, he had already graduated from the Martial Arts University and had become a 6th-order martial artist. Just one step away from entering the ranks of a high-ranked martial artist.
Chapter 22. Sorry, you can't even eat brother's tailpipe.
After becoming a martial artist, Huang Zitao hadn't signed up with the Yin Yang Martial Arts School, so he wasn't technically considered a Yin Yang Martial Arts School member. However, after paying the annual fee of the martial arts school, he was still able to come to the martial arts school to do some daily training.
Brother, you're here.
Looking at Huang Zitao, who appeared beside him silently, Huang Ziming called out in surprise.
Well, who was the one who bullied you?
No, the one over there who was fighting Zhou Yunchao.
He's Su Chen?
Huang Zitao narrowed his eyes and looked towards Su Chen in the field. At a glance, he could tell that his opponent's qi and blood values should be on par with Zhou Yunchao's.
When did another genius come out of Luochang's second middle school?
Just now, my younger brother clearly told me that he is a fatherless orphan.
Huang Zitao had some doubts in his heart.
So he watched the battle from the side, wanting to see what strength this Su Chen actually had. This Zhou Yunchao guy is going to perform their family's ancient martial arts. I guess the Su Chen will be defeated soon. Huang Zitao also saw the stance that Zhou Yunchao had put up and silently commented in his heart. The barbarian bear earth-shaking skill, a great ancient martial art passed down from the Zhou family, was on par with their Huang family's green bull barbarian bull strength.
Su Chen, you have to catch it. In the middle of the field,
Zhou Yunchao's body was bulging with qi and blood, and his muscles stood out in chunks. Like a raging savage bear, with a roar, he charged over in Su Chen's direction. His footsteps, each step left a deep footprint on the rubber-carpeted martial arts hall floor. The greatest effect of the barbarian bear earth-shaking skill was to make the qi and blood fill the muscles in a special running manner. From there, it allowed the muscles to exert more explosive power than usual, multiplying their strength and speed. At this moment, Zhou Yunchao's qi and blood-enhanced body was already fast becoming a stump.
Almost instantly, it arrived at Su Chen's face. Then a fist attacked towards his shoulder.
Su Chen, on the other hand, was at risk, and with a seemingly random flash, he had already executed the 100 Beasts Striving for Heaven record.
Body technique Eagle's Blast.
He's not slowing down at all in dodging. Like a shadow feather, he lightly moved to the back. And both fists were already in a stance on the move.
Class B Ancient Martial Arts, Tongbei Fist.
As Su Chen's qi and blood strengthened, the set of fists that could be utilized became more and more useful. The qi and blood flowed unceasingly in a specific way in both arms, transforming into a sky of fist shadows, and invisible qi blasts rang out in the air.
Bang 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 bang. No good. Feeling the bursting whirlwind, Zhou Yunchao panicked and tried to avoid it. But Su Chen didn't give him a chance. Body technique Fierce Tiger Downhill.
The two people's original position that had been pulled apart was quickly pulled closer again by Su Chen. The residual shadow-like fist wind directly struck Zhou Yunchao's chest, who could not dodge in time. Ah! A dull explosion of air directly shook Zhou Yunchao's incomparably sturdy body out. Then, it fell violently to the ground. What a strong punch! Zhou Yunchao felt the explosive pain in his chest and was inwardly shocked. He knew that the other party had already withdrawn his hand, otherwise, that punch just now would have been enough to break his own ribs. This fist is also an ancient martial art. And the rank seemed to be above their family's barbarian bear earth-shaking technique. How many ancient martial arts has this kid actually mastered? Zhou Yunchao was incredulous. He himself practiced quite hard on weekdays. Almost all of the time other than boiling his chi and blood was used to practice the barbarian bear earth-shaking technique. However, even so, his barbarian bear earth-shaking skill was not a great success, and was only considered an introduction. However, this Su Chen was clearly about the same age as himself, yet he had mastered so many ancient martial arts. The body techniques, punches and palms alone just now were not something that could be interpreted by ordinary fighting arts. The gap between people, is it really that big? Looking at Su Chen's bland and self-contained figure, Zhou Yunchao, who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up, for the first time, a bitter sense of despair arose in his heart. As if seeing a huge mountain that he could never be able to climb over, stretched out in front of him. And on one side, Huang Zitao, who had long been prepared in his mind to anticipate Su Chen's defeat, saw the scene of Su Chen's display of the Tongbei fist. The depths of his pupils also flickered with an astonished and uncertain luster. How is it possible? That fist technique he just executed is definitely an ancient martial art of C grade or above. It should be B rank. And practiced to a fairly mature level. Huang Zitao, as a 6th-ranked martial artist, and also mastered 2 ancient martial arts. He was quite confident in his judgment. Isn't he a fatherless and poor boy? How could he have mastered a precious B-grade ancient martial art? And I've never seen this ancient martial art before. Huang Zitao was suspicious in his mind, suspecting that there was something wrong with the information given by his brother. Brother, it's so damnable, Su Chen actually managed to defeat even Zhou Yunchao. Beside him, Huang Ziming's expression at the moment was one of shock and jealousy, mixed with a few moments of utter disbelief. Was this still the sickly Su Chen from a few days ago? Is this the same Su Chen who wouldn't say anything back even if he was bullied? How did he suddenly become so strong? Even Zhou Yunchao, the strongest martial arts practitioner in Luochang No. 1 Middle School, this person he didn't even dare to compare himself to, actually lost in his hands as well. Su Chen, this poor man, is so strong that it is unscientific. Huang Ziming was completely unable to accept it in his heart. This sudden and huge discrepancy made him, who had always prided himself on being the first genius of the 5th class of the senior high school in the 2nd middle school, a little disoriented. Ziming, is he really just a fatherless orphan? At this moment, Huang Zitao's voice came in his ear. Brother, you have to trust me. He was in my class for 3 years in high school, I know everything about him. Huang Ziming said with conviction, it must be that this guy has recently gotten some kind of chance, or got some kind of luck, and this has become so strong in just a few days. Hearing this, Huang Zitao didn't know what he was thinking. He just gave a faint and didn't continue to ask further questions. Brother, you have to help me. Huang Ziming, however, shook his own brother's arm and, looking at Su Chen, who was receiving the victory cheers from the crowd, with a look of resignation. Well, I have my own plans. Looking at the teenagers in the field, a flash of greed also flashed in Huang Zitao's eyes. Well then, let me personally check your background. Transfer the money. The battle had just ended when Su Chen came to Zhou Yunchao's side and directly took out his cell phone, opening it to transfer money. You are indeed very strong. Zhou Yunchao didn't mean to renege on his words, and looked at Su Chen seriously. But I will definitely defeat you. Su Chen cut indifferently in his heart. Defeat me? I'm sorry, but right now is the closest you're going to get to me in terms of strength. Later? Later you won't even be able to eat my brother's tailpipe. After saying that, Zhou Yunchao ran to the cabinet to bring his cell phone and transferred 2,000 credits to Su Chen. Su Chen saw the transfer arrive and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, another $2,000 in the account today. You go ahead and practice and feel confident, you're welcome to come back and fight me again anytime. But it's still the same price, 2,000 per game. Oh. Su Chen said with a professional sales grade smile towards this guy who might develop into his long-term potential customer. Zhou Yunchao sniffed with a constipated expression and gave a in embarrassment. Got it, I'll definitely look for you to fight again in the future, just wait. Then it grayed out and walked away. Chapter 23, Su Rinchi, Life Potion. After proving his strength, the way the surrounding trainees viewed Su Chen suddenly changed. It became respectful. A senior trainee who could defeat Zhou Yunchao just after arriving was in existence that would surely become a high-ranked martial artist in the future. Even the rank of martial general is not impossible. Thus, there were immediately some trainees who came up to get close.
And Su Chen also came up and even took the initiative to publicize towards them. I'm a martial arts genius, is there anyone who wants to find me for tuition?
I can teach some techniques of fighting power generation, reaction speed, and methods of boiling chi in blood.
Good value for money, only 300 for one lesson.
Although the ancient martial arts that one had mastered could not be outsourced. But some simple techniques and methods are universal. These things were not much use to Su Chen, who had understood multiple S-ranked feats. But for those ordinary martial arts school students, it was a very valuable experience.
This kid really came to the martial arts school just to make money.
Seeing this, Zhang Hong on the side also shook his head somewhat helplessly. However, he didn't care, as such things as buying and selling lessons were purely a matter of personal freedom. The instructors in the martial arts center had to teach 50 to 60 students in each class, so it was impossible for each of them to cover all the bases. Therefore, it was not uncommon for the lower-level students to go to the higher-level students for remedial lessons if they did not understand something. Of course, most of the time, even if they get paid to go looking. Senior cadets also most of the time refuse. Just like Zhou Yunchao's kind, even if you approach them for advice, they wouldn't bother with you.
He is a son of a man himself, and he doesn't lack money.
Therefore, when many low-level students saw that Su Chen, who could easily defeat Zhou Yunchao, had the intention of substituting for the class, they flocked forward to sign up. Being able to receive guidance from such a martial arts genius was sometimes more useful than what the instructor taught. This was because the strength of a martial arts genius was often not that far removed from their own, and they also knew more clearly exactly where the bottlenecks they faced were. It was just like how school scum were more willing to ask the school bully questions rather than the teacher.
3 hours later, Su Chen walked out of the Yin-Yang Martial Hall with a tired yet pleasant smile.
Looking at the transfer income on his cell phone, there were actually more than 20,000 credits. In just one night, more than 20 low-level students had come to him to enroll in classes, asking Su Chen about various power generation techniques. Su Chen, on the other hand, directly intercepted and took out a minuscule bit from the ancient martial Upanishads and shared it with them, and they were as good as gold. Being able to improve their power generation skills would allow the same amount of chi and blood to exert more power and get higher scores in the strength test of the martial arts exam. The same was true for explosive speed, which was a subject of the martial arts exam. Su Chen was also paid a considerable amount of money, and it was considered that everyone got what they wanted and everyone was happy. The martial arts center can be really lucrative, we need to come more often in the future.
Su Chen's heart was happy.
However, next he did not rush home, but prepared to make a trip to the city's first hospital.
Because his sister, Su Rinchi, was being hospitalized at City Hospital 1.
From the time he crossed over until now, because he had been idle, he hadn't had the time to visit this cheap sister that came with his crossing over. Through his memories, Su Chen learned. The predecessor self was very loving towards Su Rinchi, although his sister was already suffering from a terminal illness and was lying in the hospital with her days numbered. But he still insisted on selling tea eggs every morning to earn a meager salary. Not for himself, but just so his sister could hang around in the hospital for a few more days. Su Chen, who had now crossed over, didn't have much deep affection for this sister though. But now that he had enough savings, no matter what, he should go see her. On the way, incidentally, I bought 2 bowls of the wontons that I remember Su Rinchi's favorite. Holding the wontons in his hand, Su Chen hummed a song under his breath as he traveled all the way to Luo High City's first hospital. Entering the door of the hospital, he stepped into the elevator. Followed the memorized location and found Ward 416. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and with a smile on his face as much as possible, Su Chen opened the door. Just as he entered, he saw a nurse taking the temperature of the young girl in the hospital bed. The young girl's long hair was spread out, her face was pale and haggard, and her figure looked incredibly thin, like a weak willow.
This is my sister, Su Rinchi? When Su Chen saw the young girl, an uncontrollable sadness arose in his heart.
Su Rinchi had been tested for pancreatic cancer a few months ago, and it was already in the middle to late stages, making it difficult to cure. In fact, in this day and age, cancer is not untreatable, it just requires the use of very precious life potions. The value of each of those life potions is incalculable. Only the top tycoons could afford to use them.
Orphans like Su Chen, who were even poorer than ordinary people, could never afford it.
Fortunately, this society's medical protection was also more comprehensive, and with the benefits of society, Su Rinchi couldn't spend much money even if she was hospitalized. However, even with a few $1,000s of expenses per month, it was still a huge mountain pressing on Su Chen's shoulders. It made him get up early in the morning and late at night to earn money in addition to going to school every day. Even so, he owes the hospital a lot of money. The nurse seemed to recognize Su Chen as well, and saw him coming and greeted him.
You are the patient's family in bed number 1, right?
This bed has already defaulted on a lot of hospitalization fees. If it continues to default, I'm afraid the hospital will have to take some measures. The female nurse's face was also a bit difficult to color, and she said with some hesitation. She knew the situation of Su Chen's family. But the hospital also had hospital rules, so she could only lament inwardly. Why do disasters tend to find bitter people?
And at that moment, the young girl on the bed, who was closing her eyes, opened them. The haggard gaze looked toward Su Chen, finally bringing on a few points of light. Brother, you came to see me. Hey, how are you feeling? When Su Chen saw the incomparably haggard appearance of the young girl, his heart became even harder. So he walked over to the side of the hospital bed, placed the warm ravioli on a side table cabinet, and with concern, looked at this younger sister that he had never met before. Brother, I'm fine. If it's not possible, it's better for me to go home. I know my situation. No, you have to stay here, take your medicine and maintain your condition. Brother will find a way to cure you. But? There's no buts, do as you're told. I'll go to the front desk in a few minutes and pay all the fees I owe, and we'll never be short of money again. Really? Brother, are you going to do some dangerous work again? Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Rinchi was obviously a bit disbelieving, and a strong worry surfaced on her pale pretty face. Seeing that the young girl was truly worried for herself, Su Chen's originally emotionless heart also had an extra trace of emotion. If Su Rinchi hadn't gotten sick, she would probably also be a lively and lovely beauty girl. It's fine, I'm on the verge of becoming a martial artist now. When I become a martial artist, we won't be short of money. You will also be able to get better conditions to treat your illness. Really? That's great. Su Rinchi's voice grew fainter and fainter, and then gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 24, Thieves in the House. Su Chen gave chase. Su Rinchi actually fell asleep directly. She has just been injected with a tranquilizer-type drug, so it's normal that she will be in a somewhat drowsy condition. The nurse at the side explained to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Su Rinchi, who was lying on the bed, and his eyes gradually became gentle. Although his soul was no longer the other party's brother. But by inheriting this physical body, he had also inherited this bloodline connection. Su Chen nodded, then turned his head to look at the nurse and said, "You guys have to take good care of her, I'll go settle the medical bills now. Also, let's upgrade the ward to a single room, I won't even owe any bills in the future." Upon hearing this, the nurse said with some surprise, "Single rooms aren't covered by health insurance. It's going to cost a lot more money a month." "It's okay, I can afford to pay." Su Chen had a look of conviction. He now had more than $100,000 on hand, and already had a way to make money, and would make more and more money in the future. "That's good, you come with me, go to the front desk to pay the fee." The nurse's eyes clearly still showed some disbelief. After all, Su Chen's poverty and stinginess was already deeply bound in her mind. Coming to the front desk, after explaining the requirements for upgrading the ward, Su Chen directly swept the payment code. Together with the previous owed fees totaling more than 90,000 credits, it actually really arrived. The nurse's eyes were finally filled with surprise. How could this teenager, who was still in high school, take out so much money at once? Didn't he say that he and his sister were the only ones left in his family? However, seeing that Su Chen didn't want to explain, she didn't ask much. Anyway, the hospital fees can be paid off on the line. Okay, the outstanding fees and the payment for upgrading the ward have all been settled. We will immediately upgrade Su Rinchi to a single room. But this is only 1 month's payment. You'll still need to pay the fees if you want to continue with this condition next month. Anyway, taking care of my sister, money isn't a problem. Su Chen nodded and continued, "Call me first if there is any situation. Don't worry, we'll give the patient the best care we can when the conditions support it. But the patient's condition may not last 3 months. The nurse pondered for a while, but still told Su Chen about Su Rinchi's condition status. 3 months' time is already enough. Su Chen's gaze became firm, and he secretly muttered to himself in his heart. He raised his head and said to the nurse, "It's fine, hold on as long as you can." Then he went to the hospital room to take another look at Su Rinchi and gently brought the door to the room with him. During these 2 months, he was going to spare no effort to become stronger. Strong enough to be able to buy that life potion that could cure all cancers. It was already late when Su Chen hitchhiked home. Coming to the floor of the somewhat dilapidated flat, Su Chen habitually looked upwards and saw the window of his house. Why is the window open? Su Chen clearly remembered that when he went out in the morning, he had checked the doors and windows and they were all closed. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. So he darted upstairs to the security door of his house. His footsteps were light and he went up the stairs without making a sound. Arriving silently at the door, he attached his ear to the security door and listened for movement inside. A rustling sound came from inside the security door. A burglar in the house? But the security door is closed properly. Did the other party climb in through the window? But his house is on the 5th floor. Su Chen's heart became incomparably calm, transferring his body's blood chi within his body, ready to fight at any time. On one side, he quickly inserted the key into the lock hole and opened the door of the room. Su Chen was quite certain that what entered his house was no ordinary thief. Sure enough, the moment the door of the room opened, he saw, in a flash, a dark figure behind the curtains that actually leapt out directly from the window. "Stop!" Su Chen roared, immediately dodging to the window. He poked his head out and looked downwards. The silhouette had already run several meters away. Su Chen didn't hesitate, and in an instant, he had already executed the 100 beasts contending for heaven record. Body technique eagle's pole. In the next moment, he similarly leapt from the window, skillfully borrowing strength through the windowsill of the floor below, and in less than 3 seconds, he was on the ground. At that moment, the other party was still in his field of vision. Su Chen followed closely after him and chased after him. Su Chen had been chasing after that thief for a while. The speed of the other party didn't seem to be fast, but there was no doubt that it wasn't an ordinary person. Judging from the opponent's movements and speed, the degree of blood chi seemed to be similar to his own. But to be able to leap down from the 5th floor again indicated that the other party also had a high probability of also mastering a lightweight class of ancient martial arts. A guy who mastered ancient martial arts, to their own this poor and downtrodden low-cost housing pouring what? Su Chen pondered in his heart, his feet speed not slowing down at all. But after chasing after him for a while longer, Su Chen realized that something was wrong. The other party's figure, it seemed to have been kept at a distance not far from himself, ensuring that he could see the figure, but could not easily approach. Moreover, Su Chen realized that once he accelerated, the other party's speed would also increase. While he slightly showed the appearance of physical exhaustion, the other party seemed to have reached his limit as well, and his speed slowed down. Nope. He's hanging on to me, deliberately luring me somewhere. Su Chen instantly judged the other party's intentions. And followed that logic. The opponent's native strength might be above him with high probability. As for exactly how much higher than him, Su Chen had no certainty in his heart. Still want to chase? Su Chen asked himself mentally. But immediately made up his mind again. Chase. He could not allow an enemy so strong to spy on him in the dark all the time without knowing the other party's intentions. That would give him sleepless nights. What's more, although the other party was strong, he definitely couldn't reach the level of a martial general. Otherwise, for a martial general to want to kill himself, there was absolutely no need to lure himself to a certain place before taking action. He could just kill himself on the spot without a sound. Therefore, the opponent's strength can only be at the martial artist level. Perhaps a low-ranked martial artist, perhaps a middle-ranked martial artist. As long as it was still martial artist level, Su Chen had the means to counteract it. That was the extinguishing lotus demon flame that was rooted in his mind. As the buildings around him became more and more sparse, Su Chen probably knew where the other party wanted to lead him to. It should be the no man's land on both sides of the Huang River. The Yellow River. My doppelganger is now in the middle of the Yellow River. Su Chen sensed the bilocation's current location from his own, which wasn't too far away. Today, he let the golden spirit python hunt in the middle of the Yellow River, meticulously developing and incidentally observing the treasures left around. And now that he had encountered a crisis, Su Chen immediately sent a message to the subconsciousness. In the next moment, the golden spirit python reversed its direction in the water and swam rapidly towards Su Chen's direction. Chapter 25 The Sixth Order Martial Artist's Coercion. Su Chen plotted. 15 minutes later. Not far out of sight, an abandoned bridge appeared. Surrounded by piles of weeds and dirty debris, it glowed a ghastly white color in the moonlight. The figure in front seemed to have been chased to the end of its rope, and stood still at the point where the bridge had broken. Su Chen, on the other hand, was at a position 20 meters away from the other party and also stopped in his tracks. He wanted to leave a safe distance that was enough for him to react. Kid, I didn't think you'd really dare to chase me here. The silhouette spoke, a slightly muffled male voice. The man turned, his face revealed from the moonlight. It was a face that made Su Chen feel somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Who the hell are you? Why did you break into my house? Su Chen asked coldly as he lowered his voice even from a not-so-close distance. My name is Huang Zitao. Huang Zitao didn't intend to hide it and directly reported his name, his eyes narrowing slightly. As soon as Su Chen heard it, he suddenly realized. You're Huang Ziming's brother? In the past, Huang Ziming would often brag about how great his brother was in class. Not only was he a 6th-ranked martial artist, he had also formed a mercenary squad that specialized in going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts in dangerous areas. Su Chen felt some trouble in his heart. It is actually a 6th-rank martial artist. It's not easy to get. Yeah. Huang Zitao's eyes were dark and uncertain as he continued, no wonder my brother said he was bullied by you at school. Having this kind of strength at such a young age, you can indeed ride on my brother's head and piss on him. Huang Zitao took 2 steps forward, Su Chen felt alert and took the same 2 steps back. There must be some kind of misunderstanding in the middle. I wouldn't dare to bully Huang Ziming in school, he's the one who bullies me. If you don't believe me, you can call now, I'll confront him. Huang Zitao froze for a moment, then sneered, does it matter? At those words, Su Chen's heart sank. The other party really didn't come to find himself because of this. Only seeing Huang Zitao with a puzzled expression on his face, he changed the topic and said, I'm curious, how did you, a fellow who was so poor, come into contact with so many ancient martial arts? I also checked your parents' past, one was a construction worker and the other was a deliveryman, both were ordinary people who couldn't even reach the level of a martial artist.
It's reasonable to say that there's no possibility for you to become a martial artist in your entire life. You simply can't even meet the requirements for enrollment in the martial arts section.
However, you have defied my common sense.
As Huang Zitao said this, a look of interest passed through his eyes. My brother told me that a few days ago, you were still a waste of space, and the chi and blood value in your body couldn't even reach 150 points, while coincidentally, on the day of the martial arts enrollment, your chi and blood value measured out to be 192 points. And from my estimation just now, the chi and blood value in your body should have already surpassed 250 points. To be honest, you're quite capable of pretending. The situation where a person's blood value soared from 150 points to 250 points in 2 days was almost impossible. Unless this Su Chen was the type of supreme genius like the founder of the Yin-Yang martial school. But the chances of that were far too small. So there's only one possibility: the other person has been faking it. Not to mention the blood chi value, the endless layers of ancient martial arts on Su Chen's body, each one of them didn't look like a beginner. All of them had at least reached a certain level of fire.
And this is absolutely impossible without years of practice.
But how could a fatherless, poor boy be exposed to so many higher ancient martial arts? Therefore, he dared to assert that this Su Chen must be harboring some big secret.
Or some kind of heaven-defying chance, or acquired some amazing treasure.
In short, no matter what this secret really is,
Huang Zitao must dig it out and keep it for himself.
Su Chen's heart, too, sank more and more with Huang Zitao's words. The other party actually directly investigated himself, and the investigation was so detailed.
Not only even his own address, but even his past parents' information was investigated. This Huang Zitao must die. Su Chen secretly made up his mind.
But the expression on his face was one of panic as he said, "I
really don't know what you're talking about."
"Oh? Then tell me, that B-rank ancient martial arts fist technique that you mastered, where exactly did it come from?" Huang Zitao clasped his hands in front of his chest, an expression of catching a turtle in a jar on his face as he approached towards Su Chen. Su Chen stammered and stepped back. "That was bestowed upon me by a mysterious old senior, saying that I am enlightened and have the talent for martial arts.
I am his disciple."
Sniffing. Huang Zitao's footsteps lurched, then he let out a cold laugh and said, "This kind of fake lie with a glance, do you think I'll believe it?" Su Chen also knew that this statement would definitely not be able to fool the other party. The reason why Xu Lei and Zhang Heng ate this up was because they didn't know their own bottom line. This Huang Zitao, on the other hand, had clearly gotten to the bottom of his own old ways.
"What do you really want to do?"
"If you want that fist technique, I can teach you, as long as you keep it a secret for me." Su Chen's face pretended to look flustered as he hurriedly said. While in his heart, he knew was calculating the time when the golden spirit python would come over.
Soon, just soon. His detachment will come over soon. And Huang Zitao snorted inwardly as he watched Su Chen's performance. "Heh, really still too tender, mum."
But the expression on his face was even more playful, as if he was teasing an ant that could be stepped on at will.
"Oh? But I don't even know your secret, how can I keep it for you? How about this, you tell me your secret, and I'll be your umbrella from now on, how about that?"
"I'm about to step into a high-ranked martial artist, and I currently have a mercenary squad within the Luo High Mercenary Association. In the future, you'll be a member of my Huang family, I'll cover you, so you won't have to worry about what's going on."
Seemingly thinking of something else, Huang Zitao added, "Oh yeah, I heard that your sister has cancer?"
"You must be very short of money. As long as you promise to share the secrets on your body with me, I'll fully cover your sister's treatment costs in the future." After saying that, the expression on Huang Zitao's face looked incomparably sincere as he looked at Su Chen. "Brother Su Chen, what do you think of this condition?"
What you said is
true." Su Chen continued to stall for time, knowing that the other party's every word was a lie, but the expression on his face acted as if he was going to believe it.
"Of course, I'm a 6th-ranked martial artist, can I still lie to you?"
Okay. I can tell you, but please don't tell anyone else."
"I won't tell."
Huang Zitao's face expression didn't change at all, but his heart was already incomparably excited.
He didn't know what the secret in Su Chen's body was,
but knew that it must be something that could change his future. As long as he plundered everything from Su Chen's body, his strength would multiply more than a few times.
Becoming a martial general in the future would also be the nail in the coffin.
As for Su Chen? Oh, let's take him outside the city when the time comes and give him an easy death.
Then that's good, I'll tell you, my secret is.
Su Chen looked like he already believed in the promise and was about to speak. However, the expression on his face suddenly changed, pointing behind Huang Zitao to, "You, behind you."
Huang Zitao's eyes went cold. "Kid, want to swindle me? There really is something behind you."
At this moment, Huang Zitao seemed to have sensed the movement in the wind as well, and turned back violently. Only to see a golden python over a dozen meters long, jumping out of the river under the moonlit night, lunging towards him with its mouth open.
Chapter 26 Sacrifice, Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame.
Blood-colored pupils. At the same time, Su Chen's main consciousness also switched into the golden spirit python.
The golden spirit python that possessed a human consciousness moved more flexibly. It approached towards Huang Zitao rapidly in the air. Not good. How can there be a ferocious beast here? Huang Zitao felt the fluctuation of yuan power coming from the giant python and was horrified in his heart. However, the current situation made it too late for him to think about it, and he could only immediately dodge to avoid it. However, the pupils of the giant python that was flying close to him suddenly turned golden. Immediately afterward, 2 rays shot from the golden spirit python's pupils towards Huang Zitao. Golden spirit snake pupils obsidian gold rays. What? A first-ranked ferocious beast actually possesses a special ability. Huang Zitao was even more shocked and immediately gathered yuan power in his body, converging it in front of his body. A force shield was formed in an instant. The shield blocked the penetrating rays, vibrating through the air. The next moment, however, that yuan power shield actually began to show cracks under the attack of the obsidian rays. How is that possible? The ability of a first-rank ferocious beast can actually penetrate my yuan power shield. This is a higher talent. This ferocious beast possesses the potential to evolve into the Lord rank. Huang Zitao was once again shocked in his heart. Decisively, one hand continued to support the yuan power shield, while the other hand clenched in the void. A long blade constructed from pure yuan power vaguely took shape. He sidestepped and dodged the frontal attack of the golden spirit python, utilizing the speed of a 6th-ranked martial artist. In almost an instant, he arrived at the golden spirit python's flank. With the long blade in his hand, he chopped down. Su Chen's main consciousness entered the main golden spirit python, and seeing that the other party's figure directly turned into a residual shadow, he did not dare to be careless. Body technique. Python walk. This was a brand new stance move that the 100 Beasts contest for heaven record had realized by observing the behavior of the golden spirit python itself. Completely adapted to the golden spirit python, it could cause him to instantly explode with doubled speed and reflexes. Only to see that the golden spirit python actually flashed strangely in the air, managing to avoid Huang Zitao's attack. What a surging surge of yuan power! How could a first-ranked ferocious beast possess such yuan power? A normal first-rank ferocious beast was roughly equivalent to a first-rank martial artist, and having 2 or 3 units of yuan power in their body would be good. This ferocious beast, on the other hand, had no less than a dozen units of yuan power in its body. At this level, it was already equivalent to a peak 2nd stage or even 3rd stage ferocious beast. Obviously, the chi and blood values in this ferocious beast's body are not that high, so how could there be so much yuan power? Huang Zitao immediately had a horrifying guess in his heart. Could it be that the other party's yuan power conversion rate is actually this high? This thought caused the emotions in Huang Zitao's heart to hit him like a mountain of emotions. It was too counterintuitive. If this golden spirit python was a human, it would definitely be the genius of geniuses, the demon of demons. If we can capture this golden spirit python and hand it over to the Mutation Research Institute, it's probably worth a lot of money. The shock in Huang Zitao's heart turned back into surprise when he thought of this. I didn't expect that today. Not only did he meet Su Chen, who was harboring a secret, but he also met an incomparably demonic ferocious beast. Isn't his own luck a little too good? However, at the moment, in the middle of the battle, he didn't have the heart to think too much. Let's first capture this python alive. He didn't want to just kill this python that had great research value. And in the moment he was thinking, the golden spirit python had already charged towards him once again. Looking for death. I was afraid you'd escape. Huang Zitao snorted coldly in his heart. The movements of his hands were not slow at all, directly executing the family's ancient martial art, the green bull brute bull strength. Huang Zitao's body was instantly enveloped in a green-colored astral aura. The entire person's speed doubled again. The green bull brute bull strength, together with the excitation of yuan power in Huang Zitao's body, could instantly cause the physical ability to explode by more than double, including strength, speed, and reflexes. Moreover, a green bull gang chi was formed on the surface of the body, integrating offense and defense. Su Chen, whose consciousness was still inside the golden spirit python, also saw that the other party wanted to capture himself alive. Therefore, without the slightest fear, he directly wound his way towards Huang Zitao's body. Python technique, python entanglement. At the same time, the fangs in his mouth tore viciously towards the other party's neck. However, the green astral deity attached to Huang Zitao's body surface instantly protected his body. It made Su Chen's teeth shake, feeling as if he had bitten on a steel plate. If I let you grow to the 2nd or even the 3rd stage again, I really won't be able to pin you down. But a mere 1st rank, even if you're a demon, you're still too weak. Huang Zitao snorted coldly again. In the next instant, he directly broke free from the golden spirit python's entanglement. The green astral deity on the surface of his body changed again, transforming into a green-colored astral bracelet in his hand, instantly countering the golden spirit python. The astral energy was firmly imprisoned at the golden spirit python's 7 inches, suppressing it on the ground, unable to move. Good chance. Although he was countered, Su Chen inwardly gave a dark voice and immediately unleashed the soul thought distraction technique. Consciousness transformation. His main consciousness, once again, returned to his body. Su Chen knew that the Golden Spirit Python's body was not yet able to deal with a 6th-ranked martial artist, and he had no intention of winning over his opponent just like that. The purpose of the Golden Spirit Python's appearance was to attract Huang Zitao's attention so that he would temporarily ignore Su Chen on the side. In the twinkling of an eye, Su Chen's main consciousness once again returned to the main body, while the subconsciousness remained within the Golden Spirit Python, releasing a command to struggle violently. The Golden Spirit Python on the ground then struggled violently with its huge body, restraining Huang Zitao's movement and forcing him to stay in place. On the other hand, Su Chen, who was on the side, immediately sank his consciousness into his mind. Immediately, he saw the demonic flame that had taken root in the sea of consciousness and was burning vigorously. Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame. Exterminating Lotus Demon Flame, sacrifice. Su Chen recited silently in his heart. In the next moment, a beam of flame carrying a destructive aura exploded out via his pupils. Su Chen felt a burning sensation in his eye socket, and blood spilled out immediately. An incomparably demonic beam of flame that could scorch everything shot out from his pupils. Almost instantly, on Huang Zitao's body at the focal point of his vision, the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame exploded like a red lotus blooming with deathly light. What is this? No good. Huang Zitao didn't even react to the sudden turn of events before he was blown away by the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame. He immediately used his green bull astral energy to attach to his body surface to defend himself from this strange fire. However, this powerful astral energy constructed with his own yuan power was actually instantly disintegrated under the burning of this flame. Impossible. Huang Zitao's skin, which immediately felt the terrifying temperature of this flame, was scorched to reveal white bones. Huang Zitao screamed out in terror, trying to gather more yuan power from his body to support the green gang. However, it was useless. No matter how much yuan power there was, it would be instantly scorched away by this flame. Huang Zitao's pupils widened and he no longer had time to care about the remaining Golden Spirit Python, immediately jumping down from the bridge into the water, wanting to use water to extinguish this extremely bizarre flame. It's useless. The moment you're hit by the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame, you're already a dead man. Su Chen gasped for breath, feeling the pain like an explosion in his mind, covered his bleeding right eye, and smiled gloomily. Chapter 27 Talent Advancement. Exterminating a 6th-order martial artist. Using the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame consumed a huge amount of mental energy, so once the current Su Chen used it, he would lose his fighting ability. That was why the strike just now, he had to hit. And using the Golden Spirit Python as bait, forcing Huang Zitao to stay right in the center of the focus of his sight was his first move. This plan, it could be said, was executed perfectly. The current Huang Zitao, on the other hand, was in a miserable condition. He had exhausted his yuan power and was flopping around on the surface of the water like a dying roasted pig, letting out heart-rending screams as he did so. Su Chen save. He didn't expect that a guy who hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist would be able to unleash a flame with this kind of power. However, it was all too late now. The demonic and incomparable flames of the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame blossomed on him one by one like red-colored lotus flowers. Put! Put! Each bloom caused his skin to split open and he screamed miserably. The red-colored fire lotus on the surface of the water glowed in the darkness. Su Chen walked to the edge of the broken bridge and watched Huang Zitao's struggles gradually become powerless. And then it was completely dead silent. 6th-ranked martial artists, just like this, died under the burning of the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame. Su Chen closed his eyes, cutting off the connection between his spiritual power and the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame. The flames on Huang Zitao's body were then violently extinguished, and his body sank to the bottom of the river. I must quickly leave. Just now before dying, Huang Zitao seemed to take out his cell phone and wanted to dial something. It also means that this location is no longer safe now. It's likely that it's been exposed, and someone will come to probe it soon. Thus, without hesitation, Su Chen turned his head and ran. He chose the darkest path and darted in the direction of his home. Fortunately, the facilities around here were backward and there weren't any cameras, so it was impossible to capture any trace of Su Chen. Otherwise, Huang Zitao wouldn't have chosen the location here. One can only say that the cycle of good and evil is rewarded. After reaching safety, Su Chen then instantly activated the consciousness shift again, entering his main consciousness into the Golden Spirit Python's body. At this moment, the Golden Spirit Python was coiled next to Huang Zitao's corpse. The reason why it didn't leave immediately was of course to enjoy this hard-won delicacy. The flesh of a 6th-ranked martial artist. I also wonder how much growth I can gain by devouring it. Without hesitation, Su Chen directly opened his python's mouth wide and swallowed the corpse that had been turned into charcoal whole. Then immediately ran the python devouring blood method to digest it.
You run the Python Devouring Blood method, gaining 2 points of blood chi value and 0.1 units of yuan power. You have performed the Anaconda Devouring Blood technique, gaining 2 points of blood chi and 0.1 units of yuan power.
Congratulations, you Python Devouring Blood method experience value brush full, upgraded to LV3. I actually upgraded my Python Devouring Blood technique. Suchin said in surprise as he quickly swam towards the mouth of the sea.
The LV2 level Python Devouring Blood method was still relatively slow in digesting the flesh of a 6th ranked martial artist. While upgrading to LV3, the absorption speed was much faster. You run the Anaconda Devouring Blood technique and gain 5 points of blood chi value. You've activated the Python's Blood Devouring technique. You've gained 5 points of blood chi. Soon, all the yuan power values in Huang Zitao's body were digested, and there wasn't much in total. Most of his yuan power had been used to resist the extinguishing lotus demon flame. However, the blood chi value was still like a rich mine, constantly being absorbed by the golden spirit python. At the martial artist stage, regardless of whether it was a human or a ferocious beast, the main goal was still to raise one's blood chi value, and to convert the blood chi value into cosmic yuan power. When the martial artist was complete, it meant that the blood chi value in his body had reached the most saturated state, and he could break through the limit and become a yuan martial general. The 6th order martial artist's flesh has been fully absorbed, gaining a total of 104 points of blood chi value. Your doppelganger, the golden spirit python, now has a blood and chi value of 618 points. At the bottom of the dark river, the golden spirit python's speed skyrocketed. The blood chi value in his body finally broke through 600 points after absorbing Huang Zitao's corpse. The corpse of a 6th ranked martial artist had directly increased the golden spirit python's blood chi value by over 100 points. It also meant that all of the golden spirit python's attributes had taken a qualitative leap as well. Split, golden spirit python grown body.
Bloodline, unawakened high-level beast bloodline. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV2, venomous fawn LV1. Strength, 66. Speed, 78. Endurance, 80. Spirit, 51. Blood and gas value, 618 points. Level of strength, 1st order fierce beast. Not bad, the natural ability golden spirit snake pupil has also risen to LV2. Now, the obsidian rays emitted by the golden spirit snake pupil dealt more damage, and the range of the passive treasure hunt had increased from 100 meters to 200 meters. After that, Su Chen maneuvered the golden spirit python to run wildly all the way. Crossing the long river, like a dragon entering the sea, he entered the waters of the East Sea that connected to the Yellow River. Su Chen's consciousness returned to his body and hurried back home. The Mercedes-Benz along the way made him a little out of breath. Even though he knew that after killing Huang Zitao, he would definitely face trouble in the aftermath. However, the trouble was only greater if he was allowed to live. Besides, he was so weak now, even if someone found out that Huang Zitao had been killed, they shouldn't suspect him, a student who hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist. This gave him time to develop. I must get stronger as soon as possible so that I won't be hamstrung by anyone. Thinking of this, he sat down on his knees on the bed and sank his consciousness into his mind. Releasing the extinguishing lotus demon flame had severely depleted his mental power, and he needed to recover his mental power by visualizing the extinguishing red lotus visualization diagram. And at the same time, stimulate the seal of blood essence again. While recovering his spiritual power, he continued to cultivate the soul numinous distraction technique, acquiring precious numinous power. You have run the seal of blood essence, consuming 5 points of blood essence value and gaining plus 0.1 of Nianli. You have activated the seal of blood essence, consumed 5 points of blood chi, gained 0.1 Nianli. You have activated the seal of blood essence, consumed 5 points of blood chi, gained 0.1 Nianli. The soul mind distraction technique, an S-rank technique, had the special characteristic that both the main consciousness and the subconsciousness could carry out the cultivation of the seal of blood essence. Therefore, after condensing the seal of blood essence, Su Chen swapped his consciousnesses, allowing the subconsciousness to take over the continuation of the main body's cultivation. The main consciousness, on the other hand, entered the golden spirit python's body and prepared to start this night's ocean treasure hunt. In this way, it would allow the main body and the doppelganger to become stronger together, doubling their efficiency. Sure enough, there were significantly more mutated creatures in the sea. Even though Su Chen was now in a safe sea, he could still see that there were many mutant beasts that had not yet evolved to the ferocious beast level that were roaming around. Thus, Su Chen opened his golden spirit snake pupil and hunted while looking around for treasures. You have devoured the mutant octopus and gained 5 points of blood chi value. You devoured the electric dance eel and gained 3 points of blood. You have devoured the sawtooth fish and gained 4 points. Now that he had stepped into the first stage of ferocious beasts, the blood chi value that could be gained from devouring low-grade mutated fish had obviously become less. This was normal, after all, now that he had become stronger. I also don't know what the daily growth limit of blood chi is for my bilocation.
Su-Chen felt that the golden spirit python's body seemed to be a king of appetite. How much mutant beast meat could be digested into the purest blood chi to be absorbed by it? Unlike his original body, which had limited fleshly talent.
There was also an upper limit to the amount of blood chi value that could be grown every day.
Of course, compared to the upper limit of the main body, the speed at which he was getting stronger now was already terrifying in itself.
Who could raise their blood chi value by dozens of points in a day?
That in itself was demonic-like speed.
His doppelganger, on the other hand, was the demon of demons.
Just as he was aimlessly hunting and pondering, not far ahead, two beams of white precious light suddenly appeared.
Chapter 28, Zhanhai Yuan Stone.
Star Source Coral.
Ha! There are treasures up ahead. And there are two beams of treasure light.
It's true that the resources of the Great Sea are just abundant. Su-Chen immediately swung his python tail and swam in that direction. However, when he arrived close, he found nothing.
No, the precious light is right here.
Those two white precious lights still existed, surprisingly spreading out from the soil at the bottom of the sea. So Su-Chen used to open his big mouth and used his sharp snake teeth to dig up the silt on the seabed. After digging a half-meter deep pit, his teeth seemed to have touched some hard substance.
Found it!
Su-Chen immediately switched his own tail to sweep the silt loam above the hard substance.
Soon, two pale blue halos appeared in his field of vision.
Only to see that they were two palm-sized stones that emitted a turquoise blue halo. The shape was not irregular, but through perception, it seemed to contain a special kind of yuan power.
Could this be the Zhanhai Yuan Stone?
During the daytime, Su-Chen had supplemented some general knowledge books on common treasures in the sea. In the books, it so happened that the first few pages recorded this precious crystal-type treasure in the ocean. That's right, it contains a special water attribute yuan power.
This is the Zhanhai Yuan Stone.
While normal yuan power was attribute less, the yuan power contained in the Zhanhai Yuan Stone was very special, possessing a very affinity for the water attribute.
And the yuan power contained within it could be absorbed by humans.
This affinity for the water attribute possessed a healing effect, and it also greatly facilitated the cultivation of some water attribute techniques or ancient martial arts. Although the attribute of the golden spirit python isn't water attributed but is a bit more metallic, it is still able to absorb the yuan power within the sea yuan stone. The reason for this was that the water attribute in the Zhanhai Yuan Stone was particularly affinity, and even creatures that weren't water attributed were able to absorb it. Moreover, the so-called water attribute was just a way of saying that humans gave various special yuan energy. There was no such thing as absolute exclusion. It's just a pity that these two Zhansi Yuan stones aren't of particularly high quality. It looks like they should only be lower grade sea yuan stones. Su-Chen saw that there were quite a few impurities in the two Zhanhai Yuan stones, so he judged that they should only be of lower grade. However, the good thing was that both pieces of Zhanhai Yuan stone were relatively large.
The price of a lower grade Zhanhai Yuan stone is around 10,000 credits. For two pieces, it would be 20,000. Su-Chen nodded, still satisfied.
I obtained two Zhanhai Yuan stones just after entering the sea. There should be other harvests in a few days. Even in the middle of a safe sea, if one searched carefully, one could still find quite a few good things. Because of the vastness of the sea, it was impossible to do a large-scale exfiltration and cleaning, so the various treasures left behind were definitely much more than in the Yellow River.
What's more, unusual low-ranked martial artists wouldn't even dare to go into the sea.
Only those who had reached the middle or high-ranked martial artists were qualified to hunt ferocious beasts and search for all kinds of treasures in the safe waters. Outside of the safe sea, it was the place where only the strongest people at the level of quasi-martial general or those who had reached the level of martial general dared to go deeper. In those places, ferocious beasts of the 8th and 9th ranks abounded. Even ferocious beasts that had reached the lord level were by no means rare. Instead of immediately absorbing the sea elemental stone, Su-Chen temporarily swallowed it into his mouth and carried it with him. Then he once again opened the golden spirit snake pupil and searched for traces of the precious light while roaming aimlessly. Soon, he searched for another white precious light. Another blood spirit algae. This time, another blood spirit algae was found, but the quality was only 5 leaves.
It was not bad at all.
After Su-Chen ate the mutant toad that was guarding the side of the blood spirit algae in one bite, he took the sea spirit grass into his mouth as well. Alas, it's too inconvenient. Now the treasure I'm searching for can only be contained in my mouth, and I still have to spit it out when fighting. Su-Chen was somewhat helpless in his heart. If only there was a space-type treasure, then it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, a space-type treasure, not to mention a martial artist, even a martial general level powerhouse would treat it as a treasure. The price of a spatial treasure was often bottomed out in billions.
Today's Su-Chen definitely couldn't afford it.
He could only put down this thought for the time being and continued to move towards the deeper parts of the sea.
After half an hour or so, another beam of precious light appeared in his field of vision. Ha! There's actually a beam of yellow precious light ahead.
This was the first time he had seen a light other than the white precious light. It also meant that the grade of the treasure in front of him was one that was higher than all of the treasure grades he had acquired so far now.
Hurry up and take a look. Without hesitation, Su Chen swung his tail and swam rapidly in that direction. When he arrived close, Su Chen lurked his body behind a large piece of coral and looked over in the direction where the light was emanating from. Only to see that where the light enveloped, it was actually a coral that flowed with dense starlight. The surface of the coral seemed to be flowing with starlight, and the light was glittering and beautiful. It's actually a star source coral. This kind of coral was also a kind of treasure introduced in the Marine Treasure Atlas. It belonged to a type of spirit of grass and wood, and was much more precious than the blood spirit algae. A plant of star source coral had a market price of at least 100,000 credits. This kind of star source coral contained pure star source, and after being blended with special medicines, it could be made into a precious medicine to enhance the talent of a martial artist's root and bone. Star Origin Body Forging Agent. A Star Origin Body Forging Agent would take at least 1,000,000 credits to buy. If I can pick this Star Origin coral today, I'll count it as a big profit. Su Chen finally became a little excited inside. However, next to the star source coral, a red octopus of enormous size was attaching one of its tentacles to the root of the coral and hibernating. This is a mutated creature that has reached the first rank of ferocious beast. It seems to be absorbing certain substances within the star source coral. One could only see that above that coral, a starry substance was flowing along the giant red octopus's tentacles and towards its body. It seemed that the substance in the star source coral was able to promote the evolution of this octopus. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency in his heart and immediately rushed over. This dead octopus, how dare it suck the spirit of grass and wood that he found? In case it sucked up all the star source inside, it would be worthless. The golden spirit python's yuan power surged unceasingly as it opened its mouth and instantly bit towards the blazing red octopus. At that moment, the blazing red octopus, which was absorbing star source material, immediately sensed the danger. Immediately, it loosened its tentacles from the coral and united with a few other tentacles, directly winding towards the golden spirit python. Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. In terms of the strength of his body, he was definitely the strongest of the first-order ferocious beasts. He found the right position and took a bite on the octopus tentacle. However, because the tentacle was so slippery, it surprisingly slipped away the first time. No hurry, there's still a chance. For the second time, the third time to tear. Finally, Su Chen also inserted his poisonous fangs into the soft tissue of the crimson octopus when it entangled him with its tentacles. Toxin Injection. Chapter 29, Martial General? Martial God? High-ranking lords. Su Chen directly unleashed his skill, Poison Fang, on the giant red octopus. In an instant, highly toxic venom was injected into the octopus tentacles. The bitten location immediately turned black and was slowly spreading towards the top. The octopus also seemed to sense the power of this toxin. Immediately using another tentacle, it directly strangled this bitten tentacle. At the same time, his head rose to a crimson color, and his two eyes bulged out from both sides as if he was extremely angry. In the next instant, from the octopus's mouth actually spewed out a beam of hot lava. This was actually a lava octopus. The lava was squeezed into a straight line, inspiring a large amount of foam in the water, obscuring Su Chen's vision. He felt the blazing temperature of the lava coming from his face. Body Technique Eagle's Blast. Su Chen executed the 100 beasts striving for heaven record in his speed sword. He was able to avoid the lava attack. At the same time, Su Chen's golden spirit snake pupil also frantically surged yuan power to stimulate the obsidian ray. Boom! 2 golden rays directly pierced through the octopus body. And it blasted the stone blocks behind the body, all of them, into crumbs. The obsidian ray that had evolved to the LV2 level was significantly stronger. A mere first-ranked ferocious beast wouldn't be able to stop the golden spirit python's powerful natural ability. Soon, the lava octopus's body was split into several pieces under the scorching of the obsidian rays. It could no longer move. Without saying a word, Su Chen directly opened his mouth and swallowed all of his corpse into his stomach to replenish the yuan power he had consumed. You have devoured a fragment of a first-order ferocious beast's flesh, gaining 5 points of blood chi. You have devoured a fragment of a first-order beast's flesh. You have gained 5 points of blood. You have devoured a fragment of a first-order beast's flesh. You have gained 5 points of blood. At that moment, a sudden popping sound came from the bones within the golden spirit python's body. This is my doppelganger, and the bones are about to undergo evolution as well? The evolution of a ferocious beast's bones was equivalent to a human's bone hardening. It could also be applied to the S-rank technique, Nirvana bone hardening technique. Thus, Su Chen similarly began to run the Nirvana bone tempering technique within the golden spirit python's body. As the technique ran, the golden spirit python's body sounded like countless bones were being reorganized, emitting explosive sounds. On the surface of the skin, all of them were toppled out one after another in the form of bumps. And Su Chen endured this pain, reconstructing his bones. The skeletal evolution of ferocious beasts often came more violently than the human body. But the evolution is also greater. Often, evolving once was the equivalent of a human quenching their bones twice, or even 3 times. This was because the strength of the flesh of ferocious beasts was often higher than that of humans. Finally, an hour later, Su Chen, who was hibernating next to the star source coral, finally completed the skeletal evolution of the golden spirit python's detachment. Su Chen opened his eyes in surprise,
discovering that his bones had actually reached the equivalent of a human's nirvana bone tempering technique, third heavenly realm. Split, golden spirit python grown body.
bloodline, unawakened high-level beast bloodline. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV2, venomous fawn LV1. Strength, 106. Speed, 88. Endurance, 89. Spirit, 40. Blood and gas value, 644 points. Yuan power value, 14 cards. Strength level, first order fierce beast middle. Technique, nirvana bone hardening technique triple heaven, python devouring blood technique LV3. Not bad, right now, my various attributes are tougher than the average second-ranked ferocious beast. It has even reached the level of a third-ranked ferocious beast. Especially the Yuan power in his body.
An ordinary first-ranked ferocious beast would be strong enough to have 2-3 cards of Yuan power. Instead, he had a full 14 cards of Yuan power in his body. This was the power of the S-rank Yuan power transformation method, the Yuan Shen blood refining decree. In addition to that, whether it was speed or strength, he was far beyond a first-order ferocious beast, and after completing the bone-tempering triple sky, his strength had even broken 100. This was completely the level that only a third-order beast could have. It was at this time. An invisible underwater shockwave passed and spread from afar. This fluctuation was like a small earthquake occurring in the distant sea, causing the surrounding waters to tremble. The surrounding fishes and shrimps all ran away in the opposite direction under the influence of this fluctuation. Su Chen, on the other hand, looked in that direction with some curiosity. Is there some kind of battle happening over there? Actually moving so much. What level of ferocious beast is it? Su Chen was somewhat curious. Unfortunately, his golden spirit snake pupil's observation range was limited, and he was unable to see exactly what was happening in the distance. Soon, however, several more intense shockwaves came over again from that direction. Su Chen's mind raced, thinking darkly. Why don't we go and take a look? A battle of that level was something he definitely couldn't participate in at the moment. But it didn't stop him from taking a look and seeing if he could have a chance to reap some benefits. It might be a few powerful ferocious beasts fighting over some treasure. Thus, he swallowed the star source coral into his mouth as well, storing it temporarily. Then he swung his python tail and dived in the direction where the shockwave came from. As Su Chen got closer, the more he felt some trepidation. This battle is fierce. It is definitely not an ordinary ferocious beast, it is at least a lord level. And it's probably a high-level lord. He was currently in a position that was close to the edge of the safe sea. In other words, the location where the battle took place was in the middle of the dangerous sea. He was now aroused with intense curiosity. So even though he was about to enter dangerous waters, he still decided to sneak a peek. Just what kind of powerful lords were fighting? And what is the purpose of their battles? Moving on. Su Chen soon entered the dangerous sea. At this time, the surrounding waters seemed to be permeated with a not-so-weak electric current, causing his skin to go numb. Su Chen came above the surface of the sea and looked towards the distance. The waves were raging and torrential rain poured down. Above the sky, lightning flashes and thunder. In the very center of the battlefield, there seemed to be a body that manipulated thunder and lightning, windswept, constantly colliding with the two giants below. And wrestling with this lightning-covered powerhouse were two incomparably huge lord-class ferocious beasts. The distance where the three were fighting was roughly 10 kilometers away from Su Chen. However, the aftermath of the battle made the surrounding sea of more than 10 kilometers in circumference unable to calm down. What a strong martial artist! To actually be able to manipulate the roiling thunder and lightning. Is he a martial general? Or a martial god? Su Chen was somewhat appalled in his heart. Only to see that figure was wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts, and every time it connected with the sea, countless currents would be conducted along the seawater. Being so far away, it can actually paralyze my skin. If I were in the center of the battle, I'd probably be roasted in an instant, right? At this time, the other two incomparably huge ferocious beasts also began to lash out. One was shaped like Godzilla, hundreds of meters tall, like a skyscraper with a very oppressive feeling above the sea. The huge claws of the beast blasted towards the set of figures without mercy. While the other ferocious beast, like a conch enlarged 1,000 times, above the conch shell, an icy blue light flickered as it manipulated the surrounding seawater into countless arcane ice-jutting spikes in an attempt to pierce through the figure. These two ferocious beasts were of a rank that was undoubtedly both of a high lord level. Chapter 30, SS Grade, 10 Directions Thunderstorm. Mysterious Supreme Treasure. Su Chen didn't dare to get close, and could only observe the thrilling battle from afar. Is this the power of a martial arts powerhouse? only to see both sides fighting back and forth, the two ferocious beasts joining forces against a human, yet they were still vaguely at a disadvantage. The divine human with lightning in his hands, however, was like the Flash, pressing down on the two murder lords and blasting thunderstorms against each other. At this time, Lord Godzilla threw back its head and let out a wild roar, and a piercing pillar of light shot out from its mouth.
Laser cannon.
The columns of light cut through the air in blazing scorches, but they were too slow to catch up with the speed of the humanoid figure. Only to see that person seemingly transform into an electric light, and then thousands of thunderbolts flashed together, furiously slashing down from the air towards the two lord-level ferocious beasts.
At that moment,
in Su Chen's mind, a prompt from the system came. You have observed a grade A Yuanwu, Song Tian Thunder technique executed by a 9th Order Martial General. Due to a heaven-defying level of enlightenment, you sublimated this technique and realized the SS grade Yuanwu technique, 10 directions thunder movement.
Does it cost 100 enlightenment points to learn?
Detecting that the host's enlightenment points are less than 100, the SS grade Yuanwu, 10 square thunder has been automatically stored in the enlightenment store. The host can go to check and purchase it. Hearing the prompts coming from his mind, Su Chen was also stunned beyond measure. That figure was actually a peak 9th ranked martial general. Moreover, the ancient martial art he was performing was the Song Tian Thunder technique that had evolved into a grade A Yuan martial art. And he had actually comprehended another SS grade Yuanwu technique from this technique.
10 directions of thunder. Yuan martial arts, an upgraded version of ancient martial arts.
It was a higher martial art created by stimulating various ways of utilizing Yuan power on top of ancient martial arts. I didn't expect that after observing this battle, I had actually directly comprehended an SS grade Yuan martial art. This Yuanwu was even more powerful than any ancient martial art he had mastered now.
It's not a vain trip, ah.
Su Chen looked at the figure that was traveling through the thunder domain, his heart was thrilled. The ranked Song Tian Thunder skill was still so strong, then the SS rank 10 square thunder movement, how strong would he be if he learned it? It was a pity that the enlightenment points were insufficient. Alas, it's still necessary to save up some gnosis points in a hurry.
Su Chen lamented in his heart.
A battle of this level, today's him would never dare to get close enough to die.
To be able to obtain an SS grade Yuanwu, this trip was not a loss. It's still necessary to get stronger quickly. The desire to become stronger grew stronger in Su Chen's heart. I just don't know, why exactly are they fighting?
At this moment, another question popped up in Su Chen's mind. Why would this powerhouse who had reached the 9th rank of martial general engage in such a deadly battle with two high-ranking lords? It couldn't be without a reason.
The most likely reason.
Aside from the fact that they have a grudge, it's only possible that they're fighting over something.
And what exactly is being fought over?
In Su Chen's mind, a possibility snapped to mind. Perhaps, these two ferocious beasts were guarding some very precious underwater treasure. As a result, it was discovered by this martial general. Therefore, it was highly likely that he had come to seize the treasure.
If that's the case, I might be able to go look for it and try to see if I can find it first.
Although he didn't dare to get close to the battle between the three great powerhouses. But if he could bypass them and use his golden spirit snake pupil to see where the treasure was hidden. If there was a chance, it might be possible to take advantage of the gap between their battles to quietly get the treasure in hand.
Su Chen's heart beat wildly as he thought of this.
After thinking carefully about the possibilities of the plan again, he immediately made a decision.
Go and see. Riches and risks. Su Chen no longer hesitated and immediately sank to the bottom of the sea, swimming from the bottom of the sea towards the exact center of the battle.
He concealed all the scents on his body as much as possible, hiding in the tumbling bubbles like a plain and ordinary python, diving towards the front. As he approached the center of the battle, all sorts of intense fluctuations spread through the ocean.
Lightning, ice prisms, lasers.
However, these were the aftermath of the battle. Su Chen just needed to avoid them as much as possible. Soon, he arrived right below the battle. Looking above himself, he watched the sight of terror waves surging and colliding fiercely.
The heart beat even faster. He utilized his golden spirit snake pupils to quickly scan around.
Sure enough, there's a precious light over there. Su Chen saw that not far away, in the middle of an underwater cave, it actually emitted an orange-colored haze that he had never seen before. It must be a treasure of a very high level. Su Chen was secretly agitated in his heart and held down his emotions, and immediately afterward, he immediately dived towards the entrance of the cave. In the cave, it was dark.
And like a labyrinth, there were countless forked cave entrances. However, Su Chen could accurately find the direction forward based on the guidance of the orange-colored precious light.
Faster, faster. I won't be able to leave when their fight is over and one side wins the battle. Su Chen's heart was very anxious, but his mind grew calmer and calmer, stimulating his extreme speed. Soon, he saw the source of the orange precious light emanation.
Is this the treasure hidden in the cave?
Su Chen's golden spirit snake pupil saw the gorgeous crystal that was located in the deepest part of the cave, suspended in mid-air. The crystal was roughly the size of a fist, a standard octahedron, emitting thousands of halos of light, reflecting in the seawater, appearing psychedelic and dazzling. This kind of crystal, I haven't seen it in the marine treasure illustrations. The moment Su Chen saw the crystal, he felt his mind was completely captivated. But it was impossible to recognize what it was. When the golden spirit python approached this crystal, it immediately developed an urge to swallow it. It seemed that by swallowing it, one would be able to obtain unrivaled benefits. This is definitely an incomparable supreme treasure. So Su Chen no longer hesitated and directly opened his mouth and swallowed it, taking the crystal into his mouth. Then quickly fled along the way he came. He definitely couldn't take it directly here, in case there were any side effects it would be over. Su Chen stimulated almost all the yuan power in the golden spirit python's body, and using extreme speed, he fled out of the cave. Then it fled towards the far side again at a rapid speed. At this time, above the sea, the frost lord shaped like a conch seemed to have sensed something. Immediately screaming, the conch shell once again surged with countless icy blue light. But this time, the target of the attack was not the brilliant thunder shadow in the sky, but below the surface of the sea. In a flash, the seawater in the ocean froze into countless channels of ice, shooting toward the direction Su Chen had fled. When Su Chen sensed the ice creams attacking towards him, he secretly said, "Not good." In the golden spirit snake pupil, the obsidian ray was instantly activated. Boom boom boom. The ice prongs that were about to hit themselves were all shattered into pieces by the obsidian rays. Is that big conch's perception so strong that it actually noticed me? Su Chen had no choice but to accelerate again. Strenuously swinging his python tail, he fully activated the eagle's dash and ran wildly towards the distance. However, countless ice slicks had already formed a wall of ice, blocking his path. Chapter 31, Evolutionary Source Material. Stealing to the hand. No good. Su Chen gave a dark cry, energizing the golden spirit snake pupil, and the obsidian rays fired once again. However, the thick wall of arcane ice only shattered one layer. The obsidian rays were not enough to penetrate it all the way through. Su Chen immediately sank his consciousness into the deepest part of his mind, preparing to stimulate the extinguishing lotus demon flame again. It was already inspired once today, but it was insta-inspired. My doppelganger should also be able to withstand inspiring the extinguishing lotus demon flame once more. Without hesitation, Su Chen's spiritual power operated crazily, guiding the extinguishing lotus demon flame to merge in the obsidian gold ray and penetrate towards the wall of Xian ice. Break it for me. Boom. The golden rays burned with a demonic red lotus, running through the arcane ice unhindered and reclaiming a new pathway. Su Chen immediately followed the passageway and fled away. Above the sea, Godzilla, the other lord, also noticed the movement below, knowing that someone was actually stealing the supreme treasure they were guarding. And so, without hesitation, they once again activated the lightning laser in their mouths, preparing to launch it towards the bottom of the sea. However, the two ferocious beasts diverted their attention, allowing the Thunder Marshal General in the air to find an opportunity to exploit. Fighting against this general and you still dare to look left and right? Seek death. Feeling belittled by the two-headed lord, the Thunder Marshal General snorted coldly and instantly condensed an electric trident in his hand. In the next instant, it directly chopped down towards Godzilla's most vulnerable neck. Between heaven and earth, the thunder halberd roared. Through the battle just now, he had long since discovered the weakness of this lord. Seeing the thunder halberd that was about to fall, Godzilla roared, and the light cannons converging in his mouth temporarily turned and swept towards the Thunder Warchief. However, it was already too late. How fast was the speed of a peak 9th-ranked Marshal General? In a flash of lightning, that lightning trident was thrust straight into Godzilla's neck. The lightning trident exploded with countless electric lights, directly separating Godzilla's corpse. An 8th-ranked ferocious beast lord died violently on the spot. Seeing this, the other Frost Lord could no longer be bothered to snipe at the stealers below the surface of the sea. Watching its companion die, it could only force its attention back to the battlefield once again. Hiss! From the Frost Lord's mouth covered in sharp teeth, an angry hiss resounded through the heavens and earth. In the next instant, his body was covered in ice blue light that was extremely sublimated, and millions of ice cones were instantly formed in the sea, encircling towards the silhouette above the sky. It's useless. The Thunder Marshal General snorted coldly. The two of you were only able to fight me to a draw, and now it's dead. You, too, are but a corpse. The Thunder Marshal General's internal yuan power connected heaven and earth, and thunder descended from the clouds, blasting all the ice cones into smithereens. Once again, he condensed a thunder trident, instantly cutting the Frost Lord in half as well. The great battle came to an end in an instant. Evolutionary source material, it's mine. The Thunder Marshal General waved his hand to disperse the thunder in the sky, and with a trident in his hand stowed behind him, he faintly said. And then, the figure directly dived into the seabed and arrived outside the undersea cave. The evolutionary source quality guarded by the two ferocious beasts should be right here. The Thunder Marshal General snapped his fingers again, and several thunderbolts transformed into electric knives at the bottom of the sea, cutting infinitely and lifting the entire cave all the way off.
It's actually not there? What's going on?
The Thunder Marshal General unfolded his own spiritual power and covered the surrounding area of 100 meters to search, but there was no trace of the evolutionary source material.
According to reliable sources, these two lords are clearly guarding an evolutionary source mass. How could there be none?
At this moment, he suddenly thought of the bizarre behavior of the two lords just now.
I see. Grass.
In just now while I was fighting, a thief took the evolutionary source material for a shortcut. The Thunderbolt Marshal General's expression instantly became incredibly ugly. The evolutionary source quality was incomparably precious and could be considered to be worth a fortune. As long as he swallowed one, he could drastically improve his qualifications, and it was the greatest guarantee for him to advance to the martial god realm. And if a ferocious beast swallows it, it can greatly increase its potential for evolution, and may even awaken the latent bloodline in its body. He had been searching for this purification protoplasm for a long time. But he never expected that it would actually be stolen from his home at the last moment.
Damn it!
The Thunderbolt Marshal General's gaze violently swept towards the surroundings, his body once again transforming into thunderbolts as he made several rounds of the surroundings. Unfortunately, he was not a spiritual numinous master, so if the other party was already far away, it would be impossible to track the other party's location with his spiritual power. Pissed off at this general, the Thunder Marshal General rushed out of the sea, his body erupting with thunder and lightning, venting his inner rage. It then searched around for a long time. After finally confirming that he couldn't find the house thief, he could only roar in anger and leave. Su Chen, on the other hand, had long since entered within the safe waters and found another underwater cave to hide in. This was the nest of a sea cucumber mutant beast, but Su Chen swallowed the other party into his stomach without saying a word, replenishing his consumption while taking over the nest. Then after hiding for a while more and confirming that there was nothing moving outside, only then did he spit out the octahedral crystal from his mouth, along with the other treasures he had acquired today. Instantly, a dense and hazy haze of light instantly illuminated the entire interior of the cave, causing the dark waters to become incomparably radiant.
What in the world is this? Can it be eaten?
Although the sight of this crystal gave him an urge to devour it straight away. However, Su Chen still didn't dare to try it rashly for fear of causing any irreversible consequences. There, check online first. Thus, Su Chen temporarily switched his main consciousness back to his main body. Then based on the appearance of this crystal, he looked it up on his cell phone. The normal website didn't have any information about this crystal.
There isn't? How could there be no? Could it be that this crystal is worth too much to be on a level accessible to ordinary people?
Su Chen didn't believe that this crystal was a useless object. Being able to let his golden spirit snake pupil observe the orange precious light itself already spoke volumes. By the way, now that I am a senior student of the Yin Yang Martial School, I can go to the Yin Yang Martial School's internal website to check the information. Thus, Su Chen logged into the Yin Yang Martial School's internal website, entered his ID number, and logged in successfully. Then he came to the Yin Yang Martial Arts Hall's database and inquired again.
Found it. This is actually an evolutionary source material.
Su Chen rummaged through the internal database for a while, and finally saw a picture that was incomparably similar to this crystal. And the introduction about the picture surprised him. This was actually an evolutionary source material capable of prompting biological evolution. As long as one ate it, they would be able to drastically increase their martial arts qualifications and even have the probability of awakening a special talent. And ferocious beasts were also edible. If a ferocious beast eats it, not only can it enhance the evolutionary potential of the ferocious beast and lower the threshold of advancement, there was also a certain probability of awakening the ancient bloodline latent within the ferocious beast.
Chapter 32 Awakening. Gold Devouring Dragon Descent. Body Devouring Realm.
The price of an evolutionary source material is actually as high as over 1 billion credits.
And its price to sell. 1 billion credits. Su Chen was inwardly thrilled, finally realizing just how immensely valuable this thing he had stolen was. However, even if it was worth 1 billion credits, he definitely didn't dare to sell it now.
Not to mention how much suspicion he would arouse if he sold such a thing. What's more, if that Thunder Marshal General found out that he was the one who stole his loot, it would be over. He couldn't afford the wrath of a 9th-ranked Marshal General at the moment.
It's a pity. It's better to keep it for myself. And use it quickly.
This kind of precious and incomparable treasure was trouble to keep in one's hands, so it was better to transform it into one's own strength.
Then give it to the main body or the split body. Su Chen pondered a little and made a decision.
He decided to give the evolutionary source quality directly to the doppelganger to use. His main body's current cultivation speed wasn't slow enough, so if he used another evolutionary origin quality, it would easily attract some unwanted attention. The bilocation, on the other hand, didn't have that much to worry about. Moreover, with the bilocation searching for treasures in the ocean, strength was crucial and it had to become strong enough as soon as possible. It would be best to advance to Lord early and dominate the area. After making his decision, Su Chen once again shifted his consciousness. Su Chen opened his eyes and realized that he had returned to the underwater cave. Looking at the evolutionary source quality in front of him that emitted a dense light, Su Chen did not hesitate and directly opened his mouth to swallow it into his stomach. In the next moment, an incomparable burning sensation emanated from the serpent's belly area and flowed through all the limbs and bones. Like an incomparably powerful special energy, it erupted from within the crystal. In order to better absorb the energy of the evolutionary source material, Su Chen unleashed the Python Devouring Blood Law. You've activated the Python Devouring Blood technique, you're digesting the evolutionary source material, and the high beast bloodline in your body has begun to awaken. Sure enough, a higher ferocious beast bloodline latent within my doppelganger's body has been stimulated. Su Chen felt that every cell in his python body was continuously tearing and reorganizing, and a layer of snakeskin as thin as a cicada wing was once again shed. On top of the newly appeared snakeskin, it was actually covered with a layer of fine golden scales. At the same time, the location at the top of his head began to burn, as if something was about to break through the flesh and grow out. Soon, a golden pointed horn grew out from the location on top of the golden spirit python's head. Congratulations on your successful evolution, you have awakened the SSS-ranked ferocious beast bloodline in your body, the gold-devouring dragon descent. You have gained a new talent, Dragon Body Devouring Realm. You have successfully advanced to a third-order fierce beast. Your values have increased dramatically. After the pain of evolution, Su Chen felt an unrivaled strength explode out of his limbs and bones. I've succeeded in my evolution, I've actually awakened the SSS-grade ferocious beast bloodline. Su Chen was incomparably excited and immediately opened the panel of the golden spirit python to check it out. Split, gold devouring python grown body. Bloodline, gold devouring dragonborn SSS grade. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV3, venomous fangs LV2, dragon body devouring realm SSS grade, LV1. Strength, 306. Speed, 288. Endurance, 299. Spirit, 90. Blood and gas value, 844 points. Yuan power value, 44 cards. Strength level, 3rd order fierce beast middle. Technique, Nirvana bone hardening technique 5th heaven, python devouring blood technique LV3. Actually directly upgraded to a 3rd ranked ferocious beast, and the bone hardening method has also proceeded to the 5th heaven. Su Chen felt the strength, speed and endurance that had almost tripled in expansion within the bilocation, and it was completely different from just now. It was simply a heaven and a earth. That surging Yuan power gave him a sense of confidence. Right now, even if he faced a 5th ranked ferocious beast, he dared to pull a trigger. And also awakened a new SSS rank ability. It's pretty dang impressive as soon as I heard it. When Su Chen focused his consciousness on the new talent, he immediately understood what the function of this talent ability was. The dragon body devouring boundary was the ability to create an internal space to load any object. The size of the space is roughly around 10 cubic meters, and what it currently does is that it can swallow any dead or living object into the space and store it. It's actually a precious space system ability. Su Chen was very excited inside. Right now, what he needed the most was the spatial department's ability. With the dragon body devouring boundary, he wouldn't be left without a place to put the treasures he acquired at the bottom of the sea in the future. It could be completely swallowed directly into the space within his body. Of course, as an SSS ranked ability, it naturally couldn't be useful only for storing objects. Rather, it was to manipulate space. The dragon body devouring boundary, what was devoured was not an item, but rather, a piece of space was directly cut out for devouring. In other words, using this ability wisely, one possessed a blade that could cut through any substance. Including martial god level powerhouses, as long as they were hit by the dragon body devouring realm, they could also have their corpses separated. Strong, invincible. And this ability can also evolve and become even more powerful. Su Chen was very satisfied with this bloodline talent of his. Alright, now my doppelganger, even if I go to the dangerous sea, I'm qualified to make a break for it. As long as I don't go to my death to mess with those lords, even if I run into a 9th ranked ferocious beast, I'll be able to run through it even if I can't beat it. The most disgusting point of the dragon body devouring realm was that it could also fit its own body inside. When the danger from the outside world disappeared, just come out of the space again. However, the current inner devouring realm was still too small and probably wouldn't be able to fit his 30-odd meter body. When this skill was upgraded a bit, it would be equivalent to a perfect life preservation skill. Well, it's almost dawn, so let's call it a day. Consciousness shift, return to the body. Outside the window, the morning light is faint. Su Chen switched consciousness and opened his eyes again in his bed at home. Phew. Last night the body practiced the soul numinous split art, let me see how much the numinous power has grown. Su Chen opened his own proprioceptions panel to check and found that the Nianli already had 5 points. So, he tried to exert his Nianli, not far from the light switch.
Snap!
Only a soft sound was heard, and the switch was actually really pressed by him through the air. This was not the effect of yuan power, but the pull of spiritual thoughts alone. And then, he attempted to move a pen suspended in the air from the table. After a few attempts, he managed to do the same. Only to see the fountain pen flying freely in the air according to his intention, and getting silkier and silkier. Not bad, I should be able to maneuver a flying sword out of thin air when my Nianli value reaches 10.
Spiritual luminaries were always synonymous with being powerful.
As long as Su Chen operated the seal of blood essence more often, he would one day be able to become a high-level Nian master who could manipulate hundreds of flying daggers at the same time in battle. But, so hungry. At that moment, his stomach growled at the right time. Goo goo. Running the seal of blood essence to transform Nianli was still a relatively large drain on blood qi, and it needed to be replenished in a timely manner. Thus, Su Chen took out a large amount of meat from the refrigerator that had been prepared long ago, and went to the kitchen to cook it before feasting on it. Due to the python devouring blood method being upgraded to LV3, the transformation efficiency was further improved. More than a dozen pounds of meat was all digested by Su Chen in less than a few minutes. It could be called a real-life version of the king of big stomach. The blood qi value is sort of replenished, but growth is out of the question. Now these ordinary meats were already very limited in terms of his blood qi growth, and it would take a lot to grow a little bit of blood qi. It was very uneconomical anymore. One had to eat the meat of ferocious beasts to make it work. Chapter 33, The Abyssal Cave and the Vaulted Wall. But even mutated beasts have always been sold at a low price in the market. One would cost several $1,000s. As for the meat of ferocious beasts that had entered the rank, it was even more expensive. Often a few pounds of first-order high-quality ferocious beast meat have to be a few thousand. Some with a better taste and richer nutritional value would even cost tens of thousands. Nowadays, most of Su Chen's savings still had to support his sister's hospitalized medical expenses, and it was impossible to purchase a large amount of ferocious beast meat for dietary supplementation. What's more, that wouldn't be cost-effective either. Can I have the gold-devouring python hunt in the sea and store it inside the body-devouring realm, to bring it back to me? After thinking about it, this option was again rejected by him. This was because the golden python was now a third-order ferocious beast, with a body size of more than 30 meters. If he entered the Huang River and was discovered, it was expected that he would encounter a siege to remove it from the Luohai City Martial Arts Association. Therefore, if he wanted to make a pickup with the gold-devouring python now, he would have to leave the city by himself. Su Chen came to the window, and under the golden morning sunlight of the rising sun, he looked at the high wall shrouded in clouds in the distance. Since the Abyssal Cave descended, the dome wall opened. The creatures on this planet had also evolved one after another, mutating into ferocious beasts, and had long since become dangerous zones outside of the settlements where humans survived. In most of the areas outside the city walls, ferocious beasts roamed, mutated creatures were rampant, and one could even sometimes run into exotic ferocious beasts that had escaped from the Abyssal Cave. Even though most of them were not strong enough to deal a devastating blow to the city. However, for the sake of the stability and safety of the city, high walls were built on the periphery of each city for the purpose of fending off the ferocious beasts. As for those powerful creatures capable of destroying the city, they would be dealt with by the strongest of the humans. As for those ferocious beasts wandering in the wilderness, because they themselves possessed a variety of values, the demand was also very high.
As a result, the mercenary and hunter professions, which had long since disappeared in the course of history, once again flourished.
There are even some unions, organizations and companies that specialize in raising mercenaries and hunters, relying on hunting ferocious beasts and mutant beasts to make profits. For example, Huang Zitao was the leader of the mercenary squad under the Luohai Mercenary Company. Mercenary squads or solo hunters such as these were countless in today's wilderness. Looks like I'll have to go out of the city by myself for once. Su Chen made up his mind in his heart. If he wanted to continue to get stronger, he would have to go out of the city and hunt the ferocious beasts on his own. Although right now, his insta-strength hadn't reached martial artist. But if he only moved within the area close to the city walls, he wouldn't encounter ferocious beasts that were too strong. Moreover, with his strength nowadays, even if he encountered one that he really couldn't beat, he still had the ability to escape. Forget it, I won't go to school today. Just ask Xu Lei's senior sister for a vacation. Because he had now enrolled in the martial arts department, the cultural classes were not the most important thing. Xu Lei, who took their martial arts class, was equivalent to his temporary homeroom teacher, and it was fine to report anything to her. So Su Chen directly called Xu Lei to ask for a vacation. Xu Lei merely asked what the reason was and readily agreed. This was because now with Su Chen's caliber, her lectures could not actually play much of a role anymore. For this kind of martial genius, practicing on their own might be a better choice. Only, Xu Lei reminded him of this over the phone. 3 days from now, the Luo High City Education Bureau is organizing a martial arts subject mock exam, and it's a citywide unified exam, used to feel out the true caliber of the city's martial arts graduates. Every school pays close attention to it, so just remember to come and participate at that time.
Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Suchen packed up the necessary various equipment and prepared to leave the city.
Meanwhile, the Huang family. Huang Xiaotian sat in the middle of the living room with a frown on his face and made a few phone calls. However, the opposite side all showed no answer. He was Huang Zitao's father, as well as an 8 Commandments martial artist. Yesterday, Huang Zitao returned from hunting outside the city. However, he actually lost contact directly at night, and there was no news up to now. This made Huang Xiaotian very worried in his heart.
Ah Ming, do you know where your brother went?
Yesterday I saw on his call messages that he had a call with you.
Huang Xiaotian called Huang Ziming to his side to inquire.
Huang Ziming was a bit stumped, but he explained the cause and effect.
You mean Zitao went to one of your classmates to help you out and then disappeared? And you couldn't contact him?
Yes, that's right.
Huang Ziming added, I guess my brother went out of town to take care of something, right?
The signal is bad outside the city, that's why I can't get in touch. But Huang Xiaotian frowned and shook his head. No, if Zitao had left the city, he would have definitely told me. I also questioned the others in his mercenary squad and have not seen him.
Something must have happened.
Thinking of this, Huang Xiaoyun dialed another phone number. He looked for connections to inquire about the last location where Huang Zitao's cell phone signal disappeared.
Immediately got an accurate location. Zitao's signal suddenly disappeared within the city. The location where it disappeared was by the Huang River. Huang Xiaoyun looked at the location of the signal sent by the other party and immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately moved and prepared to go forward to the signal location to check it out. Keep an eye out for that Su Chen in the school. Zitao's disappearance might have nothing to do with him. Although according to Huang Ziming's introduction, this Su Chen was nothing more than a fatherless orphan, and his own strength was simply not even that of a martial artist, it was impossible for him to pose any threat to Huang Zitao. However, Huang Xiaotian still refused to let go of any possibility and asked Huang Ziming to keep an eye on Su Chen. Yes, father. Huang Ziming replied coyly.
Unproductive thing, only causing trouble for the family every day.
Huang Xiaotian looked at his youngest son's unworthy appearance and cursed again.
As an 8th-ranked martial artist, he had been stuck in this segment for more than 10 years. On the other hand, his eldest son was very gifted, and at only 24 years old, he had reached the 6th-ranked martial artist, and in the future, he was even expected to impact the realm of the martial general.
A military general.
If their Huang family could also produce a martial general, their status in Luo High City would be very different. A general would be enough to establish the core position of a family, allowing them to leap into one of the most powerful families in Luo High City. In the future, they wouldn't have to bow their heads in front of the other big families. Therefore, he had always held Huang Zitao in high regard. As for Huang Ziming, although he was the youngest son, his talent was clearly not as good as Huang Zitao's. Now it was because of him that his eldest son had disappeared, which made Huang Xiaotian's heart very irritated. However, he was only venting a word. Because he knew that the odds were that Su Chen would not be the real reason for Huang Zitao's disappearance. It was probably because Zitao had run into some other kind of trouble. Thinking of this, he immediately moved off, ready to go to the location on his cell phone to explore the place carefully. Seeing his father leave, Huang Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. However, in his heart, he held an even greater grudge against Su Chen, who had caused all of this. It's all your fault, causing me to be scolded by my father. Su Chen, I really hope you hurry up and die. Chapter 34, Comprehending SS Grade Yuanwu. Instantaneous Thunder Steps. Exit the city. The host's Enlightenment point gains have arrived today, totaling 60 points, 50 points for the doppelganger, 10 points for the main body. Please pay attention to checking. While Su Chen was packing up his belongings, the system's voice suddenly came from his mind, causing him to be instantly energized. Today's Enlightenment points have arrived, there are actually 60 points. Su Chen was excited. Together with the 40 points he didn't use yesterday, he had a total of 100 points of Enlightenment value. It was just enough to exchange for the SS grade Yuanwu that he had comprehended last night, the 10 square thunderous movement. So Su Chen couldn't wait to open the Enlightenment Mall. Choosing to redeem the SS grade Yuanwu, 10 square thunderous movement. Host, do you confirm spending 100 Enlightenment points to redeem the 10 square thunderbolt? Note that you only have a total of 100 Enlightenment points. Confirmed. Su Chen nodded frantically. In the next moment, a huge wave of axioms flowed into his mind all of a sudden. It was the essentials of the meridian operation and movements of the 10 directions thunder movement. A quarter of an hour later. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, it was as if a bolt of lightning crossed his eyes. He had already comprehended all the mysteries of this SS grade Yuanwu. This SS grade technique is really much more powerful than the Tongbei Fist and the 100 Beasts Striving for Heaven technique, and when cultivated to the extreme, it can control thousands of thunders and turn into a thunder domain.
As long as I am in the thunder domain, I will be everywhere and nowhere.
It's a pity that I can only utilize the true power of this Yuan Wu after reaching the martial general rank and transforming all the blood chi in my body into Yuan power.
Immediately, Su Chen's face dimmed again and he sighed.
What he was able to use at this stage was only a very small portion of this Yuan Wu, because without being a martial artist, he couldn't even use the thunder technique. There was only one high-grade footwork that could barely be performed.
Name, instant thunder steps.
This kind of footwork allowed Su Chen's speed to instantly skyrocket tenfold and move at the entry level. However, the movement distance of each use of the instantaneous thunder steps could not exceed 10 meters at this stage. Otherwise, it would cause great damage to the muscles of the legs. And when he became a martial artist, he would be able to use the portion of the 10 directions thunder dynamics regarding thunder law in conjunction with it. All in all, I can't wait to become a martial artist. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately got up, packed all the packed equipment in his backpack, and opened the door of his home,
preparing to leave the city.
I didn't expect that just stepping out of the door, just happened to run into single young woman Lu Ruyan again with her daughter ready to go to school. Today's Lu Ruyan wearing a short skirt with black stockings, the soles of the feet stepped on a pair of red high-heeled shoes, dust flavor is full. I should be just off the night shift, have not had time to change work clothes.
Yo, morning, good morning. Going to school? Sister Willow sends Vivian to school too.
Yeah. Lu Ruyan looked at Su Chen's appearance, and always felt that the other party's temperament was very different from the previous 2 days.
It seems like he is taller and has more of a manly kind of aura. The whole person looks dragon and tiger.
This vigorous and exuberant sense of juvenility caused Lu Ruyan to suddenly feel a slight shortness of breath.
Ah Chen, why didn't you come to my house for dumplings the night before last? Lu Ruyan smiled angrily at Su Chen and looked up and down.
Ah, sorry Sister Lu, I forgot, I've been busy with my study duties these days.
Su Chen snorted and added, that.
I'll go to school first, Sister Lu, be careful on the road. After saying that, he waved his hand at the plump young woman and took the lead to go downstairs. Although the taste of the young woman was indeed good, but right now he, still, wanted to get stronger faster.
Good, don't forget to come to my house sometime in the future to play
Ruyan Lu shouted from behind her, in style.
1 hour later. Luohai City, East City Gate. Immigration Application Management Office. Bang! The auditing uncle directly stamped Su Chen's application form. He looked at Su Chen's age, and then he could not help but persuade him.
Young man, I see that you're not too old, why can't you think of going out of the city to do that kind of life-playing work? Although Luohai City is not big, there are still a lot of job opportunities. Although hunting ferocious beasts is lucrative, it's not good to earn money and have no place to spend it. Su Chen, this kind of solo traveler, he had seen quite a lot. Anyway, more out of the city, less into the city. Most of them were buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts outside the city. Only those mercenary squads with strong strength and professional methods were able to survive in the wilderness and rake in enough benefits. Su Chen didn't make much of an explanation. Knowing that the other party was well-intentioned, he said thanks and took the application form, heading towards the city gates made of ultra-high-strength alloy. After handing the application form to the gatekeeper, along with a buzzing sound, a passageway appeared in front of him. This was the first time Su Chen stepped out of the tall city walls. But the scene outside the city walls surprised him a little. Only to see that the outside wasn't barren. On the contrary, at the edge of the high wall, there were quite a few simple tents set up around it. It was just like a small bazaar. All the major mercenary companies and hunter guilds had trading points set up here. Many of the things obtained from the wilderness would be traded directly here.
Su Chen walked around in the middle of the bazaar and after figuring it out, he walked into a tent.
Not long after, he spent 1,000 credits to rent a field motorcycle, then mounted the motorcycle and drove away from the bazaar with a buzzing sound.
Not all of the wilderness was covered with vegetation.
Rather, it was a scene of broken walls, crumbling cities, collapsed skyscrapers covered with lush greenery. Vines wrapped around the buildings, and countless mutated plants grew between the cracks. This was the location of the city before the previous calamity occurred. However, today's Luohai City was already 2/3 smaller than before. The rest of the area was divided into city market zones. This was a wasteland, but also a treasure land, where danger and opportunity coexisted.
Ka-bang!
Suddenly there was a crunch under the wheel.
Su Chen looked down. It was a human arm.
The surface was scorched black, seemingly scorched by high temperatures, and now it had been crushed into broken bones.
This crispness, it seems quite fresh? As Su Chen was thinking, a strong omen suddenly rose in his heart.
He subconsciously turned his head. Immediately, a searing temperature appeared behind his side. A beam of crimson light spat at him head-on. Su Chen immediately swerved, the motorcycle crashed into the vines on one side, and he himself flew straight off the motorcycle and tumbled to the side. Boom! Only a large hole was smashed out of a wall not far away by a fireball, and heat waves rolled over the surrounding plants, which were quickly scorched, revealing several charred bones below.
Su Chen looked towards the direction from which the attack was sent. It was a lone wolf with a reddish body, sharp teeth, and a huge body.
Seeing its appearance, Su Chen immediately recognized the name of this ferocious beast.
Flame Red Wolf.
A ferocious beast evolved from native creatures that could reach a body length of 3 meters after reaching adulthood, growing into a first-order ferocious beast that possessed the ability to manipulate flames. Even martial artists who had reached the first rank did not dare to fight it, and if they were not careful, they could be burned into a pile of white bones. However, this flame red wolf in front of him, with a body length of only about 2 meters, belonged to a growing body, and its strength should be at the level of a quasi-martial artist. The chi and blood value in its body was probably around 400 points. Even so, his strength was still not to be underestimated. If a lone hunter in the wilderness came across it, he would often turn his head and run. Only some grouped mercenary squads would dare to try and hunt them down. Su Chen had not reached martial artist right now, and his blood value was around 300 points, which was 100 points lower than this flame red wolf. However, he did not directly escape. Instead, he instantly made up his mind to make it his first prey of the day.
Alright, let's let you test my current strength.
Su Chen's body was bulging with chi and blood, his hands were slightly trembling, and his breathing was slightly shortened. He knows very well that this is not because he is afraid, but because of
excitement.
It was the excitement of a hunter at the sight of his prey. As long as he ate this red flame firewolf, his chi and blood values would soar once again and he would be one step closer to being a martial artist. And the red flame firewolf obviously didn't know what was going on in Su Chen's mind. Looking at the attack just now that didn't hit, it opened its mouth again and let out a long whistle. Ow! It similarly treated Su Chen as its prey, sticking out its tongue and licking its teeth, as if it couldn't wait to roast the human in front of it directly. It could already imagine how delicious and tender it would be to tear into this fine-skinned human bite by bite. Thus, unable to hold back any longer, it opened its mouth and spewed out another ball of even more blazing flames.
Chapter 35, Comprehending the Upanishad of Fire. Fusing the Insta-Gifts.
Looking at the blazing fire that invaded towards his face, Su Chen's figure, at that moment, also moved.
10 directions thunder movement instant thunder step activated.
In an instant, Su Chen's figure had already arrived 10 meters away, easily dodging this attack. Seeing the firelight enveloping an area in front of him, the flame red wolf's excited hissing sound rang out as it directly rushed up. It couldn't wait to start enjoying a feast.
However, it didn't expect it. In the next moment, Su Chen's figure unexpectedly appeared from his flank once again.
A sharp short blade, flashing with a flash of cold light, slashed towards the flame red wolf's neck. The flame red wolf obviously didn't expect this scene to happen, and couldn't dodge in time. Instantly a gash was opened in his neck. Blood sprayed wildly. Ow! It yelped in pain, disbelief filling the wolf's eyes. This human's speed was simply like that of a ghost. It was different from all the other paramartial humans it had seen. The enraged flame red wolf couldn't think about it in time, and fired several more balls of fire, one after the other.
However, his nerve reaction speed simply couldn't capture Su Chen's figure, and naturally, he couldn't hit.
At the same time, Su Chen once again activated his instantaneous thunder steps, and once again came to the flame red wolf's side. Towards the opponent's waist, he stabbed with his short blade. Creatures like wolves have always been known for their copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Even after evolving, the waist was its greatest weakness. Su Chen made a sliding shovel. In an instant, the flame red wolf's abdomen was opened up with a large slit, and all of its steaming intestines fell out from it, flowing all over the place.
Die!
Su Chen snorted coldly. Without turning back at all, he directly flung the blood at the tip of the knife casually towards the side. In the next moment, this quasi-first-rank ferocious beast directly collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Only then did Su Chen slowly walk again to the front of the beast that had already lost its ability to resist. Then without saying a word, he once again made up a blow towards this guy's vital points.
This flame red wolf finally died.
Su Chen wiped the blood splattered on his face, not a single drop of which belonged to him. Looking again at the fresh flesh of the ferocious beasts at his feet, Su Chen's eyes showed no fear, only excitement.
So weak. No, it's not that it's too weak, it's that I'm too strong.
Not to mention a quasi-first-ranked ferocious beast, even a third-ranked, or even fourth-ranked ferocious beast in front of him would probably only end up being mercilessly slaughtered. One must know that the current Su Chen had more than one bottom card. Is this what it feels like to be powerful? The first time he fought with his own being and killed a life.
This feeling is fantastic.
The air was filled with a fishy smell of blood spreading out. However, when Su Chen smelled this odor, instead of feeling nauseous, he began to secrete saliva. This sweet flavor
is the flavor of power. It's the taste of getting stronger.
If you eat it, you can transform it into your own blood energy.
Thinking about it,
Su Chen no longer hesitated and directly set up a tree branch in place, burning a bonfire. Using the short blade in his hand, he cut off a large piece of meat from the flame red wolf's corpse, skewered it on the tree branch, and began to barbecue it. Within a short while, the smell of meat began to fill the surroundings.
It's kind of like having a wild barbecue.
Su Chen licked his lips and waited until the meat was just roasted, then he couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth. It was too late to taste the flavor, and after swallowing it in one gulp, he immediately operated the python devouring blood law. You have digested a piece of flame red wolf meat, your blood value is plus 3 points. Not bad, a piece of meat adds 3 points of chi and blood value. This was already considered a very good efficiency, more than what those rich young masters had increased with their high-level blood chi supplements. So Su Chen immediately continued to cut off pieces of meat and started grilling.
Wolfing it down.
You digested a piece of flaming red wolf meat, plus 3 points to your blood value.
You have digested a piece of flame wolf meat.
Your blood value is plus 3 points. Ding, the host's enlightenment is heaven-defying, and while devouring chunks of flaming red wolf meat, he comprehended a hint of the fire attribute axiom, and fused the talent of the red flame firewolf. Fire Upanishad comprehension plus 0.1%, gain talent, fireball art. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the elemental axioms for the first time, reaching the hidden achievement, Axiom Comprehender. Reward 100 enlightenment value. Seeing the prompt coming from the system, Su Chen was first surprised, then excited. Eating off the meat of a ferocious beast could actually lead to the comprehension of elemental Upanishads? And it also fused the red flame firewolf's talent. This Nima is too bullish. System, you are my god. Does the host spend 5 points of enlightenment value to redeem the insta talent, fireball art? The host has not yet reached the level of martial artist and has no yuan power in his body, so he cannot exchange his talent for the body talent. The talent has been temporarily stored in the Enlightenment Mall. Ontological talent is an ability that has a small probability of awakening only after a human has advanced to martial artist. When human genes were triggered by cosmic yuan energy, there was a possibility of awakening one's own talent hidden within the genes. It may be control of the elements, it may be a numinous attribute, it may be a special ability. To name a few. Talents are similarly strong and weak, ranging from F rank to SS rank. The most powerful talents could even directly comprehend the law Upanishads and create elemental domains just after entering the martial artist level. However, that kind of SSS grade insta gift was 1 in a billion. And if the instinctive talent is matched with a suitable ancient martial art Yuanwu, it can bring out the effect of 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. For example, if the fireball art is combined with a certain fire attribute Yuanwu, the power of the fireball will be multiplied by several times. Looks like I have to become a martial artist quickly, or else I won't be able to redeem my talents. The desire to become a martial artist in Su Chen's heart became even stronger. So he turned his head to look at the corpse of the flame wolf, and a roaring fire burned in his eyes. Continue with the dry meal. You have digested a piece of flaming red wolf meat, plus 3 points to your blood value. You have digested a piece of flame wolf meat. Your blood value is plus 3 points. A piece of wolf meat went into the stomach, turning into the purest energy. Not only did it bring Su Chen a huge amount of blood chi value, but it also improved his physical quality in all aspects. The speed at which his blood chi value increased was simply comparable to being high on drugs. With the passage of time, the flame red wolf on the ground was gradually reduced to just a skeleton. As for Su Chen's blood chi value, it also managed to reach 400 points. Host, Su Chen. Power, 90. Speed, 92. Endurance, 84. Spirit, 48. Blood and gas value, 400 points. Techniques, 10 directions thunder movement, anaconda devouring blood technique, Tong Bei fist, 100 beast struggle for heaven record, perishable red lotus viewing method, nirvana bone hardening method. Special, perishing lotus demon fire LV1, fire Upanishad comprehension 0.1%. Becoming a martial artist within today, I'm bound and determined. Su Chen clenched his fist and said secretly in his heart. Su Chen was ready to go find his next target. However, before he left, he still pulled out the 2 wolf teeth of the flame red wolf in his hand. This was the most valuable part of the flame red wolf's body, which could be used as fire attribute materials. A pair of wolf teeth could be sold for tens of thousands of credits in the market, almost equivalent to an ordinary person's salary for half a year. It's true that if you have strength, you don't have to worry about money. Su Chen sighed once again. Then he mounted his beloved motorcycle and drove away from the scene with a buzzing sound. Chapter 36, Total Annihilation of the Mercenary Squad. Destroying the corpse. A short while later, a mercenary squad passed by in a jeep. After seeing the skeletons on the ground, they immediately exclaimed in shock. This is the skeleton of a flame red wolf? What killed this monster? It must not have been a human, or it wouldn't have eaten it so cleanly. Yeah, not a bit of meat left, it's really vicious. The mercenary squad of this one was called the Ghostface Squad, and was not affiliated with the Luo Hai Mercenary Company, but was formed by a few free hunters themselves. And most of their strength was also in the quasi-martial artist category, which was considered the weakest of the mercenary squads. Usually, they could only pick up trash and take their chances in the safe areas on the outskirts of the city walls. When they saw a first-ranked ferocious beast like the flame red wolf that possessed a talent, they would have to walk around it. Strange, how come this flame wolf's wolf teeth are gone? Just that thing was the most valuable. A guy with dyed yellow hair muttered.
I guess it was picked up. Look at the tire tracks, it shouldn't have been long since they left. Another person pointed to the marks on the ground and said, "Let's go, catch up and see." There should be only one person riding a motorcycle across the street. Several people glanced at each other, their eyes flashed with greed and evil thoughts. So, several people once again got into the jeep and chased after them in the direction of the tires. In the wilderness of the city market, Su Chen sped along. He didn't rush to find the next ferocious beast, but instead found an abandoned pond and cleaned the blood from his body. Keeping this unique smell, he was afraid that it would attract some high-level ferocious beasts, which would not be conducive for him to hide. After cleaning, Su Chen was once again ready to set off. But suddenly, his ears twitched and he heard some unusual movements. So he twisted his head to look behind him, only to see a jeep carrying several people parked where his motorcycle was parked. Watching Su Chen walk out from the woods, one of the yellow hairs at the head smiled coldly at him. "Kid, hand over what you just picked up." Su Chen calmly observed the strength of a few people, and after realizing that they were all at the quasi-martial artist level, his heart was slightly calmer. "What is it?" Su Chen's expression was very relaxed, and he even used a towel to wipe the water droplets remaining on his head. Don't play dumb for me. Bring over the flaming red wolf's wolf teeth." Yellow Hair directly pulled out a short knife and pointed at Su Chen threateningly. After he saw Su Chen's age, he was even more certain of what he had in mind. How could a guy like this, whose fur hadn't even grown out yet, deal with the flame red wolf? It must be a lucky guy who happened to pick up the slack. But just because you can pick up something good in the middle of the wilderness doesn't necessarily mean you'll get to the end. You know, outside the walls is a world of the weak and the strong. Human life is worthless. Kid, I take it this is your first time out of town? You want to come to be a wilderness hunter at a young age? Have you grown all your hair? Ha 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 ha. Listening to Yellow Hair's taunts, all the mercenary members behind him laughed openly. Also, let me teach you what the rules of the wilderness are. Bring out the stuff, and I'll find your life today. Otherwise, it will be the same result if I rob it, only your little life will be accounted for here. Take your pick. Yellow Hair looked at the kid in front of him with a confident face, as if he had already anticipated how the other party would choose. But the other party looks fine skin and flesh, the appearance is quite handsome, which makes Yellow Hair heart move other crooked thoughts. Laozi also hasn't tasted fresh meat for a long time. His hobbies are a bit peculiar. He doesn't like long black straight girls, he likes handsome looking fresh meat. Su Chen looked at the kind of lewd gaze that the other party looked himself up and down with, and Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. TMD. Forget about robbing me, this Yellow Hair actually wants to be Jiao? I'll kill him. Pick your horse. Su Chen coldly shouted, and his figure directly disappeared from his original spot. Instantaneous thundersteps, unleashed. In the next moment, Yellow Hair only felt a flash in front of him, and a figure had arrived in front of him. What day? What kind of speed is this? However, as soon as the thought had risen, an explosive fist shadow exploded in the air, heading straight for his face. Ancient martial arts Tongbei fist. Bang 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 bang. Su Chen's unrelenting 9 consecutive strikes caused Yellow Hair's face to explode into a sheet of plasma, and he flew out directly backwards. A set of combinations went down. Yellow Hair didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was instantly killed. Su Chen looked at the corpse not far away, his heart was without waves. Killing again. A living human being just died at his hands. But from the feel of it, it didn't seem too different from slapping a piece of watermelon. The nausea and vomiting, or the psychological pressure that I had imagined, did not appear at all. Su Chen felt as if he had casually done something insignificant. Is this a change in mindset brought about by strength? He thought silently in his heart, looking at the blood dripping from his fists, and in turn, some pleasure arose. The taste of fighting, it's so damn good. And the other members of the mercenary squad saw the scene. All of them were stunned. No, why is Yellow Hair dead? Several people fixed their eyes toward the Yellow Hair's face, only to see that the bones there were broken, the whole face was no longer human. This is an ancient martial art. This kid has actually mastered ancient martial arts. And it's the power of a high-level ancient martial art. How is that possible? A horrifying speculation sprang up in the hearts of several people. Could it be that the other party was a young master from some big family who had come out to practice? If that's the case, then would it be possible that in the woods at the back, there are a few masters hidden at this very moment secretly guarding him? Thinking of this, a thrill ran through the hearts of several people. It's finished, actually messed with a living king of hell. He only wanted to rob him, and he was really daring to take his life off. But now, they ran and didn't dare to run. What if the bodyguards who were secretly protecting this great young master directly killed them from halfway and ended them? Thinking of this, a few people simply knelt directly on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Big brother, we were wrong, please be merciful and spare us. It's us who have eyes and don't recognize him. Tai, you are generous, don't bother with the little ones. In the future, my brothers will never dare to appear in front of you again. Oh.
Looking at the several guys who were kneeling down and begging for mercy, Suchin did not have any mercy to speak of in his eyes.
I remember you guys just tried to teach me the rules in the wilderness?
Now it's my turn to teach you guys. In the wilderness, the strong are the rules. Suchin finished in a cold voice, casually picking up the short knife that Yellow Hair had dropped aside, and his entire person once again transformed into a residual shadow. It was impossible for him to let go of these few accomplices. In the middle of the wilderness, no one knew if the other party would hold a grudge and tail behind him to seek revenge. Instead of worrying about it later, it would be better to snuff it out on the spot now. Seeing that Suchin had no intention of letting them go, a few people's hearts became ruthless and they wanted to draw their swords to resist. However, Suchin didn't give any chance at all. SS grade footwork instant thunderstep, how fast was it? It simply wasn't something that a few guys who hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist could react to. Just seeing Suchin's hand rise and fall, he made 3 people's heads move at the same time.
In less than a minute.
4 people in succession, all of them died in Suchin's hands. But Suchin didn't have much of a burden in his heart. After all, it was the other party who wanted to strike first to get himself killed, and he was merely a passive defender.
As for over-defense?
Oh, too bad there is no law in the wilderness. So much for the feeling of killing. It wasn't his first time killing, after all. The first time he killed, it was a 6th-ranked martial artist. Compared to Huang Zitao, what were these punk-like quasi-martial artists? Suchin exhaled a breath, restoring the bulging qi and blood in his body to calmness. He then set his eyes on the several corpses riding in the jeep.
Ready to lick the bag. Chapter 37, Ghostly Shadow Dark Cat. New Upanishad, Shadow Upanishad. Ghostly Shadow Technique.
Suchin came to the front of the jeep and opened a few people's backpacks and started rummaging through them. A large amount of compressed food to drink, drinking water, 50,000 credits, a map of the wilderness with a large number of markings, and a few field communicators. The signal is bad in the wilderness, and transferring money is inconvenient, that's why these guys are carrying so much cash.
It just so happens to be cheap.
$50,000 was not much to say, but it was a good haul all in all.
Suchin put some food and water, as well as cash into his bag.
Then a fire burned all the bodies of several people in the jeep. The bodies were destroyed. Although eating the flesh of these few quasi-martial artists would also increase his blood chi value. But such a thing as cannibalism, Suchin could not do it yet. It would be good if the doppelganger was there.
Suchin had some pity in his heart.
Afterward, his gaze went back to the wilderness map. It was a localized map about the outskirts of the city ruins, with dense markings on it. Some areas were labeled as safe, while others were labeled with words like dangerous, very dangerous, extremely dangerous, and so on. And some are labeled with what the source of the hazard is. It should be all kinds of information that this squad has come up with through practice. Having a map just made it easier for Suchin to find his next target. Old Day Forest Park, 30 kilometers away from Luohai City, living a quasi-first-order ferocious beast called the Phantom Dark Cat, with a rare Nianli attribute, but not very strong. Its true toughness lies in its stealth ability and speed, danger level, advanced. After reading this labeling, a flash of light flashed in Suchin's eyes. It's actually an ability related to the power of thoughts. Among the ferocious beasts of the quasi-first rank, talents related to Nianli were extremely rare. It was a rare talent. Just now, when I ate the flesh of the flame-eating wolf, I comprehended the Upanishad of fire. Then by eating the flesh of the Phantom Dark Cat, will it increase my numinous attribute? It definitely could. Thinking of this, Suchin made up his mind. The next target was the Phantom Dark Cat. If things went well, he or she could raise his or her spiritual nimbus another notch.
Become a true first-order spirit Numenera. Afterwards, Suchin organized his equipment as fast as he could.
Then he followed the direction on the map, mounted his motorcycle, and rushed towards the old forest park.
Half an hour later, Suchin hid the motorcycle behind a patch of vines and ate some more compressed cookies to replenish his energy.
Only then did he carefully walk towards the forest in the distance. This place was originally the forest park of Luohai City, but with the invasion of ferocious beasts, it had long since fallen into no man's land. The forest park, which hadn't been artificially tended for over 10 years, became lush and green. Various tall mutated trees covered the sky, making the surroundings rather eerie, as if a huge beast that wanted to choose people to eat was prostrate in front of them. Stepping into the forest, Suchin relaxed his footsteps as much as possible, as the perception of the Phantom Dark Cat was very sharp. Once too much noise was made, it was likely to startle a large number of Phantom Dark Cats and encounter a group attack. That was a situation that Suchin definitely did not want to face. However, after he had mastered the instantaneous thunder steps, his stance had also reached the introduction level, allowing him to perfectly control every inch of his body's muscles. When he walked, it was quite a bit like stepping on snow without a trace.
Concentrate as much as you can, the Phantom Dark Cat is extremely stealthy.
Suchin's heart was on alert, when suddenly, a slight sound of vibrating leaves came from his side. He turned his head violently.
Meow.
In the next instant, a ghostly shadow-like figure actually attacked directly towards Su Chen.
Su Chen's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Instantaneous thundersteps, unleashed.
Immediately, he dodged to the side at a much faster speed. The shadowy figure, glowing dangerously, brushed past, its sharp claws whistling in the air.
It almost grabbed Su Chen's neck. I can't believe I was discovered just after coming in. What kind of luck is that?
Su Chen was a bit helpless and fixed his eyes towards the ghostly shadow that landed not far from the ground.
Sure enough, it was a black Xian cat with a body that was 1.5 meters long.
It was staring intently at itself with vertical pupils, opening the sharp teeth in its mouth to let out a low chant. The shape of the phantom dark cat was similar to that of a normal cat, but what made it more special was the two tails growing behind it.
Meow. Another warning like cat call that.
Immediately, the leaves around the phantom dark cat actually moved without wind and floated in the air.
Instantly all of them attacked towards Su Chen.
The edges of these leaves were extremely sharp, and with the addition of spiritual thoughts, if one was hit, they would definitely be cut with a blood scar.
Su Chen did not hesitate and once again used instantaneous thundersteps to dodge.
Then he drew out the short sword behind him and circled back to get closer, preparing to strike a fatal blow.
And the phantom dark cat obviously sensed Su Chen's intentions and tried to dodge.
But his speed was too much slower than Su Chen's. Even though the phantom dark cat's agility attribute was also very high, it was considered the highest class amongst the quasi-first-order fierce beasts. However, in front of Su Chen's SS-grade footwork, instantaneous thunder steps, it still wasn't enough to look at. In an instant, the silhouette had arrived at the side of the phantom dark cat and directly raised his hand to drop his sword. A cat's head should fall to the ground.
A mere quasi-first-order ferocious beast is not a match for me at all. With Su Chen's current battle power, even if he didn't use his extinguishing lotus demon flame, an ordinary first-order beast wouldn't be able to do anything to him.
After resolving this phantom dark cat, Su Chen immediately dragged his corpse and sprinted towards the outside of the old forest park. The battle just now had already attracted an unknown number of other of its kind.
Fortunately, the phantom dark cat had a sense of territory, so the other phantom dark cats didn't rush over so quickly. However, once they came over,
if he dealt with a dozen or so phantom dark cats at the same time, Su Chen would also be overwhelmed. Arriving outside the forest, Su Chen found a safe zone, rubbed his hands together, and immediately began to set up a fire to barbecue. He couldn't wait to taste what the taste of the phantom shadow cat's meat was really like.
The current Su Chen had already transformed into a wilderness gourmet, traveling all over the wilderness in pursuit of the flavors on the tip of his tongue. Of course, adding points is the goal. After a while, after roasting the meat, Su Chen placed it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. The flavor was not bad. Then he swallowed the explosive juice roast in one bite. You run the Python devouring blood technique, digesting the meat of the phantom dark cat gains you plus 4 points in blood chi and plus 0.5 in numinous power. Sure enough, digesting the phantom dark cat not only adds blood chi value, but also numinous power value. Su Chen was overjoyed and ate even more.
You run the anaconda devouring blood method, digesting the phantom dark cat meat gains you blood chi value plus 4 points, and Nian Li value plus 0.5. You run the Python devouring blood technique, digesting the flesh of a shadowy dark cat to gain plus 4 points of blood chi, and plus 0.5 Nian Chi. After eating the entire cat's meat. Ding, due to the host's unbelievable enlightenment, digesting the phantom dark cat has enabled you to comprehend the Upanishad of Shadow, and at the same time, you have gained the talent of the phantom dark cat. Gained plus 0.1% understanding of the shadow axiom, and gained the talent, ghostly shadow technique. Talent has been deposited in the Enlightenment Mall and will be available for purchase after the host reaches the rank of martial artist.
Actually comprehended a new Upanishad. Chapter 38 Spiritual Numinous Master and Martial Artist Double Advancement.
Although Su Chen was not surprised, he was still a bit surprised.
The Upanishad of Shadow should be an Upanishad art in terms of speed and concealment.
I don't know what happens when comprehension reaches 100%. In addition, a new talent was also comprehended, the Phantom Shadow Technique, which again can only be purchased by reaching Martial Artist. Moreover, his blood chi value had increased by 30 points at this point, reaching 430 points. And the nihility value had actually increased by as much as 5 points. The host's spiritual power has reached 10 points, making him a first-order spiritual master. With 10 points of psychic energy, it has reached the level of a first-order psychic master.
It's simply a great harvest.
Su Chen began to try to utilize his current Nianli to manipulate the short blade in his hand. He focused his spirit on the short blade in his hand, and then diffused his Nian power to wrap and hold it up. In the next moment, the short blade floated out of thin air and rotated around him under his control. However, this maneuvering was rather clumsy at the moment, and the weight of the short blade was a bit too much for him to handle slightly. Right now, my Nimbus is best suited to be able to maneuver small lethal weapons like flying daggers.
It should be possible to maneuver one. After all, flying daggers were the exclusive weapons of Spirit Nemesis.
Looks like I need to go purchase a few suitable flying daggers.
Su Chen secretly thought. But for now, it's better to kill a few more phantom dark cats to eat. This kind of ferocious beast was simply too much to his liking. Not only was the taste strong and not faggy, but it also increased blood chi while boosting the Nianli value. And it can continue to comprehend the Shadow Upanishad. It was simply a ferocious beast meat that was extremely cost-effective. Now that he had become a first-order spiritual numinous master, Su Chen didn't have to be afraid of the phantom dark cats group attacks. Thus, once again, he stepped into the old forest park and walked deeper. This time he wasn't covering his tracks. Instead, they deliberately created sounds to attract the phantom dark cat's approach. Sure enough, in less than a moment, the 3 phantom dark cats were attracted and approached him. As if they had a strategy, these 3 phantom shadow cats came towards him from 3 separate directions to encircle him. Su Chen, on the other hand, covered his body with his Nianli in advance, equivalent to wrapping a layer of defense. Then, looking towards the enemy. Ha! There's actually a 3-tailed phantom dark cat. Only the Xian cat at the front of the flank was significantly larger in size than the other 2. And the tails behind them were not 2, but 3. This is a phantom dark cat king. The strength should have reached the first-ranked ferocious beast level. Su Chen felt the more powerful qi and blood in its body and instantly realized. Facing a situation of 3 against 1, Su Chen was also not afraid in the slightest. Instead, he raised the short sword in his hand and instantly disappeared in place. Instantaneous thunder step. When Su Chen's figure reappeared, he had already arrived at the side of the left phantom dark cat. A knife slashed down. Under the absolute speed suppression, the phantom dark cat would not have been able to react in time, and its corpse was directly separated. Instantaneous seconds for 1. Meow wow. Seeing one of his companions die instantly, Elvis was enraged. With a scream, it flew through the air towards Su Chen's direction. This speed, it's really much faster than a normal phantom dark cat. Su Chen gave a dark cry in his heart and immediately executed the into the micro-body technique. 100 Beasts Struggle for Heaven Record Ape Technique. Nowadays, the entry-level stance, combined with the 100 beasts contesting for Heaven Record, made Su Chen's stance more and more treacherous and unpredictable. It made the strength of this set of ancient martial arts rise another level. The Phantom Cat King's attack also descended at that moment. The sharp claw that was half a meter long actually brought up the whistling of the breaking wind and scratched Su Chen's face. There's actually a thought power added to his claws. I almost fell into the path. Luckily, Su Chen's circumference was also enriched with Nianli defense, which hedged against each other with the attacks on the cat's claws. This Phantom Case Cat King's Nianli value, it's a little lower than mine right now, probably around 7 or so. Su Chen accurately judged the other party's Nianli level, so he held his sword in his backhand and once again approached with instantaneous thunder steps. Swish! A blade light flashed, but it failed to slice through the Phantom Cat King's neck. Sure enough, it has also attached a nimbus defense to its body surface. Su Chen gave a dark cry. This short blade was only made of ordinary material and could not cut through nimbus. Well then, let's use an ancient martial art to break through you. Su Chen discarded his short sword, clenched his hands into fists, and charged forward with renewed vigor. Nowadays, Su Chen's speed was an unknown order of magnitude faster than the Phantom Case Elvis. Tongbei Fist. The chi and blood in Su Chen's body bulged, and a powerful chi force attached to his fist, striking directly in towards the Phantom Cat King's body. Bang 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 bang. 9 bangs in a row. Powerful chi energy exploded from his body, and the Phantom Cat King's bones instantly shattered. And the other Phantom Dark Cat that tried to come up to help also ate half a set of combinations that. It was similarly hit like a puddle of mud and flew backwards. 3 Phantom Dark Cats, all dead. Su Chen closed his hands and stood in place, exhaling and calming his breath. The expression on his face relaxed. Next, it's time for a feast. As he looked at the corpses of the 3 Phantom Dark Cats, he could only feel his mouth watering, and his newly digested stomach was quite hungry. Right now, no matter how much meat Su Chen ate, he was able to run the python-devouring blood law to achieve perfect digestion, so there was no need to worry about not being able to eat. Soon, Su Chen dragged the corpses of the 3 big cats to the bonfire. After handling the meat, they were all set up on the fire and grilled. When the grill is dripping with oil and the aroma is overflowing, directly open your mouth and eat wildly. You run the python-devouring blood law, digesting the flesh of the Phantom Cat King, gaining plus 6 points in blood chi value and plus 0.7 in Nianli value. You run the python-devouring blood technique, digesting the flesh of the Shadow Cat King, gaining plus 6 points in blood chi and plus 0.7 in Nianli. Due to your uncanny enlightenment, you have realized the Shadow Upanishad while devouring the flesh of the Phantom Elvis, and have gained the Phantom Elvis talent. Shadow Axiom Comprehension reaches 0.2% plus 0.1%, you gain the talent, Ghostly Shadow Technique. After Su Chen devoured all of the flesh of the Phantom Cat King. Once again, he gained 50 points of blood chi value, and the blood chi value in his body reached 480 points. It was already only 20 points away from being a first-rank martial artist. Keep eating.
after setting the meat of the second phantom dark cat on the campfire and devouring it all once again.
Finally, Su Chen's blood chi value reached 500 points.
Ding, the host's blood chi value has reached 500 points, entering the quasi-martial artist realm. Alright, now I can start operating the Yuan Shen blood refining decree to transform the blood chi value in my body towards cosmic Yuan energy. Su Chen was so excited that he clenched his fist and immediately sat on his knees. Cultivating the Yuan Shen blood refining decree. Since he had already cultivated it once within the golden spirit python's body, he made light work of it this time.
The first thing was to condense the Yuan Shen Zhou Tian diagram within his body.
Soon, all the blood chi in the body was running around in the form of a totem, invoking the ubiquitous Yuan power factor in the space and starting to combine with the blood chi in the body. Then, it was the refining of the blood chi in the body, allowing this blood chi to be transformed into a purer and more efficient Yuan power.
That is, cosmic Yuan energy. Less than an incense stick of time. Su Chen refined the first strand of Yuan power in his body. At this moment,
Su Chen had officially advanced to a first-ranked martial artist.
Chapter 39, Phantom Shadow Technique Advancement.
Talent Exchange, Mysterious Fruit Tree.
After being promoted, Su Chen didn't stop cultivating there.
Instead, he continued to run the Yuan Shen practicing blood skill and transformed his Yuan power. The chi and blood in his body were alive and well, attracting the cosmic star power floating in the underworld and transforming it into the purest Yuan power. And the so-called Yuan energy conversion rate is how many points of blood chi are needed to convert one card of Yuan power. For an ordinary person, it was the norm for one card of Yuan power to require at least 100 points of blood chi value. For some with bad talent, even 150 points of blood chi would be needed to convert into one card of Yuan power. Only with the help of the Yuan power cultivation method could the conversion efficiency be increased. And with ordinary Yuan power cultivation methods, being able to increase the efficiency to 50:1 would be amazing. However, the S-Class Yuan Shen blood refining decision that Su Chen cultivated had a conversion rate of 10:1. That is to say, 10 points of blood chi value could be converted into one card of Yuan power. This conversion rate was horrifying. If it were to be set out, not to mention martial artists, even those who had reached the level of a martial general would be jealous. However, there was a limit to this transformation. Currently, with Su Chen's talent, when the transformation reached around 5 cards, he had already reached the current upper limit of his physique. Of course, 5 cards was already terrifying for a newly promoted martial artist. Ordinary prospective martial artists who had been promoted to first-rank martial artists were commonly only able to transform 1 card of Yuan power. Those who reached 2 cards were geniuses. And above 3 cards, even amongst the Ivy League martial arts universities, they were absolute leaders, the pride of heaven. However, Su Chen didn't know any of this at all. When he felt that the Yuan power in his body was stuck at 5 cards and then could not continue to be transformed, he opened his eyes and helplessly said, "Che, only transformed 5 cards. Looks like my talent is too poor." If other quasi-martial artists heard this, they would probably want to beat him to death.
Ding, host digests Phantom Dark Elvis, Shadow Upanishad Comprehension plus 0.1%, obtains F-rank talent, Phantom Art.
You have obtained the same 3 talents, the talents are automatically fused and upgraded to an E-rank talent, Concealment.
Do you want to spend 10 Enlightenment points to exchange it for the Concealment technique? Hearing the prompt coming from his mind, Su Chen was once again excited. After obtaining the same talent, the talent can still be fused and upgraded to a higher level talent? In that case, isn't it possible to fuse it into an S-rank or even SSS rank talent in the future? Su Chen became even more excited when he thought of this. But right now, let's first redeem this Concealment talent. Now his strength had reached a first-ranked martial artist. It also meant that he was able to perform talent comprehension. Redeem Concealment. Consuming 10 points of Enlightenment, you have realized the talent, Concealment.
Only a black stream of light was seen merging into Su Chen's body. In the next instant, Su Chen felt as if he possessed a strange power in his body. It seemed to be able to temporarily disappear from the perceptions of others, reducing its own existence to a very low level. Soon, Su Chen fully comprehended the usage of this talent.
The Concealment technique could not only hide one's breath and whereabouts. Moreover, when instantly activated, Su Chen would be forced to disappear from the enemy's perception for 1 second.
On top of that, the Concealment technique also had a passive, which was the ability to conceal one's strength. Only a martial artist who was one large level above him or her would be able to recognize this disguise.
Not bad, this is a very useful talent. Su Chen said joyfully after thoroughly understanding the use of the talent.
Suddenly, he remembered something else, so he opened the Gnosis Mall and redeemed another Fireball Art as well. Consume 5 points of Gnosis value to exchange for an F-rank talent, Fireball Art. In the next moment, a red light once again merged into Su Chen's body. He immediately possessed this F-rank talent. Su Chen raised his hand and gathered Yuan power between his fingers, and a basketball-sized fireball appeared out of nowhere and shot out in the direction of his fingers.
Boom! The fireball exploded, incinerating all the surrounding vines. The power isn't bad, it's a bit stronger than the fireball fired by the flame red wolf. The consumption of the fireball technique wasn't too great, and it would only consume about 0.1 calories of yuan power each time it was fired. Not bad, just becoming a martial artist and having both talents at the same time. Unlike ancient martial arts, the talents didn't require any internal running veins or mastery of any formative techniques, they could be released with a single thought. This kind of instantaneousness was invaluable in the midst of battle. Of course, after possessing yuan power, the power of the ancient martial arts that Su Chen had mastered had also undergone a qualitative change. For example, with the Tongbei fist, inspired by yuan power, a single strike was enough to shatter 1,000 pounds of stubborn stone. And among the SS grade Yuanwu, 10 directions thunder movement, the part about thunder magic, he could use it as well. Only to see Su Chen stimulate the yuan power in his body, causing it to flow according to the specific veins of the thunder law. Soon, nuisance electric arcs erupted from the surface of the skin. At this time, he once again executed the instantaneous thunder step, and his figure arrived 30 meters away in an instant. In conjunction with the thunder technique and the activation of the cells in his body, the upper limit of his instantaneous thunder step distance had grown to 30 meters. And the speed was also faster. Su Chen felt the increase in his current strength in all directions and was overjoyed in his heart. Host, Su Chen. Level, First Level Martial Artist, First Level Psychic Master. Blood Chi value, 500 points. Numinous Power, 10. Talents, Fireball F rank, Stealthy rank. Ancient Martial Arts, 10 Directions Thunder Movement SS grade, Python Devouring Blood Technique S grade, Tongbei Fist B grade, 100 Beasts Fighting for Heaven Record D grade. Techniques, Nirvana Bone Hardening Method S grade, Soul Line Distraction Technique S grade, Perishable Red Lotus Viewing Diagram SSS grade. Special, Perishing Lotus Demon Flame, Axiom of Fire Comprehension 0.1%, Axiom of Shadow Comprehension 0.3%. While my strength grows, I'm going to kill a few more Phantom Dark Cats for future rations. Not only could Phantom Dark Cat meat grow blood chi, the most important thing was that it could directly increase Nimbus power. It was simply an excellent ration. Now that he had become a martial artist, he would be like slaughtering chickens and ducks when he killed the Phantom Dark Cat. Thus, Su Chen once again entered the forest park. This time, he didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the center of the park. Concealment. Su Chen's aura instantly became faintly undetectable under the concealment of the concealment technique. At the same time, he also unfolded his Nianli, covering the surrounding area as much as possible. The landmass that was incomparably dense and like a primitive forest, Su Chen traveled deeper and deeper. However, after walking for a long time, he actually didn't even see a cat shadow. How come there are no more Phantom Shadow Dark Cats? Can it be that they are all sleeping? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, it was at this moment that he perceived an unusual attraction among his thoughts. Ha! My Nianli is actually being pulled in some way. It's in the center of Forest Park. Sensing the exact source of the traction, Su Chen immediately launched his instantaneous thunder steps. He passed through a large area of bushes, and immediately afterward, he saw a scene that made his pupils quake. Only in the center of the forest park, dozens of Phantom Dark Cats were crouching on the ground, collectively surrounding a fruit tree that emitted a bright fluorescent light. The branches of that fruit tree were like crystals, glittering and emitting white light, with 3 translucent white fruits hanging from the branches. And the tugging of thoughts he felt came from those 3 fruits. Chapter 40, Numinous Fruit. Second Order Spiritual Numinous Master. In the surrounding air, a peculiar rhythm of Nianli seemed to emanate all the time. Under the infection of this rhythm, Su Chen actually felt a small increase in his Nianli. These Phantom Dark Cats are actually absorbing the pure Nianli emanating from the fruit tree. This is actually a Nianli fruit tree. Su Chen's eyes widened as his heart snapped with excitement. The numinous fruit tree belonged to a type of transcendental plant. It was an extremely rare mutated variety, and each plant was extraordinarily precious. And the fruit borne on it is named Nianli fruit. As long as a spiritual numinous master ate one, their own numinous power would receive an extremely large increase. Even if it was the rhythm of the Nian energy that escaped from the fruit tree, as long as one was constantly on the sidelines to realize it, one would be able to obtain a refinement of their Nian energy. Of course, this kind of enhancement would be worthless compared to eating the fruit directly. Su Chen's eyes exploded with refined light and licked his lips. He himself had now become a first-order spiritual numinous master. If he could eat a numinous fruit, how much could his numinous power increase? Would it be possible to directly advance to the second rank? These 3 fruits, I must find a way to get them. Su Chen looked towards the Phantom Dark Cats sitting around the tree, calculating in his heart. There were quite a number of Phantom Dark Cats present, and basically all of them were of adult size, with strength comparable to that of a first-ranked martial artist. On top of that, near the fruit tree, there were also 2 larger-sized Phantom Dark Cat Kings. It was feared that their strength had reached the peak of a first-rank fierce beast. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not impossible to try. Su Chen predicted his current strength and already had a chance of winning in his heart. Thus, he adjusted his breathing and prepared to strike. Under the effect of the concealment technique, Su Chen's own presence had been reduced to the limit, and even the two cat kings did not notice his arrival at the moment. Open. Su Chen directly stimulated the instantaneous thunder steps, countless tiny electric arcs surged on his body surface, and his figure transformed into electric light, catapulting out like a cannonball. In an instant, he arrived behind a phantom dark cat, and his hand rose up to slash. This phantom dark cat was still immersed in the pleasure of the growth of its chanting power, and in the next moment, its corpse was happily separated. After killing one, Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the second and third. Until after killing all the dozen or so in the periphery. The two phantom dark cat kings located in the center finally sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly opening their eyes, they turned their heads to look behind them. Meow! Hiss! The two cat kings screamed, awakening the other phantom dark cats that were still absorbing the nimbus. In an instant, all the phantom dark cats came to their senses. But unfortunately, Su Chen's speed was too fast. Even though some of the phantom dark cats had already reacted and wanted to dodge, they still couldn't avoid the short blade in his hand. However, after being vigilant, these phantom dark cats put their nimbus power on their vital parts. It made Su Chen's short blade unable to cut easily. No need for a knife then. Su Chen snorted coldly and threw off the knife in his hand in the middle of a high-speed instant. Then both fists were clenched up, and Yuan power was running the Tongbei fist in his body. Su Chen once again came to the side of a phantom dark cat, and with a fist shining at the opponent's head, he blasted down. Bang! The fist force wrapped in Yuan power directly penetrated through the bone, churning the brain of this phantom dark cat into thin air. One after another, all the phantom shadow dark cats could not escape the power of Su Chen's punch. Seeing this, the two phantom dark cat kings immediately mobilized their Nianli and manipulated the sword like leaves on top of the Nianli fruit tree. In a flash, the leaves all transformed into a flying sword and attacked towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen likewise had the power of thought. Just as these leaves approached Su Chen's body, they were churned apart by an invisible force. As for Su Chen's figure, he immediately turned and headed towards the two cat kings. The death of his companions did not make the phantom dark cat king retreat. On the contrary, it made them even more frantic. Their hair exploded all over their bodies as they stretched out their sharp claws and attacked towards Su Chen. Unconscionable! Su Chen coldly shouted and unleashed the Tongbei fist once again. The roiling fist shadow directly caused the two cat kings to fly backwards like kites with broken strings. Bouncing twice on the ground, they were lifeless. Looking at the cat corpses all over the ground in front of him, Su Chen clapped his hands. After adjusting his internal breath, he once again turned his head to look at the numinous fruit tree behind him. Numinous fruit, it's mine! Su Chen quickly walked to the fruit tree and leapt up, picking a Nianli fruit that emitted a glistening light into his hands. I didn't expect that there would actually be such a harvest this time. The numinous fruit was precious and incomparable, a treasure that all spiritual luminaries could only dream of. The value of each one was incalculable. Thus, Su Chen directly swallowed the fruit in his hand into his stomach and began to digest it. You have run the anaconda devouring blood method and digested the numinous fruit, numinous value plus 100 points. The host has become a level 2 psychic nihilist. Shasta. A powerful Nianli energy burst out in Su Chen's mind, filling all of his sea of consciousness. A nosebleed flowed out of his nose uncontrollably. And his body, actually unconsciously floated into mid-air. Like there was an invisible barrier shrouded around it. Su Chen began to try to control this spiritual thought force that was 10 times stronger just now. It took a while before he finally mastered it. His figure, once again falling from the air, casually waved his hand, and the fallen leaves all over the ground fluttered unceasingly like a whirlwind. The current me has already become a second-ranked spiritual numinous master. Su Chen felt the powerful Nian power that he was using like an arm, and had the feeling of Magneto. With another wave of his hand, the other two fruits on the tree also fell into his hands. It's a pity that a numinous fruit of the same rank is useless when you eat a second one. Su Chen sighed. This one in front of Su Chen was actually a first-order Nianli fruit tree. If he wanted to grow his Nianli again, he would have to go find a higher-order Nianli fruit. Ding, reminding the host that the anaconda devouring blood method has reached its full experience value, upgrading to LV4 and entering the middle stage. The efficiency of devouring has been further increased, open extracorporeal devouring. The host can directly devour the essence of ferocious beasts or other creatures outside the body to obtain their special attributes. Attention, blood chi cannot be obtained in this way. Su Chen felt the changes that occurred in the python devouring blood method and comprehended the method of devouring outside the body. The current me can actually directly devour ferocious beast essence outside my body. This type of devouring could gain some special attributes, such as numinous power, talent, and comprehension of various mysteries, etc. However, it was unable to obtain blood chi values. It was equivalent to a means of stealing, but it greatly facilitated Su Chen's ability to draw on his Nianli.
Originally, he was still a bit worried about what to do with the corpses of these phantom dark cats.
Leave it here, it's too wasteful. But take it away, it's a pain in the ass.
Now with the out-of-body devouring method, Su Chen could directly draw all of their talents and spiritual thoughts.
Thus, Su Chen immediately began to act. He pressed his hand on the corpse of a phantom dark cat and operated the out-of-body devouring technique.
You gain plus 3 points of Nimbus value, F rank talent, Phantom Shadow Technique 1, Shadow Upanishad Comprehension plus 0.1%. In addition to gaining Nianli value, even the Upanishad Comprehension degree can be stacked.
Chapter 41 Talent, Shadow Walker. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen was instantly surprised.
So he did the same to the other phantom dark cat's corpses as he had done, and absorbed them one by one with the method of devouring them outside the body. You have gained plus 3 points of Nimbus, F rank talent, Ghost Shadow Technique 1, Shadow Upanishad Comprehension plus 0.1%. You have gained 2 points, F grade talent, Shadow Art 1, Shadow Axiom Comprehension plus 0.1%. You have gained a total of plus 36 points of Nimbus, Phantasmagoria 27, and 3% comprehension of the Shadow Arcana. All Shadow Arts are automatically fused, and you have gained a C rank talent, Shadow Walker.
Does the host spend 15 Enlightenment points to learn the talent, Shadow Walker?
After absorbing the corpses of all the phantom dark cats, Su Chen's Gnosis value grew by 36 points once again. After reaching the second stage spiritual numinous master, the numinous power provided by the phantom dark cat gradually became less and less, but absorbing more than 20 of them still added up to a very considerable amount. On top of that, another C-rank talent was fused, Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker, you are a hunter in the darkness of the night, a lone walker among the shadows. In the darkness of the night and the shadows, your movement speed is doubled, enemies with mental power lower than yours cannot sense your presence, and your attributes are increased by 10% at night.
Active, Dissolve Shadow. Activate this talent and you will disappear from the enemy's perception for 3 seconds. Su Chen clenched his fist in excitement after understanding the use of this talent.
A C-rank talent, it was indeed too much stronger than an E-rank concealment technique.
So he almost didn't hesitate to conceal himself. Learn at once.
Spending 15 Gnosis points, you gain the talent, Shadow Walker. In the next moment, a ghostly black stream of light merged into Su Chen's body.
Su Chen possessed this new talent. Host, Su Chen. Rank, 1st level martial artist, 2nd level mentalist. Blood chi value, 500 points. Numinous power, 139. Talents, Fireball F rank, Stealthy rank, Shadow Walker C rank. Ancient Martial Arts, 10 Directions Thunder Movement SS rank, Python Devouring Blood Technique S rank, Tongbei Fist B rank, 100 Beasts Fighting for Heaven Record D rank.
Techniques, Nirvana Bone Hardening Method S grade, Soul Line Distraction Technique S grade, Perishable Red Lotus Viewing Diagram SSS grade. Special, Perishing Lotus Demon Fire, Axiom of Fire 0.1% comprehension, Axiom of Shadow 3% comprehension.
Su Chen looked at his data panel and could be considered very satisfied with the harvest from this trip out of the city. The sun was thinning and it was dusk. Okay, back to the city. Su Chen looked at the sky and prepared to return to Luo High City.
He first collected all the tails of all the phantom dark cats, bundled them together, and carried them on his back out of the forest. This was the most valuable part of their body, one could fetch a high price of several thousand credits. Returning to the location where the carrier was hidden, Su Chen bundled all the loot onto the back of the motorcycle. Then he carefully took out 2 more numinous fruits and placed them in the backpack.
Getting on his motorcycle, he roared off.
The brilliant dusk rendered a dreamy glow over the city's ruins. The old city roads that have been deserted for a long time, the broken crosswalks, the tall buildings crawling with vines.
This place has just turned into a paradise infested with ferocious beasts.
At this moment, a game of chase and kill was being staged not far away. A group of whistling wind hyenas, more than a meter in length, surrounded a wounded young girl in the center, constantly attempting to pounce and bite. The young girl swung her long sword in her hand, cutting out a path of sword chi carrying Frost Yuan power, forcing back the Saw Fong hyenas that were trying to attack several times. Although this kind of ferocious beast was not very strong and was only a quasi-first-rank ferocious beast, it was exceptionally difficult to deal with. They tend to live in groups, and once they get caught up in their prey, they will not rest until they die. Therefore, once a lone hunter is surrounded, it is very difficult to escape from their hands.
Obviously, this young girl had fallen into the trap of the whistling hyena. It can't be done. I'll definitely die if I keep going like this.
Tan Lightning looked at the surrounding ferocious beasts that surrounded her and covered the wound at her waist, her shell teeth lightly biting as she said. Although her strength had reached the first rank of martial artist, yet under the siege of these whistling wind hyenas, she was still gradually falling into a disadvantage. Holding the Yuan Power Tang blade in her hand, Tan Xingrua forced back the attacks of the whistling wind hyenas time and time again, but the frost blade chi that was emitted was getting weaker and weaker.
Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Unwillingly.
Just when she was in despair,
a motorcycle roar came from behind.
She turned her head to see a helmeted figure riding a motocross bike, kicking up a dusty wind. However, that person seemed to have noticed what was happening over here and actually turned his head to go around here. There was no intention of rescuing her at all. Tan Shuaro's heart, which had originally risen a little bit of hope, fell straight to the bottom again.
This kind of thing was too normal in the wilderness.
Thinking differently, she wouldn't have saved anyone if it was her. However, Tan Lightning refused to give up this only glimmer of hope of getting out of the trap and shouted, "Please, save me.
I can give you anything."
Although Tan Ro shouted this, inwardly, she actually didn't hold any hope at all. The other party was also single-handed, and unless their strength had reached second-ranked martial artists, they wouldn't be a match for these whistling wind hyenas at all. As for second-rank martial artists, they would usually join mercenary groups and go hunting in more dangerous zones. The odds were that the other party was just about as strong as themselves.
However, as if hearing her shout, the motorcycle slowed down a bit. Tan Lightning then heard a voice coming through. "One price, 100,000. Tam froze. The other party is? Collecting money to save his life? But now she couldn't care less, and hurriedly shouted again, "Yes. As long as you can save me, I'll pay." Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Chen was prepared to go straight around, but when he heard that there were 100,000 credits to be earned, he changed his mind again. There was money to be gained for nothing. What's more, a group of hyenas is just a bunch of hyenas. To him now, it's just a matter of lifting his hand. Thus, Su Chen turned his motorcycle around and directly charged towards the tsunami hyenas. Seeing this, the 5 tsunami hyenas immediately turned their attack. The dogs' mouths opened and several wind blades attacked towards Su Chen. Nianli barrier. Su Chen gave a dark cry and directly activated his spiritual Nianli, constructing a Nianli barrier in front of his body. Only to see those wind blades disappear without a trace the moment they touched the barrier. Too weak. Su Chen coldly snorted. The speed of the motorcycle did not decrease at all, and directly rushed into the encirclement. And when the surrounding whistling wind hyenas saw this, they could only dodge in panic. When Tam Lightning saw this scene, her expression was incomparably astonished. The wind blade attack sent out by the whistling wind hyena, how did it disappear halfway through its flight? It clearly wasn't like that just now, and she took a few wind blades on her body, leaving a few scars. However, before she could react, Su Chen had already ridden his motorcycle to her side. With one hand in the air, he directly picked her up by the waist and captured her in front of him. Ah! Tan Lightning was dumbfounded by the unexpected stopping hug. In the next instant, a blush instantly swept above her better face. This guy. Actually directly so saved me? It was really the fact that this came too hastily, making her not react well at all. It was the first time she'd ever been hugged right onto a motorcycle by a man like that. Chapter 42, Wind Upanishad. Spiral Wind Blade Technique. Don't move. The voice behind her sounded like a cold teenager, slapping her directly on the rounded part. Although she was ashamed and angry, Tan Lightning didn't dare to resist at all at this moment. She could only force herself to sit between Su Chen's legs. It seems that there is something old pinching her. However, she didn't dare to make a sound at the moment, so she could only hold her breath for the moment and let the man lead him out of the surroundings of the hyenas. But obviously, the Safong hyenas refused to just let go of the prey that was about to reach their mouths, and chased after the motorcycle, barking furiously. Su Chen drove the motorcycle with one hand, and turned his other hand to the back, using his thumb and index finger to compare a pistol pose. Reward yourselves with a blow of howling fireball. Su Chen revolved his yuan power and stimulated his natural fireball technique. Shikin Bipu. 5 fireballs were launched one after another. With the power of thoughts, even while moving, Su Chen would never be able to shoot the slightest bit askew. Only to see the blazing flames explode, directly engulfing all of the whistling wind hyenas chasing behind him. Ow! Hiss sow! The miserable screams of several whistling hyenas rang out behind them one after another, blown to the outside. Tan Lightning looked back just in time to see this scene, and was shocked beyond words. This guy wearing a helmet was actually a rare gifted martial artist. You're actually a gifted martial artist? Tan Lightning couldn't help but exclaim in shock. So what if it is? Su Chen said casually. And then, he stopped the motorcycle, put Tan Lightning down, and rolled himself off the motorcycle. 100,000 credits, not a penny less. Su Chen removed the helmet on his head and spread his hands towards the somewhat wretched-looking young girl in front of him. After seeing Su Chen's young and handsome appearance, Tan Qianlu was again shocked fiercely in her heart. She thought that the other party would be a youth in his 20s or 30s, but she didn't expect it to be just a teenager. That handsome look with a face full of collagen somehow reminded her of the boy god she chased in high school. At such a young age, you've actually become a first-rank martial artist? And to come hunting alone in the wilderness? Tan Lightning of course noticed the trophy strapped to the back of the other party's motorcycle. With her rich wilderness experience, she recognized it at once. That was the tail of the phantom dark cat. It was a large enough bundle. How many phantom dark cats has this guy killed? That kind of ferocious beast that had mastered the gift of Nimbus was extremely difficult to deal with.
However, thinking about the fact that the other party was a gifted martial artist and was able to deal with the phantom dark cat alone, it made sense. Just don't know the other party's talent, in the end how strong. Thinking of this, Tan Lightning nodded in a panic. Of course, I'll definitely pay the 100,000 credits, but I don't have it on hand right now, so I'll pick it up and give it to you when I get back to the city.
Well, okay. Su Chen nodded, the other party's words made sense to a point.
Then, he directly executed the instantaneous thunder steps and arrived next to the corpses of several whistling wind hyenas that had already been burned into dried meat. Covering his palms over them, he unleashed the out-of-body devouring method. You have extracted the whistling hyena's F-rank talent, Wind Blade Technique, Wind Arcana Comprehension plus 0.1%. Another new Upanishad, the Upanishad of Wind. After Su Chen finished extracting the corpses of all 5 whistling wind hyenas, his Wind Upanishad comprehension reached 0.5%, and his F-rank talent was upgraded to E-rank, Spiral Wind Blade Art.
Learn.
You have spent 10 points of Gnosis value to fuse the E-rank talent, Spiral Wind Blade Technique. A light cyan-colored light that only he could see merged into his body, and Su Chen instantly possessed this new talent.
Afterwards, Su Chen pulled out their teeth again, and once again instantly arrived in front of Tan Lightning.
Looking at the teenager in front of her with a speed that could be described as demonic, Tan Ro's heart was once again shaken without words. Is this the speed that a first-rank martial artist can have? A second-rank martial artist doesn't seem to be this fast? Is he really just a teenager? Or is he some kind of heavenly mountain child? Tan Lightning had 10,000 questions in her heart, but she couldn't say anything at the moment.
Nua, let's split the tsunami hyenas proceeds equally, 5 teeth each.
As a quasi-first-order ferocious beast, the most precious thing on the tsunami hyena's body was the canine teeth that contained a faint wind attribute, with a market value of roughly 2,000 credits apiece. Upon hearing this, Tan Lightning immediately waved her hand in a panic. No need, I won't take it. Being able to kill them is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been reduced to their dog food by now. Tan Ro's heart palpitated as she thought of what had just happened. It was fortunate that this mysterious and powerful teenager happened to pass by, otherwise she would definitely have been torn apart by now.
Su Chen sniffed and didn't say anything, directly placing all the canine teeth in his backpack.
Since the other party didn't want it, then he had to take it all himself.
After loading it, Su Chen rolled over onto the motorcycle again and asked, "Don't you have a carrier?" Tan Lightning shook her head. "The carrier was scrapped when I was just chased by the tsunami hyena." "Come up then, I'll give you a ride." Su Chen put on his helmet and nodded at him. After all, the other party still owed him $100,000, he couldn't let this woman go so easily. "Well then, thanks." Tan Lightning said thank you. She wanted to sit on the back of the motorcycle, but realized that the back was already filled with Su Chen's various loot. "Sit in front of me." Su Chen moved his butt back, leaving a palm-sized spot in front of the motorcycle. Tan Lightning immediately blushed a little when she thought about what she had just encountered. "Are you coming up or not?" Su Chen said impatiently. Okay. Tan Lightning had to squirm and sit in front of Su Chen's motorcycle, trying her best to use the strength of her legs for support, not daring to lean back at all. She was afraid of being held up by a big gun again. Su Chen didn't think much about it, and directly started the motorcycle again, driving towards Luo Hai City with a roar. Outside of Luo, the campground. The sound of motorcycles roaring from a distance attracted the attention of some people. However, when their gazes looked at the visitor, they couldn't take their eyes off it completely. Some even directly exclaimed in shock. "Look, you guys! What's strapped to the back of those 2 wilderness hunter motorcycles? If I'm not mistaken, that's the tail of a phantom dark cat, isn't it? Who hunts the phantom dark cat and counts the loot by the bundle? Even a mercenary squad with a second-ranked martial artist would have a hard time doing that, right?" Looking at the large bundle of phantom shadow cat tails on the back of the motorcycle, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The phantom shadow dark cat, this kind of ferocious beast with the gift of Nimbus, was notoriously difficult to deal with. If one wanted to kill so many shadow cat, one would need to deploy at least a second-rank mercenary squad. How did just 2 people do it? Could it be that both of them were powerhouses that had reached the 2nd or even 3rd rank? Everyone's eyes were both envious and shocked, with a few moments of uncertainty as they looked at the 2 people in the front seat. "Ha? Isn't that Tan Lightning? You know her?" "Yes. She often comes to this camp to exchange supplies, and her strength is only at the 1st rank. "First rank? Impossible. And as I recall, she's a loner and doesn't hunt with others." Then who was behind her? At this time, Su Chen happened to stop his motorcycle. He first let Tan Lightning get off the motorcycle, and he himself rolled over and got off, removing his helmet. When everyone got a good look at his face, there was another gasp. Daring to go out of the city to hunt at such a young age? I've never seen this kid before. Strength to a martial artist? It can't still be in high school, can it? I don't think it was the 2 of them who killed them. It's probably because there was some kind of disturbance in the old forest park, and some powerful creatures killed these phantom dark cats, and they were just picked up by the 2 of them. I guess it's the same.
Che, two lucky guys. The hunters and mercenaries present whispered with more or less jealousy in their eyes. To be able to pick up so many phantom dark cattails, it was estimated that they could be sold for at least $300,000.
Chapter 43, Forced to Buy and Sell? Blasted to death with one punch. Just as the crowd was whispering.
From the crowd, a big and thick scarred face barged out and blocked in front of Su Chen and Tan Lightning.
Su Chen pushed his motorcycle, wanting to go to the campground rental place to return it on, suddenly being blocked, frowned.
Sorry, please give way. He'd had a good day today, so his current quality was relatively good. But the eyes of the people around him became amused when they saw this scene.
It's that Scarface from Song Bandit, this guy is going to have bad luck. Hee hee, it looks like this kid's luck has come to an end.
Yeah, even though this is a campsite, it's outside the city walls after all, no one will care if you kill someone. It just depends on whether this kid wants money or life. Seeing the visitor, Tan Lightning's face also became a bit ugly. Obviously he also recognized who this Scarface really was.
Yo, isn't this Sister Lightning Row? What, injured from hunting out of the city? I have a good healing potion here, do you need it?
Scarface looked up and down at Tan Ro's petite body, the lewdness in her eyes was simply undisguised.
Song Bandit, get out of the way. Tan Lightning said coldly. Yo, the little beauty is still angry? What, didn't you always call Big Brother Song when you saw me before? Why did you become hardened today? Could it be that the kid behind you is your little crush?
Song Bandit's head disdainfully looked toward Su Chen with a look of contempt and teasing.
You're bull ting. I'm not in the mood to care about you today, get out of the way. I won't let you, what can you do? Song Bandit disliked directly back with a savage face, a cold smile on his ugly face. Don't think that you're marvelous just because you got some benefits in the wilderness, it's just luck.
Seeing as you've been quite sensible to me in the past, I'll give you $250,000, and that bundle of phantom shadow cattail behind you will belong to me. As soon as Song Bandit raised his hand, a junior behind him walked up and respectfully placed 5 bundles of reddish credit coins in his hand.
Take them, then drop the phantom cattail, and you can go.
Song Bandit's tone was condescending, with a full sense of charity, as if he hadn't openly robbed and returned $50,000 to the two men, all counted as a great mercy.
Song Bandit, you don't bully people too much. Tan Lightning looked at the 50,000 credits handed out by the other party and instantly raised her willow eyebrows. 50,000 credit coins and you want to exchange it for such a large bundle of phantom shadow cattails? You're dreaming. What's more, these aren't my belongings either, but those of this little brother beside me.
Saying that, Tan Lightning's afterglow glanced somewhat worriedly at Su Chen beside her.
Oh? It's not yours, then it's even simpler.
Song Bandit heatedly laughed, then returned 2 of the 5 bundles back to the little brother behind him, while the remaining 3 bundles were handed over towards Su Chen.
Little brother, take it, don't be insensitive.
In the middle of this camp, Lao Zi is someone you can't afford to mess with. Su Chen's face was calm so far, only that he was slightly annoyed inside.
How did someone have to come out when he was in a good mood and disgust him in this way?
On the other hand, Tan Lightning on the side thought that Su Chen was afraid of offending the Song Bandit, but didn't want to give away the loot that was in his hands so easily, so in a hurry, he shouted towards the surroundings. Everyone come over and take a look, the Black Tiger Mercenary Squad Song Bandit is trying to forcefully buy and sell. He's using 30,000 credits just to exchange for a large bundle of phantom cattails. Everyone comment, isn't that too much? Quite a few of the surrounding hunters had actually been paying attention to this side for a long time, and when they heard Tan Lightning's shots they also came a lot closer again. Some hunters were indignant in their hearts and spoke out to help.
It is indeed a bit excessive.
Such a big bundle of phantom cattail, it must be worth at least $300,000 to $400,000, 30,000 credits dogs won't even sell it.
Brother Song might as well add some more money.
Most of these helpful hunters had suffered losses at the hands of Bandit Song, so they were indignant to see others being blackmailed by him. However, Song Bandit's face crossed and he roared at the surroundings.
All shut the up. Who the hell are you guys to teach me what to do? If I say it's worth 30,000, it's worth 30,000. Kid, are you selling it or not? If you don't sell it, I'm going to keep lowering the price.
Anyway, this bundle of things must be mine, the King of Heaven came also can't take it away. Song Bandit had a face that was certain of Su Chen, flinging 30,000 credits directly at his feet, and then walked directly towards the back of his motorcycle, looking like he was planning to take matters into his own hands.
Su Chen's expression was already cold to the extreme. Did I let you touch my things?
He spoke coldly, sidestepping Song Bandit, his face buried in the shadows.
The bald, burly man froze for a moment, a fierce smile appearing on his face. Kid, are you tired of living? Su Chen didn't want to talk more nonsense at all. Talking to this kind of brainwashed person was a waste of life. Scram!
Su Chen coldly shouted and fiercely struck out.
Ancient martial arts Tongbei fist.
In a flash, Yuan power attached to the dazzling fist force, directly punching the Song Bandit, who hadn't reacted yet, out of the air. Su Chen, who had now reached martial artist, was also able to utilize the true power of this great ancient martial art. The powerful fist force was enough to pierce through gold and crackstone, and with one punch, Song Bandit's ribs directly broke 3 or 4.
Ah, pain, 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 pain.
The Song Bandit fell to the ground and cried out furiously, blood spilling out of his mouth and nose, feeling his chest cavity make it incredibly difficult to even breathe. Suchen Tongbei Quan's stance was set up, and his body's shape and intent surged unceasingly. The sense of oppression was full, making the surrounding air seem to freeze.
In a split second, the entire camp was silent. No one expected Su Chen to resist, and actually knocked the Song Bandit to the ground with a few punches.
One must know that Song Bandit was a peak first-rank martial artist.
He was beaten half to death just like that? Soon, there were bystanders who reacted and exclaimed, "This is an ancient martial art. And it is a very strong ancient martial art. It's so powerful that it actually beat the Song Bandit like this in an instant. Only a first-rank martial artist, and he's already utilizing ancient martial arts so skillfully. Is he a direct descendant of one of Luo Hai City's great families? Why didn't he follow his family's mercenary group, but came to the wilderness to hunt alone?" The gazes of the surrounding people looking at Su Chen changed and became in awe. Most of these wilderness hunters were from ordinary families, and many of them were not even from good families, and they came out of the city to hunt without even attending wuda, tying their heads to the belt of their pants to make money. They dreamed of owning an ancient martial art. However, how expensive are ancient martial arts? It was fine for those of the health system, but the ancient martial arts with the nature of attacking and killing started at least $500,000 for each one of them. That's still an F-rank ancient martial art. That's why they guessed that Su Chen must be a direct descendant of some big family who came out to train. As for Tan Shuero, who was next to Su Chen, her beautiful eyes were also shocked. This junior brother Su, not only was he a gifted martial artist, but he also mastered more than one ancient martial art. Even the Song Bandit, who was at the peak of the first-ranked martial artist, couldn't last more than a round in his hands. What exactly is this youngster's identity? She had countless guesses in her mind, but was unable to confirm them. As for the Song Bandit lying on the ground, he was already scared out of his wits at this point. Although he had also mastered 2 F-grade ancient martial arts, the level of both of them was lousy, and they were even worse compared to the martial arts that Su Chen had unleashed. This is at least a C-grade, or even B-grade ancient martial art to have this kind of power. He's definitely an heir to one of the great families. It's over, we've messed with a tough guy this time. Song Bandit's body was in pain, and his heart was even more miserable. Su Chen ignored the gazes of the people around him and clapped his hands in a relaxed and cozy manner before bending down and picking up the 30,000 credits on the ground and slipping them into his pocket. There was money not to be taken for nothing. This $30,000 will be regarded as my spiritual loss fee for meeting people like you. Chapter 44 Spiritual Luminaries Association. Hidden Crisis. Su Chen looked towards the Song Bandit, who was powerless to get up on the ground, shrugged his shoulders, and directly pushed his motorcycle towards the rental tent. At this point, no one dared to covet his loot anymore, but instead they all respectfully made way. Song Bandit was covering his chest and trying to get up, but he was directly run over by the motorcycle once again. Su Chen even directly stepped over his head with his foot. This incomparably humiliating encounter caused the Song Bandit to completely faint. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all sighing in their hearts. It could be considered an evil deed, couldn't it? Seeing this, Tan Lightning also scrambled to keep up with Su Chen's pace. After returning the motorcycle, Su Chen carried a large bundle of phantom shadow cattail and asked Tan Shinrua, "Do you know where the price of this stuff is more reasonable? I don't want to take it into the city, it's too troublesome." Tan Lightning nodded in a hurry. "Well, I'm more familiar with this camp, you come with me." Thus, Su Chen followed behind Tan Shinrua and walked into another tent. A few moments later, the two reappeared, and a satisfied smile swept across Su Chen's face. All of his loot had been successfully sold, surprisingly earning a total of 480,000 credits. This tent was a garrison under the Luo Hai Mercenary Company, which acquired all kinds of ferocious beast materials at fair prices all year round. Su Chen brought 70 to 80 phantom dark cattails at once. Although it caused the trader to be a bit surprised, it wasn't really a big surprise. After all, the Luo Hai Mercenary Company's high-ranking mercenary squad had hunted back high-ranking ferocious beast materials that he had seen before. Although the phantom dark cat was special, it was only a first-rank fierce beast. After selling all the materials, the trader directly gave Su Chen a credit card, stating that all the transaction funds had all been deposited in it and could be taken out by any bank. The reputation of a large company was guaranteed, and Su Chen didn't suspect anything. After receiving the credit card, he and Tan Lightning came out of the tent. What a great haul this time! Su Chen beautifully held the credit card with a balance of nearly $500,000, revealing a satisfied smile. This was only his one day's harvest, and it was worth half a year's salary for a middle-class family in Luo Hai City. No wonder it was said that there were opportunities everywhere in the wilderness. It was true that hunting ferocious beasts was the most profitable. What's more, there were still 2 more numinous fruits within his backpack that he hadn't sold. The value of one of those things was estimated to be at least a few $1 million.
Although it was only a first-order numinous fruit, it was well known that as long as it was related to spiritual luminaries, nothing was cheap. By the way, I'm now a second-order spiritual numinous master, but I don't have a weapon to use while I'm at it. I'll have to go and take the time to buy a few flying blade-type weapons for spirit luminaries. This type of weapon was sold amongst the major martial arts center malls. However, the best quality belonged to another organization independent of the three major martial arts schools, the Spiritualist Association. This was a powerful force that was jointly organized by spiritual luminaries, and only spiritual luminaries could join it. Nowadays, Su Chen was actually qualified to join this organization to obtain better resources and information. After returning to the city, I can go to the Spiritual Luminaries Association and register. Then I'll sell the numinous fruit and buy a few more exclusive meta-energy weapons. After making his decision, Su Chen said to Tan Lightning at the side, "I'm going back to the city, let's part ways here." Tan Lightning sniffed and said with some surprise, "But I haven't transferred any money to you yet." She could still remember that she owed Su Chen a life. Su Chen shook his head, "No need, just think of it as me doing a good deed every day." Just now, Tan Lightning's actions in front of the Song Bandit had increased his goodwill towards the other party, so he exempted her from the life-saving money. Besides, it was only 100,000 credits, he wasn't lacking at all right now. Tan Rochelle pushed back a few times, but when she saw that Su Chen was adamant about not accepting it, she gave up. Then can I add you a Weibo friend ah? After saying that, she blushed a little herself. This was the first time in her entire life that she had taken the initiative to ask for a boy's best friend bit. Sung. Su Chen generously took out his cell phone, and after scanning each other, he separated from Tan Qianlu and went back to the city alone. The night is low and the stars are in the sky. Su Chen looked at the time and felt that it was already a bit late today, so he decided to go back to the Luohai City Spiritual Luminaries Association tomorrow to register. Returning home. However, just after arriving home, Su Chen immediately realized that something was wrong. On the window of the home, the small note that Su Chen had stuck on when he was leaving actually fell to the ground. "Someone has sneaked into my house today." Su Chen was instantly alert and looked around, realizing that the placement of various items hadn't changed much. It wasn't a thief, otherwise there wouldn't be no obvious traces of rummaging. It should be sent by the Huang family to probe my bottom line. Su Chen thought of this keenly. Yesterday, Huang Zitao disappeared. The Huang family would definitely spare no effort in searching for his whereabouts, and Su Chen, who had come into contact with him, became the key suspect. Although the gap between his strength and Huang Zitao's was too great to make people think at first that the disappearance had any major connection with him. But it was obvious that the other party had still sent someone to check his details. It seems like it's already a bit unsafe to live here. Although there was nothing in the house that exposed his details, it wasn't good to always be under the watchful eye of others like this. Now that I'm a martial artist, I can actually apply to go buy a house in a martial artist exclusive neighborhood. In some of the high-end neighborhoods in Luohai City, only martial artists and family members of martial artists could buy properties. These neighborhoods were many times higher than other neighborhoods in terms of both housing quality and security. However, the properties in these neighborhoods are also very expensive. A house must be at least a few million. If you want to buy a villa, tens of millions of dollars is not capped. It seems like it's better to make more money as soon as possible. The more money the better. Just as Su Chen was pondering, some noisy sound suddenly came from next door. It was a mixture of men's roars, women's pleas for mercy as well as children's cries, and the sound of smashing things. The noise was very annoying as it echoed through the very poorly soundproofed floor. Is that Sister Ryu's gambling ex-husband picking another fight? Lu Ruyan's ex-husband was a gambler with an extremely poor character, and he either beat or scolded her every day when he hadn't broken up. For the sake of her children, Ruyan Lu forced her ex-husband to divorce her and took her children to live alone. But the ex-husband did not know where to find out where she lives, and every once in a while they have to come over to ask for money. If he didn't give it, he would smash things wildly, hissing and cursing, disturbing the building. Female cousin, give or not give money? Don't think I can't rule you if you're divorced. You were born as my man and died as my ghost. You want to get rid of me, you dream. If I don't get $10,000 today, I won't leave. Lu Ruyan cowered in the corner, protecting the child behind her, her face covered in tear stains. That's Shauna's tuition and living expenses, I won't give it. You roll. You get out. Grass, what's a little cousin doing in school? If you don't pay, I'll beat you to death today. At this time, the door of the house was suddenly knocked. The man habitually yelled at the security door, "Get the hell out of here and don't come interfering in my family's business." No, I borrowed $20,000 from Sister Lu 2 days ago, and now I'm here to pay back the money. Su Chen said loudly outside the door. Lu Ruyan, who was cowering in the corner, heard Su Chen's words and was puzzled in her heart. It's Chun from across the street? When did he owe me money? However, as soon as he heard that there was money, the fierce-looking ex-husband immediately changed his expression and hurriedly opened the door. You said you owe Lu Ruyan money? Then give it to me directly. Boom. Just opened the door, Suchin directly started with a punch, hitting the man instantly with blood all over his face, flying out backwards, and ruthlessly hitting the wall behind him. If you don't want to die, within 3 seconds, get the hell out. Suchin stood in the middle of the doorframe, his entire body shrouded in shadow. However, between the fingers of his right hand leaped a blazing ball of fire, pointing at the man who had fallen to the ground. This scene immediately caused the blood-covered man's eyes to widen and his voice to tremble. You're a martial artist? Chapter 45: The Deterrence of a Talented Martial Artist. Nirvana Bone Tempering 3rd Level. Lu Ruyan was cowering in the corner of the wall, seeing Suchen's strength. Her tearful eyes were equally shocked on her charming and pretty face. Was the person standing at the door really Chen? Isn't he still in high school? I didn't realize that he had actually become a martial artist. And not just any ordinary martial artist, but a gifted martial artist. She was just an ordinary person, but from time to time she could see reports about gifted martial artists in the news. That was why she was so shocked when she saw the fireball jumping between Suchen's fingers. That was a gifted martial artist. A gifted martial artist who was so high and mighty that he won't even be sentenced for murder. Someone who was completely on a different level from himself. She turned her head and saw her gambler ex-husband being punched and clanging and coughing up blood again, and her tears instantly welled up furiously. Well punched, well punched. The man who fell to the ground, on the other hand, was filled with horror and trembled as he knelt on the ground. Lord Martial Artist, spare my life, where did I mess with you? Without waiting for the man to finish, Suchin coldly interrupted him, say one more word and die. You should know that as a martial artist, even within a safe city, there are casualty indicators. That's right, martial artists could not be held legally liable if they killed an ordinary person within safe city. This is the privilege of martial artists. Of course, Suchen hadn't become an officially recognized martial artist right now, so this remark was just to scare the other party. However, this kind of soft-hearted gambler would only be able to bully his wife, and he would have to go around when he encountered a slightly tougher one, not to mention that he had now encountered a martial artist that he couldn't afford to mess with at all. The man heard the obvious fear trembled like a sieve, kneeling on the ground to Suchen crazy kowtow, please do not kill me, do not kill me. I immediately roll. Immediately roll. Suchen coldly snorted, extinguished the flame, striding forward, directly carrying the man's collar and throwing him out of the stairwell. Don't bother Sister Lu again in the future, or I'll waste one of your arms if I see you once. Yes, remember, remember. The man rolled and fled down the stairwell. When Suchen saw this, he then turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan. Sister Lu, are you alright? No, I'm fine. Ah Chen, thank you. Ruyan Lu's face still carried shock and unspeakable gratitude. It's fine, just a show of hands. In the past, Ruyan Lu would often invite him to his home to eat dumplings when he was hungry, so now that he saw her in trouble, it was only natural to casually help her out. Lu Ruyan wiped the tears on her face, forced a smile, carried her daughter into the bedroom, then came out and said to Su Chen, Ah Chen, why don't you stay for some dinner at night, just so I can cook dumplings? Su Chen wanted to refuse, however, Lu Ruyan immediately added, you helped us so much, I have nothing to return you, if you won't even eat a meal, I have no choice but to sell my body to thank you. Saying that, he looked like he was going to undo his collar. Good guy, I'm straight up good guy. Su Chen quickly changed his mouth, done. Well, I will stay and eat some. He was still prepared to go home to continue his cultivation and transform the yuan power in his body. But there was still time for a meal. Soon, Lu Ruyan cooked the dumplings and served them on the table, sitting herself opposite Su Chen. Doesn't Xiaona want to eat? She ate at school and just had a bit of a scare, so she was told to go to bed early. Finished, this just cried a pair with Rain charming young woman intentionally continued, tonight. I have a lot of time. Aha! Su Chen just gave a then with his eyes on the ground, he lowered his head and started picking at the dumplings. It was stuffed with pork and scallions, and it was delicious. However, when Su Chen's afterglow glanced across the table, he found that this young woman actually pressed her plump body against the table, and a pair of breasts just squeezed out on the edge of the table. This scene almost made him choke on the dumpling filling in his throat. This is too big, right? Is this the gift of the professionals? Like the Smoke Emperor, terrifying as it is. Ruyan Lu looked at the dragon and tiger lad in front of her with a face full of admiration and a secret spring charm. The other party's actions today, like Prince Charming, had moved her inwardly. So wanted to use her professional skills to repay it properly. Chen, eat slowly. There's not enough left. Enough is enough, I've eaten quite a lot today, I'm actually full now. Su Chen waved his hand in a panic, and after drinking the dumpling soup in one go as well, he hurriedly waved goodbye. Ah Chen. Is leaving here? Why don't you stay and sit for a while longer? No, I still have something to do at home, I have to prepare for the exam in the next 2 days. Okay. Su Chen hurriedly stepped out of Lu Ruyan's house, he was afraid that if he stayed for a little longer, he would really have to wipe the slate clean. Returning home. Shutting the door behind him, Su Chen was relieved. I can't let go of my Yuan Yang Qi today, I still have to practice the Nirvana bone tempering method.
Cultivation was the top priority for him now.
So, immediately got into bed and sat on his knees. Nowadays, the transformation rate of Yuan power in his body had already reached the upper limit of 5 cards.
If he wanted to raise this upper limit, he would have to raise his physical talent.
Once the physical talent was raised, his body would be able to withstand more Yuan power. The Nirvana bone tempering technique was the best way to enhance physical talent. Now that he had been promoted to a martial artist, Su Chen was fully capable of opening the second level of bone quenching cultivation.
Start running the Nirvana bone tempering method. Su Chen secretly said, immediately running the Nirvana bone tempering technique's Yuan power pulse in his body.
He followed the guidelines of the technique and transformed the Yuan power in his body into Yuan power swimming silk, which traveled throughout his body in a specific running vein. Within a short while, the pain from Nirvana filled the bones all over his body. Those Yuan power swimming silks were constantly traveling through his bones, breaking and reorganizing them, making his physique tougher.
Half an hour later, Su Chen successfully completed the second quenching of the bones.
At the same time, he began to run the S-class primordial energy transformation method, the Yuan Shen blood refining decree. Originally reaching the limit Yuan power capacity, he began to make further breakthroughs. The blood qi was constantly being converted into Yuan power, and the upper limit of Yuan power in his body quickly rose from 5 cards to 7 cards. A first-rank martial artist possessing a Yuan power value of 7 cards, this was considered a demonic existence amongst the various martial universities. But this, however, was not Su Chen's limit. This was because Su Chen felt that he was still able to perform the third level of bone tempering. Thus, Su Chen once again operated the Nirvana bone tempering technique and continued to break and reorganize the bones in his body. Intense pain came from all over his body, and bean-sized beads of sweat overflowed from his pores. In the sweat, there was also some black sediment mixed in, which was the impurities that had been forced out of his physique by the bone-quenching method. Without the precipitation of these impurities, his physique would become purer and his talent would be further enhanced. I remember that among the 2 SSS-ranked viewpoints that have yet to be learned, there is one named Pure World Glazed Viewpoint. If one can learn it, one can visualize oneself and obtain the immaculate glazed body. If I have that kind of physique, what kind of level will my talent rise to? Will the transformation rate of Yuan power reach 100%? A 100% Yuan power conversion rate meant that as much blood qi as he had in his body could all be converted into as much Yuan power as he could. This could only be done by a true divine body talent. When I continue to raise my strength, I'll gain more and more enlightenment points every day. Once I save up enough enlightenment points, I'll redeem the remaining 2 viewpoints. By then, the strength will definitely undergo a qualitative change once again. Su Chen endured the intense pain coming from his bones all over his body, while forcing himself to be distracted and think. Soon, under the powerful effect of the Nirvana bone tempering method, the bones in the body began to rapidly fuse together and become even tougher after removing the impurities. Nirvana bone tempering technique 3rd level, reached. Chapter 46 10,000 Elephant Devouring. Creating the Inner Realm. Sweeping the Undersea Treasures. The transformation of Yuan power within Su Chen's body rose once again. He once again revolved the Yuan Shen blood refining decree. Soon, the Yuan power value increased from a 7-card limit to a 10-card limit. According to the 10:1 conversion rate, that meant that Su Chen was now able to convert 100 points of blood qi in his body into Yuan power. He felt the vigorous and incomparable Yuan power surging in his body, and that powerful feeling of strength made him incomparably happy. Host, Su Chen. Rank, 1st level martial artist, 2nd level mentalist. Blood qi value, 500 points. Yuan power value, 10 cards. Numinous power, 139 points. Bone hardening, triple heaven. Talent, Fireball F rank, Spiral Wind Blade E rank, Concealment E rank, Shadow Walker C rank. Ancient Martial Arts, 10 Directions Thundering SS rank, Python Devouring Blood Technique S rank, Tong Bei Quan B rank, 100 Beasts Fighting for Heaven Record D rank. Techniques, Nirvana Bone Hardening Method S grade, Soul Line Distraction Technique S grade, Perishable Red Lotus Viewing Diagram SSS grade. Special, Perishing Lotus Demon Fire, Axiom of Fire 0.1% Comprehension, Axiom of Shadow 3.8% Comprehension, Axiom of Wind 0.5%. Now that I'm comparable to a 3rd-ranked martial artist, the Yuan power value in their bodies is just around 10 to 15 cards. The blood qi value of a 3rd-ranked martial artist was around 2,000 points, but their Yuan power was commonly only 10 to 15 cards. From this, it could be seen to what extent the Yuan power conversion rate of ordinary martial artists was low. The reason why Su Chen was able to achieve such a high rate was because of the techniques that he practiced, all of which were S rank or above. This was a height that even the talented youngsters coming out of those superb martial arts clans would find it hard to reach. What does it mean to be far ahead? It's called being far ahead. It's mainly due to my own efforts that I've been able to reach my current achievements. Merit techniques and whatnot are actually just playing a little bit of an insignificant supporting role.
Su Chen let out a long breath and opened his eyes.
Then, standing in front of the mirror, he realized that he had indeed grown a little taller.
There are so many impurities on my body. Hurry up and go wash it.
Su Chen ran to the bathroom and took a shower, and after coming out refreshed, he once again came to the bed and sat on his knees. Next, let's convert the consciousness. The body cultivates the soul thought distraction art to increase the value of the numinous power. The main consciousness, on the other hand, entered the main split, gold-devouring python, and began today's journey to find treasures under the sea and become stronger.
What is the king of roles?
The main body becomes stronger during the day, and the doppelganger becomes stronger at night, double cultivation, no delay in both.
If he hit Su Chen, said that he was the second in the volume realm, who would dare to say that he was the first? In safe waters.
In a certain undersea cave, the gold-devouring python with fine golden scales leaping all over its body opened its eyes. After a day of recuperation, the bloodline in the gold-devouring python's body had completely stabilized, and its natural abilities had awakened one after another. Su Chen felt the strong and incomparable power in the doppelganger and compared it to his own body.
It was discovered that it was actually not at the same level at all.
His main body was already very strong now, but in front of the doppelganger that had reached the third stage of ferocious beasts, it was simply not worth mentioning. The ancient ferocious beast bloodline in the gold-devouring python's body had already awakened, and it was a SSS-ranked bloodline power.
Gold-devouring dragon descent.
This bloodline possessed the potential to be able to evolve into a true dragon.
The most crucial thing is,
the first natural ability brought by this bloodline, the dragon body devouring boundary, was too heaven-defying. Su Chen internally observed his own body and realized that within the python body, the dragon body devouring boundary had been completely constructed. It was a space of about 10 by 10 cubic meters, which was empty, but not completely void. Rather, it was filled with a pale golden stream of light. Those pale golden streams of light were the special yuan power that constructed the dragon body devouring realm, the gold devouring yuan power.
Gold devouring yuan power. Every strand formed needed to devour a large amount of cosmic yuan energy, but the effect was also terrifying.
The reason for this was this kind of yuan power, which could cut through space. When the gold-devouring python released this kind of yuan power, it could cut through the surrounding space and temporarily swallow it into its body. Because it was cutting at the spatial level, even a martial god-level powerhouse would be chopped in two if they weren't careful. This was equivalent to a powerful ability in the spatial law department. Spatial laws, without a doubt, also belonged to a rather powerful type amongst the law faculties. Of course, the dragon body devouring realm wasn't just a single spatial law, it also incorporated some of the power of the devouring laws. And this gave birth to another ability related to this talent, universal devouring. Nowadays, the gold-devouring python could devour and absorb almost any type of yuan power in any metallic substance, and condense it, transforming it into the gold-devouring yuan power in his body. The more yuan power in metal one devoured, the more powerful the gold-devouring yuan power in the body became, and the more solid and expansive the internal space constructed would be. Until after devouring enough matter and energy, his internal world would finally take shape and form a side realm. Of course, this future was still a bit far-fetched at the moment. This was because the growth of gold-devouring yuan power was extremely difficult. For every one card of gold-devouring yuan power, thousands of cards of ordinary yuan power in metallic substances were needed before it could be fused and transformed. Gold-devouring yuan power was also one of the most essential and powerful types of cosmic yuan power on this planet. Even, in the vast and boundless universe, it could be called a rare. Alas, it seems that even if I devour all the energy and matter on this planet, I might only be able to construct the tip of the iceberg of the realm within my body.
Su Chen thought like this in his heart.
However, something like constructing a side realm is still too far away for me right now.
It's better to focus on improving my strength first.
Right now, it was impossible for him to have either that much strength or that much appetite to directly devour a planet. All getting stronger started with one step at a time from the feet.
Alright, I'm going to keep devouring and keep getting stronger.
Thinking of this, Su Chen revitalized once again, swung his python body, and rushed out of the cave. This time, Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly swam into the dangerous sea at speed. Along the way, he encountered a few first-order ferocious beasts, which he effortlessly swung his tail to kill, then opened his python's mouth and devoured them all.
It was refined in an instant.
You have devoured the one-eyed dragon shrimp and gained plus 10 blood chi value and plus 6 cards of water attribute yuan power. You have devoured a lava octopus, gaining plus 10 blood value and plus 7 cards of fire attribute yuan power. Until they entered into the dangerous sea, the surrounding high-grade ferocious beasts gradually increased. His golden spirit snake pupil had now evolved to LV3, and the range of observing the precious light was much wider. Any treasure chi within a range of 500 meters could not escape his eyes. The depths of the seabed were so rare that even strong martial arts generals were rarely able to go deeper.
It was a sea that was completely occupied by ferocious beasts.
This also meant that there were countless treasures under the sea, several times more than on land. Most of the spiritual medicines, treasures, and miraculous trees on land had already been picked by previous generations, and there were very few left.
Whereas at the bottom of the sea, these were innumerable.
Suchen had just opened his golden spirit snake pupil and saw at least a dozen places that emitted white precious light.
There were even 1 or 2 places of yellow precious light. Now, start sweeping. Chapter 47, The Abyssal Cave, Red-Blooded Spirit Jiao. The Hope of Talent Evolution. Suchen scanned the seabed for a location that emanated precious light. The ferocious beasts that were guarding next to the heavenly treasures were all killed, devoured into their bellies, and refined in a matter of moments. You have devoured the second-ranked ferocious beast, the ice crystal jellyfish, and have gained plus 17 points in blood and chi, and 9 cards of ice attribute yuan power. You have devoured a second-level beast, Xianhua lobster, and have gained 18 points of blood value and 9 cards of fire attribute yuan power. You have devoured a third-level beast, the two-headed tiger shark, and have gained 29 points of blood and energy, and 13 cards of water attribute yuan power. After devouring them, the treasures they were guarding were all swallowed into the inside devouring realm, as well, appropriating them for themselves. Half an hour later.
After devouring several hundred cards of special attribute yuan power, within his body, a strand of gold devouring yuan power was finally born once again. Your gold devouring yuan power has increased by 1 card, and the devouring realm within your body has increased by 1 cubic meter. The space of Suchen's internal devouring realm reached 11 cubic meters. Not bad. By raising your gold devouring yuan power, you can increase the volume of space in your body. And the bloodline might will also be stronger. Suchen saw that the space inside his body had increased a little under his inner vision, and a hint of accomplishment rose in his heart. What made him feel a greater sense of accomplishment was the various undersea treasures obtained from the sweep. Jianxi Yuan Stone, Deep Seaside Crystal, Coral Spirit Marrow, Embracing Jade Snail, Yuan Spinning Star Algae. These undersea treasures of great value had various unique uses. Some contain special yuan power that can be absorbed by the human body, some are core materials for higher potions or elixirs, and others can be used as materials for yuan energy weapons. All in all, the treasures obtained today added up to a price of at least a few million credits. Not bad, another couple of $1 million of great profit. And the blood chi value of the doppelganger has also increased quite a bit.
All in all, the harvest is not bad. Suchen's heart was invigorated. He continued to explore towards the depths of the sea. There's a sea valley crack here, go down and take a look.
Suchen discovered through his treasure hunt just now that the more hidden a place was, the more likely it was to give birth to rare and supreme treasures. Thus, the gold-devouring python, which had reached a body length of more than 50 meters, plunged into the sea valley crack with a jerk. The body was hidden into a darkness. After a long dive, the light around them had completely disappeared. Only the various plankton emitted a faint silver-blue glow, which was very beautiful. Suchen's golden spirit snake pupils always remained open, patrolling the depths of the seabed like 2 light bulbs emitting a golden glow.
It's so quiet around. Where have all the deep-sea ferocious beasts gone?
Suchen was somewhat puzzled. He had actually not encountered a single ferocious beast the whole way down. It was reasonable to say that although the number of ferocious beasts in the deep sea would be less, it was not completely absent. Like the monster head monkfish, the bone-eroding worm, the spiny silver axe fish, and so on, they are all common ferocious beasts in the deep sea. The dead silence of the general darkness around it can easily remind people of some fears about the deep sea. However, Suchen had always been bold, and now he was hosting a giant beast that was more than 50 meters long.
He is the fear in the deep sea.
Another moment passed.
Suchen finally dived down to the very bottom of this sea valley rift.
Right at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk in shock. On the rocks at the bottom of the crack, the skeletons of various ferocious beasts were actually strewn about. What kind of place is this, and why are there so many skeletons of ferocious beasts? What have they all been eaten by?
Suchen had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that there exists a very powerful lord-level ferocious beast here? The current him was definitely no match for a fierce beast lord.
If there really was a lord lurking here, he had to retreat as quickly as possible.
However,
after Suchen used his golden spirit snake pupil to look around, his eyes widened once again.
There's actually red precious light emanating from there. Red treasure light was a quality second only to orange treasure light.
In other words, not far ahead, there existed a supreme treasure of extremely high quality. Suchen hesitated in his heart, but he still planned to go forward to take a look. It would be best if he could get the supreme treasure in his hands. But if there were really lord-level ferocious beasts guarding it, then one would just develop obscenely for a while longer, and then come over to hunt for the treasure when he had grown up. I hope it's not some heavenly treasure that hasn't matured yet, or else if it's ripened and directly eaten by the guarding ferocious beasts, I'll have to return home empty-handed. Suchen prayed in his heart, while completely hiding his huge body in the ghostly shadows of the seabed, silently approaching the direction where the red treasure light was. As he got closer and closer to the location of the precious light, the more shocked Suchen's eyes became. This was because there were countless corpses of ferocious beasts spread all around, and most of them seemed to have just died, with a bone-deep horrifying wound lodged in their bodies. I'm afraid it's a very brutal, ferocious beast. Su Chen continued to get closer to the exact center of the red precious light, and only then did he finally see the appearance of the tyrannical ferocious beast. It was actually a crimson scaly dragon that was feeding. The augur dragon's body length reached more than 60 meters, a little longer than himself. Its body was crimson, and its scales were dotted with a golden pattern that was quite divine. There were fleshy wings on both sides of the body that were not yet fully developed, and the entire body of the scaly dragon exuded a kind of pressure that came from its bloodline. However, this kind of pressure didn't have much effect on Su Chen. This was because the bloodline in his body was of an even higher rank than the other party. But what made Su Chen even more surprised was that red precious light was actually emanating from the body of this scaly dragon. In other words, the most precious treasure is actually hidden inside this dragon? Remind the host that you have encountered a creature from the otherworldly world of the Abyssal Cave, the red-blooded spirit Jiao juvenile. Red-blooded spirit Jiao, a creature from the world of the Abyssal Cave. When it grows into its full form, it can be promoted to the beast god rank. This red-blooded spirit Jiao is in its juvenile form, having just been born from the Abyssal Cave, and its strength is at the 6th order fierce beast level. Note, a red-blooded spirit Jiao was innately born with a red-blooded Jiao dragon Dan within its body, harboring a trace of the true blood of the dragon vein. With the added benefit of being perceptive against the heavens, there is a probability that the host taking the Jiao dragon's true blood will gain bloodline promotion and upgrade his bloodline talent. Surprisingly, it's an otherworldly creature from among the Abyssal Cave. Su Chen was shocked beyond measure. The Abyssal Cave, the legend was that it was a mysterious abyss connecting countless other worlds. Its entrance can appear anywhere in the world. But every time the entrance to the Abyssal Cave appears, it represents the onset of a catastrophe. Strong people at the level of martial generals and even martial gods would come out in droves to suppress the Abyssal Cave. This red blood spirit Jiao hatchling, how did it get here from the Abyssal Cave? Could it be that a new entrance to the Abyssal Cave was actually born in the vicinity of this sea? Su Chen was incomparably shocked when he thought of this possibility. If this was true, then Luo Hai City was already in danger. If the other world this, Abyss Cave, connects to is very powerful, it might not be long before a catastrophic Abyss Cave invasion erupts in Luo Hai City. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart was suddenly horrified. Could it be that the peak 9th ranked martial general I saw last night, who appeared in Luo Hai City, was there to suppress this newly born Abyssal Cave entrance? Su Chen suddenly associated it with the Thunder Martial General that he ran into yesterday. If that was the case, wasn't it a bit unkind of himself to directly rob the other party's chance? But Su Chen immediately threw this thought out of his mind. The martial arts path was a world of great struggle, and the opportunity was whoever grabbed it. There was no question of being thick or not. If you don't fight, how can you have the capital to live? It seems that we have to get stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise the crisis in the Abyssal Cave would erupt and he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. Thinking about this, Su Chen looked towards the red-blooded spirit Jiao that was feeding, and his eyes became determined. According to the system, this augur hatchling that possessed the potential to evolve into a beast god level contained a red blood augur Dan within its body. If one was able to eat it, one's bloodline talent would have a chance to evolve once again. How could he resist such a temptation? Chapter 48 Power of Space Laws. Gold-devouring spatial chop. If the hatchling of this red-blooded spirit Jiao develops here, it will cause a destruction-level disaster to Luo Hai City. A beast god was equivalent to a martial god-level powerhouse among humans. And often, beast gods were even stronger than martial gods. Excluding some special circumstances, a beast god of the same rank was a crushing existence to a martial god among humans. So whether it's for Luo Hai or for myself, this red blood spirit Jiao, I must kill it today. The red blood Jiao Dan, he was determined to obtain it. The 6th rank of the district was not enough to be feared. Su Chen was prepared to make a secret move, but at this moment, the red blood spirit Jiao not far away, its body abruptly changed once again. After it swallowed a 5th order mutant monkfish, the golden lines all over its body suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, with flowing golden runes appearing and disappearing in it. And his size grew by 10 meters once again, and the fleshy wings on both sides were also a circle larger. But in a moment's time, this red blood spirit Jiao actually advanced from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. It's actually 7th rank. Su Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Worthy of having the talent to grow to the beast god level, this upgrading speed was just fast. One couldn't wait any longer. Letting this guy develop for a little while longer would make it even more difficult to kill himself. Immediately, he no longer hesitated, swung his python tail, stimulated the power of his bloodline, and immediately attacked towards the red blood spirit Jiao. At this time, the red blood spirit Jiao also discovered the movement over here and stopped eating. A pair of crimson narrow vertical pupils looked over in the direction of the gold-devouring python. In those eyes that were clearly tinged with intelligence, there was first scorn, then surprise, and then greed. This ferocious beast of a mere third rank actually had a bloodline within it that even it felt moved.
And this bloodline seemed to be of the same origin as itself. If he eats it himself, he will definitely be able to advance quickly. Even
it might be possible to absorb the other party's bloodline talent and perfect one's own augur bloodline.
In a flash of lightning, the red-blooded Jiao dragon's mind had already thought of all this.
Thus the seafood in his mouth suddenly stopped smelling good. Salivating between his sharp teeth, the tiger gazed intently at the gold-devouring python that was rapidly charging towards him, scorn dripping from his eyes. This guy was trying to slip and shovel.
Or a delivery?
It's just a ferocious beast of the third order. Although its bloodline rank was higher than it, the gap in strength was something that could not be bridged. The red-blooded spirit Jiao spread its fleshy wings, and golden lines flowed all over its body. Golden yuan power converged in its mouth, forming thousands of red blood inferno spikes, ready to be fired indiscriminately. These red blood inferno thorns contained intense fire poison. Under an indiscriminate attack, they were bound to hit this golden python,
make it instantly poisoned and lose its mind. However,
before the red blood inferno thorn in his mouth was completely formed, a dark golden instantaneous shadow, like a ghost, was spat out from the mouth of that golden python. It cut towards him.
What's that? Is it a golden blade of wind?
The wind blade attack of a third-ranked ferocious beast is not enough to fear. As soon as the red blood spirit Jiao's thoughts turned, it wanted to use its body to harden this seemingly simple attack. However, that golden wind blade directly disappeared from the space.
Eat gold space chop. The next instant,
the seawater was actually cut apart from the center, along with the augur dragon's head separating from its body at the same time. The red-blooded spirit Jiao only felt a sharp stabbing pain coming from the bottom of its head, and then it saw its gradually rising body.
Its vertical pupils instantly widened. How is it possible? When? Has it actually been chopped off?
Countless red golden augur blood turned into blood foam and floated away in the seawater, and the consciousness of the red-blooded spirit augur gradually blurred.
The last thought was a burst of intense unwillingness. He was unwilling
to be born for less than 10 days only, and he was actually killed by a third-rank ferocious beast like this. On the other hand, Su Chen, who had sped to the red blood spirit Jiao's proximity, was inwardly uplifted.
Success!
The gold-devouring spatial chop directly severed the red-blooded spirit Jiao's head. That golden wind blade was none other than the natural skill formed by the gold-devouring yuan power.
Gold-devouring space chop.
It was a strike that contained the power of spatial laws and was directly capable of cutting through space. Only to see that in the middle of the seawater, where the golden blade had just scratched through, some tiny spatial cracks seemed to have appeared, and some seawater was sucked in by the cracks, forming a tiny vortex that disappeared in an instant. A 7th-ranked red blood spirit Jiao actually did not even send out a single attack before it died under this invincible talent skill.
Che, just you still want to devour me? It's really weak.
Su Chen came to the red blood spirit Jiao's corpse that was split into 2 halves and spat. Immediately afterward, the pupils of the snake, which emitted a golden aura, became greedy. It was now his turn to devour the other party. Su Chen followed the location of the red precious light and poked his teeth into the Jiao dragon's corpse, and with a gentle gouge, he brought out a Jiao Dan that emitted a golden glow.
Red blood Jiao Dragon Dan.
Swallowing it will give me a chance to upgrade my bloodline talent.
According to Su Chen's understanding,
with the existence of a heavenly enlightenment, the so-called probability of upgrading means that it is absolutely possible to upgrade. Thus, he opened his python's mouth and swallowed the red blood Jiao Dan into his stomach. Revolving the 10,000 elements devouring, he refined it in an instant. The incomparably hot energy emanated from the snake's belly and flowed into the limbs and bones, as if every meridian was ignited by the flowing flames. You have devoured the red-blooded Jiao Dragon Dan, drawing on a strand of true dragon bloodline power.
Due to an unbelievable level of enlightenment, your natural ability, Dragon Body Devouring Boundary, is upgraded to LV2.
Dragon Body World Space increases to 100 cubic meters. Acquired the Seal of Boundary Devouring. Your bloodline, Gold Devouring Dragon Descent, Bloodline Advancement Degree increased by 0.001%. When the Bloodline Advancement degree reaches 100%, you will complete the transformation of Python Jiao into Dragon, transforming into the Gold Devouring Dragon. Due to your uncanny understanding, you've triggered a 100-fold blast, and your Bloodline Advancement has increased by 0.1%.
Su Chen looked at the prompts coming from the system one after another, his heart was ecstatic. It's actually really upgraded. And my bloodline can actually continue to advance. When the degree of advancement reaches 100%, my doppelganger will augur into a dragon and become a true dragon bloodline. Su Chen opened the current bilocation panel to check. Split, Gold Devouring Python Grown Body. Bloodline, Gold Devouring Dragonborn SSS Grade, Bloodline Progression 0.1%. Talent, Golden Spirit Snake Pupil LV3, Venomous Fangs LV2, Dragon Body Devouring Realm SSS Grade, LV2, Seal of Devouring Realm 1.
Skills: Python Technique Entanglement, Obsidian Ray, Toxin Infusion, Gold Eating Space Chop, Boundary Eating Space. Blood and Chi value, 2089 points. Yuan Power value, 118 cards. Special Yuan Power, Gold Eating Yuan Power 11 cards. Strength level, 3rd Order Fierce Beast Peak. When the Dragon Body Devouring Realm reached the 2nd stage, not only did the internal space increase tenfold, but it also gained a unique Seal of Devouring Realm. And Su Chun was even more incomparably excited after understanding its usage. Because the seal possessed the addition of spatial laws, it could be branded into the body. When the principal body held the seal of Boundary Devouring, it could share the Dragon Body Boundary Devouring, as well as some of the Gold Devouring Python's innate skills, through the seal. It also meant that all the various treasures and ferocious beast meats that the Gold Devouring Python had obtained in the sea could all be passed through the Dragon Body Devouring Realm for the main body to directly extract. Chapter 49 Seal of Gold Eating, Space Shuttling. The pure world glaze bloomed. With the seal of gold devouring, in the future, the doppelganger and the main body didn't need to meet up and could complete the exchange of any item within the body's devouring realm. This was definitely a huge favorable news for the current Su Chen. The gold devouring python had grown relatively strong and could not possibly enter Luo High City anymore, and it was also impossible for him to go out of the city every day and go to the beach to connect with the splitter. Originally, Su Chen had all planned to go every half a month or so to have his main body and his doppelganger meet up, transferring the various treasures obtained from the seabed in one go. But this plan actually had a lot of problems, such as how to transport so many treasures, and how not to be exposed in the process of transportation and so on. And now, with the sharing of the Dragon Body Devouring Realm, these problems were completely unnecessary to worry about. He could always extract any item from the Gold Devouring Python's Body Devouring Realm through the Seal of Gold Devouring. And this could likewise be a great killing move for Su Chen. This was because the internal Devouring Realm was able to include the Gold Devouring Python's main body in it as well. In other words, the Gold Devouring Python could conduct spatial shuttling through the inner body Devouring Realm. The doppelganger could be displaced to the position of the main body anytime it was in danger, and the doppelganger could come over to help anytime the main body was in danger. This seal of gold devouring is simply too useful. I'll brand it into the sea of consciousness of my main body now. Su Chun used his spiritual thoughts and wrapped the seal of gold devouring around it before launching his consciousness transformation. The main consciousness returned to the main body. And the way to use the seal of gold devouring had already appeared in Su Chan's mind through the inherited memories. He followed the way in his memory to use his spiritual power to point this pure golden seal, allowing it to fuse with his sea of consciousness. After an incense stick or so, Su Chan opened his eyes. Among his pupils, 2 streaks of golden light flashed by, and the seal of gold devouring branding was completed. Now let's try to see if we can get the consciousness to enter the internal devouring realm through the seal of gold devouring. Su Chen used his consciousness to touch the seal of gold devouring floating in his mind, and in an instant, his consciousness really came into the inner body devouring realm. At the bottom of the space in the corner, there were all kinds of treasures that were stored from yesterday and tonight's treasure hunt at the bottom of the sea. Su Chen wrapped his consciousness around a Zhanhai Yuan stone and detached himself from the seal of gold devouring. In the next moment, there was a distortion of space in front of him, and a Zhanhai Yuan stone appeared in his hand. It's actually really possible. Is this the power of spatial laws? Su Chen sked, not realizing that across such a great distance, he was really able to extract items from the body of his doppelganger by devouring the realm. Su Chen put the Zhanhai Yuan stone back into the body devouring realm again tentatively and found that it was also very simple. Just focus on the item in front of him with your consciousness and then touch the imprint in your mind at the same time. After learning the operation, Su Chen switched his consciousness back to the doppelganger. Looking at the corpse of the red-blooded spirit Jiao in front of him, his python's teeth were raw, and he felt like there was a plate of delicacies in front of him. Tonight is another night of great harvest. Su Chen was prepared to directly devour the head of the red-blood spirit Jiao with his doppelganger, while the body of the Jiao, which had fresher meat and better flavor, was stuffed into the internal devouring realm, leaving it for the main body to slowly enjoy. Thus, Su Chen first loaded the lower half of the red-blood spirit Jiao's body into the inner body devouring realm. Luckily, the inner body devouring realm had just expanded to 100 cubic meters, otherwise such a large piece of meat would not have fit. Thank you old iron for sending the red blood Jiao Dan. Su Chen said gratefully to the miserably dead red blood spirit Jiao, and immediately, the python's mouth was flowing with saliva kissing. No, it was biting up. You have devoured the flesh of the red blood spirit Jiao, obtaining a blood chi value of +20 and red blood yuan power of +5 cards. You have devoured the flesh of the red-blooded spirit Jiao and gained blood energy +20, red-blooded yuan power +5 cards. Your blood chi value exceeds 3,000 points, and you have successfully advanced to a 4th order ferocious beast. You acquired 100 cards of red blood yuan power, and through Wanxiang devouring, transformed it into 1 card of gold devouring yuan power. The devouring realm space in your body expands by 1 cubic meter.
Red blood Yuan power was also a special kind of Yuan power. Although it was not as good as gold-devouring Yuan power, it was more pure than the Yuan power possessed by ordinary ferocious beasts, so the conversion rate was also higher. In addition to the change in the space within its body, after upgrading to a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, the gold-devouring python's body length also increased once again. Reaching around 60 meters, it was completely a huge monster. Of course, this enormity was only relative to humans. Compared to some powerful ferocious beasts, 60 meters was simply not enough to look at. After all, some lord-level existences could reach several hundred meters in body length, and there were not a few beast gods that were even more powerful than lord levels, with body lengths up to thousands of meters. In front of them, the current gold-devouring python was probably like a small earthworm.
The path of evolution is endless. But it's almost dawn, so let's call it a night. Su Chen found a hidden position in this undersea crack to hide his figure, and then switched his consciousness. Outside the window, the sun rises and shines through the mountains and rivers. Su Chen opened his eyes on the bed and immediately heard the system's pleasant prompt. The host's enlightenment value for today has arrived, a total of 80 enlightenment points, 60 points for the bilocation, 20 points for the main body. The host now has a total of 140 points. Su Chen's heart was delighted. As his strength increased, the daily growth of enlightenment points was also increasing. It's possible to exchange the second divine level viewpoint from the enlightenment mall. Thus, Su Chen opened the mall and hesitated between the two viewpoints. The two remaining divine level viewpoints were the Chaotic Seed Lotus viewpoint and the Glazed Pure Lotus viewpoint. The Chaotic Seed Lotus was an extremely powerful essence conceptualization technique. Planting a chaotic green lotus in the middle of the body chakra C made one's vitality majestic, and the bearing capacity of one's chi and blood would be greatly increased. Learning this conceptual method was equivalent to possessing a SSS-ranked body refining art, except that this kind of body refining was a spiritual body refining method. Through visualizing the chaotic green lotus planted in the sea of chakras, one could strengthen one's body. When visualized to the extreme, one's body can be like a beast god, and one's chi and blood can be like a river. As for the glazed pure lotus contemplation, it could allow Su Chen to obtain the immaculate glazed body. Poison resistance and mana resistance were pulled to full strength, and any Yuan power that invaded one's self would be instantly dissipated. In addition, the immaculate glazed body could also increase the efficiency of converting one's own chi and blood into Yuan power, causing the efficiency of bone tempering to be greatly improved. Then, let's choose the glazed pure lotus conceptualization first. He still had to test his physique for the martial arts exam, and he was afraid that the physique data would be stretched too far all at once, scaring the invigilator to death when the time came. Scared to death is just a matter of time. In case he was caught as a test subject, research is not good. After Su Chen made his decision, he directly said, "System, exchange the glazed pure lotus viewing thoughts. Is it confirmed to spend 100 enlightenment points to redeem the glazed pure lotus concept idea?" Confirmed. In the next moment, a haze of light poured into Su Chen's mind. Only to see that in his sea of consciousness, a pure world glazed lotus emitting radiant light began to take root and sprout, and then blossomed into thousands of petals, drawing and constructing a subtle and incomparable visualization diagram. In an instant, this pair of divine-level visualization diagrams had been inscribed in Su Chen's mind, never to be forgotten. Chapter 50 Glazed Divine Concealment. Breaking through the second stage. Reverse Heavenly Yuan Power. Memory Observation. Glazed Wash. As Su Chen's divine sense continued to roam around the glazed pure lotus contemplation diagram, a mysterious and marvelous energy flowed through the sea of consciousness into the meridians all over his body, moisturizing every cell of his body. Soon, Su Chen's body discharged dirty impurities, and the entire surface of his body seemed to be covered with a layer of glazed haze. Immaculate glazed body, become. After the burning of an incense stick, Su Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of white practice between his mouth and nose. His eyes were radiant and translucent, as if reflecting a flawless glazed lotus. You have obtained the immaculate glazed body. The Yuan power transformation rate has reached 100%. My Yuan power conversion rate, has it really reached 100%? Su Chen's tiger's body shrugged and immediately revolved his Yuan power. Soon, his body surface once again blossomed with a glazed haze, and the blood chi in his body actually did completely transform into Yuan power. There was no longer an upper limit to his current Yuan power transformation. As much blood chi as there was, it could be converted into as much Yuan power as there was. This amazing conversion rate, even if a martial god powerhouse sees it, he will have to call out straight away. The effects of the immaculate glazed body are too heaven-defying. Tried again. Su Chen realized that not only could he transform blood chi into Yuanli, but he could also transform Yuanli into blood chi. In that case, I can hide my Yuan power conversion rate very well and won't be discovered by outsiders. Normally, keeping the Yuan power in one's body at around 2-3 cards would not arouse anyone's suspicion. And when the need arose, the blood chi in his body could be converted into majestic Yuan power at any time, allowing him to instantly obtain Yuan power reserves that surpass those of martial artists of the same rank by several or even a dozen times. This is too much to hang on to, isn't it?
Su Chen excitedly jumped up from the bed and went to the mirror. Damn, it's become handsome again.
This immaculate glazed body actually had a beauty effect.
But how did such a thick layer of dirt gather on my body again? Is my body that dirty?
Looking at the dirt encrusted all over his body, he covered his nose in disgust and immediately ran to the bathroom to wash himself several times. Then refreshed and came to the mirror again, and found that his skin was actually translucent with a faint haze, but when he looked closely, it faded away instantly.
He opened the panel to check. Host, Su Chen. Level, first level martial artist, second level mentalist.
Physique, immaculate glazed body SSS grade, probability of evolving into a divine body by visualizing the pure world glazed figure, current evolution degree 0.01%.
Blood and chi value, 500 points.
Yuan power, 50 cards converted with blood chi at any time.
Numinous power, 139. Talents, lurid divine concealment SSS rank fireball F rank spiral wind blade E rank concealment E rank shadow walker C rank. Ancient martial arts, 10 directions thunder movement SS rank, python devouring blood technique S rank, Tongbei Quan B rank, 100 beasts fighting for heaven record D rank. Techniques, nirvana bone hardening method S grade, soul mind distraction technique S grade, red lotus viewing diagram of perdition SSS grade, pure world glaze viewing diagram SSS grade.
Special, destruction of lotus demon fire, Upanishad of fire 0.1% comprehension, Upanishad of shadow 3% comprehension, Upanishad of wind 0.5% comprehension.
What? The unsullied glazed body can actually evolve into a higher grade divine body?
When Su Chen saw the panel's introduction, his heart was astonished beyond measure. It seems that in the future, I'll have to observe the pure world glazed contemplation diagram more often, to enhance the degree of evolution of the god body. Moreover, the immaculate glazed body gave him a new passive talent. Lucid glazed divine concealment, you can display your own blood and chi values in Yuan power reserves at will, and scrying skills with ranks lower than SSS are ineffective against you.
This passive was equivalent to stacking a layer of absolute shielding buff on Su Chen.
It was a concealment technique that was countless times more advanced than concealment. This way I won't have to worry about anyone discovering my true strength during the martial arts exam. With the skill of lurid divine concealment, not only could he confuse his opponents, but it also created more cards for him to use.
Goo goo goo. At this moment, Su Chen's stomach let out a long echo.
After the transformation of his physique, the blood chi in his body was also depleted to the point that there was not much left either.
Hungry. Eat meat.
Thus, Su Chen directly intercepted a large chunk of red blood spirit Jiao meat from within the split world through the seal of gold devouring. This piece of meat was tens of kilograms, but compared to the half of the scaly dragon stored in the inner space, it was just a little bit of trim cut. But just this piece of meat from a 6th ranked ferocious beast could be sold for over 100,000 credits outside. Not to mention that it was still a red blood spirit Jiao that possessed the potential to evolve into a beast god rank.
Even the rich and powerful couldn't even eat it if they wanted to. Su Chen cut this large piece of meat into small portions and didn't bother to boil the pot, directly opening his mouth and swallowing.
Freshly slaughtered auger, the flavor is so fresh. The meat containing majestic blood chi and Yuan power melted in the mouth and was absorbed by the python devouring blood method without reservation. You have devoured the meat of the red blood spirit Jiao and gained a blood chi value of +20 and red blood Yuan power of +5. You have devoured the flesh of the red-blooded spirit Jiao and gained a blood value of +20 and red-blooded Yuan power of +5. Under the effect of the immaculate glazed body, all special Yuan power was erased of its attributes and transformed into the purest attribute less Yuan power, which was perfectly absorbed. The blood chi value also skyrocketed once again, directly breaking through 1,000 points. The host's blood chi value has reached 1,000 points, and he has successfully advanced to the 2nd rank of martial artist.
Finally promoted to 2nd order martial artist.
Su Chen's body's chi and blood was twice as thick as the original, raging with majestic power. And all the chi and blood values could be converted into Yuan power at any time. That meant that his Yuan power ceiling had directly reached a terrifying 100 cards. This was the average level of a 9th rank martial artist. Now that I've become a 2nd ranked martial artist, but I haven't even gotten my martial artist certification from the Luo High Martial Association yet. It was really because he wanted to progress too much. So much so that in less than 24 hours, his strength was promoted from a 1st rank martial artist to a 2nd rank. Then today, I'll go and get all the certifications from the Spiritual Luminaries Association and the Martial Artists Association. If he went to the martial artist examination as a senior and passed it, then amongst the martial arts exams, he would definitely be able to capture the top rankings in the province. Of course, with his strength nowadays, it was simply too easy to take a provincial top rank in the martial arts exam. It's not too late, let's set off immediately. Su Chen took the lead in rushing to the Spiritual Luminaries Association. The association building was located in the very center of Luo High City, reaching hundreds of floors high. Just by looking at it, there was a strong sense of technology and luxury coming from it. Spiritual luminaries were, without a doubt, the most powerful and wealthiest group of people on this planet. A spiritual master was often a high-ranking martial artist, and within the same rank of martial artists, spiritual masters were invincible. A powerful spiritual nihilist could even defeat 10 or 100 with one. One person is an army. This was also the reason why the status of spiritual luminaries was so high. Even the Martial Association's power of speech couldn't compare to that of the Numinous Masters Association. Strength is the true power of speech. Thinking about it, Su Chen stepped into the association building with one foot. Just as he entered, a front office lady walked over. "Little brother, this is the Spiritual Luminaries Association, it's not allowed to trespass, please. I'm here for Spirit Numinous Master certification." What? Her mouth dropped open into an O. This little handsome boy who looked like he was still in high school actually said that he was here for Spiritual Reckoner certification? This is also too rare. Chapter 51, Meeting the Thunder Marshal General again. Spiritual Numinous Master Examination. Oh, you should be talking about the Numinous Potential Test, right? The potential test, if you're talking about it, is something that requires the recommendation of at least one spiritual Nien master before you can. The lobby lady confirmed Su Chen's age again and thought that he was talking about the Nianli potential test, so she said, "No, I'm going to conduct the certification of a first-order spiritual Nien master, what I said is clear enough." Available. Before she could open her mouth again, Su Chen impatiently and directly utilized his Nianli, lifting the flat plate in the other party's hands into the air. This. Are you really a spiritual Nien master? The front hall lady was immediately dumbstruck once again. Do you have any more questions? No, no more. I'll inform immediately. She immediately went to the 17th floor of the building. Here was situated a large cultivation field, and in front of the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows, there were two upright figures looming. Lord President, a 17 or 18-year-old teenager just came into the association, saying that he wants to undergo the examination and certification of a first-rank spiritual numinous master. The two figures in front of the window turned their gazes at the same time, both with some surprise in their eyes. A 17 or 18-year-old teenager? Conducting an examination for a first-order spirit numiner? Unlikely, right? The first to speak was the man on the left, with short silver hair and a rigid brow, and a vague pressure emanating from his body without even realizing it, the oppressive feeling revealed by the majestic cosmic yuan power running through his body. That kid is not here to deliberately have fun, right? The man on the right was a bit older, with shaggy white hair and a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. However, a pair of eyes were very deep, as if just looking at them was going to make people fall in. President, it shouldn't be. That teenager really has spiritual thoughts, please look at the surveillance. The front hall lady pulled up the just now in hall surveillance and the tablet in her hand and handed it to the white-haired man on the right. But the tablet flew up from her hand the next moment and came directly into the other man's hand. Obviously, he was also a spiritual numinous master. Sure enough, this teenager has spiritual numinous power, and his numinous power is not low. Being able to easily lift the tablet means that his mental Nien power has almost reached the level of a first-order Nien master. I just don't know how good the maneuvering power is. The silver-haired man on the side also glanced twice towards the tablet and was slightly surprised in his eyes. To actually have such a high level of spiritual thoughts in his teens? Old Jiang, Luo High City has produced a good seedling ah. Jiang Liunian sniffed and just laughed, then took the lead and stepped towards the elevator. Let's go, arrange for a test, I'd like to see what this little guy's level of Nianli is. Lei Zi, are you coming or not? Lei Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders, thinking that sitting here dryly waiting for the other party was not much fun, so he prepared to go down together to take a look. When Su Chen waited with some boredom, he finally saw that waitress appear from the elevator again. However, behind her, there were also two middle-aged men with her. When he had just met the eyes of the two men, he felt two invisible strands of spiritual power wrapping around him. It wasn't chanting power, but pure spiritual probing. And, it's very powerful. It's a scrying technique. These two men actually cast a probing technique on themselves the moment they met, wanting to probe their own bottom line. However, Su Chen was not the least bit flustered inside. Now that he possessed the immaculate glazed body, even if the other party was two martial gods, they would not be able to obtain his true level through simple probing. The current Su Chen disguised himself as an ordinary first-rank martial artist. However, after probing the flow of yuan power in Su Chen's body, Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liunian both still revealed some strange colors in their gazes. This teenager has actually become a first-rank martial artist. He should still be in high school, right? He's considered a genius in terms of martial arts cultivation. I wonder which family's heir in Luo High City. Or else, recruit him into my command in advance? I just don't know if old Jiang would agree. Lei Xiaoyan's mind pondered. However, he did not know that when Su Chen gathered his gaze on his body, his heart was instantly startled. Isn't this guy the 9th-ranked martial general that my doppelganger saw last night? He is actually someone from the Spiritual Thinker Association?
Su Chen's heart was like a river turning over, yet his surface was motionless. Unexpectedly, he actually ran into the Thunder Marshal General that he had intercepted the night before. "Little fellow, what's your name?" "I'm the president of the Luo High City Numinous Master Association, Zhang Liunian, and I'm also a 4th-ranked spiritual numinous master." Zhang Liunian was the first to speak, taking the initiative to introduce and inquire. "President Jiang, my name is Su Chen, and I'm here for the First Order Spiritual Numinous Master certification." Su Chen deliberately removed his gaze from the silver-haired man and looked at Zhang Liunian and nodded. However, Lei Xiaoyan's heart rose up to recruit him, so he actually took the initiative to introduce himself to him as well. "My name is Lei Xiaoyan, a 9th-ranked martial general." Su Chen, right, at a young age you have achieved a martial artist, you are not bad. The waitress on the side heard Lei Xiaoyan's words and immediately looked at Su Chen's gaze, once again shocked for a few points. This high school student has actually become a martial artist? But she knew that those who could become martial artists at the high school stage were all outstandingly talented, and among the martial arts college entrance exams, they could at least be ranked in the top 20 in the province. Even in the top martial arts university, it is also a handful of people standing at the tip of the pyramid. Moreover, this teenager named Su Chen might also be a spiritual nihilist, and with the addition of the two, the future was almost limitless. This is even called not bad? Mr. Lei's gaze is a bit too high, isn't it? The waitress muttered in her mind, and her gaze towards Su Chen became different. As for Su Chen, when he heard Lei Xiaoyan's self-introduction, he can only turn his gaze without moving and said without being humble, "Greetings, Senior Lei." Lei Xiaoyan nodded. His first impression of Su Chen was not bad. "Little friend Su Chen, I have already arranged the test in the second floor hall. You fill out your personal information first, then follow me." Su Chen took the tablet handed by the waitress and entered his ID number, name, and other information on it. Zhang Liunian nodded, then directly led him to the second floor of the Nianli testing hall. He also wanted to know just how much spiritual Nianli this talented youngster had reached. He only saw a long table placed in the center of the testing hall with 100 small steel balls embedded on it. Behind the steel balls there was a huge display. And in other locations in the hall, a number of targets that could be moved freely were hung and planted. "Su Chen, you need to use your spiritual thoughts to hold up the small steel balls, as many as you can. Remember, always use your full strength." After Zhang Liunian's introduction, he let Su Chen enter the hall, while himself and Lei Xiaoyan sat behind the glass window to watch. "How many do you think this kid can lift?" Lei Xiaoyan hugged his arms and asked Zhang Liunian at the side. "I can't accurately probe if he doesn't fully release his spiritual Nianli. But looking at how easily he can lift the flat plate, his Nianli value should be more than 10 points, I think it should be around 15 points. That's not bad, the threshold for a first-order spirit numenera is 10 points, right? TSK, only in his senior year of high school he became a martial artist plus a first-order spirit numismatist. This kid's talent is even stronger than mine back then." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and sighed again. "Alas, if it weren't for the fact that I don't have a talent for Nianli, I wouldn't have lost that evolutionary source crystal and given it to someone else for nothing." Zhang Liunian, who was on the side, heard his friend's complaint and laughed out loud. "Who told you not to call me along in the first place? How could I have known this would happen? Besides, you're asking for too much money, I don't want to pay. You're losing a lot of money for a little." Zhang Liunian laughed and scolded. Chapter 52, Mind Power Weapon, Vanishing Dome Shuttle. Splitting the Spectral Spike. Passing the examination. Look, Su Chen is about to start. One could only see that Su Chen had already come to the center of the hall, and then began to release his spiritual thoughts. With the immaculate glazed body, he could precisely control the value of his Nianli at any number of points, so he chose a point that was not too high or too low, 20 points. Then, using his Nianli, he wrapped it towards the small steel ball on the table. As a small steel ball was suspended in the air, the numbers on the display behind it began to jump up. It soon reached 10 points. It continued to grow and went over 15 points again. But it continues to rise. TSK, actually it hasn't reached its limit yet? It seems that his talent for chanting is even higher than I thought. Zhang Liunian exclaimed in surprise, and the admiration in his gaze intensified. Soon, the small steel balls suspended in the air reached 20. And the number on the display screen was also fixed at 20, no longer moving. Su Chen deliberately frowned tightly, making it look like he had already used his full strength, and then put the steel ball all the way down and retracted his nimbus. Looking behind the glass window, he said, "This has reached my limit." Zhang Liunian sniffed and stepped out from behind the glass window, nodding at Su Chen with incomparable appreciation. When your Nianli value has surpassed the threshold of a first-order spiritual Nian master, reaching 20 points, it's very good, the first test passes. But next, there is still the need to test the numinous power manipulation power. You wrap a steel ball in your nimbus, I will activate the targets in the hall, and within a minute, you need to get the steel ball to hit as many targets as possible. After this test, the certification is over. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Then, Zhang Liunian signaled to the staff at the side.
Then once again, he entered behind the glass window.
Now, start the test.
The targets in the testing hall all moved instantly. Suchin also wrapped a steel ball with his mind power and tried to hit the target.
Being burdened with 2 types of divine-level conceptual diagrams, Suchen's mental control was definitely the topmost in his class.
Those moving targets were no different from fixed targets in his eyes, and he could hit them effortlessly at all. However, Suchin still kept his hit rate at around 90%. The target in the back moved faster and his hit rate dropped a bit, keeping it at 85%.
A minute later, the test was complete.
His mental manipulation power score was 88.
Not bad, very good.
With only 20 points of spiritual nimbus, you can reach a manipulation score of 88, showing that you are highly talented in the spiritual nimbus path. Jiang Liunian smiled and clapped his hands as he continued to Suchen, "Congratulations, you passed the test, and in the future, you will be a member of our Luo High City Spiritual Interview Association. However, the certification submission to the headquarters takes time. You may still need to wait for a day or two before you can officially get the notice."
Suchen nodded at the words. "Thank you, President, so now can I purchase some nimble weapons within the association?" Suchen joined the Spiritual Luminaries Association mainly for this.
He needed a few handfuls of nimbus weapons to enhance his battle power.
Of course. For the newly joined Spirit Luminaries, there are discounts for purchasing numinous weapons internally.
How about this? Later on, you go to the library and pick one at your leisure, and I'll give you one as a meet and greet gift. Jiang Liunian looked at Su Chun with a smile and directly and generously gave out a meet and greet gift. Judging by this teenager's natural talent today, his future achievements would not be below his own. So pulling each other in early while young and making an investment isn't a bad thing. Su Chen froze and immediately thanked, "Then thank you, President."
A weapon given for free, he didn't want it for nothing.
"Su Chen, you can choose two, I'll pay for the rest of one, it's also a bit of a meet and greet." Lei Xiaoyan on the side also suddenly said at this time.
"Suchen, I'm very optimistic about you. Are you in your senior year now?"
"Well,
yes, in Luo High Second Middle School. Why don't you come and apply for the Mordor Martial Arts University? This will be the Deputy Chief Instructor of the Magic City in Yang Main Hall. I just checked your information through my ID card, and it seems that you are also a student of the Yin Yang Martial Hall?"
"Well, yes. You're taking the Magic City Martial Arts University, so it's a good time for you to report to the Yin Yang Martial Arts Center in Magic City and become under my command."
I
cough, very powerful. Lei Xiaoyan didn't seem to know how to sell himself, and just coughed with a terse face and said. Su Chen looked at this guy who had been cut off by himself actually wanting to invite himself to become his subordinate. His heart always felt a bit strange. Zhang Liunian on the side saw this and added with a smile, "Su Chen, this chief instructor Lei is a 9th-ranked martial general and is armed with a variety of high-ranked ancient martial arts, and if it wasn't for a little mistake, he is estimated to be promoted to martial god right away." Hearing this, Su Chen's heart was more than a little unable to hold back his laughter. It was estimated that the little mistake that went wrong was that his own doppelganger had robbed him of his evolutionary source crystals, right? However, he naturally wouldn't show it but instead pretended to be shocked for a moment in a serious manner.
"Okay. Instructor Lei, I'll think about it."
"Well, that's good." Lei Xiaoyan was also aroused by certain unpleasant memories by Jiang Liunian's words. His face darkened a bit and he didn't say anything else. Then, Jiang Liunian called out to a staff member beside him. "Why don't you take Su Chen to the association's weapon vault and let him pick out a suitable Nianli weapon on his own?"
"Yes, President. Mr. Su Chen, please follow me."
Thus, Su Chen was led by the staff to the 15th floor. Passing through a corridor, Su Chen entered a room filled with rows and rows of huge metal boxes that were divided into grids. The staff member opened the holographic display in front of him, which showed various types of numinous weapons. "The types of weapons stored in the warehouse are all above. Mr. Su Chen, you can choose whatever you fancy."
"Okay."
The staff left after saying that, while Su Chen stood in front of the holographic display and slid it up. Vanishing Dome Shuttle, exclusive weapon for mental recitation masters of the 4th rank and above, combined from 3,600 high-frequency recitation vibration blades, can be used with the recitation martial art, the Vanishing Dome manipulation technique.
Price, 300 million credits.
Underworld 1000 Star Chain, exclusive weapon for 3rd order or higher spiritual masters, formed by linking thousands of poisonous flying blades.
Price, 250 million credits.
1000 Ben Thorns, exclusive weapon for psychic masters of the 3rd rank and above.
Price, 100 million credits. Su Chen was a bit dazzled as he looked at the hundreds of different weapon types. He wanted them all.
However, the expensive prices behind those numinous weapons deterred him. Spiritual numinous masters' weapons are really just expensive, a casual handful of them would start at $1 million, with no ceiling. Because the materials required for the production of the spiritual master's weapon must be highly compatible with the spiritual power, in order to allow the master to manipulate it to his heart's content and maximize its power. The price of these materials are often very expensive, and some of them are even very rare special metals that have an affinity for the power of the mind. After looking at many of them, Suchen finally selected two. They were the transported Dome Shuttle second order version, and the split Spectre Spike. These two were both weapons that could only be used by at least a second order spiritual numinous master, and each of them cost around $50 million, making them two of the most expensive of the second order spiritual numinous master's weapons. Since they were gifts from others, it would be a waste not to choose the expensive ones. Suchen didn't dare to choose one that was too expensive. He was afraid that a 9th-ranked martial general and a 5th-ranked spiritual nihilist would join forces to beat him to death. However, a price of $50 million could make their flesh ache, but it was not so bad that their words would not be honored. Then we'll go with these two. Chapter 53, Anger Gathering 100 Million Wool. Bone Tempering Small Achievement, Bones Like Bronze. When Suchen took the selected, transported Dome Shuttle, and split Underworld Thorn, and came in front of Jiang Liuyan and Lei Xiaoyan, the two men's faces visibly and unconsciously trembled. This bastard kid actually directly chose two of the most expensive second-ranked Nianwu? My late generation thanks President Jiang and Senior Lei for gifting me the Nianwu. My heart is grateful beyond words. Suchen took the lead and stepped forward, bowing to Jiang Liuyan and Lei Xiaoyan respectively, with another heap of flattery, leaving all the words they just wanted to speak stuck in their throats. However, Jiang Liuyan obviously didn't eat this set of words, gently coughed and still opened his mouth. Suchen, you're only a first-order spiritual nihilist, why do you want to choose these weapons that can only be used by the second order? Being overly ambitious is not a good thing. Nonsense, a second-ranked top-quality Nimbus weapon worth more than $50 million, just giving it away as a gift, even Jiang Liuyan's flesh hurt. When Suchen heard this, he just scratched his head and said, I feel like my spiritual Nian power is progressing at a rapid pace. I guess it won't be long before I can be promoted to second order Nian master, so I bought it ahead of time to skill up a bit. However, if President and Senior Lei dislike the late generation selection is too expensive, I can exchange it for two, it's fine. After all, the two seniors didn't make it clear just now, and I thought that all of the nimble weapons could be chosen. After saying that, Suchen pretended to be embarrassed again and scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liuyan and Lei Xiaoyan's faces were as constipated as they were, wanting to say something but unable to open their mouths. How could the president of the Spiritual Thinker Association and a peak 9th-ranked martial general possibly pull down this face and take back the gift he had given to his juniors? Lei Xiaoyan couldn't hold out first and could only take the lead and waved his hand. No need, second rank is second rank. I hope your spiritual talent is really that strong. Seeing this, Jiang Liuyan could only wave his hand in dismissal. Then, you cultivate well in the future and don't let us down. After saying that, the expression of meat pain on his face became more obvious. But Suchen didn't care about that and bowed in a hurry. Many thanks to the two seniors for their kindness. When the late generation achieves something in the future, I will definitely not forget the predecessor's painstaking efforts. After saying a few words on the scene, he joyfully pocketed the numinous weapon. Things to come later? Who cares? Anyway, for now, first pull the wool over this 100 million. Well, then consider the Mordor Wudu University recommended by this general. If you come to Mordor Wudu University, tuition will be waived, and I can apply for a first-class scholarship for you every year. Lei Xiaoyan added another sentence. He felt that if Suchen was really able to join his banner in the future, then this 50 million was not a bad thing to spend. After all, those who could become a first-order spirit numerate in their teens were most likely to be top-tier powerhouses in the future. Not to mention Suchen's martial arts talent, he was also among the group at the tip of the pyramid. How is his own self so unlucky lately? First, he lost more than 1 billion evolutionary source crystals, and then he was pitted by this kid in front of him for 50 million. He felt that he must be out of luck. Suchen, have you passed the martial artist examination? At this time, Jiang Liuyan on the side seemed to have adjusted his mood and asked. Suchen shook his head, not yet, but in the afternoon, I'll make a trip to the Martial Arts Association's main hall to see if I can take an assessment. Lei Xiaoyan sniffed and directly waved his hand. You don't need to go in the afternoon, the martial artist assessment is different from the spiritual interview assessment, it needs to be arranged in a unified manner, once a month. The number of spiritual Nian masters is already scarce, there is not even one a month, so there is no need to unify the certification. Whenever a new Nian master appears, the test will be arranged individually. But the martial artist test was different. I'll go to the main clubhouse of the Martial Arts Association in a while and sign you up on the way, just wait until the 1st of next month and come directly to the test. After passing the martial artist test, you'll actually be able to be admitted to various martial arts universities in advance. Suchen scratched his head, then thank you senior for helping with the enrollment. Since he was unable to participate in the martial artist examination, Suchen directly hit the road home. He thought about what he should do in the afternoon. I still have a lot of treasures I acquired from the bottom of the sea in my inner devouring realm that I haven't sold. Let's go to the Apocalypse auction house this afternoon. The Apocalypse Auction House, the largest black market exchange within Luohai City, was backed by the magic capital Apocalypse Group, a powerful group force with a martial god in attendance. In the Apocalypse Auction House, all transactions could be done anonymously, and it was easier for Su-Chen to hide his identity. Otherwise, with his current identity as a high school student, going anywhere to sell these precious materials would cause no small amount of suspicion. This was also the reason why Su-Chen didn't sell the treasures directly at the Spiritual Luminaries Association and the Yin-Yang Martial Hall. When he returned home, his stomach was almost hungry. Su-Chen cut out a large piece of red blood spirit Jiao meat directly from the devouring realm within his body and began to wolf it down. The flavor is still very fresh. It seems that there is still the benefit of preserving food and preventing energy loss in the devouring realm.
Su-Chen tasted a mouthful of the flavor of the auger meat and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Now that he possessed the immaculate glazed body, he didn't have to be afraid that his strength would be spied on by anyone, so he could improve to his heart's content. You have eaten a piece of red blood spirit Jiao meat, blood chi value plus 5 points, red blood yuan power plus 7 points. You eat a piece of red-blooded spirit Jiao meat, your blood value will increase by 5 points, and your red-blooded yuan power will increase by 7 points.
After another full meal, Su-Chen's blood chi value increased by more than 100 points once again. Host, Su-Chen. Level, 2nd ranked martial artist, 2nd ranked mentalist. Physique, immaculate glazed body SSS grade. Blood and chi value, 1120 points. Yuan power, 112 cards transforms with blood chi at any time. Feeling the surging yuan power in his body, Su-Chen sat down on his knees and began to cultivate the Nirvana bone tempering method. With an immaculate glazed body, there was no upper limit to speak of when he continued to quench his bones. He could directly quench the bones in his body into divine bones. Su-Chen transformed his majestic yuan power into a yuan power wandering silk, and according to the operation method of Nirvana bone hardening technique, he began to remodel his own bones over and over again. After the burning of an incense stick. Nirvana bone tempering method, 4th level, success. 2 incense sticks later. 5th weight, breakthrough. Then the 6th weight, the 7th weight. Is like a breakthrough. Soon. The 9th weight of the Nirvana bone tempering technique was also finally cultivated to great completion. The moment the 9th level of bone tempering was completed, the bones of Su-Chen's body bloomed with a bronze-colored radiance, erupting with a crunching sound of gold and stone. He had practiced the bronze bone. The bones were strong enough to withstand tens of tons of weight. All the qualities of the body soared again. Even without the addition of any ancient martial arts or any yuan power, with the strength of his bones alone, he was able to hammer a wall several meters thick with a single punch. The current Su-Chen was as if he was loaded with a metal-cast endoskeleton that supported the flesh and blood of his body. The 9th level of bone tempering is only considered to be a bone tempering that has reached a minor accomplishment. Above the 9th weight, there are the 18th, 27th, and 36th weights. At the 18th gravity, one can metamorphose into a silver bone, a bone of silver, 1,000 changes. 27 weights can be metamorphosed into golden bones, branded with golden lines and self-generated aptitude. 36 can be transformed into jade bone, jade contains yuan, majestic as the universe. As for further back, it would require a bone hardening method that surpassed the S rank to be achieved. If one could reach the peak of bone tempering, one could even temper all the bones in their body into supreme bones. Chapter 54,000 Divine Thoughts Martial Exercise Technique. Apocalypse Auction. Su-Chen stood up and slightly moved his body. This time there were no impurities expelled from his body. Because of his body, it was already an immaculate body. Afterwards, he took out the transported dome shuttle and split underworld thorn from within his body's devouring realm, and began practicing by manipulating it with his spiritual thoughts. The second stage version of the transported dome shuttle consisted of a total of 360 high-frequency metal vibrating blades, with the appearance of an eagle-shaped frisbee, and the combination could be transformed into petals, allowing Su-Chen to step on the air and fly. After splitting, the 360 high-frequency vibration knives would be transformed into flying feathers in the sky, and each one of them was enough to pierce through gold and crack rocks at the extreme, and the Yuanli astral energy of martial artists below the 3rd rank could not block them at all. Su-Chen's current spiritual power was about 150 points, so he couldn't let the vanishing dome shuttle complete the split, and could only split out about 100 of them for maneuvering. In the room, hundreds of high-frequency vibration knives slowly floated and rotated, and Su-Chen was still a bit rusty at first. However, immediately in his mind came the voice of the system. You attempted to manipulate a second-order Nianwu, and due to your unbelievable enlightenment, you directly had an epiphany of the S-rank Nianwu manipulation method, the 1000-god Nianwu manipulation technique. Do you want to spend 10 enlightenment points to exchange it for the 1000-god Nenbutsu manipulation technique? Su-Chen was waiting for this moment, where else would he hesitate? Redeem immediately. In the next instant, a stream of light merged into his mind. As if Su-Chen had been enlightened, the vast amount of techniques in his mind for maneuvering various Nianli weapons were rehearsed countless times until they reached perfection. When he opened his eyes again, Su Chen was already able to perfectly utilize every ounce of his Nianli to manipulate the vanishing dome shuttle to fly. Even though his Nianli value had not increased, his control over his Nianli was fine to the point of no return. In particular, he was able to instantly reach the point of integration with all sorts of Nimbus weapons. Therefore, after learning the 1000 Divine Nimble Martial Manipulation technique, not only the Vanishing Dome Shuttle, but also the Split Underworld Thorn would be able to handle it with ease. With a single movement of his mind, Su Chen restored the Vanishing Dome Shuttle to its original form. Then he wrapped the Split Underworld Thorn on the side with his spiritual thoughts. This pike-shaped numinous weapon instantly split into 256 chip and made of a special, highly poisonous metal, It flew in the air like a storm. I have now fully mastered the use of these two types of Nianli weapons. Next, as long as I continue to raise my spiritual nimbus, I will be able to utilize their maximum power. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and casually snapped his fingers, and all the spectral thorns were reunited together and were incorporated into the internal devouring realm. Let's go to the Apocalypse auction house. Su Chen bought a new mask and a fire cloud pattern cloak along the way to hide his identity. Arriving at the red light district, he found a deserted place to disguise himself. When he reappeared, he was already a hunched old man wearing a clouded cloak and a spiral mask with only one eye showing. At the same time, his unsullied glazed body had adjusted the strength of the Yuan power it exhibited, and it was directly pulled full. 110 card Yuan power. A Yuan power strength that surpassed that of a 9th order martial artist and was comparable to that of a martial general. In this way, he disguised himself as a strong person of at least the martial general rank and walked into the huge Apocalypse auction house. Hello, welcome to the Heavenly Enlightenment auction house. May I ask if you wish to consign or participate in the auction, or to appraise and trade items? Just after entering the hall, a sweet-looking rabbit-eared attendant walked up. Appraisal and trade. Below the cloak, a voice that Su Chen deliberately lowered and became hoarse came from below. The waiter heard Su Chen's request, nodded with a professional smile, and stretched out his right hand. This way please. Soon, Su Chen was brought to a professional appraisal box at the back of the hall. The appraiser is inside, please enter. Su Chen didn't say anything, nor did he reach out, directly using his Nianli to twist the door handle open, then entered the private room. Is actually a spiritual Nian master? The waitress's eyes were a bit surprised when she saw this scene, and the door was closed by the Nian power in the next moment. Greetings. Are you here for an appraisal? Or a trade? Behind the counter of the appraisal box sat an old man in his 60s or 70s, wearing a pair of intricately constructed presbyopia glasses over his eyes. Seeing a visitor, he put down the items in his hands, looked up and smiled. Looking at Su Chen's dress, there was nothing strange in his eyes. The Apocalypse auction house was originally a formal black market, and most of the people who came here to trade would choose to disguise themselves to some extent. You appraise it first, then give a price. I'll decide whether to hand it over or not to trade it. Su Chen's hoarse voice came out again, then casually wiped his hand on his sleeve. A dozen or so treasures appeared on the counter in a brain. These were only a portion of the treasures he had obtained. There was clearly some shock in the appraiser's gaze. The expression also became cautious all of a sudden. This cloaked man was clearly carrying a spatial storage type of treasure with him. Those who were able to possess this kind of equipment were either powerful people with heavenly strength, or wealthy people with vast amounts of family wealth. And the kind of hidden but not hairy Yuan power fluctuation coming from the other party, and the move of just closing the door directly with spiritual thoughts. The appraiser guessed that the black-robed masked man in front of him was most likely at least a martial general level powerhouse. Moreover, at the same time, it was a spiritual nihilist. Such a patron deserved to be taken seriously by the auction house. Alright, I'll appraise it for you. The appraisal old man's tone was a few points more respectful than just now as he began to appraise the treasures on the table one by one. Zhanhai Yuan stone, lower grade, water attribute Yuan power abundant, one is worth about 5,000 credits. A total of 6, about 30,000 credits. Blood spirit algae, 5 leaves, in perfect condition. Around 30,000 credits. Star source coral, 12 million credits. This is the numinous fruit? Good stuff. But it's only first rank, about 1.2 million credits apiece. Soon after giving the prices of all the items, the appraiser raised his head from the desk. The total value of these items you brought is around 6 million credits. Do you want to? Su Chen was quite satisfied in his heart when he heard this price. He had checked the price of all these things, and it was almost more than $6 million. So he gave a hoarsened and said, yes. This is something that the old man picked up casually when he was out, so let's trade like this. The appraising old man sniffed and nodded again, respectfully worshipping. Then please sit here and wait for a while, as the amount of the transaction is a bit large. I need to go and ask my superiors for instructions. Good. As soon as possible. The appraiser hurriedly walked out of the box and respectfully brought the door closed. Su Chen, on the other hand, sat on the leather sofa and waited quietly. Soon, the door was pushed open once again, and a heavily made-up girl wearing a cheongsam walked in. Just as the person arrived, Su Chen felt an imperceptible spiritual power sweeping over his body. It should be a very secretive probing technique, Su Chen secretly said in his heart. In Macho had just swept the black-robed man in front of her using her family's scrying technique, when her pretty face was slightly and imperceptibly shocked. Within this black-robed man's body, Yuan power was actually so surging. This is at least a 9th-ranked martial artist. Or maybe a martial general. In Morkyu's own strength was only a 5th-rank martial artist, so probing an expert of this level might not be very accurate. Coupled with the appraiser's introduction just now, he was sure that this black-robed man was definitely at least a strong martial general. A martial general, and at the same time a spiritual nihilist. This is a big patron, we must treat him well. Thinking of this, In Macho's face instantly rippled with a thick smile as she walked with lotus steps in front of the black-robed man and bowed gently. Hello old sir, I'm the chief auctioneer of Tianqi Auction House, In Macho. Old man doesn't like other people prying at will. Su Chen's hoarse voice once again came from under the black robe. In Macho's face showed some embarrassment when she heard this. Her subconscious probing had made her forget that there was a spiritual Nian master in front of her. Even if her own probing technique was superior, it would be difficult to hide it from a Nian master. However, skilled social skills caused In Macho's embarrassment to pass in an instant. Her pretty face that could score 90 points was replaced with an apologetic expression, while she smiled apologetically and said, "Old sir, I'm sorry, I overstepped my bounds. As compensation, I'll give you a 20% premium on your trade item, how about that?" "Well, seeing as you don't know the old man's temperament, I'll let it go this time." Su Chen faintly hummed, considered a perfunctory agreement. His purpose had been achieved, and he didn't want to dwell on it too much. In Morkyu, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It seemed that this old-timer's character was quite okay. Thus, In Macho immediately took out a golden VIP card and respectfully bent down to hand it to Su Chen. "Your transaction amount has all been stored in this card, there is no password or authentication, any bank can transfer and withdraw at will." This was the black market, so naturally it was impossible to use any identity authentication bank card. Su Chen used his spiritual thoughts to wrap the VIP card and flew it directly into his sleeve. "Well, that's it then." After saying that, Su Chen turned around to leave. "You wait a moment, old sir." "Yes?" Su Chen's low, hoarse voice carried impatience, but he still paused in his steps. Today happens to be held Tianqi Auction House once a season senior auction. There are a variety of usually rare and precious items will be auctioned, and there are even mysterious treasures obtained from the Abyssal Cave and the Dome Wall. I do not know if the old gentleman can want to take a look at it? Chapter 55 Chaos Crystals. Red Precious Light. When Su Chen heard this, his heart was slightly moved. He originally only intended to come here to trade some items and poke around in the meantime, but In Macho's words caused him to become interested in this auction. Treasures of the Abyssal Cave and the Vaulted Wall. Su Chen pondered in his heart. The Abyssal Cave and the Dome Wall connected countless other worlds, and although it was incomparably dangerous, there was also great wealth and riches amidst great danger. There were likewise countless heavenly treasures buried there, and even the inherited techniques of other worlds. What was displayed at the auction, in addition to some treasures that had been appraised to be of great value, there were also some things that could not be appraised to be of value that would be put up for auction as well. If you come across such items, Su Chen may be able to pick up a handful of leaks. He now possessed the Seal of Gold Devouring and could borrow some of the bloodline abilities of his doppelganger. This included the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil. Those items that could not be appraised for their value, but his Golden Spirit Snake Pupil could see their true treasure light. Or, touching some extraterrestrial inheritance or the like, the heavenly enlightenment may also be able to give himself some surprise. Thinking of this, the old man has some interest. Su Chen's hoarse voice rang out and turned around. In Macho sniffed, and the smile on her face grew a few points thicker. She gently clapped her hands, and immediately a bunny waiter walked in with a tray. On the tray was a delicate jade tablet, engraved with the word Apocalypse, surrounded by intricate patterns, with hidden fluctuations of yuan power flowing through it. This is the auction's VIP entrance jade token. With this jade token you can directly enter the VIP box and enjoy the highest specification treatment. In Macho presented the jade token with both hands, his tone respectful. Instead of reaching out, Su Chen used his spiritual thoughts to roll the jade token into his sleeve and said indifferently, "Have a heart. Old sir is polite." In Macho smiled faintly, then sidestepped to make way and made a pleased gesture. "The auction will begin in an hour. You can head directly to the VIP area on the 3rd floor, where there will be special attendants to guide you." Su Chen nodded without saying anything else and walked straight out of the appraisal box. With an hour to go, Su Chen didn't head directly to the 3rd floor, but first casually strolled around the auction house's lobby. The hall was swarming with people, and quite a few martial artists who had concealed their identities just like himself were trading here. Su Chen's gaze swept over those trading counters, secretly assessing the value of these items in his heart. While trying to open the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil. Under the mask, an obscure golden aura flashed across Su Chen's gaze, and his pupils became narrow.
Instantly, the surrounding vision was instantly rendered by various colors of precious light. Most of them were white, with a small amount of yellow, green, and a special purple-colored precious light. Su Chen looked up, a slight movement in his eyes. At a location about 2 stories high above his head, there were quite a few higher treasure lights flickering. Green, purple, and blue are 30 or 40 in number. There are even 2 red treasure lights and 1 orange treasure light. Is the 3rd floor the location where this auction is held? It seems that there are indeed good things up there. Whether or not I can pick up the leak is unknown. Su Chen's heart was somewhat secretly looking forward to it. After strolling around for a while, Su Chen walked straight to the 3rd floor. Just as he reached the stairway, a waitress wearing a bunny girl uniform greeted him. "Sir, please show your VIP jade token." Su Chen didn't say much and directly handed over the jade token with his spiritual thoughts. The rabbit girl took the jade token and after carefully inspecting it, a respectful look immediately appeared on her pretty face. "You please follow me." The rabbit girl bowed and then led Su Chen up to the 3rd floor. The decoration of the 3rd floor was even more luxurious than the 1st floor. The floor was covered with a soft animal skin carpet, and the walls were inlaid with gemstones that reflected a faint light. The waiter brought Su Chen to a spacious box, gently pushed open the door, and made a pleased gesture. "This is your exclusive box. After the auction starts, you can participate in the bidding directly through the voice transmitter inside the box." Su Chen nodded and stepped into the box. The furnishings inside were extremely elaborate, with a wide leather sofa in the center, a few plates of exquisite snacks and a pot of jasmine tea emitting a light fragrance on the coffee table. In front of it was a piece of single transparent glass, from which the auction scene below could be seen from the inside, while it was a blur when looking from the outside towards the inside. Su Chen sat down on the sofa, casually picked up a piece of snack and put it into his mouth, and immediately felt a light yuan power flowing through his body. Worthy of being a high-class auction, even the dim sum is made from yuan-containing ingredients. Right at this moment, a light curtain suddenly lit up on the wall of the box. A woman in a long red dress emerged from the light screen, and it was none other than In Macho. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Heavenly Enlightenment Auction House's premium auction." In Macho's voice spread throughout the auction house through the sound transmission array. "There will be many rare treasures appearing in this auction, including some of the treasures that float out of the Abyssal cave and the vaulted wall. I hope that everyone will be able to return home with a full load of treasures." As her words fell, the atmosphere in the auction room immediately became warm. Su Chen's gaze also brightened slightly. "It's starting." Even in the box, he didn't throw caution to the wind and still didn't take off his disguise. The golden spirit snake pupils behind the mask stared tightly out the glass window on the auction table below. "Then, the auction will now begin." In Macho gently tapped the small hammer in her hand, announcing the official start of the auction. "The first lot is a heavenly starstone from the profound cave." As her words fell, an attendant walked onto the auction stage carrying a tray. On the tray was a fist-sized stone, the surface of which was covered with star-like patterns, with hidden starlight flowing. The heavenly starstone, as legend has it, is a treasure formed after a meteorite from the heavens crashed into the Abyssal cave and was nourished by millennia of yuan power. Not only can it be used to refine high-grade yuan weapons, it can also help martial artists break through bottlenecks and raise their cultivation level. In Macho's introduction caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to instantly boil over. Starting price, 1 million credits, each increase shall not be less than 50,000. 1.1 million. 1.15 million. 1.3 million. Bidding sounds rose and fell, but Su Chen did not participate. This kind of thing that could identify the value was useless to him. Soon, the heavenly starstone was auctioned off at a price of 2.7 million credits. Although the next few lots were all quite valuable as well, they were still premium products and not worth looking at. It wasn't until the 10th lot appeared on the stage that Su Chen's gaze brightened slightly. Underneath the covering cloth is the item that emits a red precious light. Red precious light, which meant that it was a treasure as precious as the red blood Jiao. The 10th lot is a chaos crystal. In Macho's voice came out calmly, in a tone that was not at all like introducing a supreme treasure. This chaos crystal was discovered from a relic deep within the dome wall, but after identification, it is just a yuan power crystal with chaotic attributes filling the interior. Chaos crystals were also a type of yuan power crystals, similar to Zhanhai yuan stones, but because the internal yuan power was incomparably refuted, it was often difficult for martial artists to utilize them. What makes this crystal different is that it's huge. Upon hearing this, the martial artists below all let out a whisper with a snicker. A normal chaos crystal is probably the size of a fist, but this one is comparable to 2 basketballs and is considered extraordinary. Since the internal yuan power of the chaos crystals was too refractory, cutting it hastily would likely result in an explosion, so the auction house clearly had no intention of cutting it open either. However, Su Chen's gaze was firmly fixed on that chaos crystal, and his eyes violently exploded with refined light. That rich red precious light was precisely emitted from within the chaos crystallization. It also meant that there was a supreme treasure hidden inside the chaos crystallization.
Chapter 56 Extraterrestrial Divine Race. White Whirl SSS Rank. Yan Huang Nirvana Prison Scripture. The surface of the chaos crystallization was covered in fine cracks, as if it was an ancient stone tablet eroded by age, and a faint light faintly shone through the cracks. Under the light, the surface of the crystal refracted a mesmerizing halo, sometimes glowing with a deep purple light, sometimes flickering with a bit of starlight, like a treasure from another world. This chaos crystal is just taken out to add color to today's auction, starting at 500,000 credits. Ian Macho finished speaking and looked towards the stage. But there were very few bidders. $500,000 for such a big piece of scrap? That's right, it can't even be cut. Buy it back as a decoration? Maybe rich people like to collect these useless curiosities. Under the stage, many martial artists whispered. 550,000. Suchen forced himself to hold back his inner emotions and tentatively quoted a price. 700,000. Looking at the good quality, let's take it as a collection. At this time, a lazy voice came from another box. I knocked you. Suchen is a bit speechless. Who is it? Deliberately looking for his own fault, is not it? Obviously, only he recognized that this crystal and another Qiankuan did not think that actually halfway out of a Chengbian? $1 million. Although his heart ached, Suchen still forced himself to offer in a calm to the core tone, revealing an indifference that didn't matter at all. He couldn't let the other party think that he was heartbroken about the money. Otherwise, the true value of the item would be doubted. Only if you put on an attitude of I want it, and I have more money than you to make a bid, the other party may be able to know difficult to retreat. Ian Macho originally thought that this item was going to be auctioned off, but he didn't expect the price to actually double. However, when she saw the box where the bid was placed, her eyes were instantly relieved. To a martial general level spiritual nihilist, those treasures just now really aren't as valuable as a collector's item. Cut. The slightly petulant voice in the other box cut and didn't continue to raise the price. Noble guest of box 318, bidding 1 million. A time. Twice. Is there a higher bid? Okay. 3 times, sold. As Ian Macho's small hammer fell, this chaos crystal finally fell into Suchen's hands. Martyr, originally 550,000 would have been able to take it. It's all because of the guy in box 302, causing labor to spend 350,000 more. 3 days ago Suchen was still a penniless poor man, and now although he is rich, he has not yet fully adapted to this kind of mentality of waving money like dirt. The premium of $350,000 made him feel a meat ache in his heart, as if every penny was meat cut from his own body. Don't let me know who you are. Suchen snorted coldly, his face under the mask somewhat gloomy. But it's okay, after all, 1 million took it. Taking down a red light quality treasure for $1 million was considered picking up a huge leak. On the auction stage, the chaos crystallization was carefully brought down by the attendant. Below is the 11th lot, the most heavyweight one of our auction. Ian Macho's voice suddenly raised a few points, a smile blooming on her pretty face, carrying a full seduction. She gently clapped her hands. 2 attendants carried an ancient stone tablet onto the stage. On the surface of the stone tablet, there were intricate patterns carved, and there was a hidden flow of arcane pressure fluctuations, which was extraordinary. This lot, which was unearthed next to the 10th lot, is a very rare extraterrestrial inheritance. With these words, the entire auction hall instantly boiled over. The martial artists below had their eyes wide open as whispers rose and fell. Extraterritorial inheritance? Could it be a technique from another world? Gosh, this kind of thing can actually be put up for auction? Suchen's gaze was also firmly attracted by the stone tablet. In his golden spirit snake pupil, the divine etching of the picture on the surface of the stone tablet was emitting a blazing orange halo. This was truly a supreme treasure. It was even more valuable than the chaos crystals. This technique is called the Yin Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture, and it is rumored that it was created by the Yin Dome Prison Phoenix, an ancient divine race from the blazing amazing domain, who viewed the source of fire in the heavens and earth and realized the cycle of life and death. According to the introduction of the technique, the practitioner needs to use himself as a furnace, draw the 9 heavens divine flame to quench his body, and go through 9 nirvana prisons before he can achieve great success. Every time one breaks through the nirvana prison, the physical body will be reborn as a flaming phoenix, and the strength will skyrocket. With Ian Macho's introduction, the gazes of everyone in the arena lit up, and the breathing of many high-ranking martial artists gradually became rapid. An extraterritorial technique, and it was an extraterritorial technique of the ancient divine race. Was this level of treasure really something that could appear in an auction of Luo High City's level? I'm afraid that if it was really as good as Ian Macho said, this technique could fetch a much higher price in the Magic City, the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group. Sure enough, after the introduction of the Gongfu, Ian Macho's words changed. However, Ian Macho said with a hint of regret in her tone, this Gong method is not complete and is not suitable for human cultivation. A disappointed yell rang out from the stage. Not suitable for human cultivation? Then what's the point? Exactly. Without even a complete cultivation system, who dares to buy it? No wonder the auction went down to here.
However, when Su Chen's gaze focused on the pair of stone tablets, instead, the system's voice immediately came from his mind. You have observed the Yin Huang Nirvana prison scripture, and due to your unbelievable enlightenment, you have had a series of epiphanies. Not only have you perfected all of the mysteries of this technique, but you have also sublimated it into an SSS grade technique suitable for human cultivation.
Does it cost 200 enlightenment points to redeem? Haha, sure enough, I'm enlightened. Su Chen was ecstatic, and actually directly hoard out a complete SSS grade technique.
Detected that the host's enlightenment points are insufficient, can first spend 30 enlightenment points to exchange the first level of the Yin Huang Nirvana prison scripture. Is it exchanged?
Redeem immediately. Su Chen wanted to see just how different the SSS grade extraterrestrial divine race's created techniques were from the human race. Redemption successful.
Yin Huang Nirvana Prison Sutra, general overview of the technique and the first level, start instilling. As an invisible haze of light poured into Su Chen's mind, he only felt his divine sense rumble as if it was engulfed in a sea of fire. The fiery aura instantly filled his entire body. It was as if his consciousness was pulled into an endless world of flames, surrounded by blazing flames. Countless golden words were born from the flames. This scripture was created by the ancient divine race, the Yin Dome Prison Phoenix, by observing the source of fire in heaven and earth and realizing the cycle of life and death. Practitioners need to use themselves as a furnace, lead the 9 heavenly divine fire-quenching body, through the 9 nirvana prison, can be accomplished. Every time you break through the nirvana prison, your body will be reborn as the Yin Dome Prison Phoenix, and your strength will skyrocket.
First nirvana, burning tendons and forging bones.
Drawing fire into the body, burning the meridians, reshaping the tendons and bones. This realm needs to withstand the pain of the fire-burning body.
Triple nirvana prison, inflaming heart.
Condensing the heart of the fire source, using the fire of the heart as a guide to manipulate the fire of heaven and earth.
When this realm is completed, you can burn mountains and boil the sea. Sixth nirvana, phoenix wings sky soaring.
Gathering the wings of the phoenix, one can travel 10,000 miles in an instant and burn the 8 wastelands. This realm cultivation can travel to the 9 heavens, burning out the stars.
9 nirvana prison rebirth. After experiencing 9 deaths, you will be reborn.
Cultivation of this realm can be transformed into a phoenix, immortal, with the same life as heaven and earth.
As the gong method was instilled, an ancient image emerged in his mind.
It was a gigantic inferno phoenix, its body burning with golden flames, soaring above the 9 heavens. Every time it lifted its wings, it would set off monstrous waves of fire, burning everything in the heavens and earth. Its eyes were filled with a domineering aura of looking out of the world, as if everything in the heavens and earth were nothing more than its playthings.
Su Chen violently opened his eyes again.
In his pupils, it was as if 2 clusters of pure gold flames flickered. He had already grasped all the mysteries of the first level of the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra.
Chapter 57 Yin Phoenix Divine Body. Phoenix Fire Yuan Power. Harnessing the Phoenix of 10,000 Fires. In the auction house.
Even though Machio repeatedly emphasized the research value of the Yin Huang Nirvana Prison scripture in a very seductive voice, the starting price of 50 million credits still made all the bidders shake their heads. In the end, the stone tablet that carried the secrets of the ancient divine race was auctioned off in the embarrassment of no one bidding on it. Already got the most precious thing in this auction, there's no point in keeping it more. Su Chen didn't continue to watch and quickly headed to the backstage to complete the delivery, pocketing the chaos crystals. When he left the auction house, he deliberately circled around a few dark alleys, confirming that no one was following him before removing his disguise.
Then quickly returned home.
Pushing open the door of his home, Su Chen immediately unlocked all the doors and windows. The next step is to practice the first level of the Yin Phoenix Nirvana Prison scripture. This was a technique rather than an ancient martial art, so learning it was not the same as practicing it. But since he had already understood all of its mysteries, practicing it until it became a great success was only a matter of time for Su Chen. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room.
Use your body as a furnace. To draw fire to your body.
The yuan power around his body began to follow a specific trajectory. In an instant, the air temperature soared. The first nirvana prison, burning tendons and forging bones. 2 beams of golden divine fire suddenly appeared in Su Chen's pupils, and in his vision, the meridians in his body were like dried-up rivers, while a strand of reddish golden fire was quietly rising from the dantian. This flame seemed to be weak, but it made his divine sense tremble with
Yuan Fire Transformation Seed.
Hiss. The moment the fire touched his meridians, Su Chen violently arched his body. It was as if there was magma rushing under his skin, and his veins rippled up one by one, taking on a lava-like dark red color. Sweat was evaporated just as it seeped out of his pores, turning into white mist around his body.
The layers of pain were breaking through. At first it was burning, then it was millions of steel needles piercing along the meridians, and in the end it was actually like someone had hooked every piece of bone with a red-hot iron hook and ripped it outward. Su Chen bit the tip of his tongue, and the taste of blood stimulated his nerves to stay awake.
He could clearly sense that those burnt meridians were being reorganized in a tougher form, and the bones were fading to gray in the flames, tinted with a layer of light gold.
An hour later, a sudden change occurred. A blurry yen phoenix shadow suddenly surfaced behind Su Chen.
His spine emitted a crunching sound like popping beans, and feather-like patterns surfaced on a section of bones.
I see. This is the true burning tendons and forging bones.
The meridians of the human race were inherently weak, and were simply unable to withstand the divine race's gong methods. Therefore, after being improved by the heavenly enlightenment, the essence of the first level is to borrow the energy of the divine phoenix to simulate the body structure of the godlike race in the human body. When the last section of the spine completed its metamorphosis, a clear phoenix sound suddenly came from the void. Su Chen snapped his eyes open, and 2 pillars of red gold light shot out from his pupils, melting out 2 fist-sized holes in the wall in front of him.
Success!
He exhaled a long, cloudy breath, which was actually mixed with bits of sparks. At this moment, his muscle lines were even more refined, and a molten gold-like luster was vaguely flowing under his skin. 3rd-ranked martial artist.
Host, Su Chen.
Level, 3rd-ranked martial artist, 2nd-ranked mentalist.
Physique, immaculate glazed body, Inferno Phoenix divine body current acquisition progress 10%. Blood chi value, 2,230 points. Yuan power, 223 cards transformed with blood chi at any time. Special Yuan power, Phoenix Fire Yuan power. Numinous power, 154 points. Talents, Lurid Divine Concealment SSS rank Fireball F rank Spiral Wind Blade E rank Concealment E rank Shadow Walker C rank. Ancient Martial Arts, 10 Square Thunder Movement SS rank, Python Devouring Blood Technique S rank, Tongbei Quan B rank.
Techniques, Yen Huang Nirvana Prison Sutra SSS grade, Nirvana Bone Quenching Method S grade, Soul Splitting Technique S grade, Perishable Red Lotus Contemplation SSS grade, Pure World Glaze Contemplation SSS grade. Special, Destruction of Lotus Demon Fire, Axiom of Fire 10% Comprehension, Axiom of Shadow 3% Comprehension, Axiom of Wind 0.5% Comprehension.
Su Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed after looking at his data panel. Not only had he obtained his second physique, the Yen Phoenix Divine Physique, but his Fire Upanishad comprehension had also skyrocketed to 10%. The Yen Phoenix Divine Physique was originally a divine physique that controlled the laws of fire and surpassed the SSS Great Physique. So after comprehending the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison scripture, it naturally increased the degree of comprehension of the Fire Upanishad. As a result, there was also an additional special kind of Yuan power in his body, the Phoenix Fire Yuan power. The grade of this kind of Yuan power was similar to that of gold devouring power, and contained part of the power of the laws of fire within it, allowing it to harness thousands of divine fires. Most importantly,
after possessing the Phoenix Fire Yuan power, there was no restriction for Su Chen to use the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame. My true strength has seen another surge. The current him, even if he was only a 3rd-ranked martial artist. When he met a strong martial general-ranked person, he dared to touch them.
After a little bit of conditioning, Su Chen took out the chaos crystals.
The seal of gold devouring surfaced in his mind, and the golden runes were activated by Su Chen like living creatures. With a distortion in space, the crystals were transported to the internal devouring realm.
1,000 meters into the deep sea.
The gold devouring python with a body length of over 60 meters slowly swam, its scales glowing with a cold metallic luster in the deep sea. Su Chen launched his consciousness shift, and in the next instant, he opened his snake eyes in the darkness of the seabed. If you want to obtain the treasures in the chaos crystals, you must cut and blast them.
This kind of thing couldn't be done at home, of course.
And in the middle of the deep sea where there were only underwater ferocious beasts but no human traces, it would be perfect. Thus, Su Chen took out the chaos crystals from the devouring realm within his body and placed them not far from the seabed. Then he opened the golden spirit snake pupil and directly launched the obsidian ray. The obsidian ray, which had already reached the LV4 level, was full of penetrating power. At the same time, Su Chen fused the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame and the obsidian ray to accelerate the cutting process.
Ka-ching!
The cracks on the surface of the chaos crystallization spread crazily, and the violet light coming out from within became more and more prevalent.
The first slash cut down. No shipment. Second cut. No. When the third laser blade cut again, the entire chaos crystal exploded at the bottom of the ocean. Countless fragments turned into streams of light and scattered in all directions, and the powerful chaotic Yuan power turned into a shockwave that spread outwards. The power of a direct explosion of such a large piece of chaos crystals could injure even a martial general level powerhouse.
Duck!
Su Chen immediately loaded his split body into the internal devouring realm. After a while,
Su Chen calculated that the aftermath of the explosion had passed, so he poked his head out of the inner devouring realm.
After realizing that there was no longer any danger in the surroundings,
only to see a distortion of space in place, the gold devouring python's huge body reappeared.
He twisted his head and looked towards the surroundings. The bottom of the sea was transformed into a giant pit.
Countless undersea ferocious beasts that were tragically struck by the violent thunderstorms died in a 10-kilometer radius.
A moment of silence. Silent tears flowed from the corners of the gold-eating python's mouth. Then, he immediately looked towards the location of the original chaos crystals. Only to see that at the location where the chaos crystals had burst open, the only thing that remained was a palm-sized silver key suspended in place. The surface of the key was engraved with honeycomb-shaped holes, each of which flickered with different colors of starlight. Is that the key of the void? Chapter 58, Key of the Void. Prison Phoenix Inheritance. The Battle of Songhai. Ascension. The moment the snake letter of the gold-devouring python touched the key, Su Chen's consciousness then received a huge flow of information in synchronization. This is actually the Yi Void key, left behind by the Yen Dome prison phoenix. No wonder this chaotic crystal was found next to the stone monument that records the Yen Dome prison phoenix nirvana scripture. The Key of the Void is a key that connects to a certain spatial realm. And the Abyssal Cave and the vaulted bits were the passages that ran through countless otherworldly worlds. In the Abyssal Cave, the spatial laws were messy and the boundary barrier was very fragile. And this void key could then be energized to create a window like a wormhole, connecting towards a specific realm. In the midst of such a realm, it was often a place where various powerful people hid their inheritance or treasures. Gold patterns flowed in the vertical pupils of the gold-devouring python. He had previously viewed a copy of the Abyssal Cave Tongan, and the memories of the key to the void recorded in it came flooding in like a tidal wave. In the history of Abyssal Cave exploration, there had been several legends that shook the world. For example, 20 years ago, the god of martial arts of the Nine Heavens, Lin Banyun, discovered the key to the void in the Nine Dragons Grotto, and thus entered the funeral sword star realm to obtain the secret divine martial arts. In addition, he also obtained a divine weapon made of rare metals in the universe, the Nine Heavens Sword, and created the Heavens Gap streaming light that cuts down the stars. 13 years ago, the god of martial arts Snow Wolf inspired the key to the void in the third abyssal cave of the Pacific Ocean, and stepped into the frost realm of eternal prison to obtain the cold pith and ice spirit, which froze the entire ocean for 3 months. When he reappeared from the Cave of Abyss, he had already been promoted from a 7th-ranked general to the realm of the martial god, and was directly airborne in the 4th on the martial god list. I didn't expect that I would actually obtain a void key as well. And the realm that this key connects to is most likely harboring a supreme treasure left behind by the Inferno Dome prison Phoenix clan. Su Chen's serpentine letter trembled lightly, and the honeycomb holes on the surface of the key seemed to be activated by his soul, suddenly projecting a holographic star map. 72 crimson stars formed a phoenix bird totem, labeled with a burning crown at a certain node. This was the very sign of the inheritance of the Yen Dome prison phoenix and the records of the Yen Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture. Looks like I'm going to have to search for the entrance to one of the abyssal caves or dome walls. Only there would he be able to completely activate this key, create a spatial wormhole, and obtain the supreme treasure left behind by the prison phoenix divine race. Su Chen suddenly thought of the red blood Jiao dragon he encountered last night. Maybe it's near the sea area that we can look for that newly appeared abyssal cave entrance. And then enter it. Su Chen was thinking about it. The seawater around him suddenly sent out weird vibrations. Su Chen turned his head violently, and his golden spirit snake pupil pierced through the dark seawater, seeing a mass of shadows 15 kilometers away that was rapidly approaching. Is it a ferocious beast attracted by the explosion just now? Su Chen's snake letter curled and swallowed the void key into his body's devouring realm. 5 kilometers away. A fierce beast of the 8th rank with a body length of over 200 meters was crushing the undersea mountain range. Coming dragon turtle. The coral forest on its back armor erupted with an ethereal blue light, and the cold current spewed out from its open mouth instantly froze everything along the way, forming a path of ice crystals in the deep sea. The scales of the gold-devouring python glowed with a metallic cold light in the deep sea, and the snake's letter lightly spat out. The golden spirit snake pupil had also long since locked onto the black shadow that had crushed the undersea mountain range. On the back armor of the 8th-ranked Songhai Ming dragon turtle, the 300-meter-long coral forest suddenly erupted with blue light. Countless ice cones rained down. Clang! 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 Su Chen flung his snake tail, directly lifting up the undersea rock layer in front of him. At the same time, the obsidian ray burst out. The ice cone hit the obsidian ray and instantly exploded into crystal powder, only to condense into frost chains in the seawater and spread in a circuitous manner. Countless chains come from all directions, trying to wrap around the snake body. This surprisingly hides the attack in the second layer. The dragon turtle took the opportunity to spew out Shen Mei Yuan power, and wherever the extreme cold torrent of -190 degrees passed through, even the seawater froze into blue crystals. The gold-devouring python scales instantly frosted over, and its movements slowed down as far as the eye could see. Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame, burn. The extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame burst into flames from the crystal bone joints. The demonic incandescent flames spread in reverse along the ice crystal chains. The current Su Chen no longer had any qualms about using the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame.
The explosion created by the collision of the two extreme energies surged out huge energy fluctuations in the surrounding seawater. Su Chen took the opportunity to unleash the gold-devouring space slash. The gold-devouring yuan power slashed through the flames, and the void cracked like a sharp blade towards the left eye of the dragon turtle. Roar! The dragon turtle shrunk its head into its shell, and the coral forest on its back armor suddenly fell off, transforming into 900 ice crystal spears that circled back and twisted. The gold-devouring python hovered into a storm of metal and flame, and that one chop of space collided with the spears, causing them to instantly annihilate a narrow crack. It's now! The extinguishing lotus demon flame followed the path opened up by the spatial chop and precisely poured into the 3-meter-long spatial scar. The demonic red flames blossomed into a fire lotus inside the turtle shell, causing the dragon turtle to roll around madly in pain. Between the cracks of the back armor, blood mist wrapped in ice ballast was sprayed out. Ka-ching! With the crunching sound of armor shattering, the dragon turtle let out a wail that shattered the submarine's sonar. The gold-eating python wrapped around it, while the exterminating lotus demon flame cauterized the organs from within. When the gold-devouring spatial chop finally penetrated the heart, the entire seabed was dyed a ghostly blue with turtle blood. 8th-ranked ferocious beast, Sunhai Ming dragon turtle, dead. The snake pupil of the gold-devouring python reflected the burning corpse of the dragon turtle, and the extinguishing lotus demon flame jumped between the cracks of the turtle's shell, vaporizing the ghostly blue blood into a bright starry mist. Su Chen's heart was overwhelmed with pleasure. The taste of killing an enemy by crossing the ranks, it's so damn refreshing. He spat out his snake letters and licked his mouth, and couldn't wait to taste how this Sunhai dragon turtle really tasted. Thus, he first maneuvered the extinguishing lotus demon flame to disperse from the turtle. Opening his python's mouth, he tore open large chunks of fresh turtle meat and swallowed it into his stomach one bite at a time. You have devoured the flesh of the Sunhai dragon turtle, gaining plus 30 points in blood and chi, and plus 10 cards in Xianmei Yuanli. The first bite of turtle meat entered his throat, and extreme cold and blazing heat burst into double play in his esophagus. The residual cold poison from the Xian Di Yuan power tried to freeze the internal organs, but it was wrapped up in the gold-devouring Yuan power and rolled into the Dantian furnace. Cool. One more bite. You have devoured the flesh of the Sunhai dragon turtle and gained plus 30 points in blood chi value and plus 10 cards in Xianmei Yuan power. You have devoured the flesh of the Sunhai dragon turtle and have gained 30 points of blood and chi and 10 cards of Xianmei Yuanli. Due to your ungodly enlightenment, by devouring the power of the Xuanwu, you have comprehended the Upanishad. Upanishad comprehension plus 0.1%. I can't believe I've actually comprehended a new type of Upanishad. Su Chen was delighted and dried his rice even more vigorously. With the rapid devouring and growth of the blood chi value, his body also saw another surge. The originally smooth metal scale surface cracked open with fine lines, and textured secondary scales drilled out from the gaps. Bones thundered and popped in the deep sea, each vertebrae proliferating crazily, and the original 60-meter-long body was like a straightened spacefold, breaking through the 70-meter boundary in the blink of an eye. Your chi and blood value reaches 4,000 points, evolving into a fifth-order ferocious beast. And the rate at which the Xianmei Yuan force was converted into gold-devouring Yuan force was also good, quickly allowing his internal space to grow by 2 cubic meters as well. The gold-devouring Yuan power in your body has increased by 2 cards through conversion, and the dragon body-devouring realm has expanded by 2 cubic meters. P.S. The snake dances in the spirit of the old year. The year opens up with a roll of auspicious energy hidden in the scroll. The ink and the scent of the sleeves are full of pleasure. I'm happy to carry the rhythms of literature to a new chapter. Golden Python wishes all the righteous parents a happy year of the snake. Wealth is rolling in. On. Chapter 59 Entrance to the Abyssal Cave. Returning, mock joint exam. As he devoured the entire dragon turtle, Su Chen's bloodline advancement degree was also increased. With his massive body hibernating at the bottom of the sea, Su Chen opened his panel to check. Split, gold-devouring python-grown body. Bloodline, gold-devouring dragonborn SSS grade, bloodline progression 0.2%. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV3, dragon body devouring realm SSS grade, LV2, seal of devouring realm 1, venomous fang. Skills, Python technique entanglement, obsidian ray, toxin infusion, gold devouring space chop, boundary devouring space, universal devouring. Blood and chi value, 4,000 points. Yuan power value, 400 cards. Special Yuan power, gold eating Yuan power. Level of strength, 5th ranked ferocious beast. Special, destroy lotus demon fire, axiom of fire 10% comprehension, axiom of shadow 3% comprehension, axiom of wind 0.5% comprehension, axiom of ice 0.1% comprehension. Has it become a 5th-ranked ferocious beast? This sense of power, it's really good. Su Chen felt the sense of power that filled his body, feeling that he was also considered an overlord in this deep sea. Even if he encountered a lord level, he would be able to tough it out. On top of that, the golden patterns in the golden spirit snake pupil became more and more complex, and it was similarly upgraded, with the observation range of the precious chi currently reaching a range of 3,000 meters. In the middle of the deep sea, there was a deadly darkness. However, under the reflection of the golden spirit snake pupil, a number of glittering treasure-like caches appeared. Su Chen was perched on the bottom of the sea, his metal-like scales glowing with a cold luster in the dark waters. Although we've eaten quite a lot already, the other ferocious beast corpses should not be wasted. Just now, in the power of the chaos crystal explosion, quite a few low-ranked ferocious beasts were shocked to death on the spot. Among them, there was no lack of 4th and 5th ranked existences. The golden spirit serpent pupil narrowed slightly, locking onto the several corpses of ferocious beasts floating in the distance. A 4th ranked bloodfin shark. Su Chen swam closer, opened his bloody mouth, bit down and swallowed. You have devoured the flesh of the bloodfin shark, gaining plus 20 points of blood chi value and plus 15 cards of yuan power. The rich flavor of blood filled his mouth, and Su Chen could feel a warm current running from his throat straight to his dantian. He continued to swim, devouring all the corpses of the ferocious beasts along the way one by one. With every ferocious beast he devoured, his blood chi value would grow quite a bit. When Su Chen devoured some of the valuable fierce beasts, the blood chi value in his body skyrocketed by 200 points once again. There's still quite a bit of time left tonight, so let's go look for that opened abyssal cave entrance. He wouldn't enter the abyssal cave for the time being, but it was necessary to find out where the entrance was first. I have to be careful though. Near the abyss cave, there should be human powerhouses guarding it. Nowadays, Su Chen's doppelganger's strength was comparable to that of a martial general, but the words of a high-ranked martial general could still cause him to be injured. Try not to risk it if you can. Su Chen swam in the deep sea, his golden spirit snake pupils constantly scanning the surrounding terrain. His perception range had expanded to 3,000 meters away, and any subtle energy fluctuations could be captured by him. However, other than some traces of low-ranked treasure light, there was no sign of the profound cave. The seabed is still too big. Need to go to deeper waters to take a look. A few more hours passed. Su Chen looked somewhere to the right, and the golden spirit snake pupil contracted violently. Only to see that at about 800 meters ahead, a bizarre body of water appeared in front of him. The seawater took on a bizarre purple color and glowed with an eerie fluorescence in the darkness. Countless broken corpses floated under the water, as if they had experienced a violent fight. What was even more disturbing was that in the center of the waters, a huge black stone pillar rose up from the bottom of the sea. The surface of the stone pillar was covered with ancient and obscure runes, emitting a faint glow in the deep sea. This is the entrance to the abyssal cave? Su Chen's heartbeat accelerated. He could feel an extremely powerful spatial fluctuation coming from that stone pillar. The entrance to the profound cave was not a cave in the conventional sense, but rather any chess piece that could record spatial coordinates. Maybe it's a rock, maybe it's a relic, maybe it's a black stone pillar. However, Su Chen didn't continue to approach it this time, but rather, he converged his body's aura and hid behind a huge undersea reef. Sure enough, there are human martial artists patrolling. On the surface of the sea, several huge ships loomed. The hulls of the ships were shrouded by a strange shield of protective light, emitting a cold metallic luster against the night color and the deep sea water. Through the perception of the golden spirit snake pupil, Su Chen could feel the raging yuan power fluctuations on the ship, and there were obviously high-ranking martial general-level powerhouses. He unleashed his Nian force perception and could detect the detection waves that kept coming from the ship, sweeping through the seawater like a fine fishing net. Once he approached hastily, he was bound to be discovered. The bizarre purple waters became more and more mysterious, the purple waters like flowing silk, twisting treacherously in the darkness. Forget it, it's almost dawn, let's stop here for today. He secretly memorized the location of this sea, then turned his head and swam away at speed. Since the human powerhouses had already discovered and subdued this place, it wasn't very good for the doppelganger to go in nowadays. Moreover, he was a bit unsure about entering the abyssal cave right now. It would be better to get stronger and wait for the abyssal cave riots to occur and the wave of extraterrestrial beasts to come, then he could take advantage of the chaos to enter it. Return to the original body. In the morning light, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes from the chaos, and his consciousness returned, completely detaching himself from the perception of the golden python. Today's enlightenment value has arrived. The host has gained a total of 120 points of enlightenment, 40 points for the main body, 80 points for the doppelganger. Please pay attention to checking. Not bad, the daily enlightenment value has risen to over 100 points. Su Chen nodded. Although there were enough enlightenment points to exchange for the third contemplation diagram, he wasn't going to cultivate it right now. Today, Xu Lei had reminded him that there was some kind of city mock joint exam that he must go to. So, he cut up some red blood spirit Jiao meat to replenish the consumption from last night's insta-cultivation. Then he carried his bag and prepared to go to school. Now with my strength, do I need to continue to take the WU exam or not? Su Chen walked on the road while thinking about this question. His rate of advancement had been too fast, and now that he had become a third-ranked martial artist, it didn't match up with the school at all.
Going to school seemed to have no other use than pretending.
Forget it, let's wait until we pass the martial artist test. When one became a martial artist, it didn't really matter if one wanted to go to the martial university at that time.
Even if he didn't go to Wudu University, he could still make his way in the wilderness. Just arrived at the school entrance, Su Chen realized that the senior martial arts students of Luo High No. 2 Middle School were boarding the bus one after another.
Su Chen, just waiting for you, come over here. Shu Lei saw Su Chen coming over and immediately greeted him as he got into the car.
Coming. Su Chen waved. Just as he got into the car, a familiar silhouette came into view.
Lin Majing is wearing a white dress today, her skin is as white as snow, like the first bloom of cherry blossoms. A head of long black shiny hair hanging down, that pair of bright big eyes, at this moment some angry look at Su Chen.
Su Chen, where the hell have you run off to in the past 2 days? How come I couldn't contact you? Chapter 60 Huang Xiaoyun's Killing Chance. Shock. It was actually a gifted martial artist.
Su Chen rubbed his nose and casually flung his book bag onto the luggage rack. Went to the wilderness area to hunt a few ferocious beasts, the signal was bad. Lin Majing's eyes were filled with disbelief, and she huffed and puffed and hummed without saying anything else.
Su Chen hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist, and he still went to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts?
It was more like going to deliver takeout to the ferocious beasts. I guess I'm just proud, thinking that my chi and blood values have reached the standard, so I'm hiding at home and pretending to be sick.
Lin Majing came to sit next to Su Chen.
This scene caused the boys in the carriage to collectively break their defenses once again.
No, how did the goddess of the second middle school fall for this poor guy?
He has no great advantage other than looking handsome a little, looking handsome 2, looking handsome 3.
Seems to have no great advantage other than that.
Su Chen ignored the gazes of envy from the crowd around him, looking out the window as if nothing had happened, and didn't take Lin Majing's initiative to sit next to him seriously at all.
Hey, Chen, don't be proud. You have to know that if you want to get into the same Wu University as me, the difficulty is still very high. Su Chen snorted.
If this little ninny knew his current strength, she would probably have to pee in fear.
However, he was not interested in saying anything more, and just said, it is indeed difficult. Because the other martial arts universities are probably not willing to release people.
Lin Majing was speechless and added, guess how much my blood value has reached now?
300 points? Su Chen casually guessed. Anyway, he didn't feel the aura of Yuan power from the other party's body. Wrong, 365 points.
After Lin Moyan finished speaking, a small pride swirled on her pretty face, like a pampered young girl looking forward to being affirmed by others.
Oh. Su Chen simply answered. 365 points. Is this something to be proud of? I have over 3,000 points of blood value, am I proud of that? Lin Majing looked at Su Chen's reaction, and another look of anger appeared on her cool and pretty face. Is this your reaction? Do you know that the children of the big families will all receive the mortal transformation initiation before the start of the martial examination? Metamorphosis initiation? What's that?
It's the use of various precious special potions and secret methods to forcibly raise the chi and blood values, but it can drastically raise the blood and chi values in a short period of time. So, don't look at the fact that you're already close to 200 points of chi and blood value, but there's still a gap from the enrollment requirements of those top martial arts universities. Because the gap between you and the candidates from the big families will be very obvious if you don't receive the initiation. Lin Moyan finished with a straight face, then said, Chen, why don't I apply for an initiation slot for you in the family?
No need. Su Chen balked. You?
Lin Moyan was so angry that she stomped her foot. Why are you so stubborn?
Is face that important?
Only if you have enough strength will you have a chance to fight for face.
Ha! How do you know I'm not strong enough? Don't want to care about you. Front seat. Huang Ziming had long been secretly poking at Su Chen, with a hidden hatred in his expression. Su Chen. This mock martial arts exam, I won't stop until I cripple you.
In the past few days, his dad has not been able to find any trace of his brother, and the probability has been confirmed that Huang Zitao has been killed.
And all this has nothing to do with Su Chen.
His dad not only gave him a big price to receive the metamorphosis of the mortal installation, but also has already found a relationship in this mock exam.
Must dig out everything Su Chen knows. Soon.
The bus arrived at the station, and the location of this martial arts examination was at Luo High First Middle School. The martial arts candidates from each middle school arrived one after another, and Su Chen and Lin Majin got down from the bus and began to line up to verify their identities.
Su Chen, is that you?
At the back of the two, a muffled voice came over, and Su Chen turned around. It turned out to be Zhou Yunqiao. Zhou Yunqiao was close to 2 meters tall with gnarled muscles, standing there like a small mountain with a few provocations on his face.
So it's $2,000. Su Chen casually nodded at him.
Zhou Yunqiao was somewhat speechless, but feeling the vigorous chi and blood in his body, he once again had full confidence in the challenge.
Su Chen, I will definitely defeat you this time.
He had also received the metamorphosis infusion, and now that his chi and blood values had skyrocketed, he was ready to hit the ground running in this mock exam, kicking Su Chen and punching Lin Moyan. Lin Mahjong, who was on the side, had already resumed that iceberg goddess appearance in front of others.
She coldly glanced at Zhou Yunqiao. Wasn't being abused by me in the previous simulation league bad enough?
Zhou Yunqiao looked at this Lin family's first family member and his aura weakened a bit, but he still braced himself and said stiffly, "Fine, then let's compare again this time."
Su Chen didn't have much to say to this kind of dilettante, and directly pulled Lin Mahjong and entered the examination room.
Seeing this, Zhou Yunqiao's muscles all shrugged.
Pulling the hand? What is the relationship between these two second-grade geniuses, exactly?
The countless boys around them were also unrivaled in their surprise when they saw this scene.
When did the normally cold as an iceberg, the school beauty of the second middle school, the proud daughter of heaven, actually establish a relationship with another boy? At once the whole validation area, a place is the sound of broken dreams.
Wait, classmate, there's a problem with your identity verification, come with me for a moment. At this time, an inspection teacher with a sign came over, frowned and checked Su Chen's identity information and said to him,
"Problems with the identity information?" Su Chen frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He's from the same school as me, how could there be a problem with his identity information?
Lin Moyan on the side also said in a clear and cold voice.
What, you want to disobey the words of the invigilator as well?
Lin Moyan sniffed, her face even colder, don't you?
Alright, I'll just go with him.
Su Chen interrupted the words of the young girl on the side, although he had a premonition that something was wrong, but with his current strength and cards, he didn't need to worry about anything at all.
Well, then good. I'll wait for you inside. After separating from Lin Mahjong, Su Chen was brought to a remote office by the invigilator. As soon as he entered, he saw a man standing inside with his back to the window. The man is here for you.
The invigilator finished and directly closed the soundproof door of the office.
Huang Xiaoyun turned around and stared at Su Chen with a somewhat gloomy expression. Do you know who I am? Su Chen looked calm. I don't know. Don't know? Huang Xiaoyun sneered. I am Huang Zitao's father. He was killed by you, right? Su Chen looked puzzled and said as if nothing had happened. Who is Huang Zitao? Never heard of it. Huang Xiaoyun seemed to have determined it and said grimly, the last place he appeared was near your house, you dare say you don't know? Su Chen shrugged, I really don't know.
Huang Xiaoyun fiercely stepped forward a few steps, his body's yuan power boiling, his veins showing. Kid, you should know that martial artists have city casualty indicators, right? You're not a martial artist yet, so even if I waste you now, you can only admit it. So, you say it, or not? Ha! I'm not a martial artist? Who says? I'm not a martial artist? Su Chen looked at Huang Xiaoyun, who was rippling with cyan-colored yuan power in front of him, and was simply not the least bit fearful. He suppressed his unsullied glazed body at the rank of a first-ranked martial artist, and then directly unleashed his talent, the spiral wind blade art. In an instant, the air in the entire office seemed to tear up, converging into a mass of spiral wind blades in Su Chen's hands. Huang Xiaoyun's face changed drastically. You're actually a gifted martial artist. How is that possible? Chapter 61 Principles Collective Shock. You want to bail out? Fine, the laborer won't accompany you. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and the spiral wind blade in his hand wrapped in a terrifying momentum, fiercely blasting towards Huang Xiaoyun. He knew that against an 8th-ranked martial artist, the power of the spiral wind blade was definitely not enough. But there was no harm. All that was needed was to cause a big enough commotion to get the inspecting teachers from the outside world to rush over. Only where the wind blade passed, the air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Huang Xiaoyun's pupils suddenly shrunk. In the face of the sudden attack, he immediately gathered yuan power around his body, forming a green-colored astral aura. Boom! The power of the whirlwind spread out, forming a wind blade that cut everything around it. The glass of the office was also sliced with a bang. Huang Xiaoyun retreated a few steps backward, his face full of incredulity, and the vibration within his heart was unparalleled. This Su Chen actually became a martial artist, and a gifted martial artist at that. He was definitely a top-tier martial arts genius. In the past, he had been pretending that not much of the information he had investigated was true. What a tolerant guy, the horror. Huang Xiaoyun's mind raced, and while he was inwardly shocked, he felt even more terrorized by this teenager. How had his own 2 sons gotten into trouble with him? Those who were able to become martial artists before entering the martial university, none of them had later become amazing talents. Becoming a martial general was as easy as a slap in the face. A wave of remorse washed over him. At the same time, he was also incomparably sure that Su Chen definitely had something to do with his son's disappearance. So his eyes went ice cold once again. This Su Chen must die. But soon, the violent movement within the office drew the attention of the outside world. The inspecting teachers rushed in this direction, and the office was forced open. What happened? The inspecting teachers were shocked just to see the entire office covered in traces of wind blades.
Su Chen pretended to be injured by Huang Xiaoyun and collapsed in the corner, covering his chest. He's going to kill me. The cause and effect were quickly explained. The inspecting teachers who knew what was going on were once again shocked. This teenager is actually a gifted martial artist? When did Luo High Second Middle School produce such a genius? And there are actually people who want to secretly kill such a genius? Hurry up and inform the principal. After slowing down, the inspecting teacher in the lead immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, so he took out his communicator and dialed the principal's number. Hey, Principal Jiao, it's not good, something big has happened on this side of the examination center. The invigilator spoke extremely fast, with anxiety in his tone. Soon, Zhao Hong, the principal of Luo High No. 1 Middle School, and the principals of several other schools, also hurriedly arrived at the scene. The principals pushed open the door of the office and saw that it was a mess inside. Huang Xiaoyun stood aside with a gloomy expression, while Su Chen rose from the ground feigning pain. Old Huang, what the hell is going on here? Li Jin, the principal of the second middle school, was the first to break the silence. As an 8th order martial artist, Huang Xiaoyun had a certain reputation in Luo High City and was old acquaintances with the principal of the second middle school. Huang Xiaoyun was about to open his mouth, but Su Chen jumped ahead and said, "Principal, this guy tricked me over and threatened to use the casualty indicator to waste me. Unfortunately, I've already become a martial artist." Saying that, Su Chen opened his hand and a cloud of wind blades gathered in his hand once again. Zhao Hong, the principal of the first middle school, had incredulity in his eyes, a gifted martial artist. The second middle school has actually produced a gifted martial artist. 5th middle school principal Wang Shanhai was also shocked beyond belief. Not only did he become a martial artist before the martial examination, but he's also a gifted martial artist. How come I haven't heard of Luo High Second Middle School having such a person before? This kid can at least get the top 10 in the province in the martial arts exam. Even top 5 is possible. Someone actually wants to scrap him? Wang Shanhai didn't recognize Huang Xiaoyun, so the gaze he looked at him became cold. You can't just listen to one side of the story either, it's better to listen to what the other side has to say. At this time, the principal of the second middle school, Li Jin, suddenly faced Huang Xiaoyun as if he wanted to hear what he had to say. Su Chen's heart sank. As expected, the expression on Huang Xiaoyun's face changed. What a hero, I called Su Chen here only to test his strength. There is no such thing as trying to waste him, I'm afraid it's just that student Su Chen's reaction was too stressful. Su Chen was furious. You're the one who tricked me into coming here and letting a proctor say that there's something wrong with my identity information. Nothing of the sort. Huang Xiaoyun denied it. He deliberately chose an office without cameras, so what happened inside was all just a mouthful. And since Li Jin and him were old acquaintances for many years, he would definitely still protect his hand in such matters. Huang Xiaoyun secretly said in his heart, "Kid, there's no way I'm going to let you grow up. This kind of guy with an extremely deep city and a high level of talent, once you mess with him, it's a matter of immortality." Huang Xiaoyun was bound to nip him in the bud. After listening to Huang Xiaoyun's words, Li Jin thought for a moment and looked at Su Chen with a smile on his face. "Student Su Chen, I know Mr. Huang, he has always been a man of integrity. How could he possibly want to abolish you? I guess it's just that you're overreacting. You can become a gifted martial artist, congratulations, it is the pride of my second middle school. Alright, hurry up and go conduct the quiz, the other students will have already started testing by now." Li Jin obviously wanted this way to directly put it off. Su Chen's face was already as cold as ice. An 8th-ranked martial artist tried to waste a gifted martial artist, and this is how you deal with it. The other few principals sniffed, frowning but not saying a word. After all, it was a matter of the second middle school, so it was fine for the second middle school principal to handle it. Li Jin was also somewhat helpless in his heart. Originally, Huang Xiaoyun had already told him that he was going to find a poor student from their school to deal with a small matter. But then he didn't realize that this student was Su Chen, and that he was actually a gifted martial artist. This made it difficult for him to choose as well. But after all, having known each other for many years, there was no way he could just let Huang Xiaoyun suffer. It was easy for an 8th-ranked martial artist to want to deal with a student, but to want to deal with a gifted martial artist with unlimited future potential, that would never be tolerated by the Martial Artist Association. But fortunately, the current Su Chen didn't have any evidence, so he could still muddle through. At this time, Zhao Hong, who was on the side, smiled and spoke. "Su Chen, if you want to transfer to our Luo High First Middle School, I have no problem with that. If the principal of the second middle school doesn't make a decision for you, I can make a decision for you." There had always been a rivalry between the first and second middle schools, and his relationship with Li Jin wasn't exactly good. When Li Jin heard this, his complexion instantly went cold as well. "Zhao Hong, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me?" Watching the atmosphere become a bit tense, the surrounding teachers silently exited the office. The principal of the 5th middle school, Wang Shanhai, came out to round off the situation. Alright, all things must be done in peace. Since Principal Li has also made his judgment, we have no right to say anything more." Li Jin's face softened slightly when he heard this.
Then he looked at Su Chen again and said, "Student Su Chen, we can understand that you are a little uncomfortable in your heart. After all, Mr. Huang might not have grasped the strength well, so he made you misunderstand. Let's do it this way, when the time comes to go back to school I will compensate you 1,000 points, what do you think?" Su Chen laughed back in anger. 1,000 points and you want to get rid of me? Principal Li, your face is really ugly. Okay, so it's like this, right? Then I won't go to the second middle school. Su Chen coldly said, turned around and prepared to leave. Right now, his strength was still insufficient, but soon, he would let everyone know. What happens if you mess with him today? Besides, it's better not to go to this kind of school. After saying that, Su Chen turned his head and walked out of the office. Exam my ass. I'm out of here. However, at that moment, first middle school principal Zhao Han's phone rang. Hello? Oh, Chief Instructor Lei, it's you, who's here? We're currently in the office on the first floor, we'll be right up. Chapter 62, he's actually still a spiritual numinous master? Directly abolished. Zhao Hong had an incredibly flattering expression on his face, nodding his head as he spoke. The other few principals also had happy faces when they heard this. Chief Instructor Lei actually really came? Great, hurry up. What about Su Chen? There's no need to care about him, he'll have to come to school if he wants to take the martial arts exam anyway. Although geniuses are rare, they are not absent. After a few rounds of metamorphosis infusion, those students in the families can also produce 1 or 2 gifted martial artists. That's right, it's better to hurry up and meet Chief Instructor Lei. Su Chen came into the corridor. When he was about to go out, he happened to see a silhouette coming down the stairs. Su Chen, why are you here? A familiar voice came, and Su Chen fixed his eyes on it. It was actually Lei Xiaoyan. Senior Lei? Why are you here? Su Chen was a little surprised. The principal of the first middle school invited me to come over to take a look at the city's mock martial arts exam, and it just so happens that I have nothing to do, so I came over to take a look. In addition, this martial arts exam will select the best seeds that will travel to the provincial capital for special training, and the chief instructor is me. Lei Xiaoyan had just finished speaking when he saw several principals chasing out from behind Su Chen. Why is Instructor Lei talking to Su Chen? The several principals saw the situation in front of them and filled each other with disbelief. Zhao Hong, the principal of the first middle school, took the lead and stepped forward, squeezing out a flattering smile on his face. Instructor Lei, I'm sorry to have missed you. You know this Su Chen student? Lei Xiaoyan lightly glanced at him. Su Chen is a seedling that I have my eye on, his talent and potential are outstanding. The moment these words came out, several principals' faces changed. Lei Xiaoyan's gaze swept between Su Chen and the several principals, keenly noticing the strange atmosphere. He frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, what happened? Before Su Chen could open his mouth, Li Jin, who was on the side, had already quickly stepped forward with a smile piled on his face. There was just a small misunderstanding, but it has been resolved. Misunderstanding? Lei Xiaoyan's gaze turned to Su Chen with an inquiry in his eyes. Su Chen gave a cold smile and said without any evasion, Senior, just now, an 8th-ranked martial artist tried to waste me, while Principal Li tried to use 1,000 points to get rid of me. This is the misunderstanding they are talking about. Lei Xiaoyan's face instantly sank when he heard this. His gaze was like a knife as he swept towards Li Jin. Who is it? When Li Jin saw this, he was immediately covered in cold sweat. Bad. How did this Su Chen know Lei Xiaoyan? The other party was a peak 9th-ranked martial general. And also the chief instructor of the Magic City Yin Yang Club. With this kind of status, how could he have any interactions with this guy Su Chen? Didn't Huang Xiaoyun tell him that Su Chen was just a poor man? However, now that a 9th-ranked martial general had stepped in, he didn't dare to continue to protect Huang Xiaoyun. However, he still politely said, Instructor Lei, this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. Mr. Huang Xiaoyun only wanted to test the strength of student Su Chen and had no malicious intent. Test strength? Lei Xiaoyan sneered, his gaze like a torch, an 8th-ranked martial artist striking out at a student who just became a martial artist. Who is this Huang Xiaoyun? It was at this moment. Huang Xiaoyun, who had walked out of the office with a relaxed face, heard what was happening outside and his face became ugly once again. This Su Chen, how could he know 9th-ranked martial general Lei Xiaoyan? Instructor Lei, there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. Huang Xiaoyun walked forward, barely squeezing out a smile once. Misunderstanding? An 8th-ranked martial artist trying to nullify a gifted martial artist, and you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? That's not the case, I'm just trying to test Su Chen's strength. Huang Xiaoyun forced himself to calm down. Besides, there's no evidence. Who said there is no evidence? However, Su Chen directly took out his cell phone at this time. In fact, when he was just called to the office, he had already sensed that something was wrong and turned on the recording function of his cell phone. I didn't take it out just now because I knew it would be useless to broadcast it. Now, here's the proof. Su Chen coldly smiled, raised his cell phone in front of the crowd, and pressed the play button. The threat that Huang Xiaoyun had just made was suddenly transmitted word for word. The entire corridor fell into a dead silence. Huang Xiaoyun's face had turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
How could he not expect that Su Chen would actually record in advance? Lei Xiaoyan's face was gloomy. Huang Xiaoyun, what else do you have to say?
Huang Xiaoyun opened his mouth, but realized that he couldn't say a single word.
He was completely finished.
Facing a peak 9th-ranked martial general like Lei Xiaoyan, he didn't even have any room to resist.
Li Jin's face also became extremely ugly. He didn't expect things to develop to this point, and even more so, he didn't expect Su Chen to actually record in advance.
Chief Instructor Lei, this matter. Li Jin tried to explain, but was coldly interrupted by Lei Xiaoyan. Li Jin, as the principal of the second middle school, not only did you not protect your own students, but you tried to harbor them. Lei Xiaoyan's voice was cold and majestic, carrying an undeniable oppression. Li Jin immediately fell into an ice cave, his face as pale as paper.
The two of you have violated the bottom line of the Martial Artist Association and the Spiritual Numinaries Association with your behavior. Essence. Spiritual Numinous Master?
Li Jin looked puzzled.
What did this have to do with the Spiritual Numinaries Association? It seems that you guys still don't know. Su Chen just became a First-Order Spirit Master yesterday. What?
At those words, the surrounding principals were all shocked, their faces shocked beyond measure.
Not only is he a gifted martial artist, but he's also a first-ranked spirit numismatist? What level of genius is this? Huang Xiaoyun actually trying to waste him?
On the side, Zhao Hong and Wang Shanhai's faces were all grave, knowing that there was no way this matter would end well. It was well known that those guys from the Spiritual Numinaries Association were extremely protective of their shortcomings. The birth of every spiritualist is not easy, and there are only 20 or so spiritualists in Luo High City so far. Therefore, once they knew about Su Chen's matter, it was bound to be dealt with seriously. Even if Li Jin and Huang Xiaoyun were both high-ranked martial artists, they were completely finished. The future of a supreme genius like Su Chen was far too important than the two of them. Instructor Lei, I was wrong in my judgment and am willing to accept the punishment. Li Jin's voice trembled a little.
Accept the punishment? Lei Xiaoyan sneered, fine. Before the words fell, he violently raised his hand. A terrifying aura instantly erupted. His palms clasped Li Jin's shoulders like iron pincers, and thunder yuan power surged into Li Jin's body like a flood. Ah!
Li Jin let out a mournful scream, and his entire body went limp as if his strength had been drained. His qi was completely destroyed by Lei Xiaoyan's yuan power.
You actually directly wasted me. Abolishing you is just the beginning.
Lei Xiaoyan said coldly, next, you will be sent to the Martial Artist Association's incarceration facility to receive further trial.
Chapter 63 8th Order Martial Artist? Directly struck down.
The Huang family removed themselves from the Martial Association. Lei Xiaoyan's gaze turned to Huang Xiaoyun. Huang Xiaoyun's throat knots rolled violently, and the cold sweat on the back of his neck soaked through his shirt. Chief Teacher Lei, my cousin's uncle is in the Provincial Martial Artist Association. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly stormed up and rushed out the window. Facing a 9th-ranked martial general, he was unable to resist and could only be wasted. But he was not willing.
Su Chen, it's all because of you. Huang Xiaoyun stared back at Su Chen, his gaze cold and resentful. 3 poison willow leaf darts slipped out of his sleeve, wrapped in yuan power and attacked him. However, the moment the dart left his hand, it strangely hovered in the air. Only Lei Xiaoyan's pupils were filled with purple electricity, and the gravity of the entire space seemed to have skyrocketed tenfold. Su Chen saw that Huang Xiaoyun maintained his throwing posture and froze on the spot. Those poison darts were trembling at a high frequency, and fine cracks were spreading along the body of the dart. Is this the domain of a 9th-ranked martial artist? Su Chen secretly said in his heart.
Even standing 3 meters away, his own blood flow became stagnant. The moment Huang Xiaoyun tried to escape and attack himself, Lei Xiaoyan had already struck.
This Huang Xiaoyun, he hates me so much? Wasn't it just killing your son, as to kill me in front of a 9th-ranked martial general?
Su Chen looked at the other party's insouciant behavior and felt a little ridiculous.
Humph! Moving to kill in front of me?
Lei Xiaoyan's left hand was clenched in vain, and the crunching sound of shattering glass came from the void. Huang Xiaoyun let out a miserable scream that didn't sound like a human voice, and fine blood beads burst out of his 7 orifices. All the bones in his body emitted toothsome popping sounds. When Lei Xiaoyan let go of his palm, this 8th-ranked martial artist went limp like a snake that had its spine drawn out, and a dark red pool of blood fainted underneath him.
Huang Xiaoyun, dead.
Lei Xiaoyan dispersed the domain around him and snorted coldly. If the other party tied their hands and scrapped, it would be just that. But to actually try to forcefully kill Su Chen in front of him was simply unselfish. This kind of thing with a bad heart and mediocre talent, it didn't matter if it was killed. Looking at this bloody scene, the surrounding principals and teachers were silenced, and the whole place was dead silent.
Is it the vigor of a 9th-ranked martial arts general?
Wasting a middle school principal with his hands, and killing an 8th-ranked martial artist with a snap of his fingers.
Lei Xiaoyan didn't care about it at all.
This was the privilege of a ninth-ranked martial general amongst humans. The principal of the 5th middle school, Wang Shanhai, took half a step forward in the midst of the silence and opened his mouth with some difficulty. Chief Teacher Lei, on the side of the Huang family. But the words ended abruptly. To his horror, he realized that at some point the surface of his body had leapt with fine electric currents, as if there were thousands of steel needles against the vital points around his body.
You want to teach Lei Mao to do things too?
Lei Xiaoyan lightly dusted his sleeves, and the martial artist badge around Huang Xiaoyun's waist shattered in response. The Huang family is nothing. Within 3 hours, I want to see a delisting notice from the Martial Artist Association. At those words, the surrounding principals no longer dared to have the slightest retort. First middle school principal Zhao Hong waved his hand behind him, allowing the inspecting teachers to bring down the bodies of both the invalidated Li Jin and Huang Xiaoyun, and then said in a trembling voice, Chief Teacher Lei, got it, I'll immediately notify the Martial Arts Association.
To do it. Aha!
Lei Xiaoyan hummed, then casually turned around and looked at Su Chen. The sharpness in his eyes converged and he said, with your level, you don't need to participate in the mock martial exam. 3 days later, go directly to the magic capital and participate in the Dragon Abyss special training. Lei Xiaoyan flicked out a dark golden token from his fingertips, and the dragon pattern swimming on the surface of the token glowed with ghostly light under the corridor light.
A tingling sensation came from Su Chen's palm when he received the token. An electronic pattern emerged on the inside of the token, automatically binding the identity information.
Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp, a special training organization consisting of the 10 best seeds selected from the major security cities in Jiangnan province before the martial examination. These people are the future pillars of Jiangnan province, the existence that will inevitably shine brightly in the battlefields of the various martial arts universities and the Abyss Cave Vault bikers. Of course, the content of the special training is also very cruel.
Okay, Elder Lei. Su Chen nodded.
Lei Xiaoyan's style of acting had increased his favorable feelings towards this man. It was true that martial artists honed on the battlefield were different from these guys who hid in the back and only practiced fly and dog deeds. Since he didn't need to take the martial arts exam, Su Chen simply went home first. And after the mock martial arts exam ended, everything that happened in the morning leaked out from somewhere, causing a furor on campus.
Have you heard? Su Chen was personally selected by Chief Instructor Lei Xiaoyan to directly enter the Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp without examination. I said why I didn't see him in the test today. It's rumored that he's already become a martial artist, that's why he's been granted an exemption from the test. Nani? Su Chen has become a martial artist? Didn't he only have 192 points of blood value? Then what's the point of thinking? He must have been pretending before. Che, just spread the rumor, it must be fake.
On the side, Huang Ziming cut and responded with disdain. Because of the effect of the metamorphosis infusion, he had done quite well in today's mock martial arts exam. It was estimated that he could get stuck in the top 10. As long as I get a top 10, I'll be able to enter the Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp, and my dad will never ignore me again.
As for that Su Chen?
Oof. In the future, he only deserves to be stepped on hard by me. By the way, he should have already been taught a lesson by my dad today, right?
It's estimated that he's already a cripple now.
I guess it's because of this that he wasn't able to take the mock martial arts exam. Huang Ziming was immensely pleased in his heart, feeling like he was the only one who had the truth. His eyes unconsciously flicked back to Lin Majin, who was sitting at the back of the bus. The other party's side was empty, and there was no longer that shadow that got in the way. Lin Moyan will also go to the Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp. When that time comes, it will be a good opportunity to deepen the bond between the two of us. That pile of cow dung, Su Chen, has finally returned to the position he should be in.
Just thinking.
Someone in the car suddenly shouted, "You guys search." The official briefing from the Martial Arts Association is out. All the students who were having a lively discussion hurriedly searched for the news on their cell phones. Huang Ziming was a bit puzzled and searched as well, but the message on the screen just appeared, making him instantly feel like a bolt from the blue. Huang Xiaoyun has been killed on the spot by Chief Instructor Lei Xiaoyan, 9th-ranked martial general, for attacking genius martial artist Su Chen.
Impossible. This is impossible.
He muttered, his voice trembling immensely. There were whispers and murmurs from his classmates in his ears, and from time to time, glances flicked toward him. Su Chen is really already an official martial artist.
No wonder he was able to enter the Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp. Isn't Huang Ziming's father an 8th-rank martial artist? How could he be? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Huang Ziming's face instantly became incredibly pale.
The cell phone slipped out of his trembling hand and smashed heavily on the ground. His ears buzzed as if the whole world was falling apart.
His dad is dead? Killed on the spot by a 9th-ranked martial arts general? And all this is actually because of Su Chen. Chapter 64: Huang Ziming collapses. Su Chen is actually still a spiritual numinous master? The murmurs of the students echoed continuously around them.
Every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing hard into Huang Ziming's heart.
Su Chen. That guy he had always looked down on, and even disdained, had become a formal martial artist? He was even personally selected by Lei Xiaoyan to enter the Dragon Abyss special training camp without examination? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Huang Ziming violently stood up, his voice hoarse as he roared. His eyes were bloodshot, staring dead on at the message on his cell phone screen, as if he wanted to find a break in it and prove that it was all a fake. However, the official notification from the Martial Arts Association was clearly laid out there was no possibility of it being false. Behind Huang Xiaoyun's name, the words killed were clearly written.
Huang Ziming, are you okay?
A classmate beside him spoke cautiously, a hint of sympathy in his tone.
Huang Ziming didn't reply, his mind was in chaos.
His father had died, and the Huang family had been removed from the Martial Artist Association. The family lineage and background that he had always been proud of completely collapsed at this moment.
He didn't even dare to imagine what awaited him next. Su Chen. Is all because of you.
Huang Ziming's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, as if he wanted to tear that name apart. At this time, the bus slowly stopped, and the driver's voice came from the front row. Students, we're at the school, get ready to get off.
Huang Ziming woke up like a dream and jerked his head up.
He knew that from today onwards, he was no longer the high and mighty young master of the Huang family.
And Su Chen.
That guy who was once stepped on by him has already stood at a height that he can't reach. When he walked into the school gate, several black cars slowly drove into the campus, with the logo of Martial Artist Association printed on the car. In the next moment, a man in black walked over and gave Huang Ziming a cold look.
Huang Ziming, someone from the Martial Artist Association is looking for you, come with me. Huang Ziming's heart sank.
He knew that it definitely wouldn't be a good thing for someone from the Martial Artist Association to be looking for him. But he had no choice but to follow them with his head. Half an hour later, Huang Ziming was brought to a conference room. In the conference room, several middle-aged men wearing the uniforms of the Martial Artist Association were sitting at a long table with cold expressions.
You are Huang Xiaoyun's son?
The voice of the middle-aged man at the head was cold and majestic.
Huang Ziming's body trembled slightly as he nodded with difficulty. It's me.
Your father has been killed on the spot for attacking gifted martial artist Su Chen. According to the rules of the Martial Artist Association, all martial artist qualifications of the Huang family will be cancelled. You, as Huang Xiaoyun's son, need to be investigated by the Martial Association.
Huang Ziming's face instantly turned pale, his legs softened and he almost fell to his knees. Heaven. Gifted martial artist.
It turned out that Su Chen was actually still a gifted martial artist. The Huang family was completely finished. And he, Huang Ziming, had no future to speak of.
Today's Su Chen naturally didn't know this yet. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
It was just a mole cricket, he didn't even bother to step on it. With nothing to do in the afternoon, Su Chen thought about it and decided to go to the hospital to see his sister.
Coming to the hospital entrance,
Su Chen looked up at the towering white building, and a complexity surged in his heart. Su Rinchi had been living here for almost a year, while he rarely had time to accompany her because he was busy with his cultivation and livelihood.
Su Chen stepped into the hospital, and the smell of disinfectant water hit his face. Walking towards the elevator, he pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and Su Chen stepped out of the elevator and walked towards the ward at the end of the corridor. That ward was an ordinary single room, the environment was quiet, but the air was not too good. His previous financial condition was limited and he couldn't afford a better ward anymore. But now, with millions in savings in hand, he doesn't have to worry about money at all. Pushing open the door of the hospital room, Su Chen saw his sister's figure at a glance. Su Rinchi leaned between the snow-white pillows, like a thinly tinted porcelain figure drenched by the slanting sun. Pale, almost transparent skin under the floating light green veins, as if the ice cracks in the glazed marigold winding out the lines. Sickness has taken away her blood color, but will bone phase sculpted more and more clear and absolute, eyebrow bone such as faraway mountains with Diane, the bridge of the nose like a jade hairpin transparent, jawline did not into the folds of the bed quilt, as if out of the ancient scrolls in the silhouette of the lady. Shao Shi.
Su Rinchi opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Su Chen, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Brother, why are you here? Su Chen walked to the bedside, gently rubbed her hair and smiled. I'm free today, came to see you.
How are you feeling recently?
Su Rinchi smiled faintly and shook her head. It's still the same, nothing has changed. But the doctor said that as long as the treatment is on time, the condition can still be controlled. Su Chen's heart ached, he knew that his sister was comforting him. The cancer treatment process was long and painful, not to mention that the doctors had long said that she would live less than 3 months. But instead of showing it, she just nodded and said, that's good. By the way, I'm here today because I want to change another ward for you. Su Rinchi froze for a moment, then shook her head and said, no need, brother. The ward here is already very good, and it doesn't cost much. It's not easy for you to make money, don't waste it on me.
Don't worry about the money. I've already earned enough to get you the best ward. The environment there is good, the air is fresh, and it's good for your body.
When Su Rinchi heard Su Chen's words, her brows furrowed slightly and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She gently grabbed Su Chen's hand, her voice trembled a little. Brother, are you going to do some dangerous work again? I know you've always been very desperate, but I don't want you to risk your life for me. Su Chen looked at his sister's eyes that were filled with worry, and his heart warmed. Then he smiled. Don't worry, in fact, there's something I've never told you. Saying that, Su Chen stood up and walked to the window of the hospital room. Rinchi, I have already become a martial artist, and a gifted martial artist at that. Su Rinchi froze, her eyes filled with shock. Talented martial artist? Brother, are you telling the truth? Su Chen nodded. It's true. After he finished speaking, he lifted his right hand and slowly condensed a ball of light golden yuan power in his palm. That yuan power was like a flowing flame, instantly illuminating the entire ward. Su Rinchi stared blankly at that yuan power. Brother, you really became a martial artist? But how is this possible? Hey, what do you mean how is it possible? Your brother, I'm a martial arts genius, the kind with unbelievable enlightenment. Su Chen put away his yuan power and came to the bedside to scrape his sister's nose, causing the girl to blush. Brother. Alright, let's go. Get you a new ward. Su Chen pushed Su Rinchi's wheelchair and slowly walked towards the hospital's service desk. In front of the service desk, several nurses were busily handling the patient's information. Su Chen walked up and gently knocked on the countertop. Please help me with the ward upgrade procedures. I want to change my sister to the VIP ward. A nurse raised her head and after recognizing Su Chen's appearance, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Su Chen? Are you kidding me? VIP wards are very expensive, and usually only martial artists and their families are qualified to stay there. Su Chen nodded, his tone bland. I know about the cost issue, money is not a problem. As for the qualifications. He paused, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and placed it on the countertop after tapping it a few times. I haven't done my martial artist certification yet, but this is my spiritual thinker certification. It should be enough to qualify, right? In Su Chen's cognizance, the gold content of the spiritual numinous master certification should be more than one level higher than the martial artist certification. The nurse froze for a moment, then picked up the cell phone screen. When she looked at the content on the screen, her pupils contracted violently and an incredulous expression appeared on her face. Spiritual numinous master? Su Chen, you actually became a spiritual numinous master? Her voice unconsciously raised a few decibels, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around her. The other nurses and patients turned their heads to look over, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Spiritual luminaries, that was an existence that was even rarer and more honorable than a martial artist. In the entire Luohai city, there were only a handful of people who were able to become spiritual masters. And this young man in front of him was actually one of them? Chapter 65. Is my brother open? Re-entering the deep sea in search of treasure. Su Chen didn't care about the reactions around him and just said lightly, Can we check in now? The nurse nodded her head in a hurry and started operating the computer with her hands and feet. Of course. Please wait a moment, I'll handle it for you right away. Su Rinchi was sitting in her wheelchair, and when she heard the nurse's exclamation, her entire body froze as well. Spiritual nihilist? My brother is actually still a spiritual nihilist? She looked at the obviously familiar figure beside her, but at the moment, it seemed a bit strange. Is my brother's talent really that unbelievable? He wouldn't be enlightened, would he? Su Rinchi thought of this and shook her head in panic again. Su Chen had given so much for herself, how could she doubt her brother like this? It must be his talent, which is indeed very good. Looking at Su Chen's appearance, which seemed to be more masculine and handsome than before, Su Rinchi somehow felt a gentle palpitation in her heart. On the other side, the nurse who used to take care of Su Rinchi has now stared with her eyes almost falling out. That poor and stingy orphan Su Chen actually became an honorable and incomparable spiritual niansher? Is this world crazy or am I crazy? Spiritual luminaries, that's a rarer creature than even a military general. And after the charging doctor had thoroughly verified Su Chen's identity, he hurriedly called the dean's phone. Dean. Our hospital has come a spiritual thinker. Okay, I'll wait for you to come over. The doctor raised his head, with a smile on his face toward Su Chen respectfully said, Please wait, our dean will come over right away. In addition, the VIP ward has been prepared for you. Take us to the ward first. Okay, please follow me. The elevator quickly reached the top floor and the doors slowly opened. Su Chen pushed Su Rinchi out of the elevator, and what met his eyes was a spacious and bright corridor, with soft carpets on the floor, exquisite artwork hanging on the walls, and a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. This place is so beautiful, Su Rinchi softly sighed. Su Chen smiled and pushed her to the front of Ward 1808, where the nurse opened the door. Inside the spacious room, there was a luxurious hospital bed, next to a comfortable sofa and coffee table, a huge LCD TV hung on the wall, and outside the window was a bustling cityscape. Brother, this place is really too extravagant. Su Rinchi was a bit uneasy. Su Chen shook his head. It's nothing, from now on, you'll live here and get well. Brother will find a life potion as soon as possible to completely cure you. When Su Rinchi heard Su Chen's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She gently nodded, revealing a shallow smile. Brother, I believe in you. Just at this moment, the door of the ward was gently knocked, followed by a middle-aged man in a white coat walking in quickly. He wore a smile, and his gaze carried a few hints of respect and enthusiasm. Mr. Su, hello. I am the director of this hospital, surnamed Li. The dean walked up to Su Chen and took the initiative to extend his hand with a few compliments in his tone. I've heard that you've become a spiritual numinous master. You're really young and promising. It's really an honor for our hospital to have a valued guest like you. Su Chen nodded lightly and shook hands with the dean. Dean Li is polite. I just want to give my sister a better environment. I hope she can get better treatment here. That's for sure. That's for sure. The dean nodded his head in a hurry, a smile piling up on his face. We will definitely pay great attention to Miss Su's condition and arrange for the best doctors and nursing team. You can rest assured that we will definitely do our best to help her recover. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then I will trouble Dean Li. No trouble, no trouble. The dean waved his hands repeatedly, then added, Mr. Su, if you have any needs, you can contact me at any time. Our hospital will definitely try our best to fulfill your requirements. Su Chen nodded and did not say anything else. Seeing this, the dean wisely took a step back and said with a smile, Then I won't bother you and Miss Su. If there is any need, feel free to inform us. After saying that, the dean exited the ward with a few nurses and gently closed the door. Quietness was restored in the ward. Su Rinchi looked at Su Chen, with a few complicated looks in her eyes. Brother, you've really become so powerful. Even the dean is so polite to you. Su Chen smiled, gently rubbed her hair. It's nothing, as long as you get well, brother will become even more powerful. By then no one will dare to bully us. Su Rinchi nodded, her eyes full of trust and dependence. After accompanying her for a while longer, Su Chen looked at the time. It was already close to evening. He stood up and said to Su Rinchi, Shaoxi, brother still has some things to take care of, so I'll leave today. Rest well, I'll come back to see you another day. Although Su Rinchi was a little reluctant, she still nodded her head obediently. Brother, you go and get busy, I will take care of myself. Good. Su Chen smiled and turned around to leave the hospital room. After returning home, Su Chen dinner cut another large piece of red blood spirit Jiao meat and digested all of it with the python devouring blood method, replenishing energy while gaining growth. You have devoured the red blood spirit Jiao meat, blood chi value +5, yuan power +4. You have devoured the flesh of the red-blooded spirit Jiao, your blood value is +5 and your vitality is +4. When he had eaten and drank enough, Su Chen's blood chi value grew by 200 points again, reaching 2,455 points, the middle stage of the third rank. The insta strength can wait. Even if he entered the Dragon's Abyss special training 3 days later, his strength was absolutely top-notch. Split strength, it needs to be upgraded quickly, it's best to reach the Lord level quickly. Su Chen would definitely utilize the bilocation first and enter the deep ocean Abyssal cave to explore. Therefore, it was best to hurry up and reach Lord, in order to have a little more security in the Abyssal cave. Evening has arrived, consciousness shift. Su Chen crossed his knees and closed his eyes on the bed, switching his consciousness into the altar. In the middle of the deep sea, the gold-devouring python opened its gold-flooded pupils. Tonight, he wasn't going to approach the entrance of the Abyssal cave, but rather continue to devour and grow stronger. It wasn't a good time to enter the Abyss cave, and the strength of his doppelganger was still a bit weak. I'm going to upgrade as soon as possible to reach the Lord-class fierce beast. Go and find high-level ferocious beasts to fight and kill. Su Chen muttered to himself in his heart, then he opened his golden spirit snake pupil and looked around. The dark golden vertical pupil swept through the deep sea, and in his field of vision, countless precious lights flickered like stars. 3,000 meters to the northwest. A ball of indigo treasure light appeared right there, the highest-ranked treasure hiding place in the neighborhood. Chapter 66 Battling the Purple Lin Demon Shark. Obtaining the Pure Elemental Clam Bead. Bloodline Advancement. Su Chen's snake tail swung lightly, maneuvering the gold-devouring python to instantly swipe through the undersea canyon, and the jagged reefs shattered into pieces under the scales. Soon, it arrived at the place where the indigo treasure light was located. As the scene in front of him became clearer, a scene appeared that caused his pupils to suddenly shrink. Only that massive indigo precious light was actually emanating from a huge clamshell. Around this clamshell, a circle of mysterious runes flickered, seemingly guarding the treasure within. Su Chen's heart was delighted, he could feel that this treasure must be extraordinary. Before he had time to take a closer look, a powerful aura came from the back of the clamshell. A huge seventh-order ferocious beast slowly surfaced, its appearance resembling a shark but not a shark, its body covered with a layer of dark purple scales, each piece flashing with an icy cold light. Its eyes were like 2 rounds of blood moons, emitting a bloodthirsty light, and its mouth was crisscrossed with sharp fangs, as if it could easily tear everything apart. Surprisingly, it's a 7th-ranked purple-scaled demon shark. Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest, and a strong battle intent surged in his heart. Although he was only at the 5th rank. But what's the harm in tearing apart a 7th-ranked ferocious beast? The purple-scaled demon shark apparently also sensed the arrival of the gold-devouring python and let out a dull roar. The sound waves spread through the water, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye that impacted the gold-devouring python's body. Su Chen maneuvered the gold-devouring python and flexibly twisted his body to avoid the sound wave attack. Strike first! Su Chen let out a low cry in his heart, then he opened his mouth wide, and a brilliant obsidian ray shot out from its mouth. Wherever it passed, the seawater was instantly vaporized, forming a vacuum channel. The purple-scaled demon shark sensed the threat of the obsidian rays, and it violently swung its giant tail, setting off a surge of sea current in an attempt to block the ray's advance. However, the power of the obsidian ray was too powerful. The sea currents were dispersed the instant they came into contact with the rays. Seeing this, the purple-scaled demon shark couldn't dodge in time, so it could only harden its head and use its hard scales to resist. Boom! With a loud bang, the obsidian ray struck the purple-scaled demon shark, splashing a dazzling golden light. The body of the purple-scaled demon shark was pushed out thousands of meters away by the impact, and a crack appeared in its scales. Roar! The purple-scaled demon shark roared angrily, the blood light in its eyes increased, and the dark purple scales around its body began to glow with a bizarre black light. Its huge tail violently flung out, and countless black water blades suddenly condensed out of the seawater, each of which carried the might of tearing through space, and madly attacked towards the gold-devouring python. Good chance! How could Su Chen let go of this break, immediately launching the gold-devouring space chop? Only to see that around the body of the gold-devouring python, space began to distort and a golden blade appeared out of nowhere. The sharp blade seemed to be condensed from space itself, flashing with a light that tore through everything. Under Su Chen's control, the golden sharp blades were like a swarm of crazy bees, pouncing towards the purple-scaled demon shark. The water blades intertwined with the golden blades, and the blue side instantly collapsed. Although the purple-scaled demon shark was injured, it was after all a 7th-ranked ferocious beast, and its strength could not be underestimated. It roared angrily, and once again, its mouth spewed out a massive black mist. These mists spread rapidly, forming a huge defense barrier that enveloped its body. The golden sharp blades collided with the black mist, emitting a series of dense popping sounds. The spatial sharp blades continuously cut through the mist barrier, shattering it easily. Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame, now! Su Chen gave a low shout, and a demonic red-colored lotus flower erupted from the mouth of the gold-devouring python. The lotus flower was burning with a blazing flame, as if it possessed the power to destroy everything. The exterminating lotus demon flame quickly drifted towards the belly of the purple-scaled demon shark, which wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The demonic red flame instantly wrapped its abdomen, and the purple-scaled demon shark let out a painful scream. Roar! It twisted its body frantically, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. But its struggles were in vain. Under the scorching of the extinguishing lotus demon flame, a huge hollow began to appear in the belly of the purple-scaled demon shark. Its internal organs were also eroded by the flames and gradually turned into ashes. The purple-scaled demon shark's breath grew weaker and weaker, and its movements became sluggish. It's over. Su Chen maneuvered the gold-devouring python and came next to the corpse of the purple-limbed demon shark. Then it opened its mouth wide, and a powerful devouring force surged out from its mouth. It slowly swallowed the purple-scaled demon shark's huge body. All-elephant devouring boss snake swallowing elephant. This was a devouring art that had once again awakened in the inheritance after Su Chen had rested for a day. It was not different from the original devouring method, but it allowed one to directly swallow food that was larger than their own body for complete digestion. The efficiency was much improved. You have devoured the 7th-ranked ferocious beast, the purple-limbed demon shark, and have gained plus 567 points in blood and chi, and plus 104 points in purple mist yuan power. All of your purple mist yuan power has been converted into gold devouring yuan power. You have gained 1 point of gold devouring yuan power, and your body's devouring realm has increased by 1 cubic meter. Split, gold devouring python grown body. Bloodline, gold devouring dragonborn SSS grade, bloodline progression 0.2%. Talent, golden spirit snake pupil LV3, dragon body devouring realm SSS grade, LV2, seal of devouring realm 1, venomous fang. Skills, Python Technique Entanglement, Obsidian Ray, Toxin Infusion, Gold Devouring Space Chop, Boundary Devouring Space, Universal Devouring. Blood and Chi value, 4,567 points. Yuan Power value, 456 cards reached full transformation with Blood Chi. Special Yuan Power, Gold Devouring Yuan Power. Level of Strength, 5th Ranked Ferocious Beast. Others. By devouring one more 7th Ranked Ferocious Beast, I'll be able to successfully advance to the 6th rank. Su Chen secretly said as he felt the power in his body surging a little more again. However, let's first collect the treasure guarded by this demon shark. Su Chen came to the clam shell and pried it open with his tail, only to see a muscle bead emitting a mysterious light suspended in it. The surface of the bead emitted a hazy halo of light that seemed to contain an extremely special kind of yuan power energy. Su Chen carefully removed the bead, and instantly, a mysterious feeling surged into his body. He could feel that his bloodline seemed to have a longing for the bead.
This treasure is truly extraordinary.
Su Chen didn't know what exactly the treasure was and didn't dare to take it for the time being, so his consciousness returned to his main body to check.
So it's a pure elemental clam bead.
Pure Yuan muscle bead, after taking it, had the probability to enhance the purity of the bloodline within the organism, and the longer the year, the higher the value. According to the introduction, that pure elemental muscle bead probably possesses around 300 years of portions.
The market value is $8 to $10 million apiece. After checking the results, Su Chen switched his consciousness back into the gold-devouring python.
This kind of treasure that could enhance the purity of the bloodline, of course he wouldn't take it and sell it, he could just take it himself. After all, the gold-devouring dragon descendant bloodline in his body still needed to be further purified and evolved to eventually evolve into a gold-devouring dragon. Thus, Su Chen did not hesitate to take the pure elemental muscle bead in one gulp. You have devoured the pure Yuan muscle bead, and there is a probability that your bloodline will undergo purification. Due to the heavenly enlightenment, your bloodline has been successfully purified, and the degree of advancement has been increased by 0.5%. Your bloodline has reached 0.7%.
Golden Spirit Snake Pupil is upgraded to LV4, the range of precious light observation reaches 5,000 meters.
When Su Chen saw the prompts coming from the system, his body only felt a wave of relief.
Chapter 67, Undersea Foreign Flame? Undersea Demon Flame. It's mine.
Not bad, the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil has also been upgraded, and now has a wider observation range. 2 clusters of gilt-colored flames lit up in the depths of Su Chen's vertical pupil, turning on treasure light seeking and scanning around. Only spots of light dispersed across the dark seabed, glittering.
Let's go, keep devouring.
While searching for treasures, I will rise to the 7th rank today. The mid-5th rank rising to the 7th rank would still require around 3,500 points of blood and chi value right now, and since the 7th rank was a hurdle from a mid-ranked ferocious beast to a higher-ranked ferocious beast, the need for chi and blood value was even greater. Moreover, there were also requirements for Yuan power conversion, which needed to further purify the Yuan power in the body and increase the Yuan power conversion rate. However, for Su Chen, who possessed the universal devouring, absorbing the blood chi value was merely a matter of time, and Yuan power conversion was even less of a problem. His snake pupil once again locked onto a yellow precious light, swinging his snake tail, he traveled towards there.
The middle of the night passed quickly.
After Su Chen once again devoured 2 6th-ranked ferocious beasts, he finally succeeded in advancing to the 6th rank. The seabed suddenly exploded with golden waves of air, and the bones of the gold-devouring python emitted a thunderous popping sound, and its original 60-meter-long body skyrocketed to 80 meters.
Not bad, 6th rank now.
Su Chen lazily stretched his body, and put the star spirit grass, guarded by that molten core giant crab just now, into his body's devouring realm. This thing was used to increase the Yuan power conversion rate, it was of no use to him. It's already been a couple hours, hurry to the next place. There's still more than 1,000 blood chi values missing, which means that we have to kill 2 ferocious beasts of the 8th rank or higher.
The current Su Chen was confident that he had the strength to do it. Immediately after, Su Chen quickly locked onto the next location.
It was still a yellow treasure light, but no higher treasure light appeared in Su Chen's field of vision now. However, just as he was traveling towards the direction of that beam of treasure light, a new beam of red treasure light entered his vision.
Ha! It's actually a beam of red precious light. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised and immediately changed his direction, traveling towards the red precious light. Soon, Su Chen approached there. It was 3,000 meters deep. The dark golden scales of the gold-devouring python flowed with blood-colored light under the reflection of the volcanic lava.
In the sulfurous fog steaming from the volcanic area at the bottom of the sea, Su Chen maneuvered the snake's body to dive against the boiling seabed.
It's just ahead. It's actually inside the rock formation?
Su Chen secretly guessed what this beam of red precious light was, while launching the obsidian ray, cutting out a space in front of him that was large enough to accommodate his torso to pass through.
After penetrating through dozens of meters of rock, Su Chen arrived at the bottom of the lava floor.
The surrounding space flowed with molten lava, and Su Chen wrapped his body with his body's Yuan power and easily swam deeper towards the interior. Soon, his eyes saw what exactly was emitting the red precious light.
That is actually a foreign fire?
Su Chen had mastered the Yin Huang Nirvana prison scripture and was able to manipulate thousands of foreign flames, so he was naturally able to recognize them as well. This strain of foreign fire was called the Underworld Prison Demon Flame. The Underworld Demon Flame leaped in the lava in a treacherous manner, with a deep purple center wrapped around a pale white outer flame, resembling a cluster of blossoming skeletal lotus flowers. This is born at the intersection of death and magma of the Earth's veins of the Mostine fire, seemingly burning actually exudes a piercing cold, burning place, seawater condensed into black ice but then instantly gasification. Its flame can burn both matter and soul at the same time. This strain of foreign fire has a unique effect, capable of inflicting soul damage. But looking at the form of the flame, it should have only been born not long ago. Su Chen silently judged in his heart. If the underworld demonic flame could evolve to its ultimate form, as long as it was tainted with a trace of it, the flesh and blood would melt away like wax. The divine soul would be dragged into an eternal nightmare, experiencing 1,000 death rounds in the phantasmagoria. Thinking of this, the gold-devouring python's eyes suddenly brightened. This strain of foreign fire, I'm bound and determined to get it. However, at this moment, beside that cluster of underworld demon flame, there were 12 tentacle-like dark shadows entangled with it. Rumble! The entire rock formation suddenly shook. The gold-devouring python narrowly avoided the crumbling rock vein. Only 3 ghastly white tentacles over 10 meters in diameter broke through the ground, the surface of each tentacle covered in blood-red suckers. Not good, it's a 9th-order ferocious beast. Su Chen felt the thick yuan power contained within the tentacles. That was a sign that it was going to evolve into the Lord level. I see. This 9th-rank ferocious beast is relying on the underworld demonic flame to contain it next to the underworld demonic flame, preparing to evolve into the Lord rank. Su Chen maneuvered the body of the gold-devouring python in escaping from the tentacles, and his mind was electrified with divine thoughts. Only to see that in the center of each sucker, a brass-colored vertical pupil was open, staring fiercely towards him. In the midst of the magma churning, a huge head rose up, shaped like an upside-down skeleton, with a single eye embedded in its forehead. 9th-ranked beast ghost squid of Stygian abyss. Hissing. The ghost squid sent out a mental shockwave, and before the tentacles reached it, the vertical pupils in the suckers burst into purple-black beams of light. Su Chen turned sharply to dodge, only to see the rock in its original position blasted into glazed crystals and slapped into pieces by the subsequent tentacles. The gold-devouring python's tail flung violently, directly 3 gold-devouring space-chopping in a zigzag twist. But the other party actually acted surprisingly swiftly. 5 of the ghost squid's tentacles suddenly vaporized and disappeared into the shadows, while the remaining 7 tentacles lit up with magical flame patterns. When the golden blade sliced into the solid tentacles, the magic flame actually burned along the spatial cracks in the opposite direction. No good. Although the spatial chop did cut off a few tentacles, the demonic flames also flew towards him unawares. Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame Double Lotus. Su Chen instantly spewed out 2 spiral entangled red lotuses from his python's mouth. The red and black twin fires collided. The grade of the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame is far above the underworld demon flame. Not to mention, this is merely a demonic flame that was just born. Soon, the winner of the sparring match was decided. The demonic flames were quickly swallowed by the Crimson Lotus and reversed towards the underworld ghost squid. Hiss. Humanized incredulity appeared in the pupils of the Stygian ghost squid. As a 9th-ranked ferocious beast with relatively strong spiritual power and about to advance to Lord, his IQ was not low. That's why the bizarre intensity of the 6th-rank fierce beast in front of him was even more difficult for it to comprehend. The chop of space that just cut off its tentacles, and the flames that were stronger and more demonic than its own attack. This mud horse is of the 6th rank? What am I? The Stygian ghost squid is confident that he is a rare existence comparable to the Lord level even among the 9th-order ferocious beasts. However, the python in front of him, which seemed to be cast in guilt, made his confidence collapse in an instant. And it was at this moment that Su Chen had already maneuvered the gold-devouring python to burst into within 30 meters of the ghost squid's main body. Obsidian Gold Ray 1000 Ren Split Sky. This was the new form of the skill awakened after the evolution of the golden spirit snake pupil. One could only see the brilliant golden aura that had accumulated in the snake's eyes transforming into a fan-shaped waterfall of light that flew towards the underworld ghost squid's main body. The remaining 9 tentacles of the ghost squid interlaced to form a shield, and the demonic flame one eye shot out a column of purple-black light in an attempt to hedge against the gold-devouring python's attack. Boom boom boom. The golden and black energy streams plowed a 1,000-meter furrow in the seabed. When the blinding light dissipated, the 12 tentacles of the Stygian ghost squid twitched frantically, and the sucker vertical pupils exploded one after another. It wanted to make a dying comeback, and its 3 vaporized tentacles stabbed in an attempt to attack towards the gold-devouring python. However, Su Chen didn't retreat and directly swept his tail towards the tentacles, crushing them. 9th-rank Underworld Abyss Ghost Squid, die. The Underworld Demon Flame is mine. Chapter 68 Refining the Otherworldly Flame. The otherworldly demonic plant suddenly appeared. A shocking engagement. Su Chen swung his python tail and swam to the side of the underworld demonic flame. At the same time, his main body touched the seal of gold devouring in his mind, the space around him instantly distorted, and his silhouette disappeared from the bed. Su Chen used the dragon body devouring realm as a springboard to send his main body to the bottom of the sea at a depth of 3,000 meters. After his consciousness shifted, he opened his eyes. The gold-devouring python held its essence in its mouth, while Su Chen converted all the blood chi in his body into yuan power. The surging yuan power was instantly comparable to a 9th-ranked martial artist. Then the yuan power was transformed into the special Phoenix Fire yuan power. This was a powerful yuan power from the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture, existing at the same level as the gold-devouring yuan power.
This kind of yuan power had absolute immunity to any flame. After making preparations,
Su Chen flew out of the mouth of the gold-devouring python, stepped on the lava, and came to the side of the underworld demon flame. At this time, the underworld demon flame seemed to have sensed something as well, and its pale outer flame trembled uncontrollably, as if it wanted to escape.
But where would Su Chen give it a chance? Bring it, you.
With a big wave of his hand, he wrapped this foreign flame with phoenix fire yuan power, then directly devoured it into his body. Immediately afterward, he quickly revolved the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture.
The moment the phoenix fire yuan power wrapped around the demonic flame, the golden phoenix flame at Su Chen's dantian skyrocketed, transforming into millions of flame chains that pierced into the core of the demonic flame.
The moment the power of the Supreme Yang came into contact with the fire of the Supreme Yin, black ice crystals formed on the left half of his body, while the skin of the right half of his body was ablaze with phoenix fire. In the sea of consciousness, the Inferno Phoenix shadow instantly ingested the skeleton condensed by the demonic flame.
Yin and Yang rotation, robbing fire nirvana.
The Inferno Phoenix Nirvana Sutras condensed heavy divine runes that lit up in the meridians.
The two originally opposing flames suddenly formed a Taiji vortex. The underworld demonic flame eventually coiled meekly in Su Chen's dantian and quieted down. Refining is successful.
Su Chen opened his eyes, and a red and black flame shadow appeared in his pupil, which quickly faded away.
In the meantime, a few dozen nautical miles away, the entrance sea of the Abyssal Cave.
In the middle of the sea, the black runic stone pillar suddenly erupted with a shockwave, and the teleportation runes on it were activated.
Not good. The Abyssal Cave has been opened from within.
On the surface of the sea, dozens of military ships of the Martial Association were stationed, and a spiritual nihilist on board snapped his eyes open.
What? The Abyssal Cave opened from the inside? What's going on?
A man in military uniform next to him asked.
I don't know. Should be some exotic creature coming through. At once, lights were lit up on all the ships and action was taken. Keep on observing. Find out what the hell is coming over. Bang!
Below the surface of the sea, an azure aurora suddenly lit up. Tens of thousands of crystal clusters erupted from the Abyssal Cave.
The two ships were instantly pierced from below. What the? Is that? Retreat! Inform Major General Lei. The uniformed man's face was instantly unsightly.
The surging special yuan power in those crystal prisms is far beyond the limit of what they can deal with.
It was at least a 7th order lord. The next instant,
those hexagonal prismatic crystals disintegrated in midair, spilling powder that instantly catalyzed the fish in a 10-mile radius into white bones. The gravity of the entire sea began to be disturbed. The wreckage of the battleship floated upwards, and below the sea, a tree trunk 300 meters tall emerged from the abyssal cavern. The surface of the trunk was covered with counterclockwise threads, and between each thread, emerald-colored nodules were inlaid. Instead of branches and leaves, the canopy is thousands of dangling, translucent ribbons of light, each of which has a dissolving sea creature attached to its end.
That's the sky-devouring demon willow. It's actually an otherworldly demonic plant. Run!
When that second-ranked spiritual numinous master finally detected the identity of the incoming enemy, his face was a mixture of horror and despair. Sky-devouring demon willow has the potential for super rank evolution, up to 9th rank willow god, comparable to those standing at the tip of the pyramid amongst humans. How could a heaven-devouring demon willow appear here? On the other side, the sirens on the top floor of the Luo High City Martial Arts Association suddenly blew up. Okay. I'll be right there. Lei Xiaoyan put on his battle armor with an awe-inspiring expression, and the purple electricity around his body instantly surged.
Xiaoyan, old me will go as well.
Zhang Liunian appeared in the air with his feet on the transported dome shuttle, and his expression was also cautious, obviously having received the news as well. The two turned into streams of light and headed towards the sea.
What's happening over there? Su Chen had just refined the underworld demon flame when he sensed a terrifying yuan power fluctuation in the sea in the southeast direction.
Has this kind of fluctuation?
High-level lord appeared? Moreover, there's actually a power of the same origin as mine.
The gold-devouring power in Su Chen's body seemed to be subject to some kind of meditative pull.
Go take a look. Su Chen's main body returned home through the internal devouring realm.
Then he maneuvered the gold-devouring python to sneak over in the direction where the fluctuations came from.
This direction, isn't it the direction of the entrance to the Abyssal Cave? Could it be that something has changed in the Abyss Cave?
The gold-devouring python swam against the shadows of the undersea canyon, and its golden spirit snake pupil pierced through the turbid seawater and peered towards the distance. Soon, he arrived not far away and hid behind the rocks at the bottom of the sea.
Sure enough,
it's the creatures in the Abyssal Cave that have appeared. Su Chen saw the strangely shaped willow tree, with thousands of drooping azure willow branches dancing wildly in the seawater, stirring up clusters of crystal prisms that attacked towards the air. He looked through the seawater and into the mid-air, and instantly saw two familiar silhouettes.
Isn't that Lei Xiaoyan and Zhang Liunian?
Only Lei Xiaoyan was seen hovering in the air, holding a thunderbolt trident in his hand, with purple electricity boiling on it, causing the sea surface to shake with every strike. Jiang Liunian stepped on the transported dome shuttle, and his spiritual thoughts condensed into countless silver threads, maneuvering thousands of yuanli flying daggers towards the magic willow's branches and trunks to attack. The heaven-devouring demon willow was also not willing to show weakness. Thousands of blue willow branches stirred up countless ice crystals and shot upwards towards the sky. The sky and earth were all filled with a brilliant halo of light. If Ma Chao were here, he would definitely not be able to find the gun. Su Chen looked at a glow in the sky and couldn't help but smack his lips a little.
10,000 thunder slash. Lei Xiaoyan shouted angrily, and 9 robotic thunderbolts struck into the deep sea.
Purple lightning jumped between the willow branches, vaporizing all the absorbed corpses. A domain of thunder and lightning formed around them, and countless thunder erupted from the trident and Lei Xiaoyan. The main trunk of the demonic willow let out a shrill whine like a baby's cry, and the emerald nodule suddenly burst open, spewing out light and mist. This was the miasma of the burial realm that could corrupt the domain.
Jiang Liunian's white beard flew as he assisted from the side.
Spiritual thoughts manipulated the transported dome shuttle, splitting and reorganizing to form 72 chain blades.
Big Dipper spirit locking formation.
The Nianli weapon frantically cut towards those willow branches that were attacking towards Lei Xiaoyan. The two sides played a very close game. A warship on the surrounding sea was destroyed in the aftermath, and many martial artists fled for their lives in a hurry on the sea surface. Su Chen didn't have the intention to make a move, he just wanted to wait for the battle to end and if he could make some benefits himself.
Why don't we take advantage of the chaos now to enter the profound cave to explore? Chapter 69, Obtaining the Heaven-Devouring Demon Willow Hatchling. Spirit of Grass and Trees.
However, Su Chen still shook his head and suppressed the thoughts about the profound cave in his mind.
Although this moment was a rare opportunity, he was clear that his strength was still far from enough.
The Abyssal cave was treacherous, and legend had it that only a strong person of lord or martial general level could survive in it. If a low-level martial artist or a ferocious beast steps into it, they will often be reduced to cannon fodder, with no bones left. Although my strength is already comparable to that of a low-ranked lord, it's not secure enough. Su Chen silently calculated in his heart, it's better to play it safe for a while longer and wait until I'm stronger. Just as he was about to leave, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a flash of ghostly blue light. That light flickered from the roots of the heaven-devouring demon willow, passing in an instant, but causing Su Chen's heart to jump.
What was that?
He whispered to himself, then without hesitation, he opened his golden spirit snake pupils. A faint golden light glowed in his eyes, and his line of sight pierced through the murky seawater, locking onto the source of the ghostly light.
Ha!
Su Chen raised his eyebrows as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes.
It's actually a hatchling of a demonic willow?
In his line of sight, a young willow that was only 3 meters tall huddled within the natural barrier constructed by the mother's thread-like roots. That young willow had a ghostly blue color all over its body, with faint golden lines entwined around its branches and trunks, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. What made Su Chen feel even more shocked was that the body of that young willow even faintly emitted an orange-colored precious light.
Orange precious light? Su Chen's heart shook. This means that this young willow is an unrivaled treasure to me.
Right in the middle of his thoughts, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. The host has discovered the hatchling of the heaven-devouring demon willow. The hatchling of the heaven-devouring demon willow can be taken in and tamed by humans, and is an extremely rare type of plant pet. It is born with the gift of devouring, and also possesses a certain spatial talent, which is extremely compatible with the host's talent, dragon body devouring realm. If the heaven-devouring demon willow hatchling can be taken in and planted in the body-devouring boundary, the host's body-devouring boundary will become more stable, and the size of the space will grow naturally over time, with many benefits.
Hearing the system's prompt, a flash of surprise flashed across Su Chen's eyes. So it's like this. This young willow can actually be taken in, and can even fuse with my devouring realm. He quickly used his essence to inquire about the rumors about the heaven-devouring demon willow. Among the otherworldly realms, the heaven-devouring demon willow was an extremely powerful otherworldly demonic plant that possessed the potential for super stage evolution, and its strength after maturity was even comparable to that of a top human powerhouse. Although the juvenile heaven-devouring demon willow is still weak, it has a very high growth rate, and if it is properly bred, it will definitely become a great help in the future. It seems that we have to take a risk this time. Su Chen secretly resolved in his heart. He raised his head to look above. The mother willow was in the middle of a fierce battle with Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liunian. All the willow branches were dancing madly, attacking towards the two in the sky, and there was no time to care about the hatchlings below. Taking advantage of the heaven-devouring demon willow mother body fighting above, it may not be that I don't have the chance to steal it once more. Su Chen's mind moved, and he prepared to steal home again. The temptation of the slippery shovel is too great to resist. Say it's done. But be quick about it.
If the Matrix reacts, I'll also be able to quickly escape with the help of the dragon body devouring realm.
Thus, Su Chen no longer hesitated and immediately took action.
Swimming noiselessly on the seabed, he quietly approached the area with the most disturbed energy. His huge body nimbly passed through layers of icy turbulence and approached the roots of the demonic willow. Su Chen took a deep breath and moved his body, nimbly passing through the layers of icy turbulence, avoiding the probing of the mother willow's roots. Soon, it was close to the roots of the demonic willow, with less than 10 meters left from the hatchling.
Good, it wasn't discovered. Su Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart and then attacked without hesitation. Obsidian Gold Ray 1000 Run.
He shouted in a low voice, and the golden spirit serpent pupils suddenly erupted into countless dazzling beams of golden light. The rays were like sharp blades that pierced straight through the barrier constructed by the mother willow's roots.
Snort, snort, snort.
The moment the golden beam of light collided with the root barrier, the seawater was vaporized by the high temperature, emitting ear-piercing sounds. Although the mother willow's roots were incredibly tough, under the attack of the obsidian rays, they were still instantly scorched with large holes, revealing the demonic willow hatchlings hidden within. The hatchling seemed to have sensed the danger and let out a sharp hiss. The light bands around its body suddenly exploded, attacking towards Su Chen like a poisonous snake.
Humph, you're still too tender.
Su Chen laughed coldly, and millions of crimson-red extinguishing lotus demon flames suddenly ignited above the gold-devouring python's body.
The flames burned brightly, incinerating the incoming bands of light into ashes.
With a flash of his body, he directly approached the hatchling, opened his huge mouth, and unleashed, all elements devour.
Swallow for master.
Su Chen let out a low roar, and the 3-meter-tall young willow was instantly ripped into a spiraling stream of energy, and all of it disappeared into his mouth. Right at the moment when the young willow was devoured, the mother willow suddenly sensed the abnormality, and all the willow branches danced crazily, erupting with blinding blue light. It let out a deafening shrill whistle, and countless roots broke out from the bottom of the sea, wrapped in violent energy and swept towards Su Chen.
Not good. Su Chen's heart fluttered. Collect. Without hesitation, he unleashed insta-devouring.
The gold-devouring python's body instantly disappeared in place, hiding in the body-devouring realm. At the same time, Lei Xiaoyan and Zhang Liunian in the sky also instantly detected the abnormality of the sky-devouring demon willow.
Xiaoyan, there is a ferocious beast below that has somehow attracted the attention of the sky-devouring demon willow. Let's combine our efforts and attack.
Zhang Liunian's spiritual thoughts penetrated the energy turbulence at the bottom of the sea and saw the figure of the gold-devouring python. But he had no time to care right now. The most important thing at the moment was to kill this heaven-devouring demon willow.
Good.
Lei Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he immediately seized the moment when the matrix was distracted and launched the strongest strike.
Thunder God Slash. The trident in his hand erupted with dazzling purple lightning, and a thunderbolt as thick as a giant dragon descended from the sky, ruthlessly slashing at the main trunk of the demonic willow.
Zhang Liunian wasn't idle either. He stepped on the vanishing dome shuttle, his hands formed seals, and countless silver light blades coalesced in the air, chopping towards the demonic willow's root system.
Big Dipper Spirit Shattering Slash.
Both of their attacks hit the main trunk of the heaven-devouring demon willow at the same time. The heaven-devouring demon willow let out a mournful wail as its massive body began to disintegrate. It's the grass spirit of the sky-devouring demon willow. Zhang Liunian was quick on his feet and immediately maneuvered countless flying blades to cut the main trunk, revealing one of the azure-colored, bucket-thick spirit wood. He then maneuvered his thoughts and took it into his hands.
Zhang Liunian held the emerald-green crystal in his hand,
his eyes flashing with undisguised excitement. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose as he scrutinized the glistening green light flowing inside the crystal and felt the majestic life force contained within.
Old Lei, this time it's really a big profit. He said with a big smile, this is the grass spirit of the heaven-devouring demon willow, it's worth a fortune.
Lei Xiaoyan put away his thunder god halberd and his gaze similarly fell on the spirit of grass and wood. The bad luck of these 2 days has finally turned a little. He whirled and turned his head to look around again, his expression gradually becoming grave. However, the casualties are too great. On the surface of the sea, the wreckage of dozens of battleships floated, and many corpses followed the waves. The originally azure sea water had been dyed red with blood, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Zhang Liunian sniffed, and the excitement on his face gradually faded, replaced by a touch of heaviness. In this operation, we underestimated the strength of the heaven-devouring demon willow.
If it wasn't for its sudden distraction, I'm afraid we wouldn't have gotten it so easily.
Lei Xiaoyan nodded, his brows furrowed. What's even more troublesome is that the appearance of the heaven-devouring demon willow means that the seal of the abyss cave has begun to loosen. Although we solved it this time, more exotic creatures may escape from the abyssal cave next. Yes, once the abyssal cave riot starts, the entire Luo High City will be in crisis. We must notify the headquarters as soon as possible and make preparations in advance. Zhang Liunian took a deep breath and looked towards the entrance of the abyss cave in the distance, which was still emanating a palpitating darkness. The two of them glanced at each other, each seeing a touch of gravity in the other's eyes.
Chapter 70 Strength Surge. Law Comprehension. Redeeming the Chaotic Seed Lotus Observation.
At the same time, within Su Chen's internal devouring realm, You have harvested a heaven-devouring demon willow hatchling, and due to your unbelievable enlightenment, you have mastered the plant pet refining and branding method.
Does it consume 1 point of enlightenment to redeem it? Exchange. A little enlightenment to humiliate me?
In the next moment, all of the laws regarding the refining and branding of plant favorites were instilled and learned by Su Chen. Thus, the demonic willow hatchling was easily refined by Su Chen with his soul thoughts.
Spirit branding, done.
After placing his spiritual brand in the sky-devouring demon willow hatchling, it was also declared to have been completely taken in by himself. Now, it's time to plant it into my devouring realm. Su Chen guided the heaven-devouring demonic willow, allowing its roots to be deeply rooted into the space of the devouring realm, gradually fusing with it. Because both belong to the same devouring system and space system, the planting process did not have too many twists and turns. Congratulations to the host for successful planting. The volume of the dragon body devouring realm has expanded by 100 cubic meters. Due to the heavenly enlightenment, the host's comprehension of the devouring laws is plus 10%. Due to his extraordinary ability, the host's comprehension of the laws of space has increased by 10%.
Seeing the system's prompt, Su Chen was instantly ecstatic. It actually added 10% to the law comprehension degree all of a sudden? And it's a dual law of devouring and space. Due to the increase in the degree of law comprehension, the power of his gold devouring spatial slash and Wanxiang devouring now surged once again. Feeling the changes in the devouring realm, Su Chen's heart burst with joy. Not only has the space of the devouring realm expanded by 100 cubic meters, even the solidity has increased by a lot. More importantly, my comprehension of the laws has deepened by a layer. This time is truly rewarding.
The corners of Su Chen's mouth lifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure.
However, I'm afraid that the situation outside is not optimistic. With the heaven-devouring demon willow being killed, the seal of the Abyssal cave might loosen further, and I'm afraid that there will be even greater turmoil next.
He sat down and began to run his Gong method to stabilize the degree of law comprehension he had just raised. At the same time, his divine thoughts were paying close attention to the changes in the outside world. I'm afraid the gold-devouring python won't be able to go out in the next 2 days. When the situation stabilizes a bit, I'll wait for an opportunity to move. I have to seize the time to raise my strength, otherwise I'm afraid the next crisis will be difficult to deal with. Su Chen closed his eyes and directly tore off a few pieces of flesh from the uneaten red blood spirit Jiao next to him, devoting himself to the cultivation of his body.
Soon, 3 days passed.
During these few days, Su Chen didn't release his doppelganger, but kept sleeping in the devouring realm within his body. The outskirts of the profound cave hadn't been too safe, with quite a few martial general level powerhouses patrolling closely, and even a few powerful divine thoughts sweeping through the waters from time to time.
Su Chen simply pressed on, concentrating on cultivating his body and improving his strength. Host devours red blood spirit Jiao flesh, blood chi value plus 5, red blood yuan power plus 3. The host devours the flesh of the red-blooded spirit Jiao, blood value plus 5, red-blooded yuan power plus 3. The system's beeps kept ringing out, and the blood chi in Su Chen's body rushed like a river. He sat in the center of the devouring realm, a faint glazed halo shrouding his body, which was the manifestation of the immaculate glazed body operating to the extreme. His skin took on a crystal-clear texture, as if every inch of his flesh and blood had been tempered to the extreme. At the same time, a blazing flame burned at his dantian, that was the phoenix fire yuan power condensed by the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture. A phoenix silhouette was vaguely visible in the flames spreading its wings, and every time it lifted its wings, it would drive the chi and blood within Su Chen's body to boil. The host's blood and chi value has reached 3,000 points, upgrading to a 4th-ranked martial artist. The host's blood and chi value has reached 4,000 points, upgrading him to a 5th-ranked martial artist. When the last piece of red blood spirit Jiao meat was refined, Su Chen violently opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light flashed through his eyes. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, which condensed into a crimson flame in the air for a long time. 3 days, and I've been upgraded to a 5th-ranked martial artist. Su Chen whispered to himself with a hint of unconcealable excitement in his voice. At this moment, his body exuded an immaculate and flawless aura, and the surface of his skin flowed with a glazed luster, as if he was a deity that had stepped out of the flames. In addition to the increase in his blood chi value, his spiritual nimbus had also increased dramatically, reaching 289 points, approaching the intensity of a 3rd-order spiritual nimbus master. Su Chen's mind moved, and 72 vanishing dome shuttles flew out from his storage ring, splitting into hundreds of silver-colored light blades in the air. Go!
As he let out a soft shout, those light blades danced in the air like spiritual snakes, drawing an arc of death. Each vanishing dome shuttle was as precise as an arm. Su Chen was even able to maneuver them to accomplish different actions at the same time, some hovering in the air, some carving words on the ground, and some forming an airtight defense barrier around him. The enhancement of spiritual thoughts has really made the maneuvering more comfortable.
Su Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and retrieved the vanishing dome shuttle.
These 3 days of cultivation had not only allowed his strength to skyrocket, but he had also accumulated a large number of enlightenment points. Opening the system panel, Su Chen looked at the 440 points of enlightenment and felt a sense of grandeur.
More than 400 points of enlightenment. Poverty drops, I've never been so rich.
Without hesitation, he directly exchanged the third conceptualization diagram and the system mul chaotic seed lotus conceptualization diagram. Chaos Seed Lotus Conceptualization Diagram, extremely strong essence vitality conceptualization technique, allowing one's own physical body to be like the chaos will see seed green lotus, with infinite and majestic vitality, and the chi and blood boiling like an endless river.
With a stream of light surging into his mind, Su Chen's consciousness was instantly pulled into a chaos.
There was no sky and no earth here, only endless darkness and nothingness. In the depths of this chaos, a tiny seed slowly emerged. This is the starting point of the chaotic seed lotus. Su Chen's heart stirred and he began to follow the guidance of the visualization diagram, connecting his consciousness to that seed. At first, the seed did not change in any way, as if it was just an ordinary lotus seed. But Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He patiently operated his gong method, injecting the blood chi and spiritual energy in his body into it in a steady stream. Time passed by minute, and finally at a certain moment, a tiny gap split open on the surface of the seed. A strand of emerald green vitality overflowed from it, and Su Chen immediately felt a majestic life force. As time passed, the seed gradually sprouted, and a tender green stalk broke through the chaos and slowly grew. At the top of the stalk, the fledgling form of a green lotus loomed. Just a single strand of the green lotus's vitality made his chi and blood become thicker, and his vitality increased by quite a bit.
Chapter 71, SSS Grade, Chaotic Battle Body. Traveling to Dragon's Abyss for special training.
Su Chen's consciousness was immersed in chaos, and as the green lotus gradually took shape, he felt his physique undergo a radical change. The moment that green lotus blossomed, a majestic power erupted from his dantian, rushing along his meridians as if it wanted to quench every cell of his body to the extreme. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, fully grasping the chaotic seed lotus conceptualization and obtaining the SSS grade talent chaotic battle body. Chaotic battle body, physical strength increased to 10 times its original strength, chi and blood is endless as the sea of chaotic chakras, boundless life force, strong recovery in battle, can be called the body of immortality. Su Chen violently opened his eyes glowing like electricity, his body radiating a palpitating pressure. A faint layer of chaotic halo flowed on the surface of his skin, as if every inch of his flesh and blood contained infinite power.
This is the power of the chaotic battle body.
Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling the majestic power in his body. His heart was shocked. He tried to swing out a fist, and a burst of sound came from the air, and wherever the wind of the fist passed, the space seemed to distort. With my current physique, even a martial general level powerhouse may not be able to injure me in the slightest. A hint of wariness flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him. Now, in addition to the immaculate glazed body and Yin Phoenix divine body, he had obtained a third SSS grade physique. He opened the data panel to check.
Host, Su Chen. Level, 5th ranked martial artist, 2nd ranked mentalist late. Physique, immaculate glazed body, Yin Phoenix divine body acquisition degree 10%, chaotic battle body. Blood and chi value, 4,230 points. Yuan power, 423 cards transformed with blood chi at any time. Special Yuan power, Phoenix fire Yuan power. Numinous power, 289 points. Talents, Divine Fire Manipulation SSS rank Lurid Divine Concealment SSS rank Fireball F rank Spiral Windblade E rank Concealment E rank Shadow Walker C rank. Ancient Martial Arts, 10 Square Thunder Movement SS rank, Python Devouring Blood Technique S rank, Tongbei Quan B rank. Techniques, Yen Huang Nirvana Prison Scripture SSS grade Nirvana Bone Hardening Method S grade, Soul Mind Distraction Technique S grade, Red Lotus Viewing Diagram of Extinction SSS grade, Pure World Glaze Viewing Diagram SSS grade, Chaos. Special, Demon Flame of Extinguishing Lotus, Law of Space 10%, Law of Devouring 10%, Upanishad of Fire 10% Comprehension, Upanishad of Shadow 3% Comprehension, Upanishad of Wind 0.5% Comprehension. Gathering up his mood, Su Chen's mind moved, and his mental thoughts swept through every item in the internal devouring realm like a fine stream. After confirming that there were no omissions, he took a step and left the house. Today, it was the day to head to the Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp. The school was something he didn't have to go to anymore. Lin Majing should have passed the examination as well, Su Chen flashed this thought in his mind. Before leaving, he first went to the hospital. In the hospital room, his sister Su Rinchi was lying on the hospital bed, and although her face was pale, it was much more rosy than the previous days. Su Chen gently pushed open the door and walked to the bedside. Looking at his sleeping sister, a trace of tenderness flowed in his eyes. Little she, I'm going to Magic City. When I come back from the special training camp, I'll definitely bring back the Extreme Life Potion. Su Chen said in a low voice, reaching out to tuck in the corner of the quilt. Seemingly sensing the familiar warmth, Su Rinchi's slightly furrowed brows quietly unfurled, and a faint smile surfaced at the corner of her lips. Su Chen stared for a moment, sighed softly, and turned to leave. After leaving the hospital, he walked straight towards the direction of the Martial Artist Association.
When he arrived at the entrance of the Martial Artist Association, the sunlight poured over the parked behemoth. The body of the armored car was glowing with a cold metallic luster, and the thick armor plates were embedded with complex energy patterns, which had obviously undergone special modifications to make its defense top-notch. Beside the car, Lin Moyen and the others had already arrived and were waiting for a long time. At the head of the group was a tall man of 1 meter 8, with a cold expression and knife-like features that carried the unique fortitude of a soldier. His uniform was straight, and the golden battle axe emblem flashed on his shoulder badge. Seeing Su Chen approaching, he lowered his head to check the photo displayed on the tablet, and after confirming that it was correct, he opened his mouth. Su Chen, student right, you're all that's missing, everyone get on the car.
Chief Instructor Lei didn't come? Su Chen swept his gaze around and did not find the familiar figure.
Well, the chief instructor had something he couldn't get out of, the man explained briefly. I'll take you guys to the magic capital. After a pause, he continued, introduce yourself, my name is Jiang He, 9th rank martial artist.
Good day, Instructor Jiang.
The top martial arts students selected from the various middle schools in Luo Hai greeted in unison with awe in their tones. It seems like the profound cave riot is really imminent, and Lei Xiaoyan must temporarily station himself in Luo Hai. Su Chen pondered in his heart.
He nodded slightly and got into the car along with the others.
The interior of the car was spacious, and the leather seats were permeated with a faint cold fragrance.
Lin Moyan lightly walked to Su Chen's side and smoothly took a seat.
Today's Lin Mojing was wearing a lavender-cultivated martial artist uniform, with silver flowing cloud patterns embroidered on the collar, setting off her skin as white as jade. Her long, slightly curly hair was tied into a ponytail, with a few tiny star crystal stones dotted between the tips of her hair, sparkling with a faint light under the refraction of the sunlight. When she raised her eyes to look at Su Chen, the light purple eyeshadow at the corner of her eyes, if any, seemed to be a soft moonlight, lining her eyes extraordinarily bright.
Su Chen, how come I couldn't contact you again in the past 2 days? Are you secretly cultivating again?
Yes, secretly cultivating.
Su Chen admitted frankly.
Anyway, the announcement of the gifted martial artist had already been posted, and there was no need to hide the fact that he was a rolling king behind his back. Lin Moyan hummed lightly, the corner of her lips curling up slightly. Humph.
Talented martial artist?
I've been playing with you since we were 7 or 8 years old. When was your talent so good? How come I don't know? She narrowed her eyes and stretched out her slender finger to poke Su Chen's shoulder. Honestly, is it
that you're open?
Su Chen's heart shrugged, but his complexion pretended to be as if nothing had happened. Your imagination is richer than your talent for cultivating martial arts.
Is this the acuity of a woman? Too scary. Hanging on? If it's not off, it's on?
To be where I am now is just because I worked hard enough, don't guess. Seeing that she didn't knock something out, Lin Moyan hummed and didn't ask any more questions.
Everyone had their own secrets. Su Chen has them, and so does she herself.
So, even if the two were close as children, it was only as children. No matter what Su Chen's secret was, it was always a good thing for him to become strong. Thinking of this, she lightly bit her lower lip and said,
Alright, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. But I have to remind you that the Dragon Abyss special training camp isn't that easy to mix with.
Aha!
Su Chen didn't bother to answer, closing his eyes and pretending to fake sleep.
On the side, Zhou Yunchao's gaze was also firmly fixed on Su Chen, carrying an undisguised hint of challenge. After the second installation, his chi and blood value had broken through 470 points, and his confidence was once again bursting.
Talented martial artist?
It's said that there are a lot of good things in the training camp, so in a few more days I'll be able to promote to martial artist as well. He rubbed the vaguely glowing lines on his arms, his eyes flickering with battle intent.
I have a premonition that I can awaken my talent as well. And it's definitely stronger than Su Chen's talent. I'm going to wipe out my former shame. Chapter 72 Domain Demon Faction. Crisis is coming. In the midst of the dark domain. After the armored car pulled out of the safe city, several figures flashed behind a hill not far away.
The information is correct. The martial arts geniuses of Luo Hai City are heading to the magic capital for special training today. The one who spoke was a thin man with skin so pale that it was almost transparent, deep-set eye sockets, and a ghostly green glow in his pupils. He wore a long black robe with intricate runes embroidered on it, emitting a disturbing aura.
Codename, Ghost Shadow. Strength, 1st rank military general.
He was one of the heads of the Domain Demon Faction, operations in the Luo Hai region. The Domain Demon Faction called itself the Domain God Faction. They worshipped the extraterrestrial races from the Abyssal Cave and the Vault of Bits as gods, and prophesies that these extraterrestrial races will replace humans as the masters of the Blue Planet. The members of the Domain Demon Faction are spread all over the world and often plot in secret to subvert human civilization. The intelligence confirms that there is no mistake. Lei Xiaoyan has indeed been dragged in Security City. Behind Ghost Shadow, the other two members of the Domain Demon Faction also revealed their respective figures. One was as stout as a giant beast, with arms wrapped in black chains and a hideous face.
Codename, Barbarian Puppet.
8th ranked martial artist. The other was a demonic woman with revealing clothes and a charming face, but her eyes were filled with an eerie coldness.
Codename Phantom Lady. 7th ranked martial artist.
The Phantom Lady laughed softly as she stroked her long hair, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. A bunch of little guys who haven't even grown up yet are worthy of being called geniuses?
It's really laughable.
The barbarian puppet grinned stiffly as the chains clicked in his hands. When I do it, I'll have to twist off that Su Chen's head first. I heard that he's a gifted martial artist, I wonder how it tastes. Ghost Shadow glanced at the armored car in the distance, a trace of grimness flashing in his eyes. Don't be careless, that Jiang He is a 9th ranked martial artist, not easy to deal with.
Meiji covered her mouth and smiled, her wings were like silk. What, a martial general is still afraid of a 9th order martial artist?
Ghost Shadow's gaze swept over Phantom Ji like a knife, his voice cold and piercing. Say one more word, I don't mind going back to take you as a head sacrifice. Phantom Lady's smile instantly solidified, a trace of scorn flashed in her eyes, then she lowered her head and stopped speaking. Ghost Shadow coldly glanced at the woman, then ordered in a low voice, follow them up, wait for them to enter the predetermined location and strike.
Remember, leave no one behind.
The words fell. The silhouettes of the three of them merged into the shadows once again, quietly following like vipers. A few hours later, the armored vehicle slowly pulled into a canyon area flanked by steep stone walls, with only a narrow gap in the sky visible above.
Suddenly, the goat path ahead was actually blocked by several huge rocks.
Jiang He frowned and his eyes immediately became sharp. He raised his hand to signal the driver to stop the car, then stood up, his voice low and serious. Everyone stay in the car, don't act rashly, I'll go check the situation. Su Chen slightly opened his eyes, his gaze swept ahead through the car window, his brows gently furrowed. He vaguely sensed a hint of danger. So he immediately mobilized his spiritual thoughts and spread them out in all directions. Right now, his spiritual energy could cover about half a kilometer of land, and if he extended it in a straight line in a certain direction, he could cover 10 times more distance.
Soon, 3 figures entered his mental cage. Someone is trying to harm me? No, it's not right. It's the Domain Demon faction, it should be rushing towards Luo High City's martial arts geniuses. Su Chen's spiritual thoughts scanned the scepter like markings on the trio's clothing, matching the totem of the Domain Demon faction in his memory.
Rumor had it that these heartless fellows believed that the human race would inevitably be wiped out by the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, so they returned to the fold early and became human traitors. The desire to be a crotchety servant after the abyssal cave creatures took over the Blue Star in the future.
Shameless. Su Chen thought of this and coldly commented. Lin Moyen also noticed the abnormality and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Su Chen shook his head and didn't say much. It's no big deal, don't worry.
Using his Nianli to probe a little, Su Chen could probably tell the strength of the 3 people. They should be 2 high-ranked martial artists and 1 martial general, and that one should have just been promoted not long ago.
At this time, someone in the car grunted with disinterest, isn't it just a few rocks? Just move them away together.
Yeah, it should be a ferocious beast or something that crashed into the mountain rocks. Jiang He ignored the whispering of the students in the car, pushed open the door, and slowly walked towards the boulder. His palms were slightly raised, a trace, if any, of vigor flowing through his fingertips, obviously ready to strike at any time. Right at this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly came from behind him.
It's really hard on you, Instructor Jiang.
Jiang He turned around violently. He only saw the figures of Ghost Shadow, Barbarian Puppet, and Phantom Lady appear like ghosts at the entrance of the canyon. The Ghost Shadow's face wore a cold smile, and his eyes were as cold as a viper's. Jiang He's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the totems on the trio's shirts.
You're from the Domain Demon sect? The Phantom Lady let out a light laugh. Yes.
Lei Xiaoyan was dragged in the Sea Domain Abyss Cave, so we came to deal with you guys. You guys, you're so careless. The Barbarian Puppet also laughed roughly and viciously. It's been a long time since I've killed so many fine-skinned little guys.
Jiang He immediately snapped towards the car. Everyone stay in the car. Activate the protection system.
The driver was already in a cold sweat at this moment and immediately took action. Almost simultaneously, a layer of light blue energy shield instantly rose from the surface of the armored vehicle. The vehicle emitted a low humming sound, and the engine power was raised to its maximum. However, the Ghost Shadow did not rush to make a move, but slowly raised his hand and gently waved it. Then, welcome, geniuses, to officially step into the realm of death.
Boom!
As soon as the words fell, several bizarre runes suddenly lit up on the surrounding stone walls.
A dark energy chain rose up from the runes, quickly blocking off the entire canyon. Jiang He's face sank again. You guys set up a dark domain here?
Meiji cackled, her voice delicate but icy cold. What else?
We know that there is a signal enhancement system on the armored car. Want to contact Lei Xiaoyan? No way.
The Barbarian Puppet took a step out, and the chain smashed on the ground, splattering debris in all directions. His rough voice was deafening as he said, cut the crap, the prey is already here, take advantage of Lei Xiaoyan's absence and quickly finish them off.
Ghost Shadow nodded and coldly said, do it.
Before the words fell, Phantom Shadow's figure instantly leapt up and With a wave of her slender hand, a piece of fine silver needles silently shot out towards Jiang He.
Handsome officer coach, slave's favorite. Come and be slave's lustful subordinate.
Jiang He snorted coldly and took the Yuan energy weapon thrown from the car, the green blade crescent blade.
Xing Yin slash.
He took a fierce step, and the crescent moon blade instantly lit up with azure-colored fire, swinging out a huge shadow of the blade, cutting off the silver needles as much as he could. Then, Jiang He held the blade with both hands and his body violently rose into the air, the blade attacking the phantom lady's figure directly. However, the moment Jiang He was airborne, the barbarian puppet's chains were violently thrown out, curling towards Jiang He's waist like a poisonous dragon. Before the power of the chains arrived, the powerful whistling had already arrived first. Even if Jiang He has gone high in mid-air, as gentle as a paperman, the body does not see the slightest shake. Simply by holding the supine moon knife a fling, a huge pumping and airwaves immediately formed. Chains were forced to retreat, impacted on the side of the rock, issued a loud sound. Unexpectedly, the barbarian puppet's chains were blocked, and it actually growled with even more excitement. Good, good. You deserve me to rip you apart as well. The barbarian puppet swung the black heavy chains all over his body from both shoulders and took heavy steps, running wildly towards Jiang He. The phantom lady, on the other hand, was behind him, and a dozen flying needles rained down in a torrential downpour, coming at Jiang He in a silent assault.
Quickly go. I'll hold them off.
Knowing that there was absolutely no way he could survive the 3 siege, Jiang He immediately shouted angrily and told the driver to smash the rocks to escape. He was able to stall a little longer, buying time. As soon as he drove away from the dark domain, he could contact Lei Xiaoyan with the signal transmitter on the car.
Ho ho, want to leave? Asked me. Chapter 73, Battle Marshal General. Chaotic battle body harnessing lotus flame.
The ghost shadow's figure flickered like a ghost, and in an instant, it blocked right in front of the armored vehicle. A hideous smile appeared on his pale face, and his ghostly green pupils revealed undisguised killing intent.
Ho ho, where do you want to go?
He gently raised his hand, his fingertips lingering with a black yuan power, pointing directly towards the armored car.
Boom!
The defensive energy shield on the surface of the armored car was instantly triggered, letting out a loud roar as the body shook violently.
The car was immediately thrown into a panic.
The driver's hand holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, cold sweat seeped from his forehead, and his fingers were almost unable to grip the steering wheel. The students were even more pale, with fear in their eyes.
It's over, it's over. That's a Marshal General level powerhouse, how can we possibly escape? Instructor Jiang is being held back, what should we do? I don't want to die. Someone save us.
There was a cacophony in the car, fear spreading like a plague, and some had even begun to whimper. Lin Majing and Zhou Yunchao's faces also looked extremely bad, although they both had fate talismans passed down from their families, which could transmit danger messages after being crushed. But on the contrary, the surrounding area was set up with a dark domain, isolating all information transmission with the outside world.
What to do? Must. Just as Lin Majin secretly pondered. Noisy.
A familiar voice rang beside his ears, with a hint of calm and disdain. The crowd looked at the voice, only to see Su Chen slowly standing up, preparing to jump out of the window directly. Lin Majing immediately tugged on his sleeve, his tone anxious. Su Chen.
Are you crazy?
That's a strong martial general, don't go out and send yourself to death.
Su Chen glanced at her and faintly said, stay in the car, don't come out.
After saying that, he directly opened the window of the car, and with a flash of his figure, he lightly jumped off the armored car.
Not. Su Chen crazy?
Zhou Yunchao, who was on the side, saw the scene and immediately felt that this guy was not in over his head.
Even if you pretend to be a pussy in my place, you dare to jump down and pretend to be a pussy for a military general? This guy is dead.
Zhou Yunchao sentenced Su Chen to death in his heart. The crowd also hurriedly looked out towards the car window, only to see that Su Chen had just stepped out of the armored car's shield, and the ghostly shadow's gaze immediately locked onto him.
Oh? There's even a guy who has the guts to voluntarily send himself to death? Well, that armored car is useless anyway, it shouldn't be able to stop you.
Su Chen said with a calm.
That's true, you're considered a bit self-aware. Ghost Shadow smiled contemptuously.
Afterward, he carefully recognized Su Chen's face, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you that gifted martial artist released by the Martial Association?
Aha!
Su Chen faintly hummed once again, a hint of carelessness in his tone.
Ah, I heard that Lei Xiaoyan thinks highly of you?
It's just as well, the main sacrifice to Lord Domain God this time, it's you. The ghostly shadow laughed loudly, his face twisted and crazy as he licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed and cruelty. Su Chen still looked at the ghostly shadow with a calm gaze.
Fine. Come and try. Try and die. The words just fell. Su Chen's spiritual thoughts instantly erupted. Buzz. only to see 72 vanishing vault shuttles flying out from the devouring realm within his body, each vanishing vault shuttle rapidly splitting under the manipulation of his spiritual thoughts, one transforming into 5, 5 transforming into 10, and in an instant transforming into 360 yuan energy flying blades, suspended around Su Chen's body, with the silver blades as bright as the stars. Lin Majing saw this scene in the car, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "This is a Nianli weapon? Su Chen is actually still a spiritual Nian master?" The other students also stared in disbelief. How can he be so strong? Spiritual nemesis. Jiang He's side was in a fierce battle with the barbarian puppet in Mimic Ji, and when he heard the commotion over here, he subconsciously glanced at it. Sure enough, Chief Teacher Lei said to me that Su Chen is really a spiritual numinous master. But even if he's a first-rank spiritual Nian master, he can't possibly be a match for a first-rank martial general. Ghost Shadow's face also changed slightly. But soon, an even more obsessed and crazy expression surfaced on his face. Ho ho. Good, very good, actually still a spirit numinous master. No wonder Lei Xiaoyan thinks so highly of you. I like you more and more too. Sorry, I don't have any feelings for the Qixing species. After Su Chen finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed. Go. 360 yuan energy flying blades instantly transformed into a silver stream of light and shot towards the ghostly shadow. The flying blades drew countless arcane trajectories in the air, encircling the ghost shadow like a heavenly net. Ghost Shadow snorted coldly and raised his hand to condense a black energy barrier. However, the yuan energy flying blades were incredibly flexible under the control of Su Chen's spiritual thoughts, instantly bypassing the barrier and attacking the ghost shadow from all sides. Damn it! It's actually still a second-ranked spiritual Nian master? Ghost Shadow's face changed, and he hurriedly performed a body technique to dodge. However, the flying blades were extremely fast and left several wounds on his body in the blink of an eye. Blood seeped out from his black robes, staining the ground red. This kid can even maneuver a Nianli weapon to such a degree? Just in the moment the ghostly shadow was distracted, Su Chen's figure had already approached like a ghost. Boom! A majestic aura violently erupted around him. Chaotic battle body, open. Just in time, let me try the power of the chaotic battle body. Su Chen whispered to himself, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. A faint chaotic halo emerged on the surface of his skin, and every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to contain infinite power. A pressure, if any, spread out, causing Lin Moyen, who was not far away in the carriage, to abruptly whiten her eyes. This is the power of a special physique? I can sense that Su Chen also has a special physique, and his physique is actually no less than mine? Lin Majian's heart set off monstrous waves. She possessed the Lin family's ancestral, Frost Sky Xian Gui body, which was an SS-grade physique. However, at this moment, Su Chen's physique pressure actually caused her to feel a trace of palpitations, as if she was facing an ancient deity. At the same time, the extinguishing lotus demon flame condensed into a long crimson blade in Su Chen's palm, with flames lingering above the blade as if it could burn everything. Go die. Su Chen's voice was as cold as frost, and his long sword slashed down. The ghost shadow raised his hand to block in haste. Boom! The long blade instantly chopped through the ghost shadow's defense, and the flames swept up, burning his right arm into ashes. The ghost shadow screamed miserably, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of flame is this? It can actually instantly break through my protective astral energy? Is this kid really human? It couldn't be Lord Domain God's skin on earth, could it? In the short instantaneous battle, it was as if he had seen a demon that was even more terrifying than the extraterrestrial god demon. The ghostly shadow bit his tongue fiercely, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and roared lowly, "Lord God of the domain, please give me power." Boom! An extremely violent black energy erupted from his body. It even condensed into a huge black shadow in midair, carrying a might that destroyed the heavens and earth as it smashed towards Su Chen. This is the power of the domain god? Jiang He's face changed dramatically when he felt that aura. However, Su Chen's eyes only flashed with a hint of disdain. With this half-baked domain god power, how dare you show it in front of me? He took a fierce step, holding the crimson longsword in his right hand as he swung his left hand violently. 360 yuan energy flying blades, unite. In a blink of an eye, the 360 flying blades quickly merged and coalesced into a huge silver-bladed sword, its body flowing with a cold, chilling light. Chop! Boom! The silver-bladed sword instantly penetrated the huge black shadow, twisting it into pieces. The ghostly shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of its mouth. His last desperate strike had been crushed so easily. No! The ghostly shadow let out a mournful scream and tried to struggle again. However, Su Chen didn't give him a chance at all. Extinguishing lotus demon flame, burn. Boom! The crimson long blade violently penetrated the ghost shadow's chest, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed his entire being.
Chapter 74, Exterminating the Phantom Lady, Slaughtering the Savage Puppet, Thousands of Thought Blades Chopping the Heavens. After a few short seconds, the ghostly shadow's body was burned to ashes and dissipated with the wind. Inside the canyon, there was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at this scene, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Moyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her heartbeat almost stopping.
Su Chen. He actually really killed a first-rank martial general?
A sense of unreality surged in her heart as she recalled the past moments with Su Chen.
He wouldn't have been occupied by some extraterrestrial god or demon to take over his body, right? This kind of strength is simply too strong to be scientific, completely unscientific. Was this still the Su Chen he knew? Zhou Yunchao's face was even more shifting, both excited and shocked, his voice trembling a bit. Su Chen really killed the Domain Demon faction's martial general? Awesome. It's really awesome, exploding awe. Worthy of being my fancy opponent. Cough, no, it's Big Brother, now I have to call Big Brother.
He was completely convinced, and the little bit of competitiveness in his heart dissipated.
With this strength, I'm also worthy of calling out to Su Chen? I'm not worthy of anything. The other students also exclaimed in shock and murmured. This is too strong. A martial artist killing a martial general. Am I dreaming? Su Chen is simply a demon. No, the demon of demons. Our Luo High City, how could we still harbor such a genius?
Even Yi Martial God was just like this when he was young. Yi Martial God, real name Yi Tianya, Blue Star's recognized strongest martial arts practitioner. It is said that he achieved the martial god at the age of 25, and now the realm
is unfathomable.
And now the terrifying strength that Su Chen had displayed made them think that Yi Wuya was just like that when he was 18 years old, right?
Su Chen, could it be that he would grow into the second Yi Martial God in the future? This kind of talent. It's scary to think about. Aside.
The barbarian puppet and Phantom Ji, who were in the middle of a fierce battle with Jiang He, couldn't help but stop their movements at this moment, looking in Su Chen's direction with shocked faces.
Meiji's voice carried a hint of trembling. What kind of monster is this? Kid? No, it can't be.
Lord Ghost Shadow was actually
burned out.
Her face was pale, her eyes were filled with fear, and the battle spirit in her heart had long since vanished. Jiang He was similarly shocked beyond measure, his eyes somewhat dull.
This kid's strength is actually more terrifying than mine.
Even though he hasn't reached the rank of martial general yet, all kinds of bizarre yet powerful means are coming out all over the place. Just what was shown just now alone, there are high-ranked ancient martial arts, top-ranked flame talent, second-ranked or higher spiritual thoughts, and a special gifted physique.
This kid, is he really human?
However, shock after shock, now was not the time for emotions. He violently swung his green blade crescent blade and turned his head to look at the two remaining guys from the Domain Demon faction.
Let's take care of these two things first. At this time,
Su Chen retrieved the vanishing dome shuttle and blandly patted his sleeve, as if he had just casually crushed an ant. His gaze was as calm as water as he looked towards Jiang He and said indifferently, Instructor Jiang, let me help you.
The faces of Barbarian Puppet and Phantom Ji instantly turned pale.
The fall of the Ghost Shadow had caused them to completely lose their will to fight.
Damn it. This kid is simply a monster. We completely underestimated him.
The Barbarian Puppet let out a low roar, and the black chains in his hands trembled slightly, clearly running out of steam in his heart. The Phantom Lady's face was even whiter, and her eyes were filled with fear. Retreat quickly.
If we don't leave again, we will also be planted here. Want to leave? It's already too late. Buzzing.
360 yuan energy flying blades flew out once again, suspended in midair, their silver light flickering like a bright river of stars. Each of the flying blades exuded a deadly killing intent, firmly blocking all the retreat paths of the Barbarian Puppet and the Phantom Lady. Jiang He held the green blade crescent moon blade and approached from the other side.
You two dogs, how many human geniuses have you killed? It's time to repay your debt today.
Barbarian Puppet and Phantom Lady glanced at each other, a hint of despair flashing in their eyes.
Fight them! The Barbarian Puppet roared, the muscles of his entire body instantly expanding like a giant beast awakening, the black chains dancing like wild dragons as they crazily slammed into Jiang He. At the same time, the Phantom Lady's body flashed, attempting to break out from the flanks. However, Su Chen didn't give them any chance at all. Divide!
He grunted coldly and waved his hands. Swish swish swish. 360 yuan energy flying blades instantly dispersed into two silver-colored torrents that swept out like frost and snow, attacking the Barbarian Puppet and the Phantom Lady respectively.
The Barbarian Puppet's chains were blocked by the countless flying blades before they could even approach Jiang He. Clang, clang, clang.
The moment the chains collided with the flying blades, ear-piercing sounds of gold and iron erupted. The Barbarian Puppet's attack was instantly disintegrated, and countless bloody cuts were instantly made on his body. His face became even more hideous as he roared angrily and attempted to break through the blockade with brute force. However, Su Chen's flying blade was not only incredibly sharp, it also carried an extremely strong penetrating power.
Put. A flying blade pierced through the barbarian puppet's shoulder, and blood spurted out. Ah!
The barbarian puppet screamed miserably, his eyes filled with pain and despair. The situation on the mimic's side was even worse. Her figure was as swift as the wind, but her front path was completely blocked by the flying blades, so she could only keep dodging but didn't dare to turn back easily. Every time she tried to break out, the flying blades would force her back at a faster speed.
Damn! How come this guy's spiritual thoughts are so strong?
The Miko's face was pale, her forehead was in a cold sweat, and her eyes were filled with despair. Jiang He, on the other hand, took the opportunity to swing his green blade crescent blade, with azure-colored flames igniting above the blade, and fiercely chopped at the barbarian puppet.
Green flame slash. Boom!
The barbarian puppet raised his hand in haste to block, but the chains let out an unbearable groan under the pressure of the blade. Su Chen stood aside and watched blandly, without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes.
It's over.
He whispered to himself and raised his hand. Hop! 360 flying blades instantly converged into a giant silver-colored blade, beheading down towards the barbarian puppet and the phantom lady. The barbarian puppet and phantom lady's eyes were filled with terror as they tried their best to resist.
But everything was already too late. Rumble!
The moment the silver blade chopped down, the two figures were instantly engulfed, their blood and flesh flying, and their screams came to an abrupt end. A moment later, the dust cleared, and the bodies of the barbarian puppet and the phantom lady had been transformed into two mangled corpses, collapsing in a pool of blood. Jiang He gasped for air and looked towards Su Chen, his eyes filled with complex colors.
Classmate Su Chen.
No, now, I should call you a fellow student. Saying that, Su Chen, made a solemn salute.
Thank you. No matter how.
If it wasn't for Su Chen today, all of them would be buried here. Su Chen lightly waved his hand, and the flying blades that roamed the sky instantly retracted into the internal devouring realm.
It's just a small matter. But Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp. Do I still need to attend? Chapter 75 Martial God Level? The Abyss Cave rioted.
When Jiang He heard Su Chen's question, he was momentarily speechless and his face was embarrassed. His heart was complicated as he looked at the youngster in front of him who was so young but had heaven-defying strength.
Yeah. Is it still necessary for a genius who can kill a martial general level existence to go to the Dragon's Abyss special training?
Although those who were able to participate in the special training were also all genius youths from Jiangnan province, all of them gifted and strong. However, when they were compared to Su Chen, it was like a rift in the sky. It was simply not on the same level. Even if Su Chen went directly to the 9 Ivy League Wushu universities, he would inevitably be one of the best, and his strength could directly jump to his senior year. The top genius who can kill a first-rank martial artist at the age of 17. In addition to those few martial arts legends in the legends, in reality Jiang He is still the first time to see it. To be honest, with your current strength, there really isn't much the special training camp can teach you. Jiang He shook his head with a bitter smile, a hint of helplessness in his tone. However, I still have to consult Chief Instructor Lei on this matter and let him decide. Su Chen nodded, his expression bland, as if this matter was inconsequential to him.
Good thing too.
At this time, Lin Moyen and the others had already gathered around, shock and curiosity written all over their faces. Lin Moyen took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart, his eyes stared tightly at Su Chen, a hint of eagerness in his tone. Su Chen, you?
How could you be so strong? Are you really Su Chen?
Her voice trembled a little. For a moment she couldn't believe that Su Chen could display the terrifying strength he had just shown.
Su Chen glanced at her and said, "What, do I have to report everything to you?"
But, since it has been exposed now, I won't hide it from you. His face was calm and his tone was light, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. Actually, I befriended a master since I was a child. He found out that my physique was rather special, so he took me as his disciple and taught me many ancient martial arts to help me cultivate. I can be as strong as I am today, all thanks to his guidance. His strength should be almost
Martial God Realm?
Lin Moyen and the others immediately stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with incredulity, as if they had heard some shocking secret.
Master? A Martial God Realm powerhouse?
When the crowd heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes filled with shock.
Martial God Realm, that was the top existence in the world. Even a legendary figure like Yi Wuya was only the best of the best in the Martial God Realm.
Lin Majin muttered, a hint of trance in her voice. No wonder. No wonder you're so strong, so you have a Martial God Realm master. Her gaze unconsciously swept over Su Chen, a trace of complexity added to her eyes. No wonder Su Chen never refused to accept her usual good intentions. It turns out that his strength has long since far surpassed his own.
But, why are you hiding your strength? Obviously so strong, but you have to.
Lin Majing asked with some confusion. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Su Chen finished, then continued, Master warned me that the Domain Demon faction specializes in killing human geniuses, so if you don't want to die prematurely, don't show your talent too quickly.
I see.
Lin Majing and the surrounding students were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Su Chen had to hide his strength, so it turned out that his master had considered this long ago.
Today's siege, wasn't it just a confirmation of Su Chen's master's foresight?
Jiang He also came to a sudden realization and looked at Su Chen with a trace of more gravity and awe in his gaze. He secretly sighed in his heart, no wonder this kid's strength is so terrifying, so it turns out that there is a martial god realm powerhouse standing behind him. It seems that this matter must be reported to Chief Instructor Lei as soon as possible. On the side, Zhou Yunqiao suddenly thought that he had dared to challenge Su Chen a few days ago and felt a wave of fear. A few days ago, I actually presumed to challenge Su Chen, it's simply too unselfconscious. He whispered to himself, a trace of cold sweat even seeping out from his forehead. Luckily, Su Chen didn't bother with himself, otherwise he probably would have pressed him to death with a single finger, right? The other students also revealed a look of awe, looking at Su Chen with admiration in their gazes. Su Chen looked at the crowd's reaction and secretly smiled in his heart. The skill of believing words was getting stronger and stronger for him. It has been proved that as long as the strength is strong enough, there are great scholars who will argue for me. Thus, he once again faintly said, however, Master, his old man has always been a god and seldom appears, so you guys don't need to ask much. When the crowd heard this, they nodded their heads, not daring to inquire more. Just as the crowd was immersed in shock and awe, a low rumble suddenly came from the distant sky. It was as if the heavens and earth trembled. The crowd looked up and saw that the distant sky was obscured by a dark cloud, and a palpitating aura came from the distance. Is that the direction of the sea? When Su Chen saw the direction where the dark clouds were gathering, he frowned gently and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Sea area, entrance to the Abyssal cave. Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liuyan were suspended in midair, frowning as they looked at the raging waves below the sea. Deep under the sea, countless runes erupted from the black stone pillars at the entrance of the Abyssal cave, and one after another extraterrestrial ferocious beast emerged from the spatial distortions.
Sure enough, the Abyss Cave riot has begun.
At this time, Lei Xiaoyan's communicator suddenly rang, and after he answered it, his face suddenly became ugly.
What's wrong? Jiang Liuyan asked.
I just received news that dozens of abyssal caves in vaulted bits in Longxia territory are rioting at the same time, and a large number of extraterrestrial fierce beasts are pouring out at the same time.
He turned his head to Jiang Liuyan beside him and said in a deep voice, this is a premeditated invasion. Jiang Liuyan nodded, his face equally grim. No wonder the domain demon faction has been so rampant lately. He looked towards the distant choppy waters, his voice low, this is a premeditated joint operation. They want to attack from multiple directions at the same time, completely tearing apart our defense system. Lei Xiaoyan laughed coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. After decades of fighting, they still have the same old look, thinking that they can crush us by relying on their numerical advantage. He quickly opened his communicator to arm the Martial Association of all the cities along the coast. All Luo High and coastal cities' martial general level powerhouses immediately assemble and head to the sea defense line for support. The rest of the martial practitioners construct city defenses and make sure to block the first wave of the extraterrestrial ferocious beasts' onslaught. After hanging up the communication, Lei Xiaoyan looked down to the sea below, his eyes gradually cold. The waves were raging and huge waves were constantly churning. In the black vortex in the distance, a huge-sized extraterrestrial ferocious beast emerged from it. Some were shaped like octopuses, with tentacles hundreds of meters long, each tentacle covered in suction cups and emitting creepy black slime. Some were like giant sharks, with fangs like sharp blades, bodies tens of meters long, covered with hard scales, and every step they took stirred up huge waves. There are also the shape of a snake, but there are hundreds of meters long, covered with black scales, eyes flashing with a ghostly green light, as if it can devour all life. The sheer number of these ferocious beasts made one's scalp numb, as if the entire sea was covered by their shadows. Lei Xiaoyan took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and gravity in his heart. Old Jiang, let's go. Chapter 76,000 Blade Shin High Body. At the same time, in the canyon, Jiang He's communicator suddenly rang, and a sharp alarm echoed through the canyon. Warning! Warning! A riot has occurred at the entrance of the Sea Domain Abyssal Cave, and a large number of extraterrestrial fierce beasts are pouring into Luo High City. All martial artists are requested to return to the city immediately and head to the city wall defense line for support. Jiang He's face instantly became grave. A riot in the Sea's Abyss Cave? How can this be a big event? Zhou Yunqiao recalled the horrors of the extraterrestrial fierce beasts that he had heard from his father when he was a child, and his heart could not help but be nervous. This is no joke. The sea domain fierce beasts can be much fiercer than the ones on land. The other students also revealed looks of panic, and murmurs arose. Crap, I haven't seen a real extraterrestrial fierce beast yet. Aren't we people going to send them to their deaths? Su Chen heard the news, but his heart was slightly agitated. The Abyssal Cave has finally rioted? This also meant that Lei Xiaoyan and the others would be in a bitter battle, and no one would continue to guard the entrance of the Abyss Cave. His alter ego, the gold-devouring python, would be able to enter the Abyssal Cave at any time from now on.
Moreover, there is bound to be no shortage of higher ingredients in the deep sea nowadays.
Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but gently lick his lips.
But in a whirlwind, he reacted and stopped himself. What's wrong with me, bringing the habits of my doppelganger to my main body? And Zhou Yunqiao, who was on the side, inadvertently saw Su Chen's expression and couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart.
Why does this guy still look like he is thirsty? As if he is about to taste something delicious.
Hiss.
Sure enough, geniuses are crazy. It's horrible. Okay, everyone calm down.
Jiang Yi heard the crowd's arguments and frowned. We also need to pass through the coast to get to the magic capital, which happens to be even more unsafe.
It's safer to return to Luohai with the city walls guarding it.
So he immediately opened his communicator and said in a deep voice, "This is Jiang Yi, I've received a message. We are on our way to the Dragon Abyss Special Training Camp, now immediately turn around and rush to the defense line." After saying that, he turned to look at the crowd. "Everyone, get on the bus immediately."
Su Chen nodded and took the lead to walk towards the armored vehicle.
Lin Mo Yen hurriedly followed, whispering, "Su Chen, I'm afraid this time I'm really in trouble."
"You?"
Su Chen glanced at her and slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm here." Lin Majing was stunned, her heart inexplicably settled down a lot. Zhou Yunqiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and muttered in a low voice, "With Big Brother around, I'll just be a salted fish at ease." He had already recognized his position. The crowd quickly got into the car, and the armored car's engine roared as it sped off in the direction of Luohai City.
The traveling didn't take long.
When the route was offshore, the road ahead was suddenly obscured by a heavy fog, accompanied by a gust of fishy odor.
"Everyone be careful, this is the offshore, it might be dangerous."
However, before his words fell, the pitch-black sea surface not far away violently set off a monstrous wave.
Boom!
In the midst of the waves, dozens of extraterrestrial ferocious beasts of enormous size leapt out of the water and pounced crazily towards the armored vehicle. A boy from the 3rd middle school saw this scene through the car window and instantly turned white with fear.
So many ferocious beasts. This is at least a wave of sea beasts, right? Lin Moyen's face was also grave. These ferocious beasts
are all at least 3rd to 5th order in strength. The crowd looked along the windows of the car, only to see that on the sea in front of them, the ferocious beasts were in various forms, hideous and horrifying. The first beast was shaped like a giant octopus, covered in dark blue scales, with 8 thick tentacles waving in the air like steel whips, and a bloodthirsty light flashing in its hideous eyes. This is the deep-sea giant octopus, a 4th-order beast, specializing in strangling prey with its tentacles, extremely toxic. Following it was a beast that looked like a giant crocodile, with black scales and armor like iron, and fangs in its bloody mouth, leaving deep footprints on the beach with every step. Black armored crocodile, a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast, known for its strong defense and biting power. What was even more alarming was that there was also a giant jellyfish floating on the surface of the sea, with eerie fluorescent light flickering in its translucent body, and its tentacles spreading dozens of meters, as if it was a huge net ready to catch and kill its prey.
There's actually a phantom sea siren.
Jiang Yi's face was a bit ugly. There were quite a few of these ferocious beasts, and each one of them exuded a palpitating aura. Lin Majin gripped the ice spirit sword that came with him tightly, his voice low. "Not good, if we're surrounded by these ferocious beasts, we won't be able to escape at all." A girl's face was pale, her voice trembled. "Why don't
we turn around and run?"
Right at this moment, Su Chen slowly stood up.
"I'll go down and deal with it, you guys go first."
After saying that, he directly pushed open the car door and walked out.
Lin Mo Yen was startled and quickly shouted, "Su Chen! You wait!"
However, Su Chen was already standing in front of the armored vehicle, facing the raging tide of beasts directly.
"Nonsense, these could be experience. How can you not want it for nothing? Vanishing Dome Shuttle, out!"
He let out a low shout, and the transported vault shuttle in the devouring realm within his body instantly flew out, with 360 yuan energy flying blades flowing around him like a river of stars.
Go!
With Su Chen's wave, the yuan energy flying blade transformed into a silver torrent that swept towards the ferocious beast.
Pust! Put! Put!
Wherever the flying blades passed, the ferocious beasts were cut into pieces, and blood stained the sea.
This is too fierce? Zhou Yunqiao was dumbstruck and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Majing also looked dumbfounded. A 3rd to 5th order ferocious beast was actually solved so easily?
The other students were even more filled with shock and murmured,
"Is this a top genius? This is too handsome, isn't it? Alas, I thought I was the pride of heaven in school back in the day." This shows that there is also a gap between geniuses and geniuses.
In just a few minutes, the ferocious beasts on the surface of the sea were killed by Su Chen with a single force. Not even a single leak was left behind. Su Chen looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts that filled the surface of the sea. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Afterward, he directly executed the instantaneous thunder step and disappeared in place. Su Chen came next to the corpse of each ferocious beast and directly absorbed their talents.
In vitro devouring.
An invisible force was released from his hands, enveloping a sea beast corpse. Host devours a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast deep-sea crocodile, obtaining a D-rank talent, Water Imperial Art 4. The host absorbs a 4th-rank beast giant octopus, obtaining a D-rank talent, Soft Bone 7. The host devours a 5th-rank beast bone spiked beast, obtaining a C-rank talent Bone Blade 5. Host devours a 4th-level beast phantom sea ghost mother, obtaining C-rank talent Poison Touch 6. The host devours a 5th-rank beast sea scale serpent and gains a C-rank talent Water Scale Armor 3. Due to the host's unbelievable enlightenment and epiphany of fusing all the talents, you have fused the D-ranked talent Water Royalty, C-ranked talent Poison Touch, C-ranked talent Water Scale Armor, D-ranked talent Soft Bone, and C-ranked talent Bone Blade into the S-ranked talent, Thousand Blade Shin High Body. After possessing this talent, the host's body will possess extreme flexibility, with bones like blades that can be deformed and stretched at will. At the same time, the host will be able to move freely in the water, immune to all toxins, and possess strong underwater combat abilities.
Does it consume 10 points of enlightenment for fusion? Chapter 77, Military Martial Department. Shanghai King. Talent fusion it is.
Su Chen mumbled a sentence in his heart. Right now, he possessed a large number of talents, but the low-ranked talents were no longer of much use to him, so he might as well directly fuse them into high-ranked talents.
Ding!
10 points of enlightenment consumed, talent fusion successful.
Host obtains S-rank talent, Thousand Blade Shin High Body.
The system's beep sounded in Su Chen's mind. In the next instant, Su Chen felt a warm yet majestic power surge within his body. It was as if his bones had become incomparably soft, yet hard as blades, and could be deformed and stretched at will, and could even be transformed into sharp weapons in an instant.
At the same time, a faint aqua blue halo surfaced on the surface of his skin, as if it had some kind of strange resonance with the entire sea.
He gently clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented power flowing through his body. With this talent of the Thousand Blade Shin Sea Body, I'll be able to utilize my full strength even in the waters. Su Chen secretly sighed in his heart, then collected his thoughts. Turning to look at the crowd inside the armored vehicle, he faintly said, "Let's go, continue to rush." Inside the vehicle, Lin Moyen and the others' gazes were still stuck on Su Chen, their eyes filled with shock and awe. The other talented students were also too shocked to speak by the scene just now.
What kind of strength is this? So many high-level ferocious beasts were actually killed in seconds like that? Terrifying, terrifying. In the future, don't mess with him.
Jiang he looked at Su Chen with both shock and a hint of complexity in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything more, but continued to start the armored car. Inside the car, the atmosphere became somewhat silent. At this time, Jiang he suddenly spoke up, "Su Chen, with your level, obtaining Provincial 1 in the martial arts exam is almost a certainty. Have you thought about which martial arts university you want to go to in the future?"
No. Su Chen shook his head. He really didn't want to go to WU, it felt like a complete waste of time. Did he want to squeeze into the cafeteria every day, go to morning 8, attend all kinds of boring classes, or find Lin Moyen to fall in love with, and then act like a pussy on campus?
He had no interest in this. His goal was clear: to get stronger, to become stronger. With his heaven-defying enlightenment, he only needed to keep fighting to absorb more talent and power and enhance his strength. The devouring method even allowed him to obtain power from his enemies all the time. His path was not a comfortable campus, but a battlefield filled with life and death struggles.
Su Chen's eyes became more determined, but he remained indifferent on the surface.
Jiang he nodded when he heard Su Chen's answer, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "With your strength, the top 9 martial arts universities in Longxia can pick any of them, and they will even fight to invite you."
But I do have a suggestion. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh?
Seeing that Su Chen didn't retort, Jiang he continued, "I think you can consider taking the military martial department.
Military martial department? Su Chen heard this word for the first time and was a bit curious.
Jiang he explained, "The military martial department is a special pathway set up by the Longxia military specifically for true geniuses. You only need to put up a name at the martial university, but you don't need to go to classes. Instead, you will directly follow the special warfare unit to the wilderness to carry out missions. You can obtain a military rank, abundant resources, and real-world combat experience." After a pause, Jiang Yi's tone became serious. "However, this path is also very dangerous. Extraterritorial ferocious beasts, domain demon faction killers, and unknown threats in the wilderness. All of this could kill you. Therefore, the military martial department only recruits true geniuses, and ordinary people don't dare to touch it at all." A light flashed in Su Chen's eyes.
Moreover, although this path is dangerous, there are many opportunities for advancement.
Like the current martial god Jinhai King Jiao Wuji, back then, he was from the military martial department. He kept killing in the wilderness and accumulated a lot of real-world combat experience, eventually breaking through the martial god realm in one fell swoop at the age of 30. Jiao Wuji he had heard of. It was said that he had killed nearly 109th-ranked ferocious beasts by himself in the heavenly abyss vaulted bits, and had even single-handedly challenged the extraterrestrial divine demons without losing a fight.
His battle of fame, on the other hand, was at the extreme icy Abyssal Cave, directly suppressing a riot in the Abyssal Cave, preventing countless ferocious beasts from landing, and saving tens of millions of lives. When the others in the car heard this, they revealed shocked expressions. Zhou Yunqiao couldn't help but speak. Shanghai King is actually from the military martial arts department? No wonder his battle power is so terrifying. Su Chen listened to Jiang He's explanation and had already made a decision in his heart. Thank you, Instructor Jiang, I will seriously consider it. Although his mouth said consider, Su Chen's heart was already inclined towards this path. What he needed was not a comfortable campus life, but to become stronger in battle. His heaven-defying enlightenment and devouring method destined him to take a different path from the norm. Extraterritorial ferocious beasts? Domain demon faction killers? Unknown threats in the wilderness? To him, these were all nourishment to become stronger. He was going to fight, to kill, to see the view from the top of the world. That was his path. Jiang He nodded when he heard Su Chen's reply, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued to describe all the benefits and risks of the military martial department. Lin Moyan sat on the side, but her gaze stayed on Su Chen's face. She noticed that although Su Chen was calm on the surface, a trace of undetectable excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Her heart couldn't help but sink, secretly guessing, Su Chen doesn't want to take the military martial arts department, right? However, the mortality rate of the military martial department is extremely high. Even a genius would find it difficult to survive one extreme battle. Thinking of this, Lin Moyan's brows slightly furrowed as a complex emotion surged in his heart. She looked at her hands and murmured in a low voice, with my strength, if I can enter the military martial arts department, perhaps I might be able to catch up with Su Chen's footsteps. But there's no way the elders in the family will allow me to take this risk. Lin Majing was a bit torn inside. The armored car sped along and smoothly returned to the inner city of Lohai. After Jiang He parked the car at the Martial Association, he turned to the crowd and said, everyone go home and wait for the announcement from the Martial Association, don't take any unauthorized risks. The crowd responded and got out of the car. Lin Moyan walked to Su Chen's side and said in a low voice, Su Chen, I'll go home first, if there's anything you need to contact me. Su Chen glanced at her, his tone calm, good. Lin Majing opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something else, but in the end, she just nodded. Then, you take care of yourself. After seeing Lin Moyan off, Su Chen turned around and walked in the opposite direction. His destination, naturally, was outside the city. How could he let go of such a good hunting opportunity? However, upon arriving at the gate of the city wall, he found that the gate had been blocked by a thick metal gate. Several heavily armed martial artists stood aside, sternly guarding the entrance. Seeing Su Chen approaching, they immediately drank. Stop. Luo High City has entered a level 1 alert, no one is allowed to go out. Hurry home. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. Chapter 78's Grade Talent, Burning Sky Song Dragon Rage. Battlefield Dragon. However, Su Chen did not go far, but circled around to a remote wall route. Looking up at the tall city wall, his mind moved. In the next second, the transported dome shuttle was released from the devouring realm within his body, spinning and dancing endlessly. Transported vault shuttle, rise. Swoosh. 360 yuan energy flying blades coalesced under his feet, lifting his figure and instantly ascending into the air. Su Chen executed the glazed divine concealment, his figure was like a ghost, silently tumbling over the city wall, and disappeared outside the city wall in an instant. Not far away, the martial artist standing on the city wall seemed to have sensed something and looked around suspiciously. Did something fly past just now? Another person shook his head, it was probably a misreading, the fluctuation of the invisible ferocious beast was not detected. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already flown away from Luo High City. He looked at the pitch-black wilderness in front of him, and a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. The hunt begins. With his feet on the transported dome shuttle, his body shape was like electricity, and he sped straight in the direction of the seashore. There are people on the side, and their hands are tied everywhere. Now I can finally let go. His speed was extremely fast, and the transported dome shuttle under his feet cut through the air, emitting a low hum. A few minutes later, there was a sudden riot up ahead. Su Chen suddenly hovered and fixed his eyes. He only saw hundreds of iron-armored earth dragons being driven by a 100-meter-high tsunami, running towards this place. The iron-armored geoducks were over 30 meters tall, covered in pitch-black scale armor, with sharp iron hooks at the end of their tails, scarlet eyes, and hot flames spewing from their mouths. Iron-armored earth dragon? It's probably forced here by the tide of sea beasts. Su Chen's eyes lit up and his heart became excited. Just in the moment he was observing, the group of iron-armored geoducks had already rushed to a position less than 100 meters away from him. When the first few earth dragons saw Su Chen, they immediately let out a low growl, their scarlet eyes locking onto him. Boom boom boom. The 3 iron-armored earth dragons accelerated violently and pounced towards Su Chen. The tail of one of the iron-armored earth dragons swung violently, and the iron hook on its tail swept towards Su Chen with a harsh wind sound.
Su Chen coldly laughed, and with the point of his foot, his figure dodged like lightning.
Transported dome shuttle, go. He gave a low shout, and the 360 yuan energy flying blades instantly turned into a silver torrent, sweeping towards the 3 iron-armored earth dragon. Shoo! 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 The flying blades collided with the body of the iron-armored earth dragon, erupting into ear-piercing sounds of gold and iron. However, the scale armor of these iron-armored earth dragons was extremely hard, and the flying blades only left a few shallow scratches on their bodies. Sure enough, the defensive power of an 8th-ranked ferocious beast should not be underestimated. Just at the moment when Su Chen was pondering, the 3 iron-armored earth dragon violently opened its huge mouth and spat out 3 fiery pillars of fire, which crazily gushed towards Su Chen. Phoenix Fire Body Protection. Su Chen closed his hands together, and the Phoenix Fire Yuan power formed a barrier around him that could isolate all flames, blocking all of the flames from the iron-armored earth dragon. Comparing fire with me? Yeah, let's try it then. 2 flames, 1 black and 1 red, were violently ignited in Su Chen's pupils. Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame, Underworld Demon Flame. Combine. Su Chen let out a low shout, his hands violently opened, and the extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame and Underworld Demon Flame condensed into a black and red fire lotus in his palm, violently flinging it towards the 2 iron-armored earth dragons. Boom! The shocking flying robber fire suddenly cracked the inflamed sky. 2 fire lotuses exploded on the bodies of the iron-armored earth dragons, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed their bodies. The air was filled with a charred smell, and those 2 iron-armored earth dragons let out mournful wails as they struggled frantically. But soon, they were scorched and fell to the ground with a crash. Right at this moment, a ferocious beast that was even larger than the other iron-armored earth dragons stepped out from the herd. This ferocious beast had a pair of sharp dragon horns on top of its head, its scale armor was darker in color than the others, the surface of its body was covered with a layer of bizarre dark red patterns, and the flames spewing out of its mouth were even more terrifying. Iron-armored Earth Dragon King. 9th Order Fierce Beast. Su Chen's face grew more and more excited. The iron-armored Earth Dragon King let out a low growl and violently swung its tail. A huge earth thorn suddenly rushed out from the ground, transforming into a sharp earth dragon's thorn, pointing straight at Su Chen's heart. Su Chen executed instantaneous thunder steps, and his figure instantly swept up into the sky. Thunder light flashed on his palm, and a destructive power that was suppressed to the extreme was condensing. Let's use you to try out the SS grade Yuanwu 10 square thunder movement. Su Chen's low voice echoed in the night sky. In the next instant, he violently slashed out towards the downward direction. Thunder halberd descend. Boom! Countless thunder poured down from the sky, transforming into an incomparably terrifying huge thunder pillar that ruthlessly smashed into the location where the iron-armored Earth Dragon King as well as the other Earth Dragons were. The iron-armored Earth Dragon King let out a fearful roar as it tried to dodge, but the thunder pillar was simply too fast. Blinding lightning flashed, and the entire wilderness was illuminated. In just a few seconds, a dozen or so iron-armored Earth Dragons were all shattered by the thunder. Su Chen stood on top of the vanishing dome shuttle, his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. He gently waved his hand and drank in a low voice, 10,000 elephant devouring. Buzz! An invisible force spread out from within him, enveloping the corpse of the iron-armored dragon. In an instant, a series of beeps rang out in Su Chen's mind. Ding! The host devours the 8th-ranked ferocious beast iron-armored earth dragon, obtaining AB rank talent, Fiery Dragon Breath 5. Ding! The host devours an 8th order beast iron-armored earth dragon and gains a C grade talent, Dragon Scale Body 4. Ding! The host devours an 8th order beast iron-armored earth dragon and gains a C grade talent, Dragon Brute Strength 3. Su Chen closed his eyes and felt the power surging within his body, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Ding! Due to the host's unbelievable enlightenment, he has successfully fused the B grade talent Flaming Dragon Breath, C grade talent Dragon Scale Body, and C grade talent Dragon Savage Giant Strength into the S grade talent Burning Sky Song Dragon Rage. Burning Sky Pale Dragon Rage, the host's body will coalesce with Pale Inflammation Dragon Fire. This talent strengthens the limits of Yuan power in physical body, granting strength comparable to that of an earth dragon, and releasing blazing dragon flames. At the same time, the host's body surface will form a Pale Fire Dragon Tattoo, increasing defense and attack power by 3 times. Does it consume 20 enlightenment points for fusion? Fuse immediately. Instantly, Su Chen's body was covered with a layer of fiery red-scaled battle armor, which flowed with fiery energy as if it could spew out dragon flames at any time. Pale fire dragon patterns quietly surfaced on his arms, chest, and back, each of which were like burning flames, exuding a kind of magical dragon's majesty. Su Chen gently waved his fist, and a fiery dragon flame rolled up in the air with it. The fusion was successful. There's a new S-rank talent. Su Chen felt the surging power in his body, and a blazing light flashed in his gaze. Immediately after, he collected the dragon flame on his body and looked at the ground filled with the corpses of the iron-armored geoducks with a huge appetite. It is said that although the iron-armored geoducks have thick skin, the meat inside is so strong that it can be sold for tens of thousands of credits per catty in the city. I wonder if it's worth that price. It's just the right time to have a meal and raise your chi and blood. Su Chen came to the ground and began to wail on the thunderflame roasted dragon meat. Not far away, a military armored vehicle was moving towards the beach. Inside the armored vehicle, several heavily armed Kangwolf special forces were heading to the sea defense line for support. Suddenly, the dark night sky in front of them was torn apart by a huge thunderbolt, and the blinding light of thunder illuminated the entire wilderness. Boom! The thunderous sound came like an explosion, shaking the armored car violently. The special forces inside the vehicle had their faces changed drastically and subconsciously gripped their seats. WOJ. What was that? What's with the lightning? Chapter 79 Song Yen Dragon Gun Explodes Giant Kuan. Inside the car, the several Song Wolf special forces still hadn't recovered from the shock they had just experienced. On the co-pilot, a man with a stout figure and a tough face frowned and stared at the sky not far away with a torch-like gaze. He was the vice-captain of the Song Wolf Special Forces, Lu Tianhong, and at the age of 24, he was already at the second rank of martial general strength, which could be described as an outstanding talent. Lu Tianhong had fought in the extraterritorial battlefield for many years and had seen too many powerful martial artists, but the power of the thunder just now still shocked him. The power of that thunder should be the power of a high-grade Yuan martial skill. Lu Tianhong muttered, a flash of gravity in his eyes. Beside him sat a woman with a tall figure and a cold face, holding a long silver-colored sword in her hand, which was engraved with intricate runes. The squadron leader of the Song Wolf Special Forces, Yun Yufei, with the strength of a martial general of the third rank. Yun Yufei's gaze was firmly fixed on the wilderness in front of him, his tone calm and rational. What a thick fluctuation of Yuan power. It looks like the other party is dealing with a group of high-level ferocious beasts. In the back seat, a slightly younger man excitedly muttered in a low voice, could it be a certain great general passing by? Lu Tianhong shook his head, I'm not sure, but looking at the power of that thunder, the other party's strength is by no means below ours. Yun Yufei's gaze flickered slightly, perhaps it's some passing martial general level powerhouse. Just as the crowd was speculating, the armored car slowly drove into the area where the lightning had fallen before. Suddenly, Scout Gu Chongfeng's eyes widened as he pointed ahead and exclaimed, look, you guys. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see a youth sitting on the ground on the distant wilderness, with a simple grill set up in front of him, on which large pieces of meat were grilled with a fragrant aroma. And when they looked clearly at the source of the chunks of meat, they were dumbstruck. That was actually the meat of the iron-armored Earth Dragon King. Moreover, there were more than a dozen corpses of iron-armored Earth Dragons scattered around, each of them dying a gruesome death. What's going on here? Lu Tianhong's eyes rolled in surprise, almost unable to believe the images he was seeing. Yun Yufei's brows were also tightly furrowed, murmuring in an incredulous whisper, these iron-armored Earth Dragons were all killed by that youth? Gu Chongfeng's mouth was even wider. He's actually roasting and eating meat here? The car was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by the scene in front of them that they couldn't speak. That was a large group of iron-armored Earth Dragons. Even if all of their Kangwolf special forces were deployed, they wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could easily defeat it. And that youth, who looked no more than 20 years old, had actually destroyed them all by himself, and was still here leisurely roasting his meat? Lu Tianhong took a deep breath, his voice trembling a little. How is this possible? Who the hell is he? Just as the crowd was shocked, Su Chen also noticed their presence. He raised his head and faintly swept a glance at the armored car, with a piece of roasted golden and oily dragon meat in his mouth. This scene immediately made the members of the Song Wolf Special Forces even more messy. This person is also too strong, right? And at this moment, Su Chen was just tearing the meat of the iron-armored Earth Dragon King with a big mouthful, not caring in the slightest about the military department personnel next to him. The other party's strength was just a low-ranked martial general, not a match for himself. Each piece of meat was roasted by the Phoenix Fire Yuan power to the point where the outside was charred and the inside was tender, the meat juice was overflowing, and the delicious flavor made him unable to resist speeding up the speed of his chewing. Ding! The host devours the meat of the 8th-ranked ferocious beast iron-armored Earth Dragon King, blood chi value +8, Earth Dragon Yuan power +5. Ding! The host devours the flesh of an 8th-order beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon King, with a blood chi value of +8 and Earth Dragon Yuan power of +5. Ding! The host devours the flesh of an 8th-order beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon King, with a blood chi value of +8 and Earth Dragon Yuan power of +5. Inside Su Chen's body, chi and blood rushed like a river, and his breath climbed upward. In just a few minutes, Su Chen's chi and blood values and yuan power had grown to an astonishing level. Ding! The host's blood chi value has reached 5,000 points, and he has been successfully promoted to a 6th-order martial artist. The host's comprehension of the Fire Upanishad is +3%. Su Chen felt the surging power in his body, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, finally breaking through to the 6th rank. Not only that, the degree of Fire Upanishad comprehension had also increased by 3%. He also found that the python devouring blood law in his body was also operating at a rapid pace, and the power of devouring became more and more powerful. Ding!
The python devouring blood technique has been upgraded to LV5, awakening a new ability, whale swallowing. Whale swallowing, the host can devour a large amount of energy at once and convert it into their own temporary blood chi within a short period of time, increasing the devouring speed and efficiency by 10 times. However, temporary blood chi can only be used and replenished for consumption, and cannot be converted into one's own blood chi. Whale swallowing. This ability is good, just right for my next battle. Just then, a light footstep came from not far away. Su Chen looked up and saw that a cold woman had come down from the armored car and was walking towards him. She was holding that silver-colored long sword in her hand, and her expression was somewhat cautious. Yun Yufei approached Su Chen, first nodding slightly in greeting, then politely speaking, "This. Friend, may I ask which powers martial artist you are from?" Su Chen lightly glanced at her and said, "Luo Hai local." A trace of surprise flashed in Yun Yufei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Our Kangwolf special forces are rushing to the front line of the sea to provide support. I don't know if you're interested in traveling with us?" Su Chen shook his head, his tone calm. "No, I still have my own things to deal with." Seeing this, Yun Yufei didn't say anything more and just nodded. "All right, then. Won't bother you." She looked deeply at Su Chen, then turned around and left. When they returned to the armored car, Lu Tianhong and Gu Changfeng immediately surrounded them. "Well, what did he say?" Yun Yufei shook her head. "He refused, and seems to have his own plans." Lu Tianhong gripped the steering wheel tightly, his tone carrying an undisguised shock. "That youth. Looks like he's only in his early 20s, right? To actually be able to completely destroy the 9th rank Iron Armored Earth Dragon King swarm all by himself? I'm afraid this strength has already reached the 4th rank of Martial General or even higher, right?" Yun Yufei's gaze remained on Su Chen's figure in the rearview mirror. A trace of complexity rarely surfaced on her cold face. If the high-rank Yuan martial arts skill just now was indeed performed by him, then his talent is simply called heaven-defying. Gu Changfeng scratched his head and couldn't help but spit out, "This is too outrageous. I feel like I've never seen this kind of genius in my life." Lu Tianhong let out a bitter smile. "Not to mention you, even if it's me who's been fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield for years, I've seen countless martial artists and geniuses. But I'm afraid that the only one who has reached this level at such a young age like him is the legendary Wuji martial god Yu Wuya when he was young." Yun Yufei nodded, a hint of emotion in her tone. "Indeed, this kind of talent and strength is beyond what we can comprehend." The car was silent for a moment, everyone's hearts filled with shock and complex emotions. Gu Changfeng suddenly asked, "By the way, Sister Yufei, do you think he could be a certain genius from the military martial department? Or the heir of some hidden family?" Yun Yufei shook her head. "Not like that. He didn't reveal any of his power background just now, he looks more like a solo martial artist." Lu Tianhong whispered, "Perhaps he is simply gifted." Gu Changfeng sighed, "It's really like comparing people to people. I thought I was gifted, but compared to him, I'm simply scum." Yun Yufei smiled faintly. "All right, don't think too much. We still have our own tasks to accomplish." Upon hearing this, everyone gathered their minds and began to focus on the action at hand. The other side. Su Chen stood beside the corpse of the iron-armored Earth Dragon King and whispered, "Python devouring blood technique, whale swallowing." Buzz. A huge attractive force erupted from his body, like a giant whale opening its bloody mouth, crazily devouring the flesh and blood of the surrounding iron-armored Earth Dragons. In an instant, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts began to rapidly dry up, and the essence, blood and energy within their bodies were drawn out by Su Chen. Ding! The host has successfully devoured the 8th-ranked ferocious beast iron-armored Earth Dragon, obtaining a majestic blood chi. Ding! The host has successfully devoured the 8th-ranked beast, the iron-armored Earth Dragon, and has gained a majestic blood chi. Inside Su Chen's body, a terrifying blood chi energy began to rapidly accumulate, rushing through his meridians like a torrent. However, Su Chen was not in a hurry to digest this energy all at once, but rather stored it temporarily, leaving it to be slowly refined later. Wailing can really collect a large amount of energy at once, and it won't burden the body. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he felt the changes within his body. As the last trace of blood chi was drawn out, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts turned into dried skin and bones, while Su Chen's aura became even more thick and deep. He raised his head to look at the night sky and whispered to himself, "Next, it's time to look for bigger prey." His figure shifted, and the transported dome shuttle under his feet lifted his body, advancing towards the distant and profound sea. 15 minutes later. When he was about to approach the seashore, Su Chen suddenly felt a strong ferocious aura coming from the sea. Buzz! The surface of the sea boiled violently, and a huge black shadow rose up from the seawater, raising monstrous waves. It was a huge ferocious beast with a body as massive as a mountain, and its skin was covered with ghostly blue scales. There were dozens of sharp spikes on its head, its eyes were scarlet, and its mouth was spewing out a strong frigid aura. Have we finally stumbled upon the ferocious beasts in the Abyssal Cave? A third-ranked Lord-level beast, a cold ice giant Kuan. Su Chen looked at the huge ferocious beast in front of him. There was no fear in his eyes, instead, a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. "Just in time, take you to try your hand." Su Chen's finger made a pistol-like gesture, and a volley of howling fireballs was shot towards the face of the cold ice giant Kuan.
This kind of E-rank talent naturally couldn't cause any damage to it. But the insult is extremely strong.
On the surface of the sea, the cold ice giant Kuan violently opened its huge mouth and spewed out a terrifying cold ice spit, clearly having been enraged. The spitting breath carried extreme low temperature. Wherever it passed, the sea surface instantly froze, and even the air condensed into frost.
Extreme cold raid. Su Chen coldly laughed, his figure in the air avoiding it like lightning. 1,000-star transportation dome. Buzz. 360 yuan energy flying blades instantly flew out, transforming into a silver-colored storm that swept towards the ice-cold giant Kuan.
The flying blades drew countless arcane trajectories in the air, attacking towards the giant Kuan's fragile eyes.
Anon.
The ice giant Kuan let out a roar and swung his fins violently, and countless ice spikes instantly rose up from the sea surface, colliding with the flying blades and erupting in ear-piercing metallic friction sounds.
Roar.
The huge tail fin of the cold ice giant Kuan carried a terrifying cold ice energy and fiercely slapped at Su Chen. Despite its huge size, the speed of this strike was as fast as lightning, making it difficult for even a martial general of the same rank to dodge it.
Chaotic battle body. Boom.
A majestic chaotic force erupted from Su Chen's body, and his physical body was instantly enveloped by a faint layer of chaotic halo, his aura skyrocketing several times. At the same time, Su Chen's hands ignited two different flames. The left hand extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame, a demonic fire lotus, was faintly visible in the crimson flame. In his right hand, the underworld demon flame, the pitch-black flame, seemed to be able to devour everything.
Double fire burning sky.
He slammed his hands together, and the two flames instantly merged, transforming into a huge black and red fire lotus that fiercely blasted towards the tail fin of the cold ice giant Kuan.
Boom.
The fire lotus collided with the tail fin, instantly erupting into a terrifying flamestorm. The cold ice giant Kuan's tail fin rapidly melted in the flames, and its body was sent flying backwards by the impact. Su Chen did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath, and all the temporary blood chi in his body was instantly transformed into yuan power. A terrifying aura comparable to that of a fourth-ranked martial general instantly erupted around Su Chen.
Burning Sky Tsung Dragon Rage. Boom.
A crimson flame ignited around Su Chen's body, and the pale fire dragon pattern surfaced on the surface of his skin. The terrifying dragon flames condensed into a several feet long flame gun in his hand, with a hideous dragon shadow wrapped around its body. With a violent wave of his hand, the flaming lance transformed into a roaring pale dragon, chasing after the cold ice giant Kuan.
Song Yen Dragon Lance. Sensing the deadly threat, the cold ice giant Kuan hastily opened its huge mouth and spewed out a cold barrier condensed by frost.
However, the yuan power concentration of a fourth-ranked martial general, combined with the power of the Song Yen dragon gun, allowed it to instantly break through the defense.
The dragon lance viciously pierced into its abdomen. Roar.
The ice-cold giant Kuan let out a pained roar, its body struggling violently as blood gushed out from its wounds. As Su Chen watched its struggles, there was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Instead, madness flared up. He violently raised his hand, and lightning flashed in the center of his palm.
Thunder halberd descend. With a loud boom, countless thunder poured down from the sky. The thunder transformed into a giant axe-like thunder halberd, ruthlessly slashing at the cold ice giant Kuan. Boom.
The thunder halberd directly penetrated through the body of the cold ice giant Kuan, and destructive lightning raged crazily within its body.
Aang. The cold ice giant Kuan let out a final miserable scream.
Afterwards, the huge body slowly sank into the sea, no longer alive. On the other side, on the ground in the distance, two silhouettes were watching the battle with incomparable shock. A woman and a man. The woman's appearance was beautiful and her chest was even more choppy and vast, while the man was flat and nothing special. It was none other than Xu Lei and Zhang Heng of the Yin Yang martial arts school. They had just been attracted by the noise of the battle and rushed over to check out the situation. Xu Lei gripped the purple long whip in her hand tightly, her beautiful eyes full of shock. That person even easily decapitated a third-stage lord-level ferocious beast? Zhang Heng was also shocked beyond belief. Just how many types of Yuan martial arts techniques did he just
use? And talents. Chapter 80, Ice Shin Frost Armor. Ice Upanishad.
Xu Lei and Zhang Heng were also called out of the city to defend against the tide of ferocious beasts. However, due to their strength, they were merely acting as sentries, monitoring the status of the beast tide in real time and reporting it to the headquarters. But they did not expect to see such a shocking scene on the seashore. Xu Lei hurriedly took out her communicator and said urgently, "Headquarters, we found a third-order Lord-class ferocious beast that has been killed by a mysterious martial artist."
What? Who did this? The direction
you are in did not send any martial artists. Luo High City has a limited number of martial generals, and we have real-time records of everyone's location.
No martial generals were dispatched?
But the other party did easily decapitate the cold ice giant Kuan, and his strength is definitely not below the level of a martial general. The voiceover there was silent for a moment, then said, "Continue to observe, but don't act rashly. The identity of the other party is unknown. He may come from other forces, or he may even be a strong person from the Domain Demon faction."
Shu Lei nodded, understood.
After hanging up the communication, she frowned, her gaze still lingering on the distant figure. However, at this time, she realized that the more she looked at that figure, the more familiar it looked.
That person, it seems to be Su Chen.
When she thought of this, she shook her head again with a self-deprecating smile. Impossible, although Su Chen is a genius, he could never have this kind of strength. At this time, Zhang hung on the side but whispered, "Xiao Lei, do you feel
that silhouette resembles Su Chen?" Shu Lei sniffed and turned her head in surprise. "You think so too?" "Indeed, the body type and movements are somewhat similar.
But
that's impossible, right?
Although Su Chen is exceptionally gifted, how could he have the strength to decapitate a third-stage lord-level ferocious beast?"
Zhang Heng said, "Why don't we take a closer look?"
"Okay, let's be careful." Thus, the two of them cautiously walked towards the direction where Su Chen was. However, as they got closer, the sight in front of them shocked them more and more. They only saw Su Chen sitting on a piece of reef, holding a piece of roasted golden and oily giant koan meat in his hand, and was eating it with a big mouthful. Shu Lei and Zhang Heng stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The familiar figure, the casual stance, and the giant koan's meat that was being gnawed on in their hands, none of it made the two of them feel incredulous.
"Is this really Su Chen?"
She admitted that Su Chen was indeed a genius, but no matter how much of a genius he was only the best among the younger generation of Luohai City, and compared to those strong people who were able to decapitate third-stage lord-level ferocious beasts, he should still be far from being able to do so. Yet at this moment, he was actually sitting there so easily, enjoying the meat of the ice-cold giant koan like an ordinary picnic. Zhang Heng was similarly filled with shock, his lips trembling slightly. "Xiao Lei, I didn't see it wrong, right?
He just really killed that third-stage lord-level ferocious beast? And it's actually eating so calmly now?"
The gazes of the two couldn't help but fall on Su Chen, and the more they looked, the more unbelievable they felt. Especially when he tore off a piece of golden and oily giant koan meat and took a bite of it, that leisurely look simply made people wonder if what they had just witnessed was just an illusion. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still immersed in the sensation of his qi and blood values growing crazily.
Host devours the flesh of a third-ranked Lord Cold Ice Giant koan, obtaining a blood and qi value of +20, and Cold Ice Yuan power of +9.
The host devours the flesh of a third-ranked Lord's Ice Giant koan, gaining +20 blood qi and +9 ice yuanli. The host devours the flesh of a third-ranked Lord's Ice Giant koan, gaining +20 blood qi and +9 ice yuanli. Su Chen chewed the meat in his mouth and silently calculated in his heart, well, it's still short of the last point.
Ding!
The host's blood qi value has reached 6,000 points, and has successfully broken through to a 7th-order martial artist. Due to his uncanny perception, the host's comprehension of the Ice Upanishad is +5%. As the system beep sounded, Su Chen felt a majestic power erupt from deep within his body. His blood qi value broke through to 6,000 points, and it was as if his body was infused with endless energy, with every inch of muscle and every meridian filled with unprecedented vigor. Not bad, devouring a small half of a cold ice giant koan has allowed me to raise my martial rank by another step. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he squarely raise his head, and his gaze went directly to the direction where Shu Lei's two were hiding.
"Since you're here, don't hide."
Su Chen had long since discovered the two of them, but was too lazy to care. Shu Lei and Zhang Heng were instantly shaken, they glanced at each other and finally walked out with a stiff upper lip. When they truly faced Su Chen, the mood of the two became more and more complicated.
"Su Chen, is it really you?"
Shu Lei asked tentatively, her tone mixed with surprise and doubt.
Su Chen coughed and put on an inscrutable expression. Cough. "You guys are mistaken. I'm not Su Chen, I'm his master." "Master?"
Shu Lei and Zhang Heng froze for a moment, then came to a realization. They recalled that Su Chen did mention that he had a mysterious master before, and he then guessed that the other party was at least at the level of a martial general. But the other party actually disguised as his disciple's appearance out of the city hunting.
"It's too out of character, isn't it?"
Su Chen continued but babbled in a serious manner. "Old me has always kept a low profile and doesn't like to be recognized. Besides, this time I simply want to find a quiet place to hunt and cultivate. If I reveal my identity, I'm afraid I'll be pestered by those annoying forces."
"I see."
After Shu Lei and Zhang Heng heard Su Chen's explanation, the expressions on their faces were still shocked, but their hearts were already mostly convinced. After all, although Su Chen was exceptionally gifted, no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for him to possess the strength to decapitate a third-stage lord-level ferocious beast.
"Senior, since you don't want to reveal your identity, then we won't bother." Su Chen nodded, his tone bland. "Well, go ahead."
The two men respectfully saluted, then turned to leave.
After the two left, Shu Lei was still unable to calm down. "Pavilion Master, you said that this senior is actually the inheritance of which power?"
Zhang Heng shook his head. I'm not sure, but to be able to master so many higher ancient martial techniques, especially that terrifying thunder technique, I'm afraid that his background is by no means unusual. Su Chen is really lucky to be able to worship such a powerful person as his teacher. No wonder his strength has increased so rapidly. Yes, with such a master teaching him, I'm afraid Su Chen's future achievements will be unlimited. The two of them talked in low voices as they walked, the shock and awe in their hearts unable to subside for a long time. On the other hand, Su Chen once again performed the whale swallowing technique, drawing all the remaining giant Kuan corpses. Su Chen stood beside the corpse of the ice-cold giant Kuan, his gaze deep, and said in a low voice, "Whale swallow." Buzz. An invisible force erupted from within him, like a giant whale opening its bloody mouth, quickly devouring all the flesh and blood energy of the cold ice giant Kuan. In an instant, the corpse of the cold ice giant Kuan began to rapidly dry up, and all of its essence, blood, and energy was sucked into Su Chen's body. Host has successfully devoured the cold ice giant Kuan, obtaining C-grade talent, Extreme Cold Frost Armor 4. Successfully devouring the ice giant Kuan, gaining a C-grade talent, Ice Spit 3. The host has gained a large amount of temporary blood chi. Due to the host's unbelievable enlightenment, he has successfully fused the C-grade talent Extreme Cold Frost Armor and C-grade talent Cold Ice Spit to obtain the A-grade talent Ice Shin Frost Armor. Chapter 81 Bone Eater Swarm. Spatial System Ability. Ice Shin Frost Armor. A layer of armor made of cold ice condenses on the surface of the body, not only possessing extremely strong physical defense, but also immune to most of the attacks with cold ice attributes, combining both defense and field control abilities. Additional technique, Ice Shin Tsunami Strike. Does it cost 10 enlightenment points to redeem? Redeem immediately. In the next moment, an ice-cold energy suddenly erupted from Su Chen's body. A layer of ghostly blue ice crystal lines began to emerge on the surface of his skin, each of which emitted a biting coldness. His eyes also became as transparent as ice crystals, and his pupils flashed with a cold light. He gently raised his hand, and a piece of frost and snow condensed in his palm. Then with a wave of his palm, the temperature around him plummeted, and countless ice crystals condensed in the air, turning it into a field of frost. Ice Shin Frost Armor is not bad. Su Chen whispered to himself, feeling the icy power flowing through the meridians in his body. His body surface was covered with a layer of armor made of cold ice, and a ghostly blue light flowed above the armor. He gently clenched his fist, and countless ice spikes instantly condensed in the air, hovering around him and emitting a palpitating chill. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With the Ice Prison Frost Armor, my defense and field control ability has risen another level. Afterward, he took a deep breath and gradually collected the icy energy in his body. The armor and frost patterns disappeared with it. Next, it's imperative to raise to Martial General level as soon as possible. Then enter the Abyssal Cave and open the treasures of the prison Phoenix Clan. He made up his mind, and without further delay, the transported dome shuttle under his feet accelerated violently and sped towards the depths of the sea. After searching for a few low-ranked ferocious beasts and killing them at random, Su Chen had a sudden thought and opened the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil. Why don't we look through the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil to see if there's anything good nearby? Ha! There really is a treasure light there. Or a red treasure light. Su Chen's brilliant golden pupils looked toward a certain part of the sea, surprised beyond words. So he immediately sped towards there. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at a small island hanging alone in the sea. As soon as he got close, he heard a fierce battle sound coming from the distance. Su Chen frowned and cast his gaze towards the source of the sound. A fierce battle was erupting on the island. Several figures were surrounded by a dense swarm of insects and were fighting in blood. Ha! The guy I met before. A few people were none other than the Crow Wolf Squad that they had encountered before. Surrounding them was a swarm of horrifyingly shaped bugs. Each bug was about 5 meters in size, with an exceptionally hideous head, a pair of black compound eyes, and a mouthpiece divided into 3 flaps, each of which was covered with jagged spikes, which opened and closed with ear-piercing clicking sounds. Echidna Swarm, one of the creatures of the Abyssal Cave. Although their individual strength was only at the level of a 5th-rank beast, their most terrifying aspect was their huge numbers and their ability to unite their strength together in a special way. Even a mid-stage Lord-level beast would be difficult to avoid in front of them. The precious light is emanating from below the island. Is it possible that it has something to do with this swarm of bugs? Su Chen secretly speculated. The host has discovered a swarm of bone-eating bugs, and there is a nest of bone-eating bugs below the swarm. The nest has the ability to move in space, and can briefly open a miniature wormhole, and there is a probability that devouring it will lead to the realization of spatial abilities. Seeing the system's prompt, Su Chen's heart was overjoyed. So it is. At this moment, the members of the Tsong Wolf Special Forces had already been forced into a desperate situation by the swarm. Lu Tianhang waved the huge hammer in his hand and fought to repel the swarm's attacks, but his body was already covered in wounds. Gu Changfeng, on the other hand, was holding a Yuan energy longsword, and his sword light flashed, but he was just barely able to resist the swarm's attack. Yun Yufei stood in the center of the group, the silver longsword in her hand constantly waving out chilling sword chi in an attempt to freeze the swarm of insects. However, the number of bone-eating bug swarms was simply too many, and as soon as the cold ice sword chi fell, it was broken through by the following swarms.
Damn it!
Lu Tianheng roared, knocking back a few bone-eroding bugs with a hammer, but more bugs quickly filled the gap. Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth and said, "We're running out of yuan power. If this continues, we'll all die here." Yun Yufei's face was also a bit pale, but she remained firm. "Hang in there.
Support from the headquarters should be arriving soon."
However, as soon as the words fell, several bone-eater insects suddenly broke through the defense, their sharp fangs tearing towards them. Just in the nick of time, a cold voice came from mid-air.
"Strangle! Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!"
Countless silver flying blades descended from the sky like a silver storm, instantly twisting those bone-eater insects into pieces.
Lu Tianheng and the others stared up in disbelief,
only to see Su Chen land slowly in front of them with his feet on the transported dome shuttle.
"It's that little senior."
A hint of redemption flashed in Yun Yufei's eyes.
Su Chen didn't say much as his gaze swept over the swarms of bone-eating insects. Afterward, both hands were swung violently. Extinguishing Lotus Demon Flame, Underworld Demon Flame. Boom! The black and red flames condensed in his palm, transforming into two demonic fire lotuses.
He fiercely pushed, and the fire lotuses flew into the swarm of insects, erupting into a terrifying flamestorm. Instantly, countless bone-eroding insects were engulfed in flames and turned into ashes.
However, the bone-eroding insect swarm was instead galvanized into an even more furious ferocity.
They let out ear-piercing hissing sounds, and thousands of swarms surged towards Su Chen like a black tide, their mouthparts opening and closing, their fangs flashing with a cold light, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Su Chen's figure flashed violently, and his chaos battle body instantly activated. He clenched his fist and fiercely blasted out. The wind of his fist was like a dragon, directly blasting a dozen or so bone-eroding insects into pieces.
Ice Xian Frost Armor.
As he let out a low drink, the icy energy in his body erupted once again, and a layer of ghostly blue ice crystal armor quickly condensed on his body surface. The temperature of the air around him plummeted, and a thick layer of frost quickly formed on the ground, and the bugs around him instantly stagnated in their actions.
Ice Xian Tsunami Strike.
Su Chen's hands snapped together, and the cold chi on the Ice Xian frost armor condensed into countless ice spikes that shot towards the insect swarm like a rain of arrows. Wherever the ice spikes passed, the bone-eroding insects were frozen and then burst into countless pieces. However, the number of bone-eroding worms was simply too many, and even after a batch of them were killed by Su Chen, there were still more coming from all directions. They seemed to have sensed Su Chen's threat, and even began to consciously disperse and surround them, trying to attack from all angles.
10 Square Thunder Domain.
A cold aura flashed in Su Chen's eyes, his hands violently opened, and the thunder attribute spiritual energy in his body instantly erupted. The 10 Directions Thunder Domain, the ultimate form of the 10 Directions Thunder movement, required the consumption of a large amount of yuan power. However, the last thing that was lacking in Su Chen's body right now was yuan power. At once, all of the thick temporary yuan power was converted into thunder yuan power by the special operating circuit. With him as the center, a 100-meter radius was instantly covered by countless thunder. Thunder flashed, electric snakes danced wildly, and the bone-eroding insect swarms were electrocuted into charcoal in this terrifying thunder domain. Boom! 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 The power of thunder continued to wreak havoc, and the bone-eater swarm suffered heavy deaths and injuries, but they continued to pounce towards Su Chen fearlessly. Su Chen frowned slightly, the yuan power in his body was rapidly depleting, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his battle spirit increased.
Chapter 82 SSS Grade Spatial System Ability. Chaotic Battle Body Open.
Su Chen let out a low roar as his body violently swelled in a circle, and the power of chaos burned like a flame on the surface of his body. His strength, speed, and defense instantly increased to the extreme, his figure weaving in and out of the insect swarm like a ghost, each punch and kick taking away the lives of several bone-eroding insects.
Ice Xian Frost Armor Condensation.
The ice crystal armor covered his entire body once again, and Su Chen clenched his hands fiercely, and the cold air around him quickly condensed into countless ice blades, which flew out with his movements, accurately piercing through the bone-eroding insect's torso.
10 Square Thunder Domain Explosion.
The power of thunder erupted once again, and the thunder light raged like a wild dragon, completely annihilating the remaining bone-eroding insects. A charred odor filled the air, and the ground was filled with the shocking remains of insect corpses. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The aftermath of the intertwining of the lightning and the cold air had yet to dissipate. The several people of the Tsong Wolf Squad stood dumbfounded, their hearts had long since set off huge waves. This
is human?
Lu Tianheng's hand holding the giant hammer shook slightly, his tiger's mouth cracked from excessive force, blood dripping to the ground, but he was oblivious to it. His mind kept replaying the scene just now. Su Chen shuttled through the insect swarm like a god of war, the special flames, cold ice armor, and thunderfield. Several very different kinds of power were perfectly fused in his hands, as if he was the master of heaven and earth, and he easily crushed those bone-eroding insect swarms that had put them in a desperate situation.
Mastering the changes of the 3 yuan power systems of ice, thunder, and fire. This is something a martial general can do?
And that terrifying strength, speed, and defense, the ability to control the field.
Who the hell is he?
Yun Yufei, on the other hand, stood still, her silver longsword hanging down at her side, the tip of the sword trembling slightly. Her gaze followed Su Chen's figure, and her heart was shaken to the core. If someone had said before that they dared to single-handedly challenge a swarm of bone-eroding insects, she definitely wouldn't believe them unless the other party was a martial god. But now this scene was truly happening in front of her eyes. A teenager whose age appeared to be even younger than hers had actually wiped out the entire swarm of bone-eroding insects.
Who the hell is he? Could he really be the incarnation of some hidden powerhouse?
To the side, Gu Changfeng laughed bitterly. No matter who he is, his strength has far exceeded the realm of our cognizance. To be able to decimate a swarm of bone-eroding insects so easily, and even to be able to perform that terrifying hybrid martial skill.
His background is definitely not simple.
At this moment, Su Chen had already collected the power within his body. He turned around, his gaze faintly sweeping over the several people of the Tsong Wolf Squad.
Are you guys alright?
Only then did Lu Tianheng and the others come back to their senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully, their attitude even more humble than before. Many thanks to
Senior for saving my life.
Su Chen waved his hand, a show of hands. However, this island is not safe, you guys better leave quickly. Next, he was going to fuse the bone-eroding insect nest, so naturally, he did not want others to be beside him.
Yun Yufei hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to ask, Senior, what are your plans next? Do you need our help?
Su Chen glanced at her, no need. You guys take care of yourselves first.
Yes, then we will withdraw first.
The Crow Wolf Squad immediately packed up the bodies of their comrades, then drove their land and water armored vehicles towards the rear. Su Chen saw the silhouettes moving away and withdrew his gaze. Then with a thought, the golden spirit snake pupil opened once again. A shimmering light flashed through the brilliant golden pupil, and his line of sight pierced through the layers of seawater and rocks, clearly seeing the red treasure light source head below the island.
There it is. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen's figure flashed and directly leaped into the sea.
The cold aura of the ice Shin frost armor instantly froze the surrounding seawater, forming an icy path that led straight to the bottom of the sea. He quickly sank down the ice path and soon arrived at the bottom of the island. In front of him was a huge cavern, and in the center of the cavern, there was a huge insect nest suspended. The bug nest was like a huge biological fortress, quietly suspended in the center of the cave. It was shaped like an irregular heart, and its surface was covered with dense spiral patterns, each of which seemed to contain some kind of mysterious law. The shell of the insect nest appeared a deep gray-black color, as if it was pieced together by countless tiny bone fragments, each of which was engraved with bizarre runes, which emitted a faint ghostly blue light in the darkness, flickering like stars. In the middle of the insect nest, there were still some larvae of the bone-eroding insects remaining, and they seemed to have sensed Su Chen's aura and screamed.
Su Chen ignored these hatchlings and raised his hand to fire a shot of extinguishing lotus demon flame, obliterating them.
Around the insect nest, space seemed to be distorted, and ripples visible to the naked eye rippled through the air. The inside of the golden spirit snake pupil allowed him to clearly see the internal structure of the bug nest, which was an independent spatial core containing powerful spatial energy.
As long as I devour it, I'll be able to obtain a spatial faculty ability.
Su Chen walked slowly to the insect nest and stretched out his palm to press it against the surface of the nest. A cold and strange sensation came from his palm, he took a deep breath, and the devouring power in his body was instantly unleashed. Buzz! An invisible force erupted from within him, and the spatial energy in the insect nest was quickly devoured. A strange force immediately surged into Su Chen's body, and it was as if his consciousness was pulled into a void space, surrounded by distorted spacetime fragments.
Host devoured the Echidna Mother Nest, and due to a heaven-defying enlightenment, you have obtained the SSS ranked ability, Spatial Leap Technique. Spatial Law Comprehension plus 10%. Spatial Leap Art SSS rank ability, host can briefly tear through space and make short-distance spatial jumps within a short period of time, no cooldown. The jumping distance and frequency are directly proportional to the host's spatial law comprehension and their own yuan power strength. This ability can not only be used for high-speed movement, but can also create spatial rifts in battle, tearing through enemy defenses or directly banishing them to unknown space. With the host's further understanding of the laws of space, this ability will gradually advance, and can even open a space door to a distant realm. Does it cost 100 enlightenment points to redeem? I've actually obtained an SSS ranked space-based ability. How could Su Chen need to hesitate here? Redeem immediately.
With a command, a large amount of information instantly surged in Su Chen's mind. At the same time, a majestic spatial energy suddenly surged within his body, as if countless fine silk threads were traveling through his meridians, with each flow accompanied by spatial tremors and resonance. In his eyes, a deep silver light flickered, and his pupils were as bright as a river of stars, as if he was able to see through the essence of everything in the world.
This is the power of the spatial leap technique. I have fully comprehended it.
A trace of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With a thought, the spatial energy in his body was instantly stimulated, and his entire body seemed to transform into a shadow, instantly disappearing in place. In the next moment, his figure appeared at the bottom of the sea 100 meters away. This process did not have the slightest bit of stagnation, as if it was instantaneous, and even the surrounding seawater did not fluctuate. This is the power of a spatial leap. With the spatial leap technique, my ability to survive in the Abyssal cave will be greatly enhanced.
Su Chen was excited. Chapter 83, Battle 8th Order Lord. The crowd was madly shocked.
Meanwhile, the forefront of the profound cave invasion.
Lei Xiaoyan and Zhang Liunian were in a fierce battle with 2 9th Order Lords and 3 8th Order Lords. These, all of them, were extraterrestrial fierce beasts that had appeared from the Abyssal cave. As peak 9th ranked martial artists and 4th ranked spiritual masters, the two of them had reached their limits in dealing with 5 beasts whose strength was not inferior to theirs, and the battle between the two sides was close to white hot. Lei Xiaoyan held the thunder halberd. Each swing was accompanied by a violent thunder force, forcing one of the ferocious beasts back several steps. Zhang Liunian was suspended in mid-air, manipulating countless flying blades to turn the intangible into the tangible, frantically cutting through the waters and controlling the battlefield. In the sky above the sea, thunder and flying blades intertwined, seawater churned, and the wind howled. The roars of the ferocious beasts intertwined with the roar of the thunder, as if they were shaking the heavens to the ground. However, the battle situation was not optimistic. Oh no! An 8th ranked ferocious beast has broken through the defense line and is running in the direction of Luo High City. Zhang Liunian suddenly opened his eyes, exhaustion in his gaze.
Lei Xiaoyan split the attack of a ferocious beast with a halberd and gritted his teeth.
Damn it!
We can't take time off on our side, and there's simply not enough power on Luo High City's side to fend off the 8th ranked ferocious beasts.
I've already notified the headquarters.
Let's hope that someone from the magic capital side will come to support us as soon as possible. Otherwise, the living souls will be in danger. Zhang Liunian sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. However, the two of them didn't have time to sigh, because the 5 high-level lords below were joining forces to launch another attack.
At the same time,
inside the headquarters of Luo High City, there was panic.
Report! An 8th ranked lord-level ferocious beast is attacking in the direction of Luo High City and is expected to arrive within half an hour.
What?
An 8th ranked lord-level beast? Our strongest martial artist here is only of the 6th rank. It's simply powerless to resist. Quickly!
Immediately issue an emergency call for help and contact the Magic City headquarters.
It's too late.
The speed of that ferocious beast is too fast. Even if someone is willing to come to help, they simply won't be able to catch up. Inside the headquarters, despair was written all over the faces of the people. They couldn't be clearer about the terror of an 8th stage lord-level ferocious beast. Once this fierce beast was allowed to get close to Luo High City, the entire city would surely be plunged into a catastrophe of destruction. On the huge screen of the headquarters, an early warning map monitored in real time flashed.
A dazzling red point of light like a dead star was moving at an astonishing speed in the direction of Luo High City. Its current location is close to a small island. Below the island area,
Su Chen was in the middle of trying out his newly acquired SSS ranked ability, when suddenly, a powerful fluctuation was felt rapidly approaching towards this place from the distance.
This aura is a high-level lord? Su Chen frowned.
A huge black shadow was speeding in his direction, and wherever it passed, the sea tossed and the wind howled.
8th order lord level. Such a strong extraterrestrial fierce beast actually broke through Lei Xiaoyan's defenses?
It seems that the battlefield ahead is not optimistic.
Su Chen muttered, instantly rushing out of the sea in an instantaneous movement and looking towards the distance.
At the end of the sky, a huge black shadow tore through the clouds, crushing like a moving mountain. Every step it took caused the sea to tremble and stirred up huge waves, as if even the heavens and earth were trembling at its arrival. The Lord Behemoth's body was covered with pitch-black scale armor, each piece of which shone with a metallic luster, and its head was hideous and incomparable, with 3 huge, curved horns at the top of its head, the tips of which glowed with a cold, chilling light.
8th ranked extraterrestrial lord, the Rift Heavenly Horned Demon. Roar!
An earth-shaking roar resounded through the clouds, and the seawater within a 100-mile radius seemed to boil as if shaken by this roar. Su Chen stood on the small island and looked up at the 8th stage lord-level ferocious beast, without a hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of wariness was ignited.
I'm an 8th ranked martial artist, killing an 8th ranked lord. Overstep is not too much, right?
Although the main body might be a bit worse, but with the split body, it should be possible. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and the devouring realm in his body instantly erupted. With a wave of his right hand, a golden light rushed up from within his body, quickly transforming into a golden python that was close to 100 meters long. The scales of the gold-devouring python were glistening with a metallic luster, and each piece of scale armor seemed to be made of fine gold, incomparably sharp. Its eyes opened instantly as if they were two brilliant stars, emitting a chilling light that took the heart's breath away. With Su Chen's current spiritual power, he could completely manipulate the gold-devouring python and his own body to fight together at the same time. Go! Su Chen gave a low shout, and the gold-devouring python immediately transformed into a golden light and went straight at the heaven-splitting horned demon. At the same time, Su Chen's main body wasn't idle either. Spatial leap technique. His figure instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared directly above the split sky-horned demon's head. Ice Xian Frost Armor Condensation. The ice crystal armor covered his entire body, and Su Chen closed his hands together, and the cold air around him quickly condensed into countless ice blades, like a frost storm, and attacked towards the split sky-horned demon's eyes. The heaven-splitting horned demon roared, immediately raising its huge front claw and slapping it towards Su Chen. A layer of black energy was wrapped around its claw, as if it could tear through space. Its might was terrifying to the extreme. However, Su Chen once again flashed to its flank by virtue of the spatial leap technique, and with a wave of his hands, the exterminating Lotus Demon Flame and Underworld Demon Flame coalesced in his palms, transforming into two demonic fire lotuses. Explosion! Boom! Blazing flames exploded on the flanks of the heaven-splitting horned demon, and the black scale armor was burnt to a crisp, emitting an ear-piercing snorting sound. The heaven-splitting horned demon felt the pain and frantically flung its body, trying to throw Su Chen and the gold-devouring python away. However, the gold-devouring python had already wrapped around its torso, and its sharp scales were like countless sharp blades, cutting a deep crack in the rift heaven-horned devil's scale armor. The split sky-horned devil's blood gushed out, staining the entire sea. Roar! The heaven-splitting horned demon let out a mournful hiss, and its three giant horns lit up violently as a black beam of energy shot out from the tips of its horns, heading straight for the gold-devouring python. However, Su Chen had long predicted its attack. Spatial leap, spatial rift. His hands ripped violently, and a pitch-black spatial rift appeared in front of the gold-devouring python, swallowing the black energy beam directly. On the other side, the gold-devouring python also cooperated in using the spatial chop in a flash of lightning. The gold-devouring python's figure was like a bolt of golden lightning as it violently opened its mouth and its golden scales suddenly lit up. Gold-devouring space chop. In the next moment, a golden spatial crack suddenly appeared, like an invisible blade, slashing towards the flanks of the heaven-splitting horned demon. Wherever the crack passed, space seemed to be sliced open, leaving behind a pitch-black trail. The split heaven-horned demon's pupils contracted violently, sensing a deadly threat. It let out a low roar and its body twisted violently, attempting to avoid the strike. However, the speed of the spatial chop was so fast that it could only barely avoid the vitals, and the golden spatial crack still grazed its flank. Throttle. The heaven-splitting horned demon's scale armor was slashed with a deep crack by the spatial chop, and black blood gushed out as if even space was dyed a dark color. It let out a hiss of pain as its body shook violently and retreated dozens of steps. The sea surface was stomped out of a deep pit by its gigantic feet, stirring up monstrous waves. Roar! Su Chen, on the other hand, stood in mid-air, his hands clasped together, and the yuan power in his body surged crazily. 10 directions thunder domain open. Rumble! Countless thunderbolts descended from the sky, enveloping the heaven-splitting horned demon. The command room at headquarters. Everyone, look! The red dot. Red dot is not moving. It stopped. What? It's not moving? The command room instantly exploded as everyone gathered around the screen in disbelief. How is that possible? That's an 8th-ranked Lord-level ferocious beast. How could it possibly stop? Quickly! Pull up the detailed data. See what's happening. The technician quickly operated, and more detailed energy monitoring data appeared on the screen. Only to see that in the area where the leader was, the energy fluctuations were climbing crazily at a terrifying speed, as if some earth-shattering battle was taking place. This energy fluctuation is not right. This is definitely not the energy signature of a rift heavenly horned demon. Could someone be fighting it? Impossible. Even Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liunian can't draw back. Who can block it? The commander's face was grave, and he immediately ordered, immediately contact the Magic Capital headquarters and request urgent access to the satellite video. We must know exactly what's happening there. A few minutes later, the satellite video access was successfully accessed, and an overhead view appeared on the large screen. In the picture, the clouds over the sea were torn apart by the raging energy, the sea was churning more than ever, and an apocalyptic battle was going on. The gigantic heaven-splitting horned demon's body staggered back, black blood staining the entire sea. And above it, a figure stood in the air, its body covered in ice crystal armor, its hands clasped together as countless thunderbolts descended from the sky, completely enveloping the heaven-splitting horned devil. Is that a person? He's actually fighting the split heavenly horned demon one-on-one? Chapter 84. Is he the reincarnation of a martial god? 9th rank. No. Not right. You guys look. That golden-colored python.
It's attacking the split Skyhorn demon as well. In the screen image of the combat room, the gold-devouring python was like a golden lightning bolt, constantly harassing and launching spatial chopping attacks around the Rift Heavenly Horn demon. The Rift Heavenly Horn demon's huge body was twisting crazily on the surface of the sea, and its three giant horns were constantly releasing terrifying black energy beams in an attempt to counterattack. However, those attacks were instantly swallowed by a pitch-black spatial rift, not even lifting the aftermath. Then, what is that giant python? Could it be some sort of high-level ferocious beast? Why would it attack an 8th rank lord as well? No. It seems to be fighting in conjunction with that person. Inside the command room, the crowd was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend the scene before them. Split Skyhorn demon, that was an 8th rank lord level beast, an existence that even 9th rank Martial General Lei Xiaoyan had to go all out to fight against. And now, it was actually suppressed by a man and a python without the ability to fight back. What shocked them even more was that a ferocious beast actually seemed to be joining forces with a human against an 8th rank lord. The crowd once again looked at the figure standing in the air. That person. Who the hell is he? The ice crystal armor on his body, and those thunders, the way he fights. This is completely beyond our knowledge. That weird flame. What exactly is that ability? Wait. You guys look. His speed. He appeared almost instantly on the side of the Rift Heavenly Horn demon. Could this be a spatial system ability? The command room was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were glued to the screen for fear of missing a single detail. They had never seen such a terrifying battle scene, nor had they ever seen such a perverted human fighting style. In the scene, Su Chen's figure was like a ghost, constantly appearing and disappearing in space, unleashing a deadly attack every time he appeared. The cold aura of the Ice Xian Frost armor intertwined with the blaze of the extinguishing Lotus demon flame, tearing apart the body of the heaven-splitting horn demon inch by inch. Rumble, 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 rumble. Several more thunderbolts descended from the sky and struck the head of the heaven-splitting horn demon. Its movements lurched and its huge body shook as if it would fall at any moment. Is he really going to win? In the command room, the crowd held their breath, their hearts almost beating out of their chests. The scene in front of them had completely exceeded their imagination. That mysterious strong man had actually forced this 8th order lord level ferocious beast into a desperate situation with his own strength. Moreover, this martial general's age looks to be at most in his early 20s. Could it be that he is a secret weapon of the magic capital? A super genius sent by the Magic City headquarters for support? It should only be this possibility. We don't have such a young martial general in Luo High City. Inside the command room, the crowd murmured, their hearts making even bigger waves. At 20 years old, singling out an 8th order lord level ferocious beast, and still being able to suppress it without any power to fight. Such strength, it is already more than just the word genius that can be described. In fact, Su Chen's age could be guessed even younger, but who wouldn't want to believe that a teenage boy who hadn't reached the age of 20 could actually become a martial arts general and possess such a terrifying strength? Just as the people at Luo High City's headquarters were shocked, the communicator suddenly rang. Reporting commander, it's from the Magic Capital Combat Command. Hurry up and connect. The commander settled down, then took the phone handed to him by his aide. This is the headquarters of Luo High City. This is Commander Yin Boyuan. Thank you for the emergency support from Magic City. Thanks to that super genius you sent, the crisis on our side has been stabilized for the time being. On the other end of the phone, the chief commander of the Magic City's combat center froze for a moment, with obvious doubt in his voice. What kind of support? Commander Yin, we also have an outbreak of Abyssal Cave on our side, and we are currently dealing with it at full strength, and we are calling to say that we no longer have any extra manpower to send out to support you. What? The commander of Luo High City's headquarters froze. A layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead as he hurriedly said, but a teenage martial general just appeared on our side, decapitating an 8th stage lord level ferocious beast with his own strength. We thought he was sent by you guys. What did you say? An 8th order lord class fierce beast was decapitated by a teenage martial general? Yes. He was very young, he looked to be in his early 20s at most. The commander of Luo High City said while quickly transmitting the satellite video. Immediately, images of Su Chen's fierce battle with the heaven-splitting horn demon appeared on the screen of the Magic Capital's combat center. Who is this? This? The chief commander of the Magic Capital, Chen Tianhai, stared at the screen in disbelief as his eyes widened. In the screen, Su Chen's figure appeared and disappeared in space like a ghost, and the coldness of the Ice Xian Frost armor intertwined with the blaze of the extinguishing Lotus demon flame, tearing apart the body of the heaven-splitting horn demon inch by inch. Who the hell is he? We simply don't have such a character in the demon capital. Inside the Devil's Capital Combat Center, the crowd instantly exploded. The crowd was even more incomparably shocked when they looked at the roiling thunder domain and 10 directions of thunder summoned by that teenage martial general. What kind of terrifying battle scene is this? Inside the Devil's Capital Combat Center, a senior officer's eyes widened, his voice filled with shock.
He was a third-ranked martial general, so he profoundly knew just how terrifying Su Chen's fighting style was. How could a teenager who looks like he's around 20 at most possess this kind of strength? The crowd stared dumbfounded at the images in the screen, their hearts raising huge waves. They had never seen such a terrifying genius before, and had never even imagined it. Frost armor, strange flame, thunder power, and space jump. These abilities were actually able to be perfectly fused together and executed by the same person. And this person was also an incomparably young teenager. This is a true genius. Talent, enlightenment, physique, ability, and cultivation speed, a genius at the top of the line through and through, in order to have this kind of strength. I only know of one such person so far. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, the meaning of the words self-evident. That person was the Blue Star's #1 martial god, Yi Wuya. And at the Lohai Operations Center, everyone's mind was filled with doubt. If it's not sent by the devil capital, then who the hell is he? How could such a genius be obscure? Could it be the heir of some hidden family? Impossible. Even if it's a hidden family, it's impossible to cultivate such a demonic existence. No matter who he is, at least he's helping us now. He held back that 8th-ranked Lord-level ferocious beast and saved Luohai City. That's right. Regardless of his origin, he is our Luohai's hero. Commander Yin Boyuan took a deep breath and quickly gave the order, immediately send this satellite video to all the soldiers who are fighting. Tell them that the crisis has been lifted, so they don't need to evacuate and hold the defense line. Moments later, the soldiers on the front line received this video. The Tsong Wolf squad was rapidly evacuating as ordered, and Yun Yufei was sitting in the back seat of the armored car, her face pale and her eyes full of exhaustion and worry. Suddenly, her communicator rang and a video popped up on the screen. What's this? She frowned and clicked on the video. In the next moment, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her entire body jerked up, nearly hitting the roof of the car. This. In the video, Su Chen's figure appeared and disappeared in space like a ghost, the coldness of the Ice Shen frost armor intertwined with the blaze of the exterminating lotus demon flame, summoning a roiling thunderstorm that tore apart the heaven-splitting horned demon's body inch by inch. It's that young senior. Yun Yufei's voice was filled with shock. What? Lu Tianheng and Gu Changfeng, who were sitting next to her, were also startled by her reaction and hurriedly came over to look at her communicator. When they saw the images in the video, their eyes instantly widened, incredulity written all over their faces. Isn't this the teenager who just saved us? He's actually soloing an 8th Order Lord-level ferocious beast? Yun Yufei stared tightly at the screen, her heart raising huge waves. She originally thought that Su Chun was only a low-ranked martial general. But now, it seemed that his strength might have reached at least the level of a 7th-ranked martial general. To actually be able to suppress an 8th-rank Lord-level ferocious beast. This strength, terrifying as it is. Too perverted. What level of genius is this? No wonder he was so relaxed when he saved us just now. Who the hell is he? He's the one who saved us. Yun Yufei's mind kept replaying Su Chen's battle scenes, her heart filled with awe and admiration. She had never seen such a terrifying genius before, and had never even imagined it. No matter who he is the benefactor of our Tsong Wolf squad and the hero of the entire Luohai city. On the other side, Xu Lei and Zhang Han were also hurriedly executing the evacuation order. The two drove their armored vehicles and sped towards the safe area. I really didn't expect that the situation would deteriorate to such a point. Xu Lei gripped the steering wheel, her tone carrying a deep sense of powerlessness. Yes, our Luohai city doesn't even have a single high-ranking martial general other than Lord Lei, so we simply can't stop a ferocious beast of that level. Zhang Hong sighed, his gaze heavy. Just at this moment, their communicators rang at the same time. A real-time video popped up on the screen. What is this? Xu Lei froze and subconsciously clicked on the video. The next moment, her eyes snapped wide and her entire body froze in her seat. This is. Only in the video, Su Chen's figure flickered in space like a ghost, and every appearance was accompanied by a fatal blow. The cold aura of the Ice Shen frost armor intertwined with the blaze of the extinguishing lotus demon flame, tearing apart the huge body of the heaven-splitting horned demon inch by inch, while Su Chen's movements flowed in a cloudy stream, as if everything was under control. Boom! Another thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck the head of the heaven-splitting horned demon. Its movements lurched and its huge body shook as if it would fall at any moment. This is that senior. Xu Lei's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. What senior? Zhang Han was also taken aback by her reaction and came over to look at the communicator. When he saw the image in the video, he instantly widened his eyes as well, incredulity written all over his face. Isn't this Su Chen's master? He's actually single-handedly fighting an 8th-rank Lord-level ferocious beast? A huge wave rose in Zhang Heng's heart. He originally thought that Su Chen's master was just a low-ranked martial artist, just with richer means. But now it seems that his level of power has completely exceeded his cognition. Xu Lei and Zhang Hong exchanged glances, both eyes filled with shock and admiration.
It seems that Su Chen's luck is truly heaven-defying. To be able to worship such a powerful person as his teacher. It's no wonder that such a strong person can teach a disciple like Su Chen.
The two men's minds kept replaying the battle scene in the video, their hearts filled with awe.
And at this time, the island waters.
The battle between Su Chen and the heaven-splitting horned demon had already entered the end.
Last strike.
Su Chen's voice was low and cold, and in the next moment, a thunderbolt that was enough to tear apart heaven and earth descended from the sky, completely drowning the huge body of the heaven-splitting horned demon.
Boom!
In the sky above the sea area, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, as if even the sun was eclipsed at this moment. When the light dispersed, the huge body of the heaven-splitting horned devil had already been turned into scorched black, with black blood and shattered scales and armor sprinkled all over the sea. The battle ended, and the gold-devouring python, under Su Chen's control, immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sea. Su Chen, on the other hand, stood in mid-air, his gaze deeply scanning around.
It's impossible for such a big commotion to go unnoticed. Can't devour this 8th Order Lord here, he whispered to himself.
Then, with a wave of his big hand, the devouring realm was instantly unleashed. The remains and broken pieces of the huge body of the heaven-splitting horned devil were pulled by an invisible force, and were quickly incorporated into the body's devouring boundary, without even a trace left behind.
Gone. Su Chen's figure flickered as the spatial leap technique was activated, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. A few minutes later, a drone flew over the waters, reporting to headquarters. No trace has been found in the target area. It seems that powerful person is not going to touch the Luo High Martial Association for the time being.
Enbo Yuan frowned, his gaze carrying a deep shock. Such strength, such means. His origin is by no means simple. Now use all your power for me to investigate. Be sure to find out his identity. And at this moment, Su Chen similarly entered the internal devouring realm and began to absorb and devour the corpse of this 8th Order Lord. Host devours the corpse of the split skyhorn demon, gaining blood chi value plus 102, dark yuan power plus 53. The host devours the corpse of the heaven-splitting horn devil, gaining plus 94 blood chi, plus 59 dark energy. The host devours the corpse of the heaven-splitting horn devil, gaining plus 115 blood chi and plus 61 dark energy. The host's blood chi value has reached 8,000 points, breaking through to the 9th rank of martial artist.
Boom!
Accompanied by the system's beep, a violent energy fluctuation violently erupted from Su Chen's body. His meridians were rapidly expanding under the rush of blood chi, and his bones were emitting click 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 sounds, as if they were undergoing a complete metamorphosis. The yuan power in his body became more condensed, and a faint red halo appeared on the surface of his skin, emitting an incomparable pressure.
Su Chen closed his eyes tightly, feeling the majestic power in his body rushing and flowing through his meridians.
His breath climbed upward, as if a volcano was about to erupt, harboring infinite power. Is this the power of a 9th-ranked martial artist?
It's not enough.
The corpse of this 8th-rank lord would allow him to break through to Martial General in one fell swoop today.
Chapter 85, another SS rank. Dark Demon Body. Martial General level. Continue.
Su Chen drank lowly, and the devouring power in his body erupted once again, and the remaining corpses of the heaven-splitting horned demon quickly turned into pure energy and surged into his body. Host devours 8th-rank Lord Split Skyhorn Demon, gaining blood chi value plus 132, dark yuan power plus 67. The host devours an 8th-level Lord Rift Heavenly Horn Devil, gaining plus 148 blood chi and plus 73 dark elemental power. As the blood chi value and yuan power continued to climb, Su Chen's aura grew stronger and stronger, as if he was about to break through some kind of invisible shackle. Inside his body, yuan power raced through his meridians like a wild dragon, each flow accompanied by a tremor in space.
Finally, the system's beep sounded again.
The host's blood chi value has reached 10,000 points, breaking through to the 9th-ranked martial artist. The host's yuan power has reached the critical point, he has successfully advanced to the rank of general.
Boom!
An unprecedented amount of energy exploded inside Su Chen's body, and his body underwent a radical change at this moment. His bones became even stronger, as if they were made of fine gold, and a layer of faint golden lines emerged on the surface of his skin, flickering with a mysterious light. His meridians expanded to the extreme, with yuan power rushing through them, forming an unstoppable torrent. Is this the strength of a martial general level? The difference between the martial general level and the martial artist level was not only in the increase in power, but also the crossing of life levels. The moment Su Chen broke through the martial general level, his body, yuan power, consciousness, and even soul underwent a qualitative metamorphosis. First of all, the body strength of a martial general reached a whole new level. If a martial artist level body was mortal iron, then a martial general level body was refined steel. Bone density far exceeded that of normal people, indestructible muscle fibers were tighter, multiplying strength. Secondly, yuan power undergoes a fundamental change. The yuan power at the martial artist level was like a stream, while the yuan power at the martial general level was like a vast river. The yuan power was more condensed, as if it existed in substance, and the speed of recovery increased dramatically, even being able to constantly draw on the energy of the heavens and the earth to replenish its consumption during battles. More critically, a martial general level powerhouse was able to manipulate the power of the heavens and earth to a certain extent, using their body's yuan power to influence the space around them. However, this was something that Su Chen was already able to do at the martial general level due to the many powerful talents and Yuan Wu enhancements. Now that he had become a martial general, he would be even more comfortable using it. Su Chen opened his eyes, and a regal light flashed in his eyes. Just as he felt the unprecedentedly powerful force in his body, the system's beep sounded once again. Due to the host devouring the corpse of the split Skyhorn demon, he has successfully attained an epiphany of the SS grade talent, Dark Demon Body. Dark Devil Body, SS grade talent, the host obtains a powerful darkness power, body strength, defense and recovery greatly increased, immune to most dark attribute and corrosive attacks. The darkness power can be integrated into Yuan power to enhance the destructive nature of attacks, and at the same time possesses a strong erosive nature, capable of weakening the enemy's defense and Yuan power operation.
Additional technique. Dark Field S rank.
The host releases the power of darkness to form a field with a radius of 1000 meters. Within the field, all vitality is suppressed, and the enemy's strength and speed are drastically weakened while continuously being eroded by the darkness power. The host's combat prowess is greatly increased within the field, and he is able to manipulate the dark energy within the field for attack or defense.
Demon Soul Eater Grade A. The host coalesces dark power into shape and transforms into countless dark demonic souls, which are capable of eroding the enemy's Yuan power and spiritual power, inflicting sustained damage and weakening the enemy's will to fight.
The host can restore their Yuan power and injuries by devouring the demonic souls.
Dark Heavenly Punishment Grade S.
The host invokes the dark power of heaven and earth, forming a destructive beam of energy that descends from the sky. This skill possesses an extremely strong single killing power, capable of instantly destroying the enemy's defenses and even annihilating their souls.
Does it cost 100 Enlightenment points to redeem? I actually comprehended another SS grade talent.
Worthy of being an 8th order lord, the talents comprehended after devouring them all came with 3 skills, and the strength of each skill was no less than a rank.
Dark Demon Body. Is good. This talent's offensive and defensive abilities are extremely strong. Redeem it immediately.
Right now, Su Chen wasn't short of enlightenment points, and naturally he couldn't keep such a strong talent. Immediately he was going to enter the profound cave, now of course the stronger the better.
The host consumes 100 enlightenment points to obtain a dark demonic body.
Inside Su Chen's body, a majestic darkness power instantly erupted like a black torrent, quickly sweeping through every inch of his meridians, bones and flesh. Complex dark black lines surfaced on the surface of his skin, each of which emitted a palpitating pressure. His eyes became as deep as the abyss, with dark red light flickering in his pupils, as if he was a demon from hell, and just gazing at him made people feel an endless sense of oppression. The muscles were firmer, the bone strength was raised to a whole new level, and even the breath became cold and heavy, as if it could devour all life.
Is this the power of the dark demon body?
Su Chen raised his hand, and a ball of pitch-black energy coalesced in his palm, emitting a terrifying power of erosion. He felt that every cell in his body was strengthened by the dark power, and whether it was defense, recovery, or attack, it reached a whole new level.
It's really worthy of being an SS-class talent. Try this.
Su Chen instantly moved out of the inner devouring realm and arrived at an unfamiliar sea. Lifting his hand and waving it, the dark domain instantly unfolded. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all vitality was suppressed, and the air was filled with a dense corrosive aura. If an enemy stepped into this domain, it was feared that they would be weakened to the extreme in an instant.
Devil Soul Devouring Body.
Su Chen let out a low gulp, and countless dark demonic souls flew out from his body, hovering in midair like ghosts, emitting mournful hissing sounds.
Last one, Dark Heavenly Punishment.
His hands were violently raised, and the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds as a pitch-black energy beam descended from the sky, directly blasting into the sea not far away.
Boom!
A huge deep crater was blasted out of the sea, the surrounding seawater instantly evaporated, and the air was filled with the smell of scorching.
Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The power of this talent, it's not bad. He gathered the power of his dark demon body. Su Chen's gaze was cold as he looked toward the distant sea, and in that direction was where the entrance to the Abyssal cave was located. With my current strength, as long as it's an enemy below the martial god level or beast god level, they can't help me. The current him was not invincible at the same rank. Rather, he was invincible at the same level. Ice Xian Frost Armor, Exterminating Lotus Demon Flame, Underworld Demon Flame, Spatial Leap Technique, and Dark Demon Body. These powerful abilities brought his combat power to a whole new level. 9th ranked martial generals, crushed through and through. Martial god level, you can also try to power battle. Therefore, even if Lei Xiaoyan was in front of him, he had to bow down now. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked into a confident smile. The current him was no longer that teenager who needed to be careful to avoid danger, but had truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. The treasures of the Abyss Cave. The secrets of the prison Phoenix clan. It's time to go and find out. Su Chen's mind moved, and the spatial energy in his body instantly galvanized. Spatial leap art. Buzz. His figure disappeared in place like a phantom. Chapter 86 Martial God's Descent? What? It's actually Su Chen's long-lost brother?
In the sea above the entrance of the profound cave, the battle was in full swing. The heavens and earth were filled with bursts of yuan power and the roars of ferocious beasts. Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liuyan were at the forefront of the battle line, facing a large number of strong ferocious beasts surging out from the Abyssal cave, almost in a desperate situation. In the sea at the entrance of the Abyssal cave, 3 9th-rank Lord-level ferocious beasts and 5 8th-ranked ferocious beasts stepped out from the abyss, their pressure like a mountain. Skydome Thunderfiend, hundreds of meters in length, purple scales entwined with thunder, and 3 giant horns tearing through the sky. The 9 underworld serpent, as black as a mountain, spitting corrosive black mist, its eyes devouring life like an abyss. The 10,000 pillage demon ape has 2 arms in the sky, black demonic aura entwined, its fists cracking space, and its bloodshot eyes going berserk. Burning Skyfire Phoenix, wings unfolded, flames sweeping heaven and earth, ice prison dragon turtle, back covered with ice armor, cold air freezing everything, soul devouring devil scorpion, tail stinger ghostly green, poisonous light corrosion of the soul, split skywine wolf, wind blade tearing through the space, thunder gargoyle, surrounded by thunder and lightning roaring to trigger thousands of thunder. Each beast carries a destructive aura, turning this sea into a purgatory of death.
How can this riot be so terrifying?
Jiang Liuyan looked towards the huge figure that had re-emerged from the abyssal cave, and the expression on his face had fallen into despair. Lei Xiaoyan was holding a thunder giant halberd, the battle armor on his body had long been shattered, and blood was dripping down his arm.
Old Jiang, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out this time. There was a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in his voice.
Jiang Liuyan was suspended in midair, the flying blades transformed by his spiritual power had dimmed, his face was as pale as paper, and he had obviously reached his limit as well. He gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with resignation. Roar! The 8th Order Lord, split skywine wolf, swooped in, its huge claws carrying the might of tearing through space as it slapped down towards the 2 of them. Lei Xiaoyan barely raised his giant halberd and blocked the blow, but the tremendous impact caused him to instantly spit out a mouthful of blood and his figure flew out backwards. Old Lei! Jiang Liuyan exclaimed in shock, wanting to go forward to rescue him, but he was stopped by another 9th Order Lord, 10,000 Devil Ape. Its giant tail swept across, and Jiang Liuyan barely dodged it, but the depletion of his mental energy made it almost impossible for him to maintain the flying blade's attack any longer.
Could it really be that he's going to die here today?
A hint of despair flashed through Jiang Liuyan's eyes. He knew that he was no longer capable of fighting, and Lei Xiaoyan had also run out of gas.
However, just then,
there was a sudden distortion in the sky above, and Su Chen's figure was appearing with his feet on the vanishing dome shuttle. His gaze casually scanned the chaotic battlefield, and his brows furrowed slightly. Only the roars of ferocious beasts were intertwined above the sea, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and scorching. The mighty pressure of the 3 9th Order Lords and 5 8th Order Lords was like a mountain, turning this sea into a purgatory of death. Right at this moment, the 9th Order Lord, Heavenly Vault Thunderbolt, raised its head violently, noticing Su Chen's appearance, and a tyrannical light flashed in its purple eyes. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its body jumped up violently, its huge mouth opened, and a thick purple thunder column blasted straight towards Su Chen.
Wherever the pillar passed, space was torn apart, seawater steamed into fog, and the terrifying might was suffocating.
However, Su Chen only glanced at it faintly, without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and a 2-colored fire lotus instantly condensed in his palm. The outer layer of the fire lotus was the blazing exterminating lotus demon flame, while the inner layer was the dark underworld demon flame, and the 2 flames were intertwined together, exuding a palpitating pressure. Nowadays, Su Chen was fully capable of utilizing the full power of the foreign fire. Go! He softly shouted, and the fire lotus instantly flew out, colliding head-on with the purple thunder pillar. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the heavens and earth trembled. The dual-colored fire lotus exploded violently the moment it touched the thunder pillar, the blazing flames intertwined with the dark demonic flames to form a sea of fire, completely engulfing the purple thunder pillar. The remaining momentum of the sea of fire did not diminish, and went straight to the Heavenly Vault Thunderbolt. Roar! The Skydome Thunderfiend let out a mournful hiss, its huge body struggling madly in the sea of fire. Its purple scales were scorched black by the flames, and its 3 huge horns were eroded by the demonic flames, breaking off most of them. The original body that had covered the sky was actually shattered in half under this strike. How is it possible? Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liuyan were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. That was a 9th Order Lord-level ferocious beast, an existence that they might not be able to resist even if they joined forces, but it was actually heavily injured by this guy who suddenly appeared with a single blow. Su Chen, however, seemed as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing, his gaze remained indifferent. He gently waved his hand, and the sea of fire dissipated, revealing the wretched body of the heavenly dome thunderbolt. At this moment, it had long since lost its previous prowess, leaving only endless fear and despair.
A ninth-ranked lord? Nothing more than that.
Su Chen whispered to himself with a hint of disdain in his voice. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to penetrate the entire battlefield, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Lei Xiaoyan and Zhang Liuyan raised their heads at the same time and stared towards Su Chen, as if they wanted to see through him. However, under the Liuli divine concealment enhancement of Su Chen's immaculate Liuli body, they were unable to perceive his specific realm at all, and even his breath appeared blurry.
Difficult. Could it be a martial god lord? Lei Xiaoyan murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. No, it's not right.
Zhang Liuyan shook his head, his brows locked. I didn't hear that a martial god would support Luo Hai's side. At this moment, Zhang Liuyan's gaze suddenly condensed, staring tightly at Su Chen's side face, a trace of familiarity flooding his heart. He carefully surveyed the young and cold face, his heart shook violently, and he blurted out, wait a minute.
Then, did you realize that he looks like Su Chen? Su Chen?
Lei Xiaoyan froze at his words, then shook his head and lost his smile. That kid Su Chen has only just stepped into the martial artist realm, how could it be him? Zhang Liuyan, however, still frowned, his eyes deadlocked on Su Chen's face, the doubt in his heart unabated, but
it's too similar. That brow and eyes, that silhouette, it's practically identical.
Lei Xiaoyan heard, also couldn't help but look at Su Chen a few more times, then thoughtfully whispered, indeed it's like.
Could he be some kind of relative elder of Su Chen? But Su Chen is not an orphan?
No, it shouldn't be an elder, he's too young.
Or some long-lost brother? Chapter 87 10,000 Tribulation Demon Ape, Chaotic Battle Body. Over the sea area.
Su Chen stepped on the transported dome shuttle and stood in the air, his gaze coldly scanning the chaotic battlefield below. The terrifying scene of the dual-colored fire lotus bursting into flames of the heavenly Volt Thunder Fury just now had instantly suppressed the agitation of the entire battlefield. In the sky above the sea area, the roars of the major ferocious beasts gradually diminished. Afterward, all of them looked towards this human who had suddenly appeared, with tyrannical killing intent flickering in their beast pupils.
Roar! The 9 underworld serpent roared, taking the lead in attacking towards Su Chen.
Its huge body was perched on the sea surface like a mountain, and its black scales flickered with an eerie cold light. The huge mouth opened and spat out a thick corrosive black mist. Wherever it passed, the sea water vaporized and even the air was corroded and twisted. It's the corrosive breath of the 9 underworld serpent.
Be careful! Zhang Liuyan exclaimed from afar.
This corrosive black mist contained an extremely strong erosive power that could rapidly corrode all substances, and even the strongest metal or energy defenses would quickly disintegrate in front of this black mist. Once enveloped in it, even a high-ranked martial general would find it difficult to retreat in one piece, and just now Zhang Liuyan was almost caught in the trap. However, Su Chen only gave a soft grunt and raised his hand. A layer of pitch-black energy instantly erupted from his body, forming a field with a radius of 1,000 meters.
Dark demonic body dark domain.
Only to see that the corrosive black mist was swallowed up without a trace just as soon as it came into contact with the darkness domain. The 9 underworld serpent's snake pupils contracted violently, and a trace of fear rose in his heart.
It's my turn.
Su Chen let out a low gulp, his body instantly flashed in. In the next moment, it appeared above the head of the 9 underworld serpent. A pitch-black demonic flame had already condensed in the center of his palm, which was then slammed down.
Darkness heavenly punishment. Boom!
A pitch-black energy beam descended from the sky, directly bombarding the 9 underworld serpent's body that was several hundred meters long. The demonic flame instantly burned its scales to a charred black, and its huge body struggled madly in the sea of black fire, emitting a mournful hiss, but it was unable to break free. In a matter of moments, this 9th-ranked lord-level ferocious beast was turned into a pile of charred black remains.
Seeing this scene,
Lei Xiaoyan and Zhang Liuyan, who were far away in the sky, had complete disbelief on their faces.
How is this? This possible?
That's a 9th-ranked lord-level ferocious beast.
Surprisingly, it was destroyed by him. In a single strike?
The two were shocked in their hearts. What realm has this guy's strength
actually reached? Could he really be a martial god-level powerhouse? But it doesn't quite look like it from the Yuan power pressure. It can only mean that his talent is unbelievable. It's at least a rank or above. That incomparably blazing flame, as well as the dark domain. That was just cast. This young martial general's strength was too terrifying.
Even Lei Xiaoyan, who had always been arrogant in nature, was ashamed of himself.
Meanwhile, inside the LA City Operations Department, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it was almost suffocating.
Report. The battle situation on the front line is urgent. The number of ferocious beasts has increased dramatically, and 3 9th Order Lords and 5 8th Order Lords have already appeared.
What? 3 9th rank lords? How is this possible?
Immediately call up the satellite and check the battlefield. The commander of the operations department gave the order with a grave expression, his heart filled with unease.
When the satellite image was transmitted back, a dead silence fell over the entire operations department.
Only the roars of ferocious beasts shook the sky and the earth and the sky above the sea, and the huge bodies of 3 Ninth Order and 5 Eighth Order lords covered the sky with a mountainous pressure. Although Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liuyan fought hard to resist, they were clearly in a desperate situation.
It's over.
So many high-ranked lords, even Lord Lei and Lord Jiang, are powerless to return to heaven.
Is Luo City really going to be completely finished? The support from the magic capital is also slow to come. If it's a little bit later, I guess the consequences are unimaginable.
Inside the operations department, everyone's faces became incomparably pale, their hearts filled with despair.
Just as everyone's hearts were ashen. In the satellite image, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Who is that? That? The crowd's eyes widened. Only to see that figure standing in the air with his feet on the transported dome shuttle, his handsome young face carried a kind of indifference to the world. He is the mysterious strong man who just defeated the 8th-ranked Lord Split Skyhorn Demon. He also came to the front line? Wait. You guys look. He struck. On screen. Only Su Chen raised his hand and waved it, and the two-colored fire lotus erupted, directly bursting the 9th-ranked Lord Heavenly Dome Thunder Fury on the spot. Immediately afterward, there was another flash of his figure, appearing above the head of the 9 underworld serpent. With a single strike of the Black Thousand Birds, he completely annihilated this 9th-stage Lord-ranked ferocious beast. Hiss! Inside the operations department, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Who the heck is he? He actually directly exterminated 2 Ninth Order lords in less than a minute? It's too terrifying. With this kind of strength, could it be a martial god? That's not right. Every single one of the martial god blue star is counted. In my memory, it seems like we don't have this number of characters in the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be a reclusive martial god big brother? It's not that there isn't this possibility. The surrounding combat officers murmured, their faces a mixture of excitement, thrill, and disbelief. Commander Boyuan's gaze was also deadlocked on the screen, and his heart had long since set off monstrous waves. It's hard to believe that Luo Hai is really saved this time? Over the abyssal cave. Roar! At the same time, the 10,000 Devil Ape let out an earth-shattering roar, and its huge body of hundreds of meters tall leapt up violently. Both of its fists were entwined with black demonic chi, and it smashed down fiercely towards Su Chen. Each of its attacks seemed to be able to tear through space, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Good timing. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and the ice Xian frost armor in his body suddenly activated, with cold air overflowing. His hands snapped together, and the frost yuan power quickly condensed into countless ice blades, like a storm that swept towards the 10,000 tribulation demon ape. Ice Xian tsunami strike. Ice blades were shot at the 10,000 devil ape like a rain of arrows, each one piercing into its body with precision. However, this kind of power wasn't enough to heavily damage this 9th-ranked lord. Instead, it provoked it into an even more furious rage. Roar! The 10,000 tribulation demon ape let out an earth-shattering roar, and its jackhammer fist swung violently, smashing towards Su Chen once again. The power of the ice Xian frost armor is really still too weak. It was also true that it was nothing more than an A-rank talent, and aside from being able to add a little bit of negative buff to a 9th-ranked lord, it really didn't have much power. In the face of the demon ape's punching winds coming like a titanic pressure, Su Chen was not the least bit fearless. The power of chaos instantly erupted from his body, like brilliant flames, burning around him. Chaotic battle body, open. His body's power surged 10,000 times. Then I'll use my power to crush you. Su Chen snorted coldly and his body flashed wildly. He directly rushed up against the fist of the 10,000 devil ape. His fist was clenched tightly, and chaotic chi entwined around it as it collided head-on with the black demonic chi of the 10,000 heavens demon ape. Boom! The two fists collided, and space seemed to be torn apart at this moment. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept towards the surroundings, the sea was raised by monstrous waves, and even Lei Xiaoyan and Jiang Liuyan in the distance were shaken back a few steps by this power. Chapter 88 8S Rank and a Rank Talents Fusion. 10,000 Phase Havoc Extinction. This is a duel of fleshly strength? A human, actually sparring with a ferocious beast for strength? Lei Xiaoyan's eyes widened, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. At this moment, the fists of Su Chen and the 10,000 tribulation demon ape had collided dozens of times in the air, with each pair of blasts triggering violent explosions. The dual fists of the 10,000 heavens demon ape were originally enough to tear through space, but in front of Su Chen's chaotic battle body, they appeared so powerless. Ka-ching! With a crisp shattering sound, the fist bones of the 10,000 tribulation demon ape actually began to crumble under the impact of the chaotic chi. Terror and disbelief flashed through its pupils. The power it was most proud of had actually lost to a human? It's over. Su Chen leapt up and blasted his fist into the chest of the 10,000 devil ape. Chaos heaven breaking strike. Boom!
The chaotic chi condensed into a terrifying mass of energy that directly penetrated the body of the 10,000 devil ape. Its massive body quickly disintegrated under the impact of the chaotic chi, eventually turning into countless pieces of flesh that dissipated over the sea. Inside the Luo Sea combat department, everyone's eyes were deadlocked on the satellite image, their breathing almost stopped. On the screen, the battle between Su Chen and the 10,000 devil ape entered white heat. The ice blades of the Ice Shin frost armor shot at the 10,000 devil ape like rain, yet it did not cause much damage. Just when everyone's hearts were hanging by a thread, the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. What is he doing? A human, actually sparring with a 9th-ranked Lord-level ferocious beast for power? Inside the operations department, the crowd exclaimed in shock and disbelief written all over their faces. It was common sense that even the physical body of a 9th-order martial general could never be stronger than that of a 9th-order lord. But this mysterious powerhouse actually directly battled a ferocious beast that was known for its strength? Outrageous, too outrageous. And yet, the next scene that happened once again overturned their perceptions. They had never seen such a terrifying duel of physical strength before, much less could they imagine someone being able to suppress a 9th-order fierce beast with pure strength. Only in the picture, the fists of Su Chen and the 10,000 tribulation demon ape were constantly colliding in the air, and with each duel, Su Chen actually had a hidden upper hand. After instantly sparring a dozen times, with a crisp pop, the fist bone of the 10,000 heavens demon ape actually began to crumble under the impact of the chaotic chi. He actually did win? His flesh is actually stronger than a 9th-ranked lord? Terrifying as hell. In the end, only the chaotic chi condensed into a terrifying mass of energy that directly penetrated the body of the 10,000 devil ape. Its huge body quickly disintegrated under the impact of the chaotic chi, eventually turning into countless pieces of flesh, like a meteor crashing to the ground. Inside the combat department, the crowd was completely shocked by this scene, and for a time, they were silent, with only the sounds of rapid breathing and swallowing saliva remaining. Too strong. He actually killed a 9th-order Lord-class fierce beast with his physical strength. He is a monster, right? Completely overturned my perception. Commanderine Boyuan stared at the screen dead-on, his heart similarly set off huge waves. His lips trembled slightly, and his voice carried an undisguised excitement. No matter what, we have hope. With him here, Luo Hai will definitely be safe and sound. The others within the operations department also came back to their senses, ecstasy written all over their faces. Yes, Luo Hai is saved. We're saved. Quickly, transmit the image to the front line. Let all the warriors see the scene to boost their morale. Yes. Inside the operations department, the original atmosphere of despair was swept away. In the sky above the sea area, Su Chen looked at the remaining 5 8th-order lords with some impatience. But they were blocking the path they had to travel. If you wanted to enter the Abyss Cave, you still had to take care of them all. I'm in a hurry, so you guys go together. Su Chen calmly hovered in the air and raised his chin towards them. Seeing this, the burning skyflame phoenix let out a sharp hiss, its wings unfolded, and blazing flames swept through the heavens and earth, pouncing towards Su Chen. Its flames seemed to be able to burn everything, and even the air was distorted under its high temperature. Playing with fire with me? Su Chen laughed coldly, and with a flip of his palm, the extinguishing lotus demon flame and underworld demon flame condensed in his palm, transforming into 2 demonic fire lotuses. The fire lotuses flew towards the burning skyflame phoenix and violently exploded the moment they touched the flames. The blazing flames intertwined with the dark demonic flames, instantly wrapping the burning skyfire phoenix. Roar! The ice-hell dragon turtle similarly let out a low roar, and the ice armor on its back flashed with a piercing light. It spewed out a wave of extremely cold air, and wherever it passed, the seawater instantly froze. Sculptor's little skill. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, and the gold-devouring python instantly flew out, transforming into a golden light that pounced straight at the ice prison dragon turtle. Gold-devouring spatial chop. Golden spatial cracks suddenly appeared, splitting the ice armor of the ice prison dragon turtle in two. Its body was defenseless in front of the spatial crack, and even its soul was torn apart, eventually turning into a pile of debris. Hiss! The soul-devouring demon scorpion let out a sharp hiss, and the ghostly green poisonous stinger on its tail violently stabbed out, releasing a deadly corrosive poison. Poison? Too weak. Su Chen snapped his hands together and unleashed his dark demonic body once again. Devil soul-devouring body. Countless dark demonic souls flew out from his body, pouncing on the soul-devouring demon scorpion, like ghosts. The demonic souls quickly eroded its body and devoured its soul. The remaining Rift Wind Wolf and Thunder Lizard were similarly unbeatable, and were directly refined in the midst of Su Chen's unfolding demonic domain. Su Chen stood in the air, his gaze coldly scanning the remaining corpses of ferocious beasts below. The devouring power within his body surged quietly, like an invisible giant net, enveloping the corpses of those ferocious beasts. Whale swallow. As he let out a low shout, the power of devouring instantly erupted. The corpses of the ferocious beasts quickly transformed into pure energy and surged into his body. Host devours the Heavenly Vault Thunderbolt and gains the S-Class talent, Thunder Rage. The host devours the 9 Underworld Serpent and gains the S-Class talent, Breath of Corrosion. The host devours the Demon Ape of 10,000 Searches and gains the S-Class talent, Demon Ape Power. The host devours the Burning Skyfire Phoenix and gains the A-Rank talent, Burning Skyflame. The host devours the Ice Prison Dragon Turtle and gains the A-Rank talent, Ice Prison Cold Armor. The host devours the Soul Devouring Scorpion and gains an A-Rank talent, Soul Devouring Stinger. The host devours the Rift Wind Wolf and gains the A-Ranked talent, Rift Storm. The host devours the Thunder Lizard and gains the A-Ranked talent, Thunder Roar. Due to the host's extraordinary enlightenment, all of his talents have fused, advancing to an SSS grade talent, 10,000 Phases of Destruction.
Chapter 89, Comprehending the 10,000 Phase Havoc Extinction, Entering the Abyssal Cave.
10,000 Phases Hijacking and Destruction, SSS grade talent, the ultimate ability of the 8 Beasts talent fusion, combining the ability to destroy and create life. Can freely manipulate multiple attributes such as thunder, corrosion, megaforce, flame, cold ice, cracking air, and poison.
Additional techniques.
Annihilation Robbing Light compresses berserk energy into a destructive beam, penetrating through matter and soul, obliterating all defenses. The Field of All Elements is a multi-elemental storm centered on itself, annihilating or reconstructing everything in the field as it is thought.
Passive technique.
Body of Devouring Robbery can devour external energy to evolve infinitely, immune to elemental erosion, and rebound half damage.
Ultimate Upanishad.
Return to Ruin and Hijack Destruction detonates all energy, unleashing destructive power comparable to dimensional collapse, at the cost of briefly falling into weakness.
Does it cost 200 enlightenment points to redeem? Redeem.
Suchen wasn't surprised that the 8 lords were able to fuse SSS grade talents, but he was still very excited in his heart. After all, it was the first SSS ranked talent he had obtained. As the system's beep sounded, an unprecedented wave of energy suddenly erupted within his body. The power of the 10,000 phases rushed through his meridians like a wild tidal wave, rapidly transforming his body, soul, and even his consciousness.
Buzz. An invisible power surged out from his body, quickly covering his entire body. Complex patterns of all phases surfaced on the surface of his skin, each of which exuded a palpitating pressure. His eyes became as deep as an abyss, with the light of the 10,000 phases flickering in his pupils, as if he was the master of the heavens and the earth, and just gazing at it caused one to feel an endless sense of oppression. Is this the power of the 10,000 phases of havoc extinction? Suchen raised his hand, and a massive 10,000 phase yuan power coalesced in his palm, emitting a terrifying pressure. He felt that every cell in his body was strengthened by the universal phase force, and whether it was defense, recovery, or attack, it reached a whole new level. Suchen's strength, once again, had risen to a new level, and he had more confidence in entering the profound cave. Let's go, directly enter the profound cave. Suchen didn't hesitate and took a step out, space twisted in an instant, and in the next moment, he arrived under the surface of the sea. In the middle of a dark abyss, there stood a huge black stone pillar. On top of the stone pillar, it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it had gone through the baptism of countless years, and its surface was engraved with complex runes, with black light vaguely flowing between the runes. Suchen's gaze was cold, his figure flashed once again, stepping directly into the runes and disappearing. Lei Xian and Zhang Liunian stood in the sky above the sea, their eyes staring blankly at the direction Suchen disappeared in, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. Suchen had easily killed 3 Ninth Order Lords and 5 Eighth Order Lords with his own strength, and that kind of power that made the ferocious beasts fly away in smoke with a lift of his hand was simply completely beyond their imagination. What the hell is he? He? Zhang Liunian muttered, a hint of trembling in his voice. His eyes were filled with awe, and there was even a hint of fear that was hard to hide. His strength has surpassed the scope of our cognition. Lei Xiaoyan's face was similarly gloomy. His heart, on the other hand, had long since set off huge waves, completely unable to comprehend Suchen's existence. From the dual-colored fire lotus explosion killing the Heavenly Dome Thunder Fury, to the dark heavenly punishment destroying the 9 Underworld Serpent, to the chaotic battle body crushing the 10,000 Devil Ape, the power that Suchen displayed had long since transcended their perceptions of martial generals. His realm has definitely not reached martial god. Zhang Liunian said in a low voice, a hint of disbelief in his tone, but his combat power is enough to rival, or even surpass, that of a martial god. That's right, Lei Xian nodded, his eyes filled with shock. He doesn't have that divine domain pressure that is unique to martial gods, but with his heaven-defying talent and countless yuan martial techniques, he has exerted a combat power that surpasses that of a martial god. This is simply unheard of. Every single item of talent, yuan martial skills, and battle sense has reached the extreme. Lei Xian took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the entrance of the profound cave with a complicated gaze. Wait. He entered the abyss cave? Zhang Liunian suddenly reacted. Could it be that he originally entered the abyssal cave in order to enter the abyssal cave, and that's why he destroyed those ferocious beasts in passing? I'm afraid so.
Lei Xiaoyan laughed bitterly. To him, those ferocious beasts are nothing more than obstacles in the way. He wasn't even trying to support us, he was only trying to enter the profound cave. Jiang Liunian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his heart even more shocked. Those 9th stage lord level ferocious beasts that had put them in a desperate situation, in Su Chen's eyes, were actually just ants that could be removed with his hands? I'm afraid that he entered the profound cave in order to search for a stronger power. Such a genius will definitely not be satisfied with his current strength. Yes, Jiang Liunian smiled bitterly. His existence has simply shattered our perception of power. In front of him, we so-called strong people are simply frogs at the bottom of a well. The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with awe and shock. The appearance of this mysterious powerhouse had completely changed their definition of genius. Those so-called geniuses were not worth mentioning in front of him. Should we check his origin? Lei Xiaoyan pondered for a moment and said. Jiang Liunian was silent for a moment and shook his head. It's better to forget about it. Such a genius is by no means something that an unusual power can cultivate. I'm afraid we'll anger him if we rashly investigate. But with his existence, we need to have an explanation to the top. We can report his situation to the Magic Capital headquarters, but don't act rashly. His strength and potential are far beyond our control. In the future, he will definitely become a martial god, or even one of the strongest ones. When Lei Xiaoyan heard this, he took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Let's go back and organize the intelligence first, and report it to the Magic Capital headquarters as soon as possible. The moment Su Chen stepped into the ruins, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. A moment later, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he appeared in an unfamiliar wasteland. The vastness was boundless, and the sky and earth were pale. The sky was not the familiar sky blue, but a deep dark purple, as if it was enveloped by some unknown power. There were 2 huge stars hanging in the sky, one as red as blood and the other as blue as water, both of which mirrored each other, illuminating the barren plains in a particularly bizarre manner. The air was filled with an ancient and silent atmosphere, as if this land had existed for endless years. The wasteland was dead silent, and the ground was covered with dry cracks, as if it had experienced countless years of drought. Occasionally, some strange vegetation could be seen. Their forms were very different from the outside world. Some were shaped like sharp blades, some were like withered bones, and there were even some plants with faint fluorescent lights flickering on their surfaces. In the distant sky, a broken building could be vaguely seen. They towered over the clouds, but had long since collapsed into ruins, leaving only broken walls. Even further away, there was a dark forest. The trees were tall and twisted, and a thick black mist filled the branches and leaves, making it look eerie and dangerous. Su Chen took a deep breath and felt the unique energy fluctuations in this heaven and earth. Is this the interior of the profound cave? Sure enough, it's very different from the outside world. Chapter 90 Heavenly Horned Demonic Lin Essence Blood. The Abyssal Cave was not a simple space, but a strange place pieced together by countless world fragments. These fragments came from the heavens and the worlds, and could be a destroyed realm or the remains of an ancient civilization. Each fragment contained unique rules and powers, and might even hide the treasures of the heavens and the earth. Here, anything could be encountered. It could be the legacy of a lost civilization, the lair of an ancient ferocious beast, or a deadly trap. No wonder the Abyssal Cave is known as a forbidden place. Even the martial general level doesn't dare to set foot in it easily. It should be okay to use the Void Key now. Su Chen took out the Void Key from among the devouring realm within his body. The Key of Void was the key to connecting the inheritance of the prison Phoenix divine race, and Su Chen sank his spirit into the diagram of the stars on the surface of the key, and instantly understood its usage. As it turns out, it's not that you can use the Void Key once you've arrived at the Abyssal Cave, you also have to find the Gate of the Prison Phoenix through the guidance of the star map. It was not only a key, but also the carrier of a star map. Following the guidance of the star map, one would be able to find the void door leading to the inheritance of the prison Phoenix divine race in the middle of the Abyssal Cave. Buzz! Su Chen injected a trace of Yuan power into the Void Key. Soon, an illusory star map surfaced in front of him. The star map consisted of countless stars, each of which represented a certain coordinate in the Abyssal Cave, and 2 of the stars were flashing with bright light, clearly the direction that the star map was guiding. These 2 stars are my location, and the location where the Void Gate is located. Su Chen gazed at the distant star, calculating the relative coordinates of the 2. With the spatial leap technique, it's not difficult for me to go over there. I just need a large amount of temporary Yuan power to transform it. Just as Su Chen was pondering, suddenly, the earth in the distance began to tremble violently. The ground on the dry wasteland cracked into a bottomless gully, and the ruins in the distance collapsed in the shaking, raising a cloud of dust. The air was filled with a furious aura, as if some terrifying existence was approaching. Su Chen's gaze condensed and he turned his head to look at the source of the vibration, only to see a huge figure slowly emerging from the distant horizon. It was a ferocious beast as large as a mountain, its body covered in pitch-black scale armor, and each piece of scale armor flashed with a metallic luster. Its head bore 3 huge curved horns, the tips of which were entwined with endless thunder power, and its eyes were like 2 burning stars, filled with a tyrannical and destructive aura.
A first-rank beast god, the heavenly horned demonic Lin. It's actually a first-order beast god? Su Chen frowned slightly, but soon noticed the abnormality.
Although this heavenly horned demon Lin's aura was powerful, it was a bit weak and seemed to have suffered a not-so-slight injury, with its strength dropping to the level of a ninth-order lord. Roar! The heavenly horned demonic Lin let out a heaven-shaking roar, and a ferocious light flashed in its eyes. Its gigantic claws slapped down, and the ground instantly crumbled, raising monstrous amounts of dust. There was no fear in Su Chen's heart, instead, he was somewhat excited. Speak of Cao Cao, my Yuan power reserve has come this way. He was still regretting in his heart that he had just been outside and hadn't converted all of that nine-headed lord into temporary Yuan power in his body because someone was watching. And now, he actually directly encountered a wounded heavenly horned demonic Lin. Su Chen's gaze was cold, and the power of the 10,000 phases of apocalypse and destruction in his body instantly surged. Come on, just in time to try out how the new SSS rank talent is. Su Chen let out a low shout, his figure was like electricity, instantly rushing towards the injured heavenly horned demonic Lin. Inside his body, the power of the 10,000 phases of apocalypse and destruction surged crazily, and the 10,000 phases patterns on the surface of his skin flashed with a brilliant light, as if his entire person had transformed into a heaven and earth master. Annihilating robbery light. Su Chen's hands violently closed together, and the multifaceted attribute energy in his body rapidly compressed and condensed into a destructive beam of light. The beam of light took on a seven-colored hue, with the power of thunder, flames, ice, and poison intertwined within it, carrying the might of destroying everything as it blasted straight towards the head of the heavenly horned demonic Lin. Boom! The annihilation-robbing light pierced through space and instantly struck the head of the heavenly horned demonic Lin. The scale armor of the heavenly horned demonic Lin quickly crumbled under the impact of the light beam, and black blood gushed out. It let out a hiss of pain, and its huge body staggered back, the ground stomped out deep pits by its huge feet, stirring up monstrous amounts of dust. Roar! However, the heavenly horned demonic Lin was not killed by a single strike, but instead was completely enraged. Its three huge horns lit up fiercely, and endless thunder power condensed at the tips of the horns, and then it was violently released, transforming into a thick purple thunder column that blasted straight towards Su Chen. Wanxiang Domain. Su Chen's hands spread out, and the power of the 10,000 phases within his body instantly erupted, forming a field that was 1,000 meters in circumference. Within the domain, multiple elements such as thunder, blazing flames, cold ice, and cracking air were intertwined together, forming a violent energy storm. As soon as the purple thunder pillar entered the domain, it was torn apart by the energy storm within it and dissipated into dots of electric light. My turn! Su Chen coldly shouted, and with a flash of his body, he appeared on the flank of the heavenly horned demon Lin. With a flip of his palm, the power of the 10,000 phases condensed into a huge gray long blade, with the fluctuations of countless types of energy entwined around the blade. Blade of 10,000 phases. The long blade slashed across the sky, carrying a devastating might towards the neck of the heavenly horned demonic Lin. Although the heavenly horned demonic Lin's body was huge, its reaction was extremely swift. It violently flung its head, and its giant horns collided with the long blade, emitting a deafening roar. Ka-ching! The giant horn of the heavenly horned demonic Lin cracked under the chopping of the long blade, but it didn't care. Instead, it became even more furious. Its giant tail swept towards Su Chen like a giant whip, and wherever it passed, space was torn apart and the ground crumbled. Body of the devouring robber. Su Chen let out a low gulp, and the power of the 10,000 phases within his body instantly erupted, and the 10,000 phases patterns on the surface of his skin flickered with a brilliant light. The moment the giant tail of the heavenly horned demonic Lin struck him, a terrifying force of recoil erupted, bouncing the giant tail directly away. Roar! The heavenly horned demonic Lin let out a hiss of pain as the scale armor on his giant tail was crumbled by the force of the recoil, and black blood gushed out. Almost there. A cold aura flashed in Su Chen's eyes, his hands violently closed together, and the power of the 10,000 phases in his body surged crazily. Returning ruin robbery extinction. He let out a low gulp, and all the energy within his body instantly detonated, transforming into a destructive force comparable to a dimensional collapse. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart at this moment, with space collapsing and everything annihilating. Boom! The huge body of the heavenly horned demonic Lin quickly disintegrated under the impact of this destructive force, turning into countless pieces of flesh that fell one after another. Su Chen slowly landed on the ground, the energy in his body depleted. However, he didn't have to worry about it in the slightest because the heavenly horned demon Lin corpse on the ground was his best tonic. He walked slowly to the corpse pieces that filled the ground, and the devouring power within his body was the first to be unleashed. Whale swallow. With a low drink, the power of devouring instantly erupted. Host devours the heavenly horned demonic Lin, obtaining heavenly horned demonic Lin essence blood 1. The heavenly horned demonic Lin's essence blood contains the essence of the Lin god's bloodline, possessing extremely powerful evolutionary energy. A single drop of essence blood is enough to evolve the bloodline of an ordinary ferocious beast, and even has the chance to awaken the power of an ancient divine beast.
Chapter 91, Heaven Swallowing Dragon Python, out. It's actually a drop of beast god essence blood? And it's a rare essence blood with evolutionary potential. Seeing the system's prompt, Su-Chen couldn't help but reveal a smirk. This was a rare and good thing. It was simply too appropriate to utilize it for one's doppelganger. Thinking of this, Su-Chen immediately summoned the gold devouring python from the internal devouring realm. The drop of crystal clear, emitting a faint purple light of the heavenly horned demonic Lin essence blood was suspended in mid-air. Su-Chen extended his hand and directly sent the essence blood into the mouth of the gold devouring python. The instant the essence blood entered the gold devouring python's body, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. The gold devouring python's body began to tremble violently, its golden scales gradually tinted with a layer of deep purple light. At the same time, the surrounding air became distorted. Su-Chen took a few steps back and quietly watched the scene. The gold devouring python was attempting to fuse the heavenly horned demonic Lin essence blood, and if it succeeded, his own doppelganger would completely get rid of its original limitations and move to a higher level. However, if it failed, it could directly explode and die. Yet there is enlightenment against the odds, failure? Completely impossible. Time passed minute by minute, the gold devouring python's body continued to expand and contract, each change accompanied by an ear-piercing hissing sound. Finally, after a long ordeal, the gold devouring python's body shook violently and let out an earth-shaking roar. Only to see the python's body undergo an earth-shattering change. Its body rapidly expanded, and its scales gradually transformed from the original dazzling golden color to the deep purple gold bicolor, with arcane and complex runic patterns emerging on each piece of scale armor. The most striking thing was the pair of dragon horns on top of its head that curved like moonblades, as well as the pair of huge membrane wings that unfolded behind its back. This pair of wings had a translucent crystalline texture throughout, with purple and gold intertwined light flowing from them. Due to its unbelievable enlightenment, the gold devouring python has successfully fused with the heavenly horned demonic Lin's essence blood, and its bloodline has evolved into the heaven swallowing dragon python. Sky swallowing dragon python, the transitional form of gold devouring python's dragonization, and its evolutionary form after fusing with the heavenly horned demonic forest's essence blood. Talent technique, Devouring Heaven's Devouring SS grade passive, inherits the essence of the law of devouring and raises it to the extreme. It can absorb any living organism or energy source to strengthen itself, whether it is the flesh and blood of the enemy, Yuanli, or the aura of heaven and earth, none of which can escape its devouring range. Each devouring provides it with a brief but powerful increase in power, while repairing its own injuries. In addition to this, there is also the Heavenly Punishment Dragon's Breath S rank, unites the thunder and dragon might of heaven and earth, spitting out a destructive dragon's breath that runs through heaven and earth, which can incinerate all living beings, and the mixed Yuan Devouring Heaven SS rank, devours the essence of heaven and earth and gains near invincible power for a short period of time, immunizes itself from damage and feeds its own restoration ability. Is this the Heaven Swallowing Dragon Python? Su-Chen murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock and delight. Roar! The heaven-swallowing dragon python raised its voice to the sky, sounding like a thunderous explosion that shook the entire heaven and earth. A vast aura emanated from it, and even Su-Chen's main body felt a hint of oppression. Not bad, this evolution is even more perfect than I expected. Su-Chen's consciousness had already arrived inside the heaven-swallowing dragon python, and when he felt the majestic power in his body, he couldn't help but be very satisfied. Due to the successful evolution, the strength of the heaven-swallowing dragon python has reached the 9th rank of Fierce Beast. It only needs enough blood chi to replenish it, and it will successfully advance to the Lord level. Just in time, the blood and flesh of a first-rank beast god is enough for me and my doppelganger to use together. After saying that, he opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the corpse pieces of the heavenly horned demonic Lin that were all over the ground. Although these pieces of flesh looked messy, every inch contained a rich blood chi and pure energy. For Su-Chen and the heaven-swallowing dragon python at this moment, this was the best tonic. Su-Chen took the lead in maneuvering the heaven-swallowing dragon python into action. The devouring power in his body instantly erupted, transforming into a black as ink vortex that sucked all the surrounding blood and flesh into his body. As the energy continued to pour in, a faint layer of golden light surfaced on the surface of the body, and the golden lines under the skin began to flicker violently. Host absorbs the blood and flesh of the heavenly horned demonic Lin, gaining blood chi value plus 109, unicorn yuan power plus 54. The host absorbs the flesh and blood of the heavenly horned demonic forest, gaining 147 blood chi and 80 qilin yuan power. The host absorbs the flesh and blood of the heavenly horned demonic forest, gaining plus 178 blood chi and 96 qilin yuan power. The sky-swallowing dragon python absorbs enough energy and successfully breaks through to the First Order Lord class. As the blood and flesh of the heavenly horned demonic Lin was devoured, the heaven-swallowing dragon python's body began to undergo a radical change.
Its scales became even more dazzling, with purple and gold rays flowing through its scale armor. The tips of the dragon horns at the top of its head were entwined with blazing thunder power, and the huge membrane wings on its back became even larger, with purple and gold intertwined rays flickering on its translucent wings, and with a gentle vibration, a gust of wild winds was stirred up. Roar! The heaven-swallowing dragon python raised its voice to the sky, and its vast dragon might instantly filled the entire heaven and earth. Its body swelled from the original 100 meters long to hundreds of meters, just like a moving mountain. Every breath could cause the surrounding space to tremble. Su Chen felt the changes in the doppelganger and his heart was filled with joy. After reaching the Lord level, the original talent would be used with even more heart in hand. Devouring, Heaven's Punishment, Dragon's Breath, and Hybrid Heaven Devouring. These abilities are simply made for battle. He murmured in a low voice, excitement flickering in his eyes. At the same time, the devouring power of Su Chen's main body was also quietly unleashed. He raised his palm, and the devouring power within his body transformed into an invisible giant net, which caught the rest of the heavenly horned demonic Lin's flesh and blood within it. Whale swallow. A stream of pure blood chi and energy surged into Su Chen's body, quickly filling his consumption. Moreover, the temporary yuan power in his body was becoming more and more massive, and after absorbing all the remaining blood and flesh, the amount of yuan power was almost ready to burst him. Alright, now even if we leap hundreds of times, the yuan power is almost enough. Go to the coordinates point guided by the star map. The yuan power in Su Chen's body surged crazily, unleashing the spatial leap technique. With a low cry, his body gradually blurred and eventually disappeared into a stream of light. After the first leap, Su Chen appeared in the middle of a desolate ancient forest. The surrounding trees towered above the clouds, their branches and leaves covering the sky, so that not even the sunlight could penetrate. The air was thick with the smell of blood and rotting odors, as if the entire world was shrouded in death. Not far away came bursts of roars, which were hordes of terrifying ferocious beasts fighting for territory. Su Chen just swept a glance and quickly leapt away again. This area was very dangerous. In his second leap, Su Chen arrived in the ruins of a bizarre ancient city. The city was in disrepair, the streets were covered with cracks, and the walls were crawling with black vines. However, the most disturbing thing was the humanoid statues that were standing still. They looked so lifelike that it seemed as if they would come to life the next second. Su Chen tried to get closer to one of the statues, only to find that a faint red light actually flashed in its eyes. He was immediately alerted and didn't stay for too long, launching his leaping technique once again to leave. Chapter 92, Ancient Bronze City in the Abyssal Cave. Actually stumbled upon a phantom demon? On the third leap, Su Chen entered a blazing lava zone. The earth was covered in hot lava, the sky burned with crimson flames, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Occasionally, one could see some flaming foreign beasts roaming about, their gazes fierce and bloodthirsty. Su Chen felt a scorching heat coming at him, but he didn't stop for much longer, just confirming his bearings before continuing to leap forward. For the fourth and fifth time, every time he leapt, he would see a very different world fragment. In some places, it was a cold, frozen land with glaciers as sharp as knife blades. In others, it was a void of spatial fissures that would tear apart any life once it got close. Finally, after the seventh leap, Su Chen stopped. According to the star map guide, it should be around here. However, when Su Chen looked away towards the distance, he fell into a thick shock. One could only see an ancient bronze city standing between the boundless and endless heavens and earth. The bronze ancient city was like a lofty beast perched between heaven and earth. Its walls were 10,000 feet high and emitted an ancient and profound luster. The city was shrouded in a faint golden curtain of light, as if it was protected by some sort of powerful prohibition. On the city wall, there were countless complex runes and patterns carved. Each pattern seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, and vaguely one could see star-like shimmering light flowing on its surface, as if the Milky Way in the night sky was reflected on it. Su Chen stood in the distance and gazed at this ancient city. His heart shook. He once again used his divine mind to observe and confirm the location of the star map. According to the guidance of the star map, the gate of the prison phoenix is in this bronze ancient city. He murmured in a low voice, both curiosity and caution in his eyes. I don't know what the origin of this bronze ancient city is. Be careful. Su Chen quickly took out a pitch-black cloak from his storage ring and draped it over his body, completely covering himself. Afterward, he took a step towards the city of bronze. Su Chen walked on the path leading to the city gates. The fantastical jungle around him exuded a reckless and mysterious aura. Tall trees plunged into the sky, their trunks appearing a strange bluish-purple color, and their surfaces were covered with fluorescent moss, which flickered with a faint cold light in the dim light. Countless vines hung down between the branches and leaves, and some of the vines were even slowly wriggling like living creatures, as if they were breathing the energy in the air. The ground was covered with soft silver-colored meadow, and every step would cause faint ripples, just like stepping on water. Occasionally, one could see some glowing clusters of mushrooms clustered together, emitting an ethereal green or light golden light, decorating the entire jungle like a dream. The air was filled with a strange aroma of sweetness mixed with a metallic flavor, invigorating one's spirit, yet vaguely unsettling. In the distance came the low roar of beasts and the sound of unknown creatures flapping their wings, accompanied by a burst of chanting if nothing else, as if this jungle itself was a living organism. What was even more amazing was that the sky was covered by huge floating islands that were suspended in mid-air, with waterfalls of crystal and light streams hanging from the bottom of the islands, reflecting the entire jungle as if it were a fairyland. But it was at this moment that the sound of a fierce fight entered Su Chen's ears. He followed the sound and looked, only to see that not far ahead, a melee was taking place. Two groups of people were fiercely exchanging blows, and on one side, there were orcs with sturdy builds and covered in scales or hair. On the other side was a well-equipped caravan. In the caravan, a strange creature was imprisoned inside a tightly protected iron cage wagon. She had a bewitching face and slender body, and despite being in a cage, she still exuded a soul-stirring charm. Her eyes were closed tightly, and she seemed to have fallen into a coma, but judging from her slightly trembling body, it was clear that she had not lost consciousness.
Is that a chimera? Su Chen frowned slightly as his gaze fell on the woman in the iron cage.
He had learned about this rare and exotic creature in some records. Phantoms, an otherworldly race known for their beauty and danger at the same time. Phantoms are born with the ability to captivate the mind, and no matter what species of male is in front of them, it is difficult to resist the fatal attraction. Because of this, they are considered extremely valuable commodities in the otherworld, and are often used as objects of trade or slavery.
However, this is not the most coveted aspect of a chimera. It is rumored that there is a special power in the body of the phantom demon, which can enhance the male's cultivation by means of dual cultivation, and can even enhance its own strength quickly by means of the art of picking yin and replenishing yang. This ability also makes them the target of many strong men. Just as he was thinking, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. An unusually large orc chieftain wielded a huge battle axe and directly cleaved through a carriage, tearing apart the merchant caravan's defense line. The rest of the orcs took the opportunity to swarm the caravan, and looked to be about to break through the final defense. The leader of the caravan was a young knight in silver armor, holding a long sword that shone with holy light as he fought against the orc siege. However, in the face of a numerically superior enemy, he gradually appeared to be overwhelmed. That knight in silver armor is roughly equivalent to the level of a human 6th-ranked martial general, while the orc leader has reached the level of a 7th-ranked martial general. As for the other orcs and members of the merchant caravan, most of them hover between the 4th and 5th rank. Su Chen roughly judged the strength of these people. The strength of these exotic races is not to be underestimated. However, this has nothing to do with me, there's no need to interfere. Just as he was about to leave quietly, a faint but clear voice suddenly entered his divine thoughts. Please help me. If you can help me escape, I can lead you to what you want. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. The cry for help actually came from that chimera?
He locked onto her location with his spiritual thoughts and realized that she still had her eyes tightly closed and her body was trembling slightly, as if she was trying her best to maintain some kind of connection.
Interesting. Su Chen didn't understand this place and just needed to find someone to ask properly. Then let's see what you, a chimera, actually knows something. Su Chen didn't directly make a move, but waited. Soon,
the knight in silver armor finally couldn't support himself anymore, and the orc leader slashed down with an axe, completely making him drink on the spot.
It's over. The orc chieftain laughed and walked towards the phantom demon's cage. Sweetheart, you're mine.
However, right at this moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's too bad that this kind of special object was defiled by you. Before the words fell, a demonic flame surged out of thin air, instantly transforming into countless fire lotuses that blossomed into eye-catching light in the air. The orc leader's pupils suddenly shrunk, roaring angrily as he waved his battle axe in an attempt to resist, but the fire lotuses directly penetrated his defenses, devouring him. Within a few seconds, the originally noisy battlefield became dead silent, leaving only the charred ground and remaining embers. Su Chen slowly stepped out of the shadows, his gaze indifferently sweeping over the surroundings. He arrived in front of the iron cage and casually waved his hand, and the sturdy chain snapped with a sound.
Chapter 93, Ancient City of Star Ruins. Upper Realm Ruins. Heart of the Star River.
The iron door of the cage slowly opened, and the chimera indeed opened its eyes directly, its beautiful eyes looking towards Su Chen.
Many thanks to benefactor for coming to the rescue.
Her voice was soft and charming, with a hint of hoarseness, as if she hadn't spoken for a long time in a delicate manner. Then, the chimera gracefully stepped out of the cage, and even though her robes were a bit disheveled, they did not diminish her charm at all. She made a strange salute to Su Chen, carrying an innate elegance and seduction between her movements.
My name is Vivian, I am of the Phantom Demon Clan. She smiled faintly, her gaze as gentle as water as she gazed at Su Chen. I wonder what the benefactor's name is? Su Chen faintly responded, Su Chen.
His gaze swept over Vivian, not lingering on her beauty.
Why do you understand the language of the human race? Su Chen asked, a hint of skepticism in his eyes.
Vivian laughed softly, her voice as pleasant as a silver bell. This is the talent of our Phantom Demon Clan, being able to quickly learn and understand the language and culture of other races. After all, our survival depends on it.
Su Chen nodded and did not look deeper, then asked, "You just said that you can help me find what I want. Do you know what I am looking for?"
Vivian's gaze flickered slightly as she pursed her red lips lightly and whispered, "Although I don't fully know what you're looking for, the desire in your heart tells me that you're seeking something precious."
Desire?
Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of vigilance was added to his gaze. "Yes," Vivian gently nodded her head, her slender fingers gently stroking through her long hair. "Phantoms are able to sense the desire and obsession within male creatures.
There is a strong aura of power seeking in you, a desire that is unmistakable in my eyes." Su Chen was silent for a moment and did not deny it. "Then, how do you plan to help me?"
I have some information about the fragments of this abyssal cave that might be helpful to benefactor." With a hint of cunning in her eyes, Vivian gently approached Su Chen and exhaled like an orchid.
"What do you know?"
Su Chen did not back away, but gazed at her calmly. "The origin of the city of star ruins, the distribution of forces within the city, and..."
"Ha!"
Vivian's voice was soft, yet it seemed to carry some kind of fatal attraction.
Her body slightly leaned forward, close to Su Chen's ear, and said in a low voice, "Moreover, I can also tell you how to avoid those powerful prohibitions and guards, and enter the depths of the ancient city. As long as benefactor is willing to protect me for a period of time." Her breath was warm and carried a sweet fragrance that made the heart and soul stir. A cold glint flashed through Su Chen's eyes, sensing that Vivian was attempting to influence his mind through the power of seduction. He smiled coldly, the phoenix fire yuan power in his body instantly erupted, and his crushing aura directly caused Vivian's delicate body to tremble. She didn't expect her power of seduction to be useless against Su Chen, and was even easily suppressed by the other party. "Lord Su Chen, I am wrong. Please spare me." Su Chen didn't immediately withdraw his suppression, but instead stared at her coldly and said, "Remember, if your little action makes me notice it once more, the consequences will be your own."
Vivian hurriedly nodded her head, her expression filled with fear. "Yes, yes." Only then did Su Chen slightly collect his breath and continue to ask, "Now, tell me the origin of the city of star ruins, as well as the distribution of forces in the city." Vivian took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in her heart, and hurriedly explained, "The city of star ruins was originally an ancient city in the upper realm called Heavenly Ruins. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly market fell from the upper realm due to an unimaginable catastrophe and fell into this abyssal cave fragment. Although the city was destroyed, many treasures from the upper realm, techniques, and even some long-lost hidden legacies remain within it. Because of this, the appearance of the city of star ruins has attracted countless forces and powerhouses to explore it. As far as I know, there are currently 3 main forces standing in the city, each of them entrenched on one side, not giving way to each other, but all of them eyeing the treasures in the city." Su Chen nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. "These 3 major forces are the Blood Blade Alliance, the Tianji Pavilion, and the Shadow Wind Society. The Blood Blade Alliance, whose leader is named Blood Slaughter, is a Blood Demon clan member known for killing, and it is rumored that he once single-handedly slaughtered an entire force. He pursues extreme power, and any treasure that can enhance his cultivation, he will fight for it at all costs. His men, on the other hand, were mostly bloodthirsty. They act ruthlessly and decisively, and are never reasonable. The leader of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, on the other hand, is Tianji Zi, from the Heavenly Evolution clan, who is known for his wisdom and is good at deducing heavenly chances and manipulating people's hearts. Most of the members of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion are warlocks, skilled in formations, talismans, and deduction techniques. Their goal is clear: to seize the ancient inheritances in the city, especially those secret techniques that involve the way of space and time. Lastly, there is the Shadow Wind Society. This organization is very mysterious and outsiders rarely know their details. The only thing I can ascertain is that they specialize in concealment, sneaking, and assassination, and even the Bloodshed Alliance and the Heaven's Chi Pavilion are wary of them. The leader of the Shadow Wind Society is rumored to be a woman of the Phantom Shadow clan, but no one has seen her true face. After Su Chen finished listening, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Between these 3 major forces, is there a cooperative relationship?" Vivian shook her head. "There is constant open and secret fighting between them, and they will never cooperate. Especially for the treasures and secret treasures in the city, each side wants to monopolize them. Even if there is a brief union, it will eventually break up." "Then, what kind of situation is the city in right now?" Su Chen asked again. "The city is currently quite peaceful, but conflict could break out at any time. The 3 major forces each occupy an area, holding each other back, and no one can do anything about it. However, recently, there are rumors that a secret treasure relic has been discovered in the city, which may involve some kind of powerful law power, and all 3 parties are secretly arranging for it." Su Chen nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let's enter the city as master and servant." Vivian sniffed and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, master. But please wait a moment, master." She then walked over to the corpses from the previous battle and bent down to start searching over the dead orcs and members of the caravan. A few moments later, a dozen or so crystal-clear crystals appeared in her hands, emitting a faint starlight. This is the currency of the city, named Star Shin Crystal, rumored to be condensed from the heaven and earth aura of the ancient city, containing a faint power that can not only be used for trading, but can also aid in cultivation. Vivian handed the crystals to Su Chen and explained, "With these, we can have less trouble when we enter the city." Su Chen took the Star Shin crystals and sensed it slightly, realizing that there was indeed a faint energy fluctuation in it, and although it was weak, the texture was pure, which was somewhat strange. He nodded and did not say much, then walked towards the city gates with Vivian. The two of them arrived in front of the gates of the city of Star Ruins, and the magnificent scene in front of them made Su Chen couldn't help but be shocked. The city gate towered into the clouds, as if an ancient beast was perched between heaven and earth. The city walls were engraved with intricate runes, and golden light flowed, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. The huge bronze gate pillars were carved with dragon-shaped patterns, and each pattern seemed to flow as if these dragons could awaken and rise into the air at any time. On both sides of the city gate, huge floating formation bases hung in midair. The formation light flickered, shrouding the entire city gate in a faint golden curtain of light. The curtain of light vaguely reveals a vast star map, and the stars flow, as if the mysteries of heaven and earth evolved in it. Su Chen's heart moved slightly and quickly disguised his appearance. He took out a thick hooded black robe from his storage ring and draped it over his body, then gave one to Vivian. Vivian draped herself in the black robe and similarly collected her aura as much as possible. Su Chen faintly said, "Go into the city." In front of the city gate, there stood a few foreign guards, holding spears, their eyes sternly scrutinizing everyone who entered the city. "Stand still. Those who enter the city must surrender their Star Shin crystals, 5 per person." A guard stopped Su Chen and Vivian and said in a cold voice. Su Chen did not say much, and directly took out 10 Star Shin crystals from his hand and handed them over. The guard received the crystals and after a slight inspection, he nodded and made way. "Go in, remember, no unauthorized action is allowed within the city, violators will be heavily punished." Su Chen and Vivian exchanged a glance, then took a step into the city. As soon as they entered the city, the sight in front of them caused their hearts to be shaken. The interior of the city of Star Ruins was grand and imposing. The wide streets were paved with a kind of light golden stone slabs, which were engraved with intricate patterns, each of which flickered with a faint light, as if they were absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. Looking up, the sky of the Star Market City was not an ordinary dome of heaven, but a vast river of stars. The night sky-like dome was dotted with countless stars, and the starlight poured down on the city, coating the entire city with a layer of mysterious light. People came and went on the streets, with figures of various races weaving in and out. There were half-dragon warriors who were 2 feet tall and covered with scales, small goblins with thin bodies and thin wings on their backs, as well as mysterious warlocks whose bodies were covered in black robes. They talked to each other, or bargained in low voices, or hurriedly rushed on their way, and the entire street appeared to be bustling with activity. There were also many stalls on both sides, and the stall owners were enthusiastically selling their goods. Some stalls had strange ores, some had spiritual herbs that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, and some stalls displayed ancient scrolls and weapons, each of which emitted a powerful aura. Vivian said softly, "After so many years of development, this Star Market outer city has long since become a prosperous trading place. Many exotic races come here to look for rare resources or seek opportunities." Su Chen's gaze slightly condensed, and with a thought, he activated his golden spirit snake pupil. In an instant, his eyes glowed with a faint golden light, and countless subtle precious lights surfaced in his vision. Those precious lights were either strong or weak, distributed on the stalls on both sides of the street or on certain pedestrians. However, after Su Chen scanned through them, he found that although there were a lot of these treasure lights, there were not too many rare things that were worth paying attention to. Afterward, he took out the void key from his storage ring and injected a trace of yuan qi. The gate of the prison Phoenix is located in the inner city. Su Chen whispered to himself, his gaze following the guidance of the star map and looking towards the direction of the inner city. The inner city stood in the center of the entire Star Market City, with a boundary serving as a separation. It was shrouded by the banners and formations of the 3 major powers, radiating a powerful sense of oppression. Just as he was about to take a step in the direction of the inner city, Su Chen suddenly sensed a figure approaching him. It was a human woman, wearing an azure-colored battle armor, with a slender waist, a face as cool as jade, skin so fair that it was nearly transparent, and a pair of eyes as deep as the sea of stars. Most importantly, her body faintly exuded a majestic aura, as if the power of heaven and earth were converging around her. The woman walked to Su Chen and said with a faint smile, "This friend seems to be a human race as well?" Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly, then he nodded lightly. "Exactly." A hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes as she looked him up and down and said, "There aren't many chances to see a fellow clan member in this city of Star Ruins." Indeed. Su Chen also didn't expect to actually see a human race that also came from Longxia here. "Since we are destined to meet, why don't we get to know each other? My name is Jiang Qiulan." Su Chen. Su Chen responded indifferently, but his heart was slightly shaken. The name Jiang Qiulan could be heard like thunder in Blue Star. She was one of the pinnacle powerhouses on the human race's martial god list, known as the Heavenly Cyan Martial God, and was famous for her rapid cultivation speed and unrivaled battle prowess. Although her ranking wasn't particularly high, those who were able to stay on the martial god ranking were all top powerhouses of the human race, and could be called the hegemony of a party. Su Chen said indifferently, "So it's martial god Jiang, I've heard a lot about you." Jiang Qiulan's gaze lingered slightly on the figure behind Su Chen for a few seconds, and continued, "But I haven't heard of you. Are you a newly promoted martial god recently?" Jiang Qiulan realized that he couldn't see through Su Chen's strength. Even though the other party looks like a teenager. Though it shouldn't be possible, right? It should be some sort of disguise technique. Su Chen smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, "Haven't advanced to martial god yet, I've just been cultivating in seclusion." When Jiang Qiulan heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Her gaze held a few moments of curiosity, but she didn't look deeper into Su Chen's true identity. Then, she turned her words around and said, "You came to the Star Market ancient city at this time, so you must have come here for the Star Market ruins that are about to be opened, right?" "Star Market ruins?" Su Chen frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Please also ask Martial God Jiang to clarify what this Star Market ruins is?" Jiang Qiulan first froze for a moment, then revealed a few looks of surprise. "You actually don't know? Could it be that you didn't come here for this reason?" Su Chen looked frank and nodded his head lightly. "I'm new here, I don't know much about the city of Star Ruins, I'm just here because of other things. If Martial God Jiang doesn't mind, could you clear up my confusion?" Hearing this, Jiang Qiulan raised his hand and gently waved it, using Yuan Qi to condense an illusory star map in the air, on which an ancient and broken city ruin emerged. Legend has it that the city of Star Ruins was originally a part of the Upper Realm, and it fell into the fragments of this abyssal realm due to an earth-shattering catastrophe. And in the depths of this ancient city, there is a secret realm called the Star Market Ruins. This Star Ruins ruin was originally the ruins of an ancient cave in the Abyssal Cave Upper Realm, which contained a large amount of treasures such as techniques, pills, divine artifacts, and even many long-lost secret legacies. Legend has it that hidden in the depths of the ruins is a supreme treasure that is enough to change the pattern of the heaven and earth on one side, the heart of the Star River. Heart of the Star River? A hint of interest flashed in Su Chen's eyes. What is that? Jiang Qiulan explained, "It is rumored that the heart of the Star River is a supreme treasure left behind by an ancient god in the Upper Realm, containing an unparalleled power of heaven and earth. Once grasped, it is possible to step into a higher realm. This is why every time the Star Ruins relic opens, it attracts countless powerhouses to compete for it." Chapter 94 SSS Grade Dual Cultivation Method. Su Chen secretly calculated in his heart, since the Star Market Ruins were about to open and the treasures and opportunities within them were so precious, why not explore them? Moreover, the leaders of the three major forces had personally appeared, so I'm afraid that the competition would be extremely intense, but it also meant that both opportunities and challenges existed. He looked up at Jiang Qiulan and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Martial God Jiang, for pointing this out. Since the Star ruins are so important, I would like to see some of them." Jiang Qiulan nodded slightly, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. "With the participation of a fellow clan expert like you, we also have an extra strength. Since this is the case, why don't we head to the inner city together 3 days later?" Su Chen agreed after a brief thought, respectfully. After the two agreed, Jiang Qiulan took his leave. Su Chen, on the other hand, brought Vivian to find a hotel in the outer city to settle down temporarily. Su Chen sat cross-legged in his room and began to meditate and cultivate, trying to stabilize the realm he had just broken through. However, just as he was focusing on his cultivation, Vivian quietly approached, her body as soft as a spirit snake, close to Su Chen's ear, murmuring softly, "Master, why don't you let Vivian relieve your fatigue?" Su Chen gazed towards her. The neckline of her robe was slightly open at the moment, revealing a piece of snow-white skin, as if it was as smooth as jade fat condensed by moonlight. The Phantom Demon clan was born with extreme beauty and power of seduction, and Vivian even displayed this advantage to the fullest. Su Chen knew that the talent of the Phantom Demon race was already outstanding in the path of seduction and dual cultivation. Their power of seduction could not only influence people's hearts, but also greatly enhance the strength and tacit understanding of both parties in dual cultivation, making them natural dual cultivation partners. "Master, Vivian just wants to help you improve your strength. What we, the Phantom Demon clan, are best at is assisting in cultivation. If Master is willing, we can double cultivate, and the effect will be even better." When Su Chen heard this, his heart stirred. Although he was guarded against Vivian's temptation, he also had to admit that the Phantom Demon did have a unique advantage in dual cultivation together. If he could utilize her ability, he might really be able to make his cultivation progress faster. "Since you took the initiative, let's give it a try." Saying that, the two sat cross-legged opposite each other, Su Chen running the vigorous Yuan power in his body, while Vivian released the special Yuan power unique to Phantom Demons. The two powers intertwined at this moment. "The host is engaging in dual cultivation with the Phantom Demon. Due to your unbelievable enlightenment, you have comprehended the SSS grade dual cultivation method, the Heavenly Phantom Harmonization Technique." "What?"
Dual cultivation can actually comprehend SSS ranked techniques? Su Chen was somewhat surprised in his heart, and in his heart, he could not help but be very curious about the contents of this dual cultivation technique. So he immediately looked at it. Heavenly Charm Harmonization Technique, dual cultivation with special movements and gestures, perfectly combining the aura of the heavens and earth, the power of the laws, and the potential of both parties to achieve twice the result with half the effort. This technique not only accelerates the cultivation level but also refines the yuan power, making it more pure, and even senses the great Tao of the heavens and earth while engaging in dual cultivation. Does it consume 100 enlightenment points to redeem? Redeem. With Su Chen's unhesitating cryptic voice, all the elements of the heavenly charming harmonization technique were integrated into Su Chen's mind. Those elements not only included the way yuan power operated, but also various movements, postures, and styles. It was an eye-opening experience for Su Chen. Cough cough, Vivian, I'm going to teach you a gong method now. Next we'll follow the gong method to perform dual cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash. When Su Chen and Vivian ended their cultivation, there was only one thought in his mind. Cool. So moist. More importantly, his realm had broken through from a first-ranked martial general directly to a third-ranked martial general. Strength had crossed 2 great orders, a leap of faith. Not only was it a breakthrough in his realm, but his various techniques and physique had also been greatly refined within these 3 days. The strength of the chaotic battle body was taken to the next level, and his physique, which was already strong enough to harden against a first-rank martial god, had become even tougher at this moment. His muscle lines were smooth and powerful, and every ounce of flesh and blood seemed to contain explosive power. The skin on the surface of his body was vaguely glowing with a faint layer of chaotic light, and when he moved his muscles and bones a little, a subtle popping sound could even be heard in the air, which was a sign of an overabundance of power. The Phoenix Fire Yuan power had been refined like never before within these 3 days. The originally fiery and violent Phoenix Fire Yuan power had now become pure and condensed, as if it was a burning golden gem emitting infinite light and heat. Within his dantian, the Phoenix Flame Yuan power transformed into a long golden river, rushing endlessly, capable of erupting into a heaven-destroying power at any time. The progress of the immaculate glazed body was even more obvious. Su Chen's skin was as crystal clear as glaze at this moment, as if it was not tainted with a single speck of dust. This improvement in his physique not only made the strength of his physical body even more astonishing, it also made his mind clearer, and his ability to perceive the outside world increased dramatically. And his body as a whole also underwent a huge change. His height seemed to have vaguely grown by a few points, and his body was more proportional and full of strength. His temperament also became more out of the ordinary, with both the domineering intensity of the chaotic battle body and the purity of the immaculate glazed body. The entire person seemed as if a heavenly god had descended from the heavens, his aura compelling. Su Chen stood up and gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power in his body, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. I didn't expect that the effect of dual cultivation with a chimera would be so amazing. Great dual cultivation. This feeling of cultivation that Su Chen had come to love. Vivian at the side also slowly opened her eyes. Her aura had similarly improved quite a bit. As a phantom demon, her power of charm and yuan power had also been greatly refined in these 3 days, and her entire person was even more enchanting and moving. It was as if she had received great nourishment. Master, you and your gong methods are all really too powerful. Su Chen nodded his head, and the gaze he looked at her was also very different from 3 days ago. Let's do the same with each other. Su Chen looked at the yokai in front of him and coughed lightly, changing the topic. Alright, now it's time for us to prepare to head to the Star Market ruins. Vivian immediately nodded respectfully. Yes, master. Su Chen felt the surging power in his body, his heart filled with confidence. This enhancement had brought his strength to a whole new level. Even a low-ranked martial god was not enough to fear. Chapter 95 Relic Entrance Cave opened. Su Chen stood at the agreed-upon spot, and Vivian followed behind him obediently. Her appearance had changed slightly from a few days ago. Her skin was more crystalline, and there was a hint of depth in her eyes, clearly a reflection of her cultivation having improved. Not long after, a cool figure approached from afar, and it was none other than Jiang Qiulan. She was still wearing an azure-colored robe, her long hair casually draped behind her shoulders, her slender figure was like a sharp sword, and her pace was steady and calm. Since everyone has arrived, let's set off. Jiang Qiulan raised his hand and waved it, and a cyan-colored curtain of light unfolded in the air, as if it were a portal. Su Chen and Vivian followed her and stepped into the light curtain, and in an instant, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Within the boundary of the inner city, it was completely different from the bustling hustle and bustle of the outer city. In front of him was a vast cavernous world, with the sky taking on a deep indigo color, as if it was a sea of stars in the night, with starlight dotted and sprinkled throughout the entire world. On the ground, huge desolate ancient ruins were scattered everywhere, broken stone pillars, collapsed shrines, and shattered stone sculptures, all revealing the former splendor and vicissitudes of this world. There was an ancient and heavy aura in the air, as if the torrent of time flowed more slowly here than in the outside world.
Every piece of ruin seemed to be telling a long-ago story, and one could not help but feel in awe.
This is the entrance to the Star Market ruins? Su Chen looked ahead, a trace of shock flashing through his gaze.
Jiang Qiulan nodded. That's right, this was originally the core area of the City of Star Ruins, and it was also the wreckage of that ancient city of the Upper Realm back then. The Star Ruins ruins are in the depths of these ruins. She led Su Chen and Vivian towards the front, and a few moments later, a huge spatial crack appeared in front, and a faint silver-colored curtain of light shrouded around the crack, as if it was sealing something. The other end of the crack had vague star-like points of light flickering, looking mysterious and dangerous. That's the entrance to the Star Market ruins. Jiang Qiulan explained. However, now is not the time to open it. We need to wait for the heaven and earth power of the ruins to stabilize. Just then, a low voice came from behind.
Jiang, you brought a new helper?
Su Chen looked back and saw a woman in a black robe walking slowly. Her figure was like a ghost, as if she was able to merge into the void at any time. Her face was hidden in the hood of the black robe, and only a pair of cold eyes could be seen, as if the abyss was as inspiring as the heart.
Lord President.
Jiang Qiulan nodded slightly, a hint of respect in her tone. This black-robed woman was none other than the president of the Shadow Wind Society, Shadow Phoenix.
This is Su Chen, my friend. Jiang Qiulan introduced. He intends to enter the ruins with us.
Shadow Phoenix nodded indifferently, not showing too much interest in Su Chen and Vivian's existence, but only said icily, "Keep up, the entrance to the relics will be opening soon." Su Chen and Vivian followed behind her in Jiang Qiulan, and the group walked towards the depths of the desolate ancient ruins. On the way, the atmosphere around them became heavier and heavier.
An indescribable pressure filled the air, as if even breathing became difficult.
The broken walls in the ruins seemed to be telling the vicissitudes of history, and occasionally the wind picked up and swept up the scattered debris on the ground. A moment later, they stepped into the core area where the entrance to the ruins was located. 3 groups of people had already gathered here, keeping a distance from each other, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The camp on the far left was none other than the Bloodshed Alliance. The leader, Bloodslaughter, was stout and tall, his entire body covered in blood-red scale armor, and his scarlet eyes revealed endless killing intent, as if he was a ferocious beast ready to pounce on his prey at any time. The huge battle axe in his hand was pitch black, and the blade of the axe was engraved with hideous runes. Behind him stood dozens of Bloodblade Alliance elites, each with a ferocious aura, like bloodthirsty wolves. Their gazes swept over Su Chen and the other 2 forces, not hiding their hostility.
In the central camp, there was Tianji Pavilion's leader Tianji Zi. He looked like a refined old man in appearance, and even had a few immortal bones, wearing a greenish-gray robe and holding a wooden staff that was ancient. However, his eyes were tightly closed. Obviously tightly closed eyes, but somehow it seems to be able to see everything, let the heart uneasy. Behind him was a group of Tianji Pavilion disciples in Taoist robes, all of them holding jade slips and talismans with solemn expressions. When Su Chen and the others arrived, Jiang Qiulan, along with that Shadow Wind Society's president Shadow Phoenix, didn't hesitate to bring them to stand at the border of the open space on the far right. "We'll just wait quietly." After bringing Su Chen and his duo to the location, Jiang Qiulan turned her head and said to him. Su Chen's gaze swept over the leaders of the 3 major forces one by one, his heart secretly alert. All 3 of them were at least at the martial god realm. Shadow Phoenix's figure hidden under the black robe seemed to merge with the void, exuding a mysterious and cold aura around him. Su Chen could feel that although her aura was converging, the sense of oppression that was faintly emanating was the strongest amongst the 3, and it was obvious that her cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial spirit realm, and might even have touched a higher level. Bloodslaughter was very different. His might was like a raging storm, unabashedly crushing the space around him, clearly a martial god realm powerhouse who excelled in strength. Tianji Zi, on the other hand, looked a bit odd.
On the surface he was just an ordinary thin old man, even with a calm breath and no sharpness. However, his tightly closed eyes gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, as if as long as he opened his eyes, he would be able to see through everything in the world. Moreover, the wooden staff in his hand looked ordinary, but Su Chen keenly perceived that there was an ineffable power of law vaguely flowing from that wooden staff, clearly an extremely extraordinary weapon. At this moment, Blood 2 laughed roughly. "Shadow Phoenix, Tianji Zi, the treasures within the Star ruins are not something that you guys who rely on intrigue can get your hands on. If you are sensible, get lost before the entrance opens." Shadow Phoenix coldly glanced at Bloodslaughter.
"Reckless man of the Blood Demon clan. With this bit of brain of yours, I'm afraid you don't even know how you'll die."
When Bloodslaughter sniffed, the scales on his face instantly filled with blood, appearing even more hideous. "Seek death." Just as he was about to make his move, Tianji Zi suddenly spoke up. "The 2 of you should be at ease. Although the Star ruins are large, the opportunities within are not accessible to the masterless. Instead of depleting your strength here, it's better to retain your strength." Bloodslaughter snorted coldly. "Tianji Zi, you need to stop pretending to be a good person here. Others don't know the face of your Tianji Pavilion, but I, Bloodslaughter, know it all. Last time, you guys sold out even your own disciples in order to seize the treasure." Tianji was still smiling as he said, Brother Blood 2 doesn't have to be overly aggressive, that was just for a longer term goal.
Shadow Phoenix sneered, posturing.
Su Chen listened silently from the side, and in his heart, he had a rough understanding of the feud between the three powers. He glanced at Vivian by his side and said in a low voice, when you enter the ruins later, follow me closely and don't act rashly.
Right at this moment, the light curtain at the entrance of the relic finally began to show abnormalities.
The originally dim silver light suddenly became bright, and tiny lightning bolts began to scurry out from around the spatial crack, and the entire entrance trembled slightly.
The relic is opening.
I don't know who shouted, and all eyes focused on the entrance.
Finally, after a brief tremor, the entrance finally opened completely.
Chapter 96 Mysterious Ruins, Dragon's Word of Truth. With the entrance to the ruins completely open, the powerhouses of the three major forces instantly moved. Bloodslaughter let out a laugh up to the sky and charged directly towards the entrance, the bloodshed chi on his body sweeping out like a storm. His speed was extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the entrance, leaving behind only a violent energy fluctuation. Shadow Phoenix's figure seemed to merge with the void, and with just one step, the entire person disappeared in place, not even leaving behind a trace of breath. Tianji still had that smiling look, the wooden staff in his hand gently waved, and an invisible force spread out around him. His figure became blurred, as if he was wrapped in a mysterious force, and slowly drifted into the ruins. The disciples of the three great powers followed closely behind, each exercising their own means to fish their way in.
Su Chen, I'll go first as well.
Besides Su Chen, Zhang Qiulan greeted him and then similarly flew towards the entrance of the relic.
Su Chen, on the other hand, did not move in a hurry.
He waited until most of the people had entered the ruins before bringing Vivian to walk slowly towards the entrance. His aura was completely astringent, and with the concealment of his black robe, he looked unobtrusive and seemed to be just an ordinary attendant.
Let's go in and take a look as well.
Yes, master. Su Chen said in a low voice, then pulled Vivian and took a step into the entrance. The space in front of his eyes suddenly changed, and the surrounding scenery turned around in an instant. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was completely different.
Here was a vast and boundless space.
The sky took on a deep indigo color, while the ground was paved with ancient stone tiles that were engraved with mysterious runes. In the distance, there was a vast expanse of desolate ancient ruins, as if it was a dilapidated temple and palace, and among the broken walls, some traces of the splendor of that year could still be vaguely seen. A trace of shock flashed through Su Chen's eyes, but he soon regained his composure, his gaze scanning around. The other forces' powerhouses had long since disappeared, and there was no presence of any other people here.
Sure enough, the space of the ruins teleported us separately. Su Chen nodded secretly in his heart and did not feel flustered.
Where is this place?
Vivian looked around in some awe.
I'm not sure, the space within the ruins is complicated, there should be many different areas, the others should have been teleported to other areas. Let's just take a look at what's here first. With that, he searched through this space. There should be quite a few supreme treasures here.
Open the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil and take a look.
Thus, Su Chen secretly opened the Golden Spirit Snake Pupil and carefully observed towards the surroundings. Almost instantly, in the middle of this dead and desolate ruin, an extremely dazzling orange light was lit up.
It's actually directly an orange-colored treasure light.
Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. Inferring from the brightness of this light, it was clearly not an ordinary treasure.
Let's take a look in that direction. After determining the location,
Su Chen brought Vivian to quickly head to the place where the precious light lit up. Along the way, broken stone pillars and collapsed buildings could be seen everywhere. The ground was paved with ancient stone bricks, each of which was engraved with mysterious runes and emitted a faint silver light. Although it had long since fallen into disrepair, one could tell from these remaining traces how majestic and magnificent this place had once been. As Su Chen gradually approached, he soon saw the source of the precious light. It was actually a huge wreckage of a palace, the walls of which had already collapsed in half. In front of the palace's door, there was an ancient stone tablet placed. The 4 serpentine characters written on that stone tablet were very complicated and obscure.
What is this?
Su Chen came to the front of the palace and looked at the stone tablet, somewhat puzzled. On the side, Vivian glanced towards the stone tablet. Master, these 4 words are dragon language truth.
Dragon language true words. Could it be that what is hidden within this palace is the dragon clan's true words art?
Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Master, it is recorded in the ancient books of my clan that the dragon language true speech is actually a force of law that only the dragon clan can master and utilize. Vivian hurriedly explained at the side. She gestured as she spoke, trying to bring out the subtleties of this secret art. True speech technique, to put it bluntly, its principle is to use the power of the dragon race to manipulate the mysterious greatness of the heavens and earth to create a linguistic strange phenomenon by pronouncing the syllables of a specific language. It can cause a certain effect. For example, by uttering the word guardian in the dragon language's true language, a powerful defensive boundary can be formed around it. And if you say the word fire, you can spit out dragon flames. Say the word thunder and the purple thunder will kill everything. In short, a certain spell or effect can be realized through a specific incantation. And this ability is actually an application of the law of words and spirits, cast through the dragon race's unique way of speaking. Vivian spoke rapidly and continued, legend has it that there are even people who are able to change the flow of time, the structure of space, and even manipulate life and death through the dragon's true speech. But that's not all the secrets of the dragon's word of truth. The most powerful thing about this mysterious power of law is that it is indefensible and unavoidable. When a certain true word is cast, the laws of heaven and earth will immediately take effect. That is to say, the way true words take effect is the extremely overbearing words follow laws. However, Master, the requirements for learning the dragon's word of truth are extremely harsh. Not only do you need a strong soul tolerance, but you must also have enough enlightenment and talent, or else you may be devoured by it. As far as I know, there is a human powerhouse in this universe who relied on practicing the dragon language truth and eventually gained the power of the dragon race, comparing himself to a true ancient fae with a human body, a legend. Really? Su Chen's eyes also lit up after hearing this. He didn't expect this true speech technique to be so special that it could allow non-dragon beings to harness the power of the dragon race. This was simply a method that pushed the limits. As for the need for unbelievable enlightenment? Please. Isn't his enlightenment enough to defy the odds? During these 3 days of dual cultivation, his enlightenment points had risen wildly by more than 1,000 points every day. There was now a balance of over 3,000 points, so there was no worry of not having enough. What about the laws? This genius will directly comprehend it this time as well. Chapter 97 Jade Puppet Beast. The Power of the Law of Truth. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Su Chen led Vivian to the front of the palace. Although the palace door was broken, the grandeur of the past could still be seen. On the left and right sides, huge stone pillars were entwined with dragon-shaped reliefs, and each dragon scale seemed to be lifelike. The two of them took a step onto the stone steps and walked inside the palace. The interior of the palace was as vast as a small relic. Inside the palace, the light was dim, and the air was filled with an ancient and decaying atmosphere. The ground was covered with thick dust, and every foot that stepped on it would stir up a cloud of dust. On the walls on both sides, various strange runes and patterns were carved, seemingly telling some sort of ancient history. Even on the ground, there were quite a few ancient and broken items left behind, obviously remnants of ancient times. There was a silence, and it was impossible to see any scene in front from afar. It was as if it was not a place where the living could enter at all. Su Chen raised his head and was instantly shocked. Only to see that above the dome, the various odd scenes painted looked as if they were showing the life of a dragon from weak to strong, both scenes of it traveling above the 9 heavens, as well as the roaring stance of the dragon that was slaying the 4 directions and destroying the other giant dragons. Just as the two of them were observing the dome painting, a sudden rustling came from the darkness ahead. Su Chen immediately turned his head to look, his eyes sharp. Only to see that in the middle of the darkness in the depths of the palace, a pair of eyes that flickered with ghostly light suddenly lit up. It was a huge figure with a body size of over 10 meters tall, covered in white scale armor as hard as jade. It resembled a tiger, but had a hideous face. Jade puppet beast? Vivian's tone carried a hint of shock after seeing the fellow in front of her. Master, this is the jade puppet beast. Legend has it that this is the remains of a guardian beast from the upper realm. It is said to have a minimum strength of martial god realm. Before she could finish speaking, the jade puppet beast had already transformed into a white lightning bolt and violently pounced on the two. So fast. Su Chen's pupils slightly shrunk, quickly reacting, his feet slightly curled, his muscles instantly tensed, and the chaotic battle body in his body completely exploded at this moment. Boom! With a loud bang, Su Chen's figure rushed up to meet the jade puppet beast like a cannonball. Chaotic battle body, open. Su Chen drank lowly, his body's surface surging with dense chaotic yuan power, as if a god of war had descended. The two terrifying forces collided in the air, stirring up an airwave visible to the naked eye. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The jade puppet beast's impenetrable scale armor was actually directly shattered by Su Chen's punch. The huge body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and crashed heavily on top of the mural on the side. Vivian stood by the side staring daggers at this scene, too shocked to speak. Master is so strong. With just one punch, Su Chen killed this legendary jade puppet beast. That is a guardian beast whose physical strength is comparable to a third-rank martial god. At that moment, she thought of her master's courageous stance at the time of dual cultivation. Shasta blushed again. Just as Vivian was still in shock, a change occurred. Knock! Dang! Dang! A low sound of footsteps came as if the whole palace was shaking. Roar! Ang! Suddenly countless lights lit up all around. Only to see dozens of huge figures amongst the shadows of the palace depths, pouncing towards the two of them at the same time. Each of these jade puppet beasts was dozens of meters high, with scale armor as hard as jade, reflecting a cold and heart-stopping white aura under the surrounding light. At this very moment, Su Chen's aura was abruptly raised to the extreme. The air around him was stirred by the chaotic yuan power within his body and fluctuated violently, as if even space was trembling.
10,000 phase havoc destruction open.
Su Chen let out a low gulp, and the SSS grade talent within his body suddenly opened.
In an instant, the energies of multiple elements converged within his body like a volcano about to erupt, filled with a destructive aura.
The jade puppet beasts roared and rushed over, each one as massive as a small mountain. However, Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. His eyes flashed with a cold light, then he raised his hand and swung out a fist.
Annihilation roving light.
A brilliant light erupted from the tip of his fist, transforming into a blazing beam of light that instantly penetrated the jade puppet beast at the very front. That jade puppet beast didn't even have time to scream. Its huge body was directly penetrated by the beam of light, instantly turning into a pile of broken pieces.
Boom!
A huge explosion echoed in the palace, and the residual energy fluctuations even distorted the surrounding air.
Roar!
The remaining jade puppet beasts were obviously shocked by this scene as well, and their footsteps slightly lurched.
However, soon after, they once again roared angrily and rushed towards Su Chen.
The coldness in Su Chen's eyes increased, and with one step, his body suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared in the center of the beasts, with a layer of a domain condensed from multiple attributes such as thunder, blazing flames, cold ice, and virulent poison surrounding him.
The domain of 10,000 elephants unfold. With Su Chen as the center, the space within dozens of meters around was instantly enveloped by a violent energy storm.
In the storm, thunder roared, flames raged, cold ice pierced the bones, and a highly toxic breath filled the air. The power of various elements intertwined together, forming a terrifying field of destruction.
Roar, roar, roar.
The jade puppet beasts trapped in the domain let out agonizing howls, their bodies pierced by thunder, burned by flames, and frozen through by cold ice. There were even some jade puppet beasts whose bodies began to melt, corroded beyond recognition by the intense poison. After only a few moments, the jade puppet beasts within the domain had all lost their fighting strength and burst apart.
Devour.
Su Chen coldly spat out 2 words. The 10,000 elements devouring was instantly unleashed, and the energy around him began to crazily pour into his body, and the corpses of those jade puppet beasts were also transformed into wisps of energy, which were quickly devoured by him.
Is this the master's true strength?
Vivian stood on the side, completely dumbfounded. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and admiration, and her heart was surging with waves. In her perspective, Su Chen had completely annihilated this group of jade puppet beasts in just a few moves, and the entire process was flowing without any delay.
With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that even an average 6th-ranked martial god would find it difficult to do so.
Master's current realm is only a 3rd-ranked martial general, and he was able to decapitate a martial god-ranked jade puppet beast so easily.
When he truly steps into the martial god realm, how terrifying will he be?
Vivian secretly resolved in her heart, I must always follow by Master's side. And do everything she could to assist her master in improving her strength. The dual cultivation technique of the Phantom Demon Clan was of great help to any male creature. She must work harder to make her master break through the realm faster.
Just as she was thinking,
Su Chen's voice came, let's go, take a look inside.
Ah. Yes, master. Su Chen opened his golden spirit snake pupil and followed the direction of the orange precious light emitted and traveled through the ruins.
After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at another palace. It was a huge and empty hall, surrounded by towering stone pillars leading up to the dome. Above the dome, there were countless intricate star charts and runes carved, as if speaking of some ancient and great power. And in the center of the hall, there was a huge stone platform standing. On top of the stone platform, a scroll emitting a faint golden light lay there quietly.
Su Chen's gaze condensed slightly, and his heart jumped. That's the scroll that records the true words of the dragon language? Above the scroll, the orange treasure light was incredibly dense. He quickly stepped forward and carefully removed the scroll.
Unrolling the scroll, he only saw countless ancient runes densely written on it. Each rune seemed to contain the mysteries of a world, making one feel dizzy at first glance and struck by an intense spiritual power. The host is observing the dragon language scroll of true words, and due to an unbelievable level of enlightenment, you have sensed the power of the law of true words contained within.
Do you spend 1,000 enlightenment points to redeem it? The law is actually really directly a power of law. Su Chen was first stunned, and then revealed a look of ecstasy.
Yes, redeem it immediately. Immediately, a golden light shot up from the scroll and directly poured into Su Chen's mind.
Countless streams of arcane information surged into Su Chen's sea of consciousness. Chapter 98 Dragon Language, Speech Spirit, and Spellcraft. Martial God of the Blood Demon Race. In Su Chen's mind, it was as if there were countless stars twinkling, each star representing an ancient rune that contained endless mysteries. With the influx of golden light, these runes gradually coalesced and took shape in his consciousness, transforming into a chain of arcane laws.
Is this the power of the law of truth? Su Chen was shocked in his heart. He sensed that these chains of laws contained an unspeakable power, as if he was able to communicate with heaven and earth through words and unleash heaven-destroying might as long as he wished. However, just as he attempted to fully grasp this power, he realized that these chains of laws were incomplete. Reminding the host that the laws of truth are composite laws, consisting of dragon language, speech spirit, incantation, and other kinds of truth. The host has currently only comprehended the dragon's language portion, and can consume enlightenment points to comprehend the other portions.
Su Chen's heart stirred and asked, "How many enlightenment points do I need to consume?" Comprehending the complete laws of truth requires 10,000 enlightenment points. 10,000?
Su Chen was a bit shocked, but then he thought that this was the power of the laws, so it was not surprising. The power of laws was a power that was above SSS grade talents. It was a powerful means of manipulating the essential energies of heaven and earth. But right now, I'm able to gain 1,170 enlightenment points every day, and I'll be able to gain more in the future when my strength increases further. Completing the laws of truth is not difficult. Thinking of this, Su Chen's heart was pleasurable again.
Now let me try the power of the dragon language.
Su Chen took a deep breath and his throat vibrated slightly, emitting a low and ancient syllable that echoed in the empty hall as if it was a dragon's roar.
True words wind.
As his words fell, the air around him suddenly flowed, forming a green-colored whirlwind. The whirlwind, under Su Chen's control, quickly condensed into a wind blade that chopped towards the distant stone pillar.
Ka-ching!
The wind blade sliced through the stone pillar, instantly chopping it into two, the cut as smooth as a mirror.
This kind of arcane wind power could cut through even the body of a martial god. Dragon's word of truth thunder. Rumble.
A thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly struck another stone pillar, blasting it into pieces. Su Chen tried several elemental-type dragon language truths in succession, and each time, he was able to easily manipulate the power of the heavens and earth to unleash a powerful attribute attack.
The power of true words should be able to invoke more than just the attributes of heaven and earth.
Su Chen's heart stirred, and he decided to try more types of dragon language true words to see what kind of changes this power of law could actually bring about.
True words. Silence.
As his low and ancient syllables rang out, the space around him seemed to instantly freeze. The original sound of the subtle flow in the air, the faint sound of the wind in the distance, and even the sound of Vivian's breathing all disappeared without a trace at this moment. The entire hall fell into an absolute silence, as if time had been frozen. Vivian's eyes widened as she tried to speak, but realized that her voice could not be transmitted at all.
She was shocked in her heart. Master is actually able to manipulate the flow of sound and time?
Su Chen nodded in satisfaction as he felt the changes around him and spoke again. True words move. In an instant, the silence was broken and everything returned to normal.
Vivian took a long breath and couldn't help but marvel. Master, you just actually made time stand still?
Su Chen shook his head. It's not that time stood still, but rather, the flow of sound in space was manipulated through the law of true words, causing everything around him to briefly fall into a state of stillness. Su Chen continued to try true word illusion. As his words fell, the space around him began to distort, as if he had entered an illusory world. Vivian was surprised to find that the scene in front of her eyes had changed. The originally dilapidated palace had turned into a glorious shrine, with golden dragon reliefs entwined around the surrounding stone pillars, and a divine aura permeating the air.
Is this an illusion? Vivian murmured.
Su Chen nodded. That's right, through the law of true words, I can create real illusions and make my enemies fall into them and be unable to extricate themselves.
Is this the power of the dragon language's true words?
Vivian was shocked in her heart.
Master is simply too powerful.
She had never seen anyone able to master the power of the dragon language truth in such a short period of time. One must know that the dragon language true speech was a secret art unique to the dragon race, and even a genius in the dragon race would need to spend years or even decades to master it. Su Chen, however, had already been able to utilize the power of the dragon language true speech so skillfully in less than a quarter of an hour.
Master's talent qualification, it's really too heaven-defying. Even if it's placed among the 10,000 races of the universe, it's a top-notch existence.
Vivian secretly sighed in her heart, her eyes filled with admiration. She was able to sense that Su Chen's future was bound to be incomparably brilliant. And it was a great honor for her to be able to follow by the side of such a strong person. Let's go, there's nothing good left here, let's go out. On the other side, Su Chen's voice came out, his footsteps already heading towards the outside of the palace. Vivian snapped out of her daze and hurriedly followed.
Master, wait for me.
Su Chen led Vivian out of the palace. As he was about to continue exploring this relic, suddenly, he detected a strong scent of blood in front of him.
Someone is coming. Su Chen frowned slightly and whispered. Vivian was immediately alert and also looked ahead with a wary gaze.
Sure enough, two tall figures stepped out of the ruins the next moment and blocked their way. Those were two blood demon race powerhouses, covered in blood-red scale armor, with gnarled muscles and bloodthirsty glints in their eyes. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were clearly both martial god realm experts.
Ha, I didn't expect to meet two little mice here.
One of the blood demons laughed, his eyes swept over Su Chen and Vivian, finally resting on Vivian, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes.
TSK, this phantom demon chick is good looking, catch her back later and have some fun.
Another Blood Demon clan member licked his lips and revealed a hideous smile. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he faintly said, "Who are you guys?" "Who are we?" That Blood Demon race laughed out loud. "We are people from the Blood Blade Alliance. Just now, when I saw a beam of golden light emerging from this palace, I knew that you guys must have found something good. If you are sensible, then obediently hand over the item, otherwise. Hee, don't blame us for not being polite." Su Chen sneered, "Just by you guys? Kid, you seek death." That Blood Demon race was furious and directly swung his fist towards Su Chen. Boom! The wind of the fist whistled, carrying a violent blood-devouring aura, as if it wanted to blast Su Chen directly into pieces. However, in the face of this terrifying punch, Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. He raised his hand and lightly spat out under his breath, "True Word Shield." Chapter 99, Mysterious Relic Fragment. The people of the upper realm? Buzz. In the next moment, only a golden light shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of Su Chen. Bang! The Blood Demon clan's fist smashed hard against the light shield with a loud bang. However, the light shield did not move at all, not even a single crack appeared. What? That Blood Demon race was shocked, obviously not expecting his full force strike to be blocked so easily. The two had reached the martial god realm, so they obviously had some insight, and blurted out, "This is the art of truth?" Such a powerful true speech technique. Can it be that it's the one mentioned by Boss Bloodslaughter, the dragon language true speech? They, the Bloodblade Alliance, had once investigated the Star Ruins and knew that the inheritance of the Dragon God clan was buried here. Su Chen, however, didn't bother to reply, his mouth once again lightly spat out, "True words thunder." Rumble. Several purple thunderbolts descended from the sky and directly struck another Blood Demon race member. Ah! That Blood Demon race was caught off guard and struck by the dragon's thunder, letting out a mournful scream, his body scorched and black, his body convulsing violently, obviously suffering from a heavy blow. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt my brother!" The other Blood Demon clan roared, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He fiercely bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood, his hands quickly forming seals and chanting under his breath. Blood Demon's secret art, Blood Fiend Frenzy. As his words fell, the air around him suddenly became sticky, and a thick bloody aura filled the air. Countless blood-red mists rose up from the ground, transforming into a wave of blood that swept towards Su Chen. "Master, be careful!" Vivian exclaimed. "This is a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan. If you touch it, you will be drained of your essence blood." Su Chen, however, remained unchanged, and the corner of his mouth even hooked up a cold smile, a trivial skill. He raised his hand and lightly spat out from his mouth, "True words stop." In an instant, it was as if the surrounding space instantly froze. The originally raging waves of blood came to a standstill at this moment, and even the movements of that Blood Demon race were frozen, as if time had stopped at this moment. What kind of power is this? A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of that Blood Demon race as he realized that he couldn't even move, and even breathing became difficult. Su Chen smiled faintly and spoke again, "True word break." Ka-ching! As if the sound of glass shattering rang out, the stagnant space instantly recovered. The moment those waves of blood resumed their flow, they unexpectedly collapsed directly, turning into countless drops of blood that spilled onto the ground. That Blood Demon clan also resumed his actions, but before he had time to react, Su Chen's voice once again rang out, "True words binding." Buzz! An invisible force instantly bound that Blood Demon race, and his body was firmly fixed in the air, unable to move a single bit. "Damn it! Let go of me." That Blood Demon clan struggled frantically, but no matter how hard he pushed, he was unable to break free from this invisible bond. Su Chen coldly looked at him and lightly spat out from his mouth, "True words illusion." As his words fell, the scene in front of that Blood Demon race's eyes suddenly changed. He realized that he was actually in a sea of blood, surrounded by endless blood and corpses, and the air was filled with a strong scent of blood. This is an illusion? That Blood Demon clan was shocked in his heart. This illusion was so real that even his senses were completely deceived. "No! This is fake! It's all fake!" He shouted frantically, trying to break free of the illusion, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the horrible sight. Su Chen stood on the side, coldly watching that Blood Demon race struggling madly in the illusionary realm. "True words exterminate." Boom! That Blood Demon race's body suddenly burst into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. In just a few breaths of time, two martial god realm Blood Demon race powerhouses were easily killed by Su Chen. Vivian stood by the side, her eyes filled with shock and admiration. "Master is too strong. It's just a matter of toying with them and testing whether the dragon language truth is good or not," Su Chen casually said, manipulating his spiritual thoughts to search over the two corpses. Sure enough, he searched for two spatial items. Although it was only a martial god low-ranked blood fiend, but after all, it was a martial god and it was not strange to have space items. Su Chen probed his divine sense into it to check. Su Chen's divine sense swept through the spatial items and found a large amount of star Xian crystals piled up inside, as well as some Blood Demon race-specific cultivation resources and pills. Although these things were worth a lot to ordinary martial generals, they weren't too attractive to Su Chen. Two poor bastards. However, just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, at the corner of the space, a tattered ancient fragment caught his attention. What is this? Su Chen took out the fragment and scrutinized it carefully. The fragment had an ancient bronze color throughout, and its surface was engraved with complex runes and patterns, and although it was already broken and damaged, it was still possible to feel the subtle power contained within. Master, what is this? Vivian asked curiously. Su Chen shook his head. I'm not sure, but this fragment gives me an extraordinary feeling. He tried to probe the fragment with his divine sense, but realized that his divine sense was unable to penetrate deeper into it, as if it was blocked by an invisible force. Interesting, a hint of interest flashed in Su Chen's eyes. It seems that this fragment is not simple. He tried again, this time utilizing the power of the law of truth. True words unravel. As his words fell, the runes on the fragment suddenly lit up with a faint glow, followed by a stream of information that surged into Su Chen's mind. This is the fragment of a map? Su Chen's heart shook. In that stream of information, an ancient map was vaguely revealed, with some peculiar locations labeled on the map. It seems to be related to some hidden areas of the Star Market ruins. Could it be that this fragment is the treasure map of the Star Market ruins? Su Chen secretly said in his heart. This made sense when he associated it with the fact that the three major forces such as the Bloodblade Alliance had done a thorough investigation of the Star Market ruins. It seems that the value of this remnant far exceeds my imagination. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He carefully put the fragment away, and secretly decided in his heart that he would follow the location on the fragment to continue his search. Let's go, let's move on. Su Chen said to Vivian. Okay, master. Vivian hurriedly followed behind Su Chen and left the spot. Meanwhile, behind a ruin not far away, a pointed-eared man in a gray robe was holding his breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. It's too terrifying. What exactly is that fellow's origin? To think that he was able to kill two fourth-order martial god realm blood demon race powerhouses so easily. He was a disciple of the heavenly chi pavilion named Li Xian. He had originally been attracted to the palace by that golden light, wanting to see if there was any chance. However, just as he approached, he witnessed the scene of Su Chen beheading two blood demon race members, and his heart was shaken. As a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, he was knowledgeable and recognized that the speech spirit technique that Su Chen had performed was not ordinary, but was the legendary dragon language true speech. Isn't the dragon language true speech hidden in the relic he just entered? He should have just gotten it. Why? Would he master it so quickly? Li Xian's heart was filled with disbelief. The dragon language true speech. That is a secret art unique to the dragon race. Even a genius in the dragon race would need to spend years or even decades to master it. And this human race brat, surprisingly, in the instant he just received the true speech inheritance, he was able to utilize it so skillfully. How is this possible? Could it be that he mastered the dragon language true speech long ago? No, it can't be. The dragon language true speech is a secret inheritance from the Star ruins. It's impossible for him to have learned it in advance. Unless he came from the upper realm. Thinking of this, Li Xian's heart became even more horrified. No, this news must be brought back to the Heavenly Chi Pavilion as soon as possible. Chapter 100 The Power of Karma. The Celestial Chance Cane. Li Xian quickly took out a jade pendant with a faint flickering light from his bosom. It was a special communication treasure of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. He took a deep breath and pressed the jade pendant to his forehead, transmitting everything he had just seen through his divine sense. Pavilion Master, something big has happened. I found a human genius in the Star ruins. Not only did he decapitate two blood demon race powerhouses of the 4th stage martial god realm, but he also mastered the legendary dragon language true speech. I suspect that he might be from the upper realms. A moment later, a slight vibration came from the jade pendant and Li Xian hurriedly probed his divine sense into it. Li Xian, are you sure that everything you have seen is true? An old and majestic voice resounded in Li Xian's mind. Li Xian hurriedly nodded his head and replied, Pavilion Master, disciple has seen it with his own eyes, and it is absolutely true. The dragon's speech of truth that human genius executed was incredibly powerful, and was by no means an ordinary martial skill. The voice of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master was silent for a moment, then slowly said, This matter is not trivial, wait a moment, I will personally deduce it. At the same time, in another area of this Star ruin, Tianji was holding a walking stick as he slowly walked amongst the ruins. His gaze was deep, and the runes on his walking stick flickered faintly as if he was sensing everything around him. This Star ruin is truly extraordinary, to the extent that it can randomly teleport everyone to a different area. Tianji whispered to himself with a slight frown. Obviously, even a peak martial god powerhouse like him was unable to escape the power of the relic's teleportation. Tianji stood in the middle of the ruins, the walking stick in his hand trembling slightly as the runes flickered with a shimmering light. It was mentioned in the message from Li Xian that not only did that human brat easily kill 2 martial god realm blood demon race powerhouses, he also mastered the dragon language true speech. With such a talent, he is by no means an ordinary person.
Tian Gz whispered to himself.
He took a deep breath, and the walking stick in his hand shook violently as the runes suddenly lit up and an arcane power spread out. Seek! Tian Gz lightly spat out from his mouth, and the runes on his walking stick blossomed with a dazzling light as he tried to deduce Su Chen's origins and secrets. The Tianji walking stick in his hand was a supreme treasure that contained a trace of the power of the law of causality. However, just as his divine thoughts were about to touch Su Chen's karma, the crutch shook violently and the light of the runes suddenly dimmed.
Tian Gz's divine sense was rebounded back by a powerful force, shaking his body slightly. Surprisingly, even the power of the laws of causality can't peek into his origins.
A trace of shock flashed through Tian Gz's eyes. He pondered for a moment and waved his walking stick once again, the runes on the stick flickering erratically as he attempted to peer into Su Chen's secrets from other angles. A moment later, his eyes slightly condensed and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile.
I see.
Su Chen, you are not from the upper realm, but you harbor some sort of great secret in your body, and you are even able to shield the prying eyes of the laws of cause and effect. There was a hint of greed and anticipation in his tone. To be able to shield the power of the laws of causality, this kind of secret is by no means unusual. If I can take it for myself, I might be able to break through the shackles of the peak of martial god and even go further. Thinking of this, Tian Gz cast his gaze into the depths of the relic, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
Su Chen, your secret is destined to become my possession.
He no longer hesitated, and with a flash of his body, his entire person transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the depths of the ruins. Su Chen led Vivian along the guide of the debris and traveled through the ruins of the Star Market ruins.
Su Chen's golden spirit serpent pupil was turned on the entire time, always paying attention to the surrounding movements.
Soon, they arrived at an entrance buried by collapsed stone pillars and shattered stone walls. Su Chen stopped his steps and gazed at the entrance in front of him. The entrance was covered by thick vines and rubble, appearing extremely hidden, and if it wasn't for the guidance of the debris, I'm afraid it would be hard to be discovered. However, Su Chen's golden spirit snake pupil was keenly aware that a faint energy fluctuation was faintly emanating from the entrance, which was obviously the presence of some kind of boundary power.
There is a layer of boundary here,
Su Chen said in a low voice. He took out the ancient fragment and carefully compared the runes and patterns at the entrance, and found that the fragment was actually engraved with a portion of runes that matched the entrance boundary perfectly.
This remnant piece really isn't simple.
He affixed the fragment to the runes of the boundary, then urged the Yuan Qi in his body and injected it into the fragment. Buzz! The runes on the fragment suddenly lit up, creating a strange resonance with the runes of the entrance boundary.
Immediately afterward, the power of the boundary began to gradually weaken and eventually dissipated completely.
Alright, the boundary has been broken.
Su Chen retrieved the debris, then stepped into the entrance, with Vivian following close behind.
The passageway was pitch black, and an ancient and decaying odor filled the air. At this time, Vivian seemed to be a bit scared and pressed her petite body towards Su Chen, a soft feeling coming from her shoulder. Su Chen twisted his head to look, only to see this chimera with a soft look on her face. Master.
I'm afraid. He rolled his eyes somewhat helplessly and didn't bother with her. Afraid? It's just that I want to have a fever. Su Chen's golden spirit snake pupil looked towards the interior, and then his footsteps gave a hard thump. The chimera on the side actually directly clamped Su Chen's arm due to the excessive inertia of his chest. Master, what's wrong?
The chimera blushed slightly.
It's nothing.
Although the surface was calm, however, Su Chen's heart had long since set off shockwaves. In his golden spirit snake pupil, a beam of golden precious light that had never been seen before was reflected. The light was brilliant and dazzling, and even from a distance away, he could feel the majestic aura, as if an endless treasure was waiting for him.
Golden treasure light. Would even have a treasure of this grade? Get over there as soon as possible.
Vivian sensed Su Chen's dissimilarity and loosely let go of her master's arm. Although she didn't understand what her master had seen, she could feel that her master seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. She followed closely behind Su Chen, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. The two continued deeper along the passage. In Su Chen's field of vision, the golden treasure light became more and more dazzling, and the ancient aura permeating the air became more and more dense. The surrounding walls were engraved with complex runes and murals, and each pattern seemed to speak of some ancient secret.
Finally, Su Chen and Vivian arrived at a huge underground hall.
The dome of the hall towered into the clouds, as if it was connected to the end of heaven and earth. The surrounding stone pillars were carved with countless dragon-shaped reliefs, and each dragon scale was lifelike, as if it would rise into the air at any moment. And in the center of the hall stood a huge altar, on which was placed an ancient bronze tripod. The cauldron held a clear liquid, which emitted a faint golden glow, the very source of that beam of golden precious light.
Is that the Heaven and Earth Spiritual Liquid? Chapter 101 Heaven and Earth Spiritual Liquid.
The returning ruins calamity was extinguished.
Is that the Heaven and earth spiritual liquid?
Vivian exclaimed as she saw the liquid in that tripod, her proud peaks rising and falling in shock. The heaven and earth spiritual liquid was the purest energy condensed between heaven and earth, and legend had it that it could only be born under certain special heavenly treasures or extreme environments. It not only possessed the miraculous effect of living and dying, but also contained an extremely terrifying power of evolution. For any living creature, the heaven and earth spiritual liquid was an irreplaceable treasure. It could accelerate the awakening and evolution of any bloodline and give martial artists a qualitative leap in talent and physique. Even those who had already reached the martial god realm were able to use the heaven and earth spiritual liquid to break through the realm and step into a higher level. Rumor had it that there was once a strong person at the peak of the martial general rank on the blue planet who managed to break through to the high-level martial god realm simply because of a drop of heaven and earth spiritual liquid obtained by chance, becoming one of the top existences on the blue planet. As for Su Chen, the value of this entire tripod of heaven and earth spiritual liquid in front of him was simply incalculable. Just one drop of the heaven and earth spiritual liquid, my sister's cancer will be completely cured, and her body will be restored as before. Su Chen secretly said in his heart, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. His sister, Su Rinchi, was just an ordinary person. Cancer was a terminal disease for ordinary people. Even martial artists would find it difficult to easily fight this disease that penetrated into the bone marrow. However, the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth possessed the miraculous effect of bringing life to the dead and whitening the bones. Not only was it able to instantly heal all injuries and illnesses, but it could also cause a qualitative leap in physique. For Su Rinchi, it was undoubtedly the best holy medicine for healing. Not only that, a trace of depth flashed in Su Chen's gaze. I also need to make the bloodline of the doppelganger fully evolve and become a true gold-devouring dragon. Although Su Chen's doppelganger already possessed the embryonic form of a gold-devouring giant dragon's bloodline, there was still a huge gap between it and a true gold-devouring giant dragon. And the power of evolution in the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth was the perfect treasure. As long as enough heaven and earth spiritual liquid was absorbed, the bloodline of the doppelganger would be fully awakened and become a well-deserved ancient beast. With this cauldron of heaven and earth spiritual liquid, my strength will be raised to a whole new level, and I might even be able to step directly into the martial god realm. And my sister's illness will be completely cured. A strong desire surged in Su Chen's heart, but he did not lose his guard. He knew that the more precious the treasure, the more it was accompanied by great danger. Sure enough, just as he was about to approach the bronze ancient cauldron, a rune suddenly lit up around the altar, followed by a powerful energy fluctuation that erupted from the altar. Sure enough, there is a mechanism. Su Chen quickly reacted, raised his hand and lightly spat out under his breath, true words protect. A layer of golden light shield instantly wrapped him and Vivian in it, blocking the impact of the energy that erupted from the altar. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shake. A mountain-like stone statue rose from the ground and blocked in front of Su Chen. The stone statue was shaped like a giant dragon, with red light flickering in its eyes, and exuded an incomparably terrifying aura that was no weaker than that of a peak martial god. Roar! The stone statue let out a deafening roar, and the entire hall trembled. It swung its huge stone claws and slapped down fiercely towards Su Chen. A sharp wind-breaking sound came from the air, as if even space was torn apart. Chaotic battle body open. Su Chen let out a low roar, and the chaotic yuan power in his body instantly exploded. His power climbed up and up, as if a god of war had descended. True word shield. Su Chen lightly spat out of his mouth, and a golden light shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of the stone statue's giant claws. Bang! The giant claw collided with the golden light shield, emitting a deafening roar as waves of air swept through the entire hall. However, the golden light shield did not move at all, not even a single crack appeared. After all, it was the power of the law, so how could it be easily broken? The stone statue seemed to be enraged, the red light in its eyes grew even more, and it once again waved its giant claws, slapping down fiercely towards Su Chen. True word thunder. Su Chen raised his hand and waved his hand, and several thick purple thunderbolts descended from the sky and directly struck the body of the stone statue. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone statue's body was slightly shaken by the thunder, but it was actually unharmed. Indeed, the defense is amazing. Su Chen frowned slightly. He continued to catalyze the power of the SSS grade talent, 10,000 phases of hijacking and destruction. 10,000 phase hijacking extinction 10,000 elements domain. A brilliant light erupted from Su Chen's body. With him as the center, the space within dozens of meters around him was enveloped by a violent elemental storm. Thunder roared in the storm, flames raged to the sky, cold ice pierced the bones, and virulent poison filled the air. The power of various elements intertwined together, forming a terrifying field of destruction. The stone statue was caught up in it, its body being continuously torn by the elemental storm, letting out a pained roar. Roar! However, the stone statue was, after all, a 9th stage martial god-level guardian puppet, and even after enduring such a terrifying attack, it still didn't fall. It lashed out, emitting a powerful energy fluctuation around its body, directly dispersing the elemental storm. Worthy of the strength of a peak martial god. Su Chen sighed in his heart, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his battle intent increased.
True words extinguish.
Su Chen lightly spat out from his mouth, and a destructive force surged out from his fingertips, instantly blasting at the body of the stone statue.
Bang!
The body of the stone statue was directly penetrated by this force, and the huge stone block crumbled apart.
But the stone statue still didn't fall. Instead, it attacked even more frantically. Can the power of the law also withstand it?
Su Chen's gaze went cold, and he said in his heart. He took a deep breath, and the chaotic yuan power in his body operated crazily, and the aura around him climbed up. He exploded all of his stored temporary yuan power. 10,000 phase hijacking extinction ultimate Upanishad, returning hijacking extinction.
Su Chen let out a low roar, utilizing the dragon's word of truth to execute the ultimate Upanishad.
At that moment, all the energy within his body completely exploded at that moment, turning into a heaven-destroying beam of light that directly blasted towards the stone statue.
Boom!
The body of the stone statue completely crumbled under this terrifying force, turning into countless pieces of debris scattered on the ground. Vivian stood on the side, her eyes rounded from shock, her chest rising and falling violently with her rapid breathing.
Master!
Actually managed to shatter even a 9th-rank martial god-level guardian puppet. In her perspective, Su Chen's figure seemed like a god of war, unleashing a heaven-destroying power when he raised his hand. Especially that last move, the terrifying might almost toppled the entire hall, and even the heavens and earth trembled.
Master's strength is simply unimaginable.
The color of adoration in Vivian's eyes grew stronger, her heartbeat accelerated with Su Chen's every action, her breasts continued to rise and fall with her breathing as if they were about to break through the sash. Her thoughts couldn't help but return to the scene when she was double cultivating with Su Chen, and a wave of sweetness and shyness flooded her heart. A smile unconsciously appeared on her lips, her breasts rose and fell with her thoughts, her white jade-like peaks were hidden under the tightly fitted robes, displaying mesmerizing curves. Master's strength is already so terrifying, if it is supplemented with my dual cultivation technique, his growth rate will be even more astonishing. Vivian's heart was filled with anticipation, and at the same time, she felt a hint of pride. After all, it was a great honor to be able to follow such a talented and powerful person, even if it was just a small attendant. And at this time, Su Chen was gasping for air, and some fine beads of sweat were seeping out from his forehead. Although this move had consumed a great deal of energy, it had finally solved this head of guy.
Now, it's time to collect the heaven and earth spiritual liquid.
Su Chen secretly said in his heart, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. He slowly walked up to the altar, his gaze locked onto the bronze ancient tripod.
Chapter 102, Absorbing the Spiritual Liquid of Heaven and Earth. Golden Bone Great Success. 7th Ranked Martial General.
Su Chen reached out and touched the ancient cauldron, and the spatial power of the devouring realm within his body was released, instantly collecting all of the heaven and earth spiritual liquid. There are still too many treasures in the relics, but right now my yuan power is somewhat deficient. Why don't I absorb a small portion of it first, to enhance my strength, or to deal with the next untoward event? Thus, Su Chen sat on the ground and closed his eyes. With a thought, a drop of heaven and earth spiritual liquid flew out from the devouring realm and directly integrated into his body. In an instant, a huge energy exploded within Su Chen's body, as if endless life force instantly filled his limbs and bones. His meridians, bones, flesh and blood continued to strengthen under the rush of this energy, and the yuan power in his body grew wildly. You have absorbed a drop of heaven and earth spiritual liquid in Run Wanxiang Devouring, gaining a blood chi value increase of plus 889 and heaven and earth yuan power of plus 500. Heaven and earth yuan power, again, was one of the purest yuan powers, even higher than Phoenix Fire yuan power and Gold Devouring yuan power. Su Chen once again moved his mind, and 10 drops of heaven and earth spiritual liquid flew out of the devouring realm one after another, integrating into his body one by one. In an instant, majestic energy surged madly within his body, as if there were countless forces of life rushing through his meridians. His body underwent a radical change under the rush of this power. You have absorbed a drop of heaven and earth spiritual liquid in Run Wanxiang Devouring, gaining a blood and chi value increase of plus 989 and heaven and earth yuan power of plus 500. You have absorbed 1 drop of the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth, and are devouring all the elephants, gaining plus 785 in blood value and plus 500 in heaven and earth vitality. Su Chen's skin began to become crystal clear, as if it was flawless jade, faintly emitting a faint golden halo. His bones emitted a slight clicking sound, as if they were undergoing some sort of mysterious metamorphosis, becoming stronger and more resilient. Under the nourishment of the heaven and earth spiritual liquid, Su Chen did not waste this majestic energy, but immediately operated the Nirvana bone tempering method.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Su Chen's bones emitted a crisp ringing sound, as if they were undergoing some kind of mysterious metamorphosis. After the burning of an incense stick, his copper bones, which were already as firm as fine iron, gradually faded away from their copper-colored luster under the quenching of this energy, and began to emerge with a faint layer of silver color.
The copper bone was quenched 9 times in a row.
Copper bone quenched into silver bone, the strength of the bones will increase several times.
As the heaven and earth spiritual liquid continued to be absorbed, Su Chen's bones continued to metamorphose. The silver color gradually deepened and eventually turned into pure gold, emitting a dazzling light. The silver bone was similarly quenched 9 times in a row. Golden bone. This is a realm that even many peak martial gods who have taken the path of body refining at the top are unable to reach. Su Chen felt the incomparably tough bones in his body, his heart quickened. Golden Bone was an extremely profound realm for martial artists in the Tao of body refining. The bones were as tough as adamantine, and even martial god level attacks could be easily resisted. Once the bones are tempered to the Golden Bone realm, the martial artist's physical strength will increase dramatically. Not only the defense is amazing, even the attack power will also increase exponentially. If we continue to quench it, there is still a possibility of reaching the Jade Bone realm. Jade Bone was a higher realm of bone quenching, where the bones were jade-like and indestructible, and could even easily withstand the full force of a peak martial god powerhouse. Once the Jade Bone realm was reached, the martial artist's physical body would be nearly perfect, and his vitality would be greatly enhanced, almost as if he could be said to be invulnerable to all poisons and weapons. However, the tempering of the Jade Bone was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a large amount of high-grade heavenly materials and geomancers, but it also required the martial artist's physical body to reach the extreme in order for it to be successful. However, with the heaven and earth spiritual liquid, quenching the Jade Bone isn't that difficult. What's difficult is the Supreme Bone. With the absorption of the last few drops of heaven and earth spiritual liquid, Su Chen's bones completely completed their metamorphosis. The golden bones shone with a dazzling light, as if they were an indestructible battle armor, protecting his body firmly. And his strength, in the process of quenching the bone, also exploded from a 3rd-ranked martial general to a 7th-ranked martial general. Now even if a peak martial god comes, he'll raise his hand and crush it. Su Chen had absolute confidence. In the meantime, outside the ruins, several huge figures swept in, bringing up a violent gust of wind. The leading blood demon clan was clad in blood-colored battle armor, covered in scarlet scales, with a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes, and exuding a violent bloodthirsty aura around him, as if he was a ferocious beast that had just stepped out of hell. Looks like this is the place. Blood Slaughter held an ancient fragment in his hand. The runes on the fragment flickered with a shimmering light, guiding him to this ruin. This fragment is extraordinary. There must be an extraordinary supreme treasure where it guides. A hint of greed flashed through Blood Slaughter's scarlet eyes. Damn, the boundary has been broken open. Did someone enter here before me? He stood at the entrance of the ruins and looked at the cracked boundary. An ominous feeling surged in his heart. Blood Slaughter's brows were tightly furrowed, and the scaly armor on his face looked even more hideous under the shroud of the blood fury chi. No matter who it is that dares to rob this great master, they all have to die. Blood Slaughter let out a fierce laugh, and the bloodshed chi around his body abruptly erupted. Go, follow me in. With a wave of his hand, the few blood demon race powerhouses behind him immediately followed closely behind. The group quickly passed through the entrance of the ruins and sped towards the depths. Blood Slaughter's divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings, wanting to find the person who dared to enter this place first. No matter who you are. As long as you dare to touch my things, you have to die. Someone's coming. Su Chen stood in the center of the ruined hall, his gaze slightly condensed as his divine thoughts penetrated through the layers of stone walls and detected several figures that were rapidly approaching in the distance. However, his expression remained calm. The people from the Bloodblade Alliance? In their hands, they should also have information about the debris. Vivian stood beside him, a hint of nervousness and worry flashing in her eyes. However, seeing her master so calm, her mood calmed down a little. The master is so strong, even if he encounters that what blood butcher? It is estimated that it will definitely be broken into pieces by the master. Thinking of this, her perky breast suddenly stood up even higher. Sure enough, it didn't take long. A violent gust of wind swept through the area, and Blood Slaughter, with several blood demon race powerhouses in tow, appeared at the entrance of the ruined hall. Damn, someone really beat me to it. Blood Slaughter's gaze instantly locked onto Su Chen and Vivian. Especially when he saw the empty bronze ancient tripod behind Su Chen, the anger in his eyes almost overflowed. Actually, it's still a brat of a human race. Blood Slaughter was originally worried that it was the Shadow Phoenix or Tian GZ, those two nemeses, but the result was actually just a small human race. At that moment, he let out a cold laugh. His voice was heavy with mockery and threat. You dare to touch this great master's things? Su Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, your things? Whose things are here, each according to their ability to take them away only. When Blood Slaughter sniffed, the hostility on his face intensified. As he approached forward step by step, the scarlet scale armor on his body looked particularly hideous in the dim light. Kid, you are quite bold. However, you will soon pay the price of death for your rampage. The texture of the human race's fine skin and tender flesh. This grandpa also hasn't tasted it for a long time, very nostalgic. The several blood demon race powerhouses behind him also revealed sardonic smiles, and each one of them rubbed their fists together, seemingly ready to strike at any time. This kid, at a glance, hadn't even entered the martial god realm yet, so he was worthy of grabbing things from their Bloodblade alliance? Kid, I'll give you one last chance, kneel down and hand over the most precious treasure, I can leave you a whole body. Blood Slaughter laughed, the blood chi in his body surged crazily, and a raging blood fury aura emanated from his body. Su Chen was still standing in place, his gaze as calm as water, as if the blood slaughterer and the several blood demon race powerhouses in front of him were nothing more than a few insignificant ants. Seek death. Blood 2 was instantly furious, violently waving his hand. Several blood demon race powerhouses behind him immediately rushed up, the blood blades in their hands flashed with a cold light, aiming straight for Su Chen's vitals. Chapter 103 Battle Blood 2. Flesh Explosion. Another fragment. Chaotic battle body, open. Su Chen let out a low roar, and the chaotic yuan power in his body instantly erupted, and with the golden bone posture, it was comparable to a super martial god body. Facing the rushing blood demon race powerhouse, Su Chen directly met him. Boom! The fist smashed down like a meteorite, directly shattering the head of a blood demon race powerhouse, splattering blood everywhere. Immediately afterward, with a flash of his body, his right leg swept out horizontally, and another blood demon race powerhouse's chest was directly dented by the kick, and the entire person flew out backwards, crashing heavily into the wall, turning into a bloody mess. True word-splitting wind. Su Chen lightly spat out dragon words from his mouth, and a powerful whirlwind appeared out of nowhere. The powerful wind current instantly swept the few remaining blood demon race powerhouses into it, the wind blades cutting through their bodies like sharp swords, and a mournful scream came from the air. Ah! Mercy! Hiss! However, the tornado formed by the metaphysical wind blades directly tore apart those few blood demon race powerhouses, turning them into a roiling blood mist. As Blood Slaughter witnessed this scene, the sardonic smile on his face instantly solidified, and a trace of gravity surfaced. As an 8th order martial god, he had been through 100 battles, so he naturally detected Su Chen's terror. Kid, you do have some skills. But in front of this Grand Master, it's still not enough to look at. Blood 2 roared, the blood chi in his body completely exploded, and a thick layer of blood-colored armor coalesced around his body. Blood Demon's secret art Blood Fiend Demon Shadow. Blood Slaughter's figure suddenly blurred, instantly transforming into several demonic shadows that pounced towards Su Chen from all directions like ghosts. Each demonic shadow exuded a terrifying bloodbath aura, as if it wanted to tear Su Chen into pieces. Su Chen's gaze was cold as he lightly spat out from his mouth, true words mendacious light. Buzz! A brilliant light burst out from around him, instantly illuminating the entire ruin. Those demonic shadows rapidly melted like ice under the obliterating light, eventually turning into nothingness. Blood Slaughter's true body was forced to appear, and his face became extremely ugly. He did not expect that his killing move would be cracked so easily. How is it possible that is actually a move that contains the power of laws? How is it possible for a tiny human race to master the power of laws? Blood Slaughter was shocked and jealous in his heart, even he didn't master any kind of law power. It seems that only Tian Gz, that old denizen, possesses a law supreme treasure. And the law of blood, which he had always longed for, had not comprehended the slightest bit of it at all. Seeing Su Chen's figure rushing towards him, he could only unleash his secret art once again. Blood Demon's secret art Blood Sea Rampage. Blood Slaughter roared once again, his hands violently closing together. A thick bloody aura filled the air. The ground suddenly cracked, and countless amounts of blood and water gushed out from it, turning into monstrous waves of blood that swept towards Su Chen. The blood waves were filled with corrosive power, capable of devouring all life. Su Chen casually he raised his hand and waved, true word ice. Ka-ching! The waves of blood were instantly frozen, turning into a blood-colored glacier, and even the dampness in the air was solidified into frost. Kid, who the hell are you? There was a hint of scorn in Blood Slaughter's voice. Su Chen smiled coldly and did not reply. Instead, he directly stepped forward, and the chaotic chi around him became denser and denser. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes, the chaotic yuan power in his body worked crazily, and the chaotic chi around him became denser and denser. At the same time, a faint layer of golden light rose on his bones, metaphysical and incomparable. Let me try the chaotic battle body plus the power of the golden bones. It wasn't difficult to kill Blood Slaughter. Might as well try out his current physical battle power. Su Chen let out a low roar, and every bone in his body emitted a golden glow, as if there was an endless amount of power surging through his body. Chaotic golden bone. 10 directions of thunder. As Su Chen let out a soft shout, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, leaving only a golden residual shadow in the air. In the next moment, he had already appeared behind Blood Slaughter, and his fist was entwined with berserk thunder power, ruthlessly smashing into Blood Slaughter's back heart. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the blood-colored armor on Blood Slaughter's body instantly crumbled. His body was directly blasted dozens of meters by this punch, crashing heavily into the wall and spewing a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Cough cough. Blood Slaughter struggled to get up from the ground, an unbelievable look on his face. He did not expect that Su Chen's speed and strength would reach such a terrifying point. How could you possibly possess such physical strength?
He had the blood armor to add to his defense, which was difficult to break through even for a 9th-rank martial god. Yet, it shattered into pieces under Su Chen's single strike.
You are nothing more than that.
Su Chen looked at his fist and felt that his opponent had already blown up before he even used his full strength.
Damn kid.
Blood slaughter roared, and the blood chi in his body erupted once again.
Blood demon forbidden technique blood soul sacrifice.
Blood slaughter's eyes were scarlet, and the blood chi in his body surged crazily, even starting to burn his own life force. He knew that if he didn't put his best foot forward today, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a single chance of survival. As he roared, his own muscles began to expand, the blood vessels under his skin burst, and his blood transformed into countless blood filaments that wrapped around his body, forming a hideous blood-colored battle armor.
Kid, to be able to force me to use this move, you deserve to die.
Blood Slaughter's voice was filled with madness and hideousness. Su Chen looked at the scene in front of him, his gaze remained calm and even carried a hint of faint mockery.
Sacrificing life? It's just a dying struggle. Seek death.
The blood slaughterer's hand swung violently, and countless blood filaments transformed into sharp spears, stabbing frantically towards Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze was cold, the chaotic yuan power in his body was perfectly fused with the golden bone power, and an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth emanated from his body. Between the swings of his fists, the air erupted with a thunderous boom, and the golden fist shadows covered the sky, disintegrating all the attacks. Blood Slaughter's scarlet eyes widened, his face full of unbelief. How is it possible? My blood soul sacrifice heaven even. Before the words fell, Su Chen's figure had appeared in front of him like a ghost. He raised his right fist, which was entwined with berserk thunder power and blazing chaotic light, and slammed his fist fiercely into Blood Slaughter's chest.
Ka-ching!
Accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound, Blood Slaughter's hideous blood-colored battle armor instantly crumbled, his chest sunk in, and blood spurted out wildly. His huge body flew backwards like a broken kite, falling heavily to the ground, no longer able to move. Su Chen slowly withdrew his fist.
Said it, dying struggle is just that.
After confirming Blood Slaughter's death with his divine thoughts, Su Chen collected his breath and began to search his corpse. Soon, he found the other party's spatial yuan weapon, a string of blue belts, but it was worn as a bracelet on his thick wrist.
Su Chen took it into his hand with his thoughts and probed into his spirit to check it out. There's actually another fragment? Chapter 104 Complete Ancient Diagram. Hell Phoenix? Life and Death Devil Vine.
Su Chen looked at the fragment and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The material of this fragment was the same as the one he had previously obtained outside the Star Market ancient city, and the surface was similarly engraved with complex runes, vaguely exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Could this be? No wonder Blood Slaughter actually managed to find this place.
Su Chen's heart stirred and he immediately took out the two remnants, placing them in his palm and carefully comparing them. Right at the moment the two remnants came into contact, a golden light suddenly burst out from the remnants.
Immediately afterward, the runes on the remnants began to flow on their own, as if they were coming to life, and gradually fused together.
It's actually fused? In just a few short breaths, the two fragments were synthesized into a complete ancient diagram.
A clear path surfaced on the ancient map, winding its way and eventually pointing to a place marked with a huge stone door. Above the stone door, a phoenix with wings ready to fly was engraved, lifelike, as if it would break through the diagram at any time and soar to the 9 heavens.
This is the prison phoenix. Su Chen's gaze froze. Could it be that the final treasure hiding place guided by this ancient map is the location of the gate of the prison phoenix?
He immediately took out the void key and prodded the star map within. The star map unfolded, and vast rivers of stars flowed through his vision, eventually settling on an ancient terrain. Su Chen compared the ancient map with the star map and realized that the orientations of the two vaguely overlapped. In particular, the stone gate labeled on the ancient map was actually exactly the same as the location of the prison phoenix gate in the star map.
Indeed.
He put away the void key in the ancient diagram and immediately turned his head to Vivian and said, "Let's go to the next location." Saying this, he handed her the string of blue belts in his hand. "I have no use for keeping this spatial artifact, but it's quite suitable for you, so I'll give it to you." When Vivian heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. She stretched out her slender jade hand and gently received the belt, her fingertips inadvertently touching Su Chen's palm, bringing a hint of warm touch.
"Many thanks to Master for bestowing the treasure."
Vivian's voice was soft and flirtatious as she gently wrapped that blue belt around her waist, which was as slender as a willow, and the embellishment of the belt added a bit more charm to her already enchanting figure. She slightly turned sideways, the blue belt around her waist was faintly glossy in the sunlight, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin.
"How about it, Master, does it look good?"
Vivian winked playfully, the corner of her lips curling into a flirtatious smile. There was a bit of teasing in her eyes, yet she maintained just the right amount of deference to her master.
Su Chen did not look away, faintly said, "Not bad, it suits you."
Although his expression remained calm, in his heart, he had to admit that Vivian was indeed born with a seductive physique, and carried a kind of heart-stopping charm between her hands and feet.
Seeing that Su Chen's reaction remained bland, a hint of cunning flashed in Vivian's eyes as she gently took a step closer and said in a low voice, "Master, if you think it looks good, Vivian will wear it every day in the future, okay?" Her voice was incredibly soft, with a hint of warm breath gently brushing Su Chen's ears, as if it was like a feather ruffling his heartstrings. Su Chen frowned slightly, with a hint of warning in his tone, "Don't give an inch." Vivian let out a light laugh and took half a step back, putting on an aggrieved look. "Master, Vivian was just joking, don't be angry." She said this on her lips, but she still had that flirtatious smile in her eyes, as if she was a cunning fox, always ready to test her master's bottom line again. Su Chen did not say any more and turned towards the front of the walk. Deep within the ruins, a dim and gloomy land. The air around them was filled with a strong scent of corruption, and the dirt on the ground took on an unnatural purple-black color. Not far away, countless thick and long vines danced crazily in the air like scaly dragons, and in between the flying gaps, there was a woman's figure in battle armor. Damn devil vines! Zhang Qiulan let out a low gulp, her figure dodging through a sweeping vine like lightning, while swinging her sword to chop at another incoming vine. Zhang Qiulan held a long sword with a flickering cold light in his hand, with a silky green shingang wrapped around the sword. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and there was a hideous wound on her left arm, with blood dripping down her arm, clearly having been injured in the previous exchange. Boom! The sword light collided with the vines, erupting in an ear-piercing clash. The vine was chopped off in one section, but the break quickly regenerated and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The regeneration ability is surprisingly so terrifying. It really is a life and death demon vine. Zhang Qiulan's heart sank and his face was grave. The life and death demon vine, a terrifying demonic plant from an exotic region, this plant in front of her was comparable to a 7th-rank martial god in terms of combat power alone. The most terrifying thing about it was its nearly insoluble regeneration ability. Even if it is cut off and burned, the demon vine of life and death can quickly recover in a short period of time, as if it is indestructible and difficult to kill. However, although the life and death devil vine was terrifying, it was also a rare treasure. Its body contained an extremely precious life juice, which could not only heal almost all injuries, but could also increase its lifespan, making it an excellent material for refining top-tier potions. In addition, the fruit of life produced by the magic vine of life and death was 100 times more effective than the life sap. Right now, on a light golden vine in the center of the magic vine, there were 9 green fruits. At this moment, the life and death demon vine seemed to be enraged by Zhang Qiulan's counterattack, and more vines swept towards her like a tidal wave. Zhang Qiulan let out a cold snort, her body's yuan power working frantically, and the long sword in her hand blossomed with a piercing green light. Tian Xian sword technique demon beheading. She fiercely slashed out a powerful sword chi like a green crescent moon, cutting straight towards the main trunk of the life and death demon vine. Boom! The sword chi collided with the demonic vine, erupting into a violent roar, and the main trunk of the demonic vine was chopped out with a bone-deep wound, and dark green sap spewed out. However, the regenerative ability of the life and death devil vine was truly terrifying. The wound at the break quickly healed and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Zhang Qiulan's breath was slightly disorganized, and the yuan power in his body had been consumed. The left arm injury was also vaguely painful, and his movements were slightly slower. As if sensing Zhang Qiulan's weakness, countless vines once again swept towards her like a tidal wave. Zhang Qiulan's figure was like electricity, dodging left and right under the siege of vines, and the long sword in her hand continuously chopped out green-colored sword chi, cutting off the incoming vines one by one. Crap, if this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. Zhang Qiulan's heart was secretly anxious. Just at this moment, not far away among the ruins, several sneaky figures were quietly peering. Those people were dressed in gray robes with the logo of the Tianji Pavilion embroidered on their robes, obviously members of the Tianji Pavilion. The person at the head was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face, holding a jade ruler. Another member of the group looked greedily towards the life and death devil vine and whispered towards him, "Senior brother, the life sap and fruit of life of that life and death devil vine are absolute treasures, if we can get our hands on them." Senior brother nodded, his tone cold. "There's no rush, let them fight to the death first. When that human woman is killed by the devil vine, we will then step in and reap the benefits." Senior brother is wise. Several disciples complimented one another, their faces filled with excitement. Chapter 105. Did I let you guys go? The slaughter of. Su Chen followed the path on the ancient map and led Vivian to walk slowly in the depths of the ruins. When he was about to pass through a ruin, a fierce battle sound suddenly came from the distance, interspersed with the whistling sound of vines swinging and the roar of sword chi bursting. Su Chen's footsteps lurched and his brows furrowed slightly. Someone is fighting? Vivian listened with her side ear for a moment and said softly, "It sounds like it's not small in scale, it might be fighting with some kind of powerful existence in the ruins." Su Chen didn't want to cause trouble and sought to hurry to the prison Phoenix Gate as a priority. However, it also thought that there are many treasures in this piece of relics, perhaps the other party's battle is fighting for what precious chance. With his current strength, it was certainly possible to fight for it. After all, the thing about chance is that it's for whoever has the strength. Let's go over there and take a look, keep it quiet, if it's not valuable, leave. Vivian smiled slightly with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Is Master trying to pick up the pieces?
Suchen shook his head, just in passing, but if there really are treasures, we can't miss them. So the two of them concealed their figures and quietly approached in the direction where the sound came from.
Soon, they saw the scene ahead.
Between a patch of ruins, Jiang Qiulan was fiercely fighting with a terrifying life and death demonic vine. She was covered in blood and had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. And not far away, a few Tianji pavilion figures sneakily lurked around, looking like they were waiting to reap the benefits of fishing. Su Chen's gaze slightly condensed, and he whispered to himself, "It's really lively." Vivian's gaze landed on the huge life and death demon vine, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes.
Master, that's the life and death demon vine, an extremely rare exotic demon plant.
The life sap in its body and the fruit of life it bears are treasures that cannot be found.
Oh, the fruit of life? Well, it's said to heal all injuries and prolong life.
Oh. Su Chen nodded, without much fluctuation in his heart. After all, he had just obtained the spiritual liquid of heaven and earth, which was equivalent to a 10 million level doubled version of the fruit of life, and naturally couldn't raise too much interest in such treasures. His gaze once again scanned the battlefield and saw that Jiang Qiulan was already showing signs of fatigue under the fierce attack of the life and death demon vine, and the injury to her left arm had slowed her movements down a lot. Clearly, she could no longer support herself for long. Those Tianji pavilion guys, I'm afraid they're waiting for her to run out of strength before taking advantage of the situation.
Vivian whispered.
Su Chen nodded, a hint of consideration in his gaze. Although he was somewhat moved by this fruit of life, his biggest goal was still the prison Phoenix Gate. However, Jiang Qiulan was, after all, a human race from the Blue Star and was considered a kindred spirit in this abyssal cave, so if he just stood by and let him be killed by the otherworldly races, Su Chen couldn't do it.
It would be fine if he was not strong enough. But with today's him, wouldn't it be as easy as a slap in the face to exterminate the demonic vine and these few minions of the heavenly hall?
Right at this moment, the countless vines of the life and death devil vine contracted violently, strangling madly towards Jiang Qiulan. Jiang Qiulan was already too late to dodge, and the attack of the vines instantly forced her into a desperate situation.
True word chop.
Su Chen's dragon speech stirred up arcane notes, transforming into millions of invisible chopping strikes, instantly chopping all the attacking vines into 10,000 pieces. Vine fragments flew all over the sky, spilling to the ground like rain. Jiang Qiulan had already fallen into despair, but at this moment, when she saw this scene, her pupils contracted violently and her heart was shaken to the core. This is... She twisted her head around in disbelief, only to see Su Chen's silhouette coming in vain through the air.
Su Chen? Didn't he not reach the martial god rank? Why is actually so strong?
What kind of secret art is this decapitation art? Without waiting for her to think more, she only saw the vines at the severed mouth of the life and death demon vine grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. The devil vine surged crazily, and more vines broke out like a dragon, abandoning Jiang Qiulan and turning towards Su Chen.
Be careful! Jiang Qiulan shouted towards Su Chen.
Su Chen was suspended in midair, but his face was incomparably calm. The chaotic golden bone in his body instantly erupted, and a golden light enveloped his entire body, just like a god of war descending. He blasted out with a fist, and the golden fist shadow smashed into the main trunk of the devil vine like a meteorite.
Boom, 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 boom.
The fist shadow collided with the demonic vine, erupting into a deafening roar, and the main trunk of the demonic vine was directly blasted out with a huge crack, and dark green sap spewed out. However, the regenerative ability of the devil vine was extremely powerful, and the crack healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A trace of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes.
10 square thunder movement. Rumble.
Dozens of thunderbolts descended from the sky like angry dragons, instantly locking the most important trunk of the life and death demon vine. Under the raging thunder light, the vines of the demonic vine crumbled inch by inch, and the main trunk was rapidly scorched black under the bombardment of thunder. As the pure yuan power in Su Chen's body surged madly without stopping, the thunder that fell from the sky became almost endless. The huge body of the life and death devil vine twisted crazily, but it was unable to get away from the bombardment of thunder. In the end, under the continuous bombardment of thunder, the main trunk of the devil vine completely snapped, and the huge body collapsed, turning into a charred black wreckage. This scene directly dazzled the distant Tianji Pavilion disciples and Jiang Qiulan. Those few disciples from the Tianji Pavilion were originally still spying in the shadows, preparing to reap the benefits, but at this moment, they were scared to death by Su Chen's terrifying strength.
What kind of monster is this guy? The yuan power in his body is so terrifying?
The voice of the middle-aged man at the head trembled, his eyes filled with panic. I'm afraid this total amount of yuan power
exceeds that of the pavilion master?
Another disciple was even more frightened and his legs went weak, whispering, "Senior brother, let
us run away. We can't beat this person combined."
The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, although his heart was unwilling. He also knew that if he didn't leave at this time, he was afraid that it would be difficult to escape death.
He waved his hand and led a few disciples to quickly withdraw, not even daring to return his head. Want to leave? Did I let you guys go? True word binding. Su Chen's dragon voice reverberated in the air like a heavenly might, and the true words transformed into invisible runes, instantly condensing into a golden chain that shot towards those few disciples of the Tianji pavilion. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The chains wrapped around their bodies like spiritual snakes, binding their limbs firmly. The few Tianji pavilion disciples were instantly unable to move, panic written all over their faces. What the hell is this? How is it impossible to break free? A disciple's face turned pale as he tried to push his yuan power to shatter the chains, only to find that his yuan power was completely suppressed, unable to mobilize even a single trace of it. The senior brother hurriedly pulled out a jade talisman from his pocket and shouted in a low voice, "Break!" The jade talisman instantly transformed into a greenish-colored light, attempting to blast the chains to pieces. However, as soon as that light touched the chains, it was directly swallowed by the golden runes and disappeared without a trace. How could it be? This is a life-preserving talisman bestowed by the pavilion master. How could it be useless? Could it be that in these chains, laws have been incorporated? Thinking of this, the senior brother's face was incomparably terrified, panicked, and wanted to transmit a voice to beg for forgiveness. "My lord, we are just passing through this place, and there is no." Su Chen just smiled coldly. True word killing. He opened his mouth once more, and the dragon's words transformed into invisible killing power, instantly condensing into 1,000 sharp blades in the air. The blades swept towards the Tianji pavilion disciples like a rainstorm. Poo poo poo. The blade penetrated their bodies without any hindrance, and blood splattered out. A few disciples didn't even have time to let out a scream before they collapsed on the ground, their breath gone. Chapter 106 Sky Devouring Demon Willow Advancement. The Devouring Realm expanded. Zhang Qiulan stood on the side, as if his entire body was frozen in time, his eyes staring dead on Su Chen's figure, his heart setting off monstrous waves. It wasn't that she hadn't seen strong people before. As a peak existence on the Blue Star Martial God ranking, she had fought countless experts, and had even seen those absolute strongest people in the top 10 of the Martial God ranking make a move with her own eyes. However, even among those people, there had never been anyone like Su Chen, who was able to invoke such a terrifying power when he raised his hand. What kind of power is that? True speech art? Zhang Qiulan's heart was shaken, and his mind raced back, but he realized that he had never heard of such an ability. But what made her feel even more incredible was that the true words that Su Chen had cast had vaguely contained a power that made her heart palpitate. That was the power of laws. The power of laws was a supreme power that very few martial god realm powerhouses could comprehend. Legends had it that only those powerhouses with unparalleled talent and unbelievable luck were able to perceive a trace of the mysteries of the laws after stepping into the martial god realm. And once they mastered the laws, a martial god's strength would take a qualitative leap, and could even be invincible at the same level. As far as she knew, Yi Wuya, who ranked first on the Blue Star Martial God list, was able to stay at the top of the list with a hint of the laws that he had comprehended, and no one could shake him. And at this moment, Zhang Qiulan unexpectedly felt another very different kind of law power in Su Chen's body. Although the aura of that law was not perfect, it would never be wrong. That was precisely the law that surpassed Yuan Wu and overrode everything. Who the hell is he? Why have I never heard of his name? Zhang Qiulan's heart was filled with doubts, but more than that, it was shock and awe. And at this time, Su Chen, with a flash of his body, arrived at the place where a few disciples of the Tianji pavilion had fallen. With a wave of his hand, the storage artifacts on the several disciples flew into his hands as if summoned. These magic artifacts were of different shapes, some were jade medallions, some were belts, and there was even a delicate ring. Su Chen held these magic weapons and his divine sense probed into them, easily erasing the spiritual imprints remaining on them one by one. And then, the items inside were unreservedly displayed in Su Chen's divine sense. He quickly rummaged through them and found that most of the items in these storage magic artifacts were consumables, such as more than 100,000 crystal clear star Xian crystals, which was the currency commonly used in the Star Ruins ancient city. There were also tens of thousands of high-grade yuan stones, which contained rich heaven and earth yuan power, and were excellent resources for cultivation and yuan power recovery. In addition to these, there were also some medium and high-grade pills and talismans, which were of good quality but not too attractive to him. As for the weapons and magic treasures, most of them were some standardized weapons and defensive magic weapons. Although they were worth a lot, they were rare in Su Chen's eyes. Sure enough, these ordinary disciples don't have any rare treasures on them. However, he was not disappointed. After all, these resources were a good harvest for him. As for truly precious treasures like the remnants, it wasn't like every time his luck was so good that he could encounter them. Su Chen threw the 3 storage artifacts into his body's devouring realm, and then once again dashed to the side of the demonic vine of life and death, which had already been exterminated. Su Chen flashed to the remains of the life and death devil vine, and his gaze landed on the several fruits of life that were flickering with a faint green light. He reached out and waved his hand, and the fruits of life flew into his hand one after another, emitting a rich life aura. Just as he was about to include these fruits in the devouring realm, he suddenly felt that the heaven-devouring demon willow hatchling planted in the devouring realm within his body was actually transmitting a strong emotion of longing. The heaven-devouring demon willow seems to want these life fruits?
Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised in his heart. Although the heaven-devouring demon willow was still in the juvenile stage, it had huge potential, possessing the dual system talent of the space system and devouring system. The growth of the demonic plant was far above the life and death demon vine. And at this moment, this devil willow even had such a strong desire for the fruits of life. Clearly these fruits were of great benefit to it. After a brief thought, Su Chen decided to fulfill the heaven-devouring demonic willow's needs. After all, the devil willow was an important force of the devouring realm within his body, and its growth was also a direct aid to himself. He ingested all of the fruits of life into his inner devouring realm, and then placed them at the roots of the heaven-devouring demonic willow. Instantly, the branches and leaves of the heaven-devouring demon willow trembled violently, and the roots spread rapidly, wrapping those life fruits tightly. Immediately afterward, a strand of dense life energy was crazily absorbed by the demonic willow, and its size began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Accompanied by a low ringing sound, the heaven-devouring demon willow's torso began to become even thicker, and its branches and leaves became even more luxuriant. The young body, which was originally only a few feet tall, grew rapidly at this moment, breaking through to a dozen feet tall in the blink of an eye. Through the perception of the devouring realm, Su Chen was able to clearly feel the changes in the heaven-devouring demon willow. Its power was increasing by leaps and bounds, and it had already broken through the limitations of the juvenile body and directly entered the growing body stage. Host's planted pet sky-devouring demon willow advances to the 9th Lord level. The volume of the host's internal devouring realm has expanded by 1,000 cubic meters. Su Chen couldn't help but feel some surprise in his heart as he felt the growth of the demonic willow. I didn't expect the effect of the fruit of life to be quite good, but it actually allowed the heaven-devouring demonic willow to directly break through from a juvenile body to a growing body, and even reach the strength of the 9th rank of Lord. He felt it slightly and realized that the strength of the heaven-devouring demon willow was already enough to rival the existence of a peak Lord rank, and was even better in some aspects. In fact, the heaven and earth spiritual liquid was much more useful to the heaven-devouring demon willow, but that kind of thing was too precious for it to consume, so it simply didn't dare to ask its master for it. Only treasures of this level, like the fruit of life, it dared to ask for some. After absorbing the fruit of life, the branches and leaves of the heaven-devouring demon willow gently swayed in the devouring realm, as if expressing gratitude to its master. Sensing all this, Su Chen smiled faintly and pulled his divine sense out of the devouring realm within his body. Su Chen stood beside the remains of the life and death demon vine, and with a wave of his hand, several drops of dark green life juice were taken into his hand. He looked up to Jiang Qiulan, who was still in shock, and said indifferently, "The injury to your left arm is not light, so this life juice will be useful to you." Jiang Qiulan came back to his senses, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Su. Adults, for saving my life. Today, if not for your help, I am afraid that I have already lost my life here." Su Chen waved his hand, his tone bland, just a matter of lifting a hand. If it wasn't for Jiang Qiulan, he wouldn't have been able to know about this star ruin relic, so he should help her for once. Afterward, with a wave of Su Chen's hand, those few drops of life juice were suspended in the air. The life juice flew towards Jiang Qiulan's wound under his traction. Jiang Qiulan only felt a warmth coming from his left arm, and the pain in the wound quickly dissipated, the flesh healing at a speed visible to the eye. However, when the light of the life juice gradually spread between her waist and abdomen, Jiang Qiulan's body stiffened slightly, and a blush instantly spread across her face. The battle armor she wore had been torn by the vines at her waist and abdomen, revealing her fair skin. At this moment, the light of the life juice was slowly seeping into that wound, bringing a burst of warm and tingling touch. Jiang Qiulan bit her lip and tried to keep herself calm, but the tips of her ears unconsciously flushed. Chapter 107: Opening the Gate of the Prison Phoenix, Acquiring the Prison Phoenix Inheritance. Jiang Qiulan secretly glanced at Su Chen and saw that he looked calm, as if he did not notice her difference, and only then did her heart let out a slight sigh of relief. However, when Vivian on the side saw the scene, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She pretended to walk forward carelessly, took out a silk handkerchief, gently wiped Su Chen's forehead, and softly said, "Master, you're tired, aren't you? Vivian wipes your sweat for you." Her movements were gentle and ambiguous, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally scratched Su Chen's skin, carrying a hint of charm if nothing else. The enchanting posture and charming eyes seemed to be silently declaring her sovereignty over her master. Su Chen was stunned by her sudden action, and could not help but feel a little helpless in his heart. He knew what Vivian had in mind, but was too lazy to reveal it. As for Jiang Qiulan, when she saw the scene, the blush that had just subsided on her face faintly surfaced again, so she hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to focus on her injuries. After a while, Su Chen withdrew his nianli, and his gaze blandly swept over Jiang Qiulan's delicate body. After confirming that her injuries had fully recovered, he turned around and said, "All right, your injuries are already unharmed. Vivian, let's go." Jiang Qiulan was slightly stunned, then hurriedly took 2 steps forward with a hint of pleading in her tone. Can Su Chen
move with you?
Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned around, his gaze calmly glanced at her and faintly said, as you wish. However, our next target is more dangerous. If you can't keep up, leave by yourself. Jiang Qiulan's heart was relieved and she hastily nodded. Many thanks. I will definitely try my best not to drag you guys down. When Vivian by the side heard this, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes, but seeing that Su Chen had already nodded his head in agreement, she couldn't say anything more, and only hummed softly. Let's go, time is running out. After saying that, the 3 of them flew and disappeared in the same place. On the other side, in a dark ruin of a relic, Tian Gz was traveling by air. His eyes were slightly closed, and an intricate rune appeared on his forehead, as if he was deducing something. All of a sudden, he violently opened his eyes, and an icy cold aura flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, someone dares to kill my Tianji Pavilion's disciples. The walking stick in Tianji's hand gently stomped on the ground, and immediately, an illusory scene was reflected in the jewel. It was Su Chen's silhouette in the scene, as he raised his hand and killed a few Tianji Pavilion disciples, then easily destroyed that life and death demon vine, while the last scene was fixed on him leaving with 2 women. So it's Su Chen. He, old me finally found you. His figure flashed, instantly accelerating and shooting away as a white light. Su Chen brought Vivian and Jiang Qiulan along for the ride. Following the guidance of the fragmented ancient map, they avoided the relic organs along the way and traveled through for about 2 hours or so. If there wasn't a spatial prohibition in the relics that prevented me from leaping, I would have already made a leap straight to. Su Chen was somewhat depressed in his heart. However, after flying through the area for an hour again, they finally reached the place where the fragmented ancient map was guiding them. This is... Jiang Qiulan's pupils contracted violently as the sight before her shook her to the core. Only to see that not far in front of her was actually an incomparably huge gate to heaven. That huge door was made of an ancient material that was black in color, and its surface was engraved with complicated and arcane runes. The doorframe was carved out of obsidian with thousands of phoenixes with wings ready to fly, each plume seeming to be flowing with liquid fire. The eyes of the phoenix head in the center of the doorway were inlaid with fragments of star cores, burning the streaming clouds for 100 miles around into the blood color of the evening sun. The top of the door was hidden in the clouds and could not be seen in its entirety, but just the ancient aura it emanated gave off a feeling of a mighty pressure from the distant past. As Su Chen stood in front of the giant door, his heart couldn't help but surge with a surge of excitement. This is the gate of the prison phoenix. Su Chen couldn't wait to directly arrive at the foot of the prison phoenix gate with a flash of his body. At this moment, 100 feet away from the giant door, the air suddenly rippled like water waves. It was a boundary made up of countless hexagonal light films, with crimson runes floating in the center of each of them, and at a closer look, it was actually a phoenix feather totem that had shrunk 10,000 times. Su Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, his divine sense probed out and gently touched that boundary. Buzz. The surface of the boundary suddenly rippled, and the light of the runes flourished. A powerful counter-vibration force burst out from the boundary, directly bouncing off Su Chen's divine sense. There really is a prohibition. Su Chen withdrew his divine sense. He was not surprised. An ancient relic like the Gate of Prison Phoenix would be abnormal if it was not protected by a powerful boundary. Su Chen gazed at the boundary that flowed with the phoenix totem, and his heart suddenly stirred. The power emanating from this boundary was surprisingly extremely similar to a boundary secret art recorded in the Yen Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture. As the core technique of the Prison Phoenix clan, the Yen Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture not only contained the cultivation method, but also recorded many secret arts and prohibitions related to the Yen Phoenix. This kind of boundary, it should be the Phoenix Inferno Canopy, an overwhelmingly powerful prohibition used by the ancient Inferno Phoenix clan to guard important places. Su Chen murmured in a low voice, a trace of dawning realization flashing in his eyes. The Phoenix Inflammation Sky Curtain was a boundary art that far exceeded what the martial god realm could perform, and with his current strength, it was impossible to crack all of them. However, because of the Phoenix Fire Yuan power in his body, temporarily tearing open an opening was not a problem. Su Chen's Phoenix Fire Yuan power instantly condensed, and a blazing golden phoenix fire condensed in his palm. It was as if there was a phoenix silhouette dancing in the flames, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. Bear. The moment the phoenix fire touched the boundary, the runes on the surface of the boundary suddenly trembled violently, as if they had sensed the power of the same source. The boundary, which was composed of countless hexagonal films of light, began to gradually melt, revealing a passageway to enter. Go, let's go in. Su Chen led Vivian and Jiang Qiulan to step into the boundary, and the air around them suddenly became hot. The ground was paved with a special material like obsidian, and the pattern of a phoenix feather was engraved on every stone. The 3 of them slowly approached the Gate of Prison Phoenix, and the closer they got, the more the ancient and majestic aura grew. Just when they were only 100 feet away from the Prison Phoenix Gate, a strange divine sense suddenly descended and directly invaded Su Chen's mind. Who is trespassing the Gate of Prison Phoenix? Su Chen's heart was shaken, but he didn't panic, but responded with his divine sense. Late generation Su Chen, specially here to receive the inheritance of the prison phoenix ancestor.
Ha! Little human race, also dare to covet the ancestor's inheritance? Do you know that opening the gate of prison phoenix requires the key of prison phoenix?
There was a hint of disdain in that divine sense's voice.
Su Chen's expression was calm as he blandly said, the late generation naturally knows.
After saying that, he took out the void key. It was a black key with a black body, its surface engraved with complicated runes, emitting a faint spatial power.
I wonder if I'm qualified to open the gate of prison phoenix today?
That divine sense was silent for a moment, then slowly said, since you possess the key of prison phoenix, you are qualified to enter the door to receive the inheritance. However, I need to remind you that the prison phoenix inheritance is extremely dangerous, and if your strength is insufficient, your soul will surely be dispersed.
Even so, do you still want to enter? Su Chen nodded his head without hesitation. My mind is made up.
Good. There was a hint of appreciation in that divine sense's voice. In that case, you can open the teleportation channel by inserting the prison phoenix key into the door hole. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately took a step and walked to the bottom of the prison phoenix's door. One could only see a groove in the center of the doorway, and the shape of the groove perfectly matched the void key. He took a deep breath and slowly inserted the void key into the groove.
Ka-ching! With a crisp ring, the void key completely disappeared into the doorway.
Immediately afterward, the runes on the gate of the prison phoenix began to light up one by one, and the entire giant gate seemed to come to life, radiating a dazzling light.
Chapter 108, The First Trial, The Red Sky Purgatory.
As Su Chen inserted the void key into the door hole, the runes on the gate of prison phoenix lit up one by one, and the entire giant gate seemed to awaken, emitting a dazzling light.
Prison phoenix inheritance, one person, one key. Since you hold the key, you are the only one who can enter to be tested. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded.
Then he turned to Vivian and Jiang Qiulan and said, "You guys wait here, I'll go in alone." A trace of worry flashed in Vivian's eyes as she softly said, "Master, you must be careful. You guys can just wait without worry, it should still be safe in the Yanhuang Sky Curtain boundary."
Jiang Qiulan nodded from the side and said, "Good, we will wait in the boundary for your return." Su Chen nodded, then turned around and stepped into that light. In a flash,
his figure was engulfed in dazzling light, and the sound of whistling wind came from his ears, as if he was crossing an endless void. Su Chen felt his body being pulled by a powerful force, and his eyes were blurred, with only the void storm raging madly. After an unknown amount of time, the touch of his feet came again. Su Chen stabilized his stance and realized that he was already standing in front of a huge obsidian giant tower.
Is this the place of trial for the prison phoenix inheritance? Su Chen looked up at the giant tower, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and stepped into the giant tower. As soon as he entered the giant tower, the space around him shifted. Su Chen realized that he had arrived in an infinite space, surrounded by darkness, with only the lava under his feet slowly flowing, emitting a scorching aura. "Welcome to the first level of trial, the Red Sky Purgatory." A pale voice echoed through the space, and immediately afterward, the lava underneath his feet suddenly boiled and condensed into a massive vortex of karmic fire. Boom!
9 blood-colored chains snapped out from the vortex, and at the ends of the chains, 9 shadows were tethered.
This is...
Su Chen's gaze froze and his heart shook slightly. Only to see that among those 9 shadows, there was someone he was incomparably familiar with.
"Brother! Save me!"
Su Rinchi's bone-thin figure was imprisoned by chains, tear-stained, and looked to be terminally ill. Master, save me." Vivian was engulfed in flames, unable to stop wailing in pain.
Ah Chen, you have to go. Get out of here."
Lin Majin was tortured by chains piercing into her petite body, inch by inch. The scenes surfaced one by one, as if they were going to pull Su Chen into an endless heart demon.
So it's the illusion examination. Ha, a mere illusion, and you want to mess with my mind?
Su Chen snorted coldly and instantly unleashed the 3 great visualization diagrams.
Chaotic Seed Lotus. Glazed Pure Lotus. The Red Lotus of Perdition. Open.
The 3 great divine viewpoints were in operation at the same time. Although each of the 3 great conception diagrams had their own wonderful uses, in essence, they were all dharmas that boiled the spirit and stabilized the mind, so naturally, they could be used to defend against illusions. The chaotic seed lotus condensed his mind and transformed into a sea of chaos, drowning all those illusions.
The glazed pure lotus blossomed with pure light, purifying his heart's demons.
The red lotus of extinction, on the other hand, carried the power of destruction, burning those illusions one by one.
In just a few short breaths,
the 9 blood-colored chains collapsed one after another, and those causally entangled shadows dissipated.
Not bad. To be able to break the first illusion so easily.
That pale voice resounded once again with a hint of praise in its tone.
However, it is a pity that you are not a trialist of my prison phoenix divine clan, wanting to obtain the supreme treasure left behind by my prison phoenix divine clan? Heh, doomed to fail.
Not waiting for Su Chen to breathe a sigh of relief, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The lava disappeared, and in its place were the phoenix feathers flying in the sky. Those phoenix feathers emitted a dazzling light, and each piece seemed to contain infinite mysteries. In the center of the illusory realm, a mutilated and gigantic prison phoenix skeleton was suspended in mid-air, and the surface of the skeleton was covered with cracks, as if it would crumble at any time.
Second illusion realm prison phoenix recast.
The voice continued, only those who reconstruct the prison phoenix divine soul with the conceptualization technique will be able to break it. However, every time you cast the spell, it will trigger a karma fire backlash, so you may be able to withstand it? Only those who practiced the Inferno Phoenix Divine Clan's technique, the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture, could withstand the karmic fire. However, this technique could only be practiced by the Inferno Phoenix Clan. Therefore, that pale voice dared to conclude that Su Chen would definitely be burned to nothingness by the karmic fire. It's a pity, among the trialists since 1,000 years, this kid's divine soul strength should be able to rank in the top 3.
But is the inheritance of the Prison Phoenix Divine Clan something that others can get their hands on? However, Su Chen's mind was thinking about something else. Prison Phoenix recast. Karma fire backlash? Su Chen remembered that when he practiced the first Nirvana prison of the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana scripture, it was recorded in the scripture that he was able to withstand the karma flame scrubbing. It was even a necessary path to continue practicing the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra. However, because he didn't have enough enlightenment points at that time, he hadn't yet exchanged the later levels of the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra. And now, he still had over 2,000 enlightenment points left, which was completely enough. System: redeem all the contents of the later levels of the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra. Redeeming all of the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra requires 90 enlightenment points to be consumed. Is it redeemed? Redeem immediately. Ding.
The host has consumed 90 enlightenment points and successfully redeemed the entirety of the Yen Huang Nirvana Prison Scripture. In an instant, a brilliant stream of light surged into Su Chen's mind. Countless arcane scriptures and cultivation methods surged into his mind like a tidal wave, and the essence of each Nirvana prison and the mysteries of each layer of the realm were instantly grasped by him.
This is the complete Yen Huang Nirvana Prison Sutra.
He no longer hesitated and directly sat down on his knees, his mind sinking into it. The second level of the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture, called Karma Fire Washing, just needed to use the power of Karma Fire to wash itself and transform into a true prison phoenix body. Good, come on then. Su Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the prison phoenix skeleton in the center of space and began to utilize his spiritual power to reconstruct its divine soul. In the center of his mind, the lotus of chaos slowly blossomed, and the figure of the prison phoenix emerged from the center of the lotus. Immediately afterward, the power of the glazed pure lotus purified the pieces of prison phoenix's divine soul one by one, while the red lotus of extinction incinerated all the impurities in it. At this time, the phoenix feathers in the sky began to converge, transforming into blazing karmic flames that completely wrapped Su Chen's body. Within the karmic fire, countless phoenix shadows danced. Throttle, throttle. The karmic fire instantly invaded Su Chen's body, searing his flesh and blood in meridians. However, he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt an unprecedented power awakening in his body.
This is the power of karma fire cleansing.
Su Chen could clearly feel that his physical body and yuan power had become more condensed under the quenching of the karma fire, and even had a feeling of being transformed into a new body.
And at this time,
when the owner of that pale voice saw the scene of Su Chen cultivating with the help of karmic fire, his heart was in complete disbelief. This is impossible. How could a mere human race master my prison phoenix clan's secret technique, the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture? Chapter 109 Boundary Trace Level Conceptualization Technique. Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Cutting Diagram. The Lord of Sound was the guardian of this trial land, the remnant soul of an ancient prison phoenix. As the overseer of the trials, it had been guarding here for tens of thousands of years, witnessing the failures and falls of countless trialists. However, the Su Chen in front of him had completely overturned his perception. The Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture is the supreme technique of the Prison Phoenix clan, and only those of the Prison Phoenix bloodline can cultivate it. How did a human race practice it? The Prison Phoenix remnant soul was filled with confusion and shock. He stared at Su Chen with a deadly stare, trying to find a trace of the Prison Phoenix bloodline from his body. However, Su Chen's body did not have any aura of the Prison Phoenix bloodline. It was obvious that the other party was a human. However, when he converged his divine thoughts on the operating path of the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra, he finally discovered something strange. No. This isn't the pure Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture. Under his careful sensing, he suddenly realized that although the gong method Su Chen was running was extremely similar to the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture, its running veins were very different from the Prison Phoenix clan's cultivation method. This is an improved version of the Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture? The Prison Phoenix remnant soul's voice was tinged with horror. He actually changed the secret technique of the Prison Phoenix clan into a mode suitable for human cultivation?
The prison phoenix remnant soul was alarmed. This kind of improvement was tantamount to creating an entirely new gong method. One must know that the creation of every merit law required countless hours and resources, let alone the supreme merit law of the prison phoenix clan. Genius, supreme genius. No, supreme demon. Monstrous waves rose in his heart. As an ancient existence of the prison phoenix clan, he had seen countless geniuses and demons. However, even the world-famous king of the prison phoenix from 100,000 years ago could only fine-tune the foundation of the Yen Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture, and could not do such a thorough improvement at all. Such talent, such enlightenment. This kid, what in the world is he? The prison phoenix remnant soul's mind was incomparably shocked. Perhaps he can really complete the inheritance trial of my prison phoenix clan. And at this moment, Su Chen. He was just immersed in the trial of completing the second illusionary realm. Karma fire backlash may be a deadly threat to others, but to me, it's just a quenching. It can even help me break through the second level of the Inferno Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Su Chen sat cross-legged, washing with karmic fire while reconstructing the prison phoenix remnant soul with his spiritual power. Chaotic seed lotus, condense. The sea of chaos churned in his mind, and the divine soul fragment of the prison phoenix gradually coalesced in the sea of chaos, transforming into the embryonic form of a disembodied phoenix. Blazed pure lotus, Jin. Pure light poured down, purifying those divine soul fragments one by one, removing the impurities from them. Red lotus of extinction, refined. Bright red flames scorched those fragments, causing them to completely fuse together. Just at the moment when the prison phoenix divine soul was about to take shape, a scorching hot karmic fire suddenly descended from the void, directly impacting on top of Su Chen's mind. PFF. Su Chen stifled a grunt and felt an intense burning sensation coming from him, as if it was going to completely incinerate his mind and soul. The karmic fire flowed along his meridians like a fire dragon raging inside his body, and wherever it passed, the flesh and blood were scorched and the meridians were torn apart. The intense pain caused Su Chen's face to turn slightly white, but he clenched his teeth and operated the Yen Phoenix Nirvana prison scripture with all his might. Refine it for me. The karma fire continued to flow through his meridians. Each time it flowed, it would take away the impurities in his flesh and blood while leaving behind a trace of pure phoenix fire yuan power. With the passage of time, Su Chen's body was gradually cleansed by the karma fire to become more and more permeable. His blood and flesh were as crystalline as jade, and his meridians were as tough as steel. Even his chaotic golden bone, which was already incomparably strong, became even more condensed under the tempering of the karma fire, and actually emitted a faint jade-colored glow. It's not enough. Su Chen felt the majestic power in his body and violently accelerated the operation of his gong method, introducing more karma fire into his body and frantically quenching it. Rumble. The yuan power in his body rushed like a river, eventually converging in the dantian and turning into a golden ocean. In the center of the ocean, a disembodied phoenix slowly emerged, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. Yen Phoenix Nirvana Prison Sutra second level great completion. Su Chen violently opened his eyes, and a red golden phoenix silhouette flashed across his eyes. And at this time, the reconstructed prison phoenix divine soul had also taken shape. A flaming phoenix silhouette with wings ready to fly landed on top of the skeleton, lifelike and emitting an ancient and majestic aura. Finished. The moment the prison phoenix divine soul was completely formed, the entire illusionary space suddenly shook. The roiling phoenix feathers transformed into dots of light particles and dissipated, while the mutilated prison phoenix skeleton slowly crumbled, turning into countless starlight and integrating into the divine soul. You really did it. That pale voice finally sounded again. The tone no longer had the coldness and ridicule from before, but instead had a trace of hard-to-hide admiration. To be able to use a mortal body to master the supreme technique of my prison phoenix clan, and to use karmic fire to quench oneself and complete the recasting of the prison phoenix divine soul. Such a talent, such a heart, even if it is placed in the heyday of my clan, it is enough to be called a supreme heavenly pride. When Su Chen heard this, his expression remained calm, and he only said lightly, "Senior has praised me too much." The voice was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Since you have passed the first level of the test, according to my clan's rules, you will also receive a corresponding reward." Before the words fell, a blazing pillar of flaming light shot up from the center of the illusionary realm. In the pillar of light, an ancient scroll slowly unfolded with countless lifelike phoenix feathers painted on it. Each phoenix feather seemed to contain infinite mysteries, emitting a palpitating aura. Boundary trace level viewpoint, blazing sin heavenly plume cutting world diagram. This is one of the supreme viewpoints of my prison phoenix clan, and when cultivated to great completion, the mind can transform into a phoenix feather and cut down everything in the world. Even boundary walls can be easily torn apart. That voice was pale and majestic, with a hint of pride in its tone. When Su Chen heard it, shock and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Boundary trace level viewpoint idea? What level is this? It was actually the first time he had heard of it. Ding, reminding the host that the realm trace level is one of the recognized viewpoint levels of all races in the universe.
The conceptualization levels of the universe's races are divided into resonance level,
Extradition level,
boundary trace level,
heavenly law level,
laws level. The three SSS level concepts mastered by the host belong to the 9 extradition levels according to the definition of the universe's concept levels.
Above the extradition level is the boundary trace level. Su Chen read the system's introduction and came to a realization.
So that's how it is. The hierarchy of the viewpoints of all the races of the universe: resonance level, extradition level, boundary trace level, heavenly laws level, laws level.
I'm afraid that the gap between each rank is a world of difference.
The three major SSS grade viewpoints that he had previously taken pride in, the chaotic seed lotus, the glazed pure lotus, and the world-destroying red lotus, actually only belong to the 9 extradition grade. That is to say, the viewpoints I practiced before can only be considered medium-low among the 10,000 races of the universe? Su Chen was shocked in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a great sense of oppression. After all, in his perception, these three types of viewpoints were already extremely subtle, top-notch cultivation methods. However, on the scale of the vast universe, these techniques were only extradition level and had not even reached the higher levels. And that, Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Ruling Diagram, it's actually boundary trace grade.
I'm afraid that this level of existence cannot be found in the entire Blue Star.
Chapter 110, Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume, Ninefold Arcane Mysteries.
Thinking of this, Su Chen's mind was a little complicated. Martial God level on the Blue Star is already a top-notch existence, enough to dominate a party. However, in the eyes of the 10,000 races of the universe, I'm afraid that the martial God level is also just a starting point.
He vaguely guessed in his heart that those powerful races in the universe might have already transcended the martial God level and entered a higher realm. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes gradually stabilizing. It seems that my perception of this world is still too narrow. The universe was vast and infinite, and the truly strong might have long since transcended the realm of the martial God level. Although his heart was shaken, he did not feel frustrated.
Since there is such a powerful force in the universe, I will stand at the top. The martial God level is by no means the end of my journey either.
Possessing heaven-defying enlightenment, he was also bound to one day surpass the shackles of the Blue Star and travel to the vast sea of the universe. Trialist, you may begin to comprehend the Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Reduction Diagram. The pale voice came again, causing Su Chen's thoughts to return, focusing on the incomparably arcane and complex boundary trace level contemplation diagram in front of him. However, there is a time limit for you to comprehend the conceptualization diagram. If you are unable to comprehend it within 180 reincarnation hours, you will have to give up. 180 reincarnation hours was equivalent to 3 months in human timekeeping. After hearing the reminder from the prison Phoenix Remnant Soul, Su Chen's gaze fell on the arcane and complex, Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Cutting Diagram in front of him, so he directly sat down on his knees. In his mind, the system's voice came. The host is observing the world trace level viewpoint of the Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Cutting Diagram. Does he spend 100 enlightenment points to comprehend the first realm of meaning? Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. 100 points of enlightenment, and actually only able to comprehend one realm of meaning? It seems that the higher the grade, the more difficult it is to comprehend.
Consume enlightenment points and comprehend it.
Fortunately, he still had more than 2,000 enlightenment points, and there was no shortage of spending at all. With Su Chen's dark cry, 100 enlightenment points were deducted, and the visualization diagram in front of him gradually became decipherable from the esoteric. Only to see the countless lifelike phoenix feathers in the picture seemed to come alive. Each piece of the phoenix feathers carried arcane patterns, as if it contained infinite heaven and earth supreme principles.
The prison Phoenix Remnant Soul was suspended in the darkness, gazing deeply at Su Chen. With his talent, how much can he comprehend within 180 reincarnation hours? In his opinion,
even though Su Chen was exceptionally talented, he was after all only a mortal body, and there was a huge gap between his bloodline and that of the prison Phoenix clan. Even if he possessed an extremely high level of enlightenment, it was almost impossible to comprehend the Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Cutter Diagram within 3 months. If he could comprehend the essence of the threefold intent, it would be enough to benefit him for life. The prison Phoenix Remnant Soul secretly guessed in his heart. However, he did not know that. At this moment, Su Chen was rapidly comprehending the mysteries in the contemplation diagram with his super heaven-defying enlightenment. His eyes were tightly closed, and his mind was completely immersed in the contemplation. In the depths of his consciousness, a vast picture unfolded.
Countless flaming phoenix feathers danced in the air, each of them emitting a blazing light.
Like the stars in the night sky, they outlined a bright starry sky.
This is the first meaning of the Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume Cutting World Diagram, the Blazing Feather Soul Suppressor.
At this moment, Su Chen's spiritual power, which was already extremely strong, was rapidly growing under the nourishment of the phoenix feather breath.
500 points, 600 points, 700 points, 800 points, 900 points, 1,000 points.
In just a few short breaths, Su Chen's spiritual power directly broke through the 1,000 point mark. 1,000 points of spiritual power was equivalent to a 4th-ranked spiritual numinous master, but Su Chen knew that this was not the limit. This was only the beginning. Beyond that, a trace of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he felt the unprecedented power in his heart and soul. Is this the power of the blazing feather soul suppression? The mind transforms into a phoenix feather and suppresses all divine souls. This kind of mental suppression can easily suppress even the divine souls of martial god powerhouses. Just the first realm of intent has such power. The first realm of intent has been comprehended. Will you spend 100 enlightenment points to comprehend the second realm of intent? Continue to comprehend. In an instant, Su Chen's mind sank into the contemplation diagram once again. This time, the flame phoenix feather in the picture was no longer just a power to suppress the divine soul, but had transformed into a blade of flame that covered the sky, as if it was going to cut apart everything in the world. Heavenly plume cuts the world, the mind transforms into form and cuts everything. The second realm, heavenly plume cuts the world. Success! Su Chen's spiritual energy surged once again. 1,100 points, 1,300 points, 1,500 points. 1,700 points, 1,900 points, 2,000 points. In a short moment, Su Chen's spiritual power grew by 1,000 points once again. 2,000 points of spiritual energy. A trace of shock flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he felt the majestic power in his mind. The mind transforms into a heavenly plume, cutting down everything. He clearly felt as if there was an additional invisible force in his mind, as if he could completely tear apart his enemy's mind with a wave of his hand. Not only that, he was also able to turn part of his spiritual power into blazing feathers and exert the suppressive effect of blazing feather soul suppression. After comprehending it, Su Chen once again consumed his enlightenment and comprehended the third realm. Third intent, blazing sin burning sky. In Su Chen's mind, countless phoenix feathers coalesced into a sea of fire that covered the sky, as if it wanted to burn everything in the world to the ground. His mind was immersed in it, feeling the power that destroyed the sky and the earth. As for the prison phoenix remnant soul on the side, it gradually became shocked and finally even dumbfounded from its initial calmness. This kid actually comprehended the triple realm of intent in such a short period of time? One must know that even if it was a supreme genius of the prison phoenix clan who wanted to comprehend the first 3 times of the realm of intent, it would take at least a few months. Su Chen, on the other hand, had only used less than an incense burner. What kind of demon is this kid? However, his shock was only the beginning. Because the next speed of Su Chen's comprehension directly made him begin to infinitely doubt Phoenix Sang. Fourth intent, blazing feather sky dome. Fifth intent realm, the sword of cutting the world. Seventh intent realm. Eighth intent realm. Ninth intent realm. In a short moment, Su Chen comprehended the remaining 6 intent realms of the blazing sin heavenly plume world cutting diagram in a row. Host is comprehending the boundary trace level viewing method of the blazing sin heavenly plume world cutting diagram, and due to your heavenly enlightenment, you have already comprehended the 9th realm of meaning, the blazing sin burning heart. 9th realm, blazing sin burning heart. Within Su Chen's mind, an endless sky dome of flames emerged, each strand of flame emitting a heaven-destroying aura, as if it could completely incinerate the minds of all living beings in the world. And in the center of that flaming heavenly dome, a gigantic prison phoenix silhouette lifted its wings and flew high, with blazing flames burning in its eyes, as if it wanted to judge heaven and earth. Is this the complete, blazing sin heavenly plume world ruling diagram? Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, a blazing phoenix fire shadow flashed in his eyes, and his entire person exuded a divine phoenix descending majesty. As for the prison phoenix remnant soul on the side, at this moment, it had already been completely shocked to the point of no return. How is this possible? He actually finished comprehending all 9 realms of intent? Chapter 111 10,000 Flames Trial, Cosmic Divine Flame. The prison phoenix remnant soul stared wide-eyed in mid-air, staring down at the teenager sitting cross-legged below, his eyes completely filled with disbelief. This human kid, is he open? Even if it was a supreme genius of the prison phoenix clan, if they wanted to comprehend the 9-fold intent of the blazing sin heavenly plume world cutter diagram, they would need at least several decades, if not hundreds of years of work. This was because the comprehension of the realm of intent would become more and more difficult the later it got. Few prison phoenixes were even able to comprehend this contemplation diagram in its entirety. Su Chen, on the other hand, had only used less than 3 incense sticks of time. Demon, This kind of enlightenment, I'm afraid it has already surpassed all the generations of my clan's ancestors. And at this moment, Su Chen felt his incomparably growing spiritual sea of consciousness, and only felt unimpeded. The spiritual thoughts in it were like oceans flowing in an unending stream. 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Is not bad. Yes, after comprehending the 9th realm of intent, his spiritual power had skyrocketed to 10,000 points. It was equivalent to a 9th-ranked spirit Numenera. In the entire Blue Star, there were only 3 9th-order spiritual masters. And he, Su Chen, is now among the strongest. Host, Su Chen.
Rank, 9th ranked martial general, 9th ranked spiritual numinous master. Physique, immaculate glazed body, yin phoenix divine body, chaotic war body, thousand blade shin high body. Blood and chi value, 98,780 points. Yuan power, 9,878 cards transformed with blood chi at any time. Mental power, 11,819 points. Talents, 10,000 phases robbery destruction SSS grade divine fire manipulation SSS grade burning skites on long range S grade ice shin frost armor A grade glazed divine concealment SSS grade. Ancient martial arts, 10 directions thunder movement SSS grade, python devouring blood method S grade, Tongbei Quan B grade. Techniques, Yin Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture SSS grade Nirvana Bone Hardening Method S grade, Soul Mind Distraction Technique S grade, Heavenly Charming Harmonization Technique SSS grade Dual Cultivation Method. Contemplation, Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Censorship Diagram Grade 9 Boundary Trace Level World Destruction Red Lotus Contemplation Diagram Grade 9 Extradition Level, Pure World Glaze Contemplation Diagram Grade 9 Extradition Level, Chaos. Note, to avoid watery word count, panel data will be minimized in the future. Su Chen took a cursory look at his attribute panel and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. In addition to the substantial increase in his spiritual power, his blood chi value and yuan power were both approaching the 100,000 mark, reaching the limit of a 9th-ranked martial general. Moreover, the karma fire forging that he had just done had completely perfected his Inferno Phoenix divine body, and 10,000 flames were unable to harm it in the slightest. Yen Phoenix divine body, finally perfectly molded. Su Chen felt the majestic Yen Phoenix power in his body, and his mind sank into the state of internal vision. Only to see that every inch of his flesh and blood, every meridian, flickered with a faint reddish golden light, as if there were countless flames flowing through them. The enhancement of the Inferno Phoenix divine body has brought my body strength to another level. If I combine it with the chaotic battle body, my physical strength is enough to crush any martial god across the ranks. Nowadays, Su Chen's strength had truly stood at the peak of Blue Star. However, it's not enough. The Blue Star is also just a drop in the ocean in the universe, you still need to look a little bit longer. Thinking of this, Su Chen got up from the ground and arched his hand towards somewhere in the air. Now with his spiritual power, it was already enough to detect the remnant soul of the prison phoenix suspended in the air. Elder, I've finished comprehending, I can enter the next stage of the trial. The prison phoenix remnant soul snapped back from its shock and looked at the human below with a complicated expression. He had thought that his ability to comprehend the triple realm of intent was already the limit, but he didn't expect that this brat would have comprehended all of the complete, Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume world cutting diagram in just a short period of time. Cough. The prison phoenix remnant soul coughed lightly to hide the shock within, and its tone tried to remain as majestic as possible. Not bad, your enlightenment is indeed far beyond my expectations. However, the next 10,000 flames trial will be even more difficult. Without the prison phoenix divine body, it's simply impossible to withstand the assault of that endless foreign fire. Although you are gifted, you are after all only a mortal body. If you force your way through, I'm afraid you will. Before the prison phoenix remnant soul's words fell, Su Chen, however, smiled faintly and interrupted. Seniors just opened the examination. His phoenix fire god body had already become a great success, which was equivalent to having the divine body of the prison phoenix clan, and all fire was invulnerable. So was he still afraid of the next examination? The prison phoenix remnant soul was silent for a moment, and seeing that Su Chen's mind was set, he said, "Good. Then we will open the next level of assessment for you. From the birth of my prison phoenix divine race trial until now, you are the third person qualified to enter the 10,000 flames trial." Without further words, he slowly raised his hand and the space around him began to distort. A blazing light flashed, and Su Chen's figure instantly disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the middle of a vast space of flames. Around them stood countless huge pillars of fire, each of which burned with a strange form of flame. Some of the flames were like blue stars, radiating an icy light. Some flames were like purple lotus flowers with layers of petals blooming. There were also flames that were like golden dragons, circling and roaring above the fire pillars. Are these all foreign flames? A trace of shock flashed through Su Chen's gaze, feeling the powerful aura coming from those flames. He knew that ordinary foreign flames were already extremely rare, but the aura of these flames in front of him seemed to be even more terrifying than foreign flames. At this time, the voice of the prison phoenix's remnant soul once again resounded in the space with a hint of faint arrogance. Otherworldly flames? Oh, these are not ordinary foreign flames. What you are seeing are all the cosmic divine flames that my clan has collected from all parts of the universe over the course of millions of years. Cosmic divine flame? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The prison phoenix remnant soul continued, cosmic divine flames are the rarest flames in the universe, each of which possesses a different ability, and even has self-awareness. They are born in the very deep places of the universe and take billions of years of evolution to take shape. Ordinary foreign flames are merely catalyzed in a certain planet or a certain realm.
Cosmic divine flames, on the other hand, are the product of the nurturing of the cosmic origin, and their power far exceeds that of foreign flames.
See that blue star flame?
That's the cold star heavenly flame, born in the extremely cold star realm. It appears to be cold, but it actually contains extreme heat. Once it erupts, it's enough to freeze 1,000 feet of emptiness and burn out a planet. And then look at that purple lotus flame, named Purple Sky Lotus Flame, born in the Thunderstorm Nebula, capable of attracting thunder from the 9 heavens and killing all evil forces. As for that golden dragon-like flame, named Swire Golden Flame, legend has it that it is a flame left over from the ancient dragon race, possessing supreme power. The prison phoenix remnant soul introduced them one by one, and his tone actually carried a bit of awe as well. And these cosmic divine flames are only a portion of what my clan has collected. Within this 10,000 flame space, there are a total of 3,600 foreign flames and 23 types of cosmic divine flames, each one unique. After Su-Chen heard this, he couldn't help but have waves rising in his heart as well.
Cosmic divine fire? Is indeed heaven and earth different from foreign fire? If I can master several types of cosmic divine flames, I'm afraid that my current strength can be doubled again. The terror of a flame
that could even freeze and burn out planets was bound to be far beyond that of a martial god realm powerhouse. Although Su-Chen had practiced the Phoenix Fire God body, which was invulnerable to all fire, that was only for the planet-bred foreign fire. In front of these cosmic divine flames, it seems like it's still a bit inadequate.
Then this 10,000 flames trial, what is the content of the test? Chapter 112 Divine Flame Choosing a Master. Cosmic Realm Division.
This level of examination is called Divine Flame Choosing a Master. The voice of the prison phoenix's remnant soul resounded in the void as it continued.
Each of these 23 cosmic divine flames possesses self-awareness, and they will choose their own masters.
Since the fall of the king of prison phoenix, these divine flames have been waiting here for their next master. What you need to do is to gain the recognition of one of the cosmic divine flames. However, you need to be aware that of the 23 divine flames, there has already been a failure by the previous owner of one of the divine flames, and this person has been turned back by the divine flame and turned into ashes. There is also a divine flame whose owner is still undergoing trials and is in the process of being tested for the divine flame. Therefore, Starpith Cold Flame is a divine fire that you cannot choose. After saying that, the remnant soul raised its hand and pointed at a pillar of fire with a cold light flickering.
Su-Chen's gaze followed,
only to see that above that pillar of fire there was a cloud of star-swirling flames suspended, as clear as ice crystals, and at a glance, it was as if it was able to freeze the heart and mind. That was the Starpith Cold Flame. Su-Chen's gaze lingered on that cold flame for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Elder, what if I am not satisfied with obtaining the recognition of only one cosmic god flame, but instead, I make all of these 23 cosmic god flames?"
Submissive?
The prison phoenix remnant soul first froze when it heard this, and then let out a burst of laughter, as if it had heard a heavenly joke.
Really young and ignorant, arrogant. Too much hubris. Do you know what kind of existence these cosmic divine flames are?
Each divine flame was born in a strange place in the depths of the universe, and it took hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of evolution to take shape.
Even my prison phoenix clan took endless years to collect them here.
The remnant soul of the prison phoenix laughed, not to mention that you're only at the measly stardust level right now. Even if you cultivate to the eternal true lord level that is the same as my clan's swift king in the future, it's still hard. When Su-Chen heard this, a trace of color flashed in his eyes.
Stardust level? Eternal Allah level?
What are these levels?
Are they the levels of cultivation under the system of all the races of the universe?
So Su-Chen secretly asked the system in his mind.
System, the Stardust level. And the Eternal Allah level that this guy is talking about, what level is it in the universe 10,000 races system?
Answer to the host. The current rank of the host belongs to the peak of the middle stage of the Stardust grade, i.e., the 9th rank of the martial arts generals, among the recognized ranks of all the races in the universe. When the host breaks through to the martial god, he reaches the high Stardust level. When the host breaks through to the martial god realm, he will be at the Stardust level. At the Stardust level, the cosmic energy in the body is like dust, not yet fully transformed. At the Stardust level, the cosmic energy has already formed into a star of energy within the body, which can transcend the planets and reach the primary level of traveling the cosmic sea. Above the Xingxuan level, there is also the Void Annihilation level, the True Tribulation level, the Source Sea level, the Market Lord level, the Eternal level, and the Eternal Allah level? After listening to the system's explanation, Su-Chen's heart immediately set off huge waves.
Stardust level, Star Xian level, Void Annihilation level, True Tribulation level,
Source Sea grade,
Market Lord grade, Eternal grade, Eternal Allah grade? There are actually so many levels in the universe?
Reminding the host that Blue Star is nothing more than a planet of elementary life in the universe, and the humans on Blue Star have just come into contact with the cultivation of cosmic Yuan power, so they are among the weakest of the 10,000 races in the universe.
So that's how it is. Su-Chen finally understood. The martial god realm, on the Blue Star, was an invincible existence.
However, in the universe's 10,000 races, it is actually just a starting point comparable to a novice village. He himself was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, having never even touched the true power within the vastness of the universe. I can only be a 9th-ranked martial general today. Just the peak of the middle rank of the Stardust class. And on top of that, there are still 6 more great realms before I can reach the eternal Allah level that is comparable to the king of the prison phoenix. The 6 great realms here were not the difference between the martial general level and the martial god level. Rather, it was the gap between an ordinary mortal and a peak martial god. Thinking about it, Su Chen could not help but feel a great shock and pressure. No wonder the prison phoenix remnant soul said that I was arrogant. Even an eternal Allah level powerhouse would have difficulty subduing 23 cosmic divine flames at the same time. As it turns out, my strength isn't even considered introductory among the 10,000 races of the universe. However, despite the shock in his heart, Su Chen's eyes did not show any intention to retreat. Since this is the case, then let me climb up step by step until I stand at the top of the universe. So what if it's the Stardust level? So what if it's the cosmic Allah? As long as I am given time, I will be able to surpass everything. He believed in his hanging. Thus, Su Chen once again looked at the prison phoenix remnant soul. Senior, perhaps the current me is indeed unable to subdue 23 cosmic god flames at the same time. But I believe that one day, I will be able to do it. Su Chen's gaze was calm as he continued to ask, Senior only needs to tell me, if I really do it, what will be the reward? The laughter of the prison phoenix remnant soul came to an abrupt end. Looking at Su Chen's calm demeanor, and thinking of the other party's demonic talent of comprehending all 9 realms of the blazing sin heavenly plume trimming world diagram in less than a day, for some reason, he actually believed it for a few points in his heart. If you can really obtain the recognition of all the cosmic god flames at the same time, then this prison phoenix tower will be yours. The prison phoenix pagoda is my clan's greatest treasure, ranked as a 7th order void ancestral artifact. It can cross the cosmic sea, travel through cosmic realms and even break through dimensions. Its value is far more than 1,000 primordial life planets. When Su Chen heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the trial space he was in was named Prison Phoenix Tower, and it was also a supreme treasure. System, this 5th order void ancestral artifact, what grade is it again? In reply to the host, void ancestral artifacts are one of the grades for supreme treasures among the 10,000 races of the universe. Void ancestral artifacts are often the ancestral treasure of a powerful cosmic race, and are supreme treasure spaceships that are capable of traveling through the void and across the universe, and each of them contains supreme power. Their grades range from the 1st to the 9th order, and the higher the grade, the stronger the power. A 1st order void ancestral artifact will already have the ability to travel through dimensions and across galaxies, and its value far exceeds that of a primary life planet. A 7th order void ancestral artifact is even capable of crossing cosmic seas and breaking through dimensional boundaries, combining offense and defense into one, and is often comparable to the strength of an eternal true lord class cosmic powerhouse. After listening to the system's introduction, Su Chen secretly nodded. Sure enough, this prison phoenix tower is an incomparable treasure. If one can obtain the prison phoenix pagoda's recognition, it's equivalent to owning a cosmic Allah class spaceship. A trace of fervor flashed in his eyes. At this moment, as if he had read Su Chen's mind, the voice of the prison phoenix remnant soul came again. Kid, don't be overly ambitious. With your current strength, not to mention the 23 cosmic divine flames, even one of them would be extremely difficult to subdue. Each of these cosmic divine flames has a powerful self-awareness, and they will choose a master that is compatible with them. If one tries hastily, they will only be turned back by the divine fire and turned into ashes. Su Chen sniffed and gradually calmed down. He already understood that his current strength was not worth mentioning in the universe. Despite mastering the blazing sin heavenly plume world-cutting diagram, and breaking through to the level of a 9th order spiritual numinous master in terms of spiritual power, in front of the cosmic divine flame, these were still far from enough. Senior, then with my current strength, how can I get recognized by the cosmic divine flame? Each of these cosmic divine flames had a self-consciousness, and their strength, it was estimated that they were by no means something that the Stardust level self could contend with, and it was estimated that forcibly taking them in would only result in them being burned to ashes. The prison phoenix remnant soul pondered for a moment and slowly said, the cosmic divine flame chooses its master, not entirely on the strength of the cultivator, but more on its potential and talent. If they see your potential, even if your current strength is insufficient, they are willing to follow you and wait for the day when you grow enough to harness them. Therefore, all you need to do is to show a strong enough talent, and you will hopefully be recognized by the cosmic divine flame. Su Chen heard this and nodded his head and mused, so that's how it is. Having an anticlimactic enlightenment, a talent? Worthless. He was instantly energized in his mind. Thus, Su Chen looked toward the prison phoenix remnant soul and bowed, then, let's ask Senior to open the trial. When the prison phoenix remnant soul heard this, it nodded slightly, then raised its hand and waved it. Immediately, 22 auras of cosmic divine flames surfaced in space at the same time. Since you have decided to challenge the 10,000 flames trial, then choose a divine flame first, and this phoenix will come and awaken it. Su Chen's gaze swept through all the divine flames one by one, and after pondering for a while, he tentatively said, "Before that, I wonder if Senior can introduce the characteristics and abilities of each of the cosmic divine flames?" Chapter 113, It's decided that it's you, Swift Ancient Golden Flame. In that case, the late generation can also make a choice. The prison phoenix remnant soul sniffed and let out a good, since you want to know, then this phoenix will tell you. And so without any nonsense, he directly began to introduce. From left to right, the first plant is the purple sky lotus flame, born in the thunderstorm nebula. It can control the thunder in the 9 heavens, and its power is extraordinary. However, it contains the power of berserkness within it, and cannot be mastered by those who are not resolute in their minds. Cold Star Heavenly Flame, born in the extremely cold star field, the exterior is cold, the interior contains extreme heat, once the outbreak, can freeze 1,000 feet of emptiness, burned out the entire planet. Heavenly Vault Pure Fire, born in the pure void of the universe, can purify all filth and evil forces. Ancient Gold Flame, taken from the remains of the ancient dragon god, can contain dragon power, especially suitable for the dragon bloodline. Every 1,000 years of burning condenses a reverse scale fire seed, can kill gods and demons, infinite power. The prison phoenix remnant soul detailed the characteristics and abilities of each cosmic divine flame, with a faint hint of pride in its tone. Su Chen listened carefully, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of each divine fire in his mind. In the end, his gaze locked onto the swift ancient golden flame. This divine fire was like a golden dragon, hovering above the pillar of fire and emitting a supreme pressure. The ancient golden flame was harvested from the remains of an ancient dragon god, and the dragon power contained within it is most suitable for my doppelganger, heaven-swallowing dragon python. If I can obtain the approval of this fire, I might be able to accelerate the evolution of the dragon python, and even allow it to obtain the power of the ancient dragon god in the universe. Thinking of this, Su Chen made up his mind. Elder, I choose the Taiku Golden Flame. The prison phoenix remnant soul was somewhat dumbfounded at his words. This kid, how did he come up and pick the hardest one? Trialist, you must think clearly. The Swift Ancient Golden Flame is ranked 1431st on the Cosmic 10,000 Flames list, and among all the Cosmic Divine Flames, its power is ranked at the forefront. Su Chen frowned, only 1,000th? When the prison phoenix remnant soul heard Su Chen's words, it was so angry that it almost stumbled in mid-air, with a few moments of annoyance in its voice. Kid, do you know the gold content of the Cosmic 10,000 Fires ranking? The universe is vast and boundless, nurturing countless divine flames and foreign flames, and those that can make it onto the Cosmic 10,000 Flames list are all the top flames in the world. Even the lowest ranked flame is enough to burn up a planet. And the top 3,000 flames are treasured by even eternal true lord level powerhouses. After millions of years, my prison Phoenix clan has only collected 2 of the top 3,000 cosmic divine flames, and Ancient Gold Flame is one of them. After Su Chen heard this, he realized. So that's how it is. He had previously thought that a ranking of over 1,000 was not too high, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the vastness of this universe and the rarity of the divine fire. Then which is the other cosmic divine flame that ranks in the top 3,000? The prison Phoenix remnant soul froze slightly, then pointed to another pillar of fire not far away. Above that fire pillar, a flame as bright as a river of stars was suspended. It's called the Star River Pure Flame, ranked at number 2892 on the Cosmic 10,000 Flames list, and was born from the divine star vortex in the depths of the universe. Its power is not as great as the swift ancient golden flame, but it is also not trivial. Su Chen swept his gaze over the star-like flame, nodding secretly in his heart. It seems that this prison Phoenix Tower's collection is indeed extraordinary. He took a deep breath, then his gaze fell back on top of the Swire Gold Flame, and his tone was firm. Senior, I still choose the Swire Gold Flame. When the prison Phoenix remnant soul heard this, there was a trace of gravity in his expression. Kid, the swift ancient golden flame's recognized trial is extremely difficult. Even the pride of the prison Phoenix clan has had quite a few fall in the trial. Do you really want to choose it? Su Chen's demeanor was bland, and an unshakable confidence shone in his eyes. Senior, I have made up my mind. Since I'm going to choose, I'll choose the strongest. The prison Phoenix remnant soul was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Since that's the case, then I will open the trial for you. In the next moment, the prison Phoenix remnant soul raised its hand and waved it, and the pillar of fire burning with the swift ancient golden flame suddenly shone brightly. Buzz. In the midst of the flames, a huge golden dragon shadow slowly coalesced, and those dragon eyes burning with flames slowly opened. Who? Is it again to disturb my slumber? That dragon shadow let out a low dragon roar, its voice carrying endless majesty and vicissitudes. Su Chen felt that overwhelming pressure and marveled in his heart. Was this the true spirit divine soul of the Taiku Golden Flame? Just this aura alone already made it difficult for him to breathe. When the prison phoenix remnant soul saw the true spirit of the Swire Golden Flame awaken, it hurriedly said respectfully, "Lord Golden Flame, this person is a trialist who has passed the qualifications of the 10,000 Fires trial, and he has chosen you as the target of recognition." The dragon shadow of the Swire Golden Flame slightly lowered its head, and those flame-like dragon eyes coldly looked down at Su-chan with endless majesty and scrutiny in its gaze.
"Humph, a mere Stardust-level junior, how dare you covet my approval?"
His voice echoed in space like thunder, shaking Su-chan's heart and mind slightly. The prison phoenix remnant soul smiled and hurriedly explained, "Senior, this person is exceptionally gifted. Even though he is at the Stardust level, his enlightenment and potential are unparalleled. He used only one day to fully comprehend the ninefold intent of the Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume world-cutting diagram." The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame flashed a trace of surprise in its eyes as it heard this.
"Oh, there is actually this matter?"
He looked at Su-chan once again, with a hint of scrutiny and interest in his gaze. A mere human, to be able to comprehend a boundary trace level viewpoint in a single day, it's called a demonic phrase.
"Speak. Why did you choose my trial?"
Hearing the Golden Dragon Shadow's question, Su-chan frankly said, "Senior Golden Flame, I chose you because my doppelganger is extremely compatible with the dragon power you contain." After saying that, Su-chan's mind moved and directly released his bilocation, heaven-swallowing dragon python, from the devouring realm within his body. In front of a divine flame true spirit of this level, Su-chan didn't need to hide it, so he directly released the doppelganger. Roar! A heaven-shattering dragon roar resounded, and the massive body of the heaven-swallowing dragon python instantly appeared in space, its scales flickering with a cold light under the illumination of the golden flames. The dragon shadow of the swallowing golden flame trembled slightly as its gaze landed on the body of the heaven-swallowing dragon python, letting out a soft "eep."
"Ha! This doppelganger of yours actually contains a trace of the bloodline of the gold-devouring true dragon?"
There was a hint of surprise in its tone, but it quickly returned to disdain.
"However, it is only that much.
I have seen too many dragon bloodlines, and a mere trace of it is not enough for me to recognize." Seeing this, Su-chan was not surprised in his heart. He smiled indifferently and continued, "Senior, it's true that I'm only a Stardust-level cultivator, but I possess potential and talent that surpasses the vast majority of people."
The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame sneered,
Do you know that I have seen more geniuses than you have seen stars?
Which one of them wasn't the pride of the heavens, but in the end, how many of them were able to stand at the top of the universe?"
Su-chan heard this and was not moved in the slightest. "Senior, perhaps you have seen many heavenly prides, but I am different from all of them."
"That's because labor has a hang-up."
Chapter 114, Don't ask where the youths are exhausted, the world is but a wisp of frost. Su-chan's gaze was calm as he looked straight at the dragon shadow of the Swire Gold Flame and continued, "Perhaps I'm only at the Stardust level right now, but I'm sure that with enough time, I'm bound to stand at the top of the universe. It's not impossible to surpass your former master, the King of Prison Phoenix."
"Who wouldn't know how to draw a cake?" Su-chan said while observing the reaction of the swift golden flame.
Only to see the dragon shadow of the swift golden flame let out a thunderous laugh when it heard Su-chan's words.
"Ha ha ha! Surpassing the King of Prison Phoenix? Kid, do you know what kind of existence the King of Prison Phoenix is? He is an eternal Allah-level cosmic powerhouse. How dare you, a Stardust-level mole, speak out of turn?"
The Prison Phoenix remnant soul on the side also shook its head, clearly feeling that Su-chan was too arrogant.
"Kid, do you know the difference between the eternal Allah level and the Stardust level? Just how big is it?" Su-chan shook his head with a calm expression, "I don't know."
The Prison Phoenix remnant soul snorted coldly and continued, "The Stardust level is the most basic cultivation level for cosmic beings. On the primary cosmic planet, there are countless Stardust-level cultivators. At its upper Stardust level, every primary life planet can produce 1 or 2 in 1,000 years. Further up to the void annihilation level, in a huge galaxy with hundreds of millions of living planets, it would be good to produce 10 in 10 million years.
Then is the true apocalypse level. TSK, the ninth order of virtual annihilation level powerhouses, want to cross the universe true apocalypse, at least half have to fall. Further up the source sea level, Void Lord, Eternal. One order is even more difficult than the other.
Even if my Prison Phoenix divine race bloodline is already considered exceptional in the universe, yet there are countless heavenly prides that are stuck in these realms, unable to advance an inch for millions of years. And in the long years of my clan, there has only been one king of the Prison Phoenix, whether it is enlightenment, talent, qualification, luck, are all pulling the full weight before reaching the realm of the eternal Allah.
And becoming an eternal Allah. That is the lord of a vast star field. Even in a cosmic country, it is an existence that can completely walk sideways. Do you understand?"
After Su-chan heard this, his heart was also a bit shocked.
The universe is so vast, and the blue star is so small.
The king of the Prison Phoenix, who was as powerful as the eternal Allah, has also fallen long ago. And if not as soon as possible to enhance their own strength, wait until the universe of the 10,000 tribes really on the blue star when the time to strike.
I am afraid that the day of the extinction of the blue star human beings will come. And the more horrible speculation is that blue star humans may be bred by other invading alien races in the future and sold as commodities in the universe. Such a consequence was something Su Chen never wanted to see.
Seeing Su Chen's silent demeanor, the prison phoenix remnant soul once again snorted coldly.
Kid, now you should understand how ridiculous your arrogance is. Hee, even if your enlightenment can be compared to the king of my clan, but do you know that cultivation together, enlightenment is only one of the things? My prison phoenix clan, the innate bloodline is strong and unrivaled, even a freshly born cub can easily tear through the void, possessing the power of a star Shin level. And your weak human race can be considered the most fragile batch among the 10,000 races in the universe. A Stardust level human race is not even as strong as my race's cubs. A lifespan as short as that of a floating swimmer, and a talent as low as that of a mole cricket. With a weak body like yours, even if your enlightenment is heavenly, how can you compare to the king of my clan? Want to surpass him? Oh, it's just delusional. Su Chen listened quietly, his expression remained calm, unable to see any joy or anger. However, deep in his heart, a hot blood was gradually boiling. The human race is weak? I'll admit it. But labor has a hang-up. He looked straight at the ancient golden flames and the remnants of the prison phoenix in the dome of the sky, and blandly said, the dragon scale covers the armor and cracks the pale yellow, and the blood stains the stars in buckets to cast the sharpness. Don't ask where the young man ends up, the world is but a wisp of frost. Eh? The prison phoenix remnant soul sniffed and gave a somewhat curious He originally thought that he had finally struck this human teenager, but looking at the other party's appearance, he simply, what does this mean? The corner of Su Chen's mouth skimmed, somewhat disliking this bastard's low attainment in ancient languages. Pretending was for nothing. Ahem, the short answer is, don't kid yourself. On the side, after hearing Su Chen's words, the dragon shadow of the Swire Golden Flame immediately let out a burst of earth-shattering laughter. Good. What a don't deceive the young and poor. A blazing flame burned in his dragon eyes, and his voice took on a point of appreciation. Kid, your arrogance does make me look sideways. I am the 10,000 dragon divine yen, and those who can make me recognize them are not crazy enough to be passed on to me. Since you are so confident, then let me see what kind of skills you actually have. When Su Chen heard this, his heart was slightly delighted. There was finally a chance. Thus, bowing towards the golden dragon shadow, he said, please, senior, start the trial. It's not a trial, it's just a pre-test. If you want to pass my trial, your strength must be at least at the Star Shin level, the current you are not qualified. But by passing my test, you've gained the qualification to participate in the trial. I can wait for you to reach the Star Shin level before I conduct the trial on you. Of course, if you are able to pass this test, you will also receive considerable benefits. Hearing the words of the swift golden flame, Su Chen was slightly disappointed in his heart. However, he quickly concealed this and once again bowed and said, then please start the test, senior. Regardless of whether it was a trial or not, it was always an opportunity. It was impossible for Su Chen to let it go. Good, have the guts. As his words fell, the dragon shadow then violently flung its tail, and instantly, a golden flame scale fell off from his body and floated towards Su Chen. This is a wisp of my divine flame scale. Its power is not as much as 1/1000th of my main body, but it is already the limit for you at the Stardust level. If you can withstand the simmering of this divine flame scale and metamorphose your Phoenix Flame divine body into a higher ranked Dragon Phoenix hegemony body, I will recognize that you are qualified to undergo my trial. Su Chen's gaze condensed as he looked towards the flying golden scales. The scales were as large as the size of a palm, with golden flames flowing on their surface, each trace of flame emitting a fiery energy. Even if he was just looking at it from afar, Su Chen could feel the terrifying might contained in that scale. The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame said in a low voice. Kid, even though this divine flame scale is only a wisp of my flame incarnation, its might is enough to incinerate a Star Shin level powerhouse. Even if you possess a Phoenix Fire God body, it would be difficult for you to withstand its high temperature quenching. If you have a weak mind, the slightest mistake will result in you being incinerated to the point of being destroyed. Thus, this test not only tests your physique, but also your enlightenment, mind and qualifications. Only if you are good at all three will you have a chance of passing. Su Chen's expression remained calm after hearing the warning from the swift golden flame. Then he said in a deep voice, Senior, I am ready. When Taigu Jin Yan saw Su Chen's calm demeanor, he was also a bit surprised, but he didn't think much about it. He didn't know if this weak human kid was really sure of himself, or if he was just pretending to win his approval. But it didn't matter either way, because with his flame, he was naturally able to recognize true gold. If it was a generalized person, it would just turn into ashes, so what's the pity? Good, then let's begin. Chapter 115 Ashes Extinguishing Dragon Flame World Suppressing Seal. The dragon shadow then nodded and once again flung its tail, striking that golden scale into Su Chen's body. Buzz. In an instant, Su Chen's body was as if it had been set ablaze, and golden flames erupted from every one of his pores. The blazing energy instantly swept through his limbs and bones, as if it was going to incinerate his entire being. However, Su Chen remained calm and collected as he sat on his knees in place and began to subdue and refine it. The reason he could be so calm. It was because just now, when he was looking directly at the wisp of divine fire scales, a system prompt had already been transmitted in his mind. The host has been detected observing the dragon scale divine flame, and due to your unparalleled enlightenment, you have comprehended the subjugation method of this divine flame split, Ash's extinguishing dragon flame subduing seal of the world. Do you want to spend 1,000 enlightenment points to learn it? Will you consume 1,000 enlightenment points to learn it? Since 24 blue star hours have passed since the previous day, given the strength of the host's main body peak middle stage of the Stardust grade and alter ego ditto, you have gained 2,000 enlightenment points today. Your current gnosis value is 3,190 points. Just in time, not only have you comprehended the divine flame subjugation method, but your enlightenment points have also directly increased by 2,000 points. Su Chen was secretly happy in his heart, but he didn't show it in the slightest and directly chose to comprehend and learn. Consuming 1,000 enlightenment points, you have learned the Ash's extinguishing dragonflame world suppressing seal. Ding! The host has spent 1,000 enlightenment points and has successfully learned the seal of Ashes and dragonflame. As the system's beep sounded, a blazing golden stream of light suddenly surged into Su Chen's mind. In an instant, it was as if his mind was pulled into a flaming inferno, with countless ancient runes surfacing in the sea of fire. Is this the Ash's extinguishing dragonflame world suppressing seal? Su Chen's mind was immersed in it, watching those runes flow and combine in the sea of fire, eventually condensing into a huge flame seal that was deeply imprinted into Su Chen's mind. He had already fully grasped this dharma that surpassed all past techniques. 1,000 enlightenment points, let's just see if it's worth spending. Su Chen sat cross-legged, letting the golden divine fire piggyback in his body, constantly running and searing his meridians, flesh and blood, and physique. However, Su Chen did not panic, his mind was like stopping water. Ash's extinguishing dragonflame world suppressing seal, rise. With a low gulp in his heart, he only saw the seal planted in his heart and soul suddenly light up, countless ancient runes flowing through the seal, radiating an unrivaled power of suppression. Moreover, this suppressive power was completely tailored to the scales of divine flame. Buzz. With the operation of the legal seal, those raging golden flames were immediately pulled by an invisible force and began to gradually calm down. Shun. Su Chen lightly shouted in his heart, and the power of the Dharma seal flowed through his limbs and bones, suppressing the divine flames one by one in his meridians. In the dome, the dragon shadow of the Swire Gold Flame gazed at Su Chen, a trace of indifference flashing through its golden pupils. Kid, the power of the scales of divine flame far exceeds your imagination. Even if it's a Stardust-level powerhouse, it can only end up being burned to the ground. How long can you, a Stardust level, last? But the scene that happened next was completely out of his expectation. Only to see that Su Chen wasn't burned out by the scales of divine flame, but actually gradually suppressed it and floated through his meridians as intended. What? The pupils of the dragon shadow of the Taiku golden flame contracted violently, and golden flames fluttered violently in his eyes. This is impossible. How is this possible? He clearly felt that the originally raging scale of divine flame within Su Chen's body had been suppressed in just a few breaths. Not only that, the power of that divine flame scale was also being channeled by Su Chen in an extremely subtle method, continuously quenching his physique. How did this kid do it? Taiku Jin Yan was shocked in his heart, while feeling completely incomprehensible. He himself had a good idea of the power of his own divine flame split in his own heart. Even the phoenix flame body would definitely not be able to withstand it so easily. And at this moment, that golden flame was flowing through Su Chen's body, but it did not cause any damage. Instead, it was bound by some kind of powerful force, as if it had become a tamed beast. It's not right. Why is there such a powerful suppression spell in his mind? The Taigu Gold Flame's perception surpassed Su Chen's by too much, so it immediately detected that suppression seal in Su Chen's mind. Countless ancient runes flowed in that seal, and each of them seemed to contain supreme suppressive power, even vaguely making him feel a hint of threat. Although it is just a trace, the human kid on the opposite side is only at the Stardust level. Not even a high rank. This Dharma door it seems, is actually tailored to suppress my scale of divine flame? When the Taiku golden flame sensed this, his heart immediately set off monstrous waves. He couldn't figure out in any way how Su Chen was able to grasp this kind of terrifying dharma. The power of the divine flame scales would be difficult to suppress even for an eternal true lord level powerhouse, unless one cultivated a targeted dharma to do so. And those dharmas, extremely rare, could never exist in a mere primordial life planet. Just as he was puzzled. On the side, the prison phoenix remnant soul also sensed Su Chen's abnormality. This kid actually really succeeded in suppressing the scale of divine flame? His gaze toward Su Chen was equally filled with shock and incomprehension. No, where did that mark in his heart and soul come from? There aren't many techniques against suppressing divine fire, where did he learn it? But that's impossible. This kid is from the Blue Star and is only at the Stardust level.
Thinking of this, an answer suddenly popped into the prison phoenix remnant's mind.
Leaning. He couldn't have just created the suppression method directly based on the golden flame divine flame in that short while, right?
Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on the spine of the remnant soul.
And at this moment,
Su Chen was concentrating on immersing himself in the quenching, and naturally didn't care about what was in the hearts of the two in the firmament. He condensed all his mind, guiding those flames to flow through his meridians, continuously quenching his flesh and blood veins.
Snort. Thumbs up.
The golden divine fire washed over his meridians and flesh like a tidal wave, each stroke bringing about intense pain.
Su Chen strongly endured the pain.
This was the necessary process of quenching the body with divine fire. As time passed, Su Chen's body began to gradually adapt to the fiery energy.
Buzz. And in the depths of his bloodline, a brand new power was quietly being born. Dragon Phoenix Hegemony?
Su Chen's flesh and blood gradually began to undergo a metamorphosis, and an ancient and majestic aura escaped from his body.
Chapter 116 Dragon Phoenix Buster Body, Success. Stardust Level Perfection. Boom.
As the golden divine fire in Su Chen's body continued to scorch, his flesh and blood and meridians began to undergo earth-shattering changes. In his mind, the lotus of chaos slowly blossomed, and the seal of world suppression floated in the sea of chaos, suppressing those raging divine fire forces.
He continued to simmer while contemplating the blazing sin heavenly plume world curtailment diagram and stabilizing the sea of consciousness with the divine phoenix intent.
This dragon phoenix hegemony body is a stronger physique than the chaotic battle body and phoenix fire body. I can feel that if I cultivate the dragon phoenix hegemony body, then my realm might be able to go straight to stardust level perfection. This was definitely a physique that wasn't weak even in the universe, a strong hegemonic body that combined the two ancient divine races of the true dragon and the divine phoenix, both in terms of strength and potential. It wasn't something that could be glimpsed by a mere blue star human race. However, now, he would immediately be able to metamorphose into this kind of physique.
Another hour passed. Boom! Boom! Boom!
3 consecutive golden lights erupted from Su Chen's body, and his breath around him climbed up, as if a real dragon phoenix
was awakening.
As the last trace of golden flame merged into Su Chen's flesh and blood, his body shook violently, and the bones in his body underwent a qualitative metamorphosis at this moment.
Ka-ching! Ka-chow! Ka-chow!
The original golden bones began to fade, and in their place was a crystal-clear jade bone that emitted a faint jade light. On top of the bone, it was covered with an ancient jade pattern, and each pattern contained arcane power, as if the supreme principles of heaven and earth were flowing through it.
The jade bone has become a success.
Under the quenching of the divine fire, his nirvana bone tempering technique also saw another big breakthrough. Su Chen stabilized his mind with his visualization and felt the power. Although the chaotic golden bone is tough, it is still worlds apart compared to the jade bone. He looked within himself and realized that every inch of the bones in the jade bone were as crystalline as jade, and even faintly revealed a faint pressure. Not only has the strength of this jade bone increased, but more importantly, the esoteric power contained within it has actually made my perception of cosmic yuan energy more thorough. He slightly condensed his mind and immediately felt the subtle flow of energy in the space around him. If the previous chaotic golden bone was a sharp blade, then this jade bone is a divine weapon that is not only sharp, but also capable of invoking the power of the universe. Right at this moment, the prison phoenix remnant soul above the dome of the sky also detected the changes in the bones within Su Chen's body.
Jade. Jade bones? He actually condensed a jade bone? One must know that even the pride of the prison phoenix clan would need hundreds of years of accumulation to condense a jade bone. However, this kid actually did it in just a few hours? At this moment, the remnant soul was completely shocked by Su Chen's demonic talent. To be able to condense a jade bone, this kind of talent, even when placed in my prison phoenix clan, is enough to be called a rare sight in 1,000 years. The true spirit of the Taigu Gold Flame was also completely silent at this moment. He originally felt that Su Chen was merely a Stardust-level junior with good talent, but now he had to reassess his potential. However, just as they were shocked, Su Chen's aura suddenly rose once again. Rumble. A blazing golden light violently erupted from his body and shot up to the sky. Su Chen's aura reached its peak at this moment. The realm of strength directly jumped all the way up from a 9th-ranked martial general. Martial God Realm First Order, Second Order, Third Order, Fourth Order, Seventh Order, Eighth Order, Ninth Order. Stardust level complete. This is Stardust level perfection? He actually borrowed the metamorphosis of the Dragon Phoenix hegemony body and made a direct breakthrough. The prison Phoenix remnant soul exclaimed in shock. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes flickered with golden flames, and his entire person exuded a palpitating majesty. Dragon Phoenix hegemony body, it's a success. He lightly spat out a sentence, and the jade bone in his body suddenly erupted into a brilliant Dragon Phoenix shadow, as if it was going to tear apart the surrounding space. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Overlord body? Su Chen secretly marveled in his heart.
Compared to the previous Phoenix Fire God body, the Dragon Phoenix Overlord body not only possessed the flame power of the Prison Phoenix clan, it also fused the bloodline power of the ancient Dragon God clan, and its overall attributes far surpassed the previous one. The Phoenix Fire God body is only a single attribute flame physique, and although it is strong, its explosive power and toughness are still lacking. While the Dragon Phoenix hegemonic body combines the power of the Hell Phoenix's flames with the power of the ancient Dragon God's bloodline, possessing both the hegemony of the Hell Phoenix and the fierceness of the Dragon God, which can be described as impeccable. Su Chen felt that the strength and explosive power of his physical body had risen by a huge level. If I combine it with the chaotic battle body, my physical body strength is already not inferior to any Star Xian level powerhouse.
And at that moment,
the ancient golden flame and the prison phoenix remnant soul above the dome of the sky were already too shocked by Su Chen's performance to speak.
This kid actually really suppressed the scale of divine flame and used it to complete the metamorphosis of the Dragon Phoenix hegemony body.
The dragon shadow of the Taigu gold flame trembled slightly, and there was no longer any contempt in his gaze. He originally thought that with Su Chen's strength, it was simply unable to withstand the quenching of the scales of divine flame, and the probability was that he would be directly incinerated to the point where his form and spirit would be destroyed. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of success, it was estimated that the flesh would be burned to destruction, leaving only a trace of the divine soul. But even if that was the case, it was still considered an absolute genius, and he would still recognize that Su Chen had passed the test. After all, the power of that trace of divine flame scale for the Stardust level was clear in his own heart.
However, this human demon
was actually able to prodigiously realize a perfected technique that specifically suppresses his detachment.
Simply terrifying as hell.
This kind of enlightenment, even though both of them are unwilling to admit it. But indeed, it has surpassed his predecessor's master, the King of Prison Phoenix.
This guy is simply a demon among demons. I doubt whether he is a human race or not. I also doubt
if this kid is some kind of imperial race in disguise from the top 100 of the cosmic 10,000 races list.
Completely not the enlightenment that a human race should have.
At this time, Su Chen also opened his eyes and turned his gaze to his attribute panel.
Host, Su Chen. Rank, Stardust level perfection. Martial spirit realm 9th order perfection.
Physique, Dragon Phoenix Overlord body, True Robbery body, Unsullied Glazed body, Yin Phoenix Divine body, Chaotic War body, Thousand Blade Shin High body.
Cosmic Yuan power, 18,000 calories. Cosmic Star element, 0. Mental power, 11,819 points.
Talents, Dragon Phoenix True Intent Xingxuan grade 10,000 phases of robbery and destruction SSS grade Divine Fire Manipulation SSS grade Burning Heavenly Sanglong Rage S grade Ice Shin Frost Armor A grade Glazed Divine Concealment SSS grade Ancient Martial Arts, 10 Directions Thunder Movement SSS grade Python Devouring Blood Method S grade Tongbei Quan B grade Techniques, Yin Phoenix Nirvana Prison Scripture SSS grade Nirvana Bone Quenching Method S grade Soul Mind Distraction Technique S grade Heavenly Charming Harmonization Technique SSS grade Dual Cultivation Method Contemplation, Blazing Sin Heavenly Plume World Censorship Diagram Grade 9 Boundary Trace Level World Destroying Red Lotus Contemplation Diagram Grade 9 Extradition Level Pure World Glaze Contemplation Diagram Grade 9 Extradition Level Chaos.
Su Chen gazed at the attribute panel, secretly pondering in his heart.
The blood chi value has disappeared. It seems that my physical body and Yuan power have completely fused, reaching the limit of the Stardust level.
And the Cosmic Star Yuan. Is this the key to breaking through the Star Xian level?
His heart fluttered, and he then asked the system. Hint to the host, after the Stardust level is perfected, the Cosmic Yuan power in the body has reached its limit. If you want to break through the Stardust level, you need to further condense the Cosmic Yuan power and transform it into Cosmic Star Element.
Chapter 117 7th Order Living Planet, Reverse Scale Marrow Ring.
Cosmic Star Element is a higher level of energy than Cosmic Yuan power, and the only way to condense the first strand of Cosmic Star Element and formally step into the Star Xian level is to completely refine the Yuan power in the body.
Su Chen sniffed, his heart understanding. I see.
It seems that the key to breaking through the Star Xian level lies in whether or not one can successfully condense Cosmic Star Element.
However, when his gaze landed on the words True Tribulation level after the Dragon Phoenix hegemony body, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. True Tribulation grade. What does this mean? Reminder to the host, the True Havoc level is the classification of the physical qualities of all the races in the universe.
A true calamity means that one's physique and talent are strong enough to survive the true calamity and step into a higher level.
The host's current, Dragon Phoenix body, is a true calamity level physique, with the potential to pass through the true calamity. After Su Chen heard the system's explanation, a trace of realization flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. After understanding everything, Su Chen slowly stood up from the ground, the jade bone in his body emitted a brilliant light, his aura was like an abyss like the sea, and the power of his domineering body even slightly distorted space.
His gaze swept over the ancient golden flames and the prison phoenix remnant soul above the dome of the sky, and he said with a bland expression, "Senior, I have completed the metamorphosis of the dragon phoenix hegemonic body. Is it considered to have passed the test?" The dragon shadow of the Swire golden flame slightly lowered its head and looked at this human teenager. In his eyes, there was no longer the coldness and contempt from before. Instead, there was a hint of appreciation and recognition. "You are indeed beyond my expectations. To be able to use a stardust-level body to suppress my scales of divine flame and use it to complete the metamorphosis of the dragon phoenix hegemony body. This kind of talent, even if it is placed in the 10,000 races of the universe, it is enough to be called a supreme heavenly pride." There was a trace of imperceptible exclamation in his voice. "With the dragon phoenix hegemony body, you at least possess the potential to cross the true calamity. Although it is not as good as my former master, I can let you try." The prison phoenix remnant soul at the side also slowly nodded in agreement. "Su Chen, your performance has truly surpassed our knowledge of the blue star human race. Perhaps you are truly qualified to undergo the trial of the swift golden flame." When Su Chen heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "Then senior, what exactly is the task of that trial? What should a kid do?" The dragon shadow of the Taigu gold flame gazed at Su Chen for a while longer and finally spoke. His low voice echoed in space like thunder. "My trial is called the Mean Dragon Trial. You need to travel to a 7th order life planet called Meilong Star and perform a mission there." Meilong Star? A 7th order life planet? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart after hearing the words of the swift golden flame. Thus, he secretly asked the system in his heart, "System, what is the grade of a 7th order life planet? How does it compare to the blue star?" Ding! Answering the host, life planets are celestial bodies in the universe that have birth life, and are divided into 1st to 9th orders according to the resources they contain, the strength of their civilization, and the strongest people that have been born. The most inferior is the barbaric life planet. This kind of life planet only has ordinary living beings. There are no living beings that use cosmic yuan power, such as the former Earth. Then there are the primary life planets, which are the current level of blue star, on which at most 3 stardust level high-ranking powerhouses have been born. A 1st order life planet, at least 3 stardust level powerhouses have been born on it. At least 1 void annihilation level powerhouse has been born on a 2nd order planet. And the 7th order life planet has given birth to at least 1 powerhouse beyond the eternal Allah level. Conclusion: the blue planet where the host is located is but one of the weakest primary life planets, and is far from being comparable to a 7th order life planet in terms of both resources and civilization level. After Su Chen heard the system's explanation, his heart was shaken. For the first time, he had a clear perception of the hierarchical division of life in the universe. That is to say, the Meilong Star is a 7th rank life planet that once gave birth to supreme beings that surpassed the eternal Allah level? The kind of planet that has given birth to a powerhouse that has surpassed the king of the prison phoenix, letting a little Karami like me go on a mission? No wonder the prison phoenix remnant soul said that the difficulty of the Swire golden flame examination was off the charts. Is this a place that a stardust level can go to? Su Chen was secretly speechless in his heart. At this time, the voice of the Taiku golden flame came once again. The Meilong Star is an ancient planet that has been sealed for endless years. It is rumored that at the beginning of the universe, it was once one of the ancestral lands of a certain branch of the Taiku dragon race, harboring endless mysteries and power. However, during the ancient times, a shocking battle broke out, causing the entire planet to be sealed in the endless void. The dragon silhouette of the Taiku golden flame hovered in the air, its enormous body emitting an unrivaled pressure. His eyes flickered with blazing golden flames, and his voice was as if it came from the distant past, carrying a coolness and vicissitude that spanned millions of years. Nowadays, the coordinates of this planet have been annihilated in the vast sea of smoke, and even the 5 top forces in the universe do not know its exact location. Moreover, on this planet, there is a hidden secret that only I know. The Meilong Star is actually the burial place of the ancient dragon race, 7 Sins ancestral dragon. The 7 Sins ancestral dragon is a true king in the ancient universe, and has produced more than hundreds of eternal level powerhouses. However, during the ancient times, the 7 Sins ancestral dragon broke out into a terrifying battle with other supreme races, ultimately leading to the entire planet being sealed in the endless void. As his voice fell, a vision of a vast star map emerged between its scales. Su Chen looked up, and a hideous planet entwined with blood-colored star rings was reflected in his eyes. The surface of that planet was covered with huge cracks, as if it had been torn apart by some kind of terrifying force. Within each crack, a deep aura of darkness and destruction emanated. Is this the close dragon planet? Su Chen was shocked in his heart, feeling the endless oppression coming from that planet. Even through the star map illusion, he could feel that palpitating aura of death. The dragon shadow of the Taigu gold flame bowed its head slightly, a hint of complexity in its gaze. The 7 Sins ancestral dragon, one of the most powerful existences of the ancient dragon race, wields the 7 great powers of the patriarchs: greed, fury, arrogance, envy, laziness, lust, and overeating. Each ancestral dragon possesses power that surpasses the eternal Allah level. Destroying a starfield is just a matter of a hand. However, during that great battle, the 7 Sins ancestral dragons eventually fell, and their power was eventually transformed into 7 reverse-scale marrow rings, which were scattered all over the Maelong star. Reverse-scale pith rings were transformed from the core power of the 7 Sins ancestral dragon, and each pith ring contains a portion of the ancestral dragon's origin. They are the Ring of Greed, the Ring of Rage, the Ring of Pride, the Ring of Envy, the Ring of Sloth, the Ring of Lust, and the Ring of Overeating. Chapter 118 Mechanical God Cult, Insect Queen, Star Burial Alliance. The dragon shadow of the Taiku golden flame stood up, golden divine fire flickering between its scales, and the entire dome was illuminated as bright as day. Of the 7 reverse-scale marrow rings, 3 have already been taken. The Ring of Greedy Gourmets was taken by the mechanical god cult, but they don't know its true purpose, and as a mechanical body, they are unable to utilize its power. Ring of Rage fell into the hands of the Insect Queen. The last Ring of Pride is said to have been stolen by the Genetic Plague Pantheon, or possibly the Star Burial Alliance. So, currently on Maelong Star, there are still 4 medulla rings: the Ring of Envy, the Ring of Sloth, the Ring of Overeating, and the Ring of Lust. Your trial task is to find any one of them and bring it back. He paused and added, the time limit for this trial is 1,000 years. During this period, you have enough time to break through to the Void Annihilation level. Because the planet seal only has a chance to pass below the Void Annihilation level, and above that level, you won't be able to enter. Or, your strength is even stronger than the several powerhouses that surpass the eternal Allah that set up the seal in the first place. But if you really have that strength, why would you need to covet the relics of the 7 Sins ancestral dragon? However, too low a cultivation level won't do. The Maelong star is extremely dangerous, and even though endless years have passed, there are still many backstops present. I'm afraid that if someone at the Stardust level rushes in, there won't even be any dregs left. That's why I require you to reach the Void Annihilation level at the very least before going to execute the trial. After Su Chen listened to the detailed explanation of the swift ancient golden flame, he secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He was originally worried that the trial mission would be executed immediately, in which case with his current strength, it would be tantamount to sending him to his death. Fortunately, the trial mission doesn't need to be completed right now, but instead gives me time to improve my strength. He thought darkly in his heart. Taigu Jin Yan also spoke at this time. Your primary goal is to break through to the Void Annihilation level as soon as possible. I will give you 500 years. The prison Phoenix remnant soul at the side also continued. In this prison Phoenix tower, there are many cultivation resources and legacies left behind by my prison Phoenix clan. However, you are only at the Stardust level of perfection now, so many of the resources are still unavailable. Thus, what you need to do next is to continuously raise your strength in preparation for breaking through to the Stardust level. I will open up some of the resources of the prison Phoenix tower for you, allowing you to cultivate in it for 500 years. Within 500 years, if you can break through to the Void Annihilation level, you can go on a mission. Su Chen sniffed and nodded, I understand. Although the swift ancient golden flame had given him 500 years, he believed that he wouldn't be able to use it for that long at all. With this talented person's heaven-defying enlightenment. For 500 years? Who are you underestimating? It will only take a few decades or hundreds of years at most for me to break through the Void Annihilation level. For the rest of the time after that, I can continue to raise my strength and make more preparations for the trial. Su Chen secretly made calculations in his heart, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his gaze. On the side, the prison Phoenix remnant soul spoke, Su Chen, you don't have to be too anxious. 500 years is not a long time for a cultivator. With your talent, as long as you cultivate diligently, you will definitely be able to break through the Void Annihilation level. Su Chen smiled faintly and did not say much. However, he immediately thought of another problem. The next breakthrough time. He should not be locked in this prison Phoenix Tower all the time, right? He himself didn't care. After all, the prison Phoenix Tower was a 7th order void ancestral artifact, and the cultivation resources inside should be far from what Blue Star could compare to. However, both Vivian and Jiang Qiulan outside were still waiting for him. More importantly, his sister, Su Rinchi, definitely couldn't last that long. With Su Rinchi's current condition, even if she achieved the Void Annihilation level after a few decades of cultivation, by the time she went out from here, Su Rinchi would definitely have already been turned into a shovelful of yellow earth, and even her corpse would have completely faded away. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face became serious. He raised his head once again and looked towards the prison Phoenix remnant soul and the swift golden flame in midair, and said in a deep voice, "Two seniors, I have a favor to ask." The prison Phoenix remnant soul froze slightly and asked, "What is it?" Su Chen took a deep breath and solemnly said, "I need to temporarily leave the prison Phoenix Tower and return to the Blue Star." The prison Phoenix remnant soul frowned slightly when it heard this. "You want to return to the Blue Star? Why?" "The resources in the prison Phoenix Tower far exceed the value of the Blue Star. 500 years isn't a long time for you. Why would you give up the opportunity to cultivate here?"
Suchen shook his head and said, "It's not that I'm giving up cultivation, but I have an urgent matter that I must accomplish. I have a sister on the Blue Star who is suffering from a terminal illness and her life is in danger. In her condition, I'm afraid she won't last more than a few months. I have to go back and save her, otherwise even if I cultivate to the void annihilation level here, I will still have lifelong regrets." After hearing this, the prison phoenix remnant soul was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Do you know that once you leave the prison phoenix tower, it won't be so easy to come in again, and the spatial coordinates of the prison phoenix tower are always changing? Suchen arched his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as it allows me to find the prison phoenix tower when I'm at the void annihilation level." At this moment, the low and majestic voice of the Swire Gold Flame came out, relying on the pitiful resources of a primary planet, wanting to cultivate to the void annihilation level in 500 years? Dream on. Suchen, however, looked straight at the dragon shadow in the sky dome and said, "I have my own method, and I am definitely able to break through to the void annihilation level within 500 years. Are you sure? 500 years may seem like an ample amount of time, but it's very short for breaking through to the void annihilation level. Do you know that countless heavenly prides in the universe were unable to step into the void annihilation realm in their entire lives?" Suchen's face was firm. "I am sure of myself." The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame pondered slightly, and after a moment, it finally spoke, "That's fine. Since you are so insistent, I will not stop you. However, I will leave a strand of golden flame true flame in your sea of consciousness. This golden flame true flame is connected to my true spirit, and its power is by no means comparable to the wisp of scale flame just now, so even a true calamity level powerhouse will be burned to ashes. If you don't break through to the void annihilation level within 500 years, this golden flame will burn you out, no matter where you are." After Suchen heard the words of the ancient golden flame, there was no fear in his heart. Instead, his expression was calm. To her, breaking through the void annihilation level within 500 years was not a difficult task in the first place. Not to mention that with the reverse gnosis system, as long as there were enough gnosis points, how difficult would it be to realize a technique or sealing art that could dispel the golden flame true flame? Thus, Suchen arched his hand and said, "I accept the conditions." "Well, that's good." The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame nodded slightly, then lifted its claw and swung it. A blazing golden flame went straight into Suchen's brow, planting a strand of golden flame true flame in his sea of consciousness. Snort. With the integration of the golden flame true flame, Suchen felt a powerful force surging through his sea of consciousness. The wisp of flame was like a dormant dragon, and although it was only a tiny wisp, it emitted an endless aura of destruction. However, right at that moment, he suddenly sensed something and a trace of shock flashed through his gaze. This kid seems to have actually grasped a trace of the power of spatial laws? Chapter 119 Shuttle Guide to the Hell Phoenix Tower, Killing Tian GZ. The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame swayed slightly, a hint of incredulity in his tone. The prison phoenix remnant soul at the side heard this and immediately peered carefully with the same divine sense. Since both realms far exceeded Suchen, the divine concealment effect of his unsullied glazed body was rendered useless under this kind of snooping. A moment later, the prison phoenix remnant soul was equally surprised. It's true. This kid has actually really grasped a trace of the power of spatial laws. To touch the laws at the stardust level. This kind of talent is unimaginable. Hearing the conversation between the two, Suchen was however somewhat dumbfounded. Is it hard to master the laws at the stardust level? Isn't there another martial god, Yiwuya, on Earth? It seems like he's only a peak martial god, and he's also mastered the laws. However, there was no waiting for him to think more. Only to see the prison phoenix remnant soul immediately say after the shock, "Since you've mastered a trace of the laws of space, then things will be simple." He raised the phoenix feather and waved it once again, and a mysterious and complex phoenix fire rune coalesced and took shape in Suchen's sea of consciousness. This is the coordinate imprint of the prison phoenix tower, which will change at any time as the location of the prison phoenix tower changes. Through it, you will be able to teleport to the prison phoenix tower at any time. When Suchen heard this, his heart was delighted. In this way, I will be able to travel between the prison phoenix tower and the outside world at any time with the spatial leap technique. This way, he could come to the prison phoenix tower at any time to cultivate and enjoy the cultivation resources here, without delaying things in the outside world. Simply killing two birds with one stone. But on the surface, he still blandly said, "Then, thank you, senior." At this time, the Taigu Jin Yen was still looking at Suchen as if he was looking at a monster, and his golden eyes were flickering with a shock that was hard to hide. Stardust level. Has mastered a trace of space law power? Generally speaking, the Stardust level was only the starting point of cultivation. The cosmic energy in the body of a cultivator at this stage had not yet been completely transformed, and it was difficult to perceive even the most basic cosmic rules. At the Stardust level, the cosmic energy in the body condensed into Yuanli Stardust and began to have an understanding of the rules of the universe. At the Void Annihilation level, the Yuan power was further condensed before gradually touching the threshold of the power of laws.
However, even so, those who were able to grasp a trace of the power of laws at the void annihilation level were already enough to be called supreme prides among the 10,000 races of the universe.
And the human teenager in front of him had actually touched the power of spatial laws at the Stardust level? This kind of talent was simply unheard of.
The dragon shadow of the Taigu Gold Flame murmured slightly, a hint of exclamation in its tone. I have traveled across the universe for endless years, and I have seen geniuses as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River.
However, it is truly the first time I have seen one like you.
Even my former master, the king of Prison Phoenix, only cultivated to the void annihilation level before he truly began to comprehend the power of laws.
And you are only at the Stardust level.
The Prison Phoenix remnant soul also laughed bitterly. This brat has simply overturned my cognition.
Could it be that the records about the potential of the human race in the universe are wrong?
But it shouldn't be. The human race in the universe of all races, obviously, is the weakest batch.
A phoenix and a dragon, puzzled.
However, it just raised an eyebrow and was somewhat speechless in its heart.
Is it really hard to master the power of laws at the Stardust level? Though he had hang.
But above the blue star, it seems like he's not the only one who has mastered the law.
However, Suchen didn't say much, but only said lightly, 2 seniors, since the matter has been settled, then send me out first? Taigu Jinyan nodded, his gaze still carrying a deep doubt. Go.
However, kid, I still have to remind you to break through the void annihilation level as soon as possible, or else after 500 years, that golden flame true flame will still burn you out.
Senior, don't worry, I have my own measure.
Immediately afterward, the Prison Phoenix remnant soul casually waved his hand, and Su Chen felt the surrounding space fluctuate once again, and his figure disappeared into the divine flame hall.
After Su Chen left,
the Prison Phoenix remnant soul and the swift golden flame glanced at each other, both of them carrying a trace of shock and doubt in their eyes that was hard to hide.
What kind of monster is this kid? Could it be that he's really some cosmic emperor race in disguise? It seems that another heaven-defying demon will be born in this universe. Su Chen's figure appeared outside the gate of the Prison Phoenix.
As soon as he appeared, he saw that Vivian and Jiang Qiulan were standing not far away, with a hint of anxiety in their expressions.
Master!
When Vivian saw Su Chen, a trace of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes and she hurriedly greeted him.
Su Chen, you came out so quickly?
Jiang Qiulan also breathed a sigh of relief and also walked over, saying softly on her dry and pretty face. Seeing that the two were safe and sound, Su Chen's heart was slightly relieved.
Immediately afterward, he asked, how long have you guys been waiting?
Vivian frowned slightly, placed her fingers in front of the 2 peaks and did some math, saying, about 2 hours or so. When Su Chen heard this, his heart shook. 2 hours? He felt that about 2 days had passed in the Prison Phoenix Tower, but he didn't realize that only 2 hours had passed in the outside world. This meant that the flow of time inside the Prison Phoenix Tower was much slower than the outside world. It seems that the time for cultivation in the Prison Phoenix Tower is much more abundant than the outside world. Su Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart. In the future, if you cultivate inside, you can save a lot of time. Then he turned his head and said to Vivian and Jiang Qiulan, let's go back to Blue Star first, I still have urgent matters to deal with.
Good. But, Su Chen, outside the boundary, there is danger. Jiang Qiulan pointed outside the Phoenix fire canopy.
Only to see that outside the boundary, a group of people were guarding every direction and were eyeing the 3 people in the boundary intently. At the head of the group was a white-haired old man holding a celestial mechanism cane. Looking at Su Chen's appearing figure, undisguised greed flashed in his gaze.
Tianji. Someone from the Tianji Pavilion? Su Chen felt the eyeing gaze of Tianji and the others. His expression remained indifferent, not even taking a second glance. It was just a bunch of ants. Come on, let's go out first. Su Chen waved his hand blandly, and with a thought, the power of phoenix fire in his body instantly condensed. Snort! A blazing phoenix fire erupted from his palm, directly tearing apart the phoenix fire canopy boundary, revealing a passageway for the 3 to pass through. Su Chen stepped out of the boundary, followed by Jiang Qiulan and Vivian behind him. Seeing this scene, the Tianji Pavilion crowd immediately surrounded Su Chen's trio. Su Chen, you finally came out. Tianji laughed coldly, the Tianji cane in his hand pointing at Su Chen. Be a good boy and hand over everything you got in the relics, old me might be able to keep you alive. Su Chen sniffed and gave him an indifferent look. Seek death. Before the words fell, an unrivaled aura suddenly erupted from Su Chen's body. The Dragon Phoenix hegemony body was instantly unleashed, and the Dragon and Phoenix chants echoed within him, the pressure spreading to the sky, terrifying to the extreme. What is this? Breath? Tianji's face suddenly changed. Your strength? He was completely incredulous. Su Chen's aura was actually an unknown amount more powerful than in his deduction. How could the celestial chant's crutch go wrong? The words did not fall. Su Chen violently raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers. Ka-ching! Space seemed to be torn apart by this grab of his, as countless dragon phoenix shadows coalesced in his palm, transforming into a gigantic golden palm that directly grabbed towards Tianji. Not good.
When Tianji felt that terrifying power, he was immediately horrified in his heart and hurriedly waved his Tianji crutch in an attempt to fend it off.
Rumble. The golden palm effortlessly crushed Tianji's defense and directly grabbed his entire body in its hands. Su Chen's 5 fingers violently clenched. But Tianji's body was instantly crushed.
Chapter 120 Returning to the Blue Planet, Dramatic Changes in the Magic Capital. A hallowed high-ranking martial god, directly under Su Chen's grip in the air, turned into a puff of blood mist and dissipated into the air. This incomparably shocking scene caused the surroundings to instantly fall into a dead silence.
Immediately afterward, a terrified commotion erupted. How did the Pavilion Master die?
The Pavilion Master was a
high-ranking martial god. Before even utilizing the power of the heavenly chance cane, he was directly pinched and exploded? Escape, escape! The Tianji Pavilion disciples' faces were unsightly, fearful, and trembling.
Some of those who reacted did not hesitate to cast the magic weapon in their hands and turned around to run.
This human
may have surpassed the martial god realm. They were all just sending them to their deaths together.
On the side,
Jiang Qiulan and Vivian glanced at each other with the same shock in their beautiful eyes.
How can Su Chen's strength be the same as a completely different person in just 2 hours?
Jiang Qiulan's full breasts rose and fell as she felt the aura within this teenager's body that made her want to kneel down.
Being able to inflict such a strong pressure on the martial god realm, is it possible? Though Su Chen was also strong just now,
but she dared to conclude that it was definitely not terrifying to this extent.
What exactly did he gain inside that door?
And on the other side, Vivian's cheeks were even more flushed, and her chimera pupils turned into love hearts.
Master is so handsome. I want to double cultivate with Master again.
Vivian's heart throbbed.
The legs unconsciously clenched.
Phantom Devil Mustrong, this is rooted in their nature. When such a powerful man is still their master, it is even more difficult for them to hold themselves. Su Chen indifferently scanned the circle and saw those Tianji Pavilion disciples who fled in all directions, his eyes indifferent.
Run for what? It's as good as done. Meaning, since you are here, let's be buried here.
The words just fell. The Dragon Phoenix Overlord body within Su Chen's body erupted once again. His figure instantly disappeared in place, instantly appearing behind a Tianji Pavilion disciple who was desperately fleeing.
No!
Feeling the terrifying pressure behind him, the disciple turned back in horror.
Su Chen raised his hand and held it. Ka-ching!
Space seemed to be torn apart as his body was instantly crushed.
Next!
The other disciple was scared out of his wits, frantically urging his Yuan power to inspire the divine speed talisman in his hand, wanting to flee.
However, Su Chen's figure had instantly blocked in front of him. Put! Another spray of blood.
In the blink of an eye, the figure that shone with the Dragon Phoenix divine flame flashed around like a ghost. Every strike was accompanied by the fall of a Tianji Pavilion disciple.
Phoenix Fire Heavenly Vault! Su Chen coldly shouted.
Instantly, countless blazing flames descended from the sky, transforming into a huge flame cage that enveloped all of the remaining Tianji Pavilion disciples.
No! Please, let us go! Daddy! Daddy, don't kill me! We were all forced by that old man.
Su Chen stood outside the Phoenix Fire cage with a cold gaze. Since you dare to come to the siege, you must be prepared to die. With a casual wave of his hand, the Phoenix Fire cage suddenly contracted. As a series of explosions rang out, all of the Tianji Pavilion disciples were instantly reduced to ashes.
After doing everything, Su Chen collected his breath.
His gaze swept over the scattered battlefields around him, no ripples in his eyes. These Tianji Pavilion disciples were so weak that they didn't even have the qualifications to move him. With a flash of his body, Su Chen arrived at the place where Tianji had fallen. An ancient Tianji walking stick lay alone on the ground, emitting a faint arcane aura.
Tianji crutch.
Su Chen reached out and grabbed it, and the heavenly chance crutch flew into his hand. He felt it slightly and realized that the crutch contained extremely strong yuan power fluctuations, and it seemed to carry a trace of the power of karmic deduction.
Not bad, keep it for now.
He casually threw the celestial chi crutch into the devouring realm within his body.
Immediately afterward, Su Chen's mind moved, and his mental power surged out like a tidal wave, rolling up the storage rings scattered everywhere one by one.
Buzz.
As if summoned, those storage rings quickly flew towards Su Chen and fell into his palm.
As a first-class force in Star Market Ancient City, the wealth of these disciples should not be expensive. He erased the spiritual imprints from all of these storage rings, and with a sweep of his divine thoughts, he found quite a few good things. There were high-grade yuan stones, rare pills, Xian rank techniques, and all kinds of talismans. Su Chen smiled faintly and collected all the valuable resources in his storage ring in one fell swoop.
The scavenging is done, it's time to go.
He turned around and waved his hand faintly, completely erasing all traces. Turning towards Jiang Qiulan and Vivian, he glanced at them and said,
"Let's go, back to the Blue Star."
Zhang Qiulan looked at Su Chen's back, the shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time.
This teenager's strength had definitely reached a level that was hard for her to reach. No, it was an unimaginable height.
Such a terrifying power.
Could it be that he has already broken through to the peak of the 9th rank of martial god? Or higher?
Her chest continued to rise and fall, unable to calm down at all. At this moment, she even felt that Su Chen's strength might already be no weaker than that legendary, #1 on the Blue Star martial god ranking.
Yi Wuya.
Yi Wuya was recognized as the most likely figure to break through the martial god rank above the Blue Star. He had once suppressed a terrifying creature in an ancient relic with his own strength, and even defeated 3 major 9th rank beast gods at the same time with 1 against 3. However, at this moment, as she looked at Su Chen's mighty power that controlled heaven and earth as if he had raised his hands and thrown his feet, this thought could not help but arise in her heart.
How old is this teenager? In the end? If he's really as big as he looks, his talent is too much more terrifying than Yi Wuxian.
There was already a trace of unspeakable awe in her gaze as she looked at Su Chen. On the other hand, Vivian, who was on the side, was completely immersed in her fantasies about her master. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were filled with the color of ecstasy.
Master is really too handsome. If I can double cultivate with my master, the taste. No, my strength, it will definitely soar, right? Master, when we go back, we must double cultivate with Mia. However, Su Chen did not pay attention to the 2 women at the moment.
Instead, he closed his eyes and utilized the spatial coordinates just given by the prison Phoenix Remnant Soul to locate the nearest Abyssal cave exit. He only had one thought in his mind at the moment, and that was to rush back to the Blue Star as soon as possible and find Su Rinchi.
Found it. You two, get over here and pull me.
Su Chen's mind moved, and the wisp of spatial law power within his body suddenly lit up, and the surrounding void instantly distorted and rippled.
Zhang Qiulan and Vivian exchanged a glance, then stepped forward and pulled Su Chen's arm left and right.
Feeling her master's warmth, Vivian's cheeks flushed.
Master's breath. The next second. Buzz. Space shook violently, and the figures of the 3 instantly disappeared in place.
Meanwhile, outside of the magic capital security city, a certain mountain range.
Rumble.
The earth trembled, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and thunder roared.
Countless ferocious beasts surged out like a tidal wave from the entrance of an abyssal cave shaped like a lightning crack, madly rushing towards the human defense line.
These ferocious beasts took different forms, some were as huge as small mountains, some were clad in scale armor, and some spat out fiery flames in their mouths, looking like they were going crazy as they rushed across.
Roar!
A heaven-shaking roar resounded through the clouds. A massive 9th stage lord-level ferocious beast leapt out of the abyssal cave, covered in pitch-black scale armor, with fangs like knives in its bloody mouth. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding ferocious beasts became even more frantic, launching a fierce onslaught towards the human defense line. Damned! It's a black-scaled horned beast. It's going to be unbearable.
In human defense.
A middle-aged man in alloy battle armor had a gaze that was incredibly grave. His name was Shang Pengwu, and his strength was at the 9th rank of Martial General. It was the chief commander of the magic capital defense line this time. Watching the Black Lin horned beast launch a surprise attack, Shang Pengwu drew the 6th grade Yuan energy giant sword, Mountain and Sea, behind him. With a flash, his lanky figure arrived at the forefront of the defense line.
You have to defend it even if you can't. Once this place is broken, the ones who will suffer are the millions of ordinary people in Magic City.
Whoever dares to run away from the battlefield, I'll kill him first.
Immediately activate the defense Yuan energy formation. Never let these break through the defense line.
He held his giant sword and yelled behind him.
Yes. Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 121, Devil's Capital Twins, Calamities and Camel.
The martial artist soldiers moved quickly. One could only see countless Yuan power rays rising over the defense line, forming a huge Yuan power barrier.
Boom!
The earth seemed to be torn apart at this moment. The black-scaled horned beast's gigantic claws slapped hard on the ground, instantly raising tens of meters high waves of earth and rocks.
Our roar!
The black-scaled horned beast let out a hideous roar, its eyes flashing with a palpitatingly ferocious light as the beast tide attacked with increasing ferocity.
Shang Pengwu's face was stoic, and the Yuan power in his body was mobilized as much as it could be.
With a flash of his body, his lanky body erupted with terrifying extreme speed.
Mountain and Sea Sword Technique Open Heaven.
The Mountain and Sea Sword instantly lifted up countless two-colored sword chi and slashed at the black-scaled horned beast. The Yuan power in Shang Pengwu's body surged crazily, converging on top of the sword blade, coming up with the strongest strike. The two-colored sword chi condensed into a brilliant sword light that was several zhang long, cutting through the void and striking towards the huge claws of the black-scaled horned beast. Boom! The sword light collided with the giant claw, erupting in a deafening roar. Terrifying airwaves instantly swept out, sending all the surrounding ferocious beasts flying. Shang Pengwu's figure was also shaken back dozens of feet, a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. However, the black Lin-horned beast didn't fare well either. Under the bombardment of the heaven-opening sword power, the horn on its head was half chopped off.
Commander-in-Chief is mighty. We can hold it.
At the back of the battlefield, the human martial artists were inspired by Shang Pengwu's sword, and their morale instantly rose. A young martial artist in black armor was full of excitement. Commander Shang is known as one of the strongest martial generals under the 9 martial gods, and Chief Instructor Lei Xiaoyan is also known as the Devil's Capital Twin Fury. With him around, a 9th-ranked lord is not enough to be feared. A sword-wielding female martial artist next to him, on the other hand, gripped the weapon in her hand tightly, and the battle spirit in her eyes was soaring. We can't lag behind either. Everyone follow me, stop these scumbags, we can't let them affect Shang's ability to command the battle.
Go! Kill these!
Kill! Instantly, the martial arts squad's morale was high, and their eyes flashed with a fiery battle intent. However, just as Shang Pengwu and the black-scaled horned beast were in the midst of a fierce battle, the martial artists were gradually forcing the beast tied back.
An even more terrifying aura came from the depths of the abyssal cave. That breath pressure, as heavy as a mountain, more wrapped in endless killing and destructive intent. Prick la!
The abyssal cave crack was actually torn open even wider by a silver antler. In the next moment, a pale white cold aura flew from the entrance of the abyss cave and appeared above the battlefield in the blink of an eye. It was covered with silver white fur, the spine behind it gave birth to several spikes, and its eyes were like 2 rounds of cold blood moons, with ice-cold and bone-chilling blood-borne aura spreading all around. Just the aura that was released made everyone's heart and soul tremble, and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar.
This is a beast god level.
The trembling voice of a 3rd-ranked martial general came out amongst the human martial artists, and all of them looked at each other in dismay, all of them seeing an absolute despair in each other's eyes.
It's actually a 1st-ranked beast god. Calamity-Jin Camel. Shang Pengwu's face was even more frighteningly pale.
The Calamity-Jin Camel, which had appeared once in the Lighthouse Country 3 years ago, causing horrific destruction, breaking into the city and slaughtering more than 1 million humans, forging a vicious reputation. Finished, completely finished.
Everyone will die today, including me.
A beast god of this level, even a peak 9th-ranked martial general, was like a mantis.
It was simply powerless to fight against it. A flash of bitterness and helplessness flashed across Shang Pengwu's face.
Which ones are there in the vicinity of the martial god? 3rd Order Without Limit Martial God Chen Shinfeng is suppressing a 3rd Order beast god in the East Sea Abyssal Cave, thousands of miles away, and is unable to get away. 2nd-ranked Moon Under the Moon martial god Zheng Ruoxu is also far away in the mountain range in the west, fighting another beast god to the death. Ling Xiao martial god Emil Beixian, on the other hand, has been transferred to the central battlefield for support.
It could be said,
the martial god-level powerhouses in the vicinity of the Devil's capital were all in the middle of a deadly battle and were simply unable to detach themselves to come and support them. Without martial god-level support, what are we going to stop this beast god with?
Could it be that all of our troops are really going to be wiped out today?
Shang Pengwu's heartbeat was like a drum, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. Although he had almost decided in his heart that he would definitely die today. However, he still clenched his teeth and gripped the Yuan Energy Giant sword in his hand, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Warriors! He snapped his head back, his voice resounding like a bell throughout the battlefield. Today, we may not be able to retreat in one piece, but we must not retreat. Because behind us are millions of unarmed civilians. His voice was like thunder, instantly igniting the fire in everyone's hearts.
For home. For the sake of our countrymen. Fight to the death.
Shang Pengwu raised his giant sword high, his Yuan power burning extremely. His body surged into the air like a meteor, charging straight towards that Calamity-Jin Camel. Mountain and Sea Sword Technique Life-Burning Slash. The Yuan power in his body surged crazily, and the giant sword erupted with a brilliant light. The sword light transformed into a huge sword chi that stretched across the heavens and earth, tearing through the clouds and slashing straight down. However, Calamity-Jin Camel only raised his head slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Tap! It gently swung a hoof, and a green light burst out, colliding with the sword chi. That terrifying sword chi instantly shattered and dissipated into the air. And Shang Pengwu's body was directly blasted away by this green light, smashing into the ground and raising a large amount of dust.
Commander Shang!
Exclamations of shock rang out from the warriors, and despair filled the air once more. However, Shang Pengwu slowly stood up from the dust. He was drenched in blood, his alloy armor shattered and his skin festered, but his eyes remained resolute.
Ah!
Shang Pengwu's roar resounded through the heavens and earth as the Yuan power in his body burned one last time, charging towards the Calamity-Jin Camel once again. Roar! The Calamity-Jin Camel was completely enraged, and a monstrous ferocious light stormed out of those blood moon eyes. The spines on its back suddenly lit up, and countless arcane runes surfaced on its silver-white fur. An ice-cold fury instantly swept across the entire field.
Oh no, it's Calamity-Jin Camel's killing move.
Jin Destruction Divine Light. In that battle in the Lighthouse Kingdom 3 years ago, it was this move that destroyed an entire city.
We are dead. A wave of despair rose in everyone's hearts.
At this moment, the only thing they could do was to close their eyes and wait for death.
Is the mountain at an end?
Shang Pengwu smiled miserably.
I hope Mordor can hold. It's just at the moment when everyone closed their eyes in despair. True words congeal.
An incomparably arcane syllable suddenly resounded in everyone's ears.
In the next moment, an invisible force suddenly descended.
All the attacks of the ferocious beasts were stilled. The Jin Destruction Divine Light with its incomparably terrifying aura stayed in place, as if all the energies had been fixed. Even the massive Calamity Jin Camel, as well as the baleful aura surging around it, actually came to a complete standstill amidst this power.
What happened?
All the martial artists looked at the surrounding ferocious beasts that were completely still in disbelief and shock. Shang Pengwu also opened his eyes and looked at the scene around him, similarly in shock.
The beast god's attack stood still? What level of power is this? At the same time,
3 figures flew out in the air from the abyssal cave crack 1,000 feet above.
It was none other than Su Chen, Vivian, and Jiang Qiulan.
Su Chen stood blandly in mid-air, frowning slightly as he looked at the scene below.
A full-scale beast tide, has it already broken out? It seems like a lot has happened in the past few days while I was away, and I wonder how Luo High City is doing.
And Shang Pengwu looked at the 3 figures in the sky and instantly froze in place. Immediately, infinite shock and ecstasy surged in his heart. That martial god wearing azure-colored battle armor.
No, it can't be wrong.
She's the 3rd-ranked female martial god on the martial god ranking, the heavenly Cyan battle god Jiang Qiulan.
Mordor is saved this time. Chapter 122, A Ringing Finger, Destroying the Beast God.
Just when all the martial artists saw Jiang Qiulan's figure, their hearts perked up.
Su Chen, who stood in mid-air, only scanned the battlefield below with an indifferent gaze.
Immediately afterward, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers.
True word chop.
As a clear but bland voice rang out, thousands of incomparably bright materialized blade lights emerged out of thin air. The blade lights carried an endless stern and destructive intent, instantly chopping straight down towards the Calamity Jin Camel.
Buzz.
The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The body of the Calamity Jin Camel disintegrated into thousands of pieces.
The next second, its body dissipated into the air like a weathered rock. Seeing this scene,
Shang Pengwu, including all of the first-tier martial artists, were all plunged into a dead silence of shock. All of them stared daggers at the figure in the sky, their hearts setting off monstrous waves.
How is this? How is this possible?
Shang Pengwu's mouth was wide open, his eyes staring at the teenager he had never seen before, his heart shaken beyond words.
Surprisingly, a ringing finger decapitated the beast god? What kind of power is this?
He had once seen power at the level of a martial god.
However, he had never seen such a terrifying existence.
Although the Calamity Jin Camel was only a first-order beast god. But in the end, it was a genuine beast god rank. Even if it was a 3rd-rank martial god, it would be impossible to completely obliterate it with a ringing
finger, right? Could it be that teenager? No, that senior, is a middle-ranked martial god? But why have I never heard of such a number 1 character?
Countless questions tumbled up in Shang Pengwu's mind as he carefully recognized Su Chen's face. However, he was unable to correspond with any of the strongest people on the martial god list. The invisible pressure that erupted from the other party's body made him feel suffocated even from such a distance. It was as if he was not facing a human, but an untouchable god. The surrounding martial artists were similarly plunged into extreme shock.
Which martial god is that?
A young martial artist muttered, his voice trembling a little from excessive shock. He was only a 3rd-ranked martial general, and he didn't even have the qualifications to see a high-ranked martial god on a normal day, let alone witness such a horrifying scene with his own eyes.
A single ringing finger destroyed the beast god to the point that not even dregs are left? Which martial god is this? I don't know.
Haven't seen it before, but what a terrifying strength. That martial god next to him I can see, it should be Tianqing martial god Jiang Qiulan.
But he's definitely stronger than martial god Jiang. Could it be the Zhang clan's unearthly and mysterious old ancestor?
On the battlefield, all the martial artists were shocked and excited in their hearts, constantly speculating about Su Chen's identity. However, no matter who Su Chen was, he had saved the entire battlefield in their moment of life and death. He was the savior of all the martial artists, and even more so, the entire magic capital. As for Su Chen at this moment, he just swept a circle of the battlefield with an indifferent gaze. Then he casually waved his hand. In an instant, all the stationary ferocious beasts were like being crushed by a large invisible hand, collapsing to the ground with a loud bang, and all of them were reduced to pieces.
Crouching Trough directly raised his hand and obliterated all the ferocious beasts. The battle, just like that? The entire battlefield, once again, fell into a deathly silence.
Shang Pengwu raised his head with difficulty and looked at Su Chen in the sky, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had originally thought that Jiang Qiulan, the heavenly green martial god, would make a move to reverse the situation on the battlefield.
However, he didn't expect that it was actually a teenage-looking mysterious martial god that directly crushed the entire battlefield. Who exactly is this? Senior? Can it be that it's really the Jiang family's mysterious old ancestor who didn't appear in the records of the martial god ranking? His heart was filled with questions. But more than that, it was endless awe and reverence. No matter what, we are saved. The Magic City is saved.
Shang Pengwu murmured in a low voice, a hint of tears flashing in his tiger eyes. On the battlefield, all the martial artists similarly murmured, their eyes filled with awe and admiration.
Great, survived. Yes, that Vulcan Lord is simply too powerful. Yeah, it looks like a teenager, but it shouldn't be, right? It's definitely a disguise.
But I just don't know which hidden martial arts god Big Brother is it. They were originally prepared to die, however, the appearance of this teenage martial god made them see hope from despair. That feeling of walking through the gates of hell caused their reverence for Su Chen to reach its peak.
No matter who he is the hero of our Magic City. However, Su Chen didn't care about the reactions below.
He just indifferently scanned a circle of the battlefield, confirming that all the ferocious beasts had been completely annihilated before withdrawing his gaze. To him, this battle was nothing more than a casual matter, not worth paying too much attention to at all.
Vivian, let's go. Su Chen finished indifferently and looked at Jiang Qiulan again. What about you?
Jiang Qiulan bowed slightly, his brows looking respectful. Now that a full-scale beast tide has broken out, all the major battlefields are in need of support. As a martial god, I should do my part for the safety of humanity. She paused, and took out a simple and ancient token from her bosom, offering it with both hands, and said in a solemn tone, "This is the Jiang family's Tianqing order. If Senior has the need, he can come to the Jiang family to look for me at any time." Su Chen swept a glance at the token, only to see that it was carved in green jade. The front side was engraved with the word heavily green, and the back side was a coiled green dragon. Su Chen casually took the token and faintly said, "Good, if there is a need, I will go." Seeing this, a trace of joy flashed in Jiang Qiulan's eyes, then he respectfully bowed. "Senior, take care." Qiulan takes his leave. After saying that, her figure flickered and transformed into a green-colored stream of light as she sped off towards the distance, disappearing into the skies in the blink of an eye. Su Chen casually put the token into the devouring realm within his body, and his gaze turned to Vivian. "Let's go, to Luo High City."
Vivian nodded obediently.
Su Chen nodded slightly, and with a thought, the spatial law power in his body surged once again. The surrounding void began to distort and ripple.
Luo High City. I hope everything is well.
In the next second, space shook violently, and Su Chen and Vivian's figures instantly disappeared in place.
Ground.
Shang Pengwu and the group of martial artists were still looking up at the sky, unable to return to their senses for a long time.
Just gone?
Shang Pengwu looked at the sky, his eyes complex, his heart full of emotions. As a 9th-ranked martial general, he knew what kind of existence a martial god-level powerhouse was. The appearance of every martial god was enough to change the course of a war. And just now, the teenage martial god had instantly ended this battle that was originally destined to be tragic with an almost crushing stance. Shang Pengwu took a deep breath, the complexity in his eyes gradually turning into determination. He straightened his back, faced the sky, and raised his right hand violently, giving a standard military salute. Shang Pengwu, on behalf of all the martial officers and soldiers of the Demon Capital Defense Line, I salute Senior Martial God. His voice was loud and solemn, echoing across the battlefield. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists came back to their senses, and one by one, they straightened up and faced the sky, raising their hands in salute. Salute to Senior Martial God. Their voices were neatly harmonized, carrying incomparable reverence and gratitude.
Right at this moment,
at the edge of the battlefield, a battlefield recorder holding a camera device slowly put down the device in his hand, his eyes equally filled with shock.
It's too amazing. Everything that just happened must be reported to headquarters immediately.
He quickly exported the video file from the device and sent this video to the Magic City Combat Command headquarters through a special encrypted channel.
Chapter 123 Shock at the Combat Command headquarters. He was Su Chen?
Magic Capital Combat Command headquarters. Inside the command room, a huge holographic projection screen was displaying real-time images from various battlefields.
The commanders looked grave, nervously analyzing the battle situation.
Suddenly, an intelligence officer walked quickly to the Commander-in-Chief and whispered, "Commander-in-Chief, we just received an urgent video from the Magic Capital Defense Line, you'd better take a look at it yourself." The Chief Commander frowned and nodded, "Play it." The intelligence officer quickly operated, and soon, a scene from the battlefield just now appeared on the holographic screen. Only in the screen, Su Chen stood in the air, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of ferocious beasts instantly turned into pieces. Immediately afterward, with a ring of his finger, he completely obliterated the Calamity Jin camel.
The entire command room instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the image on the screen.
Which martial god is this?
A commander couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
The commander-in-chief, on the other hand, had a grave gaze and said in a deep voice, "Zoom in and confirm his identity." The intelligence officer quickly operated and zoomed in on the screen, and Su Chen's face gradually became clearer. However, when his face was fully presented on the screen, the entire command room instantly fell into an even greater shock.
How is this possible?
A commander snapped to his feet, his voice shaking with disbelief. The commander-in-chief's pupils also contracted violently as he stared at the young face on the screen, his tone low and shocked. It's the teenager who
decapitated the 3 9th-ranked lords in Luo High City a few days ago and then entered the Abyssal Cave. He quickly turned around and pulled up the video of the battle from a few days ago from the archive.
On the screen, Su Chen stepped on the vanishing dome shuttle and swept across the battlefield like a god of war, decapitating 3 Ninth Order lords before stepping into the profound cave without hesitation.
The two faces, sampling and comparing. The results are exactly the same.
The command room was dead silent.
Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. It's only been a few days since he returned from the Abyssal Cave, and
his strength has actually reached such a terrifying level. Killing 3 ninth rank lords versus turning a beast god into pieces with the snap of a finger.
The gap between the two was still obvious. This means that now this teenager,
or senior, strength level, at least in the middle order martial god level.
The chief commander took a deep breath and suppressed the shocking waves in his heart.
Immediately, he thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Contact Lei Xiaoyan immediately."
The intelligence officer quickly dialed Lei Xiaoyan's communication channel. At the same time,
Lei Xiaoyan was rushing to the magic capital battlefield with all his might, his heart anxious.
Old Sheng his side. Don't know how it is.
Just now, he heard that the Abyssal Cave battlefield where Shang Pengwu was located had descended a First Order Beast God. Old me is almost there, don't die. Just when he was in a hurry, the communicator suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a video call from headquarters, he quickly connected it. The figure of the commander-in-chief appeared in the holographic projection.
Commander Li, I'm rushing to the eastern battlefield of Magic Capital.
There's no need to go, the battle is over.
What?
Lei Xiaoyan's face immediately appeared a shadow, his tone was a little trembling. Could it be that old Sheng Yi?
No, we won. We won?
Lei Xiaoyan's face became incredulous once again. Yes, a mysterious martial god appeared and ended the battle. I'll send you the video. Also, you can help me confirm again, this teenage martial god, is he the one who decapitated the 3 ninth rank lords in Luo High City a few days ago? The chief commander finished speaking and directly transmitted the image. In Lei Xiaoyan's holographic projection, the video screen quickly played. One could only see Su Chen standing in mid-air with an indifferent expression, lifting his hand and turning thousands of ferocious beasts into pieces, and then with a ringing finger, the Calamitian camel instantly crumbled and dissipated into nothingness. The entire battle process was only a few seconds, but it made Lei Xiaoyan watch as his tiger's body shook and his pupils contracted violently. What level of power is this? His voice carried an undisguised shock.
The young man in the screen, his face is clear, his gaze is cold, and he seems to be controlling heaven and earth when he raises his hands and throws his feet, and that kind of might, even through the screen, makes Lei Xiaoyan feel suffocated for a while. And when the screen was fixed on Su Chen's face, Lei Xiaoyan's pupils shrunk once again. It's him. It's really that mysterious strong man who stepped into the profound cave a few days ago? He's actually this strong? Lei Xiaoyan's tiger body trembled, the shock in his heart surging like a tidal wave.
Originally, he thought that the other party's strength might be a low-ranked martial god, able to decapitate 3 ninth-ranked beast gods, but he had also used a lot of means, and it might be true that his talent was high, but his realm was just a little bit stronger than his own. But now that he saw his battle performance, he knew that he was dead wrong. Being able to instantly kill a first-rank beast god shows that his strength is at least a middle-rank martial god. Could he have gotten some kind of strange encounter in the Abyssal Cave and that's why?
No, it can't be. It's only been a few days.
If we got some secret realm inheritance, even if our talent is good, we still need to stay in it for a few years before it's possible.
This senior's acting logic. I can't understand it at all. Also, why on earth does he look exactly like Su Chen?
Lei Xiaoyan's mind was swirling with countless questions, but none of them could be answered. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shocking waves in his heart, and once again connected the communication with the chief commander, and said in a deep voice, "Commander Li, I've confirmed that this teenage martial god is indeed the same as the mysterious powerhouse that decapitated the 3 ninth order lords in Luo High City a few days ago. And somehow, he looks exactly the same as a descendant named Su Chen that I saw in Luo High City." When the chief commander heard Lei Xiaoyan's words, he said in a grave tone, "Instructor Lei, tell me in detail, what exactly is this Su Chen?"
Lei Xiaoyan took a deep breath and organized his thoughts.
Su Chen is a young martial artist I met by chance in Luo High City. His age is only 18 or 19 years old, and his strength has just stepped into the first-rank martial artist realm. However, he has outstanding talent, and especially excels in spiritual nimbus, and is a rare spiritual nimbus master. He paused and continued, although his strength isn't considered top-notch, his combat talent and enlightenment are extremely amazing.
However,
The gap between him and this junior martial god is really a world of difference. After hearing this, the chief commander frowned even deeper. How could there be a connection between a first-rank martial artist and this martial god-level powerhouse who was able to exterminate a beast god with a snap of his fingers? Lei Xiaoyan shook his head, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. I can't be sure, but the two of them have almost identical faces. This is definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps there is a blood relationship between them? Like brothers, or father and son? He paused and added, there is also a possibility that this junior martial god might have used some kind of disguise technique, or changed his appearance through some secret method, purposely disguising himself as Su Chen. The chief commander pondered for a moment and nodded. Either way, the identity of this junior martial god is extremely mysterious. We must get in touch with him as soon as possible to confirm his position and intentions.
Well, and it's also necessary to check Su Chen's origins in detail. Lei Xiaoyan nodded in agreement.
The chief commander sniffed and immediately said, well, good, then go find Su Chen and see if you can ask for some clues about this mysterious martial god. Lei Xiaoyan nodded. Understood, I will do my best to complete the mission. The communication ended. Lei Xiaoyan hung up the phone and was about to look for Su Chen's number when he remembered that he didn't have the other party's contact information.
Damn.
Although he was optimistic about Su Chen, after all, the other party was only a junior first-rank martial artist and was not worthy of asking for his communication number.
It seems like there's only one more trip back to Luohai. Chapter 124. Where's my sister? You seek death. At the same time, over Luohai City. With a distortion in space, Su Chen and Vivian's figures emerged in it. Su Chen swept his gaze over the scene beyond the city walls. He only saw that the tide of beasts was still raging, but most of them were low-ranked ferocious beasts. And the martial artists of Luohai City were fighting back, their defense line still solid. Fortunately, Luohai has not fallen. Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart.
His greatest fear was that Luohai had already fallen, then his sister would be in danger. Now since Luo Haichang was still around, she should still be in the hospital room.
Thus, Su Chen once again moved his mind and his figure instantly disappeared. In the next second, Su Chen and Vivian directly appeared in the corridor of Luohai City's first hospital.
Inside the corridor, doctors and nurses were busily shuttling around, and it was obvious that the outbreak of the beast tide had put the hospital in a state of tension as well.
Su Chen's spiritual power was unleashed to conceal the two of them. The surrounding crowd directly ignored the two. Where's Xiaoxi? Doesn't seem right.
Su Chen's spiritual thoughts instantly detected something, his face changed, and he immediately brought Vivian with him in quick steps towards Su Rinchi's hospital room in an instantaneous flash.
Ward 1808.
Yet. The moment he pushed open the door of the hospital room, in his eyes, instant killing intent filled his eyes. On the bed inside the ward, what was lying there was not his familiar figure, but a strange middle-aged man. The man was lying on the bed, his face pale, obviously severely injured.
Su Chen immediately unleashed his spiritual thoughts to wrap the entire hospital building and carefully probed. The result was that there was no shadow of Su Rinchi at all. What's going on?
Su Chen stood in the ward, his gaze cold as ice, the killing intent in his heart gradually rising. Just at this moment, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. A young man in battle armor walked in with large strides, his gaze suspicious and impatient as he looked at Su Chen.
Who are you? This is a VIP ward. Who let you in? Don't disturb my uncle's recuperation. Hurry up and get out.
Su Chen slowly turned his head and looked at the youth with cold eyes. Without speaking, he just raised his hand and waved it. Buzz. An invisible spiritual nimbus instantly wrapped the youth, directly lifting him up and suspending him in mid-air. The youth's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with panic.
What is going on here? Such a young is actually a spiritual nihilist?
He tried to struggle, but realized that his body was completely unable to move. Even the yuan power in his body was completely suppressed.
As a second-ranked martial general, Zhang Tianlu thought that his strength was not bad.
However, in front of this teenager at this moment, he was as powerless as a mole cricket.
What kind of level of spiritual numismatist is he? Really? Who the hell are you?
Zhang Tianliu's voice forced his composure as he stared at Su Chen and roared, My name is Zhang Tianlu, the Zhang clan's military general sent to support Luohai.
You dare to touch me?
Su Chen's eyes were cold, his voice still low and icy. I'm asking you, the original patient in this ward, where did he go?
Laozi doesn't know. When Laozi brought my uncle here, this ward was empty.
Zhang Tianlu stalked his neck and continued, Spiritual nihilist right, you really aren't weak. But the Zhang family is one of the 4 major martial arts families in Longxia, with 3 martial arts gods in one family.
You can't afford to mess with them, better hurry up and put.
However, before he could finish, a heart-rending pain came from his legs. Su Chen's eyes were icy cold, and his spiritual power was as harsh as a blade, directly crushing Zhang Tianliu's legs.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible as Zhang Tianlu let out an incomparably mournful scream, his face instantly as white as paper. He looked at Su Chen in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. You? How dare you? Su Chen's voice was still cold, like 10,000 years of ice. I'll ask again. The original patient in this ward, where did he go? Zhang Tianlu forced himself to endure the severe pain and gritted his teeth. I really don't know. You dare to touch me, the Jiang family won't let you go. You will definitely be wanted by the entire Jiang family and die without a burial place. Su Chen sneered, the Jiang family? Just right. He casually waved his hand, and the heavenly green order, gifted by Jiang Qiulan, appeared in his hand. The token was carved out of green jade, with the word heavenly green engraved on the front and a coiled green dragon on the back, emitting a light green astral. You this is. The moment Jiang Tianlu saw the token, his pupils contracted violently and his voice trembled so much that he could barely speak. Tianqing order? How is it possible? How could you have the heavenly green order? As a son of the Jiang family, he naturally recognized the token. It was one of the highest profile tokens of the Jiang family. The holder of the token can order all the resources and manpower of the Jiang family, as if Tianqing martial god, Jiang Qiulan, had arrived in person. Even he, the Jiang family's collateral descendant, had never seen this token before. And at this moment, this token surprisingly appeared in the hands of a teenager younger than his own age. Jiang Tianliu's face was as pale as paper, his forehead sweating coldly, and his heart set off monstrous waves. He seems to have kicked the iron plate. Those who could hold the heavenly green order were the most trusted people of the heavenly green martial god Jiang Qiulan. Definitely not an existence he could provoke. And Su Chen just looked at the youth in front of him with a cold expression, forcibly holding back his killing intent, and asked again, last chance, say, my sister is where? Zhang Tianlu forced himself to endure the severe pain and said in a trembling voice, I say. The original patient of this ward is indeed called Su Rinxi. But Luo Hai Lin family, someone came to take her away, really not my business. Lin family? Lin Mahjong? Su Chen confirmed that Zhang Tianlu was telling the truth this time, and after coldly glancing at him, he flexed his fingers. Ah! Zhang Tianlu let out a mournful scream and flew out directly, shattering the wall behind him. Let's go to the Lin family. Su Chen faintly said. Vivian sniffed and nodded obediently, a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Tianlu. Master, are we going to kill them all? Not necessary for now. Su Chen coldly glanced at the ward, and with a flash of his figure, he took Vivian and instantly disappeared in the same place. After all, the other party was meritorious in fending off the beast tide, and since he had spoken of his sister's whereabouts, he would temporarily spare his life. However, if he dares to deceive, even if it is 10,000 miles away, I will take his head in an instant. Corridor. Zhang Tianlu watched Su Chen's silhouette disappear from the spot and curled up on the ground in pain, his eyes filled with fear and regret. This spiritual numinous master is too terrifying. He also has the heavenly green order. If we let him know the truth, the consequences are unimaginable. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, and with a trembling hand, he fumbled for his communicator from his arms. Damn it, the Huang family. You guys have victimized old me.